I arrived in the immortal world, ready to carve my legend among the stars. But fate, it seemed, had a cruel jest in store for me. I found myself trapped in a withered, ancient body, my lifespan flickering like a dying candle flame. Just as despair threatened to consume me, I discovered a loophole, a chance to cheat death itself, the power to trade cultivation levels for years of life. A desperate gamble, but one I was willing to take. I sacrificed the pinnacle of the 8th level of chi refining, willingly retreating to the 7th. 10 precious years bloomed in my core, pushing back the encroaching darkness. Yes, my realm had fallen, but my mastery of the magical arts remained untouched. My strength, honed over decades of practice, burned brighter than ever. This was a strategic retreat, a temporary concession for a greater victory. And then, there were the complications. My disciple, the ungrateful wretch, plotting against me, colluding with outsiders, eager to feast on the scraps of my supposed demise. They underestimated me. They mistook my retreat for weakness. They would learn soon enough that a cornered lion is still a lion. My lifespan may be a ticking clock, but I would make every second count. Let them come. Let them face the wrath of a master who has stared into the abyss and returned with a burning vengeance. This immortal world would know my name, not as a frail old man, but as a force to be reckoned with. Wei Zhong looked at his wrinkled hands and sighed. His status screen wasn't encouraging. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, chi refining level 8, 46%, skill, Bilongong, proficient, 95%, lifespan, 136/137, 3 days left. Reducing from chi refining level 8 to level 7 grants 10 years of lifespan. He'd time-traveled into a dying man. Wei Zhong, a spirit farmer for the Yen clan, had spent his life tending their fields until yesterday, when he died. The remaining 3 days were a bonus from the time travel. A knock at the door. Wei Zhong lived in a small house by the fields, not a cave like some cultivators. Yuaner, he said, seeing the young man outside. Ning Yuan was Wei Zhong's apprentice, taken in 30 years ago. He had slightly better talent but craved power. Wei Zhong had introduced him to cultivation, and now he was chi refining level 5, also a spirit farmer for the Yen clan. He'd married into a branch of the family 10 years ago and now barely acknowledged Wei Zhong. But he'd heard about Wei Zhong's impending death and visited occasionally. The original Wei Zhong knew his apprentice wanted his inheritance. He'd been too focused on cultivation to care. But he hadn't reached the next level and had died. Now, the new Wei Zhong was in the same predicament. Master Wei, you look unwell. Need some herbs? Ning Yuan asked. No. Focus on your own cultivation. Don't worry about this old man. Ning Yuan nodded, chatted briefly, then left. A dying horse surrounded by wolves, Wei Zhong thought, seeing the greed in his apprentice's eyes. He still had tricks up his sleeve. He wouldn't let this kid steal his legacy. Back inside, he made his choice, trade for 10 years. With only 3 days left, he sacrificed a cultivation level for a decade of life. He dropped to chi refining level 7, his power diminishing, but his body felt younger, stronger. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, chi refining level 7, 46%, lifespan, 126/137. It wasn't just extending his lifespan, it was reversing his aging. This gave him options. He cast an invisibility spell. He couldn't rest while his greedy apprentice plotted against him. He'd follow him. Wei Zhong might not be a powerful cultivator, but he had a lifetime of experience, including his pre-cultivation martial arts training. He also knew he lacked talent, so he'd focused on mastering spells. He might not have high-level spells, but his proficiency was exceptional. He followed Ning Yuan to a small hut by the rice paddies. 2 voices spoke inside. How is he? Not dead yet. How long can he last? If he doesn't die, how will we get his stuff? Should we finish him off? Ning Yuan hesitated. He's chi refining level 8. We're only level 5 and 6. Too risky. Let's wait. You'll be waiting forever. The Yen clan will take everything. Ning Yuan struggled. Others coveted Wei Zhong's resources. Many Yen clan members had tried to become his disciples recently. I'll visit again next month. If he's still alive, we'll do it. The other man laughed. Good. I'm in. Wei Zhong, hidden outside, glared. Back in his house, he cursed. That ungrateful wretch. He'd kill his own master for some trinkets. He wouldn't wait to be murdered. He'd act first. He checked his status. Losing a level had weakened him, but the difference between level 7 and 8 wasn't huge. And his fighting style relied on his mastery of spells. Most cultivators barely managed basic spellcasting. Wei Zhong was different. He had a knack for spells. He'd honed them to a high degree. This was his predecessor's secret strength, carefully hidden, but now it was Wei Zhong's advantage. He picked up a stone, infused it with spirit energy, and threw it at the ground. It didn't explode, but it left a small, deep hole. Throwing technique, masterful, 38%. This was one of his best skills. Simple, but deadly in his hands. Focused, penetrating power. He could even challenge peak chi refining cultivators with it. But just in case, he pulled two small, black spheres from his storage bag. They were thumb-sized, made of an unknown material, resistant to damage. Perfect for his throwing technique. Night, taking advantage of the darkness, Wei Zhong used his invisibility technique, dressed in black, and headed to the courtyard where Ning Yuan was. The spiritual farmers hired by the Yin family have been exploited by them for many years, and most of their harvest every year is taken away by them, leaving only a small part in their own hands. Therefore, spiritual farmers are not rich, and most of them build a courtyard near their spiritual field. The same goes for Ning Yuan. What surprised Wei Zhong was that although it was already late at night, there was still firelight in Ning Yuan's room, and the sound of cups being pushed and cups being replaced could be heard from inside. "Brother Ning, we have agreed that you and I will have half of old Wei's family property." There was a drunken voice, and Wei Zhong recognized that it was the person who planned with Ning Yuan during the day. "That's natural. Brother He has led me to earn so many spiritual stones. I have to rely on Brother He to take action this time. Naturally, I can't treat him badly. Ha, it's no wonder that Big Brother takes care of you all day long. Come on, let's have a drink. Ha, I really miss you." Wei Zhong was hiding outside the window, and the drunken two people in the room didn't notice him at all. In this case, disciple, it's no wonder that the master is ruthless. Wei Zhong held the stone ball in his hand and aimed at one of them. Whoosh! Ning Yuan was clinking glasses with the person in front of him when he suddenly noticed that his arms were drooping, half of his body was slumped on the table, and red blood was flowing from his head. His eyes shrink and he screams. But before he could speak, he felt a pain in his head and lost consciousness. Wei Zhong ducked into the room and looked at the two people who were completely breathless, with a look of regret on his face. "I want to live this life well and don't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, so why force me?" After removing the two people's storage bags, two fireballs appeared in Wei Zhong's hands, burning their bodies to ashes. The Yin family has a lot of spiritual fields for rent, and there are even more casual cultivators waiting to farm. The disappearance of the two spiritual farmers did not attract the Yin family's attention, and soon new casual cultivators took over their remaining spiritual fields. In a flash, Wei Zhong left. Back in his own courtyard, Wei Zhong took out the two people's storage bags, looked into them with his spiritual sense, and looked happy. "I didn't expect that my disciple would have such a net worth. However, looking at the incomplete magic weapon with bloodstains, I guessed that it must have done a lot of calamity and repairs." The same was true for another person's storage bag. There were a lot of magic weapon fragments mixed in, but the number of spiritual stones greatly exceeded Wei Zhong's surprise. Too few. As a robbery cultivator who exchanged cups with Ning Yuan, there were too few spiritual stones in the storage bag. Wei Zhong rummaged for a while and finally found a bottle of elixir in the corner. High-quality Qi-nourishing pill? Qi-nourishing pills are the most commonly used pills for Qi-refining monks. They are divided into 4 levels: low grade, medium grade, top grade, and top grade. Casual cultivators often use low-grade Qi-nourishing pills. Although the medicine has mediocre potency, it is more cost-effective. Even monks in the late stage of Qi refining only occasionally use mid-grade Qi-nourishing pills. Wei Zhong has lived for such a long time, and although he has been in the late stage of Qi refining for more than 20 years, he has never used a high-grade Qi-nourishing pill. Without it, it's too expensive. 1 bottle of high-grade Qi-nourishing pill can be exchanged for 4 bottles of medium-grade pills, or 10 bottles of low-grade pills. Such a high price cannot be afforded by casual cultivators. A small monk in the middle stage of Qi refining actually possesses such a precious thing. It happened that I needed pills to improve my cultivation, so the poor Taoist smiled and accepted it. How could Wei Zhong know that this bottle of top-grade Qi-nourishing pill was used by the robbery cultivator to attack the bottleneck of the 6th to 7th levels of Qi refining? For this reason, the elixir almost exhausted all the spiritual stones in his hand, and he was eager to attack Wei Zhong. After sorting it out for a moment, he moved the important items into his own storage bag, leaving the unimportant items in it, and then hid the 2 storage bags in the hidden compartment on the beam. Be prepared to find an opportunity to deal with it. As expected, the disappearance of the two people did not cause much waves at all. The steward in charge of the spiritual field of the Yin family saw that Ning Yuan's spiritual field was unattended, so he immediately gave the spiritual field to other casual cultivators. In addition, there were also rumors that a descendant of the Yin family was missing. A branch of the Yin family? Could it be the monk I casually killed that day? Wei Zhong recalled the Good Samaritan who was pregnant with the top-quality nourishing pill. Forget it, whoever he is. If I do it cleanly, no one can find it on my head. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, Qi refining level 7, 56%, skill, Bilangong mastery, 1%, lifespan, 127/137, the days of cultivation are always boring. In order to avoid suspicion, Wei Zhong has been cultivating peacefully in the fields for a period of time after the death of his evil disciple. Now Bilangong has reached the mastery level. The speed of operation has increased a lot compared to the past, and the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy has also increased by several %. Seeing the 10 points of proficiency in cultivation, Wei Zhong is happy. In this way, it will take less than 10 years for him to return to the 8th level of Qi refining, which is even much higher than the original 46%. If he drops one level, he will have another 10 years of lifespan. If he does this, his lifespan will be endless. Wei Zhong seems to have found a bright spot. With a heart full of joy, he began to cultivate again. In the next 6 years, Wei Zhong cultivated peacefully in the fields. Occasionally, some of the Yin family's collateral descendants came to ask to be his disciples, but they were all politely rejected by Wei Zhong. It seemed that seeing Wei Zhong's firm attitude, no one came to visit him gradually. Ha! Wei Zhong exhaled a breath of turbid air. He looked at the panel and showed a happy expression. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, 8th level of Qi refining, 46%, skill, Bilangong mastery, 30%, lifespan, 133/137. At this time, I finally returned to the state at the beginning of the time travel, and the progress of the 8th level of Qi refining was also 46%. Unlike before, I was no longer an old man with only 3 days to live. Instead, I was a cultivator of the 8th level of Qi refining with a lifespan of 4 years. And it was very likely that I would reach the threshold of the 9th level of Qi refining in the remaining 4 years. The mastery level of Bilangong has greatly improved my cultivation speed. What would it be like if I could improve it to the master level? Speaking of it, the Bilangong is just a yellow grade common practice. If we talk about the grade, it is just a middle grade 1, and can be practiced to the middle stage of foundation building at most. Now, after Wei Zhong's day and night practice, the mastery level of the Bilangong is no weaker than the yellow grade upper grade practice in terms of practice speed. It's just that the upper limit is lacking. If it enters the master level, wouldn't the practice speed be comparable to the Xian grade practice? Squeak! Wei Zhong's heart was excited. As a casual cultivator, Xian grade practice, I dare not even think about it. Wei Zhong has only seen it at an auction, and that time it was a fire-attributed Xian grade lower grade practice called Fire Wheel Gong. Once it was auctioned, it reached a high price of 2,000 spirit stones. Ordinary casual cultivators can't get more than 100 spirit stones in a year of farming, and a practice requires casual cultivators to accumulate for more than 20 years without practicing. This shows how expensive the Xian grade practice is. After practicing successfully, Wei Zhong was in a good mood and walked out of the yard to the field. From a distance, he saw an old man and a young man walking towards this side. Strange, no one has come to visit in recent years. Why is it an exception today? In the distance, Yan Wenba said to the young man beside him, Yan Yuan, the residence of that person is in front. The young man looked at the small courtyard in the distance, feeling a little surprised. My uncle said he would bring me to see a master, but unexpectedly it was the spiritual farmer in this field. Don't look at this person as just a spiritual farmer, but he is quite talented in magic. He has already practiced the spiritual rain technique to the level of mastery. Looking at all the spiritual farmers in my Yin family, no one can compare with him. The clan leader once said that this person's spiritual rain technique has the style of a master. If you can learn some skills from him, it will be of great help to your future spiritual cultivation. Yan Yuan nodded. Dao Yue, I haven't seen you for many days. You look much better. Wei Zhong looked at the old man in front of him, who was Yan Wenba, the steward of the Yin family who was in charge of leasing spiritual fields. As old spiritual farmers of the Yin family, the two have greeted each other for decades and are considered familiar with each other. It's just curing some old illnesses, and then looked at the young man beside him. I wonder why you came here today? Yan Wenba patted Yen Yuan on the shoulder, and the latter immediately bowed and clenched his fists. "Hello, Mr. Wei. This time, I want to take the younger generation Yen Yuan to become a disciple of you." Wei Zhong shook his head. "Brother Yen, you know that I don't accept disciples." Yen Wenba was not surprised and said, "Then don't need the title of master and disciple, how about teaching him the art? The boy is quite talented in the art of nurturing spirits, you just need to teach him the art of spiritual rain." Nurturing spirits? Wei Zhong had heard that people of this way were the upgraded version of spiritual farmers, responsible for the cultivation and care of spiritual medicines in the family. I didn't expect that the young man in front of him had such a talent. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Zhong agreed. Yan Wenba was the manager of the Yin family who was in charge of the leasing of spiritual fields, and he couldn't be offended easily. Besides, he also paid 10 spirit stones as a deposit, and if he taught well, there would be a balance. Why wouldn't Wei Zhong be happy to do this? After a brief greeting, Yan Wenba left, leaving Yen Yuan alone. Wei Zhong took him into the fields, pointed at the spiritual field and began to cast spells and explain. The art of spiritual rain is to use rain to capture the spiritual energy floating in the air and drop it on the spiritual work. Therefore, gathering water vapor is 1, and capturing spiritual energy is 2. After the explanation, it was time to practice. Watching Yen Yuan rain down spiritual rain on his spiritual field, Wei Zhong was quite comfortable holding a cup of hot tea. He could save spiritual power to practice more spells. While improving his cultivation, Wei Zhong did not give up his own advantages. "No, you only paid attention to gathering the water vapor here, but forgot to capture the spiritual energy. Even if the spiritual energy here is exhausted, why is the spiritual rain technique limited to this place?" Expanding the range of spiritual energy capture is, after some teaching, Yen Yuan's spiritual rain technique has already taken shape. In this way, Yen Yuan spent 3 months practicing and teaching the technique. After completing his mission, he left, and Yen Wenba paid the balance of 10 spiritual stones. "Thank you for your teachings these days." Wei Zhong took the spirit stone. "Brother Yen, you are too polite." Glancing at Wei Zhong's gray hair, Yen Wenba said, "Dao, do you know that my Yen family market will hold an auction soon? It is said that there will be longevity pills this time." Auction, longevity pills. Wei Zhong immediately understood and clenched his fist to thank him. "Thank you, Brother Yen, for telling me the news in advance. I have to prepare well." Wei Zhong participated in the Yen family auction many years ago, but because of his poor wealth, he failed to bid for good things. Now there is an auction again. Wei Zhong is not interested in the longevity pill. With his wealth, it is still uncertain whether he can bid for one. Even if he bids, he will probably lose everything. Moreover, with the ability to exchange life for downgrade, the longevity pill is insignificant to him. Perhaps in Yen Wenba's view, his life is coming to an end, and he is very eager for the longevity pill. "Brother Wei, you don't have to be polite. With our friendship over the years, I just let out some rumors. But what Dao Yu said is true, and we need to prepare well. This auction is very large. Not only will my Yen family cultivators and surrounding casual cultivators participate, but also the 2 major families of Li and Chen have been invited." "Oh? The more people participate in the auction, the harder it will be to bid for the desired items. And this time there are people from other families participating. Will the Yen family auction good things that even the other 2 major families will be tempted?" Wei Zhong did not ask further. Yen Wenba had already done his best to notify him in advance. It would be impolite to ask too much. After sending Yen Wenba away, Wei Zhong looked at the beans and fell into deep thought. It's rare for the Yen family to hold an auction, and he can't miss it. I have to go out and exchange the items in my hand for some spirit stones. I didn't dare to sell them in the Yen family market, worried that someone would see the clues. Wei Zhong decided to go to the casual cultivator market outside. After packing up his things, Wei Zhong left the Yen family sphere of influence. In a flash, he was already a different look. Disguise mastery, 70%. This technique is just a minor technique circulated in the martial arts world, and it cannot be regarded as a fairy technique, but Wei Zhong has practiced it to the level of mastery. With the change of bones and the cover of his own spiritual power, ordinary refining cultivators cannot see his true appearance at all. In this way, the casual cultivator Chu he returned to the martial arts world. Facing the stream, it can be vaguely seen that he is a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, which looks a bit ferocious. This is the secret identity of the predecessor Wei Zhong, who is at the 8th level of qi refining and is quite famous among casual cultivators. Wei Zhong came to the gathering place of casual cultivators called Ruyue Market with ease. This market is located in a blank area among the three major family forces and is jointly operated by three cultivators at the 9th level of qi refining. Ordinary people don't know why this market, which has formed a large scale, has not been suppressed by the three major families, but instead the three major families have settled in their own shops. Some casual cultivators speculated that the three casual cultivators have the background of the three major families and are the vests of the three major families. Wei Zhong knew that this statement was completely absurd. It was because Wei Zhong had dealt with the three cultivators and learned that they came from a sect thousands of miles away, Qingmu sect. Qingmu sect was a large sect with Jindan cultivators, much stronger than the Yin family, which only had foundation-building cultivators. It had existed in the local area for nearly 1,000 years and was a leading force. This was also one of the reasons why Wei Zhong came here to deal with the stolen goods. He walked straight to the largest shop in the market, Zailing Pavilion. As the name suggests, it is a shop that buys and sells various spiritual objects at this moment. It is powerful and does not ask where they come from. Finding the shop owner, Wei Zhong handed over the storage bag. The latter chuckled, "Brother Chu, you have met an ignorant guy again." Wei Zhong nodded. The strength of the casual cultivator Chu he was well known in the Ruyue market. His combat power was close to the 9th level of qi refining, and he even had a relationship with the three masters of the market. Who dared to provoke him? Only the ignorant robbery cultivator. After sipping the spiritual tea in the store for a while, the shopkeeper had already returned. The items in the two storage bags brought by Brother Chu are quite messy, so I counted them for a while longer. Wei Zhong indicated that it was okay. All the items totaled 372 spiritual stones. I wonder if Brother Chu thinks it's appropriate. Wei Zhong nodded. The good things in the two storage bags had been put into his pockets. Only some miscellaneous items that were of little use to him were left, and the value was limited. After putting away the spiritual stones, Wei Zhong was about to leave, and turned around and asked, "I wonder how much your top-grade nourishing qi pills cost?" 200 spiritual stones for a bottle, a total of 10 pills. If Brother Chu buys them, you can get a discount of 1 or 2. Give me a bottle. 190 spiritual stones. Brother Chu, take care. In his small courtyard, Wei Zhong held the top-grade nourishing pill he had just bought. Half of the more than 300 spiritual stones he had just earned were gone in the blink of an eye, which made Wei Zhong lament that it was not easy to become an immortal. Forget it, the auction will do its best. Thinking about the scale of this auction, Wei Zhong wondered whether he should participate as a spiritual farmer Wei Zhong or as a casual cultivator Chu He. Wei Zhong has been operating as a spiritual farmer for many years and already has some connections in the Yin family. Even if he takes photos of some precious spiritual objects, it will be safer in the Yin family's territory. If we were to practice Chuhua casually, there might be a few battles after the meeting. It's better for Wei Zhong to take action. We can't count on the life-extending pill Wei Zhong at the auction. With its rarity, I don't know how many people are watching. I am very satisfied if I can buy some healing elixirs. The lifespan of high-level qi refining monks is at least 150 years, which is at least half longer than that of ordinary people. Long-lived people can even live to 178 years. But Wei Zhong's upper limit of lifespan is only 137. After all, the martial arts in the early years were a bit eager for quick success, and the injuries caused in the mortal world had a serious impact on the subsequent journey of cultivating immortals. It would be great if you could buy some elixirs that could strengthen your foundation and cultivate your vitality. By treating this injury, he no longer has to worry about longevity in a short time. There is no need to be downgraded multiple times, and it will be a bit troublesome if someone finds out. Incidentally, this longevity incident can also be attributed to the treatment of injuries. After all, it is unreasonable for a dying old man to do sit-ups. In this way, I can farm safely in the Yin family for a few years. 3 days later, there were many foreign monks stationed in the Yin family, and tomorrow was a good day for the auction. The monks who were attracted began to trade with each other among themselves. For a time, the area outside the Yin family's residence seemed to have become a market. Many monks were confused among them, and 2 or 3 casual cultivators died. In order to maintain order and stability, the Yin family simply set aside a piece of land for the purpose of trading with foreign monks. They also dispatched disciples from the clan to patrol on a daily basis to protect the Yin family's face. "How can you sell this parrot?" Wei Zhong said to the old man behind the stall. In front of him stood a half-meter high birdcage with 3 birds in it. The 2 feathers are white and extraordinary. The other one was mixed with 6 or 7 colors including black, red, gray, etc. It was obvious that the blood was impure. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a long beard that hung down to his chest. Wei Zhong was a little surprised when he asked about this variegated bird. This is a strange species among the white-feathered parrots. It is suspected that the bloodline has mutated. 100 low-grade spiritual stones will belong to fellow Taoists. Wei Zhong shook his head. It was obvious that the other party had fooled him into thinking he was a novice. 10 spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, don't think this is cheap. A white-feathered parrot only costs 50 spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, this miscellaneous feather is probably the blood between a white-feathered parrot and a mortal bird. Its eyesight is dull and not as agile as the other two. I am afraid it will fall into the category of spiritual beasts. The white-feathered parrot is usually only a first-level spiritual beast, which is equivalent to the realm of qi refining. And his strength is average, with no combat power or other special abilities. Only its feathers are white, extraordinarily beautiful, and with a certain agility. It can be regarded as one of the smarter types among ordinary spiritual beasts. It is deeply loved by monks and is an ornamental spiritual beast. As soon as Wei Zhong's words came out, the other party's expression turned ugly. It seems I was right. 40 spirit stones, fellow Taoist can't go any lower. It seemed that he was eager to sell it, and when he quoted it again, it was almost cut in half. Wei Zhong stretched out his hands. 10 spirit stones. The stall owner seemed a little unwilling. 30. Wei Zhong turned around and left. I just saw that this parrot was colorful and kind of friendly, so I wanted to put it in the small courtyard as a gadget to relieve my boredom, but I didn't want to spend spiritual stones to cultivate it as a spiritual beast. Seeing Wei Zhong leaving directly, the stall owner finally became anxious. Fellow Taoist, stay. A moment later, Wei Zhong walked through the market carrying a smaller birdcage, which contained the parrot. After walking around the entire market, Wei Zhong found that there were a lot of good things among them, and of course the prices were also pretty good. There were more casual cultivators who opened their mouths. Wei Zhong saw a casual cultivator holding up an unknown black fragment. He said that it was a fragment of a magic weapon. It might contain the inheritance of a certain alchemy monk. It was priced at 500 low-grade spiritual stones. The magic weapon is a third-level magic weapon and above, which can only be used flexibly by at least Danjia monks. Wei Zhong has never seen it, so it's hard to make a judgment. All the monks also sneered at this. 500 low-grade spiritual stones. A spiritual farmer like me needs to earn money without eating or drinking for at least 5 or 6 years. Who would spend money to buy this thing? Wei Zhong turned around and left. Even if what the stall owner said was true, so what, but the small fragments were of no use to him. With this little spiritual stone, it was better to buy a few bottles of elixirs to improve his cultivation. As for the inheritance of Danjia monks, Wei Zhong thinks that he does not have that luck. In the past life, the card drawing was always clear sky. How could I dare to do this kind of drawing? But then I thought about it, does the fact that I can travel here mean that I am blessed? Wei Zhong shook his head. He only had 3 days to live after traveling through time. A little blessing, but not much. Returning to his residence, Wei Zhong hung the parrot cage in the courtyard. He doesn't have any spiritual beasts, and he also has no way to control them. The stall owner has also sold this kind of method, but the price is not very beautiful and not as affordable as buying it from Yan's family. 2 grains of spiritual rice popped out from his hand, and the parrot flapped its wings twice and took them into its mouth. Well, you know how to eat by yourself, so you're not stupid. Since your fur is mixed, I'll call you Jiucai. Jiucai, leak, this name seems to have returned to the previous life. Wei Zhong turned around and went back to the room. Jiucai looked at Wei Zhong's back without any reaction until he could no longer see him, then turned his head and looked at the big tree in the yard. Stunned. The next day, the Yan family flowed, and all the cultivators went to the auction site. Even the spiritual farmers in the fields were no exception. Seeing Wei Zhong follow the flow of people, the familiar spiritual farmers greeted him. A spiritual farmer who has been farming for decades in the Yan family and is at the 8th level of qi refining is also a character. Wei Zhong nodded in return, but did not come forward to talk, maintaining the consistent personality of his predecessor. When he entered the venue, Wei Zhong was stopped by a young cultivator. Seeing Wei Zhong releasing the spiritual pressure of a high-level qi refining cultivator, Yan Qiyu's eyes were somewhat respectful. Please pay the entrance fee of 2 spirit stones, senior. Wei Zhong handed over 2 spirit stones with ease and took a token from him. Ken, Jia, 76, It seems that the scale of this auction is really large. Behind Wei Zhong, Yin Shiyu stopped another cultivator and said the same words. The latter's face turned red and seemed a little angry. 2 spirit stones are not much, but they are not blown by the wind. This way of collecting admission fees blocked those with poor wealth from the venue, which was considered a screening. However, Yin Jiaguang made a lot of money by collecting spirit stones this time. Wei Zhong found his seat and sat down. The auction was held in a closed place. It is divided into 8 areas according to Bagua, and there are 3 suspended attics above it. The Li family, the Chen family, and the Yin family? Or is it the Aoki sect? Wei Zhong wondered in his mind. Wei Zhong didn't have to wait too long. The auction was held soon, and a middle-aged man came to the stage. I, Yin Rohai, will host this auction. After saying that, he exuded the power of foundation establishment. Naturally, no one objected to the foundation establishment monk hosting the auction. Yen Rohai, the current head of the Yin family, is in the middle stage of foundation building. He has attended several important events of the Yin family, and Wei Zhong has also met several times. It is rumored that there is an ancestor of the Yin family who is a monk in the late stage of foundation building. I don't know whether it is true or not. After the opening remarks, the auction officially began. A female cultivator wearing a skirt came onto the stage from behind, holding a disc covered with a red silk scarf. Only when he reached Yin Rohai's side did he stop. The first auction item, 10 bottles of middle-grade nourishing pills, has a starting price of 300 low-grade spiritual stones. For a mid-grade nourishing pill, 10 bottles would equal 100 pills, and the average price on the market would require at least 500 spirit stones. Such a large number of nourishing pills cannot be consumed by ordinary cultivators, at least only those with family influence have the strength and willingness to purchase them. 310, 320, the first auction item was robbed by the people in the audience, and was finally accepted by a strange monk wearing a hood for a price of 420 spiritual stones. His clothes blocked the detection of his spiritual consciousness, making the cultivators unaware of his true identity. I will also get something as good as this in the future. Wei Zhong looked at the black hood with a somewhat fiery gaze. 10 bottles of elixirs were no more than appetizers. With the display of the second top product, the eyes of the cultivators were attracted again. The second-level low-grade magic weapon, the Mother-Child Water and Fire Sword. This magic weapon is an incomplete second-level magic weapon. The Mother Sword is water attributed and is second level, but the Child Sword is missing. Our weapon refiner refined a first-level high-grade magic weapon. The Fire Attribute Sword fills it. Although it was a half-broken second-level magic weapon, it still caused shock in the auction venue. The cultivators bid frequently, and even for the Sky Penthouse, there are bids from time to time. Sun Zhou looked at the second-level magic weapon below, his eyes a little hot. The monk who looked like a middle-aged man next to him saw this and said, "This sword is just an incomplete second-level magic weapon, and its attributes are incompatible with your water and wood spiritual roots, so it is not suitable for you. If you are interested in magic weapons, why not think carefully about the true inheritance? When the time comes, the elders of the sect will naturally take action to refine a suitable magic weapon for you." After hearing this, Sun Zhou withdrew his gaze and said respectfully, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I understand. But Master, is there really a second-level Peiyuan pill in this auction? The second-level Yuan Huiling pill is not used by various races to train new refining disciples like the first-level elixir. Instead, it is used to repair the foundation of the monk's physical body, which has the effect of strengthening the foundation and cultivating the yuan. It has some effect on foundation-building monks. The news I got is correct, just wait." While talking, I don't know how many items were auctioned downstairs. The next auction item is a second-level Peiyuan pill. I don't need to elaborate on its efficacy. The starting price is 300 low-grade spiritual stones. Each increase in price must not be less than 10 spiritual stones. Finally it's here, this pill is exactly what I need. After thinking about it, the price had been raised by more than 80 yuan by other monks. Wei Zhong quickly made a quote, 400 low-grade spiritual stones. 500 low-grade spiritual stones. This sound came from the attic above. The price was suddenly increased by 100, causing the auction venue to be silent for a moment. Someone is taking action upstairs, trouble. However, this elixir was related to Wei Zhong's future path, so he could not give up easily, so he quoted aloud, 550 low-grade spiritual stones. 600 low-grade spiritual stones. Wei Zhong gritted his teeth, 650 low-grade spiritual stones. At this moment, there are no other monks bidding, only Wei Zhong is competing with the mysterious monk. Seeing Wei Zhong's generosity, those around him couldn't help but turn their attention. It turns out to be Wei Zhong. No wonder, I heard that he is about to end his life. It turns out that he is injured. He wants to treat his own injury to prolong his life. Fellow Taoist, I wonder who this Wei Zhong is? Ha, that is a well-known spiritual farmer of the Yen family. It is said that he has been farming in the Yen family for more than 60 years. Oh, it turns out he is just a spiritual farmer. No wonder his name has not been heard in the outside world. There were people talking around. Wei Zhong made several bids, but finally made the monks in the pavilion unhappy. The middle-aged man explored his spiritual sense and unreservedly exuded his foundation building pressure. I want to see who wants to compete with me. The huge foundation building spiritual pressure enveloped the entire venue, and all the qi refining people below were frightened by this momentum. Cold sweat broke out on Wei Zhong's forehead before he could think too much. Yen Rohai on the stage also released his own spiritual pressure, and the overwhelming pressure of foundation building instantly wiped away the dull state of the field. Fellow Daoist Wang, don't make a mistake. The one with the highest price for the elixir will get it. Don't break the rules of this auction. The mysterious monk surnamed Wang then withdrew his spiritual pressure and thought to himself, with Yen Rohai's spiritual awareness, he is probably not far from the late stage of foundation building. There was a bit of fear on his face. Fellow Daoist Yen misunderstood. I just came here from the Qingmu sect, and I thought that my enemy was looking for someone to target me, and it was just impulsive. Then I will bid another 700 low-grade spirit stones. If you are wealthy, you can continue to bid. There is no lack of threat in his words. Wei Zhong understood that this pill probably did not belong to him. The other party was determined to get it. Even if he bid a high price, the other party would probably kill people to get the treasure. It turned out to be a master of Qingmu sect. This auction actually attracted Qingmu sect. It is a large sect with Jindan cultivators. The Kai-refining cultivators could not help but discuss. Wei Zhong stopped bidding. The cultivators surnamed Wang from Qingmu sect, right? Remember this. When I build my foundation in the future, you will definitely suffer. Yen Rohai looked a little unhappy, but seeing that Wei Zhong stopped bidding, he simply said, 700 low-grade spirit stones once, 700 low-grade spirit stones twice, 3 times. Deal, this pill belongs to Daoist Wang. In the attic, Wang Linpeng and Sun Zhou both had some joy in their eyes. They didn't take Wei Zhong, who was standing off the stage, to heart at all. If it weren't for this auction, there would be no chance for a young cultivator with a short lifespan to interact with the 2 Qingmu sect cultivators who were expected to form a pill. Wei Zhong sat on his seat, holding his forehead with his right hand, wondering what he was thinking. The next lot is health-preserving skills. The grade is unknown. It has the effect of enhancing energy, improving physical activity, and accelerating the healing of injuries. Even if you don't have any cultivation, you can practice it. It is an excellent method for you to cultivate your descendants. The only drawback is that it is difficult to practice, and it takes years of practice to get started. Wei Zhong's eyes lit up. This technique is a body-refining method of unknown level. The starting price is 100 lower-grade spiritual stones. Each increase in price must not be less than 5 lower-grade spiritual stones. 105 low-grade spiritual stones. Although Yen Rohai stated that this technique is difficult to practice, it is still sought after by many monks. Not only can you practice it yourself, but this technique does not limit the cultivation of immortals, and it is also excellent to buy for ordinary people in your family. In the blink of an eye, the price reached more than 200 spirit stones. 300 low-grade spiritual stones. Wei Zhong finally started to quote. Is there any other fellow Taoist who wants to increase the price? 300 spiritual stones once, 300 spiritual stones twice, 3 times, deal is done. Wei Zhong breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no fool trying to fight with him, so he successfully got this technique in his hands. 300 spiritual stones, I hope it can give him a little surprise. The next auction items are various rare objects, including many spiritual materials that Wei Zhong does not know. Wei Zhong had no idea of taking action. The last is the finale of this auction. 3 first-level life-sustaining pills, which can extend the life of a Kai-refining monk by 5 years and a foundation-building monk by 3 years. It is ineffective for pill-forming monks. The starting price of the first one is 3 for hundreds of low-grade spiritual stones. Each increase in price must not be less than 10 low-grade spiritual stones. As the hammer in Yen Rohai's hand fell, the auction officially began. Wei Zhong also saw the most lively auction feast. 350 spiritual stones, 400 spiritual stones, both casual cultivators and family cultivators went crazy over this life-sustaining pill. In the blink of an eye, the price was increased to 800 spirit stones, and they were pocketed by the Li family in the sky loft. The next two reached the price of 900 spirit stones and 1100 spirit stones, and were accepted by the Chen family and the foundation building monk surnamed Wang respectively. It seems that such life-extending elixirs are much more valuable than I thought. Although he has the strength to win one, he still has the means to be downgraded and survive, so it's better not to be in the limelight. This auction is over. Everyone is welcome. Taoist friends who have won the goods can come to me to collect them, and the other Taoist friends can exit in an orderly manner. When Yen Rohai saw that the last life-extending pill was auctioned, he also announced that the auction was successfully concluded. Wei Zhong went to pick up the healthcare technique and left the auction venue instead of flying towards his spiritual field, but to Yanjiafang City. This square market is the place where the Yin family's spiritual farmers and Yin family disciples trade. It is located in the inner area of the Yin family and is not as peripheral as Lingtian and temporary square markets. With the Yin family's law enforcement team patrolling, fighting is strictly prohibited. After taking the items, you should go here to avoid the storm. Even if you are not robbed by the robbery cultivator, it is still good to prevent blood from splattering on yourself. Wei Zhong took all his belongings with him this time. It didn't matter if the spiritual field was destroyed. He could just plant it again. Wei Zhong was very experienced in cultivating fields for decades. I also want to see the method of taming animals. It turns out that I have forgotten Jyotsai. Forget it, not many people would be interested in hybrid spiritual beasts, so just be happy for yourself. If he survives afterwards, he will be rewarded with a few more grains of spiritual rice. As Wei Zhong expected, after the auction ended, many monks were robbed by the mysterious robbery cultivator. They were in groups of 3 or 3, mostly led by high-level Kairefining monks. Ordinary casual cultivators would be no match for them when they encountered them. This is the Yin family's territory, you dare to take action here? The wolf-faced monk looked at the surrounding wheat fields, and then focused his eyes on the robe of the casual cultivator in front of him. Ha, of course I can't afford to offend the Yin family, but with your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to sustain the Yin family's law enforcement team. The Sancho's expression changed. Wait a minute, I'll give you the storage bag. Can you spare my life? It's late. The wolf-faced cultivator waved his right hand, and the other calamity cultivators behind him immediately urged the magic weapons in their hands to attack the loose cultivator. Ah! I will fight with you. Scenes like this are constantly happening around the Yin family. At this moment, the Yin family's law enforcement team, who are responsible for the security of the Yin family, are huddled in the inner area of the Yin family, turning a blind eye to the disturbances outside. This is the tradition of the Yin family. Every auction of the Yin family attracts so many casual cultivators. How can a small Yin family compete with so many tribulation cultivators? Since you have the strength to take pictures of spiritual objects, you must also have the strength to protect them. At this moment, after Wei Zhong purchased the method of taming animals, he went to the most famous Chunfeng Tower of the Yin family. Chunfeng Tower is the most popular property of the Yin family. The service includes both meat and vegetable dishes. You can listen to the bar and wash your feet and massage your feet. Oh, be gentle, you are trying to tear down my old bones. There was no words all night, but the next day it was still dark, and Wei Zhong left Chunfeng Tower. The storm of the auction was probably over, so to be on the safe side, he went to Yin Wenba to find out the news. Oh, Brother Wei is here. Brother Yen, this is the Wang Lingyao I just bought. Oh, Brother Wei is here, why don't he bring any gifts? With a smile on his face, Wei Zhong put down the tea leaves in his hand. Yin Wenba took over, and they started drinking tea around the tea table. I also want to ask Brother Yen about what happened last night. When Yin Wenba heard this, he put down the teacup in his hand and sighed slightly. Did something happen? Wei Zhong asked. Yin Wenba nodded, as Brother Wei said. Tribulation repairs happen again and again, but this time there is something different. Oh? Wei Zhong looked suspicious, but fortunately he was calm and hid in the inner part of Yan's family. Yin Wenba poured himself a cup of tea and continued. After the auction, many cultivators were attacked by robbers. Various robbery groups surrounded Yan's family, and the scale was much larger than before. There were not only many small groups led by high-level Kairefining cultivators, but also foundation-building cultivators. Squeak! Wei Zhong took a breath of cold air. It just so happened that the foundation building robbery this time was aimed at the deacon surnamed Wang of Qingmu sect. The evil method he practiced was profound. He defeated and seriously injured him without waiting for the support of my Yin family. Deacon surnamed Wang fled and disappeared, and his disciples were turned into blood and bones on the spot by the evil cultivator. Speaking of this, Yan Wenbo looked at Wei Zhong with some strangeness. The dispute over the second-level Peiyuan Dan in the market was not a secret. Wei Zhong coughed twice and asked, "Will this matter affect the Yin family?" "I don't know. The attitude of the sect leader is not something that a small finding cultivator like me can figure out. But even if they hold us accountable, our Yin family has at least carried out rescue operations, but the evil cultivator's magic power is too strong and the rescue was not in time. No matter what, they will not hold our Yin family accountable too much. Brother Wei, don't worry, it won't affect you." Hearing this, Wei Zhong was also relieved. "Thank you, Brother Yan, I will take my leave now." "Brother Wei, won't you stay for a while?" "No, I miss the spiritual field at home, and I have to go back to check the situation." Wei Zhong bowed and left. Wei Zhong walked towards his own courtyard after knowing that this incident would not have a major impact on the Yin family. Passing by various spiritual fields, he found that the robbery and cultivation activities last night had harmed a lot of spiritual rice. The spiritual fields here and there were damaged, and the spiritual rice seemed to be dead. The unlucky ones even had the entire spiritual field affected by the fight, and a layer of the soil was scraped off. The spiritual rice could be planted again if it was gone, but it would cost a lot of spiritual stones to repair the half-destroyed spiritual field. What was gratifying was that there seemed to be no traces of fighting in Wei Zhong's own spiritual field, and the spiritual fields of several nearby families, including Wei Zhong himself, were intact. He walked outside his own courtyard and walked around twice without any abnormalities. However, for safety reasons, Wei Zhong still performed the invisibility technique, restrained his own aura, climbed over the wall and walked into the courtyard. The 9 colors in the cage were still as stunned as when he left, but his eyes were looking towards his room. Wei Zhong was secretly alert. He clenched the black ball in his hand, and the flying throwing technique was ready to go. After entering the room, he checked the kitchen and bedroom but found nothing until he reached his own practice room. A seriously injured and unconscious male monk was lying in it. Wei Zhong stood behind the door and looked inside through the crack. This person had a good way of concealing his breath, and his spiritual sense search could not find him. It seemed that Wei Zhong had triggered some warning means, and the seriously injured monk woke up quickly. "Dao Yu behind the door, please come in and talk. I am Gong Yangzi, and I would like to borrow your place to heal my wounds. Please forgive me for the nagging." Wei Zhong would not walk in rashly, so he pushed open the door and stood outside the threshold. "Dao Yu seems to be seriously injured?" Wei Zhong saw clearly that this person's chest and abdomen seemed to be pierced by an unknown weapon, and a large area of blood was exposed, staining the robe red. "Ha, that's true, that's why Dao Yu needs to let me recuperate for a few days. A few spirit stones to express my gratitude." As he spoke, he waved his hand and threw 10 spirit stones in front of Wei Zhong. "Dao Yu, you are too polite." Wei Zhong collected it in the air, but did not step into the door. Suddenly, he was alerted and threw the black ball in his hand towards his head. The ball seemed to hit the mud and was blocked by some sticky object. Wei Zhong was alert and continued to throw the second ball. This time, it was not blocked much and hit the source of the fatal threat. Suddenly, a white insect shadow fell, which was exactly what he hit with his flying throwing technique. The white body had been deformed by the ball, but Wei Zhong could still barely see that it was a milky white spider. First-level spirit insect? Seeing that his method was broken by Wei Zhong in the blink of an eye, Gong Yangzi finally panicked. He activated a green round shield to protect himself and said in a hurry, "Dao Yu, wait a minute, it's all a misunderstanding." Wei Zhong ignored it and activated the magic in his hand. The extremely condensed fireball technique was activated instantly and hit the green round shield. "I don't know what the shield is made of." The fireball technique only made it tremble slightly, and then it dissipated into nothingness. Gong Yangzi breathed a sigh of relief. "Fellow Taoist, please stop. That was the spirit insect's voluntary act of protecting its master. I didn't mean to murder you. If you are dissatisfied, I still have a chance to share with you. Please forgive me." Wei Zhong was not moved at all. He took 2 black balls and continued to perform the flying technique. Seeing that this was a technique to kill his spirit insect, Gong Yangzi did not dare to be careless. He urged the round shield in his hand with force. With the injection of spiritual power, the outer layer of the round shield even produced a layer of green halo, and the defense power was even better. He felt a little relieved. It's hateful. If that person hadn't destroyed all my methods and seriously injured me, how could I fall into such an embarrassing situation and be bullied by a mere spirit farmer? Boom! The attack of the flying technique arrived in an instant, and the green halo was dispersed by a blow, and even a circular mark was left on the round shield. What? Gong Yangzi was terrified, and before he could activate the magic weapon again, the second black ball had arrived. Following the previous trajectory, it pierced through the green small shield, and the remaining force hit Gong Yangzi's Taoist robe. The damaged Taoist robe had no ability to block the small ball, and Gong Yangzi's chest was hit again. Puff! Gong Yangzi spit out a mouthful of blood, and the injury could no longer be suppressed. Little thief, Wei Zhong didn't have time to talk nonsense with this thief. His fingertips flicked, but they were some magic weapon fragments. Although they were not as useful as the black ball, they contained some spiritual iron and were much more powerful than ordinary stones. Seeing Wei Zhong's attack, Gong Yangzi seemed to accept his fate and did not resist at all. The seriously injured body soon became motionless under Wei Zhong's attack. So simple? This is too easy to fight. Except for the spider and the round shield, this person's fighting skills seem to be ordinary. On second thought, it is extraordinary that a seriously injured body can withstand so many flying spells. Wei Zhong did not approach, and the fireball in his hand condensed, ready to burn his body to ashes. It seems that Wei Zhong is too cautious, and a sigh sounded. Wei Zhong's hair stood on end, and a translucent small arrow flew out of Gong Yangzi's body and rushed towards Wei Zhong. So fast. Wei Zhong only had time to perform the golden body technique, and his body surface suddenly became like a golden structure. However, the master-level golden body technique did not have any effect on this small arrow, and it rushed towards Wei Zhong's head as if it passed through a solid body. Wei Zhong's body paused, and a transparent shadow emerged from Gong Yangzi's body. The shadow was unstable and could be blown away by a breeze. Without any hesitation, Gong Yangzi's shadow plunged into Wei Zhong's body. Wei Zhong felt that the small arrow made him feel cold all over, and he was stunned on the spot. Then, a more cold breath penetrated his body. He heard a sound of ah, and there was no movement. Wei Zhong, who had recovered from the cold, touched his head and was a little confused. What was that just now, taking over the body? Gong Yangzi wanted to take over my body? But he failed, and I didn't have time to resist. Could it be that I have some secret treasure on my body without knowing it? Wei Zhong was worried and searched his body but found nothing. Alas, it seems that my realm is not enough. There must be a reason for me to travel here, and it is reasonable for me to have a secret treasure. I will check it out when my realm is improved. After calming down, he raised his hand and a fireball burned Gong Yangzi's body, leaving only a storage bag and a broken small shield, and some blood. Wei Zhong was a little surprised. This blood, the fire in his hand burst out again, burning it continuously, and the blood was still wriggling under the flame. But it was rootless water after all, and it was burned up in a short while. The person Gong Yangzi offended was not simple, and that opportunity might be the reason for his serious injury. Wei Zhong picked up his storage bag, wiped off the mark on it, searched it, and took out a jade slip and a finger-length blood-colored small sword. The secret key of the inheritance of the true Lord of the Sea of Blood? Opportunity? This is clearly a disaster. True Lord, that is at least a Yuanying stage monk. He is just a minor qi practitioner with a short lifespan. How can he have the courage to take up the idea of inheriting the Yuanying? This Gong Yangzi is a high-level qi refining monk like himself, and he is at the 9th level of qi refining, and is only one step away from foundation building. Because of this inheritance opportunity, I was hunted down here. This shows how dangerous this matter is. And it's just a possible chance. Wei Zhong turned his attention to the jade slips. Those who have mastered the blood body technique can go to Yunjiang Mansion. The jade slip describes an external incarnation cultivation method called blood body method, which is the same as the blood-colored sword. As for Yunjiang Mansion, it is next door to Monuan Mansion where Wei Zhong lives, and is at least thousands of miles away from here. The journey involves high mountains and long rivers, and it would be difficult for the foundation building monks to go there, not to mention that Wei Zhong was only refining his qi. And how can any inheritance come with an instruction manual? It looked like someone deliberately throwing bait, and Wei Zhong smelled a strong smell of conspiracy. Of course, it is not ruled out that Wei Zhong is overthinking, but this kind of method has no chance with Wei Zhong after all. To practice this method, you need to at least build the foundation to be able to withstand the injury of tearing the soul. The soul is torn apart, it hurts just looking at it. I'm only at the 8th level of qi refining, so I'd better hide this thing in the snow. After thinking for a moment, Wei Zhong made a decision. On the road to immortality, the most important thing is stability. Wei Zhong will not easily step on such a legacy that seems to have pitfalls at a glance. After finding a hilltop with few people inhabited, Wei Zhong found a hidden location, dug a hole and buried the bloody sword and even the jade slip. If this thing is found by someone, it means it has no destiny with me. If no one finds it, it means that the foundation will be built in the future. No, at least we should reach the realm of golden elixir before considering this matter. Wei Zhong is very aware of his own advantages. He has the means to exchange lives at the Krypton level. As long as the world of immortality is stable enough, he can continue to level up, gain levels, and exchange lives. From this comes an almost endless lifespan. For this reason, it is better to avoid extremely risky events. After a lot of psychological comfort, Wei Zhong finally put the matter aside and returned to his small courtyard to make sure that he had cleaned it up fairly well. Wei Zhong took out the healthy kung fu he had just filmed and studied it carefully. Where are the people? Lost, crack. There seemed to be a sound of a slap colliding with the face, and a man in blood robe was knocked to the ground. However, this person did not dare to show any dissatisfaction, and did not even dare to struggle on the ground for one more breath. He endured the pain and got up and knelt down again. This piece of trash, even the seriously injured chi-refining monk let him run away. A low voice came from the wide hood. He was wearing a thick red and black robe, and his specific shape was visible. His voice was low, and it was difficult to distinguish between male and female. Please forgive me, master. The man in blood robe bowed his head lower. At this moment, the leader in the man's mouth did not reply, but closed his eyes for a moment. I can't even sense the direction of Yin blood. The Yin blood is connected to its heart, and non-homogeneous techniques cannot remove it, or is it already dead? Forget it, never mind, the purpose of this trip has been achieved anyway. A small bloody sword and a jade slip appeared in the leader's hand. It looks exactly like the one Wei Zhong got. Wei Zhong must have sighed at this, it was indeed the bait thrown by someone. I didn't expect that Wan Linpeng, who claimed to be a righteous monk, had such a magical inheritance method. I practice Yin blood kung fu, which belongs to the lower level of blood sea kung fu and has the same origin as it. Even though this inheritance seems like a trap, I still have to fight for it. The road to immortality is difficult, but seekers will not let go of any opportunity for improvement. The two objects flashed away, and the leader stood up. With a flick of his right arm, the man who had just begged for mercy suddenly peeled off his flesh and blood and turned into blood and bones. Pass my order and the congregation will move to Yunjiang Mansion. I will obey the orders of the leader. 4 years later, Wei Zhong looked at his panel and frowned slightly. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, 8th level of chi refining, 97%, kung fu, Bilangong mastery, 7 entry points, 49%, Shouyuan, 136 of 137. The health-preserving kung fu method is indeed difficult to practice. I have spent an unknown amount of time on it in the past 4 years, but I have only reached half of the entry standards. It will take at least 4 years to become proficient. Moreover, entry-level health-preserving skills have no effect on repairing his injuries. Is it because the proficiency is not enough? Wei Zhong was a little helpless. In the blink of an eye, 4 years later, his lifespan is almost over again, but he is only a hair away from the 9th level of chi refining. Krypton level in exchange for 10 years of life. In the blink of an eye, Wei Zhong felt that his old body was full of vitality again. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, 7th level of chi refining, 97%, kung fu, Bilangong mastery, 7 entry points, 49%, Shouyuan, 126 of 137. Only 10 years and 1 day to live. This kind of cultivation is interesting. After careful calculation, the predecessor Wei Zhong, plus his own 10 years, has lived for 147 years. The average lifespan of a chi refining monk is only 150 years old. And the longevity of a person is only 180 years old. He is already close to the average lifespan. Staying in Yan's house any longer may attract the attention of interested people. Alas, the Yan family will not be here for long. Wei Zhong planned to raise his cultivation level to the 9th level of chi refining and leave the Yan family. At that time, he left on the grounds that his life was short and he missed his family. Although most immortal cultivators are fickle, many of them go to the mortal world when they are close to the end of their lifespan, leaving a legacy for their descendants. When the immortal roots appear again in the family, they will resume the path of immortal cultivation. Spring goes and autumn comes, 7 years have passed, and Wei Zhong bids farewell to Yan Wenba with a sense of old age. Brother Wei, are you really leaving? Wei Zhong nodded. I don't have much life left, and there is no hope of building a foundation. At this end, I miss my descendants at home, and want to go back and leave a legacy for them. Wei Zhong looked at Yin Wenbo in front of him. He was about the same age as Wei Zhong, but he practiced a wood-attributed technique, which had some effects on beauty and longevity. He didn't look that old, but Wei Zhong guessed that this person's lifespan was at most more than 10 years. I'm afraid we will never see each other again after this trip. Yin Wenbo shook his head. The two had been friends for decades and had become good friends. Brother Yen, when you embark on the path of cultivating immortals, you should know that separation and death are common things. The two exchanged greetings for a while, and after handing over the spiritual field, Wei Zhong left a bag of yellow spiritual buds and left. Looking back at the hilltop of the Yin family, Wei Zhong's eyes were filled with emotion. After traveling here for 17 years, the Yin family gave Wei Zhong a full sense of security. If it weren't for avoiding the eyes and ears of others, Wei Zhong could have practiced here until he established his foundation. What a pity! Wei Zhong didn't know what he regretted, but he just glimpsed the few rays of light chasing him in his direction, and felt a little disappointed. I wanted to leave here, why force me? The figure flashed and went to the wilderness. Seeing this, the people behind him escaped a little faster. When they reached an uninhabited place, Wei Zhong stopped and looked back at the escape light behind him. The few people stopped slowly. There were 3 people in total, all high-level qi refining monks. The 3 faces were somewhat familiar, and they seemed to be spiritual farmers of the Yin family. What do you mean by following me here? Wei Zhong was the first to speak out. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled, and the leader said, "Stop talking nonsense, old man Wei, hand over your storage bag. If it satisfies the brothers, I will spare your life." Another person said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, why bother talking nonsense with him? The brothers made him here, and the 3 of us will share the things equally. This old guy spent 600 to 700 spirit stones bidding at the auction, so he must be rich." As a spiritual farmer of the Lin family, although he earns about 100 spiritual stones from farming every year, his expenses are equally staggering. Pills, magic weapons, and spells are all huge expenses. Therefore, ordinary spiritual farmers can only balance their income and expenses and do not have extra financial resources to improve themselves. Originally, I became a spiritual farmer because my qualifications were mediocre and my path was hopeless. Seeing Wei Zhong, the old fat sheep, leaving, he became even more evil-minded. Wei Zhong sighed slightly. Does nephew Yin Yuanxian think the same way? A figure walked out of the forest below and lifted his hood. It was Yin Yuan who had once asked Wei Zhong for advice on the spiritual rain technique. Mr. Wei is indeed extraordinary. My nephew has been discovered even though he hid it so well. He had a smile on his face and seemed to have decided on Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong shook his head. This superficial hiding method was far inferior to Gong Yangzi's. My good nephew did this. Does brother Yen know? Yen Yuan understood that he was talking about his uncle Yen Wenbo. I don't know. My nephew knows that Mr. Wei has a good relationship with his clan uncle, so he doesn't dare to tell him. Wei Zhong felt a little regretful. My good nephew has a bright future, so why collude with these spiritual farmers to commit such a calamity? After Yen Yuan learned the Lingyu technique from his own hands, he stood out from the Yin family's side disciples and became the Yin family's spiritual disciple. It can be said that he broke away from the sideline status and truly became the core member of the Yin family. After hearing this, Yen Yuan's smile faded, showing a bit of ferocity. What's the use of a spiritual cultivator? It's not just to work for the disciples of the main line. I have worked hard to cultivate the elixir. Why should I distribute it to the disciples of the main line just by the words of the elders, while I have to work hard to accumulate contributions? Exchange. Seeing his angry expression, Wei Zhong immediately understood that he had received less severe beatings. Born in a cultivating family, I don't know how many Shang San cultivators I have. Now that I have entered the core, I see more privileged people and feel dissatisfied. If you are dissatisfied, why bother making things difficult for me, an old man? Please also ask Mr. Wei to hand over his belongings so that my nephew can give Mr. Wei a dignified death. Yeah, I didn't even give you a way to survive when I came here. My good nephew doesn't think that he can control me by finding these 3 losers. After hearing this, the 3 spiritual farmers all looked angry. We are both spiritual farmers and high-level qi refining monks. How noble are you? Brother Yen, don't worry, the 3 of us will take it down right now. Wei Zhong shook his head, the black ball in his finger rotated, and he was instantly excited. Throwing technique master, 12%, in the past few years, although Wei Zhong has been busy practicing the health-nurturing kung fu, his practice of the techniques has not fallen behind. The master-level flying throwing technique was even better than before. He only heard a sound of breaking through the air, and in an instant he was in front of the leading high-level chi refining monk, leaving him no time to use his defensive magic weapon. The jade pendant beside his ear shattered, forming a jade-colored barrier in front of him. There was a look of surprise on his face. The casting speed is so fast, it's a waste of my life-saving magic weapon. It turned out to be a passively triggered defensive weapon. There was nothing unusual about Wei Zhong's face. The black ball made a small hole out of it as if it had hit an eggshell, and then flew towards his head with unabated force. His face was stunned, as if he couldn't believe that his defense was broken in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, a stone was smashed into tofu, and his head was smashed to pieces. The master-level flying technique is not only limited to penetration, but also has the effect of detonating spiritual power after hitting the target, adding a bit of damage. Brother Lin. Before the three of them could react to this change, Wei Zhong moved and turned into a white cloud, and in the blink of an eye he was behind the other person. Soaring Cloud Technique Master, 31%, the magic sword was already lifted in his hand, and the golden light on it was dazzling. Gung Swordsmanship Mastery, 45%, Gung Swordsmanship was added to the first-level middle-grade magic weapon, and it immediately exerted the power of a high-grade magic weapon of the next level. With a stabbing sound, it had already penetrated into the second man's robe. The cloud patterns on the blue robe turned out to be a first-order middle-grade robe, and its theoretical value was no less than a first-order high-grade magical weapon. However, Dingjin was unable to stop it, and the magic sword created a hand-width gap in his robe and pierced his side. The sword energy spurted out, seriously injuring one person. As soon as the clouds rose and dispersed, Wei Zhong had already killed one person and seriously injured one of them. The last spiritual farmer and Yen Yuan, who was in the middle stage of chi refining, were left behind. The two looked horrified and did not dare to fight again. Yen Yuan leaned down and escaped into the forest below, leaving a lingering voice. Please also ask fellow Taoist could be my queen. I will definitely take good care of fellow Taoist's family. The spiritual farmer was left alone, his complexion one green and one white. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a rattle. Boom! As if a child's voice had reached his ears, Wei Zhong paused slightly, and a golden light flashed in his mind. It turns out to be a magic weapon that affects the soul. Wei Zhong's face was filled with joy, and his hands were not busy at all, using the flying throwing technique. Seeing that he was not affected by the magic weapon and performed the familiar spellcasting action, this person immediately felt that his life was at risk. Crack! Another headless corpse fell. Wei Zhong left a cloud of mist behind again, ignored the seriously injured person, and flew into the forest, holding a large number of fragments of the magic weapon in his hand. Flying throwing technique, continuous fire. An unknown number of trees in the forest were affected by the spell, and fell one after another. Then Wei Zhong fell downwards. Yen Yuan was seen lying between the trees, one of his arms was missing, and his legs were all bloody. The only remaining arm was working hard to move a black shield half a man's height. Seeing Wei Zhong's arrival, his face looked miserable. Then he remembered something again, tears burst from his eyes, and he burst into tears. Uncle Wei, I'm sorry. My nephew was temporarily blinded by lard. I hope Uncle Wei will spare my life for Uncle Ian's sake. Please. Before he could finish speaking, a whirlwind of spiritual energy was set off in Wei Zhong's hand, and a stone drilled into his brain. Then a burst of flame reduced it to ashes. Picking up his storage bag, Wei Zhong lifted up the clouds and returned again. Two headless corpses lay on the ground, and a parrot was confronting a person. Several wind blades were triggered from time to time between its wings, preventing it from escaping. Wei Zhong used a magic spell and the last person died. Jiucai flew to Wei Zhong's shoulder and tilted his head to look at Wei Zhong's old face. Wei Zhong took out a red pill, popped it into his mouth, and murmured, "It's not like I raised you in vain." Then he packed up all the loot, cleaned up the place, and left. Yen Yuan's lust for profit is what he deserves. It's just a pity that fellow Taoist Yen Wenba, such a talent finally appeared in his family, died like this. Why bother messing with an old man like me who will be buried in the grave? Wei Zhong shook his head and stopped thinking about it. From now on, Wei Zhong's identity would be offline. But in order to cultivate, we still need to find a spiritual place to continue cultivating. Wei Zhong's face changed, and Sancho Chua suddenly appeared on the spot. If you want to look for it this time, you need to find a big tree to rely on. Wei Zhong escaped and headed to Ruyufang City. Brother Luo, long time no see. In a pavilion in Fong City, Chui cupped his hands towards a young man. It turns out to be Brother Chu, please come in quickly. We haven't seen you for a few days, but Brother Chu is already at the 9th level of chi refining, only one step away from the foundation building. The two of them sat down at the tea table. There, it's so difficult to build the foundation. I have no chance as a casual practitioner, so how can I succeed in building the foundation? Luo Mingyan was also worried. He had stayed at the 9th level of chi refining for more than 10 years and was still not sure of the success of foundation building. Only then did he accumulate capital in Ruyufang City and try to find a foundation building pill. What he said to Chu he was just polite. The success rate of casual cultivators in building a foundation was much lower than that of sect cultivators. The Chuhi in front of him only had 5 spiritual roots. The level of his spiritual roots was unknown, but he probably wouldn't be much better if he didn't join the sect. In the beginning, I only made friends because of his good fighting skills. To be honest, Brother Luo, I don't have much time left. Luo Mingyan was shocked, looking at the deep twilight energy that Wei Zhong actively exuded, and said, "How could this be?" "Well, I often walk on the beach, and my shoes don't get wet. I suffered a robbery a few years ago, encountered powerful things, damaged my foundation, and my lifespan was reduced a lot. Now I am afraid that I will not live for 5 years, so I came to see Brother Luo." "What does Brother Chu mean?" "I am a poor Taoist who has been cultivating immortality so far. Only my little nephew is worried. I hope Brother Luo can help him enter the Qingmu sect." After saying this, Shui took out a storage bag, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of Luo Mingyan. Luo Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Chua wanted his help to find something to extend his life. Such precious items were worth a lot of money. Picking up the storage bag, I looked into it with my spiritual sense, and I suddenly felt happy. He said with a smile on his face, "It's easy to talk about, but I wonder what is my nephew's qualifications and age." My nephew's name is Chu Zhong, and he has 5 spiritual root qualifications, all of which are low-grade spiritual roots. Luo Mingyan's face froze. Wei Zhong's expression remained unchanged, and he continued, "He is now over 80 years old and has reached the 4th level of chi refining." Seeing that Wei Zhong wanted to continue, Luo Mingyan quickly interrupted, Stop, Brother Chu, it's not that Taoist brother doesn't help, it's just that your nephew is a bit more ordinary. Even the outer sect of Qingmu sect has no chance." Wei Zhong pretended to frown, which embarrassed Luo Mingyan. It's a shorthand to take someone, but a short mouth to eat someone's mouth. But when Luo Mingyan was asked to return the spirit stone, he was reluctant to do so. After thinking about it he said, "Why don't you let your good nephew go to the Qingmu sect to cultivate spiritual fields for a few years? I have some connections in Weimanfang City." He looked struggling, but he was secretly happy because he was waiting for your words. "Who is willing to join your Qingmu sect? She has a secret, but she doesn't want her panties to be stripped off by the old monster from the sect." But even though the goal was achieved, it still had to be a show-off. How can my nephew from Chua be a small spiritual farmer? As a casual cultivator who licks blood at the edge of a knife, the most despised cultivator is the first-class cultivator who works in various cultivating families and waits for death. Being deprived of most of the income by the master every year, not only can't you earn much from spiritual stones, but your spiritual spirit of cultivating the Taoism will also be completely worn away. Brother Chu, you see, although this kind of land-loving farmer is despised by others, farming in our Qingmu sect is a good job. Not only is it safe and secure, but it also has the opportunity to access more resources for cultivating immortals. If there is a chance, he can be established as a foundation. It is not impossible for a monk to be admitted into the family. Chui lowered his head and thought for a moment, and finally sighed. Brother Eluwa. Chui took out a jade pendant and broke it in half. Half of it was handed to Luo Mingyan, and the other half was taken into his own hands. In a few days, if someone is holding this half jade pendant and a souvenir written by me, it will definitely be my nephew. I hope Brother Luo Mingyan surrendered. Brother Chu, don't worry. Since Pindao has received the benefits, he will definitely get things done. Chu Han nodded. Then leave now. Brother Chu, walk slowly. Wei Zhong turned into a ray of light and left Ruyufang City. Sending himself to farm under the Qingmu sect was Wei Zhong's decision after careful consideration. After all, we still have to consider the foundation building in the future. As a golden elixir force, it is normal for the Qingmu sect to have a casual cultivator to build the foundation. On the contrary, if you build a foundation in a family such as the Yen family or the Chun family, you may be immediately hostile, and maybe even secretly sabotage it, ruining your own conduct. And Luo Mingyan was right. As one of the golden elixir forces in Mon Yuan Mansion, Qingmu sect was indeed very safe, and its resources were concentrated and abundant. It's a good place to build a foundation. Although Wei Zhong heard that there was another Han bamboo city built by loose cultivators in his mansion, but that place was too far away and too close to Yunjiang mansion. Wei Zhong was worried that the inheritance of Yuanying would be affected and bring disaster to Yuqi. In this case, Qingmu sect is the best choice. As for the spiritual stones given to Luo Mingyan, Wei Zhong was only slightly sad. After killing the 3 fellow spiritual farmers in Yen Yuan, his wealth expanded again, and it was worthwhile to give some of them to make a good future for himself. There were many spiritual stones in the storage bags of the 3 people. At first glance, they often pretended to be robbers to make extra money. Thinking of the methods of the 3 people, passive defensive magic tools, first-level middle-grade defensive robes, and strange magic tools that disturbed people's souls. Sure enough, even farmers should not be underestimated. They might take out some treasures to reverse the situation in the battle. Taking out the strange rattle, Wei Zhong shook it a few times, making a drum sound, and the 9 colors on his shoulders immediately shook, as if they would fall off in the next second. Wei Zhong stopped and took off the drum skin on the rattle. Is it this layer of drum skin that is strange? The drum skin is white, and it is impossible to tell what kind of leather it is. It just glows fluorescently in the sun, not like ordinary things. It must be a good thing. Find a master to refine this skin in the future, maybe it can add a trump card for yourself. In addition, there are many good things in the storage bags of the 3 people, various spiritual medicines, elixirs, etc. that Wei Zhong did not recognize. 3 days later, Wei Zhong returned to his middle-aged appearance and went to Ruyue Market again. Looking at the jade pendant and souvenirs handed over by Wei Zhong, Luo Mingyan asked, "Are you Chu Zhong?" Wei Zhong nodded. "Why didn't I see Daoist Chui come? My uncle's lifespan is not long, and he is unwilling to give up, so he went to look for opportunities." At this point, Wei Zhong showed a sad look. Luo Mingyan also felt the same way. "Okay, since your uncle has handed you over to me, I will arrange it for you. I have something to do and will return to the sect soon. You and I will set off soon. It's all up to Luo Bo to arrange." Yesterday, the writer's assistant pushed a message saying that 10 people read my novel. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. Luo Mingyan really kept his word and took Wei Zhong to Qingmu sect for a day. This was the first time Wei Zhong had traveled far since he crossed over. Sitting on Luo Mingyan's flying magic weapon, he felt a little bit of novelty. There was no such flying magic weapon among the magic weapons stored by his predecessor. At most, he could only use the magic sword to fly at low altitude. It was impossible to fly in the air in a small boat like this. So rich. Wei Zhong sighed. With such a magic weapon, even escaping was much easier. He was worthy of being a sect cultivator. Luo Mingyan had no idea of Wei Zhong's thoughts. He was sitting cross-legged in the cabin of the small boat with his eyes closed and practicing. He is hardworking. Wei Zhong had known him for many years and learned that he was also a casual cultivator. His father also farmed in Qingmu sect for several years. Because Luo Mingyan had excellent qualifications, he was admitted to the outer sect of Qingmu sect. In recent years, his cultivation has made great progress and he has successfully promoted to the inner sect disciple. Next, as long as he succeeds in building the foundation, he will definitely have a position of true inheritance. Unfortunately, there are dozens of cultivators like Luo Mingyan, if not hundreds. Most of them are stuck in the bottleneck of foundation building. Even if they have a foundation building pill, they dare not rashly build the foundation. After all, the consequences of failure in foundation building are not something that everyone can bear. One day later, the two settled in the market outside Qingmu sect. Mingyue Market, this market is prosperous, with many cultivators coming and going. Wei Zhong even saw 1 or 2 foundation building cultivators. This is the most prosperous market in Qingmu sect. Not only are there many independent cultivators, but also cultivators from the sect come here to trade. There are many masters coming and going. You must be careful not to offend others easily. I understand. Then, Luo Mingyan led him to a pavilion, and as soon as he entered the door, he greeted the deacon warmly, "Uncle Ning, long time no see." "It's Mingyan, how come you have time to come here?" "Ha, isn't there something that needs Uncle Ning's help? There are still vacant spiritual fields, and a friend of mine wants to find a job as a spiritual farmer here." The deacon glanced at Wei Zhong. This spiritual field is very popular. Wei Zhong understood that this was a benefit, and pretended to be in pain and took out 20 spiritual stones from his arms, without using a storage bag, and handed it to this person. Deacon Ning waved his right hand and accepted it. It just so happens that a spiritual farmer has been away for 5 months recently, and he probably died outside. There is no one to take care of the more than 10 acres of spiritual fields. Why don't you take over? Wei Zhong was very happy. Thank you, Deacon Ning. The two quickly finalized the matter of the spiritual fields and gave Wei Zhong a sign. This was the certificate of Wei Zhong's spiritual fields. I promised you this job for Mingyan's sake. Fellow Daoist, please be careful. If I don't see you for 3 months, I will take back your spiritual fields. Fellow Daoist, please don't forget the date when you practice. I understand. Then it's settled. It's time for me to leave. Lord Luo, take care. After Luo Mingyan left, Deacon Ning led Wei Zhong to a field ridge and pointed to the surrounding spiritual fields and said, "The 16 spiritual fields here are yours. Make sure you know the boundaries and don't cross them. Pay the rent on time every year. As long as you don't do anything to damage the spiritual fields, you can do whatever you want. And the small courtyard over there is also yours, thank you, Deacon Ning." Watching his back as he left, Wei Zhong breathed a sigh of relief and finally settled down. Stepping into the small courtyard, he found that it was overgrown with weeds. It seemed that no one had taken care of it for a long time. Release the 9 colors in the spirit beast bag and drop them on the branches in the courtyard. From now on, you will be the one to look after the house. Wei Zhong fiddled with its feathers. At this moment, Jotsai is already a first-order intermediate demon beast, which is equivalent to a cultivator in the middle stage of chi refining. Many years ago, Wei Zhong obtained a method of making a spirit-feeding pill by chance. With this help, Jotsai not only successfully consolidated his position as a spirit beast, but also broke through the realms one after another, and entered the threshold of the first-order intermediate stage a few months ago. Wei Zhong guessed that this bird probably has the blood of some special demon beast. It is self-taught and has even mastered the art of wind blade. Dealing with ordinary cultivators in the early stage of chi refining is no problem. After cleaning up the small courtyard, Wei Zhong went to check the spiritual field. It is worthy of being the Qingmu sect. Even the spiritual fields in the outside world are stronger than those of the Yin family. Qingmu sect has a third-order spiritual vein, which is much stronger than the second-order spiritual vein of the Yin family. The spiritual energy of the spiritual field is naturally more concentrated, so the annual spiritual rice production will also increase. After planting the spiritual grain and casting a few sets of spells, Wei Zhong returned to his own small courtyard. The spiritual field is just an external thing. What is important is one's own cultivation. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, chi refining level 9, 5%, skill, Bilangong mastery, 87%, lifespan, 134/137. In the past 7 years, Wei Zhong has never slacked off, and his cultivation has successfully entered the chi refining level 9, but the progress of Bilangong and health preservation gong is very touching. Bilangong is stuck at 99% mastery and can't make any progress, it seems to have a bottleneck. However, health preservation gong is getting slower and slower after crossing the 50% barrier. The progress of 7 years is not as good as 4 years. With only 3 years of life left, it might be a good idea to grind more at the chi refining level 9, and perhaps break through the bottleneck of Bilangong. Although it is only a yellow level middle grade skill, there will be no way forward when Wei Zhong reaches the middle stage of foundation building. But Wei Zhong has no idea of changing his skills now. The main reason is that the current proficiency of Bilangong is high enough, and the speed of practice is comparable to that of Xian level skills. It has become Wei Zhong's best choice to level up and save his life. The current Shouyuan is still on the dangerous line. If he switches to other techniques, Wei Zhong is worried that he will not survive for a few years. In the following year, Wei Zhong farmed and practiced at the same time. Apart from occasionally going to the market to exchange for some cultivation resources and showing up to Deacon Ning, he can be regarded as reclusive. Brother Chu, does he know about the inheritance of the true king? Brother Ning is talking about the inheritance of true Lord Blood Sea that is widely spread in the city? The two sat across the table from each other. On the table was a snack made from a spiritual beast brought by Wei Zhong. The two exchanged cups. It was Wei Zhong who had learned to make wine these days and made it himself using spiritual rice and small fruits from the mountains. A first-level spiritual wine. Wei Zhong discovered that he was not only exceptionally talented in magic, but also excellent in other skills. First-level spiritual wine brewing proficiency, 42%, therefore, Wei Zhongdu tried to consider learning the method of alchemy by himself. If it weren't for the lack of inheritance, I'm afraid it would have started long ago. Exactly, it's the inheritance of the true king. It's difficult for us to build the foundation, let alone the elixir forming yuanying on it. This matter has recently made the Hanju city next door uneasy. Wei Zhong was shocked and immediately sighed that he had the foresight to choose to come to Qingmu sect instead of Hanju city where casual cultivators gathered. I don't know where the news came from. A group of monks holding the secret key of inheritance are about to pass by Hanju city and go to Yunjiang mansion to receive the inheritance. It attracted a large number of monks to gather, causing the security of Hanju city to be greatly affected. Even the not monk Dan and Master Kuzu all came out to suppress the situation. Could it be that the alchemy monk is also interested in this? Who knows? But this inheritance has been going on for 8 or 9 months, and there is still no result. It's a bit strange? Brother Chu, you don't know this. Oh, could it be that Brother Ning has some gossip? Wei Zhong poured him a glass of wine and asked. Although there are multiple copies of the inheritance this time, each copy has 2 items, one is the inheritance secret key, and the other is a jade slip of the practice method, which contains a method called blood body method. This method is a method for cultivating an external incarnation. The difficulty of cultivation is so great that it has stopped a large number of cultivators. It is said that if this method has not reached a certain level, even if you hold the secret key, there will be no possibility of obtaining the inheritance. Shoo! I didn't expect there is such a trick in it. Wei Zhong thought of the jade slip of the practice method he had buried, and he didn't know if anyone had discovered it. At the same time, he also became a little curious about this method. In order to avoid disaster that day, he didn't even have time to check the method. What kind of strict method is it that can stop so many cultivators? You and I are just having fun with this rumor. Because of this method, a large number of cultivators died in Hanju city. The method of yuanying is a disaster, not a blessing, for cultivators like us. Brother Ning, that makes sense. The two clinked glasses. On the way home, Wei Zhong was thinking. This inheritance of the true Lord of the Blood Sea has indeed caused a stir in the world of cultivation, just as I expected. It was the right choice for me to abandon this method at the beginning. But whether to take it back in the future, Wei Zhong was in hesitation. As his cultivation deepened and he understood more about the road of cultivation, Wei Zhong became more and more aware of the preciousness of the method of incarnation. It is not an exaggeration to say that this method is to create another self, which can be said to give cultivators an extra life. While thinking, he had returned to the small courtyard, fed Jyotsai, and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Wei Zhong came to the practice room. At this time, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of qi refining, 25%, and his cultivation had not improved much in a year. This is because his Bilong Gong is stuck at the mastery, 99%. According to this progress, he needs at least 4 years to complete the qi training. However, he only has 2 years to live. Will he be demoted again? 2 years later, Wei Zhong was somewhat happy to leave his practice. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, qi refining level 9, 65%, skill, Bilongong mastery, 1%, lifespan, 137/142. At the moment when his lifespan was almost over, the healthcare skill finally broke through. Healed some of his injuries, and his lifespan was increased by 5 years. This was a pleasant surprise. At the same time, Wei Zhong felt that his injuries were far from being completely healed. When the healthcare skill broke through again, his lifespan would definitely increase again. With these 5 years, his cultivation could be pushed up 1 step. Then Wei Zhong immersed himself in practice again. What surprised Wei Zhong was that, along with the breakthrough of healthcare, Bilong Gong also broke through to the master level. Bilong Gong master, 1%, could it be that the Qigong method is also related to the physical body? Wei Zhong has practiced for many years and has never heard of such a thing. But in the final analysis, it is a good thing that the method has broken through. In the short term, he does not need to level up again. Maybe he can consider building a foundation within 5 years? In the following years, Wei Zhong practiced while secretly hiding his identity to inquire about the foundation. In ancient times, there were 3 levels of essence, spirit and soul in the foundation building. Essence is the physical body, qi is the spiritual energy, and spirit is the soul. Breaking through all 3 levels is the foundation building. In today's world of immortal cultivation, these 3 levels have long been separated, and those who break through one level are the foundation building. At the same time, the world also divides the foundation building into physical cultivation, spiritual cultivation, and the most mysterious soul cultivation. Spiritual cultivation is the largest type of cultivator in the world of immortal cultivation, and some cultivators will also assist in cultivating the body to reduce their shortcomings. As for the soul cultivation method, there are few rumors in this world, and only some cultivators have one or two soul cultivation secrets. Wei Zhong is currently considering the path of spiritual cultivation. His cultivation is about to be perfected. As long as he finds a foundation-building pill or one or two foundation-building spiritual objects, he can consider trying to impact the foundation. However, he still has to be careful. He must be fully prepared to impact the foundation. The experience of predecessors shows that if he fails to break through, his realm will regress at best, and his foundation will be damaged at worst. Wei Zhong does not want to affect his own path because of this. Speaking of foundation-building pills, it is interesting that Wei Zhong actually has a medicinal material in his hand, which is an important auxiliary material for refining foundation-building pills. It seems to have been obtained from the three spiritual farmers. I don't know how the Yin family spiritual farmer got this kind of pill. Is it prepared for his own foundation? Wei Zhong shook his head. This is not important. The important thing is that Wei Zhong has this medicinal material, so he has the capital to refine pills with others. Foundation-building pills are rare in the world of immortal cultivation, even in the Qingmu sect where a group of cultivators gather. Qingmu sect's own foundation-building pills were not enough, and those that fell into the hands of independent cultivators were even less. However, the recipe for the foundation-building pill was not expensive in Qingmu sect's territory, and could be bought with a few dozen spirit stones. However, there were very few alchemists who could refine this pill, and only Qi and Duan in Qingmu sect could refine it. Therefore, there was a way of joint alchemy in Qingmu sect. Each cultivator collected the medicinal materials in the recipe, jointly invited the alchemist to refine the pill, and finally divided the pills according to their contributions. The main material of the foundation-building pill is a jade marrow ganoderma that is more than 300 years old, and two important auxiliary materials are thousand-knot flower and golden essence ginseng that are more than 200 years old. There are more than 30 other auxiliary materials, but the age requirement is not high, and they are all common spiritual medicines that are easy to buy in various stores. Wei Zhong has a golden essence ginseng that is more than 200 years old. With this spiritual medicine, as long as he finds two other Taoist friends who have jade marrow ganoderma and thousand-knot flower, he can pay for the alchemist to help him make the pill. If 3 pills are made, Wei Zhong can take 1 pill from them and start to impact the foundation building. Wei Zhong concealed his identity and posted the news of the joint alchemy on the public notice board of the market. 36 spirit stones for 1 pill is not expensive for Wei Zhong, just the price of 2 top-grade nourishing qi pills. Over the years, in order to promote his cultivation more quickly, Wei Zhong has already replaced all the low and medium-grade nourishing qi pills he used in daily practice with top-grade ones. Fellow Daoist, can you please leave your address so that we can inform friends after we gather all the people? Wei Zhong used a disguised identity this time, so it was impossible for him to tell his address. Wouldn't that expose Chu Zhong's vest? No need. I will come here every 3 months to check the progress of the call. After leaving the name of Taoist Wei Zhong left the place. In the following years, Wei Zhong practiced and honed his skills, and went to check the alchemy call every 3 months. It is gratifying that in just half a year, another fellow Taoist with the main medicine was found. So far, the only main medicine missing is the 300-year-old jade marrow. However, after waiting for 3 years, there has been no news of this spiritual medicine. Is there no news about Chalcedony Ji yet? Wei Zhong asked a male monk. The latter shook his head. Chalcedony mushroom has to be 300 years old. How can it be so easy? The monk who replied was the monk Wei Zhong found, who was holding another elixir auxiliary material, thousand-knot flowers. Like Wei Zhong, he is also a 9th-level qi refining monk. He is a casual cultivator and calls himself Taoist Huangliang. The output of Chalcedony mushroom is controlled by the Qingmu sect, and the share left outside is already pitifully small. In addition, Hanzhou City has also been very uneasy recently, and the transferred immortal resources have lost another batch. I think if you want Chalcedony, there is probably no other way in the short term other than going to Hanzhou City. Wei Zhong shook his head. The current Hanzhou City is not an easy place to go. In recent years, the turmoil over the inheritance of true monarch nascent soul has not subsided, but has become more and more intense. It attracted many ascetic monks who devoted themselves to practice, and there were even pill-forming monks among them. The cultivators compete for the inherited secret treasure, and it can be said that they are fighting to the death. Even Hanzhou City's Dinghai Shenzhen and Kuzu Taoist were injured by the mysterious monk. For a time, Hanzhou City became a powder keg. How can you move forward at this time? Have you heard of another way to practice the foundation establishment pill, fellow Taoist? Why? Fellow Taoist, are you talking about the refining technique that uses second-level demon pills as the main material? Second-level monsters, those with extraordinary talents, will condense a demon pill in their bodies, which is the most precious thing in the monster. But there are very few monsters in our Mon Yuan mansion, and the second-order monsters are even more famous. They are either kept in captivity by forces like the Qingmu sect, or they are adopted as spiritual pets by senior foundation-building monks. Where can I find a second-order monster? Have you forgotten the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, fellow Taoist? Although there are few monsters in Mon Yuan Prefecture where the Qingmu sect is located, this is not the case in other places. In this world of immortality, there is a huge mountain range that stretches for several prefectures. There are many monsters in it, and it seems to be a country of its own, a paradise for monsters. Not only are there many monsters and beasts inside, but there is also no shortage of elixirs and precious materials. Many monks who have returned from the 10,000 Beasts Mountains all talk about its rich resources. But the abundance of resources also represents its degree of danger. Among them are many second-level or even higher-level monsters. According to legend, there are even great monsters that have turned into human forms. A poor Taoist would not dare to go to that kind of place. Wei Zhong shook his head. Taoist Huangliang smiled slightly. Do you, fellow Taoist Huai, have some misunderstandings about the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? According to what I heard, the Rakshasa sect in the next-door Mingluo mansion has already started to develop the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. It has now grown to a certain scale and is very safe, attracting many casual cultivators to explore it. We just need to invite a few comrades and go together. Not to mention finding the chalcedony mushroom among them. Hunting a second-level monster is also very promising. Is there such a thing? Wei Zhong has lived in Qingmu sect for a long time, so the news about him is somewhat obscured after all. True, I heard this from one of my elders. He also invited me to go to Mingluo state to develop together. I originally wanted to advance to foundation establishment before considering this matter, but now I have to change my plan. Naturally, Wei Zhong would not just listen to what he said. Fellow Taoist, give me some more time and I'll think about it. Then please reply to me in 1 month, fellow Taoist. If there is no news about Chalcedony after 1 month, I will leave this place and go to Mingluo Mansion. After the two separated, Wei Zhong immediately went everywhere to inquire about the news, and sure enough he heard such rumors in the public. This Rakshasa sect is really brave for daring to develop the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Throughout the ages, sects have done this, but they have never ended well. It's okay for monks to go into the mountains occasionally to kill a few ineffective monsters. You, a sect member, wants to cut me up like a vegetable. Isn't this looking for death? I don't know how this Rakshasa sect dared. Wei Zhong shook his head, already rejecting Huangliang's proposal in his heart. Not to mention whether you can gain anything in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, just going to the underworld state is a long journey, and you may encounter robbery by the robbery cultivators, which is really dangerous. Wei Zhong still has time, so he can continue to wait in Qingmu sect. 1 month later, Wei Zhong rejected Taoist Huangliang and continued to practice. A year later, his lifespan was approaching, and at the same time, his qi refining cultivation had reached the point where he could no longer make any progress. During this period, Wei Zhong slowed down his practice of Bai Lang Gong and shifted his focus to healthy kung fu. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, 9th level of qi refining, 99%, kung fu, Bilong master, 13%, health kung fu proficiency, 36%, Shouyuan, 141.9/142. After 5 years of accumulation, the progress of health preserving skills has only increased by less than 1/3, and it is still as difficult to practice as ever. But corresponding to the difficulty, the effect was extraordinary. Wei Zhong felt that he was becoming more energetic, unlike an old man whose life was approaching. But now he has reached the end of his lifespan and needs to reach the Krypton level again. Lower 1 level of realm in exchange for 10 years of life. The spiritual power in the body is still reduced, but in exchange for the activity of the body, the lifespan is increased by another 10 years. With this method, why go to the 10,000 Beasts Mountains to take risks? Just when he was lamenting his method, a white pigeon appeared outside the yard, and Wei Zhong took off the gold post in its mouth. Building the foundation at Luoming Rock, holding a banquet to entertain your colleagues? Wei Zhong counted with his fingers and found that he had been in Qingmu sect for 8 years. This Luoming Rock was the 9th level of qi refining 8 years ago, and now it has finally established its foundation. As expected of a sect disciple, he must have access to the foundation establishment pill. After getting ready, Wei Zhong planned to go to the banquet. After all, he was the nephew of his friend, the casual cultivator Chuhi, and now he had sent him an invitation, so he had to go. He took out 10 jars of first-level spiritual wine from the cellar, and Wei Zhong planned to use them as a gift. This spiritual wine was called King Luozui, and it was created by himself. Many precious first-level spiritual fruits were used, and the cost alone was no less than 200 spiritual stones. Moreover, the taste was extraordinary, and it was considered a fine product among the first-level spiritual wines. Moreover, the quantity was large, and it could almost be used for a small banquet. 3 days later, Wei Zhong invited Ning Sankuan, the deacon of Ning, to go to the banquet together. Fellow Taoist Chu has already reached the 6th level of qi refining? Seeing the cultivation level revealed by Wei Zhong, Ning Sankuan was surprised. You know, Wei Zhong has only been in Qingmu's sect for 8 years, and he has jumped 2 levels from the 4th level of qi refining to the 6th level of qi refining. Could this person have a spiritual body? There are many cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation who have special spiritual bodies. Even if the spiritual roots of the cultivators are average, they can achieve a cultivation speed that is not inferior to that of medium-grade or even high-grade spiritual roots with the help of the spiritual bodies. Ning Sankuan secretly guessed. I don't know. Maybe I'm just willing to spend spiritual stones. In recent years, I have been full of various spiritual pills and spiritual wine. My cultivation has also been constantly breaking through under this accumulation. Wei Zhong smiled and touched his head. This was done by Wei Zhong on purpose to lay a foundation for his own foundation building in the future, and also to accelerate the manifestation of his cultivation and climb up to Luo Mingyan. The relationship between the two was just created by interests, and it would not last long. Only those who keep up with the cultivation can be true companions. While talking, the two had already arrived at the banquet. Outer Sect Deacon Ning Sankuan presented a pair of dragon and phoenix gems. Sanxiu Chuzhong presented 10 jars of first-level spiritual wine Qing Luozue. I am very grateful to the friends who voted for me in the past few days. I also thank the friends who read this book in the past few days. Your support is my motivation to continue writing. In just 8 years, you have advanced to the 6th level of qi refining, and you have lived up to the expectations of fellow Taoist Chua. Luo Mingyan looked at Wei Zhong in the audience with some satisfaction. This is all thanks to Luo Bo for finding me a good job. Wei Zhong bowed his head and said. Luo Mingyan shook his head. Alas, what good job as a spiritual farmer. You still have to work hard on your own. Now that Luo Mingyan has built his foundation, he is no longer the same as before, so Wei Zhong must at least be respectful on the surface. Ning Sankuan, as Luo Mingyan's elder, does not need to do so. He praised Wei Zhong. Not only that, Chu Zhong has learned a good skill in brewing spiritual wine over the years. He often asks the old man to drink with him. The taste of the spiritual wine is really better than the 10-mile fragrance of Chunfeng Tower. Wei Zhong secretly praised in his heart that it was not in vain to send wine to this old man. Oh, it turned out that my nephew brewed it himself. Then he ordered the servants to serve the King Luozui sent by Wei Zhong to the banquet. The three of them exchanged greetings for a while, and Luo Mingyan invited the guests to take their seats. Wei Zhong sat beside the wine table below the stage. He looked around and found that the audience was full of qi refining cultivators, except for the 4 foundation building cultivators sitting with Luo Mingyan on the stage. Everyone knew what they were talking about, but the audience couldn't hear clearly. Are those 4 seniors also Luo Bo's friends? Wei Zhong tasted the spiritual food on the table and said to Ning Sankuan beside him. The latter put down the wine glass and smiled, yes and no, but it will be in the future. Wei Zhong had long understood his habit of keeping things a secret, so he poured him a glass of spiritual wine. Ning Sankuan drank half a cup and explained, the 4 seniors, from left to right, are the 4th, 5th, and 7th true disciples in the sect. As for the last senior in a red robe, he is a casual cultivator who is building a foundation. He is called Taoist Huyang and is a well-known foundation master in Mingyue Market. Wei Zhong often heard about the 7 foundation building true disciples of Qingmu's sect and the casual cultivator Taoist Huyang, but this was the first time he saw their real faces. The 7th true disciple among the 3 true disciples is Mingyan's old acquaintance. His name is Xin Yuqi. He has the dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. He is a disciple of Senior Duan, the master of the Dan Hall in the sect. Is it Senior Duan who was good at refining foundation pills? Yes, it is Senior Duan. Mingyan's foundation building this time is also inseparable from the help of the disciple of the master of the Dan Hall. Wei Zhong suddenly realized. Among the other two true disciples, the female senior is the fourth true disciple Lin Muxue, who is proficient in the five elements magic and is a disciple of the Yu Palace Master of the Dharma Hall. And the fifth true disciple Luo Jigang, who has the name of the indestructible Vajra, is a person who has built a foundation for physical cultivation and is a disciple of the Zhao Palace Master of the Qi Palace. The Qingmu sect has three halls, Dan, Qi, and Fa. The three hall masters are all Jindan cultivators with extraordinary strength. All the true disciples of the sect can be disciples of one of them. I wonder which hall Ming Yan will be in this time. Ning Sankuan raised his glass and sighed. But Wei Zhong didn't want to agree with him. At this moment, he only thought about the seventh true disciple who had the way to build a foundation pill. Brother Luo's spiritual wine is really good. It can even warm the body, Lin Muxue said in admiration. After hearing this, the other people all tasted the spiritual wine. Luo Jigang said with some regret, if that's true, it's a pity that it's only a first-level spiritual wine, and its effect on me is minimal. But it still has some effect on you. Drinking it all year round has a certain strengthening effect on the physical body. I didn't expect my cheap nephew to have such a skill. Luo Mingyan also sighed, if you like it, I'll ask him to brew more for you someday. In that case, I'll be disrespectful to refuse. Hu Yang Taoist smiled, and his wrinkled face looked like a chrysanthemum blooming. The other cultivators also responded one after another. Speaking of which, the timing of your advancement to foundation building this time is quite clever, Lin Muxue said here with a funny glance at Shinyuchi, otherwise, I would have to enter the secret realm to search for spiritual medicine this time. Luo Mingyan was a little embarrassed. As a disciple of the sect, he naturally understood that Sister Lin was talking about the Qingchuan secret realm controlled by the Qingmu sect. This secret realm is the exclusive secret realm of Qingmu sect. It was discovered by the founder of Qingmu sect 100 years ago. The reason why Qingmu sect was established here is also because of this secret realm. It is rich in resources and has many kinds of spiritual medicines. Among them are the medicinal materials needed to refine the foundation building pill. Sister, please don't make fun of me. Last time, I searched hard for 10 days in the secret realm and only found 2 auxiliary medicines, 1000 knot flower and golden essence ginseng. The most important jade marrow Ganoderma was not even seen. If I go again, I am not sure, so I asked Brother Shin for help. Shinyuchi shook his head, between you and me, what's the point of asking for help or not? Taoist Hu Yang on the side also showed an interested look, oh, there is such a thing. I also won a secret realm entry at the auction. I took the opportunity to find a jade marrow Ganoderma by chance, and then I asked Senior Duan to refine the foundation building pill, and with it, I broke through to the foundation building stage. Luo Jigang said, to be honest with Mr. Hu, the current Qingchuan secret realm is not as good as before. Luo Mingyan hesitated, Senior Brother Luo, the latter shook his head, it's okay, this is not a secret, it will be announced to the public in a few days. The Qingchuan secret realm has been passed down for a long time, and the specific time is no longer traceable. It is only known that there are rich spiritual medicine resources in it. Our Qingmu sect has always opened the secret realm every 10 years, and has used its convenience to cultivate a large number of excellent disciples for our sect. However, with the continuous mining, the secret realm is gradually unable to keep up with the supply, and there is a reduction in resources. Luo Mingyan asked with some doubts, why not close the secret realm for a few more decades? Shinyuchi explained, because in addition to overexploitation, there is another more important reason, that is, the loss of spiritual energy in the secret realm. In other words, even if the secret realm is closed, it can no longer provide a good growth environment for spiritual medicine. Instead, it will cause the sect to no longer obtain any spiritual medicine from it. Luo Mingyan was stunned. He didn't expect that there was such a deep-seated reason for his inability to find the jade marrow Ganoderma. Hu Yang Daoist was shocked, how could it be so? Not only the sect cultivators of Qingmu sect rely on this secret realm, but also other independent cultivators. Lin Muxue shook her head, the specific reason is unknown. But my master said an interesting reason a few days ago, that Qingchuan secret realm is being integrated into this world, and the loss of spiritual energy is not disappearing out of thin air, but flowing into this vast cultivation world. Shinyuchi echoed, my master also supports what master you said. And it's not just my Qingmu sect that has problems with the secret realm. The secret realm of the Luosha sect in the next door Mingluo mansion also has this situation. As early as a few years ago, the Luosha sect almost gave up the secret realm and turned its attention to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. 10,000 Beasts mountain range, how dare the Luosha sect provoke those monsters? This, I don't know. Luo Jigang said. In short, in order to deal with this secret realm dilemma, the sect plans to completely plunder the secret realm next time. This time, not only will a large number of chi-refining cultivators in the sect be dispatched, but a large number of secret realm qualifications will also be sold to independent cultivators. Signed, thank you for supporting my readers. Thank you for my editor. After the banquet, the cultivators dispersed, but Luo Mingyan called Wei Zhong to his side and told him in a few words that the predecessors who had established their foundation were interested in the Qing Luo Zue he brood. Among them was the master of the Dan Palace. Wei Zhong was worrying about how to get close to him, and this opportunity came to him. I didn't expect that my Qing Luo Zue actually has some ability to nourish the body. My body has been nourished too well by the health-preserving exercises. Isn't it obvious? Don't worry, Luo Bo, I will definitely brew a few more jars when I go back. There are still a few jars in stock in the courtyard, and I will send them to Luo Bo right away. Luo Mingyan was pleased that Wei Zhong was quite tactful, but he did not tell him about the secret realm. In Luo Mingyan's eyes, Xu Zhong was just a cultivator who had just reached the 6th level of qi refining, and was still a small realm away from establishing his foundation, so he could not get involved in this matter. Wei Zhong left, took the wine stored in his home, and sent it to Luo Mingyan's cave. He did not mention the matter of the 7th master. It is too early now, and we need to contact more through spirit wine, and make a request when the time is right. Wei Zhong made up his mind to work hard on brewing skills when he returned, and grasped this line well, because the matter of foundation building pills might depend on it. The brewing inheritance of 2nd level spirit wine also needs to be put on the agenda. 1st level spirit wine can only interest foundation building at most, and it is not a precious thing. 3 days later, Qingmu sect released a piece of news, which shocked many sect cultivators and independent cultivators, and caused an uproar in Mingyue market. 2 years later, Qingmu sect will open the Qingchuan secret realm, and will sell a large number of secret realm entry qualifications. Both sect cultivators and independent cultivators can participate. This secret realm opening is different from the past. Qingmu sect will not charge any money for resources obtained by non-sectarians in the secret realm. If you collect precious spiritual medicines such as jade marrow ganoderma, you can pay the fee to give it to the sect's alchemist to refine it into a pill, or you can exchange it for equivalent spiritual stones. Special notice, the resources of the Qingchuan secret realm are in urgent need, please consider carefully. Brother, is it really okay to tell independent cultivators about the lack of resources in the secret realm? The Lord of the Dharma Hall, Yu Shanglan, said. In the meeting room, Nye Yuansen shifted his attention away from the jade slip in his hand and said lightly, "What's wrong?" This person is the leader of Qingmu sect. He is in the middle stage of Jindan cultivation and has the qualification of a single wood spiritual root. He is the most promising Jindan Jinwen in Qingmu sect. Nye Yuansen replied, then turned his head to the side and asked, Brother Duan, if you were a casual cultivator before, and you were allowed to spend 300 spirit stones to buy a chance to enter the secret realm. You were overjoyed, but found that the secret realm had already been plowed by the sect disciples, leaving only some worthless spirit herbs. What would you think? The head of the Dan Palace, Duan Delong, grabbed his gray beard and replied, then I would definitely think that the Qingmu sect is too much and deceived casual cultivators like us. From now on, I will no longer sell my elixirs to the Qingmu sect, and I will ask the masters to avenge this calculation in the future. The head of the Qi Palace was a hot-tempered person. When he opened his mouth, thunder rolled, shocking Yu Shanglan, who was sitting next to him, frowned and covered her ears. Why do you need to use others to take revenge? I would have gone to their door long ago. Seeing that the two brothers of this sect always wanted to seek revenge from their own sect, those who didn't know would think that they were undercover agents sent by some sect. Yu Shanglan couldn't help but hold her forehead. Nye Yuansen put the jade slip in his hand on the table. Look, even junior brother Duan and junior brother Zhao said so it must be right. And isn't this what we discussed early in the morning? Now that it has been announced, it's better to think about other things than whether this matter is safe or not. He glanced at the three people. How are the elixirs in the alchemy hall, the magic tools in the instrument hall, and the spells and talismans in the magic hall prepared? The three looked at each other. All are ready. Okay, for this secret realm, our sect can sell both secret realm qualifications and elixirs, magic tools and other cultivation materials. The spiritual stones earned from this are probably more than the total income from the previous secret realms, which can be regarded as the last residual heat of this secret realm. There will be no such good opportunity in the future. Brother, is there really no way to maintain the secret realm anymore? Duan Delong said with some regret. In the past 100 years, Duan Delong relied on the output in the secret realm to practice spiritual medicine and improve his alchemy skills. Now that the Qingchuan secret realm has been broken, it is particularly regrettable. Nie Yuansen shook his head. The process of the secret realm being integrated into this cultivation world is irreversible. This is probably the last time the secret realm is opened. I don't know where we will meet next time. Zhao Bai touched his shiny bald head. What a pity. My ancestors once said that there might be a spiritual transformation or even more profound inheritance in it. I didn't expect that it would be destined to be with us. Yu Shanglan said, Brother Zhao, didn't you uncover the floor of the inheritance hall and didn't find it? Maybe the sect's transmission is wrong. At this moment, a deep male voice sounded. There is indeed a profound inheritance in the secret realm. My Qingmu sect has absorbed some of the essence from it. The three hall masters immediately stood up and saluted. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. Nie Yuansen just stood up and bowed, meeting Uncle Master. No need to be polite. The man in green robes gently lifted up the three people. Sit down. The man had white eyebrows and beard, holding a green rui half the height of a person in his hand. The inheritance of the secret realm is indeed a thing, but our Qingmu sect has only obtained the first half, and the highest can only reach the pill formation. To get the nascent soul, we must use other methods. Our ancestor has absorbed the essence and integrated it into ourselves. That's why we have this spring and autumn evergreen gong. Among the four people present, only Nie Yuansen and Duan Delong practice this method. Yu Shanglan practices a method called 5 turns of flowing clouds. As for Zhao Baixing, who is good at body training, he practices the body training method Golden Thunder. Ju. Our sect has not been able to obtain follow-up inheritance from it for hundreds of years, so there is probably no chance. Supreme Elder Lian Qingjue showed a trace of regret in his words. However, he regained his energy after taking a breath and said, I came to see you 4 brothers and sisters about the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Nie Yuansen was the first to ask, but is there a conclusion? That's right, our human monks have reached an agreement with the monsters, allowing humans to enter the 10,000 Beasts mountains to mine elixirs and spiritual materials, and even capture and kill the monsters. Nie Yuansen was overjoyed. Great, this can solve the resource dilemma of our sect. The Mingluo mansion was several years ahead of the Mon Yuan mansion, and now it has finally waited for us. What if a high-level demon clan takes action and kills my human descendant? Yu Shanglan expressed her worries. Lian Qingjue shook his head. The high-level demon tribe will not take action unless you take the initiative to provoke them. If they sacrifice their face, it depends on whether they can afford the price of taking action. Speaking of this, Lian Qingjue, the supreme elder of the Qingmu sect, had a glimmer of light in his eyes. The Qingchuan secret realm opens every 10 years and will be opened again 2 years later. A large number of secret realm entry quotas are sold, and the cultivation is limited to qi refining. It turns out that the Qingmu sect is still in charge of such a secret realm of the immortal family, which contains many elixirs and treasures, including 3 important elixirs needed to refine the foundation establishment pill. However, looking at the announcement from the Aoki sect, it seems that most of the good things have been looted by them. After purchasing more detailed information about this secret realm from an information dealer, Wei Zhong discovered that this secret realm had been inherited by the Qingmu sect for a long time, and its internal output was the foundation for the Qingmu sect to dominate this place. Most of the monsters inside have been cleared away by the Qingmu sect, so there is no worry of monster invasion. Even if there are, they are just some ineffective little monsters. As a secret realm existence, there are some dangerous places that the Aoki sect cannot handle. But as long as you strictly follow the methods in the intelligence to pass or bypass it, it won't be a big problem. Then the only danger comes from fellow travelers who enter the secret realm together to hunt for treasure. Wei Zhong thought for a moment and then made up his mind to participate. My own strength is not considered top-notch in qi refining, but it is definitely top-notch among the elite. As long as there is no conflict with monks who are traveling together with many people, even if they encounter a strong one, there is no need to worry about escaping. Of course, the more important thing is that it would be a pity not to go to such a safe secret place. It would be better to have the opportunity to find the elixir needed for the foundation establishment pill, so that there is no need to deliberately climb the connections on the Luoming rock. He has too many secrets, so he should stay away from these sect forces. In the market, the secret realm qualifications are already abuzz even before they go on sale. I don't know how many shops have begun selling various magic weapons, elixirs, talismans, and other items. Merchants know that monks who intend to explore the secret realm need to improve their strength most at this moment. The The Qingmu sect has already said that there is a shortage of resources in the secret realm. How can we surpass other comrades if we don't increase our strength? Rejuvenation pill, the best rejuvenation pill, take one pill, and the injury will recover immediately. It is a good helper for monks to fight and explore the secret realm. Spirit-seeking technique is a necessary technique for searching for spiritual objects in secret realms. If you don't want to miss the treasure, you must learn this technique. Wei Zhong became interested and stepped forward to check the price. It was 100 low-grade spiritual stones. It's really expensive. Even though it's a first-level high-grade spell, the price is still too outrageous. Wei Zhong remembered that he spent only 50 spirit stones to buy a collection of spiritual arts. Although the spells were of low grade and incomplete, it also provided him with a powerful boost. However, looking at the crowd swarming in, Wei Zhong spilled a handful of spiritual stones and took a magic jade slip from the shopping guide monk. A male cultivator outside the door saw that all the monks came to buy this spirit-seeking technique, and sneered, "A bunch of fools, there are only 2 years left before the secret realm is opened. If you buy this technique, you will probably only be able to find miscellaneous flowers and weeds in the secret realm." Wei Zhong's expression remained unchanged as he passed by him. "Senior brother Yuan, this is the shop of the sect Zhuangjinjuan, why don't you talk nonsense here?" Then he pulled up his sleeves. "Perhaps this is also the sect's idea. Haven't you seen the constant supply of goods in these stores? When did our sect have so much inventory?" The latter's expression changed. "What junior sister Yun said is that we should hurry up and find the spirit-seeking rat. During this trip to the secret realm, I must collect all the elixirs to refine the foundation establishment pill." Before they finished speaking, the two of them left hand in hand. Wei Zhong walked out from the side and looked at the leading figures of the two men in sect uniforms. Qingbai uniform, inner disciple. With this secret realm open, the Aoki sect will make the most money after all. They not only sell places in the secret realm, but also sell elixirs, spells and other protective items while the monks are eager to improve their strength. As a modern person in his previous life, Wei Zhong is naturally very familiar with this. I am afraid that this sale will exceed all the income that the Qingmu sect will get from the secret realm this time. A ghost rat? It's really worth buying one, but the price is probably sky high. Walking towards the shop selling spirit beasts, Wei Zhong heard a familiar voice. 500 spirit stones, why don't you go and grab them? The voice of the male disciple was a bit hysterical. The spirit-seeking rat was only a first-level monster. Although there were not many monsters in Mon Yuan Mansion, the price of this rat was always between 200 and 300 spirit stones. Now it has doubled. Junior brother, this is also a special period and there is nothing we can do. This is the price set by the elders of the sect. Junior brother is free to buy it, and we will never force it. Ji Wenping was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. "Then I won't buy it, I'll rent one." The rental fee is 100 low-grade spiritual stones, and the deposit is 500 low-grade spiritual stones. Why do inner disciples still need a deposit? Junior brother, please forgive me during this special period. Ji Wenping held the storage bag without saying a word. In order to improve his strength, he had spent almost all the spiritual stones in his hands. The 300 spirit stones that he planned to buy the spirit rat were borrowed from his fellow apprentices. Little did he know that the price of the spirit rat had increased so outrageously that it would be enough to double the spirit stones in his hand. Rental requires a deposit of 500 spirit stones. I have never heard of inner disciples requiring a deposit to rent spirit beasts. Wei Zhong looked on and almost laughed out loud. This Qingmu sect is so ruthless, even killing its own disciples at this time. However, the price of this spirit rat is indeed a bit high, so I might as well collect some spirit stones to buy a good magic weapon. Wei Zhong turned around and left. The sound of two people talking came from behind. "Senior brother, I still have some spiritual stones here." "Alas, junior sister, how can I use your..." The voice gradually became inaudible. Wei Zhong knew his advantage, that is, the speed of practicing magic and skills was much faster than that of ordinary cultivators. Although he could practice the beast taming method to a very high level in the past 2 years, there was a limit to the spiritual beast. It was far less cost-effective than practicing a soul-seeking method by himself. He took the spirit stone to the spiritual equipment pavilion and exchanged it for a first-grade superior magic sword and a first-grade superior shield, and then stopped. Wei Zhong changed back to Chu Zhong's appearance and returned home. He took a pot of spirit wine to find Ning Sankuan, but saw that the deacon in charge of the spiritual field had changed. After asking, he learned that Ning Sunkuan had completed this mission and concentrated on practicing to prepare for the secret realm 2 years later. Wei Zhong left the spirit wine to the new deacon. On the way back, he remembered that Ning Sunkuan was now at the 9th level of qi refining, but he did not dare to impact the foundation building because he did not have a foundation building pill. Now that I am afraid that my lifespan is not much, I am trying to make a breakthrough in this secret realm. Maybe I can meet him in the secret realm. Of course, Wei Zhong will enter as a stranger cultivator. Back to his own courtyard, Wei Zhong immersed himself in cultivation. Now the only task is to practice magic power to perfection, and then practice magic, especially the soul-seeking magic. The resources in the secret realm are scarce, and if I want to get the chance to get spiritual medicine before other cultivators, I have to rely on this magic. 3 months later, Qingmu sect held a ceremony for the 8th true disciple Luo Mingyan. To Wei Zhong's surprise, he did not worship in the Dan Palace, but worshipped under the master of the Dharma Palace Yu. At the same time, the secret realm quota was also sold, and was immediately snatched by high-level refining cultivators. On this day, Wei Zhong took down the birdcage in the courtyard and put the 9 colors into the spirit beast bag. He changed his appearance and form, used the breath-containing technique, put on a large black robe and hood, and headed to Fengshe. Today is the day when the secret realm opens. It seems that due to the special time today, many of the large number of people gathered in the market came from other places. Wei Zhong's outfit did not stand out in the crowd. The shouting in the market has not stopped for 2 years, but it is even more lively because the secret realm is open today. Boom! There was a thunder in the clear sky, and a figure stood in the sky above Fengshe. It's Xiao Bai, a pill-forming monk and the master of the Qingmu sect's weapon hall. It is said that he is on the path of physical cultivation. His body is so strong that he can fortify 3rd-level magic weapons. I never thought that he would be the one to hold the opening of the secret realm today. The well-informed among the cultivators have already seen where this person came from. Wei Zhong looked at his body flying through the void with a hint of curiosity. The path to physical cultivation seems to be good. Most spiritual skills rely on spiritual power. If the spiritual power is exhausted during a battle, the decline in strength will be extremely terrifying. Unlike physical training that relies on one's own body, it has a hint of overcoming all laws with one force. Comrades, I will preside over the opening of this secret realm. The voice of the words was like rolling thunder, and the monks below could hear it clearly. The sound is like thunder. Could it be the thunder system body refining technique that he has cultivated? Wei Zhong guessed secretly. Those who are interested in exploring the secret realm, please hold the token and follow me there. Others, please stay away. After saying that, it turned into a rainbow and flew towards the Qingmu sect's mountain gate, leaving a golden mark in the air. Is the entrance really within the mountain gate? Wei Zhong followed the flow of people step by step. At the same time, the voice of the elder named Zhao came to my ears. Sneak along the rainbow light, don't leave too far, otherwise you will trigger the ban and bear the consequences. At this moment, no one wanted to cause trouble at this critical moment, so the cultivators stayed close to Changhong. Some people control flying swords, and some people cast spells. Wei Zhong stepped on the auspicious clouds at his feet, step after step, not slowing down at all, and followed the golden rainbow light to a valley. There are many disciples of Qingmu sect waiting here. They were divided into 3 teams, with scattered true disciples arranged on each side. The Lord of the Dan Palace is floating in the air. Seeing that the casual cultivator had arrived, he shouted, "Disciples, please give me a helping hand. Respect the order of the Lord of the Palace." A silver beam of light rose from Zhao Bai's arms, and 6 golden beams of light also came from the hands of each disciple and gathered in it. The 2 lights worked together to form a dazzling sun in the sky. Even Zhao Bai, a pill-forming body cultivator, could not withstand its power and fell to the ground. All the cultivators were thinking that something terrible was happening. The void was torn apart by the dazzling light, and a gap appeared. Through it, the beautiful scenery inside could be vaguely seen. The hole grew bigger and bigger, finally stopping at 10 feet, and the sun went out. Only then did the fear in the hearts of the cultivators dissipate. The secret realm has been opened, why don't you enter? Thunder sounded, and the sect disciples and casual cultivators filed in. Seeing the cultivators entering, Zhao Baikai muttered in a low voice, "The power of the void is so terrifying. Senior brother is right. The void passage that opens the secret realm is so unstable. It seems that the secret realm cannot be preserved." Then he said to the surrounding disciples, "You wait here to guard the passage." "Yes." Then it turned into a golden light and disappeared. The Hall Master's lightning skills are becoming more and more sophisticated. This golden thunder technique is indeed a thunder-based body refining technique. It is extremely overbearing. Just now, my mind was captured by it. I am afraid that the master's cultivation level is far from the middle stage of pill formation. It's not far away. The remaining disciples sighed in admiration and turned their eyes towards Luo Jigang, the fifth true disciple. Don't look at me. Master's cultivation is not something we can discuss at will. We should guard the passage to prevent anyone from sabotaging it. Senior brother is joking. This is the heart of our sect. No evil cultivator would dare to risk entering this place. Despite saying this, everyone focused their attention on the void passage in midair, and then spread out to guard the surrounding area. How's it going? It was Zhao Bai who was leaving, looking at Duan Delong carrying a half-dead figure. 3 of them came, I'll catch one to death, and I'll go catch the remaining 2, junior sister you. Zhao Bai pushed away the corpse's face towel and said doubtfully, where is this kid? Duan Delong shook his head, I don't know. I, the Qingmu sect, have inherited it for so many years, and I have had as many as 800 enemies, from 1,000 to 800. Apart from being a master of magic, this man has no other characteristics. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice sounded, I have discovered something, you two might as well take a look. But it was Yu Xianglan who chased the other 2 intruders back and threw them on the ground. The clothes of the corpse were deliberately torn, and inhuman features such as scales and tails could be seen. Demon cultivator? Both of them were stunned. Human immortal cultivators mostly practice spiritual methods. Only those who lack qualifications and are trapped in a realm will practice demon methods in order to achieve breakthroughs. As a result, various monster characteristics will appear on their bodies. These are the minions of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Over the years, the world of human cultivators has been thinking about the mountain of 10,000 beasts, and the monsters in the mountain of 10,000 beasts are not like this. 3 foundations, 1 demon and 2 demons, you are really willing to spend money. Zhao Bai sneered. I don't know if this devil kid was bewitched by some idiot to break into my Qingmu sect. Do you think that my Qingmu sect protecting formation is a vegetarian? You can't say that. Yu Xianglan waved her sleeve, and 2 pointed cones appeared in the air. 2nd level forbidden cone? Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Bai's forehead. If the 2 of them had activated these 2 things when they opened the passage, they would have destroyed the opening of the secret realm. At the same time, the surrounding qi refining monks, both sect disciples and casual cultivators, will be affected. He will protect up to 6 foundation building disciples and leave. Thinking of it at this time, I suddenly felt scared. Duan Delong was a bit calmer. With the 2 of him protecting him, nothing would go wrong. Junior sister is so powerful that she was able to capture and kill him without even being able to use the forbidden all. Senior brother, I highly praised it. However, this matter still needs to be reported to the headmaster for his decision. That's how it should be. Wei Zhong felt the world spin for a while, and when he opened his eyes, he found that he had left the Green Valley and entered the secret realm. There is a blue sky above, gray rocks below, and undulating mountains and rivers around. It truly deserves to be called the secret land of Qingchuan. Stepping on the auspicious clouds, Wei Zhong checked the surrounding terrain. This should be the edge of Luoxia Valley, not far from Woling Cliff, one of the growth areas of Chalcedony mushroom. With luck, I have a chance to arrive before others. Wei Zhong took out the magic sword and held it in his hand. He had entered the secret realm now, so he had to be careful. The clouds and mist rose under the feet, and when they dissipated, Wei Zhong was no longer visible. While on the road, Wei Zhong's eyes flashed with golden runes, and the surrounding scenery suddenly had different colors. Some were as dull as gray stones, while others were of various colors, with different depths. This is exactly the effect of the soul-seeking technique. Soul-seeking technique mastery, 68%, in less than 2 years, Wei Zhong has mastered this technique from entry level to mastery. In a short period of time, he has gone through a level that many cultivators cannot reach in decades. Soul-seeking technique, strictly speaking, is a special spell that condenses runes in the eyes. Activating this rune can glimpse the surrounding spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy there is, the darker the color. Glancing at a touch of light red on the edge of the cliff, it is the fire attribute spiritual fruit commonly seen in these mountains and rivers, the Yinjiang fruit. The taste is bitter, but the spiritual energy contained is not bad, and it is quite good for making wine. Wei Zhong has already picked a large piece and stuffed it into his storage bag. Therefore, he did not stop when he saw this fruit on the road, and continued to rush towards his destination with the cloud lifted up. On the way, Wei Zhong had seen several rays of light, all of which seem to be heading towards the direction of Wuling Cliff. It seems that there are too many cultivators coming in. Wei Zhong sighed and continued to look at the road. He could only hope that he could find the Jade Marrow Ganoderma first with his spiritual advantage. As they got closer to the direction of Wuling Cliff, the rays of light gradually increased. There were 7 or 8 people, most of whom were disciples of Qingmu's sect wearing blue and white Taoist robes, gathering together. There were few figures of independent cultivators. Could it be that Qingmu's sect knew what treasures there were, and the news left by the last batch of entrants? Wei Zhong turned and used the breath-concealing technique to follow these cultivators of the sect in the forest and the rocks below. At the same time, halfway through the journey, he found that there were independent cultivators who had the same plan as him. It was a pity that their tracking was a bit rough, and the movements they revealed were quickly discovered by the disciples above. "Brother, there are independent cultivators following us," the disciple behind said to the leading cultivator of the 8th level of qi refining. The Qingchuan secret realm not only has the Jade Marrow Ganoderma, 1000 knot flower and golden ginseng essence needed to refine the foundation building pill, but also has various spiritual medicines needed to refine other pills. Therefore, not all the cultivators who entered the secret realm this time came for the foundation building. Among this group of inner disciples, there is only one who is at the 8th level of qi refining, and the others are at the 7th or 6th level of qi refining. After discussing for a while, the few of them stopped their escape light and said directly to the people behind them, "The fellows who are following us, can you show up and talk?" Seeing that their whereabouts were broken, the 3 of them showed up. With a lot of spiritual pressure, they were all at the 9th level of qi refining. The hearts of the Qingmu sect disciples sank slightly, and the leader spoke first. "You all came for the foundation building spiritual medicine. Unfortunately, we don't know where the foundation building spiritual medicine is. Can you please stop following us?" An old man with sunken eyes among the casual cultivators laughed and said, "We are not following you, but just on the way." The other 2 casual cultivators also echoed. The eyes of several young Qingmu sect disciples seemed to be flaming with fire, and they were about to fight. But they were stopped by the leading disciple. "Don't worry, although we have more people, our realm is not as good as theirs, and we can't beat them." "Then, senior brother, what about the spiritual medicine? Let's go to the nearby gathering place first. There should be a senior brother of our sect who is at the 9th level of qi refining. Invite him and make plans together. For now, this is the only way." After communicating through voice transmission, several people quickly came to a conclusion. Although the contribution will be divided into a part by them, there is nothing they can do. Several casual cultivators have been following, and they can't collect the key spiritual medicine. Wei Zhong watched the confrontation between the 2 men from below. The disciple of Qingmu's sect kept communicating with them, knowing that if he followed them, he would suffer no good consequences. So he secretly changed his direction and headed towards the suspicious resource point marked on the intelligence map. Behind him, the inner disciples turned their light and ignored the 3 casual cultivators behind them. "Fellow Taoist Wu, are we still following?" The old man with sunken eyes answered, "Follow, why not? What if those people are bluffing? Wouldn't we miss a precious spiritual medicine? And with the cultivation of you and me, who else in this secret realm can take us down?" Then the 3 of them turned into light and continued to follow. The difference was that after being exposed this time, the 3 of them no longer hid at all and followed behind those disciples openly. As if the cultivators he met just now were a coincidence, Wei Zhong did not meet other cultivators on the rest of his journey. Wu Ridge Cliff is a very large area, not a cliff, but a series of mountains. This area is named because it is located on a high peak and is covered by clouds. The fog blocks the view of the distance, and even the spiritual consciousness is almost useless here, and it is difficult to extend out of the body. At this moment, in Wei Zhong's eyes, even the clouds in the air have a bright color, and the concentration of spiritual energy in this area is extremely rich. No wonder there are spiritual objects like jade marrow growing here. It's troublesome to find it. Wei Zhong casually cut off the head of the demon snake sticking out from the cracks in the mountains above his head. There are even more demon beasts in this area than in other places. Wei Zhong searched for spiritual objects along the cliff, one mountain after another, and various spiritual lights flashed in his eyes. After searching for a while, he found a lot of ordinary spiritual medicines, but he didn't see the shadow of jade marrow. Alas, it is not a good idea to keep searching like this. If we keep searching like a headless fly, we will probably not get anything until the secret realm time is over. Jade marrow Ganoderma is an ordinary Ganoderma that grows on rotten spiritual wood. It has undergone a transformation because it absorbs the essence of spiritual wood. The jade in its stem is the essence, so it is named chalcedony. It should look like white jade in my eyes. And rotten spiritual wood, I have never seen it after searching for so long. At most, it is a spiritual plant as thick as a hemp stalk. I don't know how those sect disciples found it. Wei Zhong searched everywhere and suddenly heard the sound of water. Following the sound, he actually found a waterfall in the mountains. The waterfall is not big, only 2 feet wide, but such a small waterfall carries abundant spiritual energy. It emits various colors of halos on the rocks below. Such abundant spiritual energy, if you practice here for 1 day, it may be equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. Wei Zhong was a little envious, but he knew that this was not the time to practice. Approaching the waterfall, 2 tree trunks grew on both sides, diagonally inserted into the waterfall. Sure enough, it is a spiritual tree. Wei Zhong was delighted and went up along the waterfall. The mist became thicker. He could barely see the trees in the distance. When he walked forward, he realized that it was a spiritual forest. I found the right place. Wei Zhong held the magic sword in his right hand tighter, and held the black ball in his left hand at the same time. His whole body was tense, ready to activate the golden body technique at any time. With extreme caution, Wei Zhong stepped into the forest. Although there are many spiritual trees in this forest, most of them have barely reached the threshold of first-level spiritual trees, and are still a long way from the second-level spiritual trees required to breed jade Ganoderma. Wei Zhong did find a few rotten second-level spiritual trees, but there was no Ganoderma on them, let alone jade Ganoderma. Of course, it is also possible that they were picked when the secret realm was open last time, and after a year, no trace was left. After searching for a while, it was ultimately fruitless. However, this forest is really large for this secret realm. Wei Zhong has been in the secret realm for so long, but this is the first time he has seen such a large dense forest on such a mountain. It is a bit incredible. Walking along the source of the waterfall, Wei Zhong passed through countless trees and finally glimpsed a ray of light. Walking out of the spiritual wood, Wei Zhong saw a green lake. The source of this waterfall turned out to be this lake. No wonder the surrounding forests are so lush. Walking to the lake, Wei Zhong scooped up a bubble of lake water. The rich spiritual energy almost filled Wei Zhong's palm. The thick fog in the forest is probably because of this lake. Looking at the mist rising from the lake, wrapped by the surrounding trees, Wei Zhong made his own judgment. It is difficult to find second-level spiritual wood in the forest, so could it be in this lake? Wei Zhong guessed. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a strong spiritual light emerging from the lake, and then disappeared under the floating lake water. That is, Wei Zhong has never seen such a strong spiritual light since entering the secret realm. It is definitely an extraordinary treasure. But looking at the lake in front of him, Wei Zhong hesitated again. This lake is not recorded in the intelligence at all. If there are monsters in the lake, I am afraid I am not a match. After struggling for a while, Wei Zhong still made up his mind. Go down and take a look, but don't dive too deep for the first time. If there is an accident, return immediately. With my own strength, ordinary first-level monsters are not my opponents at all. Even in this lake, it would not be difficult for him to escape if he was defeated. Having made up his mind, Wei Zhong no longer hesitated and plunged into the lake. The temperature of the lake water was not low, but rather warm and clear. Through the upper surface of the lake, one could vaguely see the trees outside the lake. But it was a little dark below, and the light could not reach. Wei Zhong began to look for the spiritual light. There were some small fish in the lake, but unfortunately they were not spiritual fish, but ordinary fish with some spiritual energy. Wei Zhong looked around with concentration and finally saw the spiritual light pushed by the water flow. He kicked his legs and swam in its direction. Wei Zhong had not practiced waterproof or water escape spells, otherwise he would be even faster. But he was a cultivator after all, and was much stronger than ordinary people. Passing through the school of fish, Wei Zhong grabbed the spiritual light in his hand. It was a stone emitting white light. Middle-grade spiritual stone? Wei Zhong was delighted. In this world of immortal cultivation, one medium-grade spiritual stone is worth at least 100 low-grade spiritual stones. But it is still out of stock, and often requires a premium of 20 low-grade spiritual stones to exchange. This is the first time that Wei Zhong has obtained this kind of spiritual stone in reality. Whether in the Yen family or in the Mingyue market of Qingmu sect, low-grade spiritual stones are used as trading equivalents. I didn't expect to have such a harvest in this secret realm. Looking around, Wei Zhong also found several spiritual lights. He quickly urged his own spiritual power, patrolled around, and picked them up one by one. Unfortunately, not all spiritual lights are medium-grade spiritual stones, and the dim ones are only low-grade spiritual stones. However, this is enough to make Wei Zhong happy. In the end, Wei Zhong obtained a total of 3 medium-grade spiritual stones and 11 low-grade spiritual stones, so the ticket fee for this trip to the secret realm was earned back. With so many spiritual stones, is there a spiritual stone vein here? Wei Zhong couldn't help but guess. Suddenly, there was a violent tremor from the bottom of the lake, causing the lake to surge, and the fish in the water were frightened and fled everywhere. Many spiritual lights gushed out from below, and Wei Zhong finally knew where these spiritual stones came from. Looking at the dark bottom of the lake, the light from the outside world could not reach here, so it looked dim to the naked eye. But with the blessing of the soul-seeking technique, Wei Zhong saw the spiritual lights rushing everywhere. There was even a piece of spiritual light gathered together to form a huge individual monster. Wei Zhong's face changed, and he picked up the 2 medium-grade spiritual stones that were pushed to his side by the lake water, turned around and rushed to the lake surface. It was very unwise to fight with such monsters in the water, and Wei Zhong had to rush out of the water quickly. Unexpectedly, the spiritual energy gushing out from the surroundings hit Wei Zhong like a shock wave, causing Wei Zhong's body to be in disarray. The monster behind him had already rushed to the front. Wei Zhong decisively added the golden body technique and looked back at the monster in the water. I saw a golden carp that was 2 feet long rushing out from below, with its light golden whiskers half as long as Wei Zhong, shaking in the water. This fish doesn't seem to be hostile. In a flash, the golden carp had jumped past Wei Zhong, ignoring the strange creature in the water. Although this monster has no hostility towards me, the water is turbulent at the moment, so it's better to get out. Wei Zhong swam towards the shore in the direction the golden carp left. When he floated to the surface of the lake, he saw the fish swimming happily, and the splashing water made its scales sparkle in the sunlight. But the lake was not that big, and the fish monster swam fast. It soon swam all over the lake, and then noticed Wei Zhong beside it. It swam around Wei Zhong twice, with a hint of curiosity in its eyes, and tickled Wei Zhong with its whiskers. Wei Zhong slapped the whiskers off in annoyance. Is this fish a bit stupid? A first-level spirit fish, judging by its power, seems to be at the top of the first level, and it only needs one opportunity to transform into the second level. Second-level demon pill? Wei Zhong showed a malicious smile in his eyes. But the spirit fish seemed not to see the danger, and surrounded Wei Zhong to carefully examine this special creature that he had never seen before. It's really stupid. Wei Zhong immediately had the idea of taking it as a spirit pet. Whether it is to wait for it to be promoted to take the pill in the future, or to use it as his arm, it is a very good choice. Cutting his fingertips, bleeding, Wei Zhong drew spirit patterns in the air. Beast driving skill proficient, 69%, the proficiency of this skill is not high. Wei Zhong only has a 9-color spirit beast parrot, so he did not pay much attention to this skill. Soon, the spirit pattern was drawn and floated in the air. Wei Zhong flicked his index finger, go. The latter immediately sank into the body of the spirit fish and disappeared. The execution of the beast driving skill did not encounter any resistance from it, and it was easily completed. Wei Zhong realized that there was some connection between himself and the spirit fish. What a fool! Wei Zhong patted the fish's head. Now he had 2 silly spirit beasts in his hands. Let's call you Dijin. Don't dilly-dally over there, dig as hard as you can before the secret realm closes. Yes, senior brother. The man in the blue and white Taoist robe nodded and returned to the center of the mine. Senior brother Lu, the disciples are already doing their best to mine. The latter was dressed in white, holding a paper fan in his hand and a sword on his waist. He looked more like a ranger in the rivers and lakes than a Taoist who cultivated immortals. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, which gave people a great sense of pressure. Well done, and at the same time, let the junior brothers be careful when mining, so as not to let the mine collapse and be buried in it. Yes, senior brother. But if the spirit stone mine is over-excavated like this, will this Qingchuan secret realm really be useless in the future? The inner disciple who asked the question was at the 9th level of qi refining, and was also considering the matter of building a foundation. He was very concerned about the spiritual medicines in the secret realm, and originally planned to find various spiritual medicines needed to refine the foundation pill during this trip to the secret realm. Unexpectedly, he was given a secret mission by the sect, and he followed this true disciple to mine the spiritual stone vein. If this secret realm is really abandoned, where can I find my foundation building pill in the future? Lu Yibin nodded. Indeed, the Qingchuan secret realm will be completely abandoned in the future. The latter showed obvious regret on his face. But you don't have to worry, the sect has already prepared a response plan. There will be no shortage of foundation building pills by then, and I'm afraid there will be more than now. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the sect well, the contribution points you earn will be enough for you to exchange for one for foundation building. Although the disciple in front of him was a little suspicious, he still showed joy. Junior brother understands. Lu Yibin opened the folding fan in his hand. You continue to supervise, there are other cultivators coming outside, I will go to deal with them. After speaking, he walked straight out of the mine, leaving a trail of afterimages on the spot, but did not make any sound, floating like a ghost. The disciple who was left alone wiped a cold sweat. Facing this true disciple, the pressure was too great. I don't know how the Hall Masters suppressed his foundation building cultivation to the peak of chi refining. It's really strange. But it's good. With Brother Lu's escort, this trip to the secret realm will be much safer. Then he stepped into the mine cave where the spirit stones were being mined again and shouted loudly, "Be careful, don't bury yourself. It's okay to hurt yourself, but don't hurt your fellow disciples." Lu Yibin walked out of the mine cave and saw 5 escape lights rushing in this direction. The 3 escape lights in the back were Wei Zhong's acquaintances, the 3 casual cultivators who followed the disciples of Qingmu sect. The 2 in front were inner disciples of Qingmu sect, one of whom was the leader of the group of chi refining disciples that Wei Zhong met when he first entered the secret realm, but I don't know why there is only one person here now. The other person was also wearing a blue and white Taoist robe, and he faintly exuded the power of the 9th level of chi refining. The 2 of them were pale, and their torn robes were stained with blood. Seeing the figure of Lu Yibin, the true disciple, their faces showed joy. "Brother, save me." Before they arrived, the 2 of them had already shouted. Lu Yibin waved the paper fan in his right hand, and 8 sword lights shot out, drawing 8 arcs and flying towards the 3 casual cultivators. Seeing this sword light, the casual cultivators did not slow down at all. The old man surnamed Wu offered a black shield. Under the injection of magic power, the shield continued to grow, and finally turned into the size of a house to intercept all 8 sword lights. Lu Yibin snorted coldly, mantis arm to stop a chariot. In an instant, 3 of the 8 sword lights penetrated the spiritual shield defense and continued to attack him, while the other 5 were intercepted and pierced into the shield. A trace of panic flashed in the old man's eyes, and it was too late to offer other defensive magic weapons again. Fortunately, his teammates were strong. Seeing that his fellow's black shield defense was broken, he was stunned for a moment, but he quickly used his own means, crushed a piece of talisman paper, and a golden bell shadow suddenly appeared, covering the 3 people. The sword light hit it, causing a strong explosion of spiritual energy, and cracks appeared on the surface of the golden bell, but fortunately it was finally defended. The 8 small swords were recalled by Lu Yibin and suspended at his side. The 2 inner disciples also fell and hid behind Lu Yibin. "Brother, we found 1,000 knots flower bush. When we wanted to pick it, we were ambushed by these 3 people. 5 fellow disciples died in this attack. Brother, you must avenge your fellow disciples." As soon as they got out of danger, the 2 inner disciples said in pain. Lu Yibin frowned and asked calmly, "Where are the 1,000 knot flowers?" "Half of them are here, and the other half are in the hands of those 3 people." The disciple of the 9th level of chi refining quickly took out a vine from the storage bag, and saw that there were more than 12,000 knot flowers on it. There were 5 flowers that were more than 200 years old, and even 1 flower that was more than 300 years old, which could be used to refine higher-level elixirs. Seeing this, Lu Yibin, who was as cold as apathy, also showed some joy and praised, "Well done. Looking back at the 3 casual cultivators, killing my Qingmu sect disciples, you deserve to die." The old man surnamed Wu was holding his first-level superior spiritual shield in his hand, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but screamed in horror, "White clothes and paper fans, waving sleeves and 8 swords, you are the second true disciple of Qingmu sect, Lu Yibin? Impossible, how can you enter the secret realm after building your foundation?" But when he saw Lu Yibin's vague and special aura at the peak of the 9th level of chi refining, he immediately understood something. His face was ashen. He turned around and fled, not even caring about his 2 teammates. When the latter 2 heard what he said, their faces were horrified. Their strength is inferior to that of ordinary disciples of the same level in the sect, and snatching the elixir requires a sneak attack. How could he be this true opponent after suppressing his cultivation? They each used their own methods and fled for their lives. Humph. It's not that easy to escape. Lu Yibin's figure flashed and he disappeared from where he was. Escape, escape, you must escape. The Qingmu sect sent the true disciples who suppressed their cultivation here, and they must have a huge conspiracy. If he bumps into this person, he will not let him go. As long as you escape from here, find a location where no one can find it, wait for the secret realm to close, and then leave. When the time comes, as long as he slightly embellishes the secret he knows and tells it, he will be able to coerce other casual cultivators and prevent the Qingmu sect from attacking him. The old man surnamed Wu was thinking in his mind. At the same time, I also began to secretly regret why I wanted to covet the half of the 1,000 knot flowers, otherwise this kind of thing would never happen. After thinking for only a few moments, he heard several screams coming from nearby. The old man understood that his colleagues had been poisoned. The true disciple Lu Yibin was rushing towards him. Running pretty fast. A ghost-like low voice rang in his ears. The old man turned his head and saw Lu Yibin's white face. The two were running at almost the same speed. The old man was almost frightened out of his wits. When before he could finish speaking, a small sword had already penetrated his abdomen from behind. After conquering De Jing, he became more intimate with Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong could also exchange some superficial information with him through the connection between the two. Come on, show me where you came from? Wei Zhong turned over and rode on De Jin's back. The smooth fish scales made it a little unstable, so he simply grabbed its whiskers. De Jin was not angry because of Wei Zhong's action, and he plunged into the lake. At this time, the vibration in the lake had almost calmed down, and only a series of bubbles were still coming out of the bottom of the lake. Wei Zhong was in a good mood after picking up the surrounding spiritual stones. The spiritual stones picked up by this party at the bottom of the lake were already worth 800 or 900 low-grade spiritual stones, which was more than twice the ticket price. And there might be a spiritual stone vein below. Wei Zhong was very excited when he thought about it. The man and the beast continued to go deeper into the bottom of the lake. The dark bottom of the lake was basically without sunlight. Wei Zhong's naked eyes could hardly see the surrounding scenery. Only with the blessing of the runes of the soul-seeking technique could he see the spiritual light of various shapes. Suddenly, a deep trench appeared in front of Wei Zhong, like a crack on the seabed, stretching across almost the entire lake bottom. Wei Zhong's eyes froze, but he calmed down and followed De Jin deeper into the lake. Looking around, Wei Zhong actually found some strange spiritual herbs growing on the rock wall in the crack, and he plucked a few of them with sufficient spiritual energy and stuffed them into the storage bag. After diving for an unknown number of feet, De Jin turned a corner and entered a passage. There was some light in the passage, and some rocks on the rock wall emitted a faint light. It actually contained some spiritual energy. Wei Zhong was ready to pluck a handful, but the glowing stones seemed to be stuck on the rock wall. Wei Zhong was afraid of triggering the earthquake at the bottom of the lake again, so he did not choose to dig hard. As De Jin continued to go in, there were more and more such rocks inside, and some were still scattered on the ground of the passage. It's easy to get it. Wei Zhong accepted it with joy. After walking for several miles, we saw a wide cave at the bottom of the lake. It was as bright as day inside, and the spiritual energy was abundant. This is where De Jin lives. Wei Zhong looked around and found that this cave in the mountain was even larger than the lake in the forest above. It was a bit stuffy. Although there was a stone shining above his head, it was blocked by rocks after all, and he couldn't see the sky. No wonder De Jin was so happy to be in the outside world. There were water plants in the cave, especially the one in the center, which was the largest. De Jin made a strange cry. As its owner, Wei Zhong understood what it meant. It was probably saying that this was his home. He used his whiskers to push away the water plants that blocked the way and invited Wei Zhong to come in. A glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Wei Zhong's eyes. There were actually two golden spiritual plants in the water plants. One tall and one short, the surface of the spiritual plants seemed to have grown golden scales, which were somewhat similar to the fish scales on the surface of De Jin. The abundance of spiritual energy made Wei Zhong stunned, but unfortunately Wei Zhong didn't have much knowledge of spiritual plants, and only recognized the appearance of a few common spiritual medicines. It seems that he needs to make up for it after leaving the secret realm. Could it be a second-level spiritual herb? Wei Zhong was puzzled. Seeing Wei Zhong staring at his spiritual herbs, the big goldfish nudged Wei Zhong. Indicated that this was his thing and Wei Zhong was not allowed to take it. Sighing, Wei Zhong touched the fish's head. Be good, I will help you collect it first, then take you out, and then return it to you. There was a trace of hesitation on the big goldfish's face, but he still trusted Wei Zhong and let him dig out the two spiritual herbs together with the soil below, and then put them into the storage bag. Then Wei Zhong took out a spiritual stone. Where have you seen this thing? The big goldfish brought Wei Zhong to a corner of the cave, and the fish pointed to a hole below, indicating that spiritual stones would be ejected from it every once in a while. Wei Zhong looked at the small hole that could only accommodate one person, and hesitated. He looked back at Dejin, who was several times bigger than him, and took out the spirit beast bag to put it in. Although Dejin resisted a little, he still obeyed Wei Zhong and entered the spirit beast bag. I sneaked into this place, and I don't know if I can return again. If the secret realm is closed, the spirit beast I subdued will be left here if I don't have time to take it back. After putting away Dejin, Wei Zhong went into the small cave. In the mine, the disciples of Qingmu sect were knocking and hammering with various tools and instruments specially used for mining spirit stones. In a remote unmanned mine, Wei Zhong drilled out of a small pool on the ground and saw the spirit stones emitting spiritual light on the rock wall. It's really a spirit stone mine. Suddenly, he heard the sound of knocking and shouting. Wei Zhong suppressed his own energy to the lowest level and carefully went in the direction of the sound. He caught a glimpse of many inner disciples of Qingmu sect wearing blue and white Taoist robes. It's really Qingmu sect. As the master of this secret realm, it is not surprising that Qingmu Zong knows the resource points in the secret realm. What Wei Zhong did not expect was that there was such a spiritual stone vein in this secret realm, and it was a medium-sized vein with medium-grade spiritual stones. Wow, Qingmu Zong has mined countless spiritual stones here in the past 100 years. No wonder it can surpass Hanzhou City and become the first Jindan force in Monyuan Prefecture. It really deserves to be a large sect that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Just as Wei Zhong was sighing in his heart, he suddenly heard a cold snort. Someone actually discovered him. A sword light flew in front of Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong did not have time to think about how he was exposed, and hurriedly sacrificed the first-grade superior shield he had just bought. The small sword pierced the small shield and almost poked a hole in it. Wei Zhong didn't care about being surprised or distressed, because the next sword light was about to come. And he also felt that the enemy who discovered him was rushing in this direction. He took out his magic sword and chopped the second sword light, and Wei Zhong fled backwards with the thrust. He looked over and saw that a gap had appeared on the first-grade magic sword. Wei Zhong felt extremely distressed. The two flying swords must be second-grade magic weapons, otherwise his magic shield and flying sword would not be half-wasted after a single encounter. Who on earth is this person from Qingmu sect? He actually has two second-grade magic flying swords at the same time. And such a terrifying spiritual sense discovered himself who was trying his best to conceal his breath. The mine cave was already in chaos at this moment. The enemy has sneaked in, fellow brothers, be careful. Wei Zhong was also in a hurry to escape, and he had long forgotten where he was. This is too close. Wei Zhong could feel the chill coming from behind him. As long as he slowed down, a flying sword would catch up with him. Lu Yibin in the back was also very surprised. What a fast speed, it seems that this time it's a tricky guy. But Lu Yibin still didn't take it to heart. With his own strength, he had never let a mere chi refining cultivator escape. Just looking at the direction that person escaped, it seemed that he was heading to the inheritance hall above. Wei Zhong kept escaping and finally saw the daylight. Finally came out. Please vote and collect. Surrounded by dilapidated palaces, scattered rubble and collapsed walls all indicate that this place has experienced the cruel erosion of the years. Wei Zhong was about to continue escaping, but the second-level magic sword chasing him had arrived. Wei Zhong turned around and controlled his magic sword to collide with it, trying to stop it with the damage to the magic sword in his hand. On the left and right are damaged first-order magic weapons. They will leave clues when they are repaired, so forget about destroying them here. I don't know what method the Qingmu sect disciple behind him used, but his escape speed was comparable to his master-level soaring cloud technique. Alas, the level of soaring cloud technique is still a bit low. This time when I go out, I must master the soaring cloud technique to the level of Grandmaster or even Peerless. And how come this Qingmu sect disciple, paper fan in white clothes, looks so much like the rumored second true disciple, Lu Yibin? As early as after the foundation building banquet at Luo Mingyan, Wei Zhong inquired in detail about the 7 true successors of the Qingmu sect. These 7 people are undoubtedly not talented, they have achieved foundation building bodies at an extremely young age, and they are the core forming seeds that the Qingmu sect has given high hopes to. He was awarded a profound magic weapon, and even a suitable second-level magic weapon was built for him. His strength is so strong that he can completely defeat his peers. However, Lu Yibin has been a person who has accomplished foundation building for more than 30 years, how could he enter the Qingchuan secret realm where cultivation is limited to qi refining? No, That person was at the peak of the 9th level of chi refining, which was similar to him. Could it be that he suppressed his cultivation? Hey, it's really possible. There is such a spirit stone mine in the secret realm. Even if he is a senior member of the Qingmu sect, he will send a high-end combat force to ensure the completeness of the spirit stone mining. After thinking for only 2 breaths, Wei Zhong already understood what kind of person he was facing. You can already feel the pressure coming from the second true successor. Wei Zhong pinched a handful of magic weapon fragments and threw them into the mine. Throwing technique master, 67%, there seemed to be a meteor shower in the sky, and fragments of magic weapons wrapped in aura fell down. The surge of momentum caught Lu Yibin a little off guard just after he came out of the cave. The white clothes on his body swelled up as if inflated, turning into a huge white cloak to wrap him up. The fragments of the magic weapon were like rain hitting a fluffy raincloth, leaving only a few dense and inconspicuous stains on it. Another second-level robe. Wei Zhong's eyes twitched. The equipment will crush you, there's no way to fight. After receiving another fragment of the magic weapon, Wei Zhong jumped deep into the dilapidated palace complex. After the remaining power was over, Lu Yibin dispersed his robe defense in an ugly manner, his face a bit ugly. There was no sign of the thief nearby, and he could only barely sense the popularity. He fell into the building complex and gradually moved away. Now he was almost unnoticeable. Lu Yibin put away his magic sword, with some hesitation on his face. Now that the matter of the Lingshire mine has been leaked, but the mining is still going on below, if I pursue it rashly, I am worried that other casual cultivators will take advantage of it. And maybe that person also has an accomplice, in order to draw him out and provide opportunities for his companions. The sect explained that its mission is to protect the mining of spirit stones, and at the same time, not to expose the existence of the spirit stone mine unless it is absolutely necessary. Now that the news has been leaked, the safety of spiritual stone mining should still be given priority. Lu Yibin thought for a moment and decided to return. Looking around at the robe on his body, he saw dense black scorch marks all over it, indicating that the robe had been partially damaged. Although it was only superficial damage and did not affect its power, it still made him feel surprised and angry. What kind of method is this, a spell? How can there be such an outrageous spell? I have never seen it even from my fellow disciple Lin. He wanted to look for an object to attack him, but he only found grains of unknown metal in the nearby soil and gravel. With a pinch of 2 fingers, it turned into black ash. How could such a fragile material damage my second-level robe? Snort! Lu Yibin snorted coldly, remembered Wei Zhong hard, and then turned around and returned to the mine. Next time we meet, I will definitely not let this person go. In the veins, seeing Lu Yibin turning around, the disciples of the Qingmu sect gathered around him. Senior brother Lu. But seeing the black spots on his robe, the disciples all thought that the senior brother had gone through a fierce battle with the thief, and that the senior brother did not have an absolute advantage. At the same time, he was guessing in his mind what kind of person could push the true disciple of the sect, senior brother Lu, to such an extent. Lu Yibin was not interested in paying attention to what the disciples were thinking. He waved his hand and said, I have driven away the thieves. Keep working. At the same time, arrange more security posts. Don't let the enemy touch you without knowing it. Yes. No one wanted to get into trouble with this senior brother at this time. After he waved his hand, the disciples had their respective leading senior brothers assign their tasks, and the mining work began again in an orderly manner. Lu Yibin returned to the place where he had stayed in this mine for a long time, and sat down to calm down his energy. This time, the suppression of cultivation into the secret realm relied entirely on a strange object issued by the sect. Although this strange object can suppress one's cultivation from foundation building to the peak of chi refining, it can also allow one to use all his strength to exert the power that a peak chi refining monk should have. But there is also a risk of not being able to suppress it. If he attacks too frequently, he may break through the suppression and be exposed in the secret realm with his foundation building cultivation. He will soon be expelled from it, and his mission will fail. This is something that Lu Yibin's pride will never allow to happen. After spending a moment to clear his mind, Lu Yibin closed his eyes and adjusted himself. Finally giving up, Wei Zhong hid in the palace, feeling the aura leaving, and breathed a sigh of relief. The master-level flying technique is still powerful, but it is not easy to perform in the mine cave, and it is easy to be blocked by the surrounding rocks. On the contrary, the opponent's second-level magic sword does not have these concerns. The powerful power can almost ignore most of the rocks. For Wei Zhong, fighting in the mine cave is very unwise. Therefore, he launched a counterattack after leaving the mine cave, and the continuous attack actually suppressed the true disciple for a short time. However, the opponent was too cautious. In fact, there was no need to use the full power of the second-level robe. Just use the flying sword to defend the vital points, and you can resist this wave of attacks and counterattack me. Cherish your life. No, it should be afraid of being robbed by a casual cultivator. Compared to myself, the spiritual stone mine is more important. This is also one of the reasons why the opponent gave up chasing me. Thinking of the spiritual light in the mine that almost dazzled me, Wei Zhong felt his heart bleeding. Damn it, so many spiritual stones are actually going to be dug up by Qingmu sect. Wei Zhong couldn't help but feel heartbroken. It is not my turn to get the spiritual stone vein. The second true disciple Lu Yibin is too powerful and has many second-level magic weapons. More importantly, his escape speed is not inferior to mine. If he really wants to fight me, it will be difficult for me to escape. Wei Zhong understood that it was not because he was not diligent enough in practicing the cloud flying technique, but because its original level was too low, just a first-level technique. The ghost-like footwork performed by Lu Yibin, according to Wei Zhong's observation, was at least a second-level escape technique. In terms of basic strength, it is much better than Wei Zhong, but the proficiency is not as good as Wei Zhong's cloud flying technique, which is comparable. Oh, forget it. Don't be greedy, the risk is too great. I am calm by nature and can't do such a risky thing. If I really take the risk and successfully rob the spiritual stone mine of Qingmu sect, once the secret realm ends, I am afraid that all the casual cultivators will be forcibly detained and captured by Qingmu sect. Wei Zhong did not forget that the passage to and from the Qingchuan secret realm is inside the mountain gate of Qingmu sect. At that time, Wei Zhong really couldn't fly away. After calming down, Wei Zhong began to search in the palace complex. This palace, located on the spiritual stone vein, is surrounded by the first-level residences of immortals, so there must be some good things. But after searching for a while, Wei Zhong finally felt that his idea was a bit too optimistic. Not to mention the spiritual objects, even the spiritual materials on the pavilions and towers were completely looted. Feelings are not only eroded by time, but also by human disasters. The guys in the Qingmu sect are too cruel. The caves of the predecessors were all demolished by them. But on second thought, instead of looking for some uncertain spiritual medicines in the outside world, it is better to demolish the house here. After all, it is also a first-level spiritual object. At least a trip to the secret realm will not be completely fruitless. Generation after generation, this has ruined the residents of the immortals. Wei Zhong accused the Qingmu sect of disrespecting the ancestors after a treasure hunt. There was no harvest in the periphery, so Wei Zhong walked towards the high tower in the center. Just now, I was worried that Lu Yibin would come back, so I chose to wander around. But at this moment, it was confirmed that he would not catch up. Walking up to the square in front of the tower, I found that the floor tiles under my feet were lifted up and lay in a mess in front of the tower. It's really too much. Approaching the tower, I found that the plaque on the tower was broken, half of it was missing, and the remaining half was also broken and tattered, and the words could not be seen clearly. Walking into the broken gate in the center, there was a wide hall inside, and the interior of the circular hall was composed of countless murals. There were both landscapes and humanities painted on it. There were scenes of immortals and fireworks in the mortal world. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, sunrise and sunset, it seemed to have painted all the things in this world. Wei Zhong stepped closer and touched the murals around him. The texture was rough, it was ordinary rock, but it was only preserved because it was carved in this building tower. Some of the murals still had many signs of human damage, which must have been the work of Qingmu's own. In the center of the hall was an extremely high platform. It was about several dozen feet high, and the skylight above the dome fell, leaving little stars on the stone platform, which was very beautiful. Just as he was about to fly to the top of the high platform to see what was going on, Wei Zhong found that the technique was abnormally weak as soon as he used the cloud flying technique, and he could only fly about 10 feet in the air. The power of other techniques also gradually faded after 1 foot. He took out the magic sword and planned to fly with the sword, but it was also 1 foot high. If he went any higher, he would encounter great resistance. Is this a ban on flying or magic? Wei Zhong had heard from the public that there were all kinds of strange bans in some secret realms, such as the ban on flying, the ban on fighting, and the isolation of spiritual energy. He didn't expect to encounter them on this trip to the secret realm. There are various reasons for the formation of such bans, some of which are set up by masters, and some are formed naturally by heaven and earth. If you want to break through the restrictions of the ban, you often need to break the balance of this area and make the formation ineffective. It is difficult to do it with personal strength, and the consequences of destroying the prohibition are unknown. Perhaps this is why the Qingmu sect let this hall go. So flying is not allowed, so can only climb? Looking at the high platform with dazzling white light above his head, Wei Zhong felt a little bitter. At such a height, if he fell down with his physique, he would be seriously injured if not dead. Health-preserving skills, after all, has the word nourishment, and the physical strength is still not comparable to that of physical cultivation. Fortunately, no one can attack in the sky, otherwise he will die on the spot if an enemy comes. As soon as he said it, Wei Zhong took out a rope from the storage bag, which was woven from special spiritual herbs. It was extremely tough and could not be cut without a magic weapon. Wrap the rope around his waist and find the bulge on the platform to hang it. Step by step, the rope hanging on the high platform above 10 feet suddenly broke. Wei Zhong wiped it with his hand and it was unscathed. Well, even this kind of external force cannot be borrowed. Wei Zhong had no choice but to abandon the rope and climb up with both hands and feet. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure on his body. It seemed that he was carrying something heavy on his back, and the weight increased as he continued to rise. Looking back, there was nothing. This test was too torturous. Wei Zhong's forehead was sweating. It was the first time he felt so tired since he crossed over. Immortals have their own magic, why do they need to use such brute force? But magic power was forbidden here, which really made Wei Zhong suffer. When he walked to a height of 3 meters, Wei Zhong found a depression with a stone sword rack inside. It seemed that there was a sword in it before, but it had been taken away long ago. This rack was stable, as if it was carved out of this stone platform. Wei Zhong simply grabbed the sword rack with one hand and rested for a while. Looking up to a higher place, Wei Zhong felt something bad in his heart. Maybe all the treasures above had been taken away. Moving forward again, 6 feet away, there was another depression, equally empty. 9th feet, 12th feet. All the way to the top 36 feet is like this. Wei Zhong could no longer hold back and wanted to curse, but the exhaustion of his body made him speechless. I can only roar in my heart, Qingmu sect, you don't do human affairs. Angrily, he slapped the high platform in front of him, his limp arms unable to exert much strength. Why don't you know how to supplement rewards in this testing place? Wei Zhong was so depressed that he almost cried. In the end, his face turned into a wry smile, and he finally understood why no Aoki sect disciples came to this palace. As for the casual cultivators, I'm afraid they will be killed by Liu Yibin as soon as they get close to the spiritual veins below. Forget it, the opportunity is not with me, so let's just leave. Why not go find some elixirs and prepare for foundation building? Just when Wei Zhong was about to leave, something in his mind seemed to emit a white light, and the sunlight shining on the tower also changed. In an instant, the tower became bright, and the surrounding murals floated slightly under the light. What's going on? Wei Zhongshan didn't understand what happened. His body left the high platform and floated in the air. The opportunity is coming. Please vote and collect. Wei Zhong floated in the air, a ray of light flew out from his forehead, and turned into a book in front of him. The appearance of the book was an ancient thread-bound book, with 4 big characters Time Treasure Record on the cover. Wei Zhong looked at this time treasure record and immediately understood that this was the route of his travel to this place, and the reason why he could exchange his life with Krypton. Before Wei Zhong could react, the book had been opened, and on it was a baby lying in the arms of a young woman, crying. Is this my previous life? Looking at the scenery presented on the treasure record, they were all items that only existed in that world. After one picture was finished, it was the next one. In the picture, Wei Zhong was holding the wall and taking staggering steps to learn to walk. Then it was kindergarten, elementary school, and even various ages and experiences afterwards. In a blink of an eye, Wei Zhong's entire previous life was played again. Until the day he stopped working, the picture suddenly broke. In a blink of an eye, he came to the small courtyard of the spiritual field outside the Yin family, in exchange for life, killing evil disciples. Everything he experienced in this world of cultivation was presented in it, and ended in this high tower. Then the treasure record closed, carrying Wei Zhong's body, and floated towards the dome above. Wei Zhong's figure began to merge into the dazzling light. When Wei Zhong's figure disappeared, the light in the high tower also disappeared, and everything returned to the state when Wei Zhong entered. And all this, people outside had no way of knowing. If Liu Yibin tracked Wei Zhong, he might be able to see a trace of signs, but at this moment, he knew nothing about it as he was on guard in the mine. Wei Zhong felt that he was shrouded in a strong light, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, it was already a strange land. The time treasure record merged into Wei Zhong's eyebrows. Wei Zhong touched it and could no longer find its trace. Is the realm still not enough? I don't know what level of treasure it is. My chi refining level can't even detect it. Wei Zhong sighed with regret, looked around, and said in surprise, is this a cave? Wei Zhong was standing at the entrance of a small courtyard. An artificial sun made of a magic weapon in the sky above his head cast light, illuminating the cave. Such a rich spiritual energy. Wei Zhong felt as if he was in a paradise full of spiritual energy. He had never felt such a rich spiritual energy. This cave actually has its own spiritual vein, which surprised Wei Zhong. Unfortunately, his realm is too low and he can't see the level of this spiritual vein. There are some barren spiritual lands around. The spiritual plants in the field have long died, leaving only a rotten tall spiritual tree with a few Ganoderma lucidum on it, which is the jade marrow Ganoderma that Wei Zhong has been looking for. The oldest one among them has been more than 500 years old, and almost the entire piece of Ganoderma lucidum has turned into jade. There are 8 plants that are between 300 and 500 years old, and more than a dozen plants that are younger. Wei Zhong was delighted. He didn't expect to get so many jade marrow Ganoderma here. He would not have to worry about refining spiritual medicine for foundation building pills. Not only that, there is a huge surplus. If he sells these Ganoderma to the outside world, he doesn't know how many spiritual stones he can get. I'm afraid Wei Zhong's wealth will increase several times. Of course, Wei Zhong would not do such a stupid thing. It is rare to find a jade marrow Ganoderma in the outside world. If he rashly takes out so many high-quality ones, it is purely courting death. Not in a hurry to pick them, Wei Zhong stepped into the courtyard. The courtyard has no formation protection, like an ordinary courtyard. Wei Zhong pushed the door and entered. There are 2 flower beds in the courtyard. It seems that the previous owner is also a person who loves to cultivate spiritual plants. Walking through the front yard and coming to the room, the first is a hall, which seems to be used to entertain guests. On the left is a practice room, which displays a table with 2 jade slips and a palm-sized black stone. Wei Zhong approached and picked up the jade slip on the far left, put it close to his forehead, and instantly read the information in it. My name is Bai He, and I have been practicing Taoism for 1,000 years. The jade slip records the life story of a senior named Bai He, who started from humble origins and practiced all the way to the state of transformation. He is an absolute master in the human world. With just one step, he can transcend the calamity and ascend to a higher spiritual world. However, just as he was preparing to ascend, the human world was suddenly invaded by the demons and monsters. As a God-transforming cultivator who was the pillar of the human world, he had to put aside the matter of ascension and unite with other God-transforming cultivators to lead the human race to resist the invasion of the 2 races. The war between the 2 sides lasted for 100 years, and finally broke out more than 130 years after the invasion of the world. This final battle lasted for 6 years. Although the human race won the final victory and drove the demons and monsters back to their hometown, they also suffered heavy losses. At that time, almost all the major sects died out, and even the top combat power in the human world died. Although this senior Bai He survived by chance, he was still seriously injured. So he left his inheritance in this cave. Then he left to find a way to treat his own injuries. But he never came back after this trip. Wei Zhong sighed. He didn't expect that there was such a story in the human world before. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range was probably a legacy of the past. Picking up another jade slip, it really recorded the exercises. Spring and Autumn Water Refining Art. Wei Zhong read it through and found that this exercise included all the realms from chi refining to spiritualization. According to the division of heaven and earth in the human world, the foundation building corresponds to the yellow level, the elixir formation level, the primordial infant level, and the divine transformation level. This spring and autumn water refining art is undoubtedly a heavenly level technique. And not only that, in the essay of Senior Bai He, it is also written that this method is inherited from the spiritual world. He only has the upper and middle parts, and the lower part can directly point to the 3 realms of refining emptiness, fusion, and Mahayana. If future generations learn this method, they can look for subsequent methods after ascending to the spiritual world. And said that this method far exceeds the methods of the mortal world, and even speculated that its upper limit may be far more than Mahayana, and there may be subsequent immortal methods, which are the methods practiced by real immortals. Wei Zhong was shocked by his description. He was just a minor cultivator of chi refining, and he had not seen the foundation building in golden elixir, so how could he expect more? But after reading the whole article, Wei Zhong realized that he had made a fortune. In one adventure, he obtained a method that could be practiced all the way to the divine transformation, and he no longer had to worry about the method of practice. Wei Zhong had originally planned to start looking for a method to replace the Bilong Gong after building his foundation, so he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble this way. The jade slip not only contained the method of cultivation, but also various matching techniques and secrets. A cursory glance at it made Wei Zhong very excited. He couldn't help but sigh. Xingmu's sect really wasted so many years of mastering this secret realm. The inheritance has been left here for who knows how many years, and it still fell into his hands. The inheritance has not been finished yet, and the rest will be sent in the afternoon. The stone is the key. Wei Zhong reluctantly put down the jade slip of the technique and looked at the black stone beside him. According to the information left by Bai He, this object is a special treasure that carries profound Taoism. Wei Zhong couldn't tell what material the palm-sized black rock was made of. It was just very tough, and there was no spiritual energy under his soul-seeking technique. The divine object was hidden by itself. If it was placed in the mortal world, the passing Taoists would definitely think it was just an ordinary stone. The Taoism of time, the black stone records such a very special method. Bai He once said that the specialness of this method surpassed his cognition of thousands of years of practice, and it was an important guarantee for him to go from qi refining to spiritualization. It was also the basis for his guess that spring and autumn water refining art was not limited to the Mahayana guess. Wei Zhong raised it and put it close to his forehead. Suddenly, he felt as if his head exploded, and his soul left his body and floated into the distant void. It seemed as if he saw the chaos of the universe, the birth of the world, and a stone tablet stood in the middle, with the words time and Dao Fei written on it. Wei Zhong merged into it, turned into a living being, experienced birth, old age, sickness and death, and countless reincarnations. A ray of light kept engraving on Wei Zhong's soul, from blurry to clear, from incomplete to complete. It seemed like 1,000 years had passed, but it also seemed like a short moment. When Wei Zhong woke up from his confusion, the complete time and Dao Fei had been engraved in his mind. Wei Zhong had never heard of this kind of inheritance method. The cultivation world passed on the method from the superficial book notes to the jade slips of the method, which were just simple records and transmissions of information. It was the first time that Wei Zhong had experienced the way that time and Dao Fei allowed people to personally experience it from the beginning of its birth to the gradual formation and final completion. Wei Zhong was amazed when he carefully tasted the Taoism. Time and time, naturally, it was a Taoism related to time. Looking through the whole article, it was just a borrowed word. Through the long river of time, borrowing from the past and the future, all kinds of power are added to the present. Borrowing from the past is a profound method of concealing cultivation. It only takes consuming one's own mana to reduce one's surface cultivation. It cannot be seen through by Taoist methods of different levels, because the cultivation displayed is indeed the real cultivation, but it is just the cultivation in the past. Borrowing from the future is a method of consuming life to temporarily improve the realm of cultivation, which can last for a full hour. Qi refining can consume 7.5 years of life to improve a small realm. The small realm here does not refer to the 1st to 9th levels of qi refining, but to the first, middle and last 3 realms. It takes 12 years to build a foundation, and so on, and it takes 25 years to form a pill. It roughly consumes 1/20th of the lifespan of an ordinary cultivator in the realm. If you cross a large realm, the consumption will be doubled. For example, Wei Zhong is in the late stage of qi refining at this moment. If he uses a Taoist method once, he needs to consume twice 7.5 years, that is, 15 years of life to be promoted to the early stage of foundation building. At first glance, you may think that this method is just so-so, but the terrifying thing is that one casting is not the upper limit. A person can cast 3 times in a row in a short period of time, which means that he can improve 3 small realms, which is equivalent to a large realm. At this moment, Wei Zhong only needs to consume 45 years of life to immediately become a later-stage foundation building cultivator. There are indeed cultivators with cross-level combat power in the cultivation world, but there are very few secret methods to improve cultivation in a short period of time, and they are all extremely overdrawn potential and can only improve a small half or a small realm. After using it, it is not said that the body will disappear immediately, but it will also be almost exhausted. This shows the profoundness of this time Dao Fei. No wonder Bai He, a cultivator of the God transformation realm, would praise it very much. The only pity is that this method requires the spring and autumn water refining method as its own foundation Dao Fei to be used, which means that Wei Zhong can only watch it now but cannot use it. Spring and autumn in time, there is indeed a connection between the two. Looking at the black stone in his hand, perhaps it was this thing that attracted the time treasure record, which led it to bring me to this cave. With such an arrangement, how can I wait for the destined person? Recalling the vacant treasure position in the tower, it suddenly dawned on me. Perhaps the arrangements made by this senior by he were all destroyed under the passage of time. If I hadn't come here, I'm afraid this inheritance would have been lost with the Qingchuan secret realm. Putting down the black stone, Wei Zhong was not in a hurry to put the 3 items into his pocket, but returned to the hall. There was an inconspicuous round bead in the corner of the hall. According to Bai He, this thing was the core of this cave. Refining it can take this cave for yourself. The treasure of the cave, even the Qingmu sect, which is classified as a golden elixir force, probably doesn't have it. Releasing his magic power, Wei Zhong began to refine this thing. But in a moment, Wei Zhong had successfully refined it. Everything in the cave began to appear in front of Wei Zhong. The area is 10 acres in size, and the underground is a spreading spiritual vein, which seems to be connected to the spiritual stone veins outside. The spiritual field above, the small courtyard, including the training room, hall and living room and the courtyard, etc., are all clearly visible in Wei Zhong's mind. With a thought in his mind, the cave shrank and turned into a square mark on the back of Wei Zhong's hand. As Wei Zhong thought, the mark also quickly hid. Wei Zhong could sense that as long as he wanted, he could immediately enter the cave. It is a good way to avoid strong enemies. The only pity is that the cave cannot be controlled to move inside. If someone guards the birth point, it will be a bit difficult. At this moment, Wei Zhong is in the tower, and the Nofli ban has been invalidated as Wei Zhong took the cave. This trip was a success, and Wei Zhong left the place with satisfaction. When he came to the outside world and looked at the spiritual stone vein in the distance, he immediately thought, the cave spirit vein is connected to the spiritual stone vein, so can the vein here be moved into the cave? As soon as this idea came up, the mark on Wei Zhong's right hand representing the treasure of the cave immediately became extremely hot. At the same time, the Qingmu sect disciples in the underground vein found that the mine cave began to shake. Not good, the vein here is going to collapse, all disciples give up mining and leave here. Lu Yibin's face changed drastically and issued an order. All the sect disciples immediately gave up their work and followed the leader to leave after hearing this. If they were buried in the mine cave, with the strength of these refining cultivators, I'm afraid no one would be able to get out alive. Looking at the collapse of the ore vein in front of him, Lu Yibin showed regret. What a pity, we are about to dig to the core of this vein, which is the most abundant location of medium-grade spiritual stones. Brother Lu, there is no need to do this. The collapse of the ore vein is expected. It's just a matter of time. We have mined enough spiritual stones. Even the elders of the sect will not blame us. Lu Yibin sighed, and he didn't know what he thought of, and finally turned it into a sentence, it's all fate. Under the ground where no one can see, Wei Zhong watched the treasure of the cave heaven seem to turn into a black hole, collecting a large area of spiritual stone or veins. After collecting, Wei Zhong explored one of them and found that the ore vein and the spiritual vein were closely connected. Not only that, the spiritual energy in the cave heaven became more concentrated, and the scale of the cave heaven also increased. In the future, you can learn the art of moving spiritual veins and spiritual mines to increase the level of spiritual veins in the cave heaven. As Wei Zhong took away the spiritual mines, the Qingchuan secret realm also changed, and a sense of rejection came. This secret realm is about to be closed again. As the signs of the closure of the Qingchuan secret realm appeared, many cultivators scattered in the secret realm showed unwillingness on their faces. But no matter what, no one could stop the secret realm from closing. The cultivators scattered in various places were all repelled by the secret realm, and gathered together because of the entrance and exit location anchored by the Qingmu sect. The mixed casual cultivators and sect cultivators consciously divided into 2 teams, and many casual cultivators were still wailing in pain. I was almost there to get that spiritual medicine. Such complaints are not uncommon. Not everyone can make back the cost of a ticket of 300 spiritual stones. There were also people whose robes were covered with bloodstains. After the trip to the secret realm, they lost several limbs. They were painfully covering their wounds and staring at the people around them vigilantly. The entrance to the secret realm behind him began to roll and shrink, emitting terrifying void fluctuations. Zhao watched the passage collapse, and even the formation flag used to stabilize the passage was destroyed, and he sighed helplessly. The Qingchuan secret realm is over. From then on, the Qingmu sect no longer had the means to enter and exit the secret realm. The resource treasure land was destroyed. If the sect wanted to develop, it had to focus on the outside world, on the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The journey to the secret realm has ended. Please leave quickly. If you find precious spiritual medicines, you can register with the disciples of the sect who will stay later, and they will arrange alchemy for you. As soon as these words came out, 8 cultivators stood up among the casual cultivators. It seemed that these were all people who had gained something in the secret realm. More than 100 casual cultivators entered the secret realm, but only a few of them had gained something. Wei Zhong stood in the crowd and looked at the casual cultivators who were mixed with joy and sorrow. It seems that some people also have a lot of gains, but they are not spiritual medicines, but spiritual beasts, spiritual stones, or simply other cultivators' things. As the first person left, the remaining cultivators embarked on the road back and left along the mark of the way they came. Wei Zhong was in the crowd, controlling a flying sword, and did not perform his own flying cloud technique. It was because Lu Yibin, dressed in white, stayed in the same place after many sect monks left, staring at the group of scattered cultivators who left, not knowing what he was looking for. Zhao Bai came to Lu Yibin. Yibin, what did you get? He then retracted his gaze, turned around and bowed. I have lived up to the trust of the master. Then he presented a ring. Zhao Bai grabbed it in his hand, looked into it, and showed an irrepressible joy on his face. Okay, you have completed the task very well this time. Think carefully about what reward you want. The sect will not treat you unfairly. The latter bowed lower. The disciple has only one request. Please refine all my remaining 5 first-level flying swords into the second level. Okay. Forging a second-level flying sword is not a difficult task for Zhao Bai, and what his disciple needs is only an ordinary magic sword of the second-level lower grade, but the specifications are slightly different from the ordinary second-level magic sword, and it needs to be integrated into the paper fan. For Zhao Bai, these only require some minor adjustments, and it does not take much effort. Thinking of the upcoming reclamation of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, these magic weapons can also enhance his strength, and Zhao Bai is happy to see this. After Wei Zhong left the Qingmu sect, he looked a little worried, as if he was recalling the various actions in the secret realm and was worried about missing a certain opportunity. Brother, I wonder if there is any gain in the secret realm. Whether it is a spiritual beast or a spiritual medicine, I will give a good price. However, the casual cultivator next to him came forward and planned to buy the good goods in Wei Zhong's hands. Wei Zhong thought to himself, I have gained a lot, but you can't afford it. However, his face revealed regret, and he replied, Alas, I am afraid that you will be disappointed. As he said that, Wei Zhong took out a yinzhang fruit that he had looted in the secret realm. I saw several places with spiritual medicine in the secret realm, but unfortunately I don't have the ability to take them. I only picked these small red fruits with a little spiritual energy. I don't know what they are, and what price you can give. When the man saw Wei Zhong took out this thing, a trace of contempt flashed across his face. Doubt you, this thing is not worth spiritual stones, so keep it for yourself. After saying that, he waved his hand and left. Wei Zhong pretended to be sorry and put it into the storage bag, then joined the crowd leaving, walked into the market, and found an empty corner to restore his Chuzhong appearance. He stepped on the flying sword and returned to his own courtyard. After entering the courtyard, he took out Jiucai. There was no room for it to appear in this trip to the secret realm. Although this courtyard is not big, it seems that it can also be used as an ornamental fish pond. If Dajin can shrink its body, it can also be a companion with Jiucai to protect his own courtyard together. As for himself, of course, he stayed in the cave to practice. After sprinkling a spiritual rain on the surrounding spiritual fields and using magic to clean up the pests in the fields, Wei Zhong returned to the small courtyard practice room and came to the treasure of the cave in a flash. The scale of the cave has expanded a lot after the spiritual mine was collected, and the concentration of spiritual energy has increased to a considerable extent. Wei Zhong stepped into the practice room and looked at the 3 objects on the table, and fell into a dilemma. Should he immediately switch to practicing spring and autumn water refining art at this moment? The proficiency of Bilong Gong has reached the master level, and will enter the master level in the near future. The practice speed must be faster than the spring and autumn water refining art that has not yet been practiced. I only have 8 years to live, and I still need the Bilong Gong to increase my lifespan. If I rashly switch to the spring and autumn water refining art, I might not be able to maintain my current lychee refining cultivation for my lifespan. After thinking for a while, Wei Zhong made a decision. Don't rush to switch to the cultivation method, continue to practice the Bilong Gong first. At least leave yourself 50 years of lifespan, and then switch to the spring and autumn water refining art. With this 50 years of lifespan guarantee, you will be a cultivator with a short-term late foundation building combat power. Enough to be fearless of most of the current threats. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, Qi refining level 9, 99%, Kung Fu, Bilong Gong master, 24%, health preserving Gong proficient, 51%, Taoism, time Taoism, lifespan, 134 of 142, this time Taoism is indeed different from ordinary Taoism, and there is no progress bar. It seems that what Bai He said makes some sense. The inheritance of the spring and autumn water refining art is not simple. Thinking of the 5 elements, could there be other parts such as alchemy and wood refining? Is the time Dao Fa also incomplete? Wei Zhong's mind became more active. But all this is ultimately speculation. Wei Zhong sighed and put down the jade slip of the technique. Silently chanted in his heart, level up twice. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, Qi refining level 7, 99%, lifespan, 114/142, then he operated the Bai Bo Gong, and a wisp of spiritual energy was absorbed and refined into spiritual power in his body. The level of Qi refining level 8 was naturally broken by Wei Zhong. Cultivation, Qi refining level 8, 1%, level up again. Cultivation, Qi refining level 7, 1%, lifespan, 104/142, well, maintaining the cultivation level of the late Qi refining level will not reduce my combat power too much. From now on, I will keep jumping back and forth between the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of Qi refining. After accumulating enough lifespan, I will practice until the 9th level of Qi refining is perfected and then switch to the spring and autumn water refining art. Just as Wei Zhong was immersed in his practice, Qingmu sect issued an announcement that it would start the development of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in the east of Monyuan Prefecture. Not long after, the vanguard army led by the Lord of the Dharma Hall set out. This time, the vanguard army was composed of elite disciples from the 3 halls, and 4 of them were disciples of the true transmission. The 2nd true transmission Lu Yibin, the 4th true transmission Lin Muxue, the 5th true transmission Luo Jigang, and the newly promoted 8th true transmission Luo Mingyan. However, the 7th true transmission was a pill master and was not in the vanguard this time. As for the 1st, 3rd, and 6th true transmissions, there was very little news about them among the cultivators, as if someone deliberately covered it up. What surprised Wei Zhong was that the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, which was once considered a dangerous place by human cultivators, was easily settled by the Qingmu sect, and it took only 1 year to establish a solid foundation. The various precious cultivation resources brought back from the front were displayed to the casual cultivators without reservation, triggering heated discussions among the casual cultivators. In the same year, many casual cultivators joined the Qingmu sect to form the 2nd batch of cultivators, heading straight for the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Brother Ning, why didn't you go to the 10,000 Beast mountain range to take a chance? In the small courtyard, Wei Zhong and Ning Sankuan toasted and drank. I'm old and don't want to move anymore. I don't want to take risks anymore with my old bones. Ning Sankuan drank a glass of spiritual wine, a hint of blush appeared on his face. Brother, didn't I gain something from my last trip to the Qingchuan secret realm? The latter smiled bitterly. My grandson wanted to buy a magic sword but still needed some spiritual stones, so I paid part of it. He also thought that he had not fought with others for many years, and even if he found good things in that secret realm, he would not be able to keep them. I gave up this idea. Now, if you take one step back, you will step back step by step, and you don't want to take any risks. Hey, Brother Ning is open-minded. But I am very jealous when I look at the spiritual objects brought back from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Ning Sankuan glanced at Wei Zhong and said, I'd better advise you to give up this idea. Oh? Wei Zhong wanted to hear about the Qingmu sect's development of the 10,000 Beasts mountains, so he took the initiative to fill his glass. Do you know why our Qingmu sect suddenly marched towards the 10,000 Beasts mountains? Wei Zhong thought about it. Could it be that the Qingchuan secret realm has insufficient resources? The latter nodded. In addition, this incident was also arranged by the above. Brother Ning, what are you talking about? It was the idea of those seniors in the nascent soul stage. Maybe there are legendary monks in the transformation stage who are involved in the development of the 10,000 Beasts mountains in various prefectures. Wei Zhong took a breath. As expected, as he had guessed, this matter was a decision made by the top management of the human race. Just because of the different regions, Monyuan Mansion was a little later than Ning Luo Mansion. Then why did Brother Ning persuade me to give up this idea? Although it is a high-level decision. But after all, our Qingmu sect is a few days behind the Rakshasa sect next door, and the front line is not yet stable. We humans are greedy for the resources in the mountains, so why don't the monsters in the mountains be greedy for our human bodies? Especially the aura-rich fleshy bodies of monks like us are even more delicious in the eyes of monsters than the elixir. Wei Zhong was told that he had an aversion to cold. Don't look at how much we have gained now, but these are all earned by the monks' hard work. In the past year, we, the monks of the Qingmu sect, have suffered heavy losses in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. There are rumors within the sect that 1/3 of the first batch of disciples who went there died within a year. Even the true disciples have their own injuries, especially the second most powerful true disciple, who almost died at the hands of the pill-forming monster. If Hall Master Yu hadn't guided him in time, I'm afraid the current 8 true disciples would have become 7. Oh, but that's Senior Lu in white clothes and paper fan? Exactly. It is rumored that he holds 8 second-level flying swords and has extraordinary strength. But who would have thought that such a senior expert would almost die? Wei Zhong couldn't help but sigh. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range is indeed the dragon's pond and tiger's den in the eyes of my human monk. Brother Chu, after so many years of farming, it's better not to go to that kind of dangerous place. Save up your family wealth. If you can't buy a foundation building pill, you can still get 1 or 2 foundation building spiritual objects. You may not be able to attack the foundation building once in your lifetime. Wei Zhong raised his glass. Then I'll take my brother's good advice. Speaking of which, are there any new foundation building monks appearing nearby this year? Of course there is. Several monks who came out of the secret realm a year ago have successfully built foundations, and there is also a casual cultivator among them. In addition, there are also the group of disciples who went to the 10,000 Beast mountain range, and several of them also built foundations. I didn't expect that in just 1 year, so many monks would successfully build foundations. Watching Ning Sankuan leave, Wei Zhong returned to the small courtyard and asked Zhoucai to look after the courtyard while he entered the cave and entered the state of cultivation again. The task of accumulating longevity has not been completed yet, and the transfer of skills has not yet begun, but he is not in a hurry to build a foundation. When the outside world becomes more stable and the Qingmu sect has completely established its foothold in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, it will not be surprising for a few strains of chalcedony mushroom to be released on the market. Let the chalcedony G inside the cave grow a little longer. In the blink of an eye, spring passed and autumn came, and 10 years passed. In the eyes of outsiders, this middle-aged monk named Chu Zhong has been farming steadily and has been farming in the Qingmu sect for 20 years. He is considered an elder among spiritual farmers. Regardless of the external turmoil, he has always adhered to his farming beliefs. It was because of his farming experience and winemaking skills that he had accumulated enviable connections in the Aoki sect. Not only is he on good terms with the deacon from the outer sect who is responsible for leasing the spiritual field, but he also has a way to pass on the truth within the sect. In particular, one of them is the true disciple of the master of the alchemy hall, Shinyuchi, who is regarded as an alchemist. However, it was Wei Zhong who had improved the formula of Qinglu Ozue in his spare time in the past few years, improving its ability to warm and nourish the body to a higher level. This attracted the attention of Shinyuchi, who stayed within the sect, and wanted to spend a lot of money to buy the wine recipe from Wei Zhong, but Wei Zhong gave it to him for free. The latter was overjoyed and said that he owed Wei Zhong a share of cause and effect. If Wei Zhong is in trouble, you can go to him. Wei Zhong was naturally happy to do this, as his wine was not easy to get. Maybe he will have to take several furnaces of precious elixirs to pay off the debt in the future. These 10 years have also been very fruitful for Wei Zhong. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, 9th level of Qi refining, 99%, Kung Fu, Bilangong Master, 8 Mastery, 9%, Shouyuan, 105 out of 150. After 10 years of practice, he not only advanced from the 7th level of Qi refining to the 9th level of Qi refining, but also experienced a Krypton level, which increased his lifespan by 10 years. The Bilangong is not far from the Grandmaster level, but unfortunately he will switch to other exercises next, and no matter how proficient he is in this exercise, it will be useless. What is gratifying is that the health-preserving exercise has successfully entered the mastery level, completely repairing the hidden injuries on Wei Zhong's body, and making Wei Zhong's lifespan limit return to 150, reaching the standard of ordinary Qi-refining cultivators. Moreover, there is still room for further development of the health-preserving exercise. I wonder if it will increase his lifespan like some longevity exercises. In short, Wei Zhong has left 45 years of surplus lifespan, and can switch to another exercise. I heard that practicing high-level exercises makes it easier for cultivators to break through the realm, but I don't know if it is true or not. In the cave, Wei Zhong picked up the jade slip of the exercise with spring and autumn water refining art and changed the exercise according to the description. As both are water-attributed techniques, Wei Zhong did not encounter any difficulties during the conversion process. After a month, all the spiritual power in his body was converted into the unique spiritual power of spring and autumn water refining technique. At this moment, Wei Zhong's cultivation level also fell from the 9th level of qi refining to the 6th level of qi refining. There is a certain degree of loss in the conversion of techniques. In addition, Wei Zhong fell down a small realm because the spiritual power of spring and autumn water refining technique is much stronger than Bilangong. If Wei Zhong's spiritual power was like driftwood floating on the water before, it is now a rock hidden deep under the water. The quality has risen by more than one level, and it has a unique heavy taste. The various spells performed by this are also much stronger than before. The column of time and Taoism on the panel has also lit up. As long as Wei Zhong has a thought in his mind, he can instantly transform into a foundation. This book sets the lifespan of qi refining cultivators to 150, and some novels are 100. I think that since they are qi refining immortals, 100 years old is too good, so I added 50. Wei Zhong resisted the impulse in his heart. His life was not in vain, but he could not waste 7.5 years of his life in a place like this because of a little curiosity. Well, when you reach the later stage of qi refining, you may be able to experience the feeling of foundation building once every 15 years to provide experience for future foundation building. Well, at this moment, Wei Zhong really wanted to take a few plants of chalcedony mushroom and go out for a spin. He didn't know if he would encounter a Jie cultivator who didn't have a long-sighted mind. When the time came, he would directly use the Taoism of time, and I'm afraid he would be able to scare the opponent. No, there are still mines in my cave, and there is no shortage of Jieshuo's 3 melons and 2 dates. Speaking of which, 10 years have passed, and I wonder how the Qingmu sect has developed the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. And I don't know if the second true biography was fed to the monster. Wei Zhong considered himself not a person who held grudges, but Liu Yibin, who had dug his own spiritual mine and had hunted him down, was not one of them. It's time to go out and see the situation and talk to Lao Ning. In the past 10 years, Wei Zhong has devoted himself to cultivation. Even the harvesting and selling of the spiritual rice in the spiritual field was left to the casual cultivators who took over the task here. With Ning Sankuan's relationship, Wei Zhong was confident that no one would dare to steal his spiritual stone. After tidying up, Wei Zhong took 2 pots of spiritual wine and went out. Hey, Brother Chu is a rare visitor. Ning Sankuan was surprised when he saw Wei Zhong coming to the door. This was the first time that Wei Zhong took the initiative to visit in the past 10 years, so it was no wonder that he did what he did. After taking the spirit wine from Wei Zhong's hand and taking out the side dishes, the two began to chat. Brother, I have devoted myself to cultivation these years, but I have gained a lot, right? Wei Zhong grabbed a spiritual bean and stuffed it into his mouth, not much, just enough to break through to the 7th level of qi refining. There is still some distance from the 8th level of qi refining, but it's not far away. Although Wei Zhong had already fallen to the 6th level of qi refining due to the transfer of cultivation techniques, Wei Zhong used the Taoism of time to borrow a piece of skin from the past. It looked like it was at the 7th level of qi refining, but it turned out to be a mirror, without the power of the later stages of qi refining. Abel. I didn't expect that it only took me more than 10 years to break through this level. It's much faster than ordinary monks. If I can maintain this progress, I can expect to build a foundation in my lifetime. The later stage of qi refining is so difficult. As if being hurt by Wei Zhong's words, Ning Sankuan seemed to think of something, and held the wineglass in silence. Wei Zhong only reacted after clinking glasses with him. My little brother walked along this way and found that Minjuang City was quite deserted. I don't know why. Ning Sankuan put away his emotions and said, I don't know, little brother, but thanks to the sect's development of the 10,000 Beasts Mountains in the past 10 years, we, the human monks, have established a firm foothold in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains in Mongyuan Prefecture. Hunting monsters and finding medicine is much safer than before, and the rich resources in it have attracted many monks to go there. Today, Minjuang City is getting worse day by day. Maybe there will never be a need for me as an outer deacon. Brother Ning is joking. After all, there are only a few monks who dare to take risks. There are still many people who are willing to plant some spiritual fields and practice in peace. Only with Brother Ning sitting in the battle, the spiritual fields of Qingmu sect will be stable. What Wei Zhong said was not nonsense, at least in his own opinion. In previous years, when I was farming in the Yin family, I often had disputes with other spiritual farmers over the spiritual fields. During this time in Qingmu sect, Ning Sankuan, as the outer sect deacon, handled such matters extremely well. It's just relying on the power of the sect. Speaking of which, prices in the world of immortality have been reduced recently because of the incident in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Especially for elixirs, the price of ordinary elixirs has been reduced by 10% to 20%. Even the foundation establishment pill, which was rarely seen in the past, will occasionally be seen in auctions. Oh? Wei Zhong became interested. I wonder what the price is. Ning Sankuan drank a glass of wine and said, about 5,000 spirit stones. The highest auction was 7,000 spirit stones, which were auctioned off by the Li family, a nearby foundation building family. This foundation establishment pill is not much cheaper. The Li family pays such a premium. Could it be that there was an accident at home? Wei Zhong asked, stroking the cup. I heard that the ancestor of the Li family is nearing the end of his life. No wonder, if the Li family can't have another foundation builder, it might be difficult. Who says it's not the case? Without the foundation building monk who is the backbone of the family, this family will become a big piece of meat. I don't know how many people are eyeing it. Ning Sankuan took a bite of the spirit beast meat, obviously not surprised by this kind of thing. As an outer deacon of the Aoki sect, I have seen the demise and rebirth of countless foundation building families. Speaking of which, brother, do you plan to be a spiritual farmer forever? Wei Zhong's hand holding the wine glass paused slightly. That's probably the case. Work hard to reach the 9th level of qi refining, and then see if you have a chance to build a foundation. If not, then go home and leave a legacy for the family. Looking at the wine glass handed over by Ning Sankuan, the two clinked their glasses and drank. In my opinion, Brother Chu, instead of continuing to farm, it is better to find a job in the Qingmu sect. Doesn't that true disciple owe you a favor? Just use it. Wei Zhong just held the cup and said nothing. Ning Sankuan sighed, knowing that the young man in front of him had not given up the idea of building a foundation. Good luck to Taoists. After Ning Kengkuna left, Wei Zhong started wandering around the city. After all, what he said just now was only one side of the story, and Wei Zhong still needed to confirm it himself. After asking around, it turns out that most of the elixirs in Fong City are much cheaper than before. For example, the price of a bottle of high-grade nourishing pills that Wei Zhong often used for cultivation dropped from 200 low-grade spiritual stones to 160 low-grade spiritual stones. Buy more and get discounts. Such a cut in half made Wei Zhong regret it. If he had known better, he would not have bought a lot so early. Although the lost spiritual stone is only a drop in the bucket compared to the spiritual mine in his cave, a spiritual stone is still a spiritual stone. When did Wei Zhong, who was frugal in his previous life, suffer such injustice? Hey, the shopkeeper brought me 3 bottles of high-quality nourishing pills. Based on his past life experience, Wei Zhong knew that he had to increase his position at this time. Then he changed his identity and went to several other stores to buy a few more bottles. In this way, you will have almost all you need for your next practice. Shopkeeper, do you have the 300-year-old Chalcedony Gigi here? Feeling the 9th level of qi refining cultivation of the mysterious monk in front of him, the shopkeeper did not dare to neglect him. He quickly replied, Chalcedony mushroom? This little shop in Lao Dao doesn't have it in stock. If fellow Taoists are not in a hurry, there will be a batch of goods shipped from the 10,000 Beasts Mountains in March. You can come and take a look. Wei Zhong thought to himself, times have indeed changed, and even the main ingredient of the foundation establishment pill, Chalcedony Gigi, is no longer rare. I wonder what the price is. The market price is 2,000 spiritual stones. If you sincerely want it, you can pay a deposit first and make up the balance when the time comes. Then the Chalcedony mushroom will be yours. In this market, there are many Taoists like this. There are many people who are eyeing Chalcedony Gigi. At this moment, Wei Zhong didn't even realize how expensive this Chalcedony Gigi was. When I look back, I think that I am no longer a small cultivator who relies on spiritual fields for a living. Instead, I have a mine at home and am extremely rich. Naturally, my mentality has changed unconsciously. No, it has to be changed. How could a spiritual farmer behave like this? Wei Zhong suddenly became nervous. Can it be cheaper? The shopkeeper's expression remained unchanged. Fellow Taoist, this is already a conscience price. Wei Zhong grabbed his beard in embarrassment. Wrong, Pindao will think about it again. Then he left the store under the watchful eye of the shopkeeper. A faint sentence of poor ghost came from behind, and Wei Zhong, whose spiritual sense was beyond ordinary people, heard it. With Wei Zhong's self-cultivation, he didn't take the little shopkeeper's words seriously. After some inquiring, at least I understood that it was not unusual for me to take out the chalcedony mushroom at this moment. Well, when you have reached the point where you have perfected your qi refining, you will take out the chalcedony qi and find someone to make elixirs. Back in his own courtyard, Wei Zhong popped a soul-feeding pill to Jiucai on the branch as a reward for its guarding. Looking at the mixed-haired parrot on the branch, Wei Zhong shook his head. After all these years of getting along, Wei Zhong has understood the habits of this beast. It is not stupid, but lazy. It is so lazy that it does not even want to imitate, and does not even greet its owner when he comes home. Even when it asks for soul-feeding pills on a daily basis, it just stares at Wei Zhong without saying a word. It made Wei Zhong think that he had offended it. Wei Zhong threw a soul-feeding pill at it in a sullen manner, and it was accurately taken into its mouth. In the past few years in Qingmu's sect, this mixed-haired parrot has entered the late stage of the first stage from the middle stage of the first stage, and its current realm is a few points higher than Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong once suspected that it had a bloodline reversion, otherwise how could it have such a terrifying progress in cultivation? Just stay here and guard the house. Don't say it, although this parrot is not pleasing, it is a good hand at guarding the house. Several times, the thieves sneaked into the courtyard, and they were driven away by it. Thanks to its help, Wei Zhong also saved a set of spirit stones for buying a warning array. Waving to Jiucai, Wei Zhong walked into the room, and in a flash, he had arrived at the cave. Feeling the rich spiritual energy, he immediately hummed comfortably. It's still comfortable in this cave. Based on the information he had inquired, Wei Zhong guessed that it was at least a third-level spiritual vein, and it was a top-grade one among the third level. Compared with the Jindan cultivator, the spiritual energy is so rich that even the Yuanying Jinjuan can slowly improve his cultivation in this spiritual land. Such a cave is very suitable for a steady immortal cultivator like Wei Zhong. In the future, at least he can practice to the Jindan or even the Yuanying with this. If a few spiritual veins can be moved in, it is not impossible for this cave to break through to the fourth level. After inspecting the cave, Wei Zhong was somewhat pleased. The spiritual rice in the spiritual field grew well. Although it was ordinary first-level spiritual rice, it was somewhat different from the spiritual rice outside under the nourishment of rich spiritual energy. The peeled spiritual rice was as green as jade and full of spiritual energy. It was much better than ordinary spiritual rice and had become Wei Zhong's staple food. If there was a chance, he could find second-level or even third-level spiritual rice seeds and cultivate them well. Between the several acres of spiritual fields was a large pool dug by Wei Zhong. Jiucai ignored Wei Zhong, but Dijin was very attached to Wei Zhong. In his spare time a few years ago, Wei Zhong dug a pond for Dijin in the field near the yard, and planted several white jade lotus and other aquatic spiritual plants in it. In the cave with abundant spiritual energy, lotus flowers often bloom. In the center of the white flowers, green lotus seeds wrapped in lotus pods are nurtured. They are Wei Zhong's common side dishes. The two precious spiritual medicines of Dijin were planted in the pool, and a layer of fertile spiritual soil was specially laid around them. As if sensing Wei Zhong's arrival, the pool rolled up a large wave, and a fat golden fish head poked out from it. It made an unknown gurgling sound from its mouth. Jiucai has a good mouth but is unwilling to learn to speak. Your big mouth with air leaking from all sides is happy to gurgle, but unfortunately I can only understand the general idea. What if these two are put together? Wei Zhong glanced at Dijin's body that was 2 feet long and gave up the idea of raising it outside. Bring Jiucai into the cave? No, it has to watch the house outside. Wait until it respectfully calls me master before considering this matter. Grabbing a handful of spiritual feeding pills, Wei Zhong threw them into Dijin's big mouth. Roughly counting, there are 5 pills. Well, Dijin's realm is high, so he should eat more. Wei Zhong assured that it was not his bias. Looking at the 2 spiritual herbs swaying at the bottom of the lake, Wei Zhong patted Dijin's fish head. Dijin, I wonder when you can advance. Now that Wei Zhong has enough jade marrow, he no longer has the idea of killing fish to get the elixir. I hope it will advance, just thinking that I can have a second-level spiritual beast mount in the future. Golden light, awe-inspiring, can't it be more majestic than a second-level magic sword? But the spiritual beast is almost at the second level, and I, the master, can't be slow. Back in the practice room, Wei Zhong sat cross-legged, and his body began to absorb the free spiritual energy around him and refine it into his own spiritual power. Spring and autumn water refining art introduction, 43%, it seems to be the common point of water-attributed exercises. Just in the month of changing the exercises, the proficiency of this spring and autumn water refining art has been pushed to 43%. It is only about halfway to the proficiency level. Moreover, this method is worthy of being praised by he, a cultivator in the spiritualization stage. Not only is the spiritual power condensed stronger than ordinary methods, but the speed of cultivation is not slow at all. When practicing, Wei Zhong seemed to have a fan in his body, which madly sucked in the surrounding spiritual energy. Compared with the previous spiritual energy absorption efficiency, it was more than twice as fast. The late stage of qi refining was nothing in front of Wei Zhong. He broke through it in less than half a month of practicing, and then reached the 8th level of qi refining in 3 years. The spring and autumn water refining art reached the proficiency at the same time. After 3.5 years, he reached the 9th level of qi refining, and then spent another 3 years to completely complete qi refining. At this point, the cultivation level cannot be improved. Only one foundation building pill is needed to try to build the foundation. With the blessing of the 3rd level spiritual land, the top grade nourishing pills that can fill you up, and the proficiency panel, Wei Zhong climbed from the 6th level of qi refining to the peak of qi refining in less than 10 years. Such a speed will definitely scare a group of fellow practitioners. Of course, what is more likely is that high-level cultivators came to kill him and forced Wei Zhong to reveal the secret of his rapid cultivation. After calming down a bit, Wei Zhong focused his attention on the panel. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, qi refining level 9, 99%, skill, spring and autumn water refining art proficient, 8 mastery, 51%, lifespan, 115/150, spring and autumn water refining art is close to the mastery level, and it is estimated that it will be able to break through after practicing for a while. However, my lifespan is not much, 35 years, only enough for me to perform the time down method twice. In addition, the vest of Chu Zhong at this moment is not suitable for exposing the cultivation level of qi refining level 9. In 10 years, qi refining level 7 to qi refining level 8, the 9th level of qi, for an ordinary spiritual farmer with poor aptitude, is really shocking. That's called Krypton level. With this thought, Wei Zhong's cultivation level dropped by 1 level, and he instantly made up for the 10 years of cultivation time. Then he became addicted to cultivation again. 3 years later, Wei Zhong returned to the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, and the spring and autumn water refining art reached the mastery level. He Krypton level again, and this time it only took 2 years to return to the peak again. The mastery level of the spring and autumn water refining art is so terrifying. Wei Zhong understood that this was not only the power of the mastery level skills, but also the result of his own resources. In Qingmu sect, which qi refining cultivator could use the 3rd level spiritual land so luxuriously? At most, he could only cultivate on the 2nd level branch. And the top grade nourishing pill, which cost 160 spirit stones per bottle, who could eat it like Wei Zhong eating candy beans? All these conditions led to the rapid improvement of Wei Zhong's cultivation. So far, name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, qi refining level 9, 99%, Kung Fu, spring and autumn water refining art mastery, 18%, health preserving Kung Fu mastery, 68%, lifespan, 100 out of 150. It's time to build a foundation. Wei Zhong left the cave and planned to look for Xingyuqi. As a spiritual farmer, he must have a reasonable source of foundation building pills. After some investigation, he found out that he had left the sect and went to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. In the past 15 years, the rich resources of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range have attracted a large number of cultivators, making Mingyuan market even more decadent. Looking at Mingyuan city, where the crowds were becoming increasingly sparse, Wei Zhong felt a bit of a sense of sadness that things seemed to be different from human beings. After spending a lot of spirit stones to collect other medicinal materials needed for the foundation establishment pill, Wei Zhong went to visit Ning Sunkuan and found that his face also looked a bit old. After asking him about it, he found out that he was already over 130 years old and was not far away from the upper limit of 150 years for qi refining. Brother Chu is not young anymore, right? Wei Zhong nodded. According to the real longevity, Wei Zhong was actually much older than Ning Sunkuan, but in terms of Chu Zhong's vest, he was 20 or 30 years younger. I heard that Master Shin went to the 10,000 Beasts mountains? Ning Sankuan nodded. Indeed, the situation in the 10,000 Beast mountain range has been very stable in recent years. The sect intends to let him advance to the 2nd level alchemy master by leveraging the rich output in the mountain. Not only that, Master Duan, the master of the alchemy palace, also went with him. If I want to make elixirs, I can go to other alchemists in the alchemy palace. Although their level is not as good as that of Master Duan, I can still master most of the elixirs. To be honest, brother, what I want to practice this time is the foundation establishment pill. Ning Sankuan looked surprised. Is it you, brother? Wei Zhong immediately revealed his perfect cultivation of qi. A wry smile appeared on the latter's face. More than 100 years old, you have successfully built the foundation. You have successfully built the foundation. Perhaps thinking of his own short lifespan, Ning Sankuan became even more lonely. Wei Zhong didn't say anything to disturb him and waited quietly for him to calm down. After a while, Ning Sankuan said, the foundation establishment pill is difficult to refine and requires a second-level alchemist. Currently, there is only one alchemist Qi in the sect who can refine this elixir. You can go to the Yundan Pavilion, which is alchemist Qi's own shop. Just ask the shopkeeper to make an appointment. Most requests for treasured elixirs like foundation establishment pills would not be rejected. Wei Zhong clenched his fist and thanked, Brother Ning, I'll come and have a drink with you when I build my foundation. A smile appeared on the latter's wrinkled face. Then I'll wait, he added after some consideration. Brother, remember, at your age, if you fail to build the foundation once, there will be a second time. Don't force yourself to break through and get injured. Thank you for your advice, brother. I'll go then. The foundation building is successful. The foundation building is successful. The two said goodbye. Wei Zhong found the Yundan Pavilion according to what Ning Sankuan said. I have bought elixirs here several times while hiding my identity, so I am pretty familiar with it. This time I came here as Chu Zhong. As soon as we entered the store, the shopkeeper came forward enthusiastically. The business of the shop has plummeted these days. Most of what ordinary monks come to buy is low-level elixirs, and the profits are extremely thin. Only high-level qi refining monks like Wei Zhong would allow the shop to earn some money. Can your shop be responsible for refining the foundation establishment pill? The shopkeeper was surprised and immediately overjoyed. Pick up, please come upstairs and have a chat. I'll invite Alchemist Qi to come. Alchemist Qi is a famous second-level alchemist in Archingmu sect. He has successfully refined the foundation establishment pill many times and will definitely not disappoint fellow Taoists. Wei Zhong followed him upstairs, and soon a maid brought him tea. The shopkeeper chatted with Wei Zhong with a smile on his face. Especially after hearing that Wei Zhong was a spiritual farmer nearby, instead of being sarcastic, his face became even more enthusiastic. Even the maid behind her who was pressing Wei Zhong's shoulder said, Senior who has persisted in practicing till now must have great perseverance that ordinary people cannot match. Wei Zhong didn't reply, just smiled, and then continued to drink the spirit tea. Wei Zhong didn't let Wei Zhong wait for long. After chatting with the two for a few words, he saw the figure of Master Qi. After his arrival, the shopkeeper and the maid left the room in a wise manner. What was somewhat surprising to Wei Zhong was that the alchemist in front of him was not old, not even middle-aged, and he maintained the appearance of a young man on his face. Seemingly seeing the surprise in Wei Zhong's eyes, he explained aloud, Fellow Taoist is surprised. I, Qiyun, have a young face just because I took a few Zhuyin pills in my early years. Zhuyin Dan? Wei Zhong became somewhat interested. Let's talk about the foundation establishment pill. Qiyun also had a fiery temper and got straight to the point. Are all the materials required for the foundation establishment pill ready, fellow Taoist? Wei Zhong nodded and handed out a storage bag. After taking it, the other party put his spiritual sense into it. After checking it, there was a hint of joy on his face. Fellow Taoist has been fully prepared. The required elixir types and years have met the requirements. The elixir can be made in the next few days. Wei Zhong asked, I wonder how much it costs my friend to refine this elixir. 300 low-grade spiritual stones. Regardless of success or failure, only 300 low-grade spiritual stones will be collected. Wei Zhong frowned. What is the probability that a Taoist friend will become an elixir? The latter stretched out his right hand and gestured with 4 fingers, 40%. Pindao can guarantee that no one in the current Qingmu sect is better at refining this elixir than Pindao. Even if Palace Master Duan is here, the success rate of refining the foundation establishment pill is only 60%, which is only 20% higher than Pindao. Too low. Wei Zhong didn't expect that the chances of these so-called outstanding alchemists achieving elixirs were so low, with a 40% chance of success. In other words, the medicinal materials he spent so much effort to raise might be 60% likely to be in vain, and even need to be padded. 300 low-grade spiritual stones. The Wei Zhong family has a great cause, so it doesn't matter. But as a small spiritual farmer, Chu Zhong should feel sorry for him. After thinking for a moment, Wei Zhong nodded and took out 300 lower-grade spiritual stones. Then I'll leave it to fellow Taoists. There was no way he could wait for the master of the alchemy palace to come back, who knew how long he would stay in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Moreover, its elixir formation rate is only 20% higher, which is not bad at all. Seeing that Wei Zhong had made up his mind, Master Qi took the spirit stone with a smile. The two then signed a spiritual contract, agreeing that Wei Zhongke would come here to collect the elixir 3 days later. Senior, walk slowly. Wei Zhong returned to the small courtyard and rarely practiced again. For 3 days, they only focused on drinking and playing with animals, which made Zhou very annoyed. Only Daijin and Wei Zhong were very happy. I heard that relaxing like this can help increase the success rate of foundation building, but I don't know whether it's true or not. In short, Wei Zhong wasted 3 days. 3 days later, he went to Yundan Pavilion again and took the foundation establishment pill. I have lived up to the trust of my fellow Taoists. I have 2 pills, one of middle grade and one of low grade. Wei Zhong was a little surprised and took out 100 spirit stones and prepared to give it to Qi Yun. The latter refused with a smile and said, "The agreed 300 is 300, fellow Taoist, don't be polite. If you, fellow Taoist, still have such elixirs that need to be refined in the future, you can come and find me, Qi." Wei Zhong shook his head and said, "I don't want to come to fellow Taoist Qi again to refine this elixir." Qi Yun smiled casually, "Then I wish fellow Taoist success in building the foundation." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." After the gift failed, Wei Zhong then rewarded some spiritual stones to the clerks and maids in the shop. Everyone happily accepted Wei Zhong's reward. There are not many monks as generous as Wei Zhong in the Dan Pavilion. When he left, Wei Zhong still had a look of uncontrollable joy. The shopkeeper walked up to the second floor and hesitated to speak to Qi Yun. The latter said calmly, "Let them all accept it, finally someone will reward me. As for this fellow Taoist Chu, just let him be. The path to immortality will not be hidden. If it turns into withered bones, who can be blamed?" After taking the foundation building pill, Wei Zhong left Mingyue Market and continued to move forward in the direction away from Qingmu sect. 3 people popped up not far behind him, all wearing black clothes and hoods, covering their faces. Why did Lingnong go outside the territory of Qingmu sect? This is not a good idea. If we leave Mingyue Market, it will be more convenient for us to take action, right? Only the last person frowned secretly, and suddenly felt a little hesitant in his heart. "Brother Lu, is it true that he has 2 foundation building pills?" Of course, Qi Yun is quite secretive about forming 2 pills at a time. I'm afraid few people in the Dan Palace know about it. I just found out by chance, so I invited you 2 to help. The 2 men's brows were even more delighted when they heard this, and one of them spoke first. "I will not take any other items from Chu Zhong this time, I only want 1 foundation building pill." The other person followed up and said, "Then the other foundation building pill will belong to me." After saying this, the 2 looked at Lu Di at the same time, and the latter sneered in his heart, leaving behind his slight hesitation. "That won't do. Who knows how many spirit stones Chu Zhong has left in his pocket after asking someone to make pills? If you 2 want to distribute them this way, you need to give me 1,000 spirit stones each." The 2 people on the opposite side looked at each other, and one of them said, 1,000 is too much, how about 500? The 2 of us will work together to give Brother Lu 1,000. Lu Di shook his head, "No, 1,000 is too little, at least 1,500 spirit stones are needed. You 2 should make a decision quickly, Chu Zhong is getting further and further away." "In that case, I'll do as Brother Lu said." As soon as these words came out, Lu Di was overjoyed. It is difficult for casual cultivators to get foundation pills, but for Lu Di, who is an inner disciple of Qingmu sect and even a disciple of Dan Hall, it is not so difficult. In recent years, the output of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range has significantly alleviated the shortage of foundation pills in Qingmu sect, and it is even better than the period when they only relied on the Qingchuan secret realm. After the discussion, the 3 of them immediately stepped on the flying swords and headed in the direction where Wei Zhong left. As they walked farther and farther away, Wei Zhong finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the 3 men had finally caught up with him. He thought that his headless flight had made the 3 men suspicious. Fortunately, they followed. Wei Zhong chose a direction that was rarely visited by people and sped up. "No, he found us. Chase." Wei Zhong fled further and further into the remote forests, and the 3 men behind him chased him closely. Suddenly, they saw Wei Zhong turn and dive into a large rock on the mountain, and disappeared in an instant. Disappeared? Could it be a formation? The 3 stopped in front of the big rock and looked at each other. Lu Di saw a man stretch his arm towards the rock and actually penetrated it directly. Cover the formation, the man is in it, chase. Without waiting for the other two to speak, his figure disappeared into it. The two looked at each other for a moment, and then stepped into the rocks. In a trance, the cultivator who entered first showed a look of ecstasy. Is this a third-level spiritual land? The two who entered later felt the rich spiritual energy here and immediately fell into the same ecstasy. Lu Di's surprise lasted only a moment, and then he thought, how could such a spiritual land be covered with a shallow concealing magic array? Unless the other party did it on purpose. Thinking of this, a chill continued to rise from the coccyx, and Lu Di could no longer suppress the panic in his heart. He urged the magic sword under his feet to turn around and flee in the direction he came from. But after turning around, there was no way to come, just a golden spiritual field. Just then, Wei Zhong's strange laughter sounded. Hee hee, you entered my cave, and you still want to leave easily? After saying this, Wei Zhong's aura suddenly changed. Time and space dafa, Wei Zhong instantly broke through from the 9th level of Qi refining to the foundation building, and then reached the 3rd level of foundation building with the remaining momentum, and was only one step away from the middle stage of foundation building. Dong Tian? No, senior, please spare me. We too have no intention of offending you. It was him who bewitched us to steal your foundation building pill. Feeling the foundation building aura on Wei Zhong, one of them was terrified and couldn't even speak smoothly. He pushed all the blame onto Lu Di. Oh? Wei Zhong didn't rush to do it, but watched the scene with interest. Seeing that the casual cultivator he invited sold him out in a blink of an eye, Lu Di's face turned pale. Looking at Wei Zhong again, he actually withdrew his magic sword and knelt down. Senior, please spare my life. I am Lu Di, an inner disciple of Qingmu sect, and a first-level alchemist. I am willing to work hard for you from now on. Please spare my life. As an inner disciple of Qingmu sect who often comes into contact with those foundation-building cultivators, Lu Di clearly understands that there is an insurmountable gap between foundation building and chirefining. Therefore, seeing that he couldn't escape, he knelt down and begged for mercy. At the same time, he secretly cursed Wei Zhong in his heart. You are a foundation-building cultivator, why do you have to pretend to be a chirefining cultivator and make a big fuss to refine the foundation-building pill? Is there anyone in Mingyue Market who dares to snatch the pills of foundation-building cultivators? First-level alchemist? Unfortunately, first-level pills are probably useless to me. You three know the secret of my cave, so you'd better die now. Senior, I promise that I will become a second-level alchemist within 10 years, no, 5 years, and I will definitely be able to be of use to you. Wei Zhong ignored him at all, and the surging spiritual power in his body formed a spiritual arm to grab the three people. The other two saw that the situation was not easing, and their faces became fierce, and they took out their portable magic weapons. After all, he was a cultivator who had been on the edge of a knife for many years, and he was more bloody than Lu Di. One person made a hand gesture, and suddenly a simple little sword flew out from the scabbard behind him. It was rusty and seemed to be stained with some filth. Another person slapped a jade talisman on himself, and suddenly a bright light flashed, and a thin layer of golden light enveloped his body. Then he took out a stone halberd, and he was a rare melee magic cultivator. Brother Lu begged for mercy, why don't you join us in resisting together? It seemed that these words moved Lu Di, who took out a blood-red pill with a miserable look on his face and stuffed it into his mouth. Under the stimulation of the drug, Lu Di's face was ferocious, and blood flowed from his eyes and ears. The spiritual pressure emanating from his body blew away his tied bun. At this moment, Lu Di actually had a trace of the power of foundation building, which could be called half a step into foundation building. The two people around him looked grim, and then they were delighted. It seemed that Lu Di's change gave them more confidence to fight against Wei Zhong. Lu Di was miserable, with sadness in his eyes. He was finished. Taking this pill stimulated his potential, but also damaged his foundation. From then on, he could no longer advance to the foundation building stage. Wei Zhong watched the three people perform their own methods, and his smiling face was even happier. Sure enough, none of these 9th-level Qi refining people were easy to deal with. For many years, they could not build their foundation due to the lack of foundation building pills, so they found other strange methods to improve themselves. That strange flying sword was like this, and the golden body monk holding the halberd was also like this. Especially Lu Di, he really deserves to be a cultivator of Qingmu sect. He actually has a pill that can forcibly raise half a realm. Ordinary Qi refining monks will really fail when they meet him. He is quite powerful, just right for me to get familiar with this foundation building power. Wei Zhong just used his own spiritual power to condense a spiritual power hand, and did not use any spells. The spiritual power generated by practicing spring and autumn water refining art is much stronger than ordinary exercises, and it has a sense of heaviness. Especially in the current foundation building realm where Wei Zhong is, the spiritual power is even heavier, and even the spiritual power in the body has a hint of black. To outsiders, it seems to be mixed with ink, revealing an unstoppable momentum. It depends on whether you three can take my move. Alas, no, Wei Zhong's face was instantly shocked. Lu Di, are you crazy? The cultivator holding the halberd, covering a gap in his chest, roared at Lu Di. Lu Di slowly pulled his hand out of the other person's chest, and at the same time took out the magic sword pierced in his neck. Sure enough, those who practice body cultivation are hard to kill. Lu Di shook the blood on his fist and magic sword, looked in the direction of Wei Zhong, and immediately rushed towards the casual cultivator without caring about chatting. The monk behind him whimpered, but the blood flowing from his neck showed that he was not far from death. His figure instantly fell from the air, and the strange rotten flying sword fell with it. Wei Zhong saw Lu Di slashing with his sword, killing the other two monks in a few rounds, then picking up the spoils, coming to Wei Zhong, holding up the 3 storage bags in his hands and kneeling down in front of Wei Zhong. He knocked his forehead to the ground. The 2 thieves have been killed by me, please spare my life. He is a talent, but it's a pity. You are doomed to die since you entered this cave. There was a hint of regret in Wei Zhong's words. The spiritual power in his hand condensed and turned into a spiritual water bullet that penetrated Lu Di's head. There was still some disbelief on his face. His lips moved slightly, and he wanted to ask something, but his eyes lost their spirit in just a moment, and he didn't say anything after all. Wei Zhong put away the 3 storage bags with his sleeves, and then sent out a fireball in his hand, burning the bodies of the 3 people, and the remaining ashes were scattered in the spiritual field. In Wei Zhong's view, Lu Di is a character. As a disciple of Qingmu's sect, he is neither arrogant nor impatient, so practical that he knows to give up 2 colleagues to please Wei Zhong, a foundation-building master, at a critical moment. It's a pity that no matter how sensible he is, he can't survive after knowing Wei Zhong's secrets. Wei Zhong has no means to restrict this person, and even if he has, he will not let go of someone who knows many of his secrets. There are so many different methods in the cultivation world, even the methods of controlling other people's body and mind may be accidentally cracked by masters. In summary, I'd better ask Brother Lu to die, so that I can continue to practice with peace of mind. After cleaning up the battlefield, I hung the storage bag on the wall of the courtyard. Wei Zhong might not look down on the 3 fighting people. And there are more important things at present. I still need to experience the mystery of foundation building during the period of time maintained by the Taoism of time, and lay a solid foundation for formal foundation building. In the practice room, Wei Zhong sat cross-legged, looking at the liquid spiritual power in his hand and fell into deep thought. The spring and autumn water refining technique he practiced is a spiritual practice method, and the natural foundation is spiritual power foundation. Compared with qi refining, the biggest feature of spiritual power foundation cultivators is that the gaseous spiritual power in the body is condensed into liquid, which is one of the reasons why foundation building magic power is stronger than qi refining. Liquid spiritual power flows through the body, tempering the body, making the foundation building body stronger. Although it is not as good as the foundation building body cultivator who specializes in physical cultivation, it is much stronger than the ordinary qi refining spiritual cultivator. More importantly, the cultivator's spiritual consciousness transforms and turns into divine consciousness, and from then on, he can see himself. Wei Zhong can see the bright light in his sea of consciousness at this moment, the treasure record of time. He controls his divine consciousness to explore it, but he still can't touch it. Is the foundation building not enough? But at least being able to discover its existence is also a kind of progress. The divine consciousness can not only look inside itself, but also project it to the surroundings. At this moment, Wei Zhong's divine consciousness can clearly see the big gold playing in the pool. The projecting distance is more than 30 feet. Compared with the previous spiritual consciousness, the experience is much better. Although the spiritual consciousness of the qi refining cultivator can perceive the outside world, it is not as clear as the divine consciousness, but it is almost metaphysical to perceive the qi. And the distance is not far, only 2 or 3 feet. It is easy to find loopholes, but it will be misjudged by others. Although the new method does not require breaking through the 3 barriers of spiritual power, physical body, and soul like the ancient method, it also raises the foundation of physical body and soul while breaking through the spiritual power barrier. Temper the body and spiritual consciousness so that it will not drag down the spiritual power. In this way, Wei Zhong seems to understand why the foundation building pill uses the three medicinal materials of jade marrow ganoderma, golden essence ginseng and thousand-knot flower as the main spiritual medicine. The jade marrow ganoderma with the highest age requirement represents spiritual power, while the next golden essence ginseng and thousand-knot flower correspond to physical body and soul. Make up for the shortcomings of physical body and soul of qi refining spiritual cultivation, promote the spiritual power of cultivators, and achieve spiritual power foundation. Then, can we find three foundation building spiritual objects corresponding to spiritual power, physical body, and soul respectively, and achieve the effect of foundation building pill? Probably not, otherwise the cultivation world would not regard foundation building pill as the first foundation building treasure. Wei Zhong had no idea of the specific reason, so he gave up the search and continued to study himself. Before he knew it, an hour had passed. All the power dissipated from Wei Zhong's body, and he returned to the state of perfect qi refining. Wei Zhong instantly felt a sense of loss. This loss immediately turned into a firm look. This trip would definitely build a foundation. Wei Zhong closed his eyes and recalled his past and present lives. The things he had experienced in his life reappeared in his mind. From babbling to growing up, from being ignorant to studying and working. There was also rebirth through time travel, killing evil disciples. Decades of practice reappeared in his mind one by one. Wei Zhong felt that his mind was becoming clearer and clearer, and when he opened his eyes were emitting a bright light. In this world, I only seek immortality. Without hesitation, while his energy and spirit were at their peak, Wei Zhong took out the jade bottle containing the foundation building pill and swallowed the middle-grade foundation building pill into his stomach. With the belief of longevity, Wei Zhong started to practice the spring and autumn water refining art. The spiritual energy in the training room was attracted by Wei Zhong and drilled into his body. From the outside, a small spiritual energy cyclone was set off above the courtyard. The medicinal power of the foundation building pill exploded in Wei Zhong's body, not only bringing a large amount of spiritual power, but also dividing two forces to travel through his body and spiritual consciousness. Wei Zhong could clearly feel that his physique was improving and his soul was being strengthened. The strengthening of this foundation building pill actually made Wei Zhong feel a little refreshed. It is worthy of being a foundation building pill. It easily makes up for the deficiencies of my physique and soul. But the joy was only a moment, followed by severe pain. The surging spiritual energy was guided by the magic formula, penetrating everywhere, and drilling into Wei Zhong's body from the surface of his body. Pain that goes straight to the top of the soul. Wei Zhong could hardly even sit cross-legged, his body shaking like a sieve. But Wei Zhong knew he had to endure it. If he interrupted the foundation building at this moment, he would be seriously injured and his foundation would be damaged. He didn't know when he would have to wait for the next foundation building. He tried to empty his mind, maintain the operation of the technique, guide and refine the majestic spiritual energy, and inject it into the dantian. As time went on, the quantitative change eventually led to a qualitative change. The accumulation of gaseous spiritual power produced a black cloud-like mist-like spiritual power, and then these spiritual powers continued to overlap and accumulate, and finally turned into a drop of light black spiritual power droplet. The first drop of liquid spiritual power was successfully condensed, and Wei Zhong had an ugly smile at the corner of his mouth. With the first drop, there was a second drop, and more liquid spiritual power continued to condense as if it was a natural process. After an unknown period of time, the spiritual energy cyclone outside the courtyard had dissipated, and the spiritual energy in the practice room was no longer rolling. Wei Zhong sat cross-legged, with his eyes closed, his face without sadness or joy. His mind had already sunk into his dantian, where a small black puddle was suspended, emitting a rich spiritual light. As soon as the spring and autumn water refining art was activated, the small puddle immediately turned into a stream of spiritual power, flowing through his body. Foundation building, done. Wei Zhong opened his eyes, with a look of joy on his face. The foundation of the immortal way was finally achieved, and from then on he was no longer different from ordinary people and refining cultivators. If you enter the secular world, you can be called an immortal ancestor, and if you worship a sect, you can live out your life in peace. The next step is to find a place for Wei Zhong. It is impossible to worship a sect, and the casual cultivators of the way of survival have to live forever. After coming out of the excitement of the promotion, Wei Zhong found that more than 3 months had passed since he established his foundation. Time really passed quickly, and he didn't even feel the slightest bit of reality. Wei Zhong gathered his overflowing aura. He had just established his foundation and couldn't control it freely. I'm afraid that everyone in the market would forget about this old farmer. And those few acres of spiritual fields. Wei Zhong disappeared for more than 3 months. According to the rules of Qingmu sect, they will be taken back. Going back now will be useless. It's better to spend some time to consolidate my cultivation. With this thought, Wei Zhong closed his eyes, practiced his skills, and fell into the state of cultivation again. In the blink of an eye, it was a month. Wei Zhong stood up from the practice room, stretched his waist, and let out a comfortable groan. Cultivation is really hard. His eyes moved slightly, and he had already shifted his attention to the panel. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, first level of foundation building, 5%, Kung Fu, Spring and Autumn Water Refining Art Mastery, 42%, Health Preserving Kung Fu Mastery, 83%, Lifespan, 115/240. In just 1 month of consolidating cultivation, the progress of the first level of foundation building has been advanced by 5%. This speed can be said to be very amazing. But Wei Zhong knew that the past cultivation would not be so easy and fast. This was just the effect of striking while the iron was hot, while he had just built his foundation and his realm was unstable. In addition, the foundation building realm is divided into 9 levels. According to the Jade Slips of Senior by He, this is the realm of the new method. Unlike the methods of ancient times, which only divided specific levels in qi refining, the subsequent stages are divided into 3 major stages: front, middle, and back. The new method has its advantages. Qi refining, foundation building, and even the subsequent danjie, yuaning, etc. are all divided into 9 levels. It is more convenient to level up by yourself, isn't it? However, due to tradition, today's cultivators often use large stages to describe other people's realms, such as the early and middle stages of foundation building. Wei Zhong shook his robe and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The progress of proficiency in spring and autumn water refining art can be said to be extremely fast. Once the foundation is built, it has increased from 18% to 42% of proficiency, and it only took 4 months. Because of the foundation building, healthcare skills has been a little slack, but it has also been improved to 83%, not far from the master level. More importantly, lifespan. Once the foundation is built, the lifespan will immediately increase to 240 years. Now my bone age is only over 100 years old, which is considered to be in the prime of youth, and there is still a lot of time to waste, to practice. At this point in the foundation building achievement, I can also be a little relieved. In the past, I always worried that the big guys would discover my secrets, and I had a serious lack of security. Now that I have opened the Tao of Time, casting a spell once consumes 12 years of life and I will be in the middle stage of foundation building. Casting it twice consumes 24 years of life and I will be in the late stage of foundation building. After 48 years, I can directly enter the stage of forming a pill and be called a real person. In this world of immortal cultivation, I am a person who can establish a sect. Although the realm can only be maintained for a mere hour, it is also a trump card. Ordinary cultivators can only hide 1 or 2 small tricks, but I have a Taoist method. Who can hide a great realm better than me? Go back. I have to go back to see my spiritual field. Although the spiritual rice in it is not worth a few spiritual stones, I am a dignified foundation building cultivator after all, and I can't let others occupy it. Walking out of the practice room, looking at the big gold that made a gurgling sound at me, Wei Zhong smiled. Raising his hand, he got a bottle of spirit-feeding pills. I have succeeded in foundation building. I am happy today and give you a reward. After saying this, Wei Zhong paused, as if he had forgotten something. He slapped his head and took out a bird cage from the spirit beast bag, and inside it was the listless Jyotsai. He had built his foundation, but he actually forgot to let it out. He kept it in the spirit beast bag for 4 months. What kind of torture was this for Jyotsai, who had been watching the stars and the moon all year round? Fortunately, he felt the abundant spiritual energy in the cave, and his anthropomorphic face was relieved for a moment. But he was immediately startled by the big fish by the pond, and flew out of the cage with 2 coos, flapping his wings and floating in the air. But Dejin thought Wei Zhong had found some snacks for it, and was pushing his big mouth against the bird cage. Wei Zhong laughed and scolded, "You lazy bird, you don't cry no matter how I tease you, but now you coo when you were scared by this fool." Wei Zhong threw a bottle of spirit-feeding pills into the air, which was caught by Jyotsai's little mouth. Then he touched Dejin's fat fish head and whispered, "Get along well." Then he left the cave in a flash. Dejin in the cave seemed to understand that the bird above his head was not food, but his companion. He moved his fat body, took a lotus pod from the pond and held it in his mouth. After making two meaningless gurgling sounds, he stared at the parrot in the air with a silly look. Flying in the air with a magic sword, the Chiron cultivators passing by did not dare to look directly at Wei Zhong's face, fearing that this senior who was building the foundation had a hot temper. They just looked at the escape light that was far faster than the Chiron level from a distance, with awe and envy on their faces. After all, he is a foundation building cultivator, and the level is different. Wei Zhong stepped on the flying sword and sighed. The spiritual power of the foundation building cultivator is so strong that the speed of the flying weapon is naturally very fast, but the level of the magic sword under his feet is a bit too low. It was still a first-level middle-grade magic sword that Wei Zhong bought decades ago. It seemed a bit cheap when paired with his own foundation-building cultivator. By the way, Lu Di and the other two haven't had time to search their storage bags yet, but they can check later to see if there is a suitable magic sword in them. Wei Zhongfei entered Minjuang City, and the disciple guarding the gate saw a strange monk entering the market and stopped him. Without embarrassment, the two qi refining cultivators showed their Lingtian credentials and entered safely. I didn't expect him to be a newbie in foundation building. This spiritual farmer can build a foundation. It's really good luck. Be silent, seniors haven't gone far yet, be careful if they hear you, you won't be able to eat and walk around. The latter quickly covered his mouth. The disciple of the Qingmu sect opposite was thinking that he should report this matter to the sect as soon as possible, maybe he could get some merit, so he blurted out, "There is a new foundation building in Fang City. I am going to report to the elders. You are here to watch." Wei Zhong did not return to his Lingtian courtyard, but went to look for Ning Sankuan first. "Brother Chu." Ning Sankuan was overjoyed to see Wei Zhong. He quickly sat up from the wicker chair, came forward and said enthusiastically, "I heard that you took the elixir that day and went to the outside world of the sect. If you didn't return in April, I thought something had happened to you. Now you are back, what about building the foundation?" Wei Zhong smiled casually and opened his arms slightly, revealing his foundation building skills. "Of course it's done." "Okay, then I have to call you senior." Wei Zhong smiled. "Brother Ning is joking, why should we be so outspoken? We agreed to drink, come and try my improved version of Qingluo Zue." Upon hearing the spirit wine, Ning Sankuan's eyes seemed to light up, and saliva even flowed from the corners of his mouth. "Then I want to have a good taste." The two immediately sat in the corner and chatted about the major events that had happened in the past few days while drinking spiritual wine. Ning Sankuan took a sip of his drink. "Brother Chu, don't worry about those acres of spiritual land. Although according to the rules, if you don't see the spiritual farmer for 3 months, you have to take it back, but I suppressed it based on my authority. I also hired people to take care of the crops in the spiritual field. I even harvested 1 crop these days. After deducting the hiring expenses, I still have these spiritual stones left." After saying this, he took out dozens of spirit stones and placed them on the table. Although these spiritual stones are nothing to Wei Zhong, Ning Sankuan's friendship is very precious. Wei Zhong smiled and took most of it, pushing the rest back to Ning Sankuan. The latter did not refuse and accepted it. "I still have to thank Brother Ning." Ning Sankuan waved his hand, indicating that you're welcome. "Brother Chu, I don't know what happened during the days you left. 4 months ago, an inner disciple in the inner alchemy hall suddenly disappeared. It was just a small matter at first, but it happened to be a first-level alchemy master, which still attracted attention in the sect." Wei Zhong understood that the other party was trying to remind him, so he pretended to be surprised and said, "A first-level alchemy master, this is no small person. How can he just disappear when he is missing?" Ning Sankuan nodded. "Who knows, maybe he died because of his unlucky encounter with the Jieshio Shin Xiaodao." Wei Zhong sighed. The world of cultivation is really cruel. Even if you join a Jindan sect like Qingmu sect, you can't guarantee stability. Ning Sankuan touched his somewhat red face and asked, "Brother Chu, what are your plans after establishing the foundation? Should you continue to be a casual cultivator or join our Qingmu sect?" "It has some bearing on me." Before he finished speaking, a voice came from outside the door. "Elder Su of the Qingmu sect's hall is visiting. It's about to be recommended, so hurry up and invest and make some money." Most of the deacons of the inner sect of the Qingmu sect are in the foundation building stage, and only monks in the late stage of foundation building can enter the Presbyterian Council and be called elders. "Don't be nervous, it should be Elder Su Changjun who is here. Maybe you, the new foundation builder, missed the trace and invited you to join the sect?" Wei Zhong was not nervous, but he was a little surprised when he heard what Ning Sankuan said. Before he had time to think about it, a white-bearded Taoist walked in with a whisk in his hand. Ning Sankuan immediately stood up and saluted. I have met Elder Su. Su Changjun nodded, glanced at Wei Zhong, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that our Qingmu sect's Fengsher would have a fellow Taoist. I, Su Changjun, have met my fellow Taoist. After he finished speaking, he leaned slightly to greet Wei Zhong, who also returned the greeting with his hand raised. I wonder what business Elder Su has here. Su Changjun smiled and said, I just heard that fellow Taoist establishment master came to see me, and I wanted to ask if you would like to come to our Qingmu sect to be a fellow Taoist establishment guest? Guest? Wei Zhong was a little confused and turned his gaze slightly to Ning Sankuan. Unexpectedly, the other party shook his head. Brother Chu, according to Elder Su's introduction, my level is not high enough for these sect affairs. Ha, Brother Ning is right. After hearing Ning Sankuan's explanation, the Whitebeard Taoist also said with some kindness, fellow Taoist Chu doesn't have to worry about the matter of establishing a foundation. As a casual cultivator like you, the sect will send out invitations as long as it's a foundation building. Some people refused, while others agreed. For example, Taoist Hu Yang, who is famous among casual cultivators, is one of the famous foundation building guests of our sect. Wei Zhong recalled the foundation building monk in the fiery red robe he saw at the foundation building banquet of Luo Mingyan. Then what will you gain and what will you have to pay? Being a guest of our sect, you will naturally have easier access to various cultivation resources, such as elixirs, magic weapons, etc. than casual cultivators. As for the obligations, they need to accept various tasks entrusted by the sect. Of course, the frequency is not high, once every 10 years, and the sect will give reasonable remuneration for each task. Wei Zhong frowned. These things Elder Su mentioned can all be purchased with spirit stones, right? The latter's expression remained unchanged. Ordinary resources may be possible, but some rare resources cannot be measured by just spiritual stones. Wei Zhong felt cold in his heart, and immediately understood that this was the Qingmu sect's naked monopoly on cultivation knowledge. If he hadn't accidentally inherited the spring and autumn water refining technique, he might have become this guest to obtain the transfer technique. No wonder there is a city of casual cultivators like the Han Bamboo City in Monuan Mansion. And all of this was beyond the reach of Wei Zhong, who used to be a qi refining monk. After lowering his head and thinking for a moment, Wei Zhong raised his head. I'm really sorry. My qualifications are shallow. I'm very satisfied with being able to build the foundation. I don't dare to ask for the next level. Su Changjun understood that Wei Zhong was refusing. That's such a shame. With a regretful sigh, he bowed to Wei Zhong and wanted to leave. By the way, fellow Taoist Chu, have you ever seen a disciple of our sect wearing a blue and white Taoist robe outside? That person is called Lu Di, and he is the first-level alchemist of our alchemy hall. Wei Zhong looked blank. Lu Di? Never heard of it. I see, then I won't bother fellow Taoist. Outside the door, an inner disciple came up to him. Elder Su, that Ling Nong lied. Senior brother Lu was clearly the one who came out of the clan that day. He must be. Before he finished speaking, Su Changjun knocked him to the ground with a whisk. Elder Su's majestic voice came to my ears. It's embarrassing, just two stupid things to ruin the reputation of our sect. Not to mention whether there is any evidence that Chu Zhong killed the disciples of our sect. Even if there is, so what? Lu Di harmed others in the first place, so he was in the wrong. If he died, he would have to take the blame on himself. Moreover, Chu Zhong is a foundation-building monk. You are just a qi-refining person. Don't be a spiritual farmer. When you see him in the future, remember to lower your head and call him senior. Listening to Elder Su's message, Lu Quan was stunned for a moment. He didn't even notice that he left. When he regained consciousness, he only felt endless humiliation. As soon as he stood up from the ground, he saw Chu Zhong just walking out of the house. The divine light in his eyes made his heart tremble, and he couldn't help but said, Senior. Wei Zhong just heard him and walked past him. Wei Zhong did not take this little qi refining monk seriously, but recalled what Ning Sankuan said just now. You shouldn't refuse Elder Su's invitation. In this world, the Qingmu sect is the king after all, and most of the resources are controlled by it. Even if you have no intention of practicing and want to run the family, you should join. Wei Zhong shook his head and did not agree with what Ning Sankuan said. Of course I didn't mean to practice, I was just pretending to be so. As for running a family, I have no plans for the time being. Wei Zhong has a Krypton-level life exchange method that gives him an almost endless lifespan, as well as the spiritual veins and mines in the cave. There are too many choices. If you are short of elixirs, you can grow them yourself, and if you are short of magic weapons and elixirs, you can also practice them yourself. Even if you don't have a high-level inheritance, but you still have proficiency, practicing the first level inheritance to a high level may not have the effect of turning decay into magic. Moreover, the worst he could do was to leave the Qingmu sect area and find a city of casual cultivators without resource monopoly. It's good to be dragged down by the so-called guest mission. Besides, if the Qingmu sect asks him to carry out a dangerous mission, wouldn't it cost Wei Zhong's life? The first thought was, of course, rejection. Wei Zhong's first priority now is to find a spiritual land, a second-level spiritual land, preferably a spiritual land with a water area. Once you enter the foundation building stage, you can start practicing the various secret methods in the spring and autumn water refining art. Its name water refining art is naturally related to water. Go to the task release office in the market and post a notice for leasing spiritual land. Second level priority, if it doesn't work, first level is also fine. Then he returned to the small courtyard in his spiritual field, took out Jyotsai and hung it on the branch, looking at the undried water stains on its body. It seems that it gets along well with Dajin. Jyotsai flapped its wings, and the strands of spiritual energy in the air entangled its body, drying all its feathers. Wei Zhong said in surprise, "Oh, another trick. I don't know how many unique skills your mixed-haired parrot has hidden. It's a pity that it's too small to be a mount." After saying this, Wei Zhong grabbed Jyotsai. It wanted to break free from Wei Zhong's hand, but it couldn't move after being imprisoned by Wei Zhong's spiritual power. "You guys don't have another trick to grow bigger, do you? Come on, show me how to grow bigger." Wei Zhong shook the 9 colors until he fainted, but he still failed. He put it back on the branch with some disappointment, muttering, "It seems that I can only try it after it enters the second stage." He turned around and walked into the house. Suddenly, a foundation building aura approached Wei Zhong from a distance. "I am Hu Yang, and I am here to congratulate you on your successful foundation building." Wei Zhong's eyes flashed, and he immediately walked out of the house and bowed. "It turns out to be Senior Hu, please come in quickly." Hu Yang has been building his foundation for many years and is already in the late stage of foundation building. Wei Zhong's call of Senior is reasonable. After inviting him into the courtyard, Wei Zhong immediately took out a stone bench and stone table and placed spiritual food and spiritual wine. Hu Yang put down the gift in his hand. "It's just a small gift, not a sign of respect." "Senior, you are too kind." Then the two of them drank and talked. "To be honest, I came here for the foundation building pill in your hand." "Oh?" Wei Zhong's eyes flickered. "The fact that you asked someone to make pills is no longer a secret among us foundation building cultivators. It is now spreading in the Qingmu sect's alchemy hall. After all, being able to make 2 pills, 1 hit and 1 hit, is a great qualification for that Qiyun alchemist. You used 1 pill to build your foundation, so you should have another one." Wei Zhong lowered his head and thought. Originally, he intended to sell this foundation building pill to Ning Sankuan. After all, they were friends for many years, so it was only right for him to lend a hand. But the other party chose to refuse, and frankly said that he had given up the hope of building a foundation. Now it would be good to sell it to the Taoist Hu Yang in front of him, so that he could add some visible spiritual stones to Chu Zhong's vest. Then, whether he was renting a spiritual land or buying magic tools and elixirs, he would have a shortage of spiritual stones. So Wei Zhong looked up and said, "Dao Yu is right. I do have 1 foundation building pill left in my hand, and I am also willing to sell it. Compared to selling it to others, it is certainly better to sell it to Senior Hu. I wonder what price Senior is willing to offer." Hu Yang Taoist stretched out 3 fingers, 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Wei Zhong frowned. The market price of foundation building pills is now 5,000, and Hu Yang's offer is too humiliating. The latter maintained a faint smile. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist, take a look at the gift I gave you first." Wei Zhong looked at the gift box on the table, opened it and found a broken jade slip inside. The contents of the jade slip made Wei Zhong happy. The incomplete inheritance of the second-level spirit wine brewing skills. It seems that there are also several wine recipes recorded in it, but they are covered by the prohibition and cannot be seen clearly. "How is it, fellow Taoist, are you satisfied with this gift?" The old man sighs that he is not as good as the superb spirit wine skills of fellow Taoist. But it is obviously stuck in the first level and is not proficient in the second level brewing method. Although this inheritance is only a broken second level method, it is just missing a few important wine recipes, and the main part of the inheritance is intact. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a complete inheritance. This second level inheritance method is very rare for fellow Taoists to be a casual cultivator at this time. Wei Zhong glanced at the jade slip and knew that what he said was true. Although it is not worth 2,000 spirit stones, it is almost the same. However, it was a bit unfair for the old Taoist to include the value of the gift in the transaction. Let's do the transaction as the senior said. Wei Zhong still made a decision. After the transaction, the two talked about the guest official matter again. Fellow Taoist Chu did not become a guest official of Qingmu sect, which is a long-term view. Hu Yang's old face had some emotion. Oh? Is there something secret about this guest official matter? Hu Yang shook his head. It's not secret, but over the years, Qingmu sect always gives some difficult tasks to me, the casual cultivators, to build the foundation. For example, the last time we developed the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, several fellow cultivators died. Wei Zhong's heart sank, and it turned out that he was right not to agree to Su Qingjuan's invitation. Alas, in fact, this guest position is not a hot potato, it's just that we are unlucky and it just happened to be at this time. Not only my Qingmu sect, but also Hanzhou city of this prefecture is also preparing for the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Other prefecture forces are also preparing or carrying out in full swing. The development of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range has become a major trend in the current cultivation world. Wei Zhong was a little confused. Is there a deeper secret behind the development of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Although Wei Zhong heard some news from Ning Sankuan, it was certainly not as comprehensive as what the Taoist Hu Yang in front of him knew. Hu Yang drank a glass of spirit wine. In fact, since decades ago, the top leaders of our human race have had the intention to take action against the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Recently, there have been frequent incidents of the collapse of the secret realms of various sects, which has accelerated this process. Secret realm collapse? Wei Zhong couldn't help but think of the Qingchuan secret realm. There are different opinions on the reasons for the collapse, but the mainstream one is that the world's absorption of the fragmented space of the secret realm has become stronger. Some people say that this is a major change in the cultivation world, a manifestation of the strengthening of the interface power of this world, and the cultivation world will usher in a prosperous era. Wei Zhong was almost choked by his words, and remembered the rules in the novels of his previous life that whenever the protagonist descends, the world he lives in will inevitably usher in a catastrophe. There must be disasters behind the prosperous era. Could it be that I am so unlucky after traveling here? This makes my cultivation uneasy. Ah, brother, don't be surprised. The prosperous era is a good thing. Maybe with our mediocre talents, we will have the opportunity to glimpse the golden elixir or even the nascent soul realm. Wei Zhong wiped a handful of wine. What the senior said is very true. Okay, let's chat with fellow Taoists here today. The old Taoist has something important to do, so I'll leave now. Senior, take care. Outside the door, the two bowed. By the way, if you want to find a spiritual land, you might as well go to the Li family to have a look. After saying this, Hu Yang flew into the sky on a fiery red flying sword. Leaving Wei Zhong alone at the gate of the courtyard, thinking. Li family, could it be the Li family that spent 7,000 spirit stones to bid for the foundation building pill more than 10 years ago? I heard that their foundation building ancestor has almost reached the end of his life, and I don't know if he is dead. It involves a spiritual land, so I have to go and have a look. So Wei Zhong immediately packed up his things and went to the market to inquire about it. The news he got was that the ancestor of the Li family had passed away 10 years ago. As for the valuable foundation building pill, it was given to Li Haowen, the most promising finding genius in the clan at that time, but unfortunately he failed to build his foundation in the end and damaged his foundation. At the same time, the main vein to which it belonged was attacked and belittled by other branches, and now it has become an inconspicuous side branch of the Li family. And the new main vein has established a friendship with a casual cultivator. His name is Zhu Daorun, and he came here from Hanzhou city. He originally wanted to seek refuge and find a place to stay, but he didn't expect the Li family to take advantage of him and take advantage of him. Therefore, with his help, the Li family retained most of its power and barely maintained the prestige of the foundation building family. But after a few years, the Li family found that this foreign cultivator was becoming more and more greedy, and was simply a blood-sucking worm living on the Li family. A large amount of output was taken away by him every year, and it was even more ferocious in recent years. As a result, the treatment of Li family disciples was even worse than that of Kyrfining family disciples. However, due to his foundation-building cultivation, the Li family did not dare to make an open resistance, but only spread his atrocities everywhere and secretly asked other foundation-building cultivators to stand up for him. Zhu Daorun, who is in the early stage of foundation-building cultivation and is good at using fire magic, was suspected to be injured when he first arrived in this area 10 years ago, and asked the Li family to collect various healing treasures, and has not yet stopped this request. Injured? I'm afraid it's Lao Lu. Wei Zhong has never believed this kind of information. He even simply regarded him as a cultivation level of the middle or even late stage of foundation building. As for the formation of Dan, it should be impossible. Qingmu sect would not allow a Jindan cultivator who was not one of their own to stay so close to them. If you become a Jindan guest of Qingmu sect, just announce it openly. Why hide your identity and pretend to be a foundation building cultivator? It's worth it. Wei Zhong made up his mind in a blink of an eye. And the spiritual land of the Li family also satisfied Wei Zhong very much. Located in Haiyue Lake, it has two second-level spiritual islands, namely the second-level middle-grade spiritual vein and the second-level low-grade spiritual vein, and several other scattered first-level islands. The spiritual island in the lake is just right for Wei Zhong to practice the spring and autumn water refining art. The water refining technique is naturally a water refining technique. The magic power cultivated in spring and autumn water refining technique is born with a hint of the weight and softness of water. And it even records a secret technique for nourishing the magic weapon of one's life. Magic weapon, at least the magic weapon used by the alchemy monks. Although Wei Zhong is only in the foundation building stage at this moment, he can already start to cultivate the prototype of the magic weapon. What is needed to perform this technique is a large amount of water, which can be concentrated and blended with the practitioner's own spiritual power to become a special secret treasure called Yuan Shui bead. This treasure will become heavier and heavier as more water and spiritual power are concentrated. To the enemy, it is as heavy as a stone, but to the practitioner who refines this treasure, it is as light as a feather. At the same time, as the practitioner's natal treasure, this treasure is connected with the practitioner's spiritual power, which can increase the spiritual power in his body to a higher level. In other words, as long as the essence water beads are stronger, the quality of the monk's spiritual power will be higher. Even if the monk's cultivation level has not improved and the total amount of spiritual power has not increased, his strength will continue to increase. This is the powerful treasure recorded in the spring and autumn water refining art, and it is also the reason why Wei Zhong is looking for a spiritual land with water element. To act quickly against the Li family, Wei Zhong knew that he could no longer wait like before and needed to take action as soon as possible while the situation of the Li family was still clear. Otherwise, if other monks are attracted, the situation may be even worse. When necessary, you can use the Tao of Time to crush and seize this spiritual land, as long as it is not exposed to other people. After thinking of this, Wei Zhong immediately took action and submitted his plan of action to the Li family secretly. Not long after, a member of the Li family came to visit. Junior Li Haowen, I have met my senior. Wei Zhong looked at the old man in front of him and said in surprise, it turns out that you are the disciple of the Li family who took the foundation establishment pill in the past. Li Haowen looked bitter when he heard this. His failure to build the foundation caused the Li family to fall into trouble, so he was often ridiculed by others. Although Li Haowen was used to this, he could not help but feel a little ashamed. In order to make up for the mistakes he had made, he had been stationed in Minjiwang city of the Qingmu sect for many years, hoping to find senior experts who could help the Li family. However, the price the Li family could offer was too little, and very few took action. It's this junior, please ask the senior to save my Li family from the fire and water. Wei Zhong smiled and did not agree immediately. Instead, he asked, the Taoist Jew has been living in your Li family. Didn't he notice your little tricks? The latter smiled bitterly. I discovered it, but didn't stop it. Maybe he didn't care. Wei Zhong frowned. After asking for help for so many years, some foundation building monks have always agreed, right? Why haven't they been able to reverse the situation of the Li family? Li Haowen bowed. To be honest, seniors, in the past 10 years, 2 seniors in the early stage of foundation building have secretly taken action, but they were both defeated at the hands of Taoist Jew. In addition, most of the foundation building monks in Fong City go to the 10,000 Beasts Mountains to look for opportunities, so we can't find any foundation building experts who can stand up for our Li family. Until now I have waited for the seniors. Oh? 2 people have taken action, so do you think Pindao, who has just been promoted to foundation establishment, can win? Could it be that he is uniting with the Zhu Taoists to harm my life? Wei Zhong pretended to be angry. After hearing this, Li Haowen immediately leaned down in fear and put his head on the ground. Junior didn't have this intention. I was really desperate, so I came to look for Senior. I also asked Senior to help my Li family. Snort. Wei Zhong said nothing and fell into deep thought. The facts of the Li family revealed something strange. As the invader, Zhu Daoran did not stop the Li family's request for help. Instead, he kept letting it go, as if he was fishing with the Li family's flesh. Even if the Li family cannot be silenced, it should still be done to scare the monkeys. But judging from Li Haowen's intention, such a thing has never happened. Weird, really weird. Get up and talk. Wei Zhong flicked his sleeves, and a strong spiritual force suddenly lifted Li Haowen's arm. Tell me more about Taoist Zhu. Yes, senior. That Zhu Daoist is a casual cultivator who came here from Hanzhou City to avoid the disaster of the True Lord's inheritance. The exercises he practiced were unknown, only that they were powerful fire-based exercises. In the early stage of foundation building, the magical weapon used was a huge fire scissors, which were called blazing stone scissors. It is a second-level high-grade magic weapon. Its destructive power is astonishing. The two seniors were defeated because they were unable to defeat the magic weapon. Blazing stone scissors? What the heck, it has the same character as my time treasure record. The second-order high-grade magic weapon seems to be a prosperous casual cultivator. What happened to the two Taoist friends after their defeat? After the two seniors were defeated, they left in panic and disappeared without a trace. Oh. Wei Zhong sneered in his heart, maybe he was secretly followed and killed by that person. Li Haowen continued to talk about the information about Taoist Zhu, but Wei Zhong always felt that what he said was unreliable. No, the Li family has been deceived too deeply. We still need to investigate on our own. After thinking about this, Wei Zhong no longer bothered to listen to his nonsense, and swept him out of the courtyard with a flick of his sleeves. Let me think about it carefully. When Li Haowen saw this new senior ask a few words and then sweep himself out of the room, and said such words again, he must have given up. A sad smile appeared on his face in an instant and he left here. Wei Zhong watched him leave in the room, his brows furrowed even deeper. I got too little information from Li Haowen, so I still have to investigate on my own. With a slight movement of his eyes, he has already set his sights on the panel. Invisibility Master, 43%, Breath Concealment Master, 89%, Cloud Soaring Master, 97%, Throwing Grandmaster, 11%, Gen Sword Art Master, 68%. These 5 arts are the ones Wei Zhong is most familiar with and uses most often. Although he still has several higher-level secrets in the inheritance, he has no time to learn them. In the short term, he can only brush up to be proficient, and is not as good as the first-level arts of the Master or even the Grandmaster level that he has practiced for many years. Breath Concealment and Invisibility are both hiding arts, Cloud Soaring is an escape method, and Throwing and Gung Sword Art are both attacking arts. Among them, Breath Concealment and Cloud Soaring are not far from the Grandmaster level, so you can focus on them first. Perhaps, like Throwing, it can produce unexpected effects after the Grandmaster level. A ball of spiritual power condensed in Wei Zhong's hand, which contained a small black ball, and rotated at high speed under the urging of spiritual power. Today, with the master-level proficiency and the blessing of Wei Zhong's own foundation-building spiritual power, the flying technique has transcended the concept of ordinary magic. Ordinary first-level defensive magic tools are really like paper to it, which can be broken with one hit, and even the power cannot be weakened much. It also has a slight effect of breaking the law. When it hits the defensive magic tool driven by spiritual power, it can drive away a small amount of spiritual power on it, reducing its defensive effect. In a sense, it greatly enhances the previous penetration effect, but this time it is not only on physical matter, but also points to the illusory spiritual power. This strange change is exactly why Wei Zhong wants to continue practicing these magics. When the breath-holding technique and the cloud-rising technique are practiced to the master level, go to Highway Lake to explore, the master level hiding and escape, plus the 1-hour early stage of the Jindan cultivation brought by the time method. Even if it is a late stage of the Jindan, Wei Zhong has the confidence to escape from it. As for the nascent soul, I can only hide in the cave and cultivate it for hundreds of years, and then come out after the Dan is formed. If the water is too deep, it is not impossible to give up the Li family's spiritual land. I took a fancy to the Li family's spiritual land, and my original intention was to find a reasonable reason for the subsequent cultivation of Chuzhong, the vest. If it is impossible, I will find a first-level spiritual land with water. Anyway, I have the spiritual vein in the cave. It is easy to cause suspicion from others when I advance to the Dan in the future. Forget it, at worst, I can change my identity. Wei Zhong woke up from his practice and sighed. I didn't expect that this practice would last for half a year. Looking at the panel, name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, 1 level of foundation building, 12%, exercise, spring and autumn water refining technique proficient, 51%, Health Kung Fu Proficient, 88%, Shoyuan, 116/240, Spell, Invisibility Master, 43%, Breath Condensation Technique Grandmaster, 1%, Soaring Cloud Technique Grandmaster, 1%, Throwing Technique, Grandmaster, 11%, Gung Swordsmanship Master, 68%, for half a year, Wei Zhong's cultivation and spell practice went hand in hand. Among the techniques, I only practiced Breath Condensation Technique and Soaring Cloud Technique. After unremitting efforts, both of them were successfully promoted to the master level. What surprised Wei Zhong was that after the Breath Condensation Technique was promoted to the master level, it also had a special characteristic, which was that it could resist the detection of divine consciousness. Thinking that he was discovered by Lu Yibin in the mine that day, it was probably the power of divine consciousness. There is also the Soaring Cloud Technique, which has undergone a change that Wei Zhong cannot explain. Wei Zhong not only sighed with emotion, the way of magic is mysterious, and it is indescribable. The master-level Soaring Cloud Technique is no longer soaring clouds, but directly controlling spiritual energy to fly, and there is a vague illusion of teleportation. As a result, Wei Zhong's escape speed has been greatly improved. As for the specific speed, we have to compare it with other foundation-building monks to know. However, the improvement of cultivation level is somewhat unsatisfactory. Wei Zhong understands that the further he goes, the more difficult it will be to improve his cultivation level. My own talent has become a huge disadvantage here. No wonder pill formation is so rare. Ordinary monks don't even have a chance to advance. But fortunately Wei Zhong is different. After taking a high-quality nourishing pill, Wei Zhong shook his head. The nourishing pill at this moment has truly become a jelly bean for me. If I want to further increase my cultivation quickly, I need to purchase the nourishing pill that matches the foundation building. In this way, there is spiritual land outside and elixir inside, so that both inside and outside can be taken into consideration. Among the second-level brewing inheritance obtained from Huyang, there is also a spiritual wine recipe for improving cultivation. There is no time to collect the elixir in the recipe these days. If I can brew it in the future, I don't know how effective it will be. Wei Zhong completed his power and walked out of the cave, stepping on the spiritual energy in the air and walked towards the square. He still needed to enrich himself before exploring Haiyue Lake. After a while, Wei Zhong was holding a second-level magic sword, his face twitching. He looked at the shopkeeper in front of him and said, "Fellow Taoist, can it be cheaper?" The white-browed Taoist opposite shook his head. "Senior, please don't embarrass me, Junior. This price is already the lowest price I can give under my authority. There is really no way to lower it. If the senior is a guest of our sect, it would be cheaper, but..." Wei Zhong waved his hands, looking helpless. After being promoted to foundation establishment, I can see the face of the Qingmu sect more and more clearly. In order to eliminate dissidents, this kind of guest system was instituted, which really squeezed the living space of casual cultivators everywhere. I had no choice but to take out the spiritual stone. Purchase. After a while, Wei Zhong left here wearing a second-level magic robe and carrying a second-level magic sword. It's not possible without spending spiritual stones. As a part of a monk's strength, magic weapons are indispensable. Although Wei Zhong relies on magic to fight, magic weapons can also play a role at certain times. Looking at the heavy magic sword in his hand, Wei Zhong sighed. The blade of the sword is dark and looks very bad. It is a magical sword that ordinary people would not choose. The reason why Wei Zhong bought this sword was to deal with Taoist Ju's blazing stone scissors. Although Li Haowen's words cannot be fully believed, the fact that he owns this pair of scissors should be true. So Wei Zhong bought a thick heavy sword, so that he could at least withstand a few more attacks from the magical weapon during a duel. Wei Zhong was walking through the market with a hint of distress on his face. The two second-level magic weapons cost Wei Zhong more than 4,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Although this is because the price of the second-level robe is slightly higher, it is enough to illustrate its value. With such a high price, it's no wonder that Lu Nang and the other three don't have a second-level magic weapon among their trump cards. Perhaps there is also a reason why the Qi refining monk's spiritual power is too weak to perfectly activate the second-level magic weapon. Wei Zhong shook his head and went to Lingdan Pavilion to buy Hechi pill. After some inquiries, I learned that the price of the low-grade Hechi pill is 300 spirit stones, and the medium-grade price is 500, but the price is limited. As for high-grade products, they would not be sold to casual cultivators like Wei Zhong at all. Okay, it's your guest's authority again. Wei Zhong could only say that the Qingmu sect was good at this. After buying a few bottles of elixirs, Wei Zhong went to the mission commissioning office. There were already many messages under the spiritual land mission he posted. But all the ones mentioned were first-order spiritual lands. Wei Zhong scanned them and remembered a few that could barely catch his eye. He planned to choose among them if the matter in Haiyue Lake was impossible. After returning to the small courtyard and refining the magic weapon, Wei Zhong checked himself and found that he was sufficiently prepared. Let's go and explore Haiyue Lake. Haiyue Lake, where the Li family is located to the north of Qingmu sect, and the distance is not too far. With Wei Zhong's escape speed, it took him less than half a day to get there. This master-level soaring cloud technique is incredibly fast, and consumes more spiritual power than before. He found a remote corner, entered the cave, and took out the elixir he just bought to restore his spiritual power. A low-grade Hechi pill entered his stomach, and Wei Zhong immediately discovered that its effect was much better than that of the nourishing Qi pill. He tasted the middle-grade pill again, and Wei Zhong frowned. Although the middle grade is improved compared to the low grade, this improvement is far less obvious than the Qi nourishing pill taken during Qi refining. When I thought about the price, I felt a little relieved. It was already late at night when I was making adjustments. I don't know how many years have passed since I practiced, let alone day or night. Wei Zhong headed towards the Li family residence at night. In the middle of the night, a few sporadic spots of light could be seen below, and the Li family land was mostly shrouded in darkness. Mortals have taken advantage of the night to rest, and the monks have also sunk into their cultivation. Only the night master or watchman hold a torch and shuttle through the alleys of the house. The two tallest second-level spiritual islands were completely dark with no light. As far as Wei Zhong knew, the island with second-level mid-grade spiritual veins had been occupied by Taoist Zhu and was used for his cultivation needs. The second-order low-grade spiritual vein islands are used as spiritual object cultivation bases, planting various spiritual objects, and prohibiting the Li family from practicing here. Everyone in the Li family was forced to huddle on other first-order spiritual islands. It's really domineering for one person to occupy two spiritual islands. Wei Zhong dodged and rushed to the spiritual island where Master Zhu was. When he reached midair, he suddenly stopped. Wei Zhong keenly noticed the ripples of spiritual energy in front of him. The formation, but it doesn't seem to be of a high level, far behind the Qingmu sects. In Mongyuan Mansion, the array formation is not outstanding, which can be seen from the fact that Qingmu sect only has 3 halls, Dan, Qi, and Dharma. There are very few monks who know how to use magic arrays, especially casual cultivators. Most of them only know how to use magic arrays to deceive ordinary people. Wei Zhong was surprised that there was an formation covering the entire island here. However, Wei Zhong did not detect any threat from it, which was probably a warning formation type. Looking at the eggshell-like formation, Wei Zhong frowned slightly. A sudden inspiration came to my mind, Tang Yunshu Grandmaster. As Wei Zhong flashed, he had already traveled inside the formation, leaving only faint ripples in the air, but not triggering the formation's warning. Only then did Wei Zhong understand what the master-level soaring cloud technique brought about. It was not teleportation, but extremely fast shuttle with a hint of evasion. It was as if an invisible hand had opened a passage for Wei Zhong to quickly pass through, and then naturally smoothed it out. This master-level technique is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps this technique can also be used to avoid some less powerful offensive spiritual techniques. In the night, Wei Zhong used the breath-retaining and invisibility techniques to the extreme, and used the Taoism of time to borrow the power of the past to suppress his spiritual power fluctuations. At the same time, mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and the soul-seeking technique was activated at this moment. The surrounding spiritual light of various colors instantly filled his eyes. Following the strength of the spiritual light, Wei Zhong went to a mountainside. Finally, he stopped in front of a cave. The entrance of the cave was like a gate with the 3 words Jining Cave written on it. The handwriting was modeled, probably left by the ancestors of the Li family. It was a pity that the ancestral foundation fell into the hands of outsiders. Wei Zhong walked into the cave, which was a slightly wider and long passage. The passage was full of bats, and some of the larger bats had blood on their bodies. That was an entry-level monster, the blood-eating bat. A social monster that likes to eat all kinds of blood, especially spiritual blood rich in spiritual energy. And it has a strong perception of qi and blood. As long as humans step into its territory, they will be discovered immediately. Chi-refining cultivators often die without a trace, and even foundation-building cultivators may not be able to escape unscathed. Zhu Daoren raised such a group of monsters to warn people. It can be said that it is much stronger than the formations in the outside world. At critical moments, it can also become its combat power to help resist foreign enemies. However, under this group of sharp blood-eating bats, Wei Zhong walked as if nothing had happened, like a stone, silently. When he was about to walk out of this passage, Wei Zhong suddenly saw a huge bat that was far larger than the ordinary blood-eating bat. Its whole body was blood red, and it was half the size of an ordinary person without spreading its wings. Hanging upside down in the passage, it was like a front tooth in the mouth, which was particularly conspicuous. A peak monster in the late first stage, or even just one step away from the second stage. Looking back at the dense group of bats behind him, Wei Zhong gave up the idea of people against people and beasts against beasts later. Whether it was Jiucai or Dajin, it would probably be a dead end against this group of monsters. After leaving the passage, Wei Zhong planned to find the location of Zhu Daoren first. This cave is the place with the most spiritual energy on the island, and the dazzling spiritual light simply dazzled Wei Zhong's eyes. Wei Zhong had to use his real vision to see traces of people living in the cave. But he couldn't find Zhu Daoren's figure after searching around. Did he go out? Or is this place a cover, and Zhu Daoren is not here at all? Just when Wei Zhong was puzzled, he suddenly found something wrong on a rock wall. The spiritual light here seemed a little strange. It was not abundant, but a little too sparse. After a careful investigation, it was found that it was a piece of unknown strange paper, on which was drawn a similar appearance to the surrounding rock walls, which made Wei Zhong not notice it for a while. However, this paper actually has a slight effect of concealing spiritual power, which is considered a good thing. Carefully opened the drawing paper, Wei Zhong did not sense any triggering mechanism. Behind him was a narrow passage, and a faint smell of blood wafted from it. It turns out that this drawing paper not only conceals the spiritual power, but also blocks the bloody smell. Wei Zhong became alert, and secretly pinched 2 black balls in his hands, ready to use the throwing technique. Walking along the passage, Wei Zhong could already see the 4 most prominent spiritual lights in it. 2 spiritual lights flickered, as if they were about to go out at any time, and each had a spiritual line connected to another blood-colored spiritual light. The 3 did not move, only the remaining one was constantly moving. Wei Zhong walked through the narrow passage and finally saw the scene inside. There were 2 people imprisoned and hung upside down in the cave like dead pigs, with wounds on their exposed necks, arms, chests and other parts. The blood flowing from them dripped down their bodies and long hair into the stone trough below, and flowed along the stone trough to a bloody figure. This figure barely took on a human form, with flesh and blood squirming on the surface of the body, looking extremely scary, and the facial features were even more messy, like a strange tumor growing out of the round flesh and blood. Wei Zhong felt a little strange in his heart, and couldn't help but think of the inheritance of the true Lord of the Blood Sea that he had obtained many years ago. There was a method of refining an external incarnation in it, the blood body method. Although he didn't check its content in detail at the time, it was very likely that the method practiced by the person in front of him was this technique. Wei Zhong turned his head to look at the Taoist candle who exuded the power of foundation building. It seemed that it was really just the early stage of foundation building as said in the intelligence. His burly figure completely supported his loose Taoist robe. The Taoist robe was red and white, and the flame cloud pattern rising from the bottom and the white smoke above formed a sharp contrast. His hair was messy, hanging down like a messed up chicken coop, and he had a very distinctive straight eyebrow on his face. Others only needed to take a look to remember this face in their hearts. At this moment, the slightly rough-looking Taoist Jew was a little furious. He stuffed the black pills into the mouths of the 2 people hanging. Waste, it's a waste that I prepared so many healing pills for you. The spiritual blood of the 2 foundation building people is as thin as water. He hit one of them in the face while saying, "You are not even as good as a domestic pig." The latter was hit but had no reaction. Years of torture had already worn out his mental will, and his weak body had no ability to resist. If it weren't for his foundation building cultivation, he would have died long ago. Wei Zhong understood that the injuries of the 2 were beyond repair. If they could still move now, they would probably choose to commit suicide to end this endless torture. I thought the 2 were secretly killed by this Taoist Jew, but I didn't expect that he would take their blood to refine the law. Wei Zhong was a little emotional. While thinking, Zhu Daoren had already finished venting his anger. He walked to the bloody figure, bit his fingertips, and red blood flowed out. Ignoring the disgusting feeling of the squirming flesh, he smeared the blood on his face with his fingers. This is probably one of the steps in refining the blood body method. After this period of investigation, Wei Zhong was sure that there were no other ambushes in this cave. He only had to face Zhu Daoren and the bloody figure. Now, while he was refining the blood body, it was a good opportunity to attack. Wei Zhong moved his hand slightly, and in an instant, a black shadow passed through a nearly vacuum spiritual energy channel and shot to the back of Zhu Daoren. Flying throwing technique Grandmaster, 11%, the thick-browed and Baiji Zhu Daoren suddenly felt cold in his heart, and it was too late when he realized the attack. He could only twist his body with difficulty, and a flash of fire flashed on his body. This is his automatic defense method of saving his life. However, the fire did not buy him enough time. As if it was a layer of illusory light and shadow, the black ball passed through it almost unhindered. It hit his chest, completely destroyed his internal organs, and then the remaining force passed through his back, removing half of the bloody figure. The powerful vitality of the foundation building made him not die immediately despite the serious injury. With a slight movement of his fingers, he pinched the seal, and the two foundation building monks who were hung upside down in the cave immediately exploded. A blood rain formed, wrapping Wei Zhong in it. Wei Zhong flicked his sleeves upward, and the light black foundation building spiritual power supported a rain curtain above his head, and blood sprinkled on it with a hissing sound. Blood, fire, and poison, my goodness, what kind of ghost did this old Taoist feed these two gentlemen? Although Wei Zhong could withstand this wave of blood rain, in order to save spiritual power, he still moved his body and performed the cloud flying technique to leave the blood rain coverage. Wei Zhong couldn't see the Taoist candle behind him because of the blood rain. Even his consciousness was temporarily blocked by the blood rain and he couldn't get past it. When the blood rain ended, he saw a tall, twisted human figure standing up from the ground. He gasped heavily and then yelled at Wei Zhong, "You deserve to die." Wei Zhong did not reply, but stared at the bloody figure with a solemn expression. It is twice as tall as an ordinary person, with slender limbs, and the central head can barely make out the facial features of the Taoist Zhu. There is no skin covering the top and bottom of the body, and the blood-red muscles are exposed on the surface. The smell of blood is simply disgusting. This is the monster formed by the combination of Taoist Zhu and the bloody clone, and the momentum it exudes reaches the middle stage of foundation building. Wei Zhong was tense, and there was a vague tingling sensation between his eyebrows, as if a poisonous snake was spying on him, and would bite him if he relaxed even a little. Just as Wei Zhong was pinching another small black ball, the tingling sensation between his eyebrows suddenly worsened, and Wei Zhong fled backwards without thinking. It turned out that the blood that had fallen from the spiritual rain just now was controlled by some kind of spellcast by Master Zhu. It turned into bloodlines and rushed toward him. The tips of the bloodlines were cracked, and there seemed to be sharp teeth in them. No, soaring cloud technique cannot withstand so many attacks. Wei Zhong immediately activated the second-level robe on his body, and golden runes suddenly appeared on the cyan robe. The runes were connected by gold threads. They were stacked layer by layer on the surface of the robe, instantly rendering the cyan robe into gold. To an outsider, it looked like Wei Zhong's whole body flashed with golden light, then he connected all the bloodlines, and then escaped safely from the blood network. Wei Zhong had just escaped from danger, and before he could be surprised, a tall figure had already come to him. It turned out to be the Taoist Zhu who used his escape method to come to Wei Zhong while Wei Zhong was resisting this move. The tall body, which was more than 1 foot tall, bowed slightly and almost enveloped Wei Zhong. He held a huge stone scissor and smashed it towards Wei Zhong from top to bottom. A white and black magic sword instantly appeared in Wei Zhong's hand, lying horizontally above his head. The spiritual power all over his body was running wildly, causing a layer of light to appear on the dark sword body. The two devices are connected, just listen to a loud boom. Wei Zhong's ears roared, and he was bent down by a huge force, and his legs were halfway into the rock. The surrounding rocky ground instantly turned into debris under the transmission of huge force. This was Wei Zhongshui's unique force-relieving method. Without this technique, Wei Zhong might have been seriously injured by this blow. Just as Master Zhu was about to use his magic weapon to cut off Wei Zhong's magic sword, he suddenly felt a warning sign in his heart, and a spiritual light shot straight at him. It was the second black ball thrown by Wei Zhongfei. Although it was only triggered in a hurry, it was still terrifyingly powerful at such a close distance. Close, too close. The Taoist Zhu watched helplessly as the spiritual light headed straight for his head. He could only slightly move the stone scissors in his hand to try to change the trajectory of the attack, and at the same time tried to tilt his head to avoid damage. However, he still underestimated the power of the flying throwing technique. The black ball just brushed against the stone scissors, and the huge force transmitted by it almost made him unable to hold the weapon in his hand, and his arms and the stone scissors were lifted upwards by the shock. Although the trajectory of the black ball changed slightly after hitting the stone scissors, it still cut off half of the Zhu Taoist's head, and the arm that was lifting it was also blown off from the middle. Naturally, Wei Zhong would not let go of such a great opportunity. The giant sword in his hand shifted from defense to attack, and he slashed forward, intending to cut off his head in two arms. However, the Taoist Jew who was hit hard didn't show any lag in his movements. He jumped back with the stone scissors in one hand, dodged Wei Zhong's slash, and immediately took several steps back to widen the distance between him and Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong missed the target and retracted his sword to defend himself. The blood from the stumps turned into lines of blood and hit the magic sword. Wei Zhong defended himself while staring at Taoist Zhu in the distance with a puzzled expression. Even the Taoist Zhuji should have died under this blow long ago. The monster transformed by the Taoist Zhu was still able to move freely even after losing half of his head. In the distance, the remaining half of Taoist Zhu's mouth could be seen grinning ferociously. The muscles and blood on his arm moved towards the end, and in the blink of an eye, a new arm was built. Even his head gradually returned to its original state under the blood-colored wrapper. After being attacked by such a powerful spell twice in a row, he had already thought about retreating, but a red light flashed in his eyes, and violent emotions rushed into his heart instantly. Kill, 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 cut this thief who has destroyed my legal body into pieces, extract the bones and marrow. Wei Zhong was completely unaware of this change and just squinted his eyes and thought. Such a fatal injury disappeared in the blink of an eye, and what happened before his eyes was beyond the understanding he had practiced for many years. Wei Zhong knew that he could no longer treat the monster in front of him as an ordinary foundation-building spiritual cultivator. Ordinary spiritual fighting techniques are mostly flying sword techniques and long-range fighting. If you can't get close, don't get close. There is no such thing as Zhu Taoist who can just come up and chop. Moreover, it has the power of foundation-building spiritual cultivation, and its strength seems to be no weaker than that of foundation-building physical cultivation, and it also has such weird healing methods. Wei Zhong sighed. The first enemy he encountered when he was promoted to foundation establishment was a tough one. There is no way. Wei Zhong has always been unwilling to fight with the weak against the strong. The way of time, open. Once, during the middle stage of foundation building, surging spiritual power emerged from Wei Zhong's body. The light black spiritual power became darker, and its heavy meaning became more obvious. But this is not enough. Now it is barely on the same level as Zhu Taoist's spiritual power, and it is even better than my physical strength. Then, the second time, the way of time. Spiritual power several times thicker was produced again. At this moment, the spiritual power in Wei Zhong's body was almost as black as ink. Wei Zhong was immediately promoted from the early stage of foundation building to the late stage of foundation building. Seeing this change, Zhu Taoist had a moment of rationality and wanted to escape from the cave. How could Wei Zhong give him this opportunity? With a flick of his sleeve, the spiritual energy in the spiritual land was instantly attracted by Wei Zhong. Dark clouds formed at the top of the cave, and there was a snap, not thunder, but the collision of Wei Zhong's fingertips. As if the start button was pressed, drops of black raindrops fell, like bullets pouring down on the head of Zhu Daoren. Zhu Daoren stopped and urged the giant scissors in his hand to protect his head. Under the effect of his spiritual power, the surface of the black stone scissors seemed to flow with red and black magma. The black raindrops fell like hitting the hot stone slabs, making a hissing sound. But how could a giant scissors defend all the rain from above? The raindrops falling from the weak defense penetrated its body like a sharp blade, leaving countless hideous wounds in the blink of an eye. Ha! Zhu Daoren saw that it was not good, and a red stone was taken out by him, and then it was crushed into powder by his spiritual power and sprinkled on the stone scissors. As if adding a great fuel to a flame, the magma on the stone shears began to spread continuously, and finally the whole stone shears turned red, like a fiery red iron, and a red halo was built from the inside out, like a handleless umbrella covering all the rain. The high temperature emitted by it could not even withstand the hands of Zhu Daoren who raised the stone shears, and it emitted bursts of burning smell. The mixed bloody smell made people feel uncomfortable. It's poisonous? Wei Zhong flicked his sleeves, and a layer of ink-colored water drove away all the poisonous gas. At the same time, the spiritual power rolled up the black balls scattered around and wanted to perform the flying throwing technique to end the fight. Zhu Daoren in the distance had just resisted the invasion of the spiritual rain, and before he could get out of its coverage, he suddenly felt a warning in his heart. He looked down and saw that damned technique again. With a roar, he didn't even care about the spiritual raindrops above his head, and put down the red giant sword raised high in front of him. He held the iron-like stone shears tightly with both hands, not caring that his hands were charred and burned to the point that only a thin layer of flesh and blood was left adhering to the bones. The black spiritual rain above his head became even bigger at this moment, falling down with a crackling sound, smashing into his flesh and blood, leaving deep and shallow wounds. In just a moment, the Taoist candle was bleeding profusely. But at this moment, he didn't care about the countless wounds all over his body, and desperately injected the spiritual power in his hands into the magic weapon. However, this effort was in vain. At this moment, Wei Zhong's cultivation had reached the late stage of foundation building, and his spiritual power was far more powerful than that of the early stage of foundation building. The power of the flying throwing technique driven by this spiritual power was far greater than the previous 2 times. The black ball drew a black line and hit the Taoist candle directly. The red stone shears did not last in front of him for a moment before they broke into pieces and pressed on the body of the Taoist candle. The huge force carried by the stone ball pressed the 2 into the rock wall behind them, and they went deep into the unknown. Boom! In the middle of the night, a huge roar woke up many members of the Li family. What happened? Li Ren, the head of the Li family, woke up from his practice. When he came out of the cave, someone came forward to report. Chief, it was the sound from Black Lake Island. Black Lake Island? Li Ren immediately thought of the Taoist candle who had sucked blood from the Li family for 10 years. Could it be that he had an accident? Seeing the chief in a daze, the people below reminded him, Chief? The latter came back to his senses and said, Send someone to take a look, but don't go to the island, just call the senior at the edge of the island. The people below had a bitter face. Everyone knew that the senior had a cruel temperament, and those who went there probably didn't have a good end. But since the chief arranged it, someone should go. Wei Zhong walked along the passage created by the black ball, and Taoist candle had disappeared, or rather, it was everywhere in the passage. The storage bag is gone too. Zhu Daoren was shattered into pieces, and his storage bag naturally did not survive this attack. As for the items in it, they must have been torn into pieces by the collapsed space. However, with Wei Zhong's wealth, this loss is nothing. At the end of the passage, Wei Zhong finally saw the black ball deeply embedded in the rocks. After digging it out, Wei Zhong brushed off the dust on its surface, only to see that it was smooth and round, intact. He couldn't help but sigh, what kind of treasure is this? Such an impact can't leave any trace on it. Looking back, only a little light can be seen from the cave entrance in the distance. This attack almost pierced the mountain from the waist. You must know that this is not an ordinary rock, but it has been tempered by spiritual energy for countless years and has long been extremely solid. If a finding cultivator wants to dig the rocks here, he must use a special mining tool. Otherwise, it is impossible to dig so deep with a few first-level magic swords. Wei Zhong returned to the cave and heard the hissing sound from the outer passage. When he walked to the outer cave, he found a large number of blood-eating bats flying in it. Wei Zhong waved his sleeves to drive away the bats, and saw a 2-foot-long body among them, which was the blood-eating bat king. Dead? Wei Zhong went forward to investigate and found that it had been dead for a while. It didn't look like an external injury, but it looked like it died from backlash. Usually only when the master is killed, the spirit beast it serves will have such a dead appearance, but he clearly fought with the Taoist candle for a long time, and Wei Zhong was still wondering why he didn't see the spirit beast come to help. How could it die? Wei Zhong couldn't help but think of his sneak attack, which shattered the Taoist candle's internal organs. Normally, a powerful life with a foundation would not die immediately, but it would not last too long. But not only did it not die, but it also merged with the blood body, turning into a monster, and fought fiercely with him. Could it be that the one fighting with him was not the Taoist candle? Wei Zhong suddenly felt cold in his heart, and there was a big problem with the blood body method. Isn't the incarnation cultivated by this method his own? Then who is it for? Wei Zhong didn't dare to explore further, and was very glad that he didn't go crazy to practice this method. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. How can the inheritance of the true Lord scattered all over the world be so easy to get? Some casual cultivators still hope to cultivate this blood body method to obtain the inheritance of the true Lord, but they don't know that they are just making wedding clothes for others. He shifted his attention from the blood-eating bat king to the blood-eating bat group around. The bat king is dead. Generally speaking, after a period of fighting in the tribe, a new bat king will be born. Let's leave this group of blood-eating bats here for the time being. Wei Zhong took care of the inside of the cave and cleaned up the traces of the battle. Even the cave created by the flying technique was filled with rocks. Taking the remaining drawing paper, Wei Zhong was amazed. Paste it on the rocks, and the painting of the rocks will appear on it. And from the outside, the inside and outside of the painting are no different. It is simply a disguised artifact. It also has the function of concealing spiritual energy, which makes its value even higher. It is unknown what kind of material this strange object is made of. Wei Zhong searched for it but found nothing, so he had to put it into the cave. After leaving this cave, he found that the Li family had been alarmed by the movement here. In the distance, an old Kyrfining monk was floating on the lake with a magic sword, and he did not dare to step into the Black Lake Island. Just as he was struggling with his expression, a voice suddenly came to his ears, "Call your clan member Li Haowen to come." He felt relieved, bowed to the mountain on the island, and then turned the flying sword and left quickly. In the Qingmu sect, Nye Yuansen turned his back to the young man behind him and said, "Zhang Sheng, how is Yuachan?" The young man replied respectfully, "Palace Master Duan said that her soul was severely damaged and needed to be nurtured. If she cannot recover from this injury, she may never be able to form a pill again in her life." The man raised his head, and saw that he had a handsome face, fair skin, and an indescribable masculine spirit between his eyebrows. Others who saw him would definitely call him a handsome man. This is Yao Zhengshang, the first true disciple of the Qingmu sect, a disciple of the head Nye Yuansen. He has the qualifications of water and wood spiritual roots, and both of them are top-grade spiritual roots. He is much higher than others and has reached the late stage of foundation building. Alas, I didn't expect that the inheritance of the true Lord of the Blood Sea has such a trap. It's really hard for you too. It's because I didn't protect my junior sister well. Yao Zhengshang lowered his head, and a trace of guilt flashed across his face. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that there was a soul hidden in the token, taking advantage of Channer's refining of her external incarnation? If you hadn't discovered it in time, Yu-chan would have been swallowed and replaced by someone else. After saying this, Nye Yuansen slowly walked to Yao Zhengshang, patted his shoulder, and instructed, "Leave Channer to me as your father, you don't have to worry." Recently, the sect has made some gains in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and has collected a set of spiritual medicines needed for the dust-reducing pill. If the pill is successfully refined, you will start to prepare for the pill. Disciple will live up to master's high expectations. Junior sister. Yao Zhengshang whispered Nye Yuechan's name. Although master asked me to concentrate on preparing for the elixir formation, I still wanted to say hello before retreating. A woman in black gauze was lying on the jade bed and got up when she heard the call. She has willow eyebrows, starry eyes, a beautiful nose and red lips, and long black hair flowing down. Senior brother is here? Yao Zhengsheng stepped forward and hugged his slim waist, stroking his hair with some distress. Then he held his face with his left hand, looked at his pale face, and said guiltily, "Junior sister, you have suffered." The latter just smiled, held Yao Zhengsheng's left hand with both hands, and said softly, "Senior brother, there is no need to blame yourself. If it had not been for senior brother this time, Channer would have ended up in a state of despair. Now that Channer is able to talk to senior brother here, it is all thanks to senior brother. And not only the senior fellow students, but also the elders and senior fellow apprentices in the same sect are very concerned about me." Then he took out a piece of white nephrite from his chest. "Look, senior brother. Senior uncle, you gave me all these soul-nurturing jade. Now junior sister Lin must be going crazy with jealousy." Yao Zhengsheng gently rubbed his forehead and listened to his chatter without interrupting. "Senior brother, you can rest assured and go to form the elixir. Channer is here waiting for the senior brother to come back from forming the elixir." "Master has told you?" Nye Yuechan nodded. "Junior sister, when I form the elixir, I will go find a treasure for you to heal your soul's injuries. We have promised to be a couple of gods and immortals." Nye Yuechan just chuckled and said, "Senior brother is joking. My father also hopes that you will take over the responsibility of the Qingmu sect after forming the elixir. If senior brother has this intention, Channer will be satisfied." One day later, Wei Zhong looked at the blood-eating Bat King in front of him and murmured, "A monster is called a monster without an owner, but it is called a spirit if it has an owner. In this world of cultivation, conventional monsters and spiritual beasts are actually the same thing. The only difference is whether they have been domesticated by human monks. You're a bloodthirsty monster, you'd better stay under my command, lest you be released and commit murderous crimes." After saying that, Wei Zhong used the beast exorcism art on him. This blood-eating Bat King was the winner among the group of Bat King candidates. After winning the victory, he devoured the remains of the previous Bat King and entered the late stage of the first level. To control this kind of group of monsters, you only need to control the king among them. When the time comes to fight, you only need to give orders to the Bat King, and he will command the Bat Group to fight. Now that Wei Zhong is a foundation-building monk, and has matured his divine consciousness, contracting a small first-order monster like this naturally doesn't take much effort. A spiritual pattern was easily imprinted into his body. Wei Zhong waved his hand and ordered him to return to the cave. Now it was time to look after his own home. Master, another spiritual fish has taken the bait. But several maids sent by the Li family were shouting. Wei Zhong looked around and found that the fishing rod was moving. He raised his hand and pulled it, and a green spiritual fish was thrown into the air by Wei Zhong. Afterwards, the spiritual energy drew him and he was handed over to the maid next to him for baking. Dajin bubbled out of the lake, and now this large lake just happens to be its habitat. Wei Zhong casually popped out a spirit-feeding pill as his reward for driving away the spirit fish. Turning back to look at the yin yin yen beside him, Wei Zhong took a sip of the spirit wine and felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Yesterday, after learning that the foundation-building monks on Black Lake Island were killed by Wei Zhong, the head of the Li family, Li Run, was overjoyed and sent these maids overnight. Most of them are members of the Li family, but they have ordinary qualifications and are only qualified for Qi training. However, they each have their own characteristics as they grow, which is a feast for Wei Zhong's eyes. A rainbow light came in the distance, and Li Haowen's figure appeared. He looked tired, and he had obviously rushed back to the clan day and night after receiving the notice. For Wei Zhong, this journey only takes half a day, but for a Qi refining monk like Li Haowen, it takes more than 10 hours. Seeing Wei Zhong, he immediately bowed and saluted. "Thank you, senior, for saving my Li family from the fire and water." Wei Zhong waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be polite, and then he held up a spiritual contract and placed it in front of him. Li Haowen looked at it for a few times, put it away solemnly, raised his hands and said to Wei Zhong, "Senior, wait a moment, I will go find the elders of the clan to sign this agreement." "Go!" Wei Zhong nodded without saying much. He turned around and tasted spiritual food with the maids. When he saw another spiritual fish coming to Dajin, he stuffed the catch into its big mouth angrily. "No need, you can eat it yourself." Then he looked at the departing Li Haowen. On top of the spiritual contract he had just given, Wei Zhong asked the Li family to donate all the Black Lake Island and nearby waters to him, and the ownership rights were completely transferred. Wei Zhong believed that he was more benevolent and righteous than Taoist Zhu, so he did not seize another second-level spiritual island as well, giving him hope of continuing to operate as a foundation-building family. It's just a second-level spiritual island. The Li family can probably recognize the reality. If he couldn't recognize it clearly, he would have to wipe his eyes for him. A moment later, everyone gathered in the Li family ancestral hall. Except for Li Haowen, most of the people here were at the top level of the Li family. After seeing Wei Zhong's spiritual contract, some people raised objections. "Impossible. Black Lake Island is the most important spiritual island of my Li family. How can I give it to him for nothing? That is, even if he is a foundation-building monk, he cannot bully my Li family like this. To judge the rules, you must find someone to judge the rules. Now let's find an expert from the Qingmu sect to judge the rituals." Li Ren, the head of the Li family, was almost deafened by the voices of the elders. In anger, he slapped the man who was clamoring for justice. "Li Laoba, you are only thinking about your useless son again. What else has he learned in all these years except sucking blood from my Li family? Last time, the Qingmu sect deacon you and your son found extorted 1,000 spirit stones from my Li family, but did he stop the Zhu Daoist at all? You are really useless, and your whole family is useless. If you say nonsense at this elders' meeting again, I will tear your mouth apart." The man was slapped and scolded by Li Run, and immediately covered his face and dared not say a word. The whole clan hall became quiet as well. Then Li Run calmed down and looked at Li Haowen below. "Haowen, nephew, what do you think?" Li Haowen looked at the expectant eyes of the clan leader, and then looked around at the uncles, and said, "Give it, you must give it. We can't afford to offend Zhu Daorun, but can we afford to offend Senior Chu who beat him to death?" At this point, the elders looked at each other, and Li Ren nodded. Not only that, although Senior Chu was a long-term spiritual farmer, his identity is not simple. There are rumors in Mingyue market that he is on good terms with 2 direct disciples of Qingmu sect. Such a person, our Li family can't afford to offend. Hearing this, Li Ren showed doubts, and the elders also talked about it. This Chu Zhong actually has a relationship with Qingmu sect, which is not simple. In this case, we have to think carefully. In an instant, it seemed that the tone in the ancestral hall was set, and all voices of approval were heard. At this point, Li Ren finally made the decision. "Sign. The foundation of our Li family is not as good as that of the Yin and Chen families. Now we must have a foundation building face, and now we can take advantage of the power of Senior Chu. We must cultivate our own foundation building as soon as possible to gain a foothold." Haowen, you will invite Senior Chu to become a guest of our Li family later, and the remuneration. Try to follow Senior Chu's wishes. Also, you people, don't hide the outstanding young women in your family, let them go to Black Lake Island more often. If they can become Senior Chu's concubine, it will be a blessing that they can't cultivate for several lifetimes. While Wei Zhong was waiting for news from the Li family, the Ying Yen Yen around him immediately gathered around him. Master, come and try it. Sister Hua's craftsmanship is so good. The aroma of this grilled fish is to die for. But Sister Hua stopped us and insisted on letting me take the first bite. After getting along with each other for a day, these maids all understood that the senior Wei Zhong had no pretensions to building a foundation. He was very gentle to the people around him and would make little jokes with everyone from time to time. Therefore, each one is quite bold. He pushed Sister Hua into Wei Zhong's arms. Wei Zhong hugged Wenxian Nephrite and did not refuse. He hugged her waist generously. Now that the Li family has probably decided to transfer them under Li Haowen's persuasion, then there will be no impact on accepting these maids. Looking at the woman in his arms, she is 28 years old, fair-skinned and beautiful. She is called sister by these maids not because she is older, but because she has the highest level of cultivation. Among this group of people, he is the only one who is at the third level of qi refining and has the most authority. There is also a flower in her name, so she is called Sister Hua by others. Wei Zhong guessed that he was not very old. If he could maintain such a youthful appearance, he should have started practicing a long time ago. Now his cultivation is stuck here, probably because of limited qualifications and resources. Wei Zhong rubbed the nephrite on his belly and opened his mouth. He immediately fed the grilled spirit fish into Wei Zhong's mouth. Wei Zhong tasted it for a while and found that this grilled fish was really quite good. With a smile on his face, he said, "That's right, I'll give you a reward." After saying this, he took out a high-grade nourishing pill and stuffed it into his chest. This generous move immediately caused the surrounding maids to scream. Sir, I want it too." Sister Hua, who was hugged by Wei Zhong, looked at Wei Zhong with eyes full of tenderness. He took out some spiritual stones to coax the others, and then Wei Zhong asked the real name of the woman in his arms. Her name is Xia Linghua. She is not from the Li family, but from a small cultivating immortal family. His family fell into decline, and by chance, he was taken in by a mother-in-law named Li. Now that the mother-in-law has gone west, she has no support, so she is sent to Black Lake Island to please Wei Zhong, the foundation builder. Linger seems to know some cooking skills? Wei Zhong was no longer older than him, so naturally he would not call her Sister Hua, but Linger instead. When the family was still alive, I learned some skills from my father, but I only knew a little bit about it. I feel ashamed to be so praised by my seniors and receive such a reward. Linger is not talented, but she still has some experience in managing the family. I wish to stay with my seniors and serve him in this life. Wei Zhong nodded. There were not many smart women who were so sensible and knew how to seize opportunities to climb up. Wei Zhong was not stingy about giving them a chance. But if the ability is not enough, just replace it with someone else. Flicking the green hair on his forehead, Wei Zhong said gently, "Okay, Pindao will leave this Black Lake Island to you from now on." As soon as these words came out, a trace of disbelief flashed across Xielinghua's face, and she immediately reacted and kowtowed in thanks. Wei Zhong smiled and supported him. "Instead of thanking you, why don't you feed me 2 more bites of spiritual fish?" Only then did he excitedly wipe the tears from his eyes, reveal a bright smile, and feed Wei Zhong the spiritual fish with deeper tenderness. People around him saw that Xie Linghua had won such a high position in front of this foundation building senior with just a few words, and they immediately regretted it and hated why the person who leaned up just now was not them. But seeing his senior looking happy, he couldn't complain loudly. He Qi is harmonious, but after all, he is a master of foundation building. He is higher than the Qi refining maids, but these maids can still carry it clearly. Some people are already thinking about how to leave a good impression on Sister Hua later, and whether they have neglected Sister Hua in the past. Just as Wei Zhong was enjoying it, Li Haowen left and turned around. Seeing Wei Zhong, he immediately bowed. "I'm disturbing Senior Yaxing." Wei Zhong put Xia Linghua down, and she immediately led everyone aside. "He is indeed a smart man. Tell me, does your family agree to my request?" Li Haowen said respectfully, "My Li family will naturally abide by the wishes of seniors. Besides, Senior Chu's killing of the Zhu Taoist is a great favor to the Li family and to me." "Oh? Senior, I don't know that when the evil man came that day, he wanted to invade my Li family's land. As the clan leader, my father refused to die and was brutally killed by him. After losing the mainstay, my lineage was reduced to a branch lineage. After all, the senior is my benefactor, Li Haowen. Having said this, Li Haowen kowtowed. Wei Zhong didn't expect that there was such a layer of apertures in it. Seeing that he was about to kowtow to him a few times, a burst of spiritual energy lifted him up. Okay, this is all fate, and you don't have to pay such a big gift. The latter then stood up and handed the spiritual deed to Wei Zhong. It is the seal of Wei Zhong and the clan seal of the Li family. He nodded and put it in his storage bag. Seeing Li Haowen still standing where he was, he asked, anything else? The latter said frankly, my Li family would like to invite my senior to be our guest, and I also ask my senior to hold up an umbrella for the Li family at this moment. Wei Zhong sighed. The Li family's move was not unexpected. When the ancestor of the Li family passed away, it was the sudden visit of Taoist Zhu who prevented the Li family from being divided up. Now that Taoist Zhu is dead, the Li family will naturally blame themselves. You can, but you have to say it well. I used the name Chu Zhong for the Li family with caution, and don't ruin my reputation. If there is a foundation builder with evil intentions that is detrimental to your Li family, I will take appropriate action. Li Haowen was overjoyed and bowed his head. Thank you, senior. The clan leader once said that if you need anything, just tell me. Wei Zhong smiled and pointed to the group of girls and said, then let these maids stay here for now. It's very lonely for me to live alone on such a big black lake island. This statement did not avoid mentioning the maids, and the descendants immediately burst into cheers. By the way, find some spiritual farmers to help me take good care of this Black Lake Island. Yes, senior. Wei Zhong waved his hand, and Li Haowen left tactfully. Wei Zhong stretched his back lazily, and now the matter of the spiritual land was finally settled. I was no longer a spiritual farmer living under someone else's roof, but a foundation-building cultivator who had his own spiritual island. Just as Wei Zhong was sighing, a child's voice suddenly came into his ears. He is a person who knows how to enjoy life. Wei Zhong was startled and turned to see a boy in red standing beside him. Who is this person? He actually came to me without anyone noticing. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Wei Zhong's arm at lightning speed. Wei Zhong had no time to resist and was even more terrified. Just as Wei Zhong was struggling to break free, he heard the boy's words. A person in the early stage of foundation building who was over 100 years old is really a misfit. Wei Zhong was surprised that this person did not seem to be hostile. Then he let go of Wei Zhong's arm and shook his head. The 5 spiritual roots are all low-grade and cannot be cultivated. Wei Zhong was even more confused and heard him ask, did you kill that little brat who was cultivating the blood-body technique? Wei Zhong was shocked. It could be said that the entire Li family knew about his killing of Master Zhu, but the man in front of him actually knew that Master Zhu had practiced the blood-body technique. What kind of blood-body technique? I don't know this, but I did kill an evil cultivator here the day before yesterday. Oh? Did you lie? When he said this, Wei Zhong felt his consciousness tremble and he was about to tell the truth. But the time Balu entrenched in the sea of consciousness suppressed it with a slight shake. Junior, tell the truth. What about the monk's storage bag? The struggle was fierce and it was ruined. Destroyed? The boy in red looked confused. Fellow Taoist Honshu, I went to see the cave. There are great traces of fighting skills, and there are even void fluctuations left in it. The storage bag is indeed destroyed. Wei Zhong suddenly noticed that at some point, another white-robed Taoist with an immortal style came to his side and spoke to the boy in red. The latter heard this but did not give up. Did you ever get something like a small sword from that monk? Never. Then he asked other questions indirectly, and Wei Zhong all answered them accurately. Seeing that there was no gain, the boy in red had no choice but to give up. Looking back at the white-robed Taoist, the two looked at each other and disappeared in an instant. In the air, the Taoist in white robe said to the boy in red with a smile, fellow hung-bearded Taoist is still merciful. If you search for that child's soul, you will know. Why go to all the trouble to use the power of truth? The latter shook his head. I'm not as cruel as fellow Taoist Bai Hung. Although he is just a minor foundation-building cultivator who has exhausted his potential, he is still my human cultivator. Fellow Taoist, you might as well tell us about your findings. The white-robed Taoist said, after my investigation, I found that a fierce battle did take place in the cave on the mountain. Although I cleaned up afterwards, it was still exposed in front of me. The smell of blood inside is strong, and the taste is the same as the blood bodies we have killed before. Moreover, it can be seen from the remaining traces of the battle that this bloody body was directly killed by an attack close to the level of forming a core. This attack turned it into powder and penetrated most of the mountain with unabated power. An attack method that is close to the core formation? It seems that the younger generation has some chance, otherwise he would not have entered foundation construction at such an advanced age. Why, fellow Taoist Hong Beard is moved. Bai Hong joked with a smile. The latter snorted, it's just the level of pill formation. It's nothing more than talismans and talisman treasures. I still look down upon such things. For us God-forming monks, only the method of transcendence is of any use. Bai Hong sighed after hearing this. Yes, that's why we searched so hard, and finally found the traces left by the former bloodlord here. If we can get his method, it will surely enlighten our path. Hongshu scratched his head. A junior who ran out of nowhere actually inherited the Blood Venerable's heritage and took on the name of the Blood Sea True Monarch. He practiced evil practices and really tainted the name of the Blood Venerable. I heard that the Ming Luo sect next door also suffered a disaster from a good seedling with earth spirit roots. It is really a pity. Bai Hong strokes his beard. In my opinion, this junior who calls himself Blood Sea has at most an incomplete inheritance. He mixed some evil magic into it to give birth to such a life-killing magic. Hongshu nodded in agreement and then asked, speaking of which, Bai Hong, how many sets of inheritance have you obtained? The white-robed Taoist replied, 8.5 sets, one of the jade slips was accidentally damaged during the fight. Ha, your half-completed set is one less than mine. Speaking of which, I picked up one of the sets from a nearby mountain kernel. I don't know which junior buried it underground. Oh, there are actually cautious juniors who can resist such temptations. Maybe they will have the opportunity to advance to our level in the future. Ha, the road of cultivation is so difficult. It is a blessing to live to the end of one's life, transform into a god? Hongshu shook his head. Naturally, Wei Zhong didn't know what they were talking about after they left, nor did he know that the jade slip token he had buried many years ago had been discovered and taken away by him. He just looked back at Xia Linghua who was approaching and asked, after Li Haowen left, did you see anyone coming? The latter shook his head and asked doubtfully, we have never. Then seeing Wei Zhong's worried look, he added, what's wrong, sir? Wei Zhong was speechless, but thought of the two monks who suddenly arrived. It is at least the nascent soul, or simply the incarnation god. Wei Zhong had never felt this kind of powerlessness before. If he hadn't taken the initiative to speak out, he wouldn't have noticed it. He even took action to restrain himself, and even if he wanted to escape into the cave, there was no chance. Fortunately, he didn't have any malicious intentions. Thinking of this, he felt glad that he was being cautious. Sure enough, it is not right to brush the bone age to a young age all at once. Otherwise, for a person with all 5 elements and low-grade spiritual roots, there will be problems no matter how you look at it, entering the foundation building in the age of 20 or 30. Now my bone age is more than 100 years old, which is the age that normal foundation building should be. This slightly dispelled the other party's doubts. But what kind of secret method did the boy called Red Beard use to shake my sea of consciousness and force me to tell the truth? Fortunately, the light treasure record suppressed it at some time, otherwise my secrets would be revealed by myself. That was the death. Now the two thought that they killed the Taoist candle, probably using some powerful secret treasure. What kind of mystery is the inheritance of the true Lord of the Blood Sea that can attract these two great cultivators to investigate? Wei Zhong was still thinking about retrieving the inheritance buried many years ago later to deal with the enemies who came after the traces of Taoist candle. Now after this incident, he dared not do it. Let the token and the jade slip be buried deep underground forever. If someone comes from Hanzhou City, I will fight if I can beat them, and run if I can't. However, after this incident, Hanzhou City probably calmed down. With such a powerful cultivator eyeing it, there is no chance for a city of casual cultivators with a maximum of only Jindan to make trouble. Do I have a chance to go and explore? I used to be poor and weak, but now it is very different. Not only did I succeed in building my foundation, but I also have my own spiritual land and cave, so I can start planning my future route. The first thing is to initially break away from the monopoly restrictions of the Qingmu sect, and alchemy, talisman making, weapon refining, formation, etc. must be put on the agenda. Sometimes the proficiency panel given by the time treasure record, and I have almost endless lifespan, I can completely hone these skills to a very high level. Use this as a resource for my own practice. Master? Xia Linghua saw Wei Zhong was in a daze and reminded him softly. Wei Zhong gathered his thoughts. These matters need to be discussed in the long run and cannot be arranged in such a short time. Wei Zhong then asked Xia Linghua to receive the spiritual farmers and other people who came later, and asked them to plan the distribution of the spiritual land on Black Lake Island. More than 10 years ago, Black Lake Island was the second-level spiritual island of the Li family. It was not only a training ground for the family's senior leaders and outstanding disciples, but also a large area of outstanding spiritual fields. It was not open to casual spiritual farmers and was cultivated exclusively by the family's disciples. Now Wei Zhong plans to use all this spiritual land to plant various spiritual plants. After leaving the matter to the new Lingao steward, Wei Zhong returned to the cave. Looking at the somewhat gloomy cave, Wei Zhong felt a little uncomfortable. When Ling Nong lived in a small farmyard for a long time, he really couldn't get used to it. Let's build a small building outside in the future. Wei Zhong stepped into the cave and felt the rich spiritual energy in the cave. Wei Zhong made a comfortable sound. This is still a suitable place for practice. Returning to the training room, he took out the second-level wine brewing technique inherited from Taoist Hu Yang and began to study formally. Wei Zhong was mesmerized while browsing the knowledge recorded in the jade slips. Compared with the first-level spiritual wine, the second-level spiritual wine has some slight differences in raw materials and techniques. The most important thing is to prevent the spiritual energy conflict between various spiritual objects in the brewing process. The various methods recorded in it really made Wei Zhong open a new door. A new horizon. Wei Zhong originally had good attainments in brewing wine. After reading the contents of the jade slips, he had some achievements. Perhaps Qingluo Zue can be upgraded to a second-level spiritual wine by replacing a few raw materials, Wei Zhong said with joy on his face. Looking through the last 3 wine recipes, Wei Zhong showed a little surprise on his face. The name of the first drink is Wenren Lei, and it is written at the beginning that the medicinal effect of its spiritual wine is to warm and nourish the soul to a small extent. Wei Zhong, who has been practicing casually for many years, understands how rare such spiritual objects that warm and nourish the soul are. For Wei Zhong, that means he has never seen it, at least not in kind. He has only seen a few words about such treasures and anecdotes written by some monks that are not true or false. After carefully looking at the entire wine recipe with excitement, Wei Zhong sighed helplessly. No wonder Taoist Hu Yang sold this inheritance to himself. Wenrenlei wine belongs to the category of first-level spiritual wine, and it only has the effect of improving the spiritual consciousness of qi-refining monks. And this improvement is also very small. If you insist on drinking 1 or 2 pieces of spiritual wine every day, it will take 10 years of continuous drinking to barely raise the level of consciousness from the early stage of qi refining to the middle stage of qi refining. If you want to improve to the level of the later stage of qi refining, you need to drink it for 30 years. It seems okay, but the cost of making this spiritual wine is very high. One material, 100 low-grade spiritual stones, can be brewed for about a year, but this does not take into account the losses caused by failed brewing. Most people really can't afford such an expensive investment. Wei Zhong himself is already a foundation-building monk. This wine recipe can only be said to be a temporary accumulation. The only function is to use it as a reference to try to improve it in the future and upgrade it to the second level. Use it to practice first, familiarize yourself with the principles, and improve it in the future. Moreover, there is still a market for this wine among individual qi refining monks, especially those who are trapped in the realm. The improvement of spiritual consciousness also has a good effect on the monks to break through the realm. The second wine recipe seems unremarkable. Its name is Yulin Cheng, and it is a kind of spiritual fruit wine with a unique taste. In Wei Zhong's opinion, he prefers fruit-flavored drinks from his previous life. The only advantage is that they taste good, and everything else seems very ordinary. The third wine recipe is called Qingji Zue, and the name is quite similar to my own Qingluo Zue. It is a spiritual wine brewed using Ganoderma lucidum as the main ingredient to provide spiritual power and increase cultivation for monks. It has a similar effect to the Huqi pill. Moreover, there are no specific grades in the wine recipes. The more precious the raw materials used, the higher the grade of the spirit wine brewed. As for the spiritual conflict between the raw materials, the brewer needs to control it himself. This way Zhong couldn't help but think of the chalcedony on the withered spiritual tree outside the yard. 300-year-old chalcedony is the main ingredient of the second-level elixir foundation establishment pill. So if you use 300-year-old chalcedony to make wine, is that not an appropriate second-level spiritual wine? Moreover, the dates of the chalcedony on the spiritual trees are not limited to 300 years, there are also 500 years. Wei Zhong became excited when he thought of this. He could use this Qingji drunken spirit wine instead of Huqi pill for his daily cultivation needs. As long as the materials used are good, there is no need to worry about the lack of spiritual energy provided by the spiritual wine. Isn't this better than the Aiki pill sold by Qingmu sect? On the premise of not learning alchemy, this Qingji Zue is definitely the best choice. Speaking of which, fellow Taoist Qin from the Qingmu sect still owes me a favor, so it's not too much to ask him for a share of the alchemy inheritance. Wei Zhong knew that he had earned a lot of spiritual stones over the years with his Qingluo drunk recipe. With thoughts in mind, Wei Zhong put down the jade slip. Someone outside was about to enter the cave. Wei Zhong returned to the cave with a flash of his body. Under the induction of his spiritual consciousness, Wei Zhong realized that it was Xia Linghua who came, and gave instructions to the blood-eating Bat King to let him in. At this moment, Xia Linghua stood at the entrance of the cave and looked at the red light that lit up inside. She felt a little hairy. She didn't know what kind of monster it was, but she knew that with her own strength, if these monster beasts surged up, she would not survive. Reason. Come in. I heard Wei Zhong's voice and calmed down. I walked into the cave with trepidation. I got goosebumps when I was surrounded by blood-eating bats on the road. My heart almost stopped when I saw the ferocious blood-eating Bat King who was half a person tall. I walked into the cave and saw the pavilion buildings illuminated by many night pearls. I breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Zhong was standing in front of the door and looked at him with a smile. Master. Xia Linghua stepped forward and Wei Zhong led her into the house. Wei Zhong had just cleaned up here. There were some old things that Wei Zhong used before, which made it feel like home. Xia Linghua first reported to Wei Zhong about the arrangements for the maids and spirit farmers today. The spiritual fields have been divided up. Most of them are old spiritual farmers who have worked on this island before, so they can get started quickly. As for the sisters, I temporarily arranged for them to do some light work and urged them to learn some easy skills so that they can be useful to the adults in the future. Wei Zhong nodded. Okay, your arrangement is good enough. In addition, you don't have to treat them unfairly. Just treat them according to the treatment given by the Li family before, and increase the salary of the outstanding ones by a few %. After talking for a while, the tone of the work on the spiritual island was set, and the rest of the time was for business. Wei Zhong gently held Xia Linghua's slender waist, and a shy blush appeared on her face. After a night, Wei Zhong woke up full of energy and couldn't help but sigh. Practice still requires a balance between work and rest. In the past few decades of practice, I always felt that something was missing, and it turned out that it was missing here. Linger, do you still have strength? Xia Linghua slapped Wei Zhong's thigh shyly and said angrily, Senior really tortured Linger so badly last night. Wei Zhong smiled and took out the Qingluozue he brewed. This spiritual wine is called Qingluozue. It has the ability to warm and nourish the body. You can drink some of it every day. It will be of great benefit to you. Xia Linghua replied with some surprise, Qingluozue? It's the Qingluozue sold in the store under the true inheritance of the Qingmu sect. Wei Zhong touched his nose. Exactly. Speaking of it, this wine recipe was obtained from me by Xinjinjuan. It turns out that what the Li family said about me being related to the true inheritance of the Qingmu sect is actually true. Wei Zhong shook his head. It's just a connection of interests. While speaking, Wei Zhong suddenly caught a glimpse of his white calf, and he was so excited that he felt tenderly attached to it for a moment. This tenderness lasted for 2 days. Afterwards, Wei Zhong sat alone in the practice room and felt a little annoyed. After all, it's food and sex. One woman made me stop practicing for 2 days. There are so many warblers and swallows, how can I keep going like this? Wei Zhong shook his head and looked inside himself. Health-nurturing kung fu not only healed his fundamental wounds and replenished his lifespan, but also maintained his body at its peak condition. After 2.5 absurd days, Wei Zhong not only did not feel tired at all, but felt that he was becoming more courageous as he fought. If Xia Linghua hadn't been unable to hold on, she could have fought again. This is really a real improvement. Wei Zhong condensed a water mirror, which reflected the image of a middle-aged man. After the foundation was established, Wei Zhong's age was approximately the same as that of a mortal in his 40s, and he looked the same. The angular face, the pale yellow with a hint of white skin, especially the pair of deep eyes, seemed to be able to read the flavor of the years. With this face, Wei Zhong could give himself 6 points, plus 2 points for his foundation building cultivation. The water mirror broke and Wei Zhong entered into practice. However, this training was only 2 months old. After receiving the summons, Wei Zhong left the cave and found himself in an antique training room. Walking out of the training room directly to the outside world, there is an antique small building behind it. This is the new residence Wei Zhong arranged for his men to build during this period. It is located above the second-level mid-grade spiritual vein node, and the concentration of spiritual energy is not as high as that of the dark cave. Weak at all. Wei Zhong cupped his hands, looked at the white-robed monk in front of him and said, It turns out that Senior Luo is here. It's a critical moment for cultivation. I forgive my nephew for not being able to welcome him from far away. The white-robed Taoist opposite was none other than Luo Mingyan, the eighth true successor of the Qingmu sect. Compared with the high-spiritedness when he was just promoted to foundation establishment, the energy of Luo Mingyan at this moment is deep and hidden. The whole person's state is completely different from when he first established the foundation. Is this you who was educated in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Ha, Chu Zhong, since you were promoted to foundation establishment, you should treat me as equals. Then I'll be shameless and call you Big Brother Luo, okay? Very good, very good. Wei Zhong immediately arranged for Xie Linghua to set up tables and stools for the two of them, and place spiritual wine and spiritual food on them, and they began to talk about the unique beauty of Black Lake Island. Brother Chu is now able to build a foundation. Friends from the Chu River who know me under the spring will definitely feel comforted. Luo Mingyan looked at Wei Zhong and said with some emotion. Wei Zhong didn't know how to complain, thinking about letting Chu He reappear in the world of cultivation and frighten him in the future. Yes, it all depends on my uncle's support, otherwise I would not be able to cultivate to this day. Now that I have achieved success, I want to repay my uncle, but I have no chance. When it came to Chui's departure, Luo Mingyan was also filled with emotion. He had also witnessed the death of too many of his fellow disciples in the 10,000 Beast mountain range. Qi refining monks were thrown into this fiery development operation like inconspicuous firewood. Even foundation building monks could not protect themselves. Even as a true disciple, he had faced death crises many times. Now, after decades of training, I cherish myself even more, and value my wealth and life much more than opportunities. I can no longer achieve the enterprising spirit I once had. Speaking of which, Brother Chu was able to kill the Zhu Taoist with his newly promoted foundation building body, but it caused a sensation among the monks. Sure enough, he still came. The fact that he killed Taoist Zhu and became the guest minister of the Li family had long been publicized by the Li family. Luo Mingyan, as a disciple of the Qingmu sect, knew about it, and Wei Zhong was not surprised at all. Wei Zhong showed a little bit of satisfaction after hearing this. No, that Zhu Dao was seriously injured. I just took advantage of others' danger. Luo Mingyan shook his head. Fellow Taoist Chu, you don't have to belittle yourself. The two casual cultivators faced off against the Taoist Zhu before and were defeated in disgrace. Now that the Taoist Zhu has fallen into the hands of my brother, it shows that you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Wei Zhong just smiled and said nothing, as if he was already immersed in his boast. No one knows the details of his fight with the Zhu Taoist. Only the two senior masters can deduce one or two based on the traces of the fighting technique. Due to their noble status, they had no time to inform this small Jindan sect of Qingmu sect on the inferred details. Brother, if you have this ability, you can't go any further, so why don't you want to come to our Qingmu sect to be a foundation building guest? Luo Mingyan asked with some doubts. Wei Zhong understood that the other party was really doubtful. As a true successor, there was no need to come here to force him. Alas, Wei Zhong sighed, others may not know, but Brother Luo may not know? With my low-grade spiritual root aptitude, it is a blessing to be able to build a foundation, and I dare not even think about the realm after that. Instead of practicing for 100 years in vain, it is better to enjoy the remaining days. Marrying a wife and having children, and creating your own immortal family, isn't this another option? Luo Mingyan was silent. As the true disciple of Qingmu sect, he still had a lot of time and a bright future. He really couldn't empathize with Wei Zhong's mentality. But not empathizing does not mean resistance or conflict. Then I wish you a large number of wives and concubines, and a happy family. The two clinked glasses. Thank you, Brother Luo. Luo Mingyan drank the spiritual wine in the glass, his eyes slightly brightened. Is this Qing Luo Zue? Wei Zhong nodded and smiled. That's right, I got some inspiration from fellow Taoist Tu Yang, and I have improved Qing Luo Zue. Unfortunately, it can only reach the peak level of the first level in the end, and it is difficult to advance to the second level. Luo Mingyan shook his head. Such a spiritual wine is already very rare. I didn't expect that Brother Chu's brewing skills are so superb. He gave the wine recipe to my friend for free. It's really, Wei Zhong was puzzled. Is there a little story behind it? Brother, you don't know, my good brother earned a lot of spiritual stones in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range with this wine recipe. There are many treasures in the spiritual world that can warm the body, but there are not many spiritual wines as cheap and effective as Qing Luo Zue. Moreover, its raw materials are also common in the 10,000 Beasts mountains, which further reduces its cost. For so many years since our Qingmu sect set out to conquer the 10,000 Beasts mountains, countless monks have been injured in battles with monsters. Although this spiritual wine cannot heal injuries, it can increase physical strength and reduce the probability of injury. Especially for chi refining monks, its affordable price has led to extremely impressive sales. My brother Nazhan earns countless spiritual stones every year from this spiritual wine. I heard that he took this prescription from you and has not yet paid for it. If it's Brother Chu, you can handle this matter yourself. When Wei Zhong listened to his story, he suddenly realized that it was the Qingmu sect's development of the 10,000 Beasts Mountains that led to the popularity of Qingluo Zue. Brother Luo is joking, I also have to have this ability. A common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of having a treasure in his possession. I was just a small chi refining monk before, so how could I have the ability to operate this matter? Fellow Daoist Shin is different. He is the true successor of the Qingmu sect, and he is also a foundation-building monk and alchemy master. Therefore, it is only right to control this matter. You are willing to give it up, but my good brother is not at ease. Wei Zhong secretly laughed in his heart. The most important thing for a practitioner is the state of mind. Shinyuchi took so many advantages from me for no reason, how could his mind be at ease? It would have been okay if he had paid the reward happily, but he chose to use the favor and was promoted to the same level as foundation establishment. If the cause and effect cannot be resolved, it may affect his state of mind and affect his path. I guess my good friend is now worried about how to repay this favor. Wei Zhong pondered in his mind. Shinyuchi was an alchemy master, and he happened to lack the alchemy inheritance. Could he start from there? Recalling that Lu Di, whom he had killed, was also a first-level alchemist, but there was no complete alchemy inheritance in his storage bag, only a few words and occasional recorded experiences. This method cannot form new skills on the panel, so there is no way to talk about leveling up. Wei Zhong thought about it and said softly, I don't know whether Xinjianjuan has the method of alchemy in his hands. It's not inherited from the Qingmu sect, as long as he can let the poor man step into the method of alchemy. Luo Mingyan looked at Wei Zhong in surprise when he heard this. Brother Chu, do you want to learn alchemy? Alchemy is not a skill that is easy to learn. Even if you have the inheritance, it is difficult to get started without the guidance of a master, not to mention the cost of training. Even I feel a little distressed. Wei Zhong was a little ashamed. Thank you, Brother Luo, for reminding me. I'm just too curious about this alchemy method. Luo Mingyan saw that Wei Zhong was determined to do this, so he stopped admonishing him and thought of telling his friends about it when he went back. When Wei Zhong saw that he was silent, he knew that something was going on. Perhaps Luo Mingyan came to the door with the intention of venturing out for Shinyuchi. I can convey it to him. However, I am interested in practicing alchemy, so don't delay the art of spiritual wine. If King Luozui can be promoted to the second level, the market will not only be used for refining qi, but I don't know how many buildings will be built by then. The foundation is asking for help. Wei Zhong just smiled and said, Brother Luo is serious. How can the second level spirit wine be so easy to make? Even if I successfully research the second level wine recipe, I am afraid that the cost will go up several levels. The value of Qingluo Zue at that time may not be what it is today. The first level of Qingluo is drunk. Luo Mingyan nodded. If Wei Zhong cannot control costs, even the second-level Qingluo Zue will not be as effective as other more cost-effective spiritual objects in terms of warming and nourishing the physical body. The spiritual stones earned from this will be even less. However, if fellow Taoist can brew second-level spiritual wine, even if he does not earn spiritual stones, he can still use it to accumulate connections. If you have not joined our sect and become a guest minister, you will definitely be restricted in everything. You might as well open some channels through spiritual wine. Wei Zhong naturally understood the reason. High-level spiritual objects always have higher value than low-level spiritual objects in the eyes of the corresponding monks. Wei Zhong himself also had the idea of opening up connections in the cultivation world through this, but it was not in the realm of Qingmu sect. Without him, he would be worried that Qingmu Zone would be jealous. Even the first-level spiritual wine has attracted the attention of Foundation Establishment True Inheritance. Wouldn't the second-level spiritual wine disturb the formation of pills? What if the Qingmu sect uses its own strength to suppress itself? I am only building a small foundation, can I still resist? He probably had no choice but to obediently offer the wine recipe and make wine for him, and then he would use some spiritual objects to dispose of it, and the subsequent income would have nothing to do with him. If it were done secretly, it wouldn't be a good idea to kill the invading Dan Dan. When fighting in the spiritual world, the most fearful thing is that the other party has a background. If you fight the younger one, the older one will come, and if you fight the older one will come. The Qingmu sect has finally completed the Danjie sect. My highest combat power is only in the early stage of the Danjie. How can I defeat them in such a short time? I will remember what I said. Afterwards, the two had a chat, and Luo Mingyan said goodbye and wanted to leave. Wei Zhong presented him with several jars of improved Qingluo Zui and asked him to give another jar to Ning Sunkuan. Fellow Daoist Chu is interested. Seemingly embarrassed to see Wei Zhong give him a gift, he took out a Ganoderma lucidum flower from his storage bag. This thing is called carnivorous mushroom, and it is a special product of Ganoderma lucidum in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. It does not grow on decaying spiritual trees, but is born in the body of dead monster beasts. It can not only absorb the spiritual energy and blood of the parasite itself, but also can be planted in an environment rich in spiritual energy. He used this gift to congratulate fellow Taoists for establishing the foundation. Wei Zhong accepted it happily without refusing. Watching Luo Mingyan leave, Wei Zhong understood that his path to alchemy had finally come to fruition. Practicing hundreds of arts, the alchemy formation is the most respected. At this moment, the alchemy path is in front of you, but the road to the formation is still unknown. Glancing at the Black Lake Island where wind was leaking from all directions, I saw that this thin layer of warning formation was really too shabby, much worse than the Aoki sect formation. Start with the Aoki sect? Wei Zhong shook his head. How could he leave such special skills to others? From this point of view, we still have to go to Hanju City to explore, or the more distant Waifu. But not now, it is too early to think about the cultivation level in the early stage of foundation building. At least we have to wait until the Blood Sea True Lord incident subsides. With those two seniors, it shouldn't take long. Wei Zhong turned around the pavilion and entered the cave again. As for the aftermath of the banquet between the two, his servants would take care of it. At night, Wei Zhong left his practice again. Inside the pavilion, Xia Linghua led a woman into the small building. The woman was wearing a pink gauze with a rosy face, as if she had experienced this for the first time. This is one of the women sent over by the Li family these days. She comes from a high-ranking family in the Li family. In order to curry favor with Wei Zhong, the Li family was also cruel. Wei Zhong didn't have time to think about this matter, so he left the decision to Xia Linghua. If he is interested, he can enter the Wei Zhong pavilion. If he is not interested, he can stay on Black Lake Island and find a job. Today, no, this month it will be this person's turn. One day, Wei Zhong sat on a cliff beside the Black Lake Island, making hand gestures. There was a whirlpool in the lake below, and as Wei Zhong made hand gestures faster and faster, the whirlpool turned faster and faster. Suddenly, Wei Zhong stopped, hammered his chest, and a stream of blood spurted out, throwing it into the whirlpool. Wei Zhong stood up, holding his hands in a grasping state, and raised them up. Get up! A fist-sized black round bead flew out and landed in Wei Zhong's hand. Wei Zhong smiled. The Yuanchue bead is finally done. These days, Wei Zhong sat on this cliff and failed 5 times before he successfully condensed the prototype of this secret treasure. The consumed blood and essence made Wei Zhong pale, but fortunately it succeeded. Fortunately, the second-level spiritual land was chosen, otherwise relying solely on the spiritual power in Wei Zhong's body, I don't know when it would take to condense successfully. Feeling the close connection between the Yuanchue pearl and himself, which far surpassed that of a pet or a magic weapon, is this the secret treasure recorded in the spring and autumn water refining art? It is indeed extraordinary. Wei Zhong could feel that as he practiced his skills, the Yuanchue pearl was also absorbing the spiritual energy and water power from the outside world to strengthen itself. If he continued to refine it like this, the power of the Yuanchue pearl would become greater and greater. When Wei Zhong entered the stage of forming a pill, he could further refine it and turn it into his own life-saving magic weapon. Water refining art, could it be that this water is refined? Wei Zhong threw the Yuanchue pearl in his hand casually, and immediately smashed a hole in the hard rock. The Yuanchue pearl was just refined, and the weight is still not enough. Wei Zhong picked it up, turned his sleeves, and the black water pearl disappeared immediately. Looking at the lake light in the distance, Wei Zhong murmured, after so many days, Luo Mingyan should have brought the news, and the method of refining the pill will be delivered in the near future. Sure enough, 2 escape lights arrived soon. Among them, Luo Mingyan and Xin Yuqi appeared. Wei Zhong's cheerful voice was heard immediately from the Black Lake Island. You two have come from afar, please come in quickly. The two bowed and landed in the courtyard. As usual, there was a banquet with wine and spiritual food. The 3 chatted for a while and then began to discuss business. Yuchi spoke first. I heard about the alchemy method of Chu Daoyu Su Xin, so I brought 2 alchemy techniques this time. After saying this, 2 jade slips flew out of his sleeves and floated in the air. Wei Zhong was a little surprised, so he checked the 2 methods one by one. One of the jade slips was a traditional fire alchemy method, which could reach the 2nd level. The other jade slip was a little special. It was actually a strange alchemy method such as water alchemy. 2 alchemy techniques, one of which is used to offset the favor of Qingluo Zui before, and the other one, I want to exchange for the improved wine recipe of Qingluo Zui from Daoyu. Yuchi was overjoyed when he heard Luo Mingyan say that Qingluo Zui had been improved to the peak of the 1st level. The income created by the ordinary version of Qingluo Zui can already offset the needs of its alchemy. How about the upgraded version? So he specially chose 2 alchemy techniques to exchange for the wine recipe in Wei Zhong's hand. After years of training, Yuchi has successfully advanced from a 1st-level alchemist to a 2nd level. He has a deep understanding of the medicinal power of various spiritual medicines, and he has been brewing spiritual wine for a period of time, so he is considered half a brewing expert. It is not impossible to rely on his 2nd-level alchemy foundation to advance it to a 2nd-level wine recipe. This kind of cheap body refining thing that almost breaks the common sense of the cultivation world has unimaginable value. Wei Zhong did not hesitate at all, took out the improved version of Qingluo Zui wine recipe that had been recorded long ago, and handed it to Yuchi. Anyway, I can improve the wine recipe again and upgrade it to the 2nd level with just a little time, so I don't feel bad. Of course, I won't tell the 2 people in front of me about this. Yuchi took the wine recipe, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and was surprised. I didn't expect there was such a wonderful technique. Fellow Taoist Chu is really a winemaking genius. Over the years, Yuchi has also tried to improve the wine recipe, but either failed and reduced the efficacy, or improved the efficacy a little, but greatly increased the cost, losing the low-cost and high-return advantage of Qingluo Zui. Now seeing Wei Zhong's improvement plan, I feel it is even more wonderful. No, fellow Taoist Chin is too kind. Wei Zhong was thinking in his heart that the cultivators in this world mainly practice spiritual methods because they have sufficient spiritual resources. In comparison, the resources for physical training are insufficient, which makes the various treasures such as elixirs and spiritual liquids required for physical training very expensive. This is why Qingluo Zui is so precious. It seems that we should be more cautious when making the 2nd-level Qingluo Zui in the future. Both parties put away their favorite things, raised their cups and began to drink. When the matter was over, Luo Mingyan handed over a golden note. Wei Zhong took it and asked in confusion, "What is this?" The latter said with a smile, "The first true disciple of our sect, Yao Zhengshang, successfully formed a pill, and specially invited you to participate in the Dan formation ceremony in 1 month." Wei Zhong was shocked when he heard this. This generation of disciples of Qingmu's sect has already produced a Dan formation? Seeing Wei Zhong stunned, Luo Mingyan bowed, "Then the 2 of us will leave here, and we will meet you again at the gate of Qingmu sect soon." Wei Zhong bowed in return. "Chu Zhong will definitely visit in 1 month. The 2 then turned into 2 beams of light and left Black Lake Island. Wei Zhong looked at the backs of the 2 people leaving, and recalled the first true disciple of Dan formation, and couldn't help but feel a little bitter in his heart. His aptitude was poor, and he didn't know when he would have the hope of forming a pill. Time, what he needed most was time. A black light flew out from Wei Zhong's sleeve, crossed the cliff of Black Lake Island, and landed in the nearby Highway Lake. Dejin felt the black water droplets with the breath of the master, drove away all the surrounding water beasts, and protected them. Wei Zhong stepped into the cave, took the elixir and began to practice hard. The Yuanshui beads in the lake began to absorb spiritual energy and lake water to enrich themselves. When practicing was boring, Wei Zhong took out the elixir method he had just obtained, carefully studied it, or enjoyed a bliss with the maid on the island. Li family, patriarch, the Yen family withdrew from Mianya Mountain. Li Run was overjoyed when he heard this. Mianya Mountain is located on a peninsula in Highway Lake. It is rich in spiritual herbs that are not ranked, which is extremely suitable for raising first-level spiritual beasts. It was originally held by the Li family. After the Li family suffered a serious blow in the early years, it was seized by the Yen family. This seizure lasted for more than 10 years, and now it has returned to the hands of the Li family so easily. Li Run understood that it was not the strength of the Li family that forced the Yen family to retreat, but it was all thanks to the guest of the Li family, Senior Chu Zhong. Thinking of the people who visited Black Lake Island recently, they were 2 true disciples of the Qingmu sect, and they would not usually look down at people with such power as the Li family. Senior Chu actually visited Black Lake Island several times, and his strength was really unfathomable. Hurry up and ask the clan to send more beautiful women. I don't know what kind of misunderstanding Li Run had about Wei Zhong, which made him have these ideas. Seeing the many new women, Wei Zhong asked Xie Linghua with some doubts, why did the Li family send so many women here? The latter smiled when she heard it, who let the master be kind and leave so many women on Black Lake Island? The Li family must think that the master is a lustful person. Wei Zhong touched his nose and felt a little embarrassed. Although there are many women on Black Lake Road, there are actually only 3 people who have actual relationships with Wei Zhong, including Xie Linghua. The rest of the people were working on the island and taking care of affairs. It was just that the treatment was better than that in the Li family, so many people stayed. Wei Zhong instructed Xie Linghua, you should control it a little bit. Black Lake Island can't bear so many people. And let the Li family know that I am not a person who loves sex. Instead of doing these, he might as well provide some spiritual medicine seedlings to Black Lake Island. Black Lake Island is in urgent need of these. Yes, master. Condensate. Wei Zhong pinched his fingers, and a pill flew out of the alchemy cauldron and landed in his palm. The pill was green, with an uneven surface and poor appearance, but it was undoubtedly a first-grade low-grade pill. Wei Zhong looked at the panel. Alchemy water first grade, 1% entry, I've really gotten started. After spending several days, Wei Zhong finally made a nourishing pill, and got started with this water alchemy method. Were quite a few good things. The 3 important elixirs required for the foundation establishment pill are all seen here. These are probably obtained from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Walking to a stall, Wei Zhong looked at the green bamboo sword on it and was a little surprised. The green bamboo swords were arranged together as if they were carved from molds. This was the first time Wei Zhong had seen such similar and almost identical magic swords. Senior, I need to buy a magical sword. My green bamboo sword was personally made by Master Jiang and his disciples in Han Bamboo City. It is of high quality and low price. Wei Zhong looked at the young stall owner and asked, are you from Hanju City? The latter nodded. Wei Zhong then asked a few more questions and learned that he was one of Master Jiang's disciples, and that these magic swords were refined by him himself. Happy New Year to everyone! The green bamboo sword is named after the main material used is green bamboo. The forged magic sword is mainly priced at a low price. It is deeply loved by casual cultivators, but its shortcoming is naturally its low quality, which is not comparable to magic swords of the same level. Master Jiang has taken on countless apprentices in Han Bamboo City, which has resulted in more and more people being able to forge first-level magical weapons like the green bamboo sword, and also making the price of this magical sword lower and lower. Moreover, Master Jiang knew how to teach his disciples to starve their master to death, and the second-level refining techniques were only passed down to his disciples. The stall owner took out a second-level green bamboo sword, about 1.5 feet long, half a palm wide, and the color was like jasper. Obviously, the appearance was divorced from the characteristics of bamboo. I don't know what kind of unknown refining it has gone through. Manufacturing techniques. Compared to the crude craftsmanship of the first-order green bamboo sword, this magic sword is much more refined. Wei Zhong spent more than 2,000 spirit stones to buy it and asked casually, is this Master Zhang's second-level weapon refining technique really just a fax? After saying that, rub it with 2 fingers again. The stall owner smiled and said, Senior's words are true. There is nothing that cannot be exchanged between casual cultivators. It's just that the price is not enough. After hearing this, Wei Zhong left with peace of mind, planning to go to Hanju City to purchase several second-level inheritances in the future. For Wei Zhong now, anything that can be solved with spirit stones is nothing. He didn't plan to make any more purchases at the stalls in the market. He went to the Dan Pavilion to buy the Huchi pills needed for practice. Wei Zhong turned back to rest and wait for the auction to start. The next day, Wei Zhong rushed to the auction venue and was a little surprised when he looked at the plaque outside the auction hall. Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the pattern of 3 black clouds next to the plaque, Wei Zhong's heart moved. Could it be foreign forces? Being able to book such a place for the Qingmu sex pill formation ceremony would definitely not be easy. After receiving his number plate, Wei Zhong went inside and found his seat. The seats at the auction are divided into 3 levels. The ordinary seats at the bottom are prepared for qi refining monks, the ones in the middle are naturally exclusive to foundation builders like Wei Zhong, and the top ones are private rooms for the Jindan forces. After all the cultivators were seated and the auction started, Wei Zhong realized that many cultivators had arrived. There were 50 or 60 fellow foundation builders who were rarely seen in ordinary times at the auction venue. Clang! As a gong sounded, a beautiful woman in a red skirt walked onto the auction stage. Ying bowed and made a sweet voice like an oriole. "I am Dan Qin, I will host this auction." Wei Zhong's expression changed. This person was clearly a pill collector. In the pavilion on the top floor, the number one true heir of the Aoki sect led his junior brothers and sisters among them. Yao Zhengxing gently rubbed Nia Yuechan's little hand. A trace of tenderness flashed between his eyebrows. "Shaner, I will take a picture of the nourishing elixir for you later, and with Uncle Duan's methods, your soul's injuries will definitely be restored." Nia Yuechan was also a little excited and shook his hand. The Yunji Chamber of Commerce came at the perfect time. The injuries to the soul that had little hope of recovery before could very well be cured in a short time with the help of soul-nourishing pill. At that time, he can start practicing again and no longer be left behind by his senior brother and unable to catch up. The moment Shan Qin appeared, Lu Yibin's face flashed with excitement. This movement was keenly captured by Yao Zhengsheng, a monk of Danjie, and he sighed slightly. "Junior brother Lu really likes the Shan Qin. Why not improve your cultivation level, wait until you can form a pill, and then ask the sect leader to propose marriage for you?" Lu Yibin stared down for a few more times, finally withdrew his gaze, lowered his head and said, "Senior brother, what you say makes sense." Nia Yuechan also turned back to look at this second senior brother. Senior brother Lu, who had previously been devoted to cultivation, somehow seemed to have changed after seeing Shan Qin a few days ago. He expressed his feelings in private but was decisively rejected by the other party. Such reckless behavior gave several palace masters of the sect a headache. Fortunately, the Yunji Chamber of Commerce was quite generous and did not create any superficial estrangement against the Qingmu sect because of this matter. "Senior brother, does senior brother Lu really have a chance?" Nia Yuechan asked carefully through the voice transmission. Yao Zhengsheng shook his head secretly and replied via sound transmission, "Difficult. The Yunji Chamber of Commerce is a nascent soul power. Not only is it powerful, but its many years of business travel have made its financial resources even more terrifying. There are countless nascent soul sects who want to establish friendship with it. After all, our Qingmu sect is only at the golden core level. Moreover, there are even rumors that Shan Qin has close ties with the senior officials of the Chamber of Commerce. She is most likely a descendant or a disciple of a certain big boss, which is why she can achieve elixir formation at such a young age. This kind of female cultivator is the dream Taoist companion of many young talents. Junior brother Lu, it's difficult." Nia Yuechan lowered her eyebrows and felt sad for senior brother Lu for a moment. The auction held by Master Jiedan in person naturally caused a moment of shock in the entire venue, but within a few breaths, it was suppressed by another force of Jiedan. There is actually a Dan Qin hidden there, and his power is still greater than that of the real person named Shan Qin. How powerful is this Yunji Chamber of Commerce? The auction has officially begun. With a sweet shout, a woman with a green gauze immediately walked out from behind, holding a jade plate with a golden cloth cover on it to block the detection of spiritual consciousness. The first item to be auctioned is a high-grade foundation building pill. The starting price is 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The price will be increased by no less than 100 spiritual stones each time. As soon as these words came out, the venue was instantly ignited. The foundation building elixir is an extremely difficult elixir to refine in the second level. It is a top-grade elixir. Only a very experienced alchemist has a chance to successfully refine it. In terms of medicinal efficacy, it is more than 10% more than the middle grade. Such rare elixirs were placed first in the auction. 3,100 spiritual stones, 3,200 spirit stones, the cultivators raised prices all the way, and finally arrived at 6,000 spiritual stones, which were pocketed by the unknown golden elixir forces in the tower above. Wei Zhong had to lament that the Yunji Chamber of Commerce came a few years late. If it had been 10 years ago, the value of this high-grade foundation building pill would have increased by more than 2,000 spiritual stones. Nowadays, with the Qingmu sect's exploitation of the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, the abundance of resources has resulted in the average low-grade foundation establishment pill being only 3 to 4,000 spirit stones. An auction item fell down, and then all kinds of rare treasures appeared, which made Wei Zhong a feast for his eyes. The next auction item is a soul-nourishing pill. The starting price is 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Each increase in price must not be less than 500 spiritual stones. Coming. Nia Yuechan squeezed Yao Zhengxing's left hand nervously, and the latter patted the back of his hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Soul-nourishing pill? Wei Zhong looked at the gray-white elixir on the stage and was a little curious. He didn't know how magical this elixir was and why it had such a high price. The starting price of 5,000 spiritual stones directly stopped a large number of monks in the venue. Except for the quotations in the private rooms, there were only less than the quotations made by Ji Zhuji. As the price climbed to 8,000 spirit stones, there were only the voices of the pill-forming forces. 9,000 spirit stones, this fellow of Rakshasa sect, can you give this elixir to me, Qingmu sect? Snort! Happy New Year to everyone. Rakshasa sect? Is it the golden elixir forces from the Ming Luo mansion next door that actually attracted all the golden elixir forces from this outer mansion? Apparently the Aoki sect's speech did not affect the Rakshasa sect's bid. 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones, he said in a low voice, since your Qingmu sect is powerful, you can just continue to follow the price. Why bother showing off your reputation here to pressure me? Yao Jingxing's expression did not change, and he obviously understood that his words had no effect at all, but instead aroused the hostility of the other party. Looking at the argument between the two sides, Dan Qin, the female cultivator on the stage, said, if Yao Jingxuan can come up with what my Chamber of Commerce needs, this elixir can be given to Jingxuan, and there are more soul treasures that can be traded with the Qingmu sect. Only then did Wei Zhong know that the person the Qingmu sect had just bid for was Yao Zhengshang, the first true successor of the elixir formation ceremony, and the protagonist of this elixir formation ceremony. As soon as these words came out, Yao Jingxing's expression changed in the private room, and he turned his head to look at Lu Yibin beside him. This Yunji Chamber of Commerce does not hold grudges, it is here waiting for the Qingmu sect. Something that even forces like the Yunji Chamber of Commerce are interested in can be so small. The monks in the field all had different colors, and the person from the Rakshasa sect who made the bid was even more flushed and seemed to be angry. But it's not easy to attack. The Yunji Chamber of Commerce is a nascent soul power, and the Rakshasa sect cannot afford to offend them. Furthermore, it is also in line with the rules for Qingmu sect to put forward his own demands and auction the items in exchange for the price. But what kind of treasure is it that can make him exchange the soul-nourishing pill without hesitation? Fellow Daoist Sean is joking. The Qingmu sect, really don't have that thing. If you have the real thing, why not trade it with your Chamber of Commerce? Climbing into Yunji Chamber of Commerce and other nascent soul-powerful forces is an opportunity for us to wait for the Golden Pill sect. Yao Zhengshang replied calmly. Shan Qin chuckled twice, since it's not true, just pretend that I didn't say this. You two continue to bid. 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Yao Zhengshan continued to quote, with a hint of sadness on his face. The seeds of the Qingmu sect's great treasure have been planted, and evil cultivators who hide their identities will inevitably come to spy on him in the future. 11,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The person from the Rakshasa sect who made the quotation had a hint of pain on his face, and it was obvious that he could not hold on for long. The two made bids one after another, and finally the true successor of the Aoki sect won the price of 13,000 spirit stones. Such a high price undoubtedly shocked Wei Zhong, a casual cultivator who had never seen anything on the market. A pill is so expensive? However, this female cultivator with the single surname is also really ruthless. She put the Qingmu sect on the fire in just a few words. Could it be that the Qingmu sect has offended this person? The next lot is the second level formation, the Blue Water and Green Lotus formation. The blue water is for protection and the green lotus is for attack. It is suitable for foundation establishment monks to protect the cave formation. Wei Zhong felt happy. Wasn't this exactly what he needed? The starting price is 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and each increase in price shall not be less than 100 low-grade spiritual stones. As soon as this was said, monks immediately started bidding. 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 2,200 low-grade spiritual stones. Wei Zhong listened to the bidding and followed the bidding. In the end, the auction price climbed all the way to 4,000 spirit stones, which was won by Wei Zhong. The second-level formation is really more expensive than the second-level magic weapon. Of course, this is also the reason why Monuan Mansion's formation is not popular. Luo Mingyan in the pavilion private room glanced at Wei Zhong and obviously recognized Wei Zhong. What, junior brother Luo, do you know this person? Yao Zhengshang asked aloud. The latter nodded. He is a descendant of one of my friends. He successfully built a foundation as a spiritual farmer a few days ago. Not only do I know him, but the recipe for spiritual wine in the hands of senior brother Shin is from it. Seeing Yao Zhengxing's gaze shift, Shin Yuqi nodded. With such skills, why didn't you join our Qingmu sect and seek a position as a guest minister? This Luo Mingyan stood up and held his hands. Although this person has successfully built a foundation, his potential has been exhausted. He plans to continue to support himself and run the family. Has the potential been exhausted? Forget it. Mere first-level methods can't make a big splash. Luo Mingyan secretly wiped his sweat, but fortunately his senior brother didn't ask any further questions, so the matter was over. At the same time, I secretly regretted speaking out for Wei Zhong here. Later, I would definitely use this matter to blackmail him for a few jars of spiritual wine. The auction continued, and several rare spiritual objects appeared, which dazzled Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong took pictures of several spiritual objects that might be used in winemaking and then stopped taking action. Finally, the grand finale of this auction is a dust-falling pill. Depending on the physique of the monk who takes it, the probability of forming the pill can be increased by 10 to 30%. The starting price is 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and each increase in price shall not be less than 100 low-grade spiritual stones. As soon as this lot came out, Yao Zhangxing stood up quickly. This Yunji Chamber of Commerce is digging for the roots of the Aoki sect. Dust-falling pill? It was also the first time for Wei Zhong to see the actual elixir, which was one of the treasure elixirs needed for monks to form elixirs. Just like the Qi refining monk needs the foundation establishment pill when building the foundation establishment monk also needs to take the dust-falling pill to form the foundation. The status of this elixir is much higher than that of the foundation building elixir. The appearance of this elixir directly ignited the enthusiasm of the monks in the venue. 11,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 11,500 low-grade spiritual stones. The bid for an additional 1,000 spiritual stones was directly destroyed, and individual foundation-building monks and the golden elixir forces on the field made bids one after another as if they were readied. We must take this pill, Yao Zhangsheng said firmly. Soon, the price of Jiangchen surpassed 20,000 or even 30,000 low-grade spirit stones under the pursuit of various cultivators. 33,000 low-grade spirit stones. The bidder was the person from Luosha sect who had just competed with Yao Zhangsheng for the soul-nourishing pill. 34,000 low-grade spirit stones. The bidder this time was from Hanzhou City. According to the discussion of the cultivators in the field, his name was Qingzhu, and he was the disciple of Master Kuzu, the lord of Hanzhou City. 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. This voice did not come from above, but from the foundation building table. He was wearing a black robe and covering his face. Wei Zhong guessed that he was either a bold and skilled casual cultivator or a person from a foundation building family. The price continued to rise and quickly exceeded 40,000. This time, even Luosha sect and Hanzhou City stopped bidding. Only Qingmu sect and the mysterious foundation-building cultivator continued to compete. 42,000 low-grade spirit stones. After hearing this offer, Yao Zhangsheng finally hesitated. He tried to speak several times, but chose to give up. Now that the Qingmu sect has established a firm foothold in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, they have collected spiritual medicines to refine a dust-reducing pill. If there is one, there will be two. It is not worth it to compete for this pill at a high price. Seeing that the Qingmu sect had stopped, Shanqi knocked the wooden hammer in his hand. 42,000 low-grade spiritual stones once, twice, 3 times. Congratulations to this fellow Taoist for winning the dust-reducing pill. This auction has ended successfully. Then this person handed over the auction items and left quickly. Yao Zhangsheng said to his fellow disciples around him, "Notify the uncle and the great master." Before he finished speaking, he heard Shan Qin's voice from the audience. "Please stay, Yao Zhenchuan, I have a business to discuss with Xinchuan." Yao Zhangsheng sighed, "I dare not refuse the invitation from fellow Taoist Shan." After Wei Zhong left the auction, he found that several people were chasing the person who had bought the dust-falling pill. These are the monks who are interested in Chunchen pill. Looking back to where the Qingmu sect is, Wei Zhong murmured, "Not only the foundation building, I'm afraid the Qingmu sect will not be able to sit still." Outside Minjiwang City, 2 escaping lights appeared, and an old man with white eyebrows and white beard blocked them. "Where are you 2 fellow Taoists going?" The 2 people showed up and were none other than the 2 palace masters of the Qingmu sect, Duan Dalong and Yu Shanglan. "The 2 of us are just taking a walk." The old man grinned, "It's not our style to be secretive. You 2 should stop right here and don't pursue us, lest I take action." Yu Shanglan and Duan Dalong looked at each other, raised their hands to the old man and said, "I'm about to understand the magic power of my senior." Yu Shanglan and Duan Dalong are both monks who have been in the early stage of pill formation for many years, and they are not far away from the middle stage. The old man in front of him had already reached the late stage of forming a powerful force. 1 against 2, he could not be said to have an advantage, but rather a disadvantage. Wei Zhong looked at the sudden change of clouds on the sky in a restaurant in Fangshi. He shook his head while sipping a glass of wine and sighed in his heart, the power of forming pills is so terrifying. The remaining power of the battle has changed the distance for several miles, celestial phenomena. As expected, it cannot expand, and practice should focus on stability, otherwise it may be like those monks competing for the dust-falling pill, and die in an unknown manner. While he was sighing, a woman in green clothes came to the table. But Taoist friend Chu Zhong? Wei Zhong looked at the woman in front of him and said with some doubts, Pindao is Chu Zhong, don't you know? The woman in Xingyi bowed and said, my name is Rome Ju, from Yunji Chamber of Commerce. On the horizon, the white-browed old man flicked his sleeves and used his spiritual power to lift a green cloud away and fall to the forest below. The trees died instantly, leaving only the dark brown rotten trunks. Another finger pointed at the water dragon technique fired by Yu Shanglan, and with a flick of her toe, she shot down the yellow magic sword that was looking for an opportunity to bully her. As an alchemist, you didn't study the art of alchemy carefully, but instead created such a poisonous method. You are really going astray, the old man pointed at Duan Delong and said with a sigh. The latter's expression remained unchanged, Senior, you know that poison is medicine, so why is my poison path not the alchemy path? The white-browed old man casually crushed the poisonous bee that had suddenly arrived, causing Duan Delong to feel a hint of physical pain. What you said makes some sense. I'm just confused. Then he looked at Yu Shanglan. Also, your Kuan Dao spells are pretty good, but it's a pity that the foundation of the techniques you practiced is a bit poor. Your spiritual power has almost reached its bottom since you cast the spells. Sweat dripped from Yu Shanglan's forehead. As the white-browed old man said, the spiritual power in her body was running low. If I cast the spell twice more, I'm afraid it will be completely exhausted. We have to use other means. Whether this can threaten this person is still unclear. Besides, the Qingmu sect didn't want to fight to the death, so he put away his magic and retreated. Senior has great magic power, and I am ashamed of myself. Duan Delong acted similarly. The old man stroked his white beard with his hand, knowing that the purpose of his trip had been achieved. He moved lightly and left in white smoke. The two of them were left looking at each other, both shaking their heads, and then turned into light and returned to the sect. In the sect's meeting hall, Nye Yuansen put down his name card and looked at the two people who had returned. Been stopped? Yu Shanglan nodded. He is a monk in the late stage of pill formation, probably the person hidden in the auction. Senior brother Duan and I fought with him for a while, but gave up the pursuit knowing that we were unable to defeat him. Nye Yuansen said indifferently, it doesn't matter if you give up. Anyway, it's just to test the Yunji Chamber of Commerce's attitude. Now you just know its purpose. After saying this, he threw the name card in his hand on the table and let the two of them pass it around to read. This Yunji Chamber of Commerce actually wants to establish a presence in our Qingmu sect. Is this bullying our Qingmu sect's weakness? Duan Delong said angrily. Yu Shanglan added, this Yunji Chamber of Commerce has always been shrinking to the prefectural city, and the outer cities only play the role of traveling merchants. Why is it uncharacteristically different this time? Who knows? In short, the nascent soul forces bowed their heads and gave us this face to inform us, but we have to never do it. Having said that, the two of them also understood that the matter could not be undone. What about the inheritance? Zheng Sheng is still trapped by Shan Qin. Nye Yuansen thought about it. Give it, it's just an incomplete inheritance, just give it to it. Not only must it be given, but the original part must be given to show the sincerity of our sect. Yu Shanglan also held her forehead and said worriedly, I'm just worried that Yunji Chamber of Commerce doesn't care about this. Fellow Taoist Shan, I have long said that our Qingmu sect does not possess the inheritance of Master Chuanqiu. What we have is only the spring and autumn water refining art which can reach the level of elixir formation. As for the improvement of cultivation that fellow Taoist said the secret method is even more unheard of. Shan Qin smiled, Yao Zhen's legend laughed. The Qingmu sect has controlled the secret realm of Qingchuan for hundreds of years. How come it didn't even get the complete inheritance of Master Chuanqiu? Yao Zhengsheng spread his hands helplessly. If it is true as fellow Taoist Shan said, how could we, the Qingmu sect, become an alchemy-forming force in the Mongyuan mansion instead of going to the city to show off our grand ambitions? As for this, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. As soon as he finished speaking, a letter from the sword suddenly came. After hearing what was said in the letter, Yao Jingxing's face showed a bit of struggle. He took out a jade slip from the storage bag. This is the original version of the spring and autumn water refining art that our sect obtained from the secret realm. This method covers the stages of qi refining to dan formation. As for the nascent soul and even the spiritualization, our Qingmu sect has not obtained it. Shan Qin took the jade slip, explored it with his spiritual sense, and revealed a hint of disappointment. Then he put it away and said with a bow, 2 soul-nourishing pills will be delivered to the true transmission later. I would like to congratulate Yao Zhenchuan on his promotion to the position of the young master of the Qingmu sect. Yao Zhengsheng bowed in return, goodbye. As Yao Zhengsheng left, a white-browed old man appeared behind Shan Qin. He was the latest Jindan cultivator who had just stopped Duan and Yu. What do you think, Elder Yen? Is what the Qingmu sect and this Yao Zhenchuan said true? The latter shook his head, it's hard to say. These big and small forces occupy a secret place of their ancestors and dominate the place. It is not impossible that they have not been able to obtain the inheritance for hundreds of years. Master Chuanxiu, he was a person who created countless miracles thousands of years ago. It's a pity that we are still a step late. Miss, don't force it. If the inheritance is really lost, it's also because our fate has not arrived. Besides, maybe the Qingmu sect is stubborn and deliberately concealed it. Send someone to watch it, and it will be exposed sooner or later. Shan Qin nodded. This is also the reason why he tried to station a base in the Qingmu sect. Gathering in the Chamber of Commerce? I wonder what your Chamber of Commerce wants to see me for. The woman smiled sweetly, revealing 2 small dimples on her cheeks, looking very cute. How do you know that I am here on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, not because I am interested in you? Fairy, you are joking. I am just a shallow cultivator, how can I be favored by the fairy? Please explain your purpose. The green-clothed woman seemed to be amused by Wei Zhong. The King Luozui spiritual wine was developed by fellow Taoist Chu? Wei Zhong nodded, that's right, but I have sold the wine recipe to Xin Yuqi, the 7th true disciple of Qingmu sect, some time ago. If your Chamber of Commerce wants to do this business, you should talk to Xin Yuqi. The Chamber of Commerce representative came to Chu Zhong, it was nothing more than business. Wei Zhong knew his own background and could still distinguish right from wrong. Someone will go to talk to Xin Zhenchuan, I will take care of fellow Taoist Chu. I will get straight to the point and say that the Chamber of Commerce is very optimistic about fellow Taoists' talent for brewing wine. Especially the spiritual wine that fellow Taoist brews, King Luozui, which can strengthen the body of cultivators. If fellow Taoist can study King Luozui to the 2nd level, the Chamber of Commerce will be very happy to cooperate with fellow Taoist. Whether it is profit sharing or buying out, the price is negotiable. Wei Zhong held the wine glass, as if he was moved by the conditions proposed by the woman. After thinking for a moment, he pretended to be a little depressed and said, unfortunately, I am not sure that I can upgrade this wine. I am afraid that your Chamber of Commerce will be disappointed. Rongju smiled and covered her mouth, fellow Taoist, don't belittle yourself. It is very rare to create a spiritual wine like King Luozui. There are still many years to come. Fellow Taoist may as well study it slowly. My Yunji Chamber of Commerce will find a place to stay in the territory of Qingmu sect in the near future. If you have a breakthrough, you can come at any time. At that time, tell me your name and I will personally entertain you. Wei Zhong was surprised, will the Yunji Chamber of Commerce stay here for a long time? That's right. Although it is still under negotiation with Qingmu sect, it will be implemented soon. Fellow Taoist, you know a big news in advance. Squeak! Wei Zhong was very surprised. A Chamber of Commerce force took root in the territory of Qingmu sect, which is a Jindan force. Their background must be not simple. At least they all started from Yuanying. Yuanying force, or the foundation of the Chamber of Commerce, this is to dig up the roots of Qingmu sect. Qingmu sect has monopolized Monyuan Prefecture's cultivation resources for so many years. Kairefining cultivators may not feel it, but it is very uncomfortable for foundation-building cultivators. Even Wei Zhong was forced to develop in Hanzhou City, not to mention other foundation-building cultivators. No problem. Wei Zhong almost wanted to give a thumbs up to Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Will your Chamber of Commerce sell 2nd-level inheritance items? Of course, when the time comes, whether it is elixir, formation, instrument and other skills, or the winemaking inheritance that fellow Taoist is interested in, they will all be sold. As long as there are spirit stones, there is nothing that cannot be bought in this Chamber of Commerce. Wei Zhong's face was excited when he heard this, and even the wine glass in his hand could not help shaking. Seeing this, Rongju asked, fellow Taoist, it seems that you are not living well under the governance of Qingmu sect? Wei Zhong hurriedly shook his head, no, my foundation building is all thanks to the resources mined by Qingmu sect in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The two talked for a while, and Rongju left happily after getting Wei Zhong's promise. Wei Zhong was excited, but his heart was calm. There are so many turtles in a shallow pond. Qingmu sect has ruled for so many years, why would a Yuanying force come in to disrupt the situation? Xin Qin, the female cultivator of the Jindan sect, said that Qingmu sect holds a treasure. Is this what attracted the other party? Wei Zhong couldn't help but think of the inheritance he got in the Qingchuan secret realm. Could it be that the other party was asking for the inheritance of Senior Bai He? Wei Zhong barely managed to calm himself down. Yunji Chamber of Commerce is a Yuanying force, and it is only one major realm away from Huashan. After so many years of business, it must have its own Huashan inheritance. Perhaps it is because they know some of Senior Bai He's deeds that they came here. It is also possible that they are just eyeing the income of Qingmu sect in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in this market. Or maybe it is both. After drinking the spiritual wine in the cup, Wei Zhong left 2 spiritual stones and got up to leave. Whatever the reason, it was not what Wei Zhong should consider at the moment. He should not get involved in the fights between these big forces. After all, his strength was shallow. Only by surviving until the Jindan, Yuanying and even Huashan, was the real thing Wei Zhong should do, and he must not take risks. A few days later, the Jindan ceremony of Yao Zhengsheng, the true disciple of Qingmu sect, was officially launched. Before all the cultivators gathered at the mountain gate of Qingmu sect, all the factions and forces sent gifts to congratulate, and even foundation-building cultivators like Wei Zhong did their best to show their friendship. Welcome our sect, the first true disciple Yao Zhengsheng. Wei Zhong saw that the mountain gate of Qingmu sect opened wide, and the rolling clouds were raised. A black water dragon condensed by spiritual power carried Yao Zhengsheng to the front of the cultivators. Everyone sighed at his outstanding demeanor, handsome appearance, and good looks. Only Wei Zhong sighed in his heart when he saw the black water dragon. Isn't this the spring and autumn water refining art that I practiced? Thinking back to the modeled inheritance land in the Qingchuan secret realm, Wei Zhong was not surprised that the Qingmu sect had part of the spring and autumn water refining art. The Qingmu sect had occupied the secret realm for many years and had almost taken out all the resources in it. If it weren't for the damage to Senior Bai He's arrangement, I'm afraid the inheritance in the cave would really be in their hands. Now they probably only got part of it, and I don't know whether it is to the Jindan or Yuanying stage. And the crucial Tao of Time, he definitely didn't have a chance to obtain it. Previously, Wei Zhong had also tried to record the Tao of Time on a jade slip, but failed. It seemed that the jade slip could not carry this method. Only the unknown black stone could keep it. This made Wei Zhong more certain that Qingmu sect had no chance of obtaining the Tao. Yunji Chamber of Commerce came for this Tao? Wei Zhong's thoughts were flying. So far, Yao Zhengsheng has been promoted to the young master of this sect, with the same status as the master of the 3 halls, and he has become a Taoist partner with Nie Yuechan, the third true disciple of this sect and the daughter of the head of the sect. The announcement from Yuanhai above pulled Wei Zhong back. Seeing Yao Zhengsheng holding the wrist of a female cultivator who had established her foundation, the cultivators who were congratulating him below also understood that this person was the heir appointed by the master of Qingmu sect. Not only did he give the position of young sect master to this person, he even gave his own daughter to him. This sect master Nya, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Young sect master Yao grew up with the daughter of the sect master. They have been in love for a long time. They are a pair of immortal lovers. The cultivators around were talking about it, but Wei Zhong was not interested. In the final analysis, Wei Zhong was intimidated by the power of Qingmu sect and came to watch the excitement to avoid being tricked by them in the future. After the ceremony, he would return to the island to concentrate on cultivation and enter the stage of Jindan as soon as possible. By the way, he also had to go to Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Wei Zhong was in urgent need of the second-level inheritance. In a pavilion, Shanqin looked at the movement outside the window and murmured, "This Qingmu sect is really prosperous, and there is such a young Dan Jiedong." Afterwards, 4 women in green clothes stood side by side. The one on the far left smiled and said, "It's just a pill-forming product from a small place. It's still a bit inferior to the young masters and young ladies from the state city." Shan Qin did not answer this question, but asked, "What happened to the people you came into contact with?" The first woman in green stood up first. Her aura was deep and her cultivation was in the late stage of foundation building. She said, "Miss, although Taoist Hu Yang is old, his cultivation is quite good. He has been polishing it for many years in the later stage of foundation building, and his foundation is very deep. If you can get a dust-falling pill, you can try to form a pill, but whether it will be successful or not remains to be seen. The risk is too great, the lady still needs to make a decision." Shan Qin nodded. If he agrees to sign a contract and serve me for 100 years, I will give him a piece of dust. Meyer understands. Shan Qin turned around. Li Lan, how is the contact between the two people from the Qingmu sect? Shan Qin looked at the third person. This person was dressed in cyan gauze, with delicate features and a sense of fragility in every move he made. Miss Rongshuan, I have successfully purchased King Luozui's wine recipe and his store related to this wine from Xinjiangjuan. Qing Luozui will be the signature of our gathering chamber of commerce from now on. As for the alchemist surnamed Qi, it seems that he is not interested in the conditions we proposed and has no intention of leaving the sect and joining this chamber of commerce. In that case, forget it. Next, Guanzhu. The third person was wearing a green Taoist robe and had a resolute face. He was not as weak as Li Lan, but had a hint of heroism. Thanks to Mr. Yan's blocking of the two pill-forming people, only a few short-sighted Jizhus were chasing after the Yan family. My subordinates helped the Yan family and used the formations left by the young lady to block most of the Jizhus. Gee, now the Yan family has probably returned successfully with the dust-falling pill. Perhaps a new Danjia family will appear in Monuan Mansion soon. Shan Qin nodded and asked the last person, how is the spiritual farmer doing the wine? Shan Qin was talking about Wei Zhong, of course. Not only did he know that Wei Zhong created Qing Luozui, but he also knew everything about Wei Zhong's many years of experience as a spiritual farmer. The fourth woman walked forward. It was Rongju who had been talking to Wei Zhong in the restaurant a few days ago. Chu Zhong is a cautious person with no big ambitions. He is dissatisfied with the Qingmu sect but does not dare to express it. Due to the monopoly of the Qingmu sect, the first-hand brewing skills are unable to reach the second level. If he can be lured with the skills of the second level or even higher level, it is very likely that this person will be admitted into the guild. Apparently, Yunji Chamber of Commerce did not find out about the private deal between Wei Zhong and Hu Yang, and thought that Wei Zhong was fighting over the first-order inheritance. Yes, Rongju, you can test him a little more in the future and try to conquer him. Although King Luozui is only a first-level spiritual wine, it is already a good physical enhancement spiritual object in the current world of immortality. If it can have a second-level spirit, I am sure to use it to try the Wang family's body-refining pill. Rongju understands. Shan Qin nodded with satisfaction. Then Shuimei, Rongju, and Guanzhu will stay with Uncle Yan to assist shopkeeper Wan, who will arrive later, to handle the matters of opening a store here, and continue to recruit responsible people and forces. Li Lan followed me to Hanzhou City not far away to explore. I heard that there is a sign of the inheritance of the transformation of gods there. After saying this, Shan Qin saluted towards the empty void. It's still troublesome. Anti-Ban Miao. Instantly, a long snow-white leg stretched out from the space he was facing, and then a beautiful woman wearing a cool Taoist robe appeared from it. A foot-long white jade pipe was inserted into his waist, and he held a strange blue-white gourd in his hand. Young girl Shan, just tell me what you have to say, why bother talking about it? As long as you have enough spirit wine, will your Aunt Miao still reject you? While he was talking, he did not forget to pour himself wine. The wine spilled and soaked the clothes on his chest, revealing his beautiful figure. Shan Qin smiled and said, I know Aunt Miao loves me. When this matter is over, Qiner will recruit a few winemakers for Aunt Miao to brew new spiritual wine for Aunt Miao every day. Miao Li Shan was slightly startled. Girl Shan, this is what you said. I think this Qing Luo Zui is good, but the spiritual energy is a little shallow. It would be great if it could have a second level. As long as Aunt Miao likes it, she turned to look at Rongju, you will give Chu Zhong a copy of the second-level brewing inheritance someday. It is said to be rewarded to him by a senior in this chamber of commerce. Rongju understands. The next day, Wei Zhong was about to say goodbye to Ning Sankuan and leave, when suddenly a woman came to his door. It was Rongju who gathered at the chamber of commerce. Seeing him take out a jade slip, Wei Zhong looked puzzled, but when he saw the contents, he raised his head and asked, what does this mean, fellow Taoist? There is a senior in the Chamber of Commerce who appreciates the Qingluo drunkenness brewed by fellow Taoist. I would like to use this to encourage fellow Taoist. I also hope that fellow Taoist can refine the second-level Qingluo drunkenness as soon as possible. After leaving a few polite words, Rongju turned and left. Brother Chu really has a bright future. Ning Sankuan said with emotion. Wei Zhong was also silent for a moment. The Yunji Chamber of Commerce was really wealthy and could give away such things as they wished. He raised his wine glass and touched it with the welcoming Ning Sankuan. It's just charity from others, not worth mentioning. Looking at Ning Sankuan's old face across from him, Wei Zhong felt a little emotional, but Yueshu was gone and there were more wrinkles on his face, so he probably didn't have many days left. It's over. Wei Zhong took the green boat back to Black Lake Island. He did not encounter any blind robbers on the way, which made Wei Zhong wonder if there were too few foundation building robbers and they were not working hard enough. In short, the journey was uneventful and peaceful. After returning to Black Lake Island, Wei Zhong set up the green water and green lotus array obtained from the auction. He planted the array flags along the spiritual vein nodes, and a green water cover instantly covered the entire island and a nearby area of water. A flash of spiritual light, and the water cover disappeared. As long as someone triggered this array, Wei Zhong would be immediately alarmed. With a little urging, green water would emerge, and green lotuses would grow on it. The lotus leaves were like knives, extremely sharp, and the lotus seeds were like bullets, which could penetrate the enemy's body. Thanks to the spiritual energy supply of the second-level middle-grade spiritual vein, this array does not need Wei Zhong to preside over it personally. Even if Xie Linghua holds the center, she can resist the foundation-building cultivator for a while. If Wei Zhong is in charge, ordinary foundation-building cultivators will not be able to break through this place at all. At this point, Black Lake Island finally had a decent magic formation, and Wei Zhong could practice peacefully. Throwing the Yuanshui beads and the big gold into the lake, Wei Zhong and Xie Linghua and others spent a moment together, then returned to his practice room and stepped into the cave. He did not delve into the art of alchemy and winemaking, but only practiced the second-level black water spirit clothes after daily life, and devoted all his other time to practice. With the entry of the Yuanying forces, his early foundation-building cultivation was no longer good enough. 1 year later, Hanzhou City. Xingzhu, a disciple of Kuzu Taoist, bowed to the two women. These days, I would like to thank the two seniors for their help in suppressing those who practice evil methods and maintaining the stability of our Han Bamboo City. Now we have to ask Senior Miao to take action and kill the last remnants. The people he faced were Shan Qin and Miao Lishan, who were gathered at the Chamber of Commerce. Miao Lishan was still dressed in a cool manner and did not even look at the Xingzhu Taoist after hearing this. Xingzhu was not annoyed, but looked at Shan Qin with a smile. The latter was wearing a red gown, with a piece of blue silk hanging naturally behind him. He turned slightly and said to Miao Lishan, "Aunt Miao, it's better to go. Didn't Senior Homshu tell you not to let any of the blood bodies go?" Shiner still has her father's trump card in her hand. "No ordinary monk can hurt me." Miao Lishan knew that what he was telling the truth was that once the talisman was used, it would take a long time for him to break through it. But this time I went out just to protect this girl's safety, but now it's... If Aunt Miao is worried, how about lending the talisman to Chiner? Miao Lishan smiled when he heard this. "Good girl, I have an idea for your Aunt Miao." There was no blame in his words, but rather some pampering. He put away his pipe and put a golden talisman into his hand. "In that case, I'm going to have a look." He rubbed Shan Qin's forehead and said softly, "If you encounter an attack, activate this talisman immediately, and Aunt Miao will rush back immediately." "Don't show off." Shan Qin nodded. Immediately, Miao Lishan turned into a ray of light and chased the direction in which the bloody bodies were escaping, one of which was heading towards Haiyue Lake. Seeing Shan Qin looking in the direction of the escape light for a long time without looking back, Xingzhu advised, Miss Shan, don't worry. Senior Miao has great magic power, and a few pill-forming blood bodies are not a problem." "That's true." Shan Qin turned around and asked, "I wonder how fellow Taoist Kuzu is doing?" Over the years, the inheritance method of True Lord Bloodsea has been rampant in Hanzhou City. No one has obtained the real inheritance, but many people have practiced the blood body method, which is the art of incarnation outside the body. From this, many evil cultivators of blood bodies were born. Taoist Kozu was seriously injured by a sneak attack by a blood body many years ago, and he is still recovering from his injuries. All affairs of Hanzhou City were handed over to the management of another elder Jiedan and his foundation-building disciple Qingzhu. "I'm sorry, Senior, I'm sorry. Master is still recovering from his injuries. His body is damaged, so I'm afraid it will take some time for him to recuperate." Shan Qin frowned. In the past year, he and Aunt Miao had only met him once when he arrived. After helping Hanzhou City for so long, this city lord is too ignorant of etiquette. There is an elixir in the Chamber of Commerce that can cure flesh and white bones. It is also effective for forming elixirs. I will ask for it from the guild someday. Just prepare the spirit stones. Xingzhu was overjoyed. "Thank you very much, Senior Shan. The city has almost been calmed down now. I still have to deal with important matters, so..." Shan Qin waved his hand and Xingzhu retreated. Behind the main hall door, Xingzhu's eyes turned bloodshot, and he sighed in his heart, "I can't stay in this Hanzhou City anymore. How could those two old guys Hongshu and Bai Hong get involved? Did they discover the magic in my technique? Traces of power. Over the years, although the blood body method has harmed many monks, it has not alarmed the transformed gods. Is it really unprecedented for the common people in the world? I have never believed this nonsense. As far as the transformation god is concerned, the monks below are probably no different from ants. Looking back at the golden door behind him, Qingju hesitated for a moment before choosing to leave. It's better not to touch the idea if it hurts. I have to get rid of Yuanying Miao and hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, I won't be able to hide anymore when those two gods turn around. Qingju passed through numerous guards and came to a black spire. The towers are stacked one above another, like a huge black bamboo growing from the ground, and a plaque below reads Demon Suppression Tower. Knocking on the door outside the tower, Qingju said carefully, "Master, my disciple wants to see you." The black door opened, and after Qingju entered, the door quietly closed again. What's surprising is that there is a thick layer of white mist inside the tower, and the temperature is much lower than the outside. Qingju waved his sleeves to disperse the fog in front of him, and he could see the old Taoist sitting cross-legged on the cold bed. The fog was dispersed by the cold bed under him. The Taoist's face was dark, and his head was smooth without a trace of hair. The robe on his body was half untied, revealing half of his torso dripping with blood. The terrifying thing is that the blood on it is squirming like a living thing, encroaching on its intact flesh and blood. This forced Kuzu to dare not stop the operation of the technique at all times, and by the way, it drew the cold air and the cold bed below to fight against it. How is the cleaning up in the city? Kuzu asked with his eyes closed. Qingju will report to him what happened in the city every once in a while these days, and he will make a decision, and Qingju will implement it in detail. Now considered proficient, Qingju took a few steps forward and told everything about the city. A few months ago, Yunji, and now with his help, the city has almost been cleaned up, that is, what is it? The Master of Pain was half listening to Qingju's report, as if there was something unspeakable, then he opened his eyes and saw a red sword about a foot long coming. I was suddenly shocked and angry. How dare you? The movement of spiritual power in the body was about to connect the entire tower. Qingju's face was calm, and he kneaded with his left hand, as if giving some guidance, and the strange blood on Kuzu's body became more active. The changes on the surface of his body could not stop Kuzu from saving himself. He endured the pain and instantly connected his spiritual power to the demon suppression tower. The inside of the tower immediately lit up layers of runes from top to bottom, and even the rune light appeared under Qingju's feet. Qingju raised a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm waiting for your trick. When he stepped lightly, it was like touching a certain mechanism. The rune light in the tower suddenly flickered, flashed several times, and after 3 breaths, a layer of blood color was dyed into the rune. In the past few years, I have been responsible for the maintenance of this demon suppression tower. If I let you easily activate this treasure, wouldn't it make me look useless? It was as if a drop of blood-colored ink dripped in, but it instantly soaked all the runes. The blood color even penetrated into Kuzu's body against his spiritual power, connecting with the blood on the surface of his body, forming a blood-colored dense net covering his whole body. Humph! Kuzu groaned in pain, his body and spiritual power slowed down under the blood net. Knowing that he could not escape this catastrophe, he wanted to connect the Dan in his body and explode himself to perish together with the body. But when his spiritual consciousness probed into his body, he found a red light between the two, and Kuzu lost control of the Dan in his body. It turned out that Qingju had just inserted the blood-colored sword into his abdomen. He only heard him mutter, "It's for your Dan, how can I let you explode so easily?" As soon as these words came out, Kuzu's face was full of despair. Practicing is difficult, and it is even more difficult to achieve Dan. I don't know how many foundation builders were blocked from the Dan gate and became a dry skeleton. It is said that the power of the Dan master is far beyond the reach of the foundation builder. However, there are always talented people in the cultivation world. I don't know when the fake pill method has been spread. This method is for the foundation builder to refine the inner pill of the third-level big demon and turn it into a fake pill in the body, so as to achieve the power of Dan. Although the fake pill cultivators who have achieved it are only the lowest among the lowest Dan cultivators, their strength is not comparable to that of the foundation builder. With the power of Dan, they can fully activate the Dan magic weapon, and the power that bursts out is unmatched by the foundation builder. The only drawback is that this fake pill method does not give the cultivator the lifespan that Dan should have. The lifespan of the foundation builder is the same. It is equivalent to a foundation builder with partial Dan strength. The fake pill method has inherent defects, but it is still a wonderful method in the cultivation world. I don't know how many families of the Jindan cultivators who have lost their pillars have supported half of the sky. What Qingzhu is going to perform at this moment is similar to this method. Ordinary people refine demon pills, but Qingzhu or the true lord of the Blood Sea is going to refine the Dan of the cultivators. This is the unique secret method of the Blood Sea art that combines unknown blood skills and some magic skills. Not only can it be used as a fake pill, but it can also be used as a basis to form its own real pill when it forms a pill in the future. Qingzhu dug out the Dan in Kuzu's body and put it into his own dantian. The blood-colored spiritual power in his body circulated, and the pill was forcibly refined in half an incense stick of time. At this moment, Kuzu completely lost the Dan that he had successfully cultivated for 100 years. His face turned pale in an instant, and his body suddenly became hunched. His turbid eyes stared at Qingzhu, with some confusion and anger, but in the end he did not say a word. Qingzhu's fingertips moved slightly, and the blood on Kuzu's body immediately drilled into his body, filling his body. He said with a bit of sarcasm, "Master, you can't die now. Wait for your disciple to leave this place, and then you will die quickly." Kuzu said nothing. How could he die quickly now? He was just a toy in his hand. Qingzhu walked out of the tower, his fingertips dancing, performing complicated seals, and the runes around the black spire lit up, forming a black tower phantom outside the tower. However, the real black tower shrank to the size of a palm under Qingzhu's spell and fell into his hand. Looking at the small tower in his hand, Qingzhu was amazed. This treasure is at least of the 4th level. I don't know how many demon cultivators it has killed in the past. The murderous aura is no less than that of an ordinary 5th level magic weapon. Kuzu is lucky, but unfortunately he doesn't know how to use it, which makes the treasure look bad. Now the demon suppression tower is a perfect match for a demon cultivator like me. Putting away the black tower, Qingzhu left Hanju City as usual. The cultivators guarding the city saluted the young city lord when they saw him leaving the city. Qingzhu nodded and left safely in front of everyone. I can't stay in Mon Yuan Mansion anymore. There are also those 2 old men who have transformed into gods in Yunjiang Mansion. I still have to find a safe place to restore my strength. It's better to go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. I believe that the demons and monsters there will accept me, a demon cultivator who surrendered. Waving his hand and throwing a shuttle, Qingzhu left the place. It was not until half a day later that Hanju City became turbulent because it couldn't find the young city lord at the critical moment. Huangchun, another Jindan cultivator and elder of Hanju City, came forward to take charge of the situation. When he went to the location of the Black Tower, he found that only a shadow remained there. The entire demon-suppressing tower and the city lord of Hanju City, Kuzu Daoran, were nowhere to be found. In a panic, he immediately went to Shan Qin. The latter was also shocked to learn about this matter. A Jindan cultivator actually disappeared in front of everyone. Then there was news that the Kuzu soul lamp was extinguished, which made Hanju City panic from top to bottom. Shan Qin remembered what Miao Lishan said, hesitated for a moment, but still did not activate the talisman to call her back. Instead, he covered his chest, felt the life-saving talisman in his clothes, and felt a little relieved. This talisman is a passively triggered defensive talisman that can resist the power of the nascent soul. Wait until you are attacked, and then call Aunt Miao back. On Black Lake Island, Wei Zhong came out of his practice, holding the formation flag in his hand. Wei Zhong murmured, "Is someone attacking Black Lake Island?" After leaving the cave and coming to the outside of the pavilion, he saw the cultivators gathered on the island. All of them looked panicked. "Master!" When the cultivators saw Wei Zhong coming out, they surrounded him as if they had found their backbone. "Master, this person suddenly appeared just now. I wanted to ask about his origins, but he started attacking without saying a word. Fortunately, the master set up a magic circle to attack this person, otherwise everyone on the island would be ruthlessly slaughtered by him." Listening to Xia Linghua's narration, Wei Zhong's eyes turned to the outside of the formation, with an indelible solemnity in his eyes. Interrupting his words, Wei Zhong said, "I will do my best to resist. If the formation is broken later, you can flee in all directions." Ignoring the reactions of these people, Wei Zhong stepped on the flying sword and flew into the air. At this moment, the green water and green lotus formation has been fully activated, madly extracting the spiritual energy from the spiritual veins to make up for the consumption of the formation. Wei Zhong looked at the mysterious monk outside the formation, wearing an inconspicuous gray and white Taoist robe, with an old face and white hair casually scattered. It was a monk he didn't know, and he was not yet in the foundation building stage. Judging from the power of his attack, it was undoubtedly a Jindan. I have always been cautious in my practice. When have I ever provoked such a big enemy? Inside the formation, Wei Zhong bowed. This senior, I am Chu Zhong from Black Lake Island. Please stop, is there any misunderstanding between you? As soon as he said this, the mysterious pill formation outside the formation really stopped attacking. Staring at Wei Zhong with dark eyes, he let out a few sinister smiles of unknown meaning. Chu Zhong? That's right, you are the one you are looking for. The bloody bodies of true Lord Bloodsea's baits did not escape at will like headless flies. The directions in which each blood body went were planned. Most of them are the places where the bloody bodies once died. As a demon cultivator, this revenge will never end. I didn't expect that there is a good second-level formation here, coupled with the second-level spiritual veins, it blocked my steps. It's all because of that little girl, who injured the bloody body with one blow. Now the attack had to be stopped for a moment to suppress the injury. Wei Zhong was confused after hearing what he said. The monk opposite added, "Did you kill my bloody body here before?" Only then did Wei Zhong suddenly realize that he had come here for revenge following Zhu Taoist. Senior is joking. This junior has been practicing diligently and rarely fighting with others. How could he offend Senior? As for the term blood body, I have never heard of it. At the same time, he secretly cursed in his heart, how could these two alchemy-forming monks escape to this place when these two transformed gods took action? It's really a pain for me. Wei Zhong's remarks did not move the monk in front of him in the slightest, and he started to attack the formation again with the magic weapon in his hand. It's you can't be wrong. You are really insufferable. Wei Zhong didn't expect a word or two to persuade him to leave, he just complained in his heart. Then he looked at the clear water and green lotus formation that was in danger under its attack, and then looked down at the cultivators below, feeling even more worried. I do have a way to deal with it, but it is not convenient to use it in public. After thinking about it, he took the initiative to remove the formation and let others escape. By using the power of the Grandmaster level soaring cloud technique to attract their pursuit, I was fulfilling my duty as the island owner. Finally, choose a good place, cast the 3-level Taoist method of time, and kill this beast. It seems that this person is also injured, otherwise the 2nd-level blue water green lotus formation would have been attacked by him long ago. Listen to my order and disarm the formation later. I will attract this person's attention. Everyone, please find a direction to escape. Wei Zhong's lips moved slightly, and the sound was transmitted to the ears of the monks below the island. Hearing that even the island owner with supernatural powers could not defeat the incoming enemy, the eyes of the cultivators below all flashed with horror. Xia Linghua and other women who had a close relationship with Wei Zhong looked even more desperate. They owe all their current status to Wei Zhong. Without Wei Zhong, they would return to the starting point of their spiritual life. Oh, I didn't expect that such trouble would occur after I had been lying in bed for more than a year. Wei Zhong made a hand with his fingertips and was about to put away the array of chess. Suddenly, a cloud of mist rose from the sky, covering the entire Black Lake Island and the surrounding lake area. The amusement in the eyes of the Danjia monks outside the formation instantly turned into horror, and the attacks on their hands became a little more rapid. The panicked behavior of the man in front of him instantly told Wei Zhong that help was coming. As soon as the movement of his hand stopped, he stopped the seal to remove the formation, and instead injected his own mana into the formation to gain a short time. The magic sword cut off countless green lotuses growing in the clear water, and even plunged into the bottom of the lake, but in the end it failed to break through the formation. Wei Zhong saw the clouds and mist sweeping over his figure, leaving behind only a few angry words and then disappeared. Little girl, it's probably okay. Wei Zhong looked up at the sky. The white clouds and mist blocked all the sunlight on the island, leaving only a gloomy atmosphere. I don't know if the person coming here is Dan Ji or Nascent Soul. Wei Zhong had only been chanting in his mind for a few breaths when the clouds and fog dissipated instantly, revealing a mysterious female cultivator wearing a cool Taoist robe. As for the intruder, the pill-forming intruder was naturally nowhere to be seen. Wei Zhong felt very surprised. This was the first time Wei Zhong had seen such a generous female monk. In the past, all the people I saw were wearing Taoist robes or gauze, which covered their bodies tightly. It was rare for anyone to expose such a large amount of skin. But after just one glance, Wei Zhong lowered his head and did not dare to look again. God knows what kind of temperament this senior has. What if he is unhappy because he glanced at him too much? What should he do? Fortunately, this senior did not get angry. Are you Chu Zhong? Wei Zhong was surprised, wondering if he was famous. It's the junior. I want to thank the senior for saving my life. I wonder if the senior can leave a name, or the junior. Miao Lishan waved his sleeves and threw out a blue-white gourd. This Dao Yunji Chamber of Commerce worships Miao Lishan. The previous inheritance was given to you by me. It turns out to be senior. Seeing that Wei Zhong wanted to express his thanks again, he interrupted impatiently. Stop talking nonsense and give me some spiritual wine to try. Wei Zhong was a little helpless. Why did the man in front of him not have any senior demeanor, but instead look like a drunken lunatic? Then he took out his treasured Qingluo Zue and various other spiritual wines. Wei Zhong was a little uneasy. These spiritual wines were all self-developed by himself. The prototypes had long been brewed in Qingmu sect. Heihu Island had only improved them these days, but even after the improvements, they were still at the first level. Less than second level. Miao Lishan opened the wine seal and frowned while smelling the aroma in the jar. After thinking for a moment, he accepted all the spiritual wine, and then threw more than 10 middle-grade spiritual stones to Wei Zhong. It's not bad, but it lacks a bit of flavor. Brew the second-level spiritual wine as soon as possible, and there will be a reward. Wei Zhong took the spirit stone and saw the female cultivator surnamed Miao disappearing into a ball of smoke. Are you leaving? Wei Zhong murmured in his heart, holding the spiritual stone in his hand and sighing. This high-level monk is so generous, and he will give him a dozen middle-grade spiritual stones on demand. Also, he claimed to be worshipped by the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, and he was probably at the level of nascent soul. No wonder he would kill the few breaths of the knotted core. In retrospect, the pill-forming and bloody body he committed were probably related to the inheritance of the Blood Sea True Lord, and he might even be the mastermind behind it. However, his appearance is much better than that of Taoist Zhu. He looks like an ordinary monk and is really unrecognizable among the crowd. The purpose of his coming to Black Lake Island was to kill me in order to avenge his past blood feud? It was probably due to the intervention of the god of transformation that he came to an end. I hope the two seniors dealt with it more cleanly to avoid causing another disaster in the future. He flew down and was surrounded by all the cultivators. Seeing this change, everyone suddenly felt a sense of survival after the disaster. Sir, that female senior is an old acquaintance of yours. Does she look familiar? Xia Linghua came up and asked. Just now, everyone below saw a female cultivator saying a few words to Wei Zhong, but they couldn't see the details clearly, so Xia Linghua stepped forward to ask curiously. Wei Zhong shook his head. I don't know him, it's just that this senior is a drunkard and appreciates me. Without giving everyone a chance to ask questions again, Wei Zhong waved his hand to drive them away. Okay, let's continue with what we were doing. It's over. Wei Zhong left the place in a flash and returned to the Dongtian cultivation room. Sitting cross-legged, he looked at his panel. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, first level of foundation building, 23%, skill, spring and autumn water refining arcmaster, 1%, lifespan, 141/255, second level magic, black water spirit clothes introduction, 40%, 1 year did not allow Wei Zhong to improve his cultivation much, which made Wei Zhong feel more and more that his aptitude was low. With this progress, he wondered if he could complete the foundation building before his lifespan expired. The only thing that made Wei Zhong happy after practicing for a year was that he successfully entered the master level of the health-preserving skill, which added 15 years to his lifespan. Compared with the previous 5 years, the 8-year lifespan increase was an unexpected surprise. The progress of the black water spirit clothes was also good. Perhaps he could reach the proficiency threshold before his cultivation broke through to the second level. Qualification. Wei Zhong finally understood why there were only foundation building families in Monyuan Prefecture, and the golden elixir existed in the form of sects and cities. It is really too difficult to practice foundation building. Many ordinary cultivators may only waste their lives on foundation building and cannot see any hope of forming a pill. Just as Wei Zhong was sighing, the external restrictions were triggered again. Wei Zhong frowned and left the cave. It turned out that Li Ren, the head of the Li family, came to visit. It's a big deal, Senior Chu. There will be another chapter later. I will update it at noon. Afraid, what's going on? The Dongjia monks had just attacked Black Lake Island, and the Li family was evacuating in an orderly manner. Although there was panic, there was still some discipline. But what happened now that made the head of the Li family so rude? Li Ren presented a letter sword, and Wei Zhong's expression changed after he took it and looked at its contents. The ancestor of the Yin family successfully formed the elixir a few days ago, and the Yin family was very happy. However, the young master of the Qingmu sect, Yao Zhengsheng, visited him, discussed with him, and defeated him in a battle. If the Yunji Chamber of Commerce hadn't suddenly appeared to mediate, the ancestor of the Yin family would have to fall into a battle of wits. Wei Zhong also understood the reason for Li Ren's panic. The ancestor of the Yin family succeeded in forming pills, and then there was a third pill-forming force in Monyuan Mansion. Hanju City is too far away and is mainly composed of casual cultivators, so it cannot affect the large area of Qingmu sect. The Yin family, Li family and other families were all foundation-building families who lived under the Qingmu sect before. Now that the ancestor of the Yin family has successfully formed the elixir, it is tantamount to breaking the Qingmu sect's absolute rule over this area. So he took action brazenly and wanted to kill him, so that the Yin family could regain its foundation-building strength. However, the emergence of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce disrupted this arrangement. From now on, there were two local alchemy-forming forces in the local area, and they still had a vaguely hostile relationship. The foundation establishment family caught in the middle will be in a dilemma. Senior Chu, what should our Li family do? Li Ren looked at Wei Zhong in a panic. His family had been invaded by traitors before, but his face had never been so uneasy. Wei Zhong also frowned. He had no experience in such major matters, and he couldn't make a rash conclusion regarding the future of an unknown number of people in the Li family. As a veteran alchemy-forming sect, the Qingmu sect is definitely extremely powerful. But as the puppets supported by the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, the Yin family is not simple. No matter what choice is made, it is not suitable for the Li family. In response, Wei Zhong could only return the Xinjian to his hand. Master Li, this matter needs to be discussed by the Li family together. As an outsider, I am not suitable to interfere. After saying this, Wei Zhong turned around and left, and there was a trace of regret in Li Ren's eyes. Although Wei Zhong was a guest of the Li family, he was only in name only. He did not receive any compensation for his position as a guest. The wages of spiritual farmers and other positions on Black Lake Island were all paid by Wei Zhong himself, and spiritual plants and other items were also bought from the Li family. Strictly speaking, Wei Zhong did not owe the Li family anything. Li Ren just wanted to put Wei Zhong on the Li family's chariot with just a few words to deal with the battle between the alchemy forces. This was a bit wishful thinking, and the Li family was also somewhat unqualified. After sending Li Ren away, Xia Linghua came up to greet her. Master, some people want to resign from the affairs on Black Lake Island, then just pay the wages and let them leave. It will just reduce the burden on Black Lake Island. And the batch of maids you are in charge of, if anyone has the idea of leaving, let them go as well. Yes, sir. Wei Zhong was not surprised when this situation occurred. The Danjia monks attacked the door. Not to mention refining qi, they were also afraid of building foundations. It was human nature to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. Wei Zhong did not blame these people. I returned to the training room again, but I had no intention of practicing anymore. Too many things have happened recently, and each one of them is a major event that can cause changes in the structure of this place. The Bloody Sea True Lord's bloody dog jumped over the wall. I wonder what happened to the Han Bamboo City. Will it affect Black Lake Island? And the Yin family. Wei Zhong did not expect that a small foundation-building family that he stayed in decades ago could actually produce a Jidun. Although it was the result of the promotion of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, it was enough to surprise Wei Zhong. Forming a pill is not that simple. One dust-falling pill can successfully form a pill. The Yin family has a lot to hide. However, even if he is promoted to the Jidun family, his future life may not be easy. When he was building the foundation, he knelt down under the Qingmu sect, but after forming the elixir, he became a puppet and a pawn in the gathering Chamber of Commerce's struggle against the Qingmu sect. However, as a nascent soul force, how could the Yunji Chamber of Commerce deal with the Qingmu sect in such a roundabout way? Could it be that there is a secret hidden in it that I am not aware of? Wei Zhong couldn't help but shook his head in frustration. I don't want to think about these things anymore. It's better to practice hard and form elixir as soon as possible. No matter what the fight is, he has the strength to protect himself and stay away. You can no longer just practice with your head covered, you have to pick up other skills as well. Especially for brewing, Qingji Zue is about to start brewing. If it is successfully refined, it can be used as a substitute for the Huchi pill to speed up one's practice. There are other spiritual wines. King Luozui can be promoted to the second level as soon as possible. Even if it is not exposed, it is good to drink it by yourself to increase your strength. Wei Zhong came to the Ganoderma lucidum bush in the cave. After more than a year of cultivation, thanks to the abundant spirit fish flesh and blood and the rich spiritual energy in the cave, the growth of the carnivorous mushroom was very gratifying. It can be used for brewing. Although the vintage is not high, it does not affect Wei Zhong's ability to gain experience. I picked a few of the oldest ones and started the first round of brewing. At the same time, Xia Linghua was asked to collect some old elixirs and start research on upgrading Qingluo Zue. Another year passed quickly. Wei Zhong took out the freshly brewed Qingji Zue and frowned after drinking it. It's light, it's really too light. The spiritual energy contained in 1 pound of this wine is probably not as good as a low-grade qi nourishing pill. This is because the Ganoderma lucidum used by Wei Zhong is too old. However, the experience accumulated over the years is enough for me to try a higher level of Qingji Zue brewing. First level spiritual wine brewing mastery, 9%. For a year, Wei Zhong was obsessed with brewing spirit wine. He not only brewed Qingzizui many times, but also tried several other spirit wines in the recipes. Although he failed to brew any second-level spirit wine, he pushed the skill of brewing first-level spirit wine to the mastery level. The next step was to use the Jade Marrow Ganoderma to try the second-level Qingzizui. Next to the rotten spirit tree in the cave, Wei Zhong counted the Ganoderma on it. There were 2 Ganoderma over 500 years old, 9 Ganoderma between 300 and 500 years old, and 13 Ganoderma under 300 years old. Wei Zhong made up his mind and picked 2 Ganoderma over 300 years old, and began the first round of attempts to brew the second-level Qingluo Zui. As expected by Wei Zhong, all the first rounds failed. Wei Zhong summarized the gains and losses while cleaning the wine pool. The brewing of spirit wine is different from that of ordinary wine. It requires the coexistence and mutual catalysis of the spirit energy of various spirit objects, and the alcohol concentration is secondary. It looks closer to alchemy. Compared with alchemy, the advantage of spirit wine is that it saves losses and forms a liquid that is most easily absorbed by cultivators. The efficiency of refining spirit wine is more than 1 level higher than that of refining elixirs. Thinking about it, he picked 2 more 300-year-old jadeite mushrooms and started brewing again. This time it seems to be God's blessing, or Wei Zhong's accumulation. Although there were some ups and downs in the process, it was successful in the end. Today's second chapter will be gone in the afternoon. From now on, the update time will be set at 12 noon. If there is any accident, I will also notify you and explain the specific update time. With the brewing of the second-level Qingji Zue, the brewing technology on the panel has also changed. Second-level spiritual wine brewing introduction, 61%. Spiritual wine brewing technology has officially entered the second level, absorbing the essence of the first-level technology and pushing the entry progress to 61%. I took a sip of the second-level green Jiji, and the rich spiritual energy rushed straight into my mouth and nose with the entrance of the spirit wine. Although the concentration of spiritual energy is lower than that of lower-grade Aikidan, it cannot hold up to the large amount. The price/performance ratio far exceeded that of the Huchi pill. Wei Zhong made up his mind to keep this product for himself and would never expose it to outsiders. Unless you wait until you have the power to protect yourself by condensing a baby or transforming into a god, this object will be your own life-saving talisman. Striking while the iron was hot, Wei Zhong took out the elixir needed for Qingluo Zue and began to study it. After spending more than half a year and wasting nearly 10,000 spirit stones on the elixir, he finally succeeded in brewing it. Second-level spiritual wine brewing introduction, 74%. The success of the second-level Qingluo Zue increased his progress by at least 10%. It seems that we need to try more different wine recipes in the future to promote the improvement of this skill. I came out of confinement with a happy mood and lingered with Xia Linghua for several days. At the same time, Wei Zhong received bad news. A year ago, the lord of Hanzhou City, Kuzu Taoist, disappeared and was later confirmed to be dead. His disciple Qingzhu was suspected to have been replaced by someone else, and was the real culprit who killed Kuzu Taoist. For a time, Hanzhou City, which had experienced the turmoil of evil cultivators, became increasingly precarious. The Yanji Chamber of Commerce took the opportunity to support another Taoist cultivator Huang Chun to take over, stabilizing the situation in Hanzhou City. This news came from Luo Mingyan, and as the enemy, the Qingmu sect was very clear about this kind of information. When he heard that Luo Mingyan had come, he wanted to exchange the news for Wei Zhong for a few jars of spiritual wine. However, seeing that Wei Zhong was in seclusion, he only left the news and hurriedly left, as if something big had happened to the Qingmu sect. These two transformed gods acted inappropriately. This caused the Blood Sea True Lord to run away. He won't come to trouble me in the future, right? Thinking of this, Wei Zhong couldn't help but get a headache. But how could Wei Zhong understand that as a god, what he wants is not the life of True Lord Blood Sea, but the inheritance of part of the Blood Lord in the skills he practices? After all, the people in the world cannot compare to the method of transcendence, and in the eyes of the other party, it is so small. Little nascent soul cannot reach the point of harming the common people. You still need to be strong in order to make iron. Cultivation is the foundation. This time with the help of senior nascent soul, there won't be such a good opportunity next time. After thinking about this, an auspicious cloud suddenly appeared on the horizon, and two female cultivators fell from it. Speaking of Chow Chow, Chow Chow is really here. One person is wearing a red skirt, and the other person is wearing a green gown. They look like two, one big and one small. Aren't these the two people gathered in the Chamber of Commerce, Shan Qin and Miao Shan? After removing the formation, the two of them fell down. Wei Zhong bowed and saluted. Welcome you two seniors to Black Lake Island. After a few polite greetings, the guests and hosts took their seats, and Wei Zhong took out a jar of treasures brewed in recent days. Senior, please look at this. This is a new product that I have just brewed recently. It is called Yulin Cheng. Although it is a first-order spiritual wine, its color is like jade, its flavor is excellent, and it has some beautifying effects. This is the Yulin green wine recipe that Wei Zhong obtained from Taoist Hu Yang, which was modified to make its taste closer to the fruit wine drink in his previous life, and on this basis, it has some beauty benefits. Although the effect is not as good as the beauty pill, it should not be underestimated over time. The two women drank 2 cups of jade spirit wine, and their eyes lit up. Miao Shan even blurted out, "Good wine." Although the spirit of this wine is mediocre, the taste is definitely better than most spiritual wines I have ever seen. After drinking one glass, you actually want to drink another glass, just like a charming little fairy pestering you and unable to stop. Wei Zhong almost choked with fright at his wonderful metaphor, thinking that this senior Yuanying's temperament was really unique. Shan Qin next to him also rolled his eyes, but he also admired Wei Zhong's superb skills in his heart. Although he failed to produce the second-level spiritual wine, he still created such a good first-level spiritual wine. If you take it back and use the Chamber of Commerce to promote it, you will definitely be able to sell it well, and your status in the association will also be slightly improved. Do you have any idea of giving this wine to me, Yunji Chamber of Commerce, for sale? There is nothing you can't do. Wei Zhong had this idea when he took out the wine book. Since the other party took the initiative to ask, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Wei Zhong has enough spirit stones, but Chu Zhong and the Vest lacks spirit stones. Using this supplement will make things more convenient in the future. Miao Shan echoed on the side, if you can advance this wine or Qinglua drunkenness to the second level, it's okay to ask Shan Yata to give you a guest position. Guest? Wei Zhong hesitated. Then Shan Qin added, he is not a hard-working guy like the Qingmu sect, but a true business partner of my Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Every year, I gather in the Chamber of Commerce to recruit talents from various prefectures, obtain all kinds of treasures, and sell spiritual materials to enrich the strength of the Chamber of Commerce. Over the years, the foundation of the Chamber of Commerce has been the union of many skilled people. For someone as capable as Taoist fellow Chu, he may not have the opportunity to step into the core of our Chamber of Commerce. Wei Zhong didn't take this polite compliment to heart, but was surprised by the composition of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Is there really such a force in the cultivation world that speaks based on ability rather than strength? Senior Shan was joking. I am very satisfied with earning some spiritual stones with this skill. I dare not ask for more. You are right. A small share of the spirit wine will be enough for you to enjoy yourself for 100 years. Looking at your face, I can tell that you have ordinary qualifications and no hope of forming a pill. Miao Shan's words were much sharper than Shan Qin's, and he hit Wei Zhong's pain point with just one word. There seemed to be shame on Wei Zhong's face, as if his disguise had been exposed. His face turned red, and he immediately sighed, forget it, there was once a senior in red who also said that I was crooked and unworthy of advancement. Shan Qin was slightly surprised, the senior you are talking about looks like a boy? Wei Zhong quickly agreed, that's right. There was a white-robed Taoist present at that time, calling him a red-bearded Taoist friend. How come the two fairies knew this senior? The two women looked at each other, seemingly surprised that this mediocre foundation-building cultivator actually had some connections with the two senior gods. Although it may be just a chance encounter, it is enough to make the two of them face it seriously. Ahem, fellow Taoist, it's better not to talk about those two seniors casually. The seniors may not care because of their advanced cultivation, but there is no guarantee that some of the seniors' enemies will see this and it will bring disaster to fellow Taoist. Wei Zhong immediately fell silent and uttered, I was negligent. Then he asked with some reluctance, "May I ask you too, is there really no way to improve this junior's poor qualifications?" This, Shan Qin seemed to be in trouble and didn't want to say more, but Mieli Shan was free and easy and replied, "Everything in the world is full of wonders, and there is naturally a way to change the roots and bones." Seeing that the atmosphere was so high, Wei Zhong bowed his head and said, "Senior, please let me know. I will thank you deeply." Mieli Shan was a little helpless, lifted up Wei Zhong with his sleeves and said, "It's useless for you to worship me. If you want to ask, just ask Qiner." Wei Zhong looked at Shan Qin, whose expression changed and finally said, "That's all, it's just some information, it doesn't involve specific methods, so I'll tell my fellow Taoist. Anyway, my fellow Taoist will know it sooner or later. Most practitioners' qualifications are determined by their spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are innate and difficult to change. In other words, our knowledge is shallow and we don't know how to do it. At least Aunt Meow and I have never heard of the method of changing spiritual roots in these years of practice. Of course, seizing someone else's body does not fall into this category. In addition to spiritual roots, there is also a spiritual body." Spirit body? Wei Zhong had heard of such a statement, but he didn't know the depth of it, so he continued to talk. The origin of the theory of spiritual bodies has been around for a long time and cannot be studied. However, the current mainstream view in the spiritual world is that spiritual bodies are divided into different attributes just like spiritual roots, and they are also rarer than spiritual roots. Among monks with spiritual roots, those with spiritual bodies are extremely rare. Such monks are all leaders at the same level, some are faster than ordinary people in terms of practice speed, and some are born with extraordinary attainments in a certain skill. In short, people with spiritual bodies will always show talents far beyond ordinary people in some aspects. Seeing that Wei Zhong was listening intently, he told the key, "Most spiritual bodies are born, but some spiritual bodies can also be created." Wei Zhong's heart skipped a beat and he blurted out, "Does the Yunji Chamber of Commerce have a method to create acquired spiritual bodies?" Shan Qin didn't reply, so Mieli Shan rushed to answer, "Of course there is, but don't have too high expectations." Wei Zhong's heart sank when he heard Shan Qin add, "The creation of a spiritual body is inherently contrary to nature, and the price required varies depending on the strength of the formed spiritual body. But even the price of some ordinary spirits, most monks cannot afford it. For example, Aunt Meow once saw an acquired spiritual body training technique, but she has not been able to get started yet." Wei Zhong looked at Mieli Shan curiously after hearing this, and saw the latter saying with some resentment, "It's not that I didn't work hard enough, but the requirements of that method are too astonishing. I've only seen that kind of rare treasure in storybooks, so where can I find it?" "The rare treasure in the storybook? Is it a legendary treasure such as 1 yuan of heavy water and a tree that reaches the sky? It's not that outrageous, but it's also a rare treasure that hasn't been seen in the world of cultivation for countless years, and is occasionally found in some secret realms. In short, most of the acquired spiritual bodies need the assistance of rare treasures and the corresponding magic techniques to master them. Instead of thinking about this, fellow Taoists, it is better to practice hard and wait until at least the elixir formation or even the nascent soul realm before considering this matter." When Wei Zhong saw Shan Qin's words, he knew that Shan Qin didn't want to reveal more, so he didn't ask any more questions. "It seems that I have to wait until my qualifications improve a little or two, and become the guest minister in his mouth, before I have the opportunity to inquire about this method. There is no need to rush now. Senior Yuan Yings like Miaoli Shan are helpless. What can I do with my small foundation building? Just practice hard." After a banquet, Wei Zhong and Shan Qin decided on the cooperation with Yulin Cheng, and both parties would share the profits of this spirit wine 50/50ths. Then he took out a golden spiritual contract, which looked much more upscale than the one signed by Wei Zhong and the Li family. Wei Zhong signed this contract with him, which completely settled the matter. "Then I wish you, fellow Taoist, good fortune, and Aunt Meow and I will leave first." "Congratulations, senior." Seeing the two people leaving on the auspicious clouds, Wei Zhong ordered his servants to clean up the mess and return to the cave. Whether it is improving spiritual roots or creating a spiritual body the day after tomorrow, it is not something I can consider now. It is better to cultivate than to practice. Wei Zhong went to get another chalcedony mushroom, intending to brew another jar of green mushroom and get drunk again, but unfortunately it backfired and the brewing failed. Could it be that after hearing this talk about spiritual beings, I felt uneasy? That's all, let's start practicing. Holding 2 jars of spiritual wine, Wei Zhong sank into practice again. This practice lasted 2 years. Spring and Autumn Water Refining Technique Master, 1%, he successfully practiced the spring and autumn water refining technique to the master level, during which he also spent a few chalcedony flowers to refine green tea wine for practice. However, it has not broken through to the first level of foundation construction in 2 years. After another 4 years of cultivation, Wei Zhong broke through to the second floor of the foundation, spending an unknown amount of spiritual stones during this process. You are really practicing by smashing spiritual stones. Wei Zhong was very distressed as he watched the chalcedony mushrooms on the spiritual tree decrease one by one. Anyone who saw Wei Zhong's behavior would call him a loser. But all this is worth it to Wei Zhong. The improvement of foundation building cultivation is a higher level of core building combat power for Wei Zhong, and it is also the basis for increasing longevity. If you retreat from the second level of foundation building to the first level of foundation building, you can gain 18 years of life. Is the early stage of foundation building 18 years? It's more than what you exchanged in the later stages of qi refining, but the amount is limited, but it's still profitable for you. After picking a chalcedony mushroom that was more than 500 years old, Wei Zhong planned to see how strong the green tea wine brewed from this Ganoderma lucidum could be. After a careful operation, fortunately no accidents occurred, and a jar of green tea was successfully brewed. However, King Zizui at this time was not cyan, but milky like white jade. It seems that this wine is more appropriately called Yuji Zue. After taking a sip, a spiritual energy far surpassing the previous one reached his head. This spiritual energy was far richer than the middle-grade Kai combining pills that Wei Zhong had bought before. Wei Zhong didn't even have time to speak, he could only sit cross-legged to refine the surging spiritual power. When the refining was completed, 4 hours had passed, but the effect was almost the same as 1 day of normal practice. This spiritual wine is so effective. If I can practice with it all the time, my practice speed can be increased by another 30%. As soon as this thought came out, Wei Zhong looked at the only 500-year-old jade marrow on the spiritual tree again, and he began to feel heartache. The spiritual wine is powerful, but it costs a lot. Regardless of the price of the jade marrow, just talking about various auxiliary spiritual objects, it cost a total of 6,000 to 7,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and Wei Zhong had a hard time collecting them. A rough calculation shows that this jar of spiritual wine cost more than 10,000 spiritual stones, and the price is only a little bit lower than the soul-nourishing pill at the auction. Looking at the spiritual wine in his arms, the effect of the chalcedony Ganoderma over 500 years old is so good. What will it be like if it is completely jade-like? Wei Zhong made up his mind not to use this Ganoderma in the short term and let it grow. Looking at the panel, second-level winemaking skills proficient, 2%, this skill has successfully stepped from entry-level to proficient, which is due to the credit of brewing King Zizui in the past few years and the help of this new wine Yu Zizui. The brewing of this wine has pushed the progress by more than 10%, and the effect is a few points stronger than the second-level King Luozui. I received a notice from the editor this morning that this book will be on the shelves tomorrow. Thank you to all the book friends who have been reading here, thank you for your support. The update time tomorrow will be around midnight, starting from 8,000 words. I dare not make more promises, I am worried that I can't do it. But I will try my best to write today, and if I can write more, I will post it at midnight. As for subsequent updates, it will be stable at 6,000 words, and will be updated from time to time depending on the situation. I also hope that you can click to subscribe. Sanyue is here to thank you all. After Wei Zhong came out of seclusion, he asked Xia Linghua to start collecting various types of Ganoderma lucidum of old age, saying that the more the better. In the past few years, Yulin Cheng has achieved initial results under the promotion of Yunji Chamber of Commerce, earning a lot of spiritual stones for Wei Zhong, and Chu Zhong's vest can also show more of his net worth. Under the shadow of Wei Zhong, Xia Linghua also successfully broke through to the middle stage of qi refining, and gained more prestige among the servants. Master, the Li family seems to be in trouble recently. Wei Zhong could probably guess what was going on. It was probably that he was caught between the Qingmu sect and the Yan family and had a hard time making a choice. Don't worry about it. The battle between the core formation forces is not something we can participate in. In the past few years, the ancestor of the Yan family has also recovered from the injuries caused by Yao Zhengshang, and with the covert support of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, he began to compete for nearby territory. Especially with the support of various foundation building families, the Li family, a superficial foundation building family, has been miserable in recent times. Without his own foundation, Wei Zhong's name alone was not enough to attract the attention of the two alchemy forces. The means of coercion are naturally more ruthless. Qingmu sect, meeting hall. Sect Master Nye Yuansen is sitting in the main seat, followed by Duan Delong, the Master of Dan Palace, Yu Shanglan, the Master of Dharma Palace, and Yao Zhengshang, the young sect master, in the second place. Following them are all the true disciples and outstanding figures of the Presbyterian Church. How's the situation with the surrounding foundation building families? Nye Yuansen asked. The next elder stood up and spoke. The nearby Chen family, as well as the Yu family and Lin family a little further away, have clearly stated their allegiance to our Qingmu sect, but the Haihui Lakely family has been evading these years and has an ambiguous attitude. Yao Zhengsheng interrupted. If I remember correctly, the Li family has not had its own foundation building in recent years, and it has all relied on a foreign surname to take the name of the foundation building, right? And that person seems to be familiar with junior brother Shin and junior brother Luo. Senior brother, I have misunderstood. I only have some interests with him, not familiarity with him, Shin Yuqi was the first to deny. Luo Mingyan on the side was sweating in his heart, and after thinking for a moment, he answered bravely, I'm not very familiar with him, but my junior brother can go and give advice on behalf of the sect and work hard. Lu Yibin interjected and said, I heard that it is relatively close to the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. I'm afraid junior brother Luo's persuasion will not be effective. Why don't you let me go with junior brother? A spiritual farmer who has just established a foundation, under my magical sword even if you don't dare to say a word no. Luo Mingyan wanted to persuade him, but the leader of the clan, Nye Yuansen, interrupted the conversation and said, there is no need to abolish this chapter if you are just idle foundation building. Yibin, you still have tasks to do next. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the meeting hall stopped talking. I heard Nye Yuansen say solemnly, the number of monsters has increased significantly in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains recently. It is suspected that the monsters have counterattacked, and they are in urgent need of manpower. Elder Taishang and Palace Master Zhao have already rushed to the front line, and more manpower will be needed next. After saying this, he turned to look at Yao Zhengshang. Zhengshang, please lead your second junior brother, fourth junior sister and fifth junior brother there, and by the way, meet the disciples that Uncle Zhao has accepted. The junior brother mentioned in his words is the sixth true disciple of the sect, but this disciple is extremely special. He has not returned to the sect for many years, but has been practicing outside. Yao Zhengxing only knew that his name was Yi Lu and that he was from a peasant family. I don't know his appearance or his qualifications. I only know that my rather picky Uncle Zhao is extremely satisfied with this person. Even his requirements for being filial to his parents and staying in the mortal world for many years have been met. Moreover, sufficient training resources have been prepared for him so that he will not fall behind these brothers. It is said that he rushed to the 10,000 Beasts Mountains just after building the foundation. He is a complete weirdo. Hearing Nye Yuansen talk about this fellow disciple, all the cultivators showed the same curiosity as Yao Jingxing's eyes. In addition, the Presbyterian Council and the deacons within the sect also need to contribute this time. Let Elder Su select the specific candidates. An elder in black robes stood up. It was the elder named Su who originally invited Wei Zhong to be a guest. As for the qi refining disciples within the sect, you will mobilize one or two of them. The contribution of the disciples who go to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range this time will be increased by 20%. Nye Yuansen turned his attention to Yu Shanglan, the master of the Dharma Hall, junior sister Yu. I wonder how those guests gathered together. Yu Shanglan frowned slightly. This gathering of guests is much smaller than last time. Among them, Taoist Hu Yang and several of his friends have lost their traces. He is indeed an unreliable casual cultivator at the critical moment. In that case, I will ignore him. Although the Qingmu sect has signed a spiritual contract with its guest ministers, the last development of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range has overspent the number of missions in the past few decades. If they want to send the guest ministers again, they can only use inducements. With a wave of his hand, Nye Yuansen announced the end of the meeting and everyone left. After leaving the hall, Xinyuqi tugged on Luo Mingyan's robe and said, Junior brother, why do you have to speak for that Chu Zhong and make senior brother unhappy? Luo Mingyan also looked helpless and could only reply, Senior brother Shin is different from me. After all, I have some friendship with that Chu Zhong. I think you are just soft-hearted. Senior brother advises you not to speak for outsiders again after this incident. Now that senior brother Yao has been named the young sect leader, senior brother Lu, who has always been difficult to deal with, is leaning toward that side. From now on, the Qingmu sect will be senior brother Yao's solemn one and must not be offended. Luo Mingyan didn't know how to answer, so he could only nod. The next day, 2 rays of light rushed to Haihui Lake. Luo Mingyan looked at an inner deacon next to him, feeling quite helpless. Lu Yibin rushed to the front line but failed to follow him. Instead, he sent an inner deacon who was familiar with him to come with him. Pang Sanshun, who was in the early stage of foundation building, was a close confidant of Lu Yibin. His cultivation was mediocre, but he was very interested in the foundation building forces under the Qingmu sect. In Luo Mingyan's view, the other party was just a loser who was using the power of the Qingmu sect to fake the power of the tiger. But after all, they are from the same school, and there is a bit of politeness on their faces to cover up the disgust in their hearts. Senior brother Luo, this Highway Lake is a good place. There is an inner disciple in our sect who was born in the Li family. I came here with him many years ago, and the head of the Li family personally gave him thousands of spiritual stones. But he was polite. Very. Although Pang Sanchun was Lu Yibin's lackey, he still knew his identity clearly. As a true disciple, Luo Mingyan's status was far beyond the reach of mere inner sect deacons. Humph, the name of the sect is not for you to use like this. Senior brother Luo is serious. Those 1,000 spirit stones were earned as a commission from the Li family. They were not blackmailed out of thin air. Luo Mingyan said no more, but he didn't leave a good look on him either. In a blink of an eye, we have arrived at Highway Lake, and Li Jialing Island is right in front of us. The head of the Li family, Li Ren, was already waiting outside with the elders of the clan. Seeing that Deng Guang had arrived, he quickly stepped forward to greet him. Senior, please forgive me for not being able to welcome you from afar. The clan has prepared a banquet with drinks. I would like to invite you two seniors to sit down and talk in detail. Before Luo Mingyan could say anything, Pang Sanchun went to the banquet surrounded by several elders of the Li family. Without reaching out to hit the smiling man, Luo Mingyan could only follow the Li family leader inside. Naturally, the banquet of the immortal family is indispensable for spiritual wine and spiritual food. Several maids from the Li family gathered around Pang Sanchun and toasted him for a while, making him feel happy. My lord, please try this Yuling. This is a spiritual wine that has recently been sold in Monuan Mansion. It tastes great. A woman dressed in white gauze approached Pang Sanchun and placed the jade cup in her hand in front of him. The latter held his slim waist with his big hands and drank the spirit wine in the cup. Okay. Looking at the increasingly absurd scene, Luo Mingyan held his forehead and felt great regret in his heart. He should not have allowed him to come here with him. After dismissing the toasting elders of the Li family, Luo Mingyan walked straight in and explained his purpose to the head of the Li family, Li Run. Clan leader Li, you must be very clear about my purpose of coming here, so you don't have to think about using these means to delay time. In a word, will your Li family follow my Qingmu sect, or will you turn against the Yin family? This Li Run wiped the sweat from his forehead. He never expected that the true disciple of the Aoki sect who came this time would be so tough. At this time, Pang Sanchun seemed to have noticed the movement here. He brushed aside the Li family elder who was coming up to toast and said to Luo Mingyan, Senior brother Luo, why are you in such a hurry? The Li family can still run away here. You and I can enjoy it for a while. It's not too late to talk about this matter again. Seeing his appearance, Luo Mingyan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He turned his head slightly and looked at Pang Sanchun. An almost substantial blood-colored evil energy surged out, scaring the other party so much that he couldn't even hold the wineglass in his hand. Luo Mingyan has been killing demons in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains for many years, and this evil spirit is one of the results. How can a monk like Pang Sanchun, who is trapped in secular affairs, compare with him? Suddenly, he was so intimidated by the evil spirit that he couldn't say a word. The clan elders and maids in the banquet were also frightened by this turn of events, and some of the timid ones with poor cultivation were actually frightened and fainted. Please Luo Jinchuan to calm down. Li Ren immediately leaned down to worship Luo Mingyan, and the discerning people around him also followed him and bowed down. Let me ask you, should you obey or not? As he spoke, he took out the magic sword in his bag and pointed it at Li Ren's head, as if he would kill him if he said the wrong word. Suddenly, the situation on the Li family Ling Island suddenly changed, and a spiritual energy cyclone formed over the Li family. Luo Mingyan noticed the movement and flew out of the palace, just in time to see the spiritual energy of heaven and earth fluctuating not far away. Everyone at the banquet also followed and saw this scene. It turns out that someone from your Li family built a foundation, but now what if there is one more foundation? Luo Mingyan was a little surprised and looked at Li Ran with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. On the Black Lake Island not far away, Wei Zhong looked at the rising spiritual energy cyclone without any surprise. After Li Haowen repaired the damage to his legal body and built the foundation for the second time this time, the success rate will definitely be higher than before, Wei Zhong said with emotion. It's all thanks to the master's help, Xia Linghua agreed. Wei Zhong shook his head. In the past few years, Li Haowen visited many times and asked Wei Zhong to help the Li family. Although Wei Zhong didn't want to cause more trouble, he was moved by his attitude. After signing various contracts with the other party and even making the oath of the inner demon, he sold some second-level King Lusui. With this help, Li Haowen successfully repaired the injuries caused by the first failure to build the foundation, and started building the foundation after obtaining a foundation building pill from his family. After thinking for a moment, Wei Zhong took out a letter sword and flew towards Li Jialing Island, and was later taken into Luo Mingyan's hand. Brother Luo, why don't you meet me? Luo Mingyan's expression softened slightly, and he turned into a ray of light and flew towards the Black Lake Island, leaving the Li family elder and Pang Sanshun below looking at each other. Brother Luo, long time no see. Wei Zhong greeted Luo Mingyan warmly with a smile on his face. The latter looked helpless and asked directly, Brother Chu, what is your attitude towards the Li family? Wei Zhong spread his hands, Brother Luo, why do you say this? I just have a name in the Li family, how can I influence the affairs of the Li family? Now that he has helped Li Haowen build the foundation, Wei Zhong has made up his mind not to get involved in this matter. Later, if Li Haowen succeeds in building the foundation, Wei Zhong will even give up the title of guest minister. Luo Mingyan nodded, that's very good. Now that the sect has a firm attitude, Brother Chu should not get involved in these things. Brother Luo, you are joking. How dare I participate in the struggle of the alchemy forces with my little foundation? As he spoke, Wei Zhong took out several jars of spirit wine. Brother Luo came back empty-handed last time. This time I will make up for it next time with Brother Luo. Luo Mingyan shook his head but did not accept it. Wei Zhong also felt something was wrong, so he asked softly, but something happened that I don't know about? Alas, Brother Chu had already disgraced the sect by rejecting Elder Su's invitation to be a guest. Later, he was informed by the young sect master and even his fellow disciples. At this moment, the ambiguous matter of the Li family has been revealed, and it has already been revealed within the sect. Got a name. If it weren't for the sect's other important matters, I'm afraid it wasn't Pindao who came today, but Senior Brother Lu who came with the magic sword. But the second true successor, Lu Yibin? Exactly. Wei Zhong was stunned and couldn't figure out why he was in conflict with this second true successor. This is true in the secret realm, and so is the outside world. Senior Brother Lu has a high level of cultivation and has always been ruthless in his methods. My fellow Taoist will definitely not get good results against him. Then what should we do? Wei Zhong looked worried. But he thought in his heart that if the true successor surnamed Lu dared to come, he would be the one who would not get the good news. Fellow Taoist, there is no need to be so alarmed. The sect is currently only focusing on the foundation building family. Fellow Taoist, such idle foundation building families still focus on recruiting. However, if the situation changes in the future, you should make your choice early. With that said, I'll leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Mingyan turned into a light and left without even looking at the spiritual wine presented by Wei Zhong. Alas, the friendship that has been running for many years is finally broken. Wei Zhong put away the wine jar and looked at his leaving figure. Luo Mingyan came here to communicate with Wei Zhong despite the pressure of the sect. It can be said that he fulfilled his friendship. Not only did he inform Wei Zhong of the key points, but he also did not accept the spirit wine. This completely severed the relationship between the two of them as uncle and nephew. To tell you more about how much I still owe him, I have to find an opportunity to pay him back. I was pretty accurate in judging people back then. At least now I know the actions of the Qingmu sect, which gives me enough room to respond. Today is the first day of publication with more than 10,000 words added. Everyone is welcome to subscribe. Junior sister Yu, I've been waiting for you to come. Zhao Bai said to Yu Shanglan and his party who were rushing to the front line. Where's Uncle Lien? A third-level monster attacked the camp yesterday. My uncle wounded it and chased after it. The monster was a white-spotted black falcon with extremely fast escape speed and was good at sneak attacks. My uncle was worried about its harm to the Qi refining and foundation establishment juniors. He made up his mind to kill him. Now I am in charge of this station. How could such a monster appear? In the past, the monsters that the Aoki sect dealt with were mostly land-based monsters such as wolf monsters and snake monsters. Even the occasional birds were only 1 or 2 levels, and third-level flying monsters rarely appeared. I don't know, but the 10,000 Beasts mountain range has become more and more evil recently. I would like to remind the new little ones to be more careful. Uncle Zhao. Yao Zhangsheng stepped forward to greet him. It turns out to be Zhangsheng. This time he successfully formed the elixir and is finally on the same level as me. Now that he is named the young sect master, he has to think more about the sect. Zhangsheng understands. Okay, wait until the two of you arrive, then I can relax. I also want to see Xiao Liuzi. I don't know where he went after chasing the monster. As soon as he finished speaking, a man dragged a giant wolf out of the forest. He doesn't dress like a practicing immortal, but like a wild boy from a mortal peasant family. He was dressed in short clothes, revealing his bronze skin, and his black hair was tied up casually with a straw rope. The thin but powerful body dragged the body of a wolf demon that was 2 heads taller than a human, making an impact in the eyes of everyone. Seeing Zhao Bai, he shouted loudly, "Master, I have beaten the wolf demon again." After saying that, he raised the wolf corpse and showed it to everyone. "Liuzi, come here quickly. I've seen your martial uncle Yu and all of your fellow disciples." Zhao Bai looked at Yilu fondly, then turned around and said in front of him, "Young apprentice is naughty, junior sister Yu, please take care of me." Yilu threw away the wolf corpse and stamped his foot, which caused a ripple of spiritual energy. Controlling the spiritual energy, he flew behind Zhao Bai. Yao Zhengshang was a little surprised when he saw this and said, "Sixth junior brother is actually a practitioner of both Dharma and body?" Exactly. Yilu grabbed hold of him and said to him, "This is senior brother Qi Yao. He has already reached the level of alchemy cultivation. He is at the same level as your master and me. If you have any questions about your cultivation in the future, don't worry. Ask him for advice." The latter looked at Yao Zhengsheng in front of him with some curiosity and said, "Senior brother is so handsome. He is even more handsome than Guawazi in our village." As soon as these words came out, Yao Zhengsheng's expression suddenly lost control, and Yu Shanglan on the side even laughed out loud. The eyes of the true disciples behind seemed to be fluctuating, but they suppressed their smiles. "Six sons, please don't be rude," Zhao Bai said solemnly, holding his arm. The latter also seemed to know that he had made a mistake and lowered his head. Yao Zhengsheng, who was the young sect leader, quickly reacted, "Nothing, it's a good thing that junior brother has a lively temperament." Then he took out a black talisman and said, "This is the talisman that master once gave me. I have formed an elixir, but it is useless. Now it is just right to give it to my junior brother." Yu Shanglan also took out a blue talisman. Zhao Bai was shocked when he saw this, thousands of flowers and birds. "Junior sister, you even had to take out this talisman. It's just a magic talisman. At worst, I just need to make another one." This talisman is not a traditional talisman, but is engraved with Yu Shanglan's specialty spiritual method, thousands of flowers and birds, which is both a trap and a killing method. This kind of spiritual talisman is extremely difficult to carve, and the material itself is worth 5,000 spiritual stones. Yao Zhengsheng was a little surprised. Even though he was the number one true successor, he did not receive such preferential treatment. "Thank you, senior uncle Yu, thank you, senior brother Yao." Yilu, who was holding the treasure, was very obedient at the moment. After thanking him, he turned over the talisman in his hand and kept looking at it. The 3 true disciples at the back had different expressions, but after seeing the reactions of their senior brothers and uncles, they also took out their respective greeting gifts. Although they are all second-level treasures, they are all treasures. After dispersing the disciples, Yu Shanglan and Zhao Bai were left standing alone. Senior brother has really taken on a good disciple. If junior sister is not mistaken, Yilu has not only built a physical foundation, but his spiritual cultivation has also reached the 4th level of qi refining. It has only been more than 40 years since senior brother accepted this disciple, right? Junior sister has a keen eye. To be precise, she only started practicing when she was 16 years old, and she has been practicing for only 36 years now. When I first met him, he was herding cattle for his family. A young boy in his teens could pull the cattle and run. It was a natural talent. I suspected that he possessed some kind of spiritual body. After searching, I found nothing, but I found that he had a unique and unusual thunder spirit root, which was suitable for practicing my golden thunder technique. That's when I decided to take it under my wing. Spirit body? It's still the thunder spirit root. Senior brother, you only told junior sister now because you were afraid that junior sister would steal your apprenticeship. Zhao Bai chuckled. I informed senior brother Nya about this matter, but junior sister doesn't know about it. That must be the intention of senior brother Nya. It's really rare for this kid to still have such a pure heart after practicing Taoism for many years, Yu Shanglan said with emotion when she saw Yilu surrounded by everyone. Junior's sister is right. It is precisely because of this innocent mentality that his breakthrough level is as smooth as drinking water. It's a pity that my uncle doesn't know his physique, otherwise he would be able to gain 1 point faster by practicing suitable techniques. Senior brother Zhao, just be content. This kind of qualification is only at the seed level in Yuanying sect. Now it is good luck that senior brother has found it. Hey, my disciple is not a disciple of the sect? Yilu, why did your parents give you such a name? Lin Muxue asked curiously. No, I am the 6th child in my family, so I took the word 6. Looking at his shy face, several senior brothers and sisters were amazed. Luo Jigang patted his shoulder and said in a voice transmission, "Don't tease senior brother Yao like this in the future. As a junior brother, you must be respectful, just like you respect your elder brother at home." Yilu glanced at Luo Jigang and didn't reply, but nodded as if he understood. The Grandmaster is back. During the conversation, Yao Zhengsheng suddenly said, and everyone looked up in the air and saw a beam of light flying over, and they all got on it. Zhao Bai asked first, "Uncle Master, have you caught the white-spotted black falcon?" The latter shook his head. "That animal is very cunning. It broke into the territory of a 4th-level demon. I dare not go deeper, so I returned the same way. Let all disciples be careful and report immediately if they find its trace. And Zhengshang, don't be careless. With its cunningness, even if you are a Jindan cultivator, you may be killed by it without being noticed." Yao Zhengshang would naturally not ignore the advice of a late Jindan cultivator. Clenching his fist, he said solemnly, "Yes, master. Disciple understands." Black Lake Island, Wei Zhong saw the spiritual energy cyclone on the spiritual island slowly dissipating, and he understood that Li Haowen had successfully built his foundation. After more than 10 years, the Li family finally had a foundation cultivator, and Wei Zhong didn't need to support them. Does the master feel that it's a pity to lose the title of guest official? Xia Linghua asked with concern. Wei Zhong shook his head. What a pity, it's time to unload the burden. Helping him to achieve a foundation building is considered to have officially ended the cause and effect of the spiritual land between me and the Li family. Don't look at how glorious Li Haowen's achievement of foundation building is, he also has a lot of responsibilities. The fate of so many members of the Li family is in his hands. It's not easy to keep the family alive among the two major forces of forming a Dan. After saying this, Wei Zhong left with a wave of his sleeves, leaving Xia Linghua alone in the place, feeling sad. After so many years of contact with Wei Zhong, Xia Linghua has been able to understand him a little bit. Although he treats others kindly, he is a cold-hearted person. Master Chu Zhong only cares about the people close to him, such as the 3 sisters including himself. Other maids and servants are just the relationship between the master and the servants maintained by spiritual stones. Even the 3 of us sisters may not have much weight in the master's heart. Xia Linghua stroked her belly that had not yet bulged, and a trace of regret arose in her heart. Congratulations on your foundation building. When Li Haowen came out of retreat, Wei Zhong was already standing by with his magic sword. Seeing Wei Zhong's figure, Li Haowen was also moved. Senior, Wei Zhong waved his hand, since you have already built your foundation, you and I should still call each other fellow Taoists. Let's talk about reminiscing about the past later. Let's take care of your Li family affairs first. Wei Zhong pointed in the direction of Luo Mingyan and the elders of the Li family. Li Haowen naturally understood what happened. He bowed to Wei Zhong and moved closer to the crowd. Wei Zhong retreated to the lakeside, threw out a green boat, and put the spirit wine on it and began to drink by himself. Seeing that the Li family had discussed with Luo Mingyan, it seemed that they had reached an agreement. Luo Mingyan did not stay any longer and wanted to pull Pang Sanchun away. Just after leaving the island, he heard Wei Zhong's voice transmission, and a green boat blocked the way ahead. Brother Luo, wait. A storage bag flew out of the Qingzhou, and Wei Zhong's voice rang in Luo Mingyan's ears. I also want to thank Brother Luo for bringing me to Mingyue Market many years ago. This is a thank you gift. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Luo Mingyan glanced at the things in the storage bag, thought for a few breaths, and then accepted it. He bowed to the Qingzhou and immediately turned into a light and flew away. After resolving the cause and effect, you can walk the great way. In the dark, Wei Zhong seemed to have some insights, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered towards the Qingzhou, forming a small cyclone, which lasted for 100 breaths before slowly dissipating. Cultivation, foundation building level 2, 30%. This insight actually made my foundation building level 2 cultivation improve by half, which is really a pleasant surprise. But cause and effect, is the great way in this world so superficial that I can benefit from it even if I am just a small foundation building? Li Haowen and the Li family members on the nearby spiritual island saw the spiritual cyclone raised by the green boat, and immediately became more awed by Chu Zhong, the foundation building master. After the spiritual cyclone dissipated for a long time, Li Haowen flew close and said, "Congratulations to the senior for his great progress in cultivation." A burst of spiritual power lifted the curtain in the boat, and Wei Zhong's voice came out, "It's just a little bit of enlightenment, but I want to congratulate you on your successful foundation building." Li Haowen stepped into the boat, and there was spiritual wine in the boat. He picked up the cup with both hands and said in a solemn voice, "Thank you for your kindness, senior." After speaking, he drank it all in one gulp. Wei Zhong smiled and waved his hand, "It's just a small helping hand, it still depends on your own efforts. It is much more difficult to break the inner demon of a failed foundation building than an ordinary foundation building." Hearing this, Li Haowen was also frightened. In the past, the various family burdens weighed him down and made him breathless. The expectations of the elders, the hopes of his parents, and all kinds of pressures became obstacles in his foundation building, and most of the failures in foundation building came from this. After the failure, he was gossiped and looked down upon, which made him feel a little relieved. After a period of tempering, his mind became stronger, and with the recovery of his injuries, he took a foundation building pill, which made him succeed in foundation building. The burden in the future will be heavy, don't be crushed by this responsibility. Li Haowen nodded thoughtfully. Since you have become a foundation builder, the Li family no longer needs my name as a foundation builder. Wei Zhong put away the spirit wine and stood up slowly, already intending to see off the guests. Li Haowen bowed his hands and withdrew from Yi Qingzhou. With a flash of green light, Wei Zhong returned to Black Lake Island. Li Haowen greeted the elders of the Li family, and Li Rin asked cautiously, "Senior Chu, can you still wish?" Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Haowen. "From now on, Senior Chu is no longer a guest of my Li family, and has no connection with my Li family. All affairs of my Li family are decided by my Li family, and there is no need to consider others." The clan elders in the audience were all talking about it. They never imagined that it would end up in such a situation. Only the clan leader Li Rin sighed slightly. Immediately, in compliance with the sect's order, summon 5 high-level Qi refining monks from the Li family to accompany me to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Li Haowen stared at the clan elder below, who mostly shrank his neck and lowered his head. "Master, is it over?" Seeing Wei Zhong return, Xia Linghua stepped forward and asked softly. Wei Zhong held him in his arms with his right hand. "Of course it's over. From now on, our Black Lake Island has nothing to do with the Li family. From now on, you will have to work hard on the island's affairs." Xia Linghua shook her head gently. "It is my duty to share the master's worries, so why bother? How are the servants on the island being dismissed?" "Don't worry, sir. I have repatriated all members of the Li family. Now the people on the island are all casual cultivators. They just feel that I am kind and the treatment is high, so they don't want to leave." Wei Zhong nodded. As a second-level mid-level spiritual land, Black Lake Island does not provide thousands of monks like other cultivating families. There were only about 100 people on the island. Even if Wei Zhong took the bulk, the rest would be enough to feed the monks below. The treatment is much better than that of the spiritual farmers working under the Qingmu sect. "If you are happy today, let's open a cellar of green radish and drink it to them." Xia Linghua was shocked. A cellar of green radish was drunk. Even the lowest grade was worth at least 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones in the market. Seeing his confused look, Wei Zhong said, "I just feel it now, my realm has only improved by half a level." Xia Linghua felt a little disappointed when she heard this, but she still said with joy, "Congratulations, sir." Wei Zhong looked at it and was able to gain some insight into his inner thoughts. He patted his shoulder. "I know what you are thinking, but it is not the time yet." Seeing his visible loss, he held his hands, squeezed his palms slightly, and whispered in his ear, "Practice well, and I will prepare a foundation building pill for you when you reach the later stage of Qi refining." After hearing this, the disappointment on his face suddenly turned into surprise. He leaned up and kissed Wei Zhong on the face, and said with a blush on his face, "Thank you, sir." Wei Zhong couldn't help but feel a surge in his heart when he saw this woman's behavior. He suppressed it and rubbed her forehead. In the cave, Wei Zhong was holding the second-order Qingluo Zue with a hesitant expression. Sooner or later, the oppression of the Qingmu sect will shift from the establishment family to idle foundation establishments like me, so I have to make plans in advance. After collecting the spirit wine, Wei Zhong left the cave and turned into a ray of light and flew in one direction. The purpose of this trip is to gather at the Chamber of Commerce. To be precise, it is the station of Yunji Chamber of Commerce here. In order to combat the Qingmu sect over the years, the Yunji Chamber of Commerce not only opened a store in Minjuang City, but also found a first-order spiritual land nearby and established a local station. And I don't know what method was used to actually gather the free spiritual energy around it, making the spiritual energy inside the station no less rich than the second-level spiritual land, which opened the eyes of the cultivators. All kinds of products in the Chamber of Commerce store are clearly marked with prices, and they are very complete. Even the foundation building pills that can only be seen at auctions in the past are also listed in real form and placed in the center of the store. Driven by this, a new market has formed near the Chamber of Commerce, which has great potential to suppress Mingyue City. Wei Zhong went straight to the store of the Chamber of Commerce and called the servant in the palace. "Fairy Rongzhirong is here." "Senior, wait a moment." After a while, a woman in green came down the stairs and said with a smile, "It turns out that fellow Daoist Chu is here. Please come upstairs to talk about it." When the customers in the store saw Wei Zhong following a female cultivator upstairs, their eyes were full of doubts. Even the servant Wei Zhong had just called was the same. He murmured, "It is very rare for Master Rong to entertain guests in person." A monk next to him came up to inquire about the price, interrupting this person's thinking. "Fellow Daoist Chu, why did you come here today?" Rong Ju took a plate of spiritual tea from the maid beside her and placed it in front of Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong hesitated, as if it was difficult to speak. He held it in for a while before replying, "I wonder if Senior Shan and Senior Miao are here." Rong Ju shook her head. "Unfortunately, Miss and Master Miao just left a few days ago." "Does Fairy know where the two seniors have gone, or when they will return?" Wei Zhong continued to ask. "We, the servants, dare not ask about the movements of young lady and senior." Rong Ju's expression remained unchanged as she held up the spiritual tea in front of her. "If you have any urgent matters, please tell me." Wei Zhong struggled a little and finally revealed the secret persecution of the Qingmu sect. Rong Ju had a look of surprise on her face. "Is this happening?" "Although my Yunji Chamber of Commerce has nothing to do with the Qingmu sect, it is only limited to business. I'm afraid it will be difficult to help fellow Taoists." "Girl Rong is right." Suddenly an old woman with gray hair walked in from the door. Seeing this, Rong Ju quickly stood up. "I've met Granny Ruan." He turned around and introduced to Wei Zhong. "Granny Ruan is the local shopkeeper of my Yunji Chamber of Commerce. In my absence, all matters will be decided by her." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhong quickly stood up and bowed in greeting. "I've seen you, senior." The latter waved his hand, and with a flick of his hand, the two sat down again. "It's indeed a pill." Wei Zhong was not surprised at all when he saw this method. As someone who was stationed in this Chamber of Commerce, the cultivation of alchemy was only the foundation. What was more important was probably his method. Recalling Rong Ju's lukewarm attitude, Wei Zhong could roughly guess that it was his handiwork. Qishir Shiran pulled up a chair and sat down, and said unhurriedly, "After all, I, Yunji Chamber of Commerce, act according to the rules, but now I can't help but break these rules for fellow Taoists. The young lady once said that if my Taoist friend can brew a second-level spiritual wine, he can be given the position of guest. Fellow Taoist, have you succeeded now?" Wei Zhong lowered his head and pondered, and finally shook his head, "Never." Wei Zhong thought about it for so long and did not choose to expose the fact that he had brewed the second-level Qingluo drunk at this time. Although the Qingmu sect showed signs of forcing the casual cultivators to take sides, they did not take action immediately, so Wei Zhong was not in a hurry to find shelter. This time it was just a test of Yunji Chamber of Commerce's attitude. "That's such a pity," shopkeeper Ruan said with some regret. Walking out of the back pavilion, Wei Zhong suddenly felt that everything in front of him became clear. The Yunji Chamber of Commerce is indeed a business group that puts interests first, and will not give preferential treatment to anyone just because of personal favor within the Chamber of Commerce. This is good news for Wei Zhong. It means that if he joins in the future, he will not have to worry about personal information being sold and leaked by the Chamber of Commerce. Yunji Chamber of Commerce has such a thick thigh, so I'm not in a hurry to hug it. Qingmu sect is not pressing too hard at the moment. With the trump card he holds, it can be said that he is not afraid of most of the monks of the Qingmu sect. After forming the pill, he basically delivers food. Only pill formation can truly threaten Wei Zhong. But even if Jiedan comes, does he have to join the Yunji Chamber of Commerce? Not necessarily. With his own strength, it would not be difficult to take Xia Linghua and others to practice in another place. What's more, there is still cave heaven within me. If you throw away all external connections and achieve the goal of naturally forming elixirs for hundreds of years, why should the Qingmu sect take it seriously? But that's not what I want. Cultivation is also about cultivating the mind. After experiencing what happened to the Li family, I have understood that the path of cultivation is not just about accumulating spiritual power and achieving breakthroughs in realms. It also requires honing one's own mind over the years. Immortals are like mountains of people. Only by tasting all the flavors of the human world can you get a glimpse of the path to immortality. How can this world of cultivation be different from the human world? As soon as he thought this, Wei Zhong suddenly felt that his thoughts were clear, and his soul seemed to have undergone some training. The time treasure record in the sea of consciousness shone with golden light, faintly echoing Wei Zhong's thoughts. Is this enlightenment again? This time's enlightenment did not seem to be like the previous improvement in cultivation level, but was reflected in the state of mind and soul, and also touched the time treasure record that Wei Zhong had been unable to do anything about for a long time. Wei Zongnai looked at the ancient book in his mind and murmured in his heart, "Where are you from?" Naturally, there was no answer to the inquiry. Wei Zhong calmed down and started visiting major stores. You need to be strong yourself when you are forging iron. Instead of asking others, it is better to ask yourself. I changed several identities and went to various shops to start spending spiritual stones, second-level disposable talismans, second-level protective magical weapons, golden talismans, and aged Ganoderma lucidum. This was the most enjoyable experience Wei Zhonghua had ever spent on spiritual stones. 40 to 50,000 spiritual stones had already been paid out in one pass. Although you have to follow your mood, you can't ignore safety. For this reason, Wei Zhong returned to his original appearance and went back to the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. He hesitated outside for a while, and finally left with regret. Mother-in-law, wouldn't it be good for us to just drive him out like this? Did the lady ask us to take care of him? Rongju watched Xu Zhong go and come back through the window, hesitated, and asked shopkeeper Ruan a little uneasily. The latter just tasted the spiritual tea in his hand and said in a neutral tone, "The young lady just values these ordinary people too much, making them think of themselves as superior. It's just a little bit of first-level spiritual wine skills. There are a lot of such people in the city. And haven't we promised that as long as he brews one of the 2 second-level spiritual wines that the young lady needs, we will immediately provide him with shelter to prevent him from being persecuted by the Aoki sect. Even if he fails to succeed in the end, I will take advantage of him after he is cornered. Only in this way can I call it a favor." Rongju lowered his head and said nothing more. "I just feel that Granny Ruan is too focused on profit and likes to use this to manipulate people's hearts. Although this is the best way for the Chamber of Commerce to survive, Yu Qingli makes herself feel a little uncomfortable. If the young lady hadn't given him a helping hand in time, I probably would have turned into a withered skeleton. This is true for me, and the same is true for the other 3 sisters." Seeing a few people following Xu Zhong out of sight, Rongju remembered the young lady's instructions, bowed to shopkeeper Ruan, and planned to follow him to have a look. I can't help him solve the Qingmu sect's troubles, but I can't just watch him die in confusion. Seeing Rongju's actions, shopkeeper Ruan also put down the teacup in his hand, sighed slightly, and stepped lightly with his right foot, causing ripples on the spot. The casual cultivator can die, but Rong girl can't make any mistakes. As soon as his figure moved, he was moved out of Fangshi by the formation, then hid his whereabouts and followed Rongju's escape. When Wei Zhong left Fangshi, he also noticed several people following him. The arrival of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce has greatly stimulated the monks' consumption enthusiasm, and even the number of robbery cultivators has increased a lot. A few more spirit stones were thrown into the green boat, and the green light suddenly sped up a little. Wei Zhong had no intention of getting entangled with him. Wei Zhong could no longer look down on the wealth of an ordinary foundation-building tribulation cultivator. Besides, I was very pressed for time and had to return to the island to practice as soon as possible. I had no time to play house with these people. Seeing that the flying magic weapon Wei Zhong was riding on suddenly accelerated, Jie Xiu also became energetic instantly. He must be scared because he is speeding up. 2 fellow Taoists, speed up and continue chasing. This guy has been in the Yunji Chamber of Commerce for so long, so he must be rich. As soon as he said this, the person next to him also showed greed. Fellow Taoist Gu, don't be anxious. I've already contacted Taoist Zhang to intercept and delay it. When the time comes, I'll swarm up and take it down easily. We might as well save some mana at this moment for later fighting. The 2 heard that there were other comrades who were blocking their way, and when they saw each other, they immediately planned to make fellow Taoist Zhang and this man who had just come out of the market spend more time. When snipes and clams fight, only the fisherman can profit. That makes sense. Immediately, the three of them maintained their original escape speed and just followed Wei Zhong closely, no longer seeking to intercept. Wei Zhong was lying in the green boat, and he still had time to drink a glass of spiritual wine. This second-level green radish drink has the ability to nourish the body. I usually drink a few sips of it when I have nothing to do. Wei Zhong put down his wine glass when a strange energy suddenly broke into the area covered by his spiritual consciousness. So there are accomplices? Wei Zhong walked from the cabin to the deck and looked at the approaching light in front of him, without any panic at all. The black ball has been tightened in his hand, and the flying throwing technique is ready to go. But soon I noticed something, and it was replaced with fragments of the magic weapon. A flaming red flying sword struck towards Wei Zhong, and the flying throwing technique was activated to meet it. One blow interrupted the robbery cultivator's control of the magic sword. The menacing flying sword attack was immediately knocked crooked, and he had to control the flying sword to return. When I held it in my hand, I found that it had obvious damage. It would take at least hundreds of spiritual stones to repair it, and I couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He pinched out a golden talisman and threw it towards Wei Zhong. It turned into a golden crescent in midair, and then the crescent split into hundreds of small crescents, which were fired towards Wei Zhong's green boat. Wei Zhong sighed for a moment, put away the green boat under his feet, used the soaring cloud technique, and left the place before the attack came. There was a strange color on Lu Jiexiu's face, and he seemed a little surprised to see Wei Zhong get rid of his spiritual talisman attack so quickly. With his fingertips making a secret, the 100 crescent moons turned around as if they had eyes and continued to attack Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong held out a blue shield with his left hand. Under the injection of spiritual power, the palm-sized shield instantly became as big as a door panel. With a flick of his index finger, he pushed the shield and took the initiative to face the attack. The man still wanted to control crescent moon turning, but most of it was destroyed by Wei Zhong's proactive approach, leaving only a few scattered points that fell on Wei Zhong. Black water spirit clothes, a burst of cyan light clothes covered Wei Zhong's body, and together with the second-level robe, he took the attack. Ever since he saw Qingmu Sekyao Zhengsheng using his black magic power, Wei Zhong had also been careful and would cover up his magic power outside. At the same time as he destroyed the talisman, a green light flashed in Wei Zhong's sleeves, and a slender green sword shadow headed towards the robbery cultivator. It was the green bamboo sword that Wei Zhong had purchased in Minjiwang City. Jiexiu once again activated his magic sword to resist, but when he looked at Wei Zhong again, he could not see his figure. It turned out that while Wei Zhong was activating the green bamboo sword, he had already performed the soaring cloud technique and flashed to the vicinity of him, holding a large and thick black giant sword and slashing straight at him. Wei Zhong's physique was nourished by the Qingluo Zue for many years, and he was no longer as weak as a spiritual cultivator. His strength was so strong that he could be called half a physical cultivator. Coupled with the characteristics of the powerful and heavy force brought by the light black spiritual power, and the weight of the black heavy sword itself, this slash was no less than an ordinary physical foundation-building blow. Jiexiu came to his senses and saw Wei Zhong slashing at him with a sword, and his face was already terrified. Without thinking, he sacrificed his own defensive shield, but the spell was cast in a hurry, so how could he resist Wei Zhong's perfect slash? The shield was knocked over as soon as the spiritual light appeared. Jiexiu tried to dodge, but half of his arm and one foot were chopped off in an instant. Blood flowed, and the intense pain made him roar in fear. With his spiritual power flowing, he was about to use the escape technique to distance himself from Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong would not miss such a good opportunity. He put down his heavy sword and rushed towards him with his bare hands. A small fragment appeared in his palm at some point. With the spiritual power flowing, he had already turned and left a residual shadow. A palm hit his chest, and the Jiexiu's chest shook violently. The spiritual light of the first-level robe flashed and then quickly extinguished. His defense was broken in an instant. The heavy spiritual power wrapped the fragments of the magic weapon and pierced his chest and abdomen, disrupting his internal organs. It penetrated his body and brought out an unknown red object. There was still fear and a little confusion in Jiexiu's eyes. It seemed that he did not expect to fall into this man's hands in just a few rounds. Wei Zhong shot a water bullet through his head, completely killing him. He put away his storage bag and magic weapon, and then saw the three Jiexiu who came late from behind. The three looked at each other, unable to imagine that Zhang Tongdao was defeated so easily. This fat sheep doesn't seem to be an easy target. Wei Zhong put away his spoils, held the heavy sword in his hand, and the green bamboo sword floated in the air ready to go. Do you have any important business with me, fellow Taoists? Wei Zhong smiled, looking fearless. The three people in front of him were all in the early stage of foundation building, just like the one he had just killed. Although there were many people, they were not taken seriously by Wei Zhong. If there hadn't been someone watching him, he would have decisively killed these four robbery cultivators. Seeing Wei Zhong like this, the three people had different expressions, and some of them had already backed out. Seeing his companions being timid, the cultivator surnamed Gu shouted, "Two fellow Taoists, why are you hesitating now? He is alone, and the fight just now must have consumed a lot of energy. The three of us are in full condition, can't we take him down?" Hearing this, the two looked at each other. Then one of them said, "Why don't you let fellow Taoist Gu take the lead?" The cultivator surnamed Gu cursed in his heart when he heard this, and said, "It is safest for the three of us to attack at the same time." Wei Zhong looked at the three people with some boredom. Such a group is timid and can't even do a good job of being a robbery cultivator. But Wei Zhong understood that this is the norm among casual cultivators. After years of cultivation, he has seen many fellow cultivators die on the road because of negligence. Casual cultivators will be suspicious of things and people. Colleagues around them must also be on guard at all times to prevent being attacked and stabbed in the back. What's more, the few people in front of them are not colleagues. At most, they are a small group of robbery cultivators formed temporarily. Watching Wei Zhong and his companions fighting, they hesitated and didn't come to help, but waited for the two to consume each other. One of them didn't check, but his companion died. Knowing that the trick was difficult to do led to this situation. When Wei Zhong was thinking, his consciousness suddenly detected a familiar aura coming, and he said with a smile, "Are you three going to make a move? If you hesitate any longer, my helpers will be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Rongju had arrived. He frowned slightly and looked at the three people who were confronting Wei Zhong, then looked at the remains below, bowed slightly to Wei Zhong, and said, "Fellow Taoist Chu, do you need help?" "Ha, a few small robbery cultivators, why do you need Fairy Rong to help?" Hearing Wei Zhong's arrogant words, the three looked at Wei Zhong with anger, but one of them glanced at Rongju and was stunned. He sent a few words to the two of them, and then a trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the three. "Fellow Taoist, this is purely a misunderstanding. The three of us also saw that the Taoist was blocked by the robbery cultivator, so we wanted to come up to help. We definitely did not intend to do anything bad to the Taoist. Since the Taoist has escaped from the crisis, the three of us will leave now. See you again if we are lucky." As soon as the words were finished, the three of them turned around and used their own methods to retreat. Wei Zhong smiled and bowed to Rongju, "Thank you for your help, Fairy." A firebomb burned the remains below, and then took out some of the magic tools, spirit stones, and other treasures he had just obtained, and threw them to the other party together with the storage bag. "This is my return gift to the fairy." Rongju wanted to say something, but Wei Zhong had already released the Qingzhou and turned into a green light and left. Seeing Wei Zhong go away, shopkeeper Ruan also appeared next to Rongju. "Mother-in-law is here?" Ruan Liuzhen knocked on Rongju's forehead. "Xiao Ronger came out with you, why don't I come and take a look?" Then he looked towards the direction Wei Zhong left and murmured, "But this little guy still has some tricks up his sleeve. He could instantly kill a monk of the same level so quickly, and he showed no fear in the face of three people. He must still have a few trump cards left, not trying its best. Even if you don't come, Rong girl, there is a high chance that you can escape and leave." If what the mother-in-law said is true, then this fellow Taoist Chu is not only talented in brewing wine, but also has good fighting skills? Ruan Liuzhen nodded, then shook his head, beyond ordinary casual cultivators, but still not as good as the outstanding disciples of the major forces. "That mother-in-law?" Rongju asked a little cautiously. What greeted Ruan Liuzhen was a firm response, "No. I said that I would only take action when he brews one of the 2 second-level spiritual wines, or when he is forced into a desperate situation. This is a little trick. Still can't touch me." After saying this, he brushed up his broad sleeves, wrapped the Rongju in his body, and disappeared from the spot. Wei Zhong was halfling in the green boat, sipping the spirit wine and recalling the spy he had noticed during the fight. It's Jiedan, probably the shopkeeper Ruan who gathered at the Chamber of Commerce. This is following Rongju. It seems that the maid beside Shanqin is not a simple person. This is the first time I have to fight in the presence of others, and I have to cover up many of my methods. I still feel a little uncomfortable. Otherwise, how could I have let the Calamity Cultivator struggle with me for so long, and I could defeat him with just a few tricks? But my consciousness is getting stronger and stronger, and I can even discover the hidden pills. The previous enlightenment seems to have caused some unknown changes in Wei Zhong's spiritual consciousness. The intuitive feeling is that the detection effect of spiritual consciousness has become stronger. Sinking into the sea of consciousness, Wei Zhong tried to touch the time treasure record, but his consciousness would bounce back instantly as soon as he got closer. Is there still no way? At this time, it seems that the treasure record is not simply driven by spiritual power, but also involves spiritual power such as divine consciousness, or it may also contain certain conditions that Wei Zhong has not yet clarified. Withdrawing his attention, Wei Zhong no longer tried to touch the ancient book. As long as your cultivation level continues to improve, you will be able to control it sooner or later. After drinking the spiritual wine, he quickly refined the rich spiritual energy contained in it. After half a day, Wei Zhong returned to Haiyue Lake. Seeing several rays of light, it turned out that Li Haowen was leading several members of his clan to refine their qi, and Wei Zhong made a rough guess. He leaned out and asked, "Fellow Taoist, are you going to Qingmu sect?" Li Haowen nodded, "I will take my clan's refining qi and rush to the 10,000 Beasts Mountains with the Qingmu sect." Wei Zhong sighed slightly. This was the helplessness of the Zhuji family to survive under the Jiedun sect, and there was no room for refusal at all when they were forced to recruit. "I wish fellow Taoists a safe and triumphant return." Li Haowen returned the gift with his hand, and moved the magic sword under his feet to lead the 5 people away. Wei Zhong watched his departing figure. Except for Li Haowen, the remaining 5 qi refining monks were all old men with gray hair and less than a few years to live. It seems that we are also prepared to die in a different place during this trip, but we don't know whether Li Haowen can survive this time successfully. Without this new foundation builder, it may be difficult for the Li family again. Returning to Black Lake Island, Xia Linghua came up to him and handed Wei Zhong a gold book. "Master, this is an edict from the Qingmu sect." Wei Zhong took it and browsed it carefully. It was not a monk's method like a jade slip, but was recorded on ordinary paper. It was said to be an edict, but there was no mandatory order. It just called on the monks to rush to the 10,000 Beasts Mountains to hunt monsters and collect spiritual objects together. The above describes a merit system and lists various treasured spiritual objects and inherited knowledge. As long as you accumulate enough merit, you can exchange for any item on it. Wei Zhong saw the precious spiritual objects such as Foundation Establishment Pill and Chalcedony Mushroom that were at the forefront. They were only in limited supply. It seemed that the Qingmu sect had not changed its style. He casually returned the gold book to Xia Linghua. "Ignore it. If anyone on the island is touched by this, just let him go." Just as he was thinking about leaving, he stopped again, patted his head, and took out 2 bottles of elixirs and a robe from the storage bag. 2 bottles of high-grade nourishing pills, and a first-grade high-grade robe, specially bought for you. Practice well. Xia Linghua took it and immediately beamed. "Thank you, sir. There is also no need to take over all the mundane affairs on the island. You can train a few trustworthy subordinates to share them with you and give yourself more time to practice. You can drink the green radish in the wine cellar at will. While your cultivation level does not fall, you must also take good care of your body." Wei Zhong rubbed his waist, said something, then turned and left. Xia Linghua was left alone with a blushing face. In the cave, Wei Zhong took out the harvest of today's purchase, various elixirs for brewing, second-level magic weapons, etc. After this purchase, Wei Zhong planned to retreat for a long time. After pouring out the unlucky Jieshou's things, Wei Zhong glanced at them twice, took out 2 spiritual talismans and spiritual stones, and put away the other items. There is a golden crescent painted on a talisman, which seems to be the same one used during the battle. There is also a black talisman paper with tiny ice crystal fragments drawn on it to form a network, which is probably some kind of second-level trapping talisman. Unfortunately, Wei Zhong fought with him too quickly and did not give him a chance to use this talisman. Sure enough, he is an ordinary foundation-building casual cultivator. Most of his wealth is in magical weapons, spiritual talismans, and other protective objects. He only has 2 or 3 thousand spiritual stones. After counting the spiritual objects in Fong Fong's hand, Wei Zhong suddenly raised his head. After leaving the cave, his spiritual consciousness noticed that Xia Linghua was wearing a blue gauze, with 2 women following behind her. There is a person wearing pink clothes with a weak complexion. Her name is Qi Ting. The other person is named by Yining, wearing a close-fitting robe, tall and with a cold face. The 3 of them each have their own characteristics, and what you can see is that Wei Zhong's blood is rising. These 3 people were the people who had the closest relationship with Wei Zhong. Unexpectedly, Xia Linghua instigated the 2 of them to come here with him without expecting Bai Ri's concern. I heard Xia Linghua holding both of their hands and saying, "I am kind and treat the people around me very well." If you two really want to be close to me, you have to get closer to me. The two of them knew what he meant, but their faces were still blushing and a little embarrassed at the moment. A burst of spiritual power hit, and the door opened in front of him. Xia Linghua already understood Wei Zhong's thoughts, and walked inside with both hands. Cultivation was boring and needed to be adjusted, but Wei Zhong was not a person who was addicted to life. He turned clouds and rain with him for a few days before returning to practice. Of course, there would be a reward afterwards, which made the three of them smile. After calming down for a while, Wei Zhong began to brew spiritual wine, starting with a simple first-level spiritual wine to find out the feel. After several attempts, Wei Zhong found that his success rate in brewing first-order spiritual wine had significantly improved, and he only failed once in 10 brewing attempts. Then he started brewing the second-level Qingluo Zue, and the success rate was as high as 60%. Looking at the experience scrolling on the panel, Wei Zhong finally planned to start brewing Yuji Zue. I took 3 chalcedony flowers that were more than 500 years old, and then collected other elixir and auxiliary materials that were needed. After clarifying the brewing process in his mind, Wei Zhong used his spiritual body to control various elixirs and began to extract. After 1 month, 3 brewing attempts failed twice, and only 1 was successful. It seems that this wine is still a bit difficult for me at the moment. Wei Zhong shook his head and took the jar of spiritual wine and other auxiliary cultivation tools to enter deep cultivation. 5 years later, the Qingmu sect defeated the monster in a short battle in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, and the monks gathered under it were able to escape and return. Li Haowen turned around alone and visited Black Lake Island the next day. He regretfully left after learning that Chu Zhong was a hidden cultivator. Wei Zhong, who knew about his visit, had no intention of stopping his practice because he had reached a critical point in his practice at this moment. Wei Zhong was running the spring and autumn water refining technique, and a large amount of spiritual energy was attracted to Wei Zhong, compressed and refined in his body, and condensed into drops of liquid spiritual power. In the end, the spiritual power gathered together, and the level was suddenly broken. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, 3rd level of foundation building, 1%, exercise, spring and autumn water refining technique master, 1 master, 14%, Shoyuan, 154/255, in 5 years, he has broken through from the 2nd level of foundation building to the 3rd level of foundation building. At such a speed, I am afraid that even those high-grade spiritual roots can only do this. Previously, it took Wei Zhong a full 9 years to go from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor of the foundation. This time, with the blessing of Yuzuzui, master-level skills, and the growth of his enlightenment, it only took 5 years. In detail, the practice speed has almost doubled. The only pity is that enlightenment does not come often, and I don't know how long it will take to encounter the enlightenment I had back then. If you want to improve your cultivation, you still have to keep practicing. It is this spring and autumn water refining art that after entering the master level, the proficiency progress begins to become extremely slow. It only improves by about 10% in 5 years. It will take at least 40 years to advance to the master level and usher in the next qualitative change. Wei Zhong lamented that it was indeed a well-established technique, yet it was so difficult to improve its proficiency. As for the health kung fu, Wei Zhong has been slacking off a lot recently. He only practices it once in a while when he is bored and does not allocate special time for it. The main reason is that its function of increasing longevity is a bit useless for my own lifespan of more than 200 years. The effect of nourishing the body is not as efficient as the 2nd level Qingluo Zue. It has truly become a health-preserving technique in Wei Zhong's hands. After cleaning up, Wei Zhong left the cave. You don't know how many years you have practiced, but you can't be ignorant of the external situation. You have to go out and inquire about changes in the situation, so that you don't even know if the Qingmu sect comes to your door. Pushing open the door to the training room, there was a cold-looking female cultivator waiting behind her. It was Bai Yining. Seeing Wei Zhong coming out of seclusion, he hurriedly greeted him. The master has come out of seclusion. I will call Sister Xia to come over now. Wei Zhong grabbed her wrist. Don't worry, I have already informed her. Please tell me what happened in the past few years, especially the matters related to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the Qingmu sect. It will be published in the early morning today, and the subsequent publishing time is planned to be stable at 12 noon. If you have any opinions about the update time, you can mention it and I can make appropriate adjustments. Finally, thank you very much for subscribing. I love you. The Aoki sect has a great victory. But the 8th true successor Luo Mingyan is missing? And the genius of the 6th true successor is shining brightly? Wei Zhong, who knew the news, was also shocked. Master, Senior Li wants to see you. Xia Linghua came in and reported. Please. Beside the stone table, Wei Zhong looked at Li Haowen with some emotion. At this time, he no longer had the hesitation and uneasiness he had when he just established the foundation. The sharpness between his eyebrows showed the calmness of the head of the foundation building family. After Li Haowen returned, the former patriarch Li Ren also stepped down, and Li Haowen, who had established the foundation, took over as the patriarch and led the Li family forward. It seems that Brother Li, a lot has changed in the past 5 years. The latter chuckled softly, it's just that we were forced to have no choice. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the others are frightened day and night, and they are not as carefree as our predecessors. I heard that there are a lot of changes in the war between humans and monsters. I wonder if fellow Taoist Li can reveal a few things. But I feel free to share some of my experiences with fellow Taoist Chu. When Pindao first arrived at the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, we, the human monks, were still at an advantage. However, within a year, 2 third-order monsters suddenly appeared on the monster side, which put a lot of pressure on the Qingmu sect and had to increase the number of monsters. Send manpower. Sect Master Nia personally rushed to the front line with many foundation-building monks, and with this help, the situation was finally stabilized. But the good times didn't last long. A few years later, a 4th-level monster was disturbed. It was a wind wolf, which triggered a large-scale beast tide. All major human settlements were attacked and suffered heavy losses. It was also at that time that Luo Xinzhuan was attacked by a monster and was involved in the tide of beasts, his life and death unknown. If it were not for the rumor that the soul lamp within his sect had not been extinguished, I am afraid that the Qingmu sect would have removed this person from the true disciples long ago. Wei Zhong felt regretful after hearing this. He didn't expect that he would be like this when he heard the news after seeing him goodbye. Li Haowen knew that Wei Zhong was friendly with him. Fellow Taoist Chu, there is no need to be sentimental. His soul lamp has not been extinguished. He is probably in some kind of dangerous situation and cannot turn around. Wei Zhong nodded and continued to ask, with this danger, where does the Qingmu sect's great victory come from? This is about a senior Yuanying. His name is Ruowu Taoist. He was born in the Shadow Moon sect of the Yuanying sect. He killed the 4th-level wind wolf with his exquisite swordsmanship, and also killed several 3-level wind wolves. The great demon was also seriously injured. With the death of the leader and the threat of nascent soul, the other low-level monsters were immediately defeated. Supreme Aoki took this opportunity and led the monks in pursuit. Not only did they kill 3 third-order monsters, they even pushed the area controlled by the Aoki sect hundreds of miles away. What a victory! Wei Zhong did not expect that in just the past few years, the human race's attack on the 10,000 Beasts Mountains had reached the level of nascent soul. Does that mean that the struggle between the two races would accelerate? This was not a good omen. I heard that during this war, the 6th true successor of the Aoki sect showed great success. I wonder if Brother Li knows the details. The latter put down his glass after hearing this. Brother Chu, please ask the right person. I have personally met the true successor once, and it was on the battlefield. For those who practice both Dharma and body, the physical body builds the foundation and the spiritual cultivation refines qi. A magical technique inherited from the Golden Thunder technique of Zhao Bai, the master of the Qingmu sect. It is extremely powerful and accompanied by the blessing of thunder and lightning. It can be said that this skill is invincible at the middle and low levels of foundation building. Even if it encounters a big demon in the late 2nd level, it can't be defeated. Can escape easily. Could it be that this person has entered the middle stage of physical body foundation building? Li Haowen shook his head. No, we have heard from this person himself that it only takes 7 or 8 years to build the foundation. Hey, Wei Zhong took a breath, this is truly a genius. Not only that, there have been rumors that it is a unique thunder spirit root, and its spiritual qualifications are no less than its physical abilities. How did such precious information leak out? With such qualifications, even some nascent soul sects would probably rush to get this person, right? Li Haowen shook his head. I don't know, this statement is just a rumor after all, and it is difficult to tell whether it is true or false. However, it is a fact that this true successor has unlimited potential, and it is very likely to threaten the position of the contemporary young master Yao Zhengsheng. Wei Zhong already knew the meaning of his words. If he really had thunder spiritual roots, his potential would definitely surpass Yao Zhengsheng, who had high-grade spiritual roots. If there is a suitable method, forming pills will basically not be a problem for them. It is not too much to call it a nascent soul seed, and it may even be the hope of the Qingmu sect for further progress. Wei Zhong could already think of the bloody scenes of power struggles within the sect in the future. Isn't that nascent soul cultivator interested in it? This is not something that our little foundation builders can know. Wei Zhong understood that after all, Li Haowen was only a member of the foundation establishment family under the Qingmu sect, and such secrets would definitely be kept tightly hidden by the Qingmu sect. It is very difficult for monks to reveal rumors about Lei Lingzhen. In addition, the Qingmu sect intends to hold a true inheritance ceremony for it in the near future. Can fellow Daoist Chu make preparations? Wei Zhong was stunned and immediately understood the danger involved. Maybe the Qingmu sect would take this opportunity to suppress casual cultivators like Wei Zhong. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for informing me. Li Haowen smiled slightly and took out a box. When he opened it, there was a cyan bead inside. Demon pill? Or the rare wind attribute? Wei Zhong was a little surprised. What does this mean, fellow Taoist? I heard that fellow Daoist Chu has a first-level spiritual bird, and this demon pill is suitable for its advancement. Wei Zhong pondered, I wonder what you need. After this battle between humans and demons, there must be a lot of demon pills on the market. If they need spirit stones, they can sell them in major stores in the market. Why bargain with Wei Zhong here? The latter pointed a finger. Spirit wine, a jar of spirit wine that fellow Taoist gave me before. When Li Haowen was building his foundation, he knew the preciousness of the spirit wine given by Wei Zhong. It not only repaired the injuries of his own body, but also strengthened his own body and helped him break through the foundation. After building his foundation, he had a physique beyond that of ordinary spiritual practitioners. He was able to escape dangers several times in the war and survive to this day. Wei Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly. Dao Yu, have you forgotten the contract you and I signed? No, I asked for this thing for my own use. Besides, Dao Yu might as well take a closer look at this demon pill. This is not from a wind wolf class land-based demon beast, but from a seriously injured wind-type falcon, which has reached the middle stage of the second stage. Wei Zhong picked up the demon pill and examined it carefully. It was indeed beyond the general second-stage demon pill, but Wei Zhong did not know what kind of demon beast it was taken from. Summoning Xia Linghua, she was holding a mixed feather parrot in her hand. Since Wei Zhong had someone to serve him, the servants were even more respectful to the bird, making it even lazier. But seeing the demon pill on the table, it flew out of Xia Linghua's hand for the first time, circled around the demon pill for a few times, and then landed on it and lay down, revealing a somewhat comfortable expression. Li Haowen was amazed at the scene. It seems that the Taoist friend's pet is very satisfied with this demon pill. Wei Zhong had no choice but to take out a jar of second-level King Luozui and said, Li Daoyu needs to sign a few more spiritual contracts with me. After a while, Li Haowen left with satisfaction. Wei Zhong grabbed Jiucai, who was lying on the demon pill, and said, if you can't advance this time, I will pluck your hair and feed it to Dajin. Seemingly understanding what Wei Zhong said, Jiucai shrank his wings and showed a trace of timidity. After waving his hand to take it into the cave, Wei Zhong ordered his servants to clean up the mess and he entered the practice again. There is still half a year before the Qingmu sect's true transmission ceremony, which is not enough for me to advance to the next level, so I'd better hone my skills. Defense technique, black water spirit clothes, and invisibility technique, that has not yet been promoted to the Grandmaster level, etc. Half a year of practice passed in a flash, and Wei Zhong came out of retreat with the Grandmaster level invisibility technique. Bai Yining, who was guarding the outside world, did not find Wei Zhong at all. It's normal for a Kaier-finding cultivator to not be able to find himself. However, the effect of this master-level invisibility technique is somewhat similar to the breath-retaining technique, both of which are to avoid spiritual awareness. Forget it, just think of it as strengthening my ability to hide. After removing the technique and giving instructions, Wei Zhong took the boat out of the island. Li Haowen had been waiting outside for a long time. Fellow Daoist Chu. Brother Li, why don't you come to my Qingzhou for a drink? Li Haowen immediately put down his magic sword and stepped into the boat. I wonder what kind of worship gift fellow Daoist Chu prepared for this trip. Wei Zhong sipped his wine. It's just some of the products produced by Black Lake Island. Did fellow Daoist Li put a lot of effort into this worship gift? The latter smiled awkwardly. The Li family has a shallow foundation. How can we have the strength to make more efforts here? A small gift will be enough to support the appearance. Brother Li thinks the same as me. The two smiled at each other. When they arrived at Mingyue Market, Wei Zhong and Li Haowen got out of the boat, and only then did they see the slightly lonely market scene. This once prosperous Mingyue Market has finally fallen, Li Haowen said with some emotion. Wei Zhong also nodded in agreement. With the continuous increase in the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, the blow to Mingyue market has become more and more serious. Now Qingmu sect is even a little bit rotten and let it develop. If it weren't for this true transmission ceremony, this market would probably be a bit more desolate. Li Haowen nodded, then bowed to Wei Zhong. I still have some affairs to deal with, so I'll say goodbye to Brother Chu. Then see you on the day of the ceremony. The two sides separated, and Wei Zhong went to find Ning Sunkuan, but found that the person in charge of the spiritual field leasing had become a middle-aged man, and the predecessor Ning Sunkuan had resigned. When asked about his whereabouts, he said he didn't know. Wei Zhong was helpless. Ning Sunkuan was not there, and he didn't even have a person to talk to in this Mingyue market. Shan Qin and Mei Shan did not return to Yunji Chamber of Commerce to visit Rongju, but manager Wan did not drive them away. I wonder if his performance last time made him feel a little better about him. The next day, the true transmission ceremony began. This was the first time that the sixth true transmission appeared publicly in Qingmu sect. The rumors about him attracted a large number of cultivators who came to watch the fun. When he appeared in front of everyone, Wei Zhong had to sigh. His face was like a teenager, much shorter than the average cultivator, but the aura he exuded was no less than that of an average foundation-building cultivator. Looking at Yi Lu in golden armor, Zhao Bai pulled up his non-existent beard on his chin with satisfaction, and couldn't stop smiling. Yu Shanglan held her forehead with her hand. Brother, you are just grinning foolishly here, why don't you go and be on guard around? The rumors about Xiao Liuzi have been spreading recently, aren't you afraid that others will have other intentions? Duan Delong echoed on the side, Junior sister, what you said makes sense. This time we have opened the sex formation, and Yi Lu is indeed in some danger in the outside world. Zhao Bai restrained his smile and looked at the many cultivators in the outside world, with a hint of murderous light in his eyes. It doesn't matter, as long as it's not a Jindan attack, Xiao Liuzi can deal with it. As soon as the voice fell, a black light shot out from the crowd below and went straight to Yi Lu in the air. Soul-breaking cone. Zhao Bai stomped his right foot, making a loud noise, and ran straight towards the cultivator who was sneaking up on him, without even looking at Yi Lu behind him. When Yi Lu saw the black light coming, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and took out a long golden stick, slapping it against the black light. The black light shattered with one strike, revealing the thin red needles inside, which penetrated the long stick entity and shot directly into his body. But Yi Lu's armor flashed with golden light and he was able to resist it. He pinched the red needle with his free left hand and crushed it into pieces with a pinch. This armor made by senior brother actually has the effect of protecting souls? Yu Shanglan was shocked. Yi Lu's body was strong, but his soul was slightly weak, but the addition of this precious armor made up for his only shortcoming. It is difficult to compete with ordinary second-level methods. It seems that senior brother Zhao has spent a lot of money. You and I can't watch the show here. There may be Dan taking action this time. You go to protect Yi Lu while I check around to see if there are any wuxie cultivators. Hide. Duan Delong said this to Yu Shanglan, then flew out of the formation and searched around the outside world. The latter flew around Yi Lu and stared at the surroundings warily. Seeing this change, Wei Zhong took a few steps back. Fortunately, he was cautious by nature and chose an outside position. If something happened later, he could run faster. After such a short period of time, Zhao Bai had captured the person who made the sneak attack. He was just a foundation-building demonic cultivator, but his spine was broken with 2 punches by Zhao Bai. It seemed that he was taking in too much air and not getting out too much. No amount of demonic energy could be suppressed, it overflowed in all directions. You're just a demon kid. I don't know how you dare to take action here. Could it be that there is a pill-forming demon cultivator hiding inside? After saying this, Zhao Bai looked sharply at the surrounding monks, who all lowered their heads and did not dare to look directly into his eyes. On the other side, Duan Delong also discovered a few monks who were behaving strangely. They waved their sleeves and turned into a green cloud. Several people fled in fear, but how could they defeat the power of the alchemy? In an instant, he was wrapped in green clouds, and a moment later only rotten skeletons were left on the spot, one of which was right in front of Wei Zhong. Just a little bit away, the green cloud flew over to me. Wei Zhong saw the pill formation leaving, and only then did someone around him say, I didn't expect that there was an evil cultivator hiding among us. Fortunately, Senior Duan took action in time. Wei Zhong felt more and more that the ceremony was unsafe, and wanted to leave first, but he was afraid that the Qingmu sect's pill formation would kill him as an evil cultivator. He had no choice but to maintain the black water spirit clothes, and the second-level robe was also infused with spiritual power, ready to activate protection at any time. Fortunately, this ceremony did not last long. After uncovering a few suspected evil cultivators, the cultivators presented gifts and then disbanded. Wei Zhong returned with Li Haowen in a green boat. On the way, he encountered several people who blocked the way, but when he saw the two foundation builders walking together, he did not take action against them. Fellow Daoist Li, do you think there are more and more tribulation cultivators recently? The latter nodded. If it is not necessary in the future, you and I should not leave the island easily. Then I thought, the fellow Taoist Chu in front of me is much more stable than me, but I told the wrong person. Returning to Highway Lake, the two separated, and Wei Zhong quickly entered the cave. Jiucai has almost digested the demon pill and is sleeping with her eyes closed. She may advance to the second level at any time. Let's advance in this cave. Don't let outsiders know that I have a second level spiritual bird. Seeing that he was still sleeping, Wei Zhong couldn't figure out the time for his promotion, so he returned to the training room. Passing by the lotus pond, Wei Zhong found two strange spiritual grasses planted in it, one of which had a small fruit. Could it be? Wei Zhong immediately left the cave and captured Dijin. The latter was very happy when he saw the spiritual grass bearing small fruits and kept wandering around it. Probably when this fruit matures, it will be the time when Dakin will advance to the second level. Wei Zhong looked back at the sleeping Jiucai behind him. For so many years, the two guys had not made any progress in promotion, but now they were together. 1 month later, the spiritual energy in the cave was pulled by the 9 colors, forming a large spiritual energy cyclone around him. Wei Zhong stared at the 9 colors in it, feeling a little nervous. The advancement of monsters to the second level is as likely as the advancement of human beings in building foundations. Although there is a mysterious bloodline in Jiucai's body to help, it is too thin. Wei Zhong is worried that its lack of stamina will cause the advancement to fail. Fortunately, this worry was unnecessary after all. After a few days, the spiritual energy subsided, and a colorful bird flew out of it and landed in Wei Zhong's hand. It's actually a bit bigger than before, and its appearance has also changed slightly. It doesn't look like a parrot, but more like a bird like a falcon. Wei Zhong ruffled the hair on his body and said, "Let me see if it gets bigger." Jiucai seemed to understand Wei Zhong's thoughts and spread his wings to cover his body. The variegated wings continued to grow in size, and his body began to swell as well. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a big bird over 1 foot tall. The opening is even close to 2 feet. Wei Zhong looked at this scene in surprise. Dajin by the pool saw a small bird blinking and becoming as good as himself, and stared blankly with his eyes rounded. Okay. Wei Zhong stood up and flew to Jiucai's back and sat cross-legged. The latter flapped its wings, incited the surrounding spiritual energy, and rose into the sky, emitting blue and silver spiritual light. This is thunder magic power? Wei Zhong touched the 9-colored feathers under his body and was extremely pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect that after this bird advanced to the second level, it would have an additional means of controlling thunder besides wind control. With the help of wind and thunder, Jiucai's flying speed at this moment is no less than that of Master Wei Zhong's soaring cloud technique. The cave was narrow and not suitable for Jiucai to fly, so Wei Zhong ordered it to fall down. After getting off its back, Jiucai's huge body shrank again and turned into the hawk-like appearance it had before. Wei Zhong stroked its long neck. Yes, it seems that I had wronged you before. It's not laziness, but the truth that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Jiucai did not react to Wei Zhong's praise, but just curled his head lazily in his wings. I still can't change my lazy nature. Looking back at the big gold in the pool, Wei Zhong threw a spiritual fruit. You also need to build your foundation as soon as possible, so that you can ride on the sea and sky dual second-level spiritual beasts and be majestic. Putting Jiucai by the pool, Wei Zhong did not plan to take it out of the cave in the short term. The second-level spiritual beasts were easy to attract the attention of others, and his cultivation in the early stage of foundation building could not hold it. The spiritual beast successfully built its foundation, and he had to continue to practice. A month later, a guest who surprised Wei Zhong arrived. "Brother Ning, what brings you here?" Wei Zhong watched his old friend arrive and immediately ordered his servants to prepare a banquet. But the latter just waved his hand and said, "No need, Brother Chu, I came here for a favor this time." He pulled out the young man behind him. "This is Ning Jechi, a descendant of my Ning family. He has a middle-grade wood spiritual root and a lower-grade fire spiritual root. He has not yet practiced, so I entrust him to Brother Chu. Whether you accept him as a disciple or as a servant, it is up to Brother Chu to deal with him." Wei Zhong saw the young man, with red lips and white teeth, more than 4 feet tall, and looked about 11 or 12 years old. His hands were nervously grasping Ning Sunkuan's Taoist robe, and his round eyes were staring at Wei Zhong with a hint of timidity. Such a talent can be sent to Qingmu's sect as an inner disciple. Why did Brother Ning send him to me? Alas, during the conversation, Xie Linghua had arranged for the servants to set up the table and food. Brother, why don't you sit down and talk slowly? The three of them sat down. Xie Linghua poured wine on the side, and handed Ning Jiechi some spiritual food from time to time. Brother Ning, just say whatever you want to say. The latter drank a glass of spiritual wine. His face was not as cheerful as when he tasted wine in the past, but was filled with deep sorrow. Brother Chu should know that nephew Luo is missing, right? Wei Zhong nodded. Could this be related to this? That's right. After nephew Luo disappeared, the sect had different attitudes towards him. Some wanted to remove him from the position of true disciple, while others wanted to keep him and wait for his return. But the huge Qingmu sect was ultimately dominated by interests, and the sect was slightly inclined to remove him. The Luo family was furious when they heard the news, and those who usually didn't get along with the Luo family took action and added insult to injury. Even the Ning family, as his mother's family, was not spared. Don't you have a few good friends in the sect? For example, the seventh true disciple Shen Yuqi. That's right. It was also because of his actions that the Luo family was able to survive. But the Ning family, which was separated by a layer, was different. It was originally his mother's family, and after decades or even more than 100 years, my nephew Luo's mother had already gone west for many years. I am the only one in the family who can barely maintain a close relationship with her. If with the disappearance of Jin Luo's nephew, the Ning family immediately lost its foundation in the Qingmu sect. Not only was he retaliated by his enemies, but he also lost the help of his friends. The Ning family suffered heavy losses. This is why I brought this kid to find Brother Chu, hoping that Brother Chu could take him in. At this point, Ning Sunkuan stood up and bowed to Wei Zhong, who quickly lifted him up. Brother, why do you have to do this? If you tell me, I, Chu Zhong, will refuse. Black Lake Island is so big, it's not a big deal to have one more kid. And brother, why don't you stay together and enjoy your old age on my Black Lake Island? The latter shook his head. The family is in trouble, and I have to go back to serve with my old bones. This little guy has good qualifications, and it's okay if he is not buried in the Ning family. Then he walked to Ning Jiechi and touched his forehead. Jiechi, kowtow to your Uncle Chu, and I will follow your Uncle Chu from now on. Hearing this, the latter put down the spiritual food in his hand, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed his head heavily. Ning Jiechi bowed, and Wei Zhong accepted this little guy. However, he did not promise to accept him as a disciple, and Ning Sunkuan was very satisfied with this, and talked a lot with Wei Zhong. Including the Ning family was hit by business partners, how much spiritual stones they lost this year, and how the cultivation of the children in the family could not be satisfied. At this critical moment of life and death, the various branches of the family began to fight for the last bit of family wealth left. In short, it was a picture of the end of the family. When Ning Sunkuan proposed to leave, Wei Zhong stuffed him with a storage bag, which contained spiritual stones, spiritual wine and other spiritual objects that were nothing to Wei Zhong. A little gift from an old friend, please accept it, Brother Ning. Ning Sunkuan's mouth moved, the wrinkles on his face became tight, and he raised his sleeves to wipe the corners of his eyes. Take care, Brother Chu. Take care. Watching him leave, Ning Jiechi knelt down for a long time. This meeting is probably a farewell forever. Ning Sunkuan chose to entrust his orphan to someone else at this time, probably because he realized that his time was running out. It was inconvenient to involve Wei Zhong in the affairs of the Ning family, so he only brought a younger generation of the family to entrust him here. Wei Zhong was filled with emotion. His former friends left one by one as time went by. If he continued to live, would he really end up alone in the end? He looked back at Xie Linghua and Ning Jiechi who was kneeling beside him. Get up. Since your uncle Ning asked me to hand you over to you, I will naturally take responsibility. Wei Zhong took out a jade slip and a storage bag. This skill is called Xian Muju, which is a top-grade yellow grade. It can be practiced up to the late stage of foundation building. There are also some cultivation resources in the storage bag. Don't disappoint your Uncle Ning's expectations and practice well. After saying this, Wei Zhong handed it to him. The latter took it and kowtowed several times. Wei Zhong had no choice but to help him up. No need to do this. I don't like to see people kowtow. This is what I should do as an elder. Linghua, find a place for him to live and settle down. Yes, master. Wei Zhong nodded and left. Despite Ning Sunkuan's entrustment, Wei Zhong did not immediately consider accepting him as a disciple. Giving him a set of cultivation techniques and providing cultivation resources was already Wei Zhong's greatest kindness. Of course, it is not ruled out that Wei Zhong will consider accepting him as a disciple if he performs well in the future. However, the fire and wood spiritual roots are suitable for alchemy. Don't worry, consider his character first. From that day on, there was one more member on Black Lake Island. When the servants heard that he was the descendant of the master's friend, they were very enthusiastic about him. For a time, the half-grown boy became the most beloved person on Black Lake Island. The good times did not last long. After more than a year, the bad news of Ning Sankuan's death came. Wei Zhong took Ning Jiechi to the Ning family to see him off. Seeing Ning Sankuan lying in the coffin, Wei Zhong felt regretful. Seeing the Ning family quarreling over the family property, he suddenly became very annoyed and suppressed all the troublemakers in the Ning family. No noise during the funeral. Frightened by Wei Zhong's foundation building power, the Ning family, a firefighting family, finally stopped for a short time and continued the funeral process. The Ning family, who came from the mortal world, has maintained the previous customs until now, guarding the spirit, embalming, funeral, and burying in the Ning family's ancestral land. Ning Jiechi wiped his tears and accompanied him through the last journey. Is there anyone here that you care about? Ning Jiechi nodded, then shook his head. My parents died in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range when I was young, and it was Uncle Ning who raised me until now. Wei Zhong knew that he was not living well in the Ning family. All the direct elders in the family were lost, and the relatives of various branches suppressed him. I am afraid that he could not enjoy the treatment that the young disciples of the family should have. Only Ning Sankuan occasionally supported him. Now that Ning Sankuan has left, he can be said to be a stranger from the Ning family. Wei Zhong said no more, waved the green boat and took him back. After returning to the island, he taught him the art of alchemy. The island can only support you to practice for 10 years at most. You will have to work hard to earn all the benefits in the future. Hearing this, Ning Jiechi seemed to put down a big stone in his heart and bowed down. Thank you Master Chu for teaching me. Jiechi will definitely live up to Master Chu's high expectations. Then he heard Wei Zhong's voice. It's too early to call you master now. I'll consider it after I become famous. When he looked up, Wei Zhong's figure was nowhere to be seen. In the cave, Wei Zhong held the spirit wine and murmured, I didn't expect the little guy to be so straightforward. He doesn't want to owe anyone friendship. He is mature. Maybe he can go further in the future. It was Wei Zhong who taught him the method of alchemy. It was a coincidence. The art of alchemy can only be learned by inheritance without a master to lead the way, which is very difficult. After a few words of emotion, Wei Zhong sank into practice again. The long period of practice this time seemed to bring Wei Zhong back to the time when he was farming in Qingmu's sect, peaceful and harmonious, without anyone disturbing him. Until one day, Qingmu's sect sent a letter, which interrupted Wei Zhong's practice. It was not a coercion, but a warning. The demon cultivators in Monyuan Prefecture are rampant, and the situation is getting worse. I hope all cultivators will be cautious when traveling to prevent falling into the hands of demon cultivators. I also want to invite fellow Taoists to jointly form an exorcist team to be responsible for the safety of a nearby area. Is Qingmu sect angry about the demon cultivators? Do they want to completely clean up the surrounding areas? After calling Xie Linghua, I learned that the situation is now serious. Not only are there more demon cultivators in Monyuan Prefecture, but there are also many more robbery cultivators. In the past few years, Black Lake Island has gone to the market several times to sell spiritual objects, but was stopped by robbers. Not only were all the spiritual objects taken away, but even the cultivators responsible for transportation also died. The operation of the spiritual island was affected. It seems that I have to take action. Looking at my cultivation level of the middle stage of foundation building, Wei Zhong was relieved. As long as he didn't encounter a Yuanian cultivator, he would be safe. Cultivation level, 4th level of foundation building, 31%, lifespan, 167/275, 11 years have passed since Wei Zhong went into seclusion. During this period, Wei Zhong successfully broke through to the middle stage of foundation building, and thus increased his lifespan by 20 years. This made Wei Zhong more confident. With the 3-level Taoism, he could reach the middle stage of Jindan, which was enough to deal with the big and small forces in Monyuan Prefecture. Just as Wei Zhong was considering the matters of the exorcist team, he heard Ning Jiechi asking for a meeting. In 11 years, the latter had grown from a child to a young man. When he saw Wei Zhong, he bowed and saluted. Then he held out a pill bottle. Live up to Uncle Chu's high expectations, Juchi can now refine the nourishing pill. Wei Zhong was slightly surprised, took the pill bottle, opened it and found that it was actually a nourishing pill, and it was a medium grade one. Seeing Wei Zhong's expression, Xia Linghua beside him also chuckled. The master really had foresight when he taught the pill method back then. Juchi's talent in alchemy is beyond ordinary people. It only took him 5 years to start from the simplest blood-strengthening pill and the fasting pill, and then successfully refine the nourishing pill. Now he can stably refine the medium-grade nourishing pill, adding another output to Black Lake Island. I didn't expect that I would actually get results by accident. Although Wei Zhong himself had successfully refined the nourishing pill, it was not stable. It was a compliment to Wei Zhong that he could succeed once in 10 times. And the difficulty of the nourishing pill is not low among the first-level pills, about medium difficulty. Now he can stably produce middle-grade nourishing qi pills. Even in the outside world, no, even in the Qingmu sect, he can be called an alchemy genius. Observing his cultivation, he found that he has reached the 3rd level of qi refining, and it seems that he is not far from the next level, the 4th level of qi refining. Wei Zhong coughed twice, put the pill in Xia Linghua's hand, and looked back at Ning Juchi. Although the alchemy skills are good, the cultivation should not be slow. In the end, the cultivation world still relies on strength. It seemed that something was wrong to say this, so he said to Xia Linghua, the 2nd-level spiritual objects on the island should be open to him appropriately. I believe that he has reached the stage of studying the 2nd-level pill formula now. Hearing Wei Zhong's words, Ning Juchi bowed again. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Xia Linghua pulled Wei Zhong's sleeves and whispered, Juchi is not young anymore. Do you want to arrange a marriage for him? I think Senior Li's disciple is good. Wei Zhong was stunned. Ning Juchi was only in his 20s. Compared with his extraordinary long lifespan, he was just a young man. Are you considering his marriage now? As for the disciple of Senior Li mentioned in his mouth, it was a girl who Li Haowen accepted a few years ago. She had 3 spiritual roots, and the golden spiritual root was of the middle grade. Compared with Ning Juchi, she was about the same age, and was only 1 or 2 years younger. Let the young people handle this matter by themselves. If the 2 of them are of the same mind, I will help them on behalf of the elders. Ning Juchi smiled after receiving the answer, and it seemed that this matter was almost certain. Then he withdrew, and Wei Zhong exchanged a few greetings with Xia Linghua and others, and then left the island. Outside the island, Wei Zhong lowered his hand slightly, and the lake's surface suddenly stirred up waves, and a round black bead flew out of it. It was the Yuanshui pearl that Wei Zhong had been refining for many years. Holding this bead in his hand and feeling its weight, Wei Zhong knew that the Yuanshui pearl had reached the 2nd grade middle grade at this moment, and it was not too far from the upper grade. With a wave of his sleeve, he accepted it. This trip to exorcise the demon should be set off in a complete state. After taking a glance at the 9 colors in the cave, Wei Zhong gave up the idea of traveling with it. It's better to keep a low profile. Hidden his cultivation until the early stage of foundation building, Wei Zhong released the Qingzhou and rushed to a place. The destination of this trip is the Chen family's residence on the edge of Haiyue Lake. The Qingmu sect's foundation building, which has been responsible for exorcism in recent years, is stationed here. When Wei Zhong arrived, many people were already waiting. Meet Elder Su. I didn't expect that Elder Su was responsible for exorcism here. The man was Elder Su, who invited Wei Zhong to become a guest of Qingmu sect. The latter saw that Chu Zhong had no surprise on his face, and it was obvious that he had already found out the information about Chu Zhong very clearly. Fellow Taoist Chu is a little late, let me introduce you. Su Changjun pointed to the other people who were seated and began to introduce them one by one from left to right. This is fellow Taoist Li Haowen from Haiyue Lake. I believe fellow Taoist Chu is already very familiar with him, and then pointed to the second person. This is fellow Taoist Chen Guisong from the Chen family. The third person is a Koan Taoist. This is fellow Taoist Wan Xiuyi, a guest of my Qingmu sect. The exorcism of Haiyue Lake and its surroundings will be carried out by the 5 of us. When Su Changjun introduced several people to Wei Zhong, fellow Taoist Chen stared at Wei Zhong coldly. After the introduction, he suddenly said, 100-year-old turtle has sneaked in among us cultivators. I just hope that fellow Taoist will not be greedy for life and afraid of death, and implicate us. Wei Zhong frowned, not understanding why he was hostile to him. Ahem, Su Changjun coughed lightly. If fellow Taoist Chen has a personal grudge with fellow Taoist Chu, they can resolve it privately after this mission is over. We will have to work together later. It is better not to say anything that affects unity at this moment. Chen Guisong did not dare to offend Su Changjun, who was in the late stage of foundation building. He stood up and held his hands in his hands. I made a mistake. Turning around to look at Wei Zhong, he didn't have a good expression and sat down directly. Wei Zhong sat down and heard Li Haowen's voice transmission. Only then did we learn that it was Wei Zhong's protection of the Li family in the past few years that made the Chen family unhappy. Now that the Chen family heard that Wei Zhong's backer Xinzhuan and the Qingmu sect had fallen, they showed their malicious intent. Wei Zhong turned his head and wrote down the face of the monk surnamed Chen, thinking to give him some color later while Su Changjun was away. Seeing that Wei Zhong didn't get angry on the spot, Su Changjun nodded and took out a map. Fellow Taoist Chu has just arrived here and is not yet clear about the process. I will tell you once again that I will inspect the progress of the free chi refining juniors on a daily basis. We and other foundation builders only patrol once a year to solve problems that the juniors cannot solve, or take action when the situation is serious. Then he circled a large area on the map including Black Lake Island. The female cultivator surnamed Yu on the side couldn't help but said, once a year? Is this frequency too high and affecting our normal practice? Su Changjun replied, during this special period, I would like to ask fellow Taoists to bear with me. If fellow Taoists are really unable to accept it, the 5 of us can also be divided into 2 teams. In order to prevent you from being harmed by demonic cultivators and calamity cultivators, you must go together during each patrol. The 4 Taoist friends are all in the early stage of foundation building. At least 3 of them must go together, and the remaining 1 can follow me. This is only once every 2 years. Are fellow Taoists satisfied with this? Yu Xiui nodded when she heard the words. The remaining Wei Zhong and the other 3 will naturally not object. In that case, let's allocate team members. Fellow Taoist Yu, would you like to accompany me? The female cultivator named Yu nodded. Chen Guisong was suddenly speechless. Being together with 2 people who are both in the early stage of foundation building is naturally not as safe as following Su Changjun, who is in the late stage of foundation building. But who makes the other party a guest of the sect? In total, he is still half of his own family. Chen and Li were just subordinate forces of the Qingmu sect, and Wei Zhong was an idol cultivator. In comparison, Yu Xiui is still closer to the Qingmu sect. Okay, the assignments have been completed. This first patrol will be carried out by me and fellow Taoist Yu. The 3 comrades can return. Be prepared these days to enhance your own strength and don't fall into the hands of the demon cultivator easily. Wei Zhong cupped his hands, looked at each other and left together with Li Haowen. Fellow Taoist Chu, from now on you and I will have to work together. That's right. There is a gap between Chen Guisong's old nose and mine in our lives. I'm afraid it won't be of great use. I'm obsessed with practicing and neglect fighting. I'm afraid I won't be as good at fighting as fellow Taoist Li. I hope fellow Taoist can help me a lot in the future. Fellow Taoist Chu, what you said is serious, the only way is to help each other. After a polite meal, we went back to the island together. Su Changjuan's arrangement did not have much impact on Wei Zhong. On the contrary, avoiding this latest-stage foundation building monk made it easier for Wei Zhong to use his true skills. There is still 1 year before the next mission, so we should practice more on the black water spirit clothes. Less than a month later, Li Haowen brought news that caught Wei Zhong off guard. When Su Changjun and Yu Xiui were exorcising demons, they encountered a hidden pill-forming demon cultivator. After some resistance, they both almost died. If the master of the Qingmu Zongfa Hall hadn't arrived in time, the 2 of them would have become demons. Repair the souls of your dead men. This made Chen Guisong and Li Haowen very happy. Fortunately, Elder Su did not ask the 3 of them to patrol first, otherwise the 3 of them might have died directly at the hands of the pill-forming demon cultivator, and they could not wait for the arrival of the master of the Qingmu sect's pill-forming hall. I didn't expect that the situation has deteriorated to such an extent. Apart from the Qingmu sect, doesn't the Yin family take any action? Li Haowen shook his head. In recent days, the Yin family has been retreating to its own territory to recuperate and have no intention of getting involved in this matter. Even the secret struggle with the Qingmu sect has stopped. Wei Zhong guessed in his mind that this was probably what Gathering Chamber of Commerce meant. If he doesn't help demons cultivate, he will naturally not stop the Qingmu sect from exorcising demons. This is troublesome. How can we and other small foundation builders fight against the demonic pill-forming cultivator? Can that palace master you kill the demonic core-forming cultivator? No, it is said that it was just a wound. The pill-forming demon cultivator was extremely cunning and had a good escape technique. He disappeared after escaping. Wei Zhong raised his eyebrows and said, so, the seriously injured alchemy demonic cultivator is hiding near Highway Lake. It's really a disaster, a disaster. Li Haowen also smiled bitterly when he heard this. Brother Chu, don't worry, Hallmaster Yu has been searching for this person nearby recently, and maybe he will be found and killed. Hey, you and I should stick to the formation and wait until this matter is over before we do anything else. The latter nodded. Fortunately, I heard what my fellow Taoist said and purchased a set of formations. Otherwise, I really don't know how to protect such a large area of the Li family. After some discussion, Li Haowen left. Now that this pill-forming demonic cultivation has occurred, the patrol task no longer needs to be mentioned. Wei Zhong adhered to the formation tightly, but he was thinking in his heart, I hope that demon cultivator will not come to my Black Lake Island, otherwise I will have to kill him. What is surprising is that the matter of forming a demonic core is like water floating in a lake, causing waves, and then disappearing without a trace. Hallmaster Yu of the Qingmu sect failed to find his figure after searching for many days, so he had no choice but to return. The exorcism patrol continued, and this time the person leading Wei Zhong and others was no longer an elder named Su, but a deacon of the inner sect of the Aoki sect who was in the middle stage of foundation building. His name is Meiyangzuo, and he is a fat, middle-aged man. He has the cautious words and deeds of a casual cultivator, and is very cautious about patrolling. In 2 years, he led Wei Zhong, Li Haowen, and Chen Guisong to destroy multiple demon cultivators' hiding places and killed several demon cultivators of the same level. These demon cubs are really hard to find. They are all hidden among these qi-refining families, Chen Guisong said after waving his hand to kill the fleeing qi-refining demon cultivator. Wei Zhong replied, there is nothing we can do. These qi-refining families may not be able to produce a foundation-building genius for hundreds of years. Therefore, in order to go further, it is reasonable to introduce the method of magic cultivation. The two have worked together and supported each other in the past 2 years. They have resolved a lot of hatred between each other and can be regarded as friends. Ma Yanzhua burned the body with a fireball. Fellow Taoist Chu has seen this clearly, but no matter how much these people want to climb up, they should not practice the method of demonic cultivation. This is the bottom line for practitioners like us. The Qingmu sect's suppression of demon cultivators did not surprise Wei Zhong. After all, as a righteous sect, it was also our position to be hostile to them. Moreover, the behavior of these demon cultivators is not pleasing to the eye, and some evil methods that harmed the lives of others to support his own cultivation also disgust Wei Zhong. Okay, after this trip, this land will be quiet for a few days. If the three of you have important matters, please inform me again, and I will return to the sect. Ma Yanzhua raised his hands to the three of them, turned around and turned into a ray of light before disappearing from everyone's sight. Fellow Taoist Ma is such a happy person, Li Haowen said after seeing him leave after leaving a word. As a deacon of the inner sect of the Qingmu sect, he is very busy. For his own cultivation, he has taken on many sect tasks. This time, the three of us who accompanied us to clear the area around Haiyue Lake were also thinking about the contribution they made. If you have enough, you will come here. Chen Guisong said. Ever since the demonic core formation cultivator appeared around Haiyue Lake, the number of monks coming and going here has suddenly decreased. Even the guest officials of the Qingmu sect are unwilling to take over the patrol mission in the surrounding area. Only Ma Yanzhua, the deacon of the inner sect, took over the matter and accompanied the three of them to clean up the place. Fortunately, there has been no sign of the alchemy cultivator in the past 2 years, and the 4 people's exorcism operation went very smoothly. The most serious one was when 4 people were ambushed by demon cultivators, but Ma Yanzhua used some tricks to lead the 3 people away, and then killed the ambusher. After the battle, the 4 of them only suffered some minor injuries, but Yu Su recovered all of them. This cleanup is over, I'm leaving now. Wei Zhong bowed his hands to the 2 of them and left. Li Haowen looked at Wei Zhong's leaving figure and murmured, perhaps only monks like fellow Taoist Chu who are not bound by sects and families can be truly free. Chen Guisong also bowed his head and said nothing when he heard this. The 2 of them had different thoughts, and then they said goodbye and separated. When Wei Zhong returned to Black Lake Island, his spiritual consciousness noticed an obscure aura on the island. He casually turned to the servant next to him and said, there are guests on the island. The latter shook his head, Miss He has only been here once since the master left, but she left some time ago. The Miss He in his words was Li Haowen's disciple and Ning Jiaqi's sweetheart. Since there are no guests coming, the enemy is hiding on the island. Following the scent he sensed, Wei Zhong came to a cave. There is a plaque with 3 characters Jiming Cave on it, which is the cave where Taoist Zhu once stayed. Wei Zhong disliked the fact that this place had never seen the light of day, so he abandoned it. There is also a group of blood-eating bats, and I don't know why people come here. Wei Zhong walked along the Jiming Cave. The cave was dark, and the blood-eating bats huddled together, daring not to make a sound. Even the half-human-sized blood-eating bat king wrapped himself tightly with his wings, shivering, trembling. His consciousness spread forward, and he could vaguely see the hooded figure in the cave. The alchemy aura emanating from his body frightened Wei Zhong a little, but it was still within the range that Wei Zhong could handle. Its momentum is weaker than that of several palace masters of the Qingmu sect, let alone the evil cultivators who attacked Black Lake Island. Senior, what are you doing here? Before he entered the passage, Wei Zhong made a sound to test. The latter opened his hood, revealing a face that was somewhat familiar to Wei Zhong. Friend Chu, long time no see. Wei Zhong stepped into the cave and saw his true face through the light from the cracks in the cliff. There was a bit of astonishment and disbelief on his face. He asked thoughtfully, fellow Taoist Luo? When the latter heard this, he smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist Chu is really sharpied. I have changed so much, and Taoist friend can still recognize me at a glance. This the Luo Mingyan in front of Wei Zhong now seemed to be not only a big change, but also a completely different person. In the past, Luo Mingyan always wore a Taoist robe and maintained a modest smile on his face. He gave people the impression of being like a spring breeze and a perfectly righteous persona. But at this moment, in front of Wei Zhong, Luo Mingyan had disheveled black hair, slightly glowing with red, and a black mark as thick as a knuckle between his eyebrows, dotted with a touch of vermilion. Coupled with his thin and dull face, he gave people an enchanting look. A strange, elusive feeling. Even the breath has changed significantly, and there is an aura that does not belong to foundation building. My Taoist friend has been missing for so many years, what happened? The latter took off his hood. It's just a cliché story about someone saving you from death. Wei Zhong listened to his story and learned that when he was trapped in a group of monsters, he was rescued by a Yuanying demon cultivator. The latter appreciated his unique talent and brought him back to his sect, hoping to teach him his unique magic skills. Hearing this, Wei Zhong was surprised. Can you form an elixir in more than 10 years? Fellow Taoist, you have misunderstood. My true cultivation level is only in the late stage of foundation establishment. This power only relies on the fake elixir in my body. Wei Zhong sighed, thinking that he had climbed from the early stage of foundation building to core formation in just a dozen years. Such powerful magic power made Wei Zhong's heart flutter for a moment. Holding back the fluctuations in his heart, Wei Zhong warned himself, the spring and autumn water refining art is your future. You must not lose the big because of the speed of the magic power. However, my fellow Taoist has been improving rapidly over the years. I'm afraid he will be promoted to the middle stage of foundation building soon, right? Wei Zhong shook his head. It's just a pile of resources. It can't compare to fellow Taoists. Staring at his face, Wei Zhong thought about it for a few moments and then said, could it be that the demon cultivators who have caused trouble in the Qingmu sect in the past few years are fellow Taoists? The latter laughed and said, fellow Taoist Chu is too unsure of my character. Although I have joined the demon sect now, I can't do such a thing as deceiving my master and destroying my ancestors. Wei Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost about to kill him just now, but fortunately he said something to test him. As soon as he thought of this, he suddenly felt a sharp stinging sensation between his eyebrows. The pain was so intense that Wei Zhong's heart trembled. Anyone else? Yes, on the top of your head? Wei Zhong tried hard to maintain his figure and lowered his head, suppressing his curiosity and trying not to look up. Seeing Wei Zhong's body trembling, Luo Mingyan asked with some concern, fellow Taoist, what's going on? It's nothing, it's just a recurrence of an old injury. I'll just take care of it later. Speaking of which, does Brother Luo know the origin of that group of rebellious demonic cultivators? We, the foundation building forces, have suffered miserably from them in recent years. We have been intercepted by them several times when we sold the output of the spiritual island, and we have lost a lot of spiritual stones. Luo Mingyan lowered his head and muttered, fellow Taoist knows the difference between good and evil, but do you know that there are factions in the evil way? Wei Zhong was slightly stunned. Well, Pin Dao has been practicing hard for many years near Qingmu sect, and he really doesn't know about this. Luo Mingyan added, these demonic cultivators who are causing trouble in Mon Yuan Mansion actually come from the forces under the Tianji demon sect on the opposite side of the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. Tianji demon sect? This demon sect is a nascent soul force at the same level as the Shadow Moon sect. It is also a militant faction among the demons. It advocates invading others and seizing resources to support itself. The demon monks who have broken into Mon Yuan Mansion now are just its outposts and cannot pass through. I'm afraid it won't be long before the army invades the territory. Why would the dignified nascent soul demon sect want to invade a golden pill sect like the Qingmu sect? Of all the prefectures in Yunzhou, Monyuan Prefecture is the weakest, followed by Yunjiang Prefecture, which is the weakest. Secondly, the two prefectures are closest to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, so they are the first to bear the brunt. Wei Zhong was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Monyuan Mansion, where he had stayed for a long time, was the weakest in the state. Could it be that the righteous nascent soul sect above, such as the Shadow Moon sect that had taken action in the 10,000 Beasts mountains, would just sit back and watch this? Something happened? King against general. Now that Tianji Demon Sect's main sect has not come to an end, Shadow Moon sect is naturally embarrassed to start this. The internal conflict of the human race's nascent soul forces, the supreme transformation god above will not sit idly by. Wei Zhong sighed a little in his heart. Sure enough, the world of cultivation is just like the ordinary world. However, due to the entanglement of interests and the struggle for resources, someone will stop him when it is possible to break his muscles and bones. Seeing Wei Zhong thinking deeply, Luo Mingyan said, I am here to inform my friends that Monyuan Mansion will soon become the center of the storm. I hope you can make plans in advance. Whether it is to rely on a certain force to survive, or to simply find a way to leave this place, it is a good choice. With the intersection of Taoist friends and the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, it should not be a problem. Wei Zhong grinned bitterly, thank you, fellow Taoist, for informing me. Do you know that the Luo family and the Ning family have not been doing well in recent years? Luo Mingyan shook his head. I have been practicing Taoism for many years, and the relationship between my family and me has long been weak. When I disappeared, I was just trying to maintain it with profits. Although I enjoy the convenience brought by my status as the true successor of the Aoki sect, I naturally have to bear the consequences of my enemy's revenge after my disappearance. Wei Zhong was silent. Today, the Luo family still barely retains the name of the Qi refining family, but the Ning family has been divided and disintegrated in the intra-clan struggle. Fellow Taoist, you have done your best to accept Jia Qi. I would like to thank you, fellow Taoist. It's just Brother Ning's request. Besides, this kid is also talented. I'm quite satisfied. Well, as for that, I hope Brother Chu will think more about the future. I will leave now. Before Wei Zhong could reply, a strong wind blew by, and Luo Mingyan, who was dressed in black robe, disappeared into the cave, and the tingling sensation on Wei Zhong's head disappeared. Could this pressure be nascent soul? Luo Mingyan's current identity is not simple. Wei Zhong was thankful over and over again that he did not take action decisively, otherwise he would have had no choice but to hide in the cave. I don't know if with nascent soul's eyes, I can see my hidden cultivation. Outside Black Lake Island, a strong wind rolled up waves in the lake and overturned countless fishing boats. In the air, a young old man appeared next to Luo Mingyan. He had black hair and a white beard. A dirty black Taoist robe wrapped his thin body. His exposed palms seemed to have no flesh and blood, leaving only a layer of dark skin wrapping the bones. Seems very scary. This friend of yours is interesting. He seems to have sensed my murderous intention. Luo Mingyan's expression remained unchanged. Fellow Taoist Chu is a casual cultivator. If he is able to build a foundation, he naturally has a few brushes. Let's not talk about him anymore. Now your wish is over. You have been to the Luo family, the Ning family, and the Black Lake Island. All that's left is to go to the Qingmu sect's mountain gate and retrieve a fragment of the soul from the soul lamp for you. Now that things have come to this, are you willing to become my disciple and practice the free and wishful heavenly demon art? Luo Mingyan turned his head and looked at the people around him, and said with a headache, Old man Song, I really don't understand why you always stick to me. Is my true demon blood really so rare? Instead of hanging around for so many years, Luo Mingyan has figured out his nature and knows that these words will not make him angry, but will help to bring the two parties closer. The latter laughed twice. True demon bloodline is indeed rare, but it is even rarer to be able to suppress it as submissively as you do. My Wuxia sect focuses on keeping one's mind and controlling one's desires. The more one can control himself, the stronger he will be. And those who carry the true demon bloodline are often affected by it and become violent, contradicting what I want from the Wuxia sect. Although violent people can maximize the power of their blood, they are no longer humans, but demons, and they are destined to not go far in spiritual cultivation. But you are different. Being able to suppress the bloodline, you will not be affected by its negative effects. Instead, you will turn it into a handy sharp weapon like a knife. This method is to control the bloodline, rather than being controlled by the bloodline like crazy people like Tianjiman. Practicing the free and Rui Tianma Gong is exactly the work of Tianhe. The bottlenecks of pill formation and yuaning in front of you are not a problem for you, and even achieving the realm of divine transformation may not be impossible. Even though Luo Mingyan had been cultivating Taoism for many years, he was also moved by these words. In those days when I was the true successor of the Qingmu sect, the highest thing I thought about was forming pills, let alone the higher nascent soul and transformation god. Years of persistence seems to be shaken again, the righteous way, the evil way. Seeing the struggle on his face, Kang Mingzi knew that he was shaken, so he added, now that you have mastered my magic method, you are no longer Luo Mingyan, the true disciple of the Qingmu sect, but a genuine demon cultivator. If your sect leader were to see you like this, without my protection, I'm afraid he would kill you in an instant, with the power of the authentic sect. Think about your brothers and sisters in the Wusher sect, dying like this will make them feel chilling. Maybe in the future, they will hold a grudge and launch an attack against the Aoki sect together with the Tianji sect. Luo Mingyan covered his ears in annoyance, but Song Mingzi's voice sounded directly in his head. Okay, why don't I become my disciple? I will become your disciple, Kang Mingzi. Ha ha. Song Mingzi had a smile on his face, but he quickly stopped and said solemnly, you have to look like a disciple to be a disciple. I don't accept your apprenticeship like this. Luo Mingyan was helpless after hearing this. He immediately knelt on his knees, lowered his head, and cowed out heavily, Master is above, please accept my disciple's obeisance. Seeing this, Kang Mingzi smiled again and lifted him up with both hands, good disciple, get up. I, Kang Mingzi, am not an unknown person, and the disciple I accept cannot be an unknown person. You have a fake elixir in your body now, how about you get a real elixir for me? Luo Mingyan frowned, somewhat confused about his trick. But for true elixirs, apart from the Qingmu sect and Yunji Chamber of Commerce, there are elixir-forming elixirs nearby, and there are only those demon cultivators who have been hiding. Then I choose the demon cultivator under Tianjiman. Kang Mingzi chuckled and said, no problem. Luo Mingyan was a little surprised, I thought Master would reject me because he is a member of the demon sect, so as to avoid conflict with them. There was a moment of astonishment on Kang Mingzi's face, and then he laughed, ha, conflict, why would I, Wusher men, be afraid of conflict? Now that you worship me as your master, you are the only holy son of my Wusher sect. Apart from me, you are the only one respected by everyone in the sect. If you see that Tianjiman is unhappy, you might as well give the order and I will be the vanguard and lead the sect disciples to rush towards Tianjiman. Luo Mingyan was shocked by these words and was speechless for a while. In Jiming Cave, Wei Zhong calmed down the blood-eating bat for a while, and then came to the outside world. He saw the bright sky, but his heart was filled with a layer of gloom. The news brought by Luo Mingyan was so explosive that Wei Zhong originally thought it was just some idle demon cultivators harassing the surroundings of the Qingmu sect, but he did not expect that it turned out to be an organized and premeditated spying act by the nascent soul demon sect. The possible fate of the nascent soul cultivator is no longer something Wei Zhong's small body can bear. It's time to take out the second-level Qing Luo Zue recipe to obtain the protection of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. If possible, it is best to leave Monuan Mansion and stay away from the place of right and wrong. Without much rest, Wei Zhong immediately rushed to the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Who dares to break into my Qingmu sect's gate? Duan Delon let out an angry roar and was already sitting in the center of the sect's formation. The spiritual power in his body was continuously instilled into it. Combined with the support of the huge spiritual energy of the spiritual veins, the Nine Dragons sword formation quickly unfolded. The azure aura enveloped the Qingmu sect's mountain gate like an eggshell, and the greenery condensed on it, turning into 9 dragon-shaped heads. The dragon had 2 horns, and a wooden beard grew out of it. Its mouth slowly opened, spewing out streams of rich wood attribute aura. The surrounding Minjiwang city and even the Yunji Chamber of Commerce a little further away were attracted by the movement of the Qingmu sect. Ruan Liuzhen appeared in midair with a solemn expression, followed closely by the figure of Old Yen. With such a large formation in the Qingmu sect, could it be a nascent soul cultivator? 89, Ruan Liuzhen replied, waving his sleeves. The place where the Chamber of Commerce was gathered and the surrounding 10 miles suddenly lit up with spiritual light, and a huge circular magic circle appeared. The monks among them were all surprised and suspicious when they saw this. Some of them even started to scatter and tried to leave the place, but they moved back after they could not go 5 miles. Shopkeeper Ruan's sky-sweeping formation is becoming more and more sophisticated. It can actually trap so many foundation-building monks in it at the same time. Even if I come up with this formation now, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Ruan Liuzhen smiled and said, how can it be possible for a small formation to stop Mr. Yen? Then he said in a loud voice downwards, something happened suddenly and the city was closed urgently. No one is allowed to enter or leave. I hope it won't affect our Yunji Chamber of Commerce. The two of them were floating in the air and looked nervously at the Qingmu sect gate in the distance. Hey, this Qingmu sect does have some strength. The dragon head condensed with wood spiritual energy looks so similar, and the wood spiritual energy it spits out is also extraordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, the breaths of the 9 dragon heads gathered together, and the momentum became more and more terrifying as they were superimposed on each other. The usually gentle wood spiritual energy, under the gathering of this formation, actually exudes a ferocious meaning like the spirit of Jingu. Kang Mingzi's words included both praise and ridicule. When the battle reached its peak, he said to Luo Mingyan beside him, "This formation is not bad. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators may not be able to defeat it, but it is nothing in front of me. You have to keep an eye on it." Before he finished speaking, the killing move of the 9 dragon sword formation had been condensed, and the wood attribute aura gathered together to form a wooden sword several feet long. Zhao Baifei took it, raised his sword and slashed down at Kang Mingzi from the air. A green ripple was set off in the air, and tiny cracks appeared in the space. The formation is good, and so is the sword. It's just that the person wielding the sword is a bit weak. Kang Mingzi stretched out his skinny right hand, and a flash of blood appeared in it. It was a 1-foot-long scimitar, with a body as red as jade, a handle as black as ink, and a red tassel on the tip. As the red tassel fluttered, Sang Mingzi held the sword and struck at the green sword light. There was no violent collision as imagined. The bloody sword seemed to strike 7 inches away from the sword light, cutting it off with one blow. Then the sword light that was enough to compress the space slowly dissipated as if it was swallowed by something invisible. Sang Mingzi held up a beautiful sword flower, and the sword in his hand disappeared. Zhao Bai, who was in the formation, was exhausted. He looked at the 2 people outside the formation and said with difficulty, "Nascent soul." Luo Mingyan saw Sang Mingzi holding the bloody sword and erasing the sword light with one blow. It didn't cause many ripples. Even when he stood aside, there was only a breeze. He was immediately shocked and doubtful, then he smiled and said, "Master, your move seems to have the power of a weapon." "Disciple, I have never seen the power of nascent soul." Sang Mingzi curled his lips, "Your master, I am old, do you still want me to catch the sharp weapon with my hands? Even if the master can bear it, can you hold it by the side? Besides, my sword is originally a natal magic weapon recorded in the Zzi Rui Tian Emogon. It has some dissolving qualities of the technique, which is equivalent to 30% of your master's and my strength. But since you said so, master, I am embarrassed not to show my hands." Within the formation, Nya Yuansen and Yu Shanglan appeared next to Zhao Bai. Seeing that their formation failed to work, the 2 of them knew that they were nascent soul monks. "Senior brother Nya, you and I take the positions of the 2 senior brothers and strike again." Nya Yuansen shook his head. The failure of the 9 dragon sword formation's attack is enough to show that the person coming is definitely not an ordinary nascent soul. Even if he strikes again, it will be in vain. Even my uncle can't do anything here. I'll go up and ask. "Senior, please wait and notify the supreme sect." "Brother!" Before Yu Shanglan could come and persuade her, Nya Yuansen got up and flew out of the formation. He happened to see the strange Yuanying wave his sleeves and release a sea of blood, and even said in a sad voice, "Senior brother." Kang Mingzi blew the white beard in front of his mouth, and fiddled with the wide sleeves of his robe with his thin arms. "Watch it." As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red stream flowed out of his sleeve. In just a few breaths, the stream grew larger and larger, and finally converged into a blood-red ocean that covered the sky and covered the entire mountain gate of Qingmu sect. Wow! It was like a downpour. Bloody water droplets hit the formation, and wisps of water smoke emerged. The 9 wooden dragon heads quickly withered and decayed like trees, and the aura of the formation also collapsed and lost its protective aura. How can you be hindered by a mere small formation when you are free and happy? With a smile on his face, Sang Mingzi pulled the stunned Luo Mingyan and flew towards the mountain gate. At this time, Nya Yuansen came up to him, looked at Sang Mingzi and bowed in salute. "Senior, I spent a lot of time to enter my Qingmu sect's gate." "What are you doing?" Sang Mingzi pointed to Luo Mingyan beside him. "Take a soul lamp." Nya Yuansen looked at the people around him and asked with some uncertainty, "Mingyan?" The latter then raised his hands and saluted. "Sect master, long time no see." Kang Mingzi snorted, "I have accepted him as my disciple. From now on, he is no longer a disciple of your Qingmu sect. Get his soul lamp quickly." Nya Yuansen was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then quickly sent a message to Yu Shanglan below, and then said to Kang Mingzi, "Senior, wait a moment, Junior has ordered someone to get it." Then he looked at Luo Mingyan, whose image had changed drastically, and sighed in his heart. He really didn't expect that the true disciple who had been missing for many years would look like this when he returned to the sect again. Before letting Song Mingzi, the senior nascent soul, wait long, Yu Shanglan had already arrived holding the soul lamp, looking at Luo Mingyan in front of her with some disbelief. Luo Mingyan took it and crushed the shell of the soul lamp with one hand, and the soul fire immediately flew back to his body. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Song Mingzi left a word of discussion and pulled Luo Mingyan away. Opening his arms, the blood-colored water droplets remaining on the ground floated upward and were all collected into his sleeves and robes. The defensive aura that had disappeared from the Aoki sect's formation reappeared, and even the 9 wooden dragon heads grew out, although they were rough in appearance and more than half their size. Senior brother? Nie Yuansen shook his head, watched the two people leave, and slowly said to Yu Shanglan behind him, "Today, Luo Mingyan will be removed from my Qingmu sect disciples. Those forces that have targeted the Luo family and the Ning family, junior sister, you can watch and deal with them." Come on. Yes. Now Luo Mingyan worships Yuanying as his master, and his status is completely different. Although he is a demonic Yuanying, he can't waste much energy against an alchemy-forming sect like Qingmu sect. You still have to treat your seniors with respect. He then turned around and asked Yu Shanglan, "Have you notified the Shadow Moon sect about this?" Yu Shanglan nodded. "That's good. Our Qingmu sect has fulfilled our duties, and the Shang sect will handle the rest." On the way out of the Qingmu sect, Song Mingzi played with the 7 blood-red beads in his hand and asked Luo Mingyan with some pride, "Disciple, how are my skills?" Luo Mingyan stared closely at the blood beads in his hand, unable to believe that the sea of blood just now was actually made of such blood beads. After listening to Song Mingzi's inquiry, he bowed his head and said, "Master, you are mighty. Fairy Rong, what happened in Fangzhi just now?" When Wei Zhong rushed to the Chamber of Commerce, he saw many casual cultivators running around, and out of curiosity, he asked Rong Ju, "Fellow Taoist Chu missed a good show. Just now, nascent soul monks attacked the Qingmu sect's formation. I gathered in the Chamber of Commerce to form an formation to protect myself in order to avoid trouble." Nascent soul, why did these high-level monks want to cause trouble for the Qingmu sect? Wei Zhong suddenly thought of the murderous intention in Jiming Cave. Could it be that nascent soul took Luo Mingyan to Qingmu sect? This is reasonable. Just as Rong Ju was about to answer, a maid from the shop knocked on the door and presented a letter sword. Rong Ju looked at it with a hint of surprise on her face, and then handed the letter sword to Wei Zhong. Unexpectedly, the 8th true successor of the Qingmu sect survived the catastrophe and was actually accepted as a disciple by a senior nascent soul. After Wei Zhong read the information, it was indeed what he thought. There was a hint of emotion on his face. "I never expected that my old friend would have such an opportunity." After the greetings, Wei Zhong brought the topic to spiritual wine. "Fairy Rong, to be honest, I have developed a second-level Qinglua drunken recipe a few days ago." Oh, Rong Ju's body lying on her back suddenly sat upright. After Wei Zhong took out the wine recipe and the finished spirit wine, Ruan Liujian appeared in the room at some unknown time. After some tasting, Wei Zhong asked with some anticipation, "Shopkeeper Ruan, how do you like this spiritual wine of mine?" The latter pondered for a moment and then replied, "Yes, it is indeed a second-level spiritual wine. Its ability to warm and nourish the body has been significantly enhanced. Although it is not as good as the wine family's body refining pill, it is better because of its gentle power in large quantity and affordable price." Wang family body refining pill? Wei Zhong had a trace of doubt in his eyes. Rong Ju explained at the side, "The Wang family is a nascent soul alchemy family in Yunzhou City. They are especially good at refining bodybuilding elixirs. Body refining elixirs are the signature elixirs for physical body foundation building monks, which are equivalent to those of us spiritual practitioners." Aiki Dan. After all this explanation, Wei Zhong finally understood. There are very few physical practitioners in Mon Yuan Mansion. It's normal that Taoist friend Chu has never heard of it. The reason why the young lady values Taoist friend Qing Luozue so much is because she has the idea of competing with the Wang family's body refining pill. Then, does this kind of spiritual wine pass the test? Ruan Liujian nodded, "That's natural." Then he took out a palm-sized white jade token, and with a flash of light coming from his fingertips, he carved the word Chu Zhong on it, threw it to Wei Zhong and said, "This is the white jade order from the guest of our Yunji Chamber of Commerce. From now on, you Taoist friend will be a part of our Yunji Chamber of Commerce." In addition to being a certificate, this token is also a magic weapon, with a 3rd-level defensive spell engraved in it, which can withstand up to 1 strike from the core. After the fellow Taoist sacrifices it, it will be automatically triggered when encountering a fatal crisis. Wei Zhong played with the token, never expecting that just joining the Yunji Chamber of Commerce would bring such benefits. The passively triggered third-level defense spells were very practical for Wei Zhong, who was still in the middle stage of foundation building. Thank you so much, shopkeeper Ruan. The latter shook his head. It's just what fellow Taoist deserves. From now on, fellow Taoist and I will be colleagues, and we need to communicate more. Exactly. Wei Zhong suddenly caught a glimpse of the numerical value 9 floating on the token, and asked curiously, I wonder what the word 9 means. After Rome Ju explained it, Wei Zhong realized that this was a contribution point system built within the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. This 9 is the Yulin Chang provided by Wei Zhong to the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, the first-level fruit wine recipe earned in the past 10 years. The contribution points come from the additional conversion of the number of spiritual stones earned by the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, from people in other chambers of commerce using contribution points in exchange for the share of the wine recipe, and even from some seniors' optimistic rewards. Although the Yunji Chamber of Commerce is a business power, some precious spiritual objects cannot be measured by price due to their scarcity. Our predecessors have developed this contribution point exchange system. Using contribution points instead of spiritual stones is also a reward for the members of the Chamber of Commerce. Preferential treatment. Fellow Taoists can check the redeemable spiritual objects by inserting their spiritual consciousness into it. In addition, this contribution point is hard to come by, so fellow Taoists should use it with caution. Wei Zhong nodded, put his consciousness close to the token, and saw the prices of various spiritual items. Low-grade foundation building pill, 20 points middle-grade foundation building pill, 30 points top-grade foundation building pill, 50 points. Wei Zhong explored the information recorded in it, and was dazzled by the various rare spiritual objects recorded in it. There are spiritual objects and elixirs of all grades, including the dust-falling elixir that sold more than 40,000 spiritual stones at the auction. Rough calculation, one contribution point is equivalent to 100 spirit stones. Of course, spirit stones and contribution points are not interoperable. For regular spiritual objects, it is equivalent, but for some precious spiritual objects that are not available on the market, the value of contribution points will rise several levels. One contribution point may be equivalent to hundreds or thousands of spirit stones. Spring and autumn water refining techniques on, the part of refining qi to elixir formation, was practiced by Master Chuanxiu in the ancient times of the human race. Its level is beyond the current Xinhuang level of heaven and earth, and it is immeasurable. Worth 3,000 contribution points. Hey, you even have the skills that I practice. Is this what the Yunji Chamber of Commerce got from the Qingmu sect? Sure enough, the inheritance received by the Qingmu sect was incomplete. But the value is really high. Wei Zhong looked at other techniques and found that 3,000 contribution points could be exchanged for many techniques that directly reach nascent soul. Wei Zhong moved his consciousness away from it and asked with some doubt, I have heard from Miss Shan that our Chamber of Commerce also has a method of casting spirit bodies. How come I haven't seen such a thing in it? Ruan Liuzhen was a little surprised and looked at Rong Ju. I didn't expect Miss to tell you all this, but the secret method of casting spirit bodies is currently unavailable to you. You need to accumulate at least 100 contribution points to see it. After a moment of communication, Wei Zhong finally understood the general function of this token. Putting it away, Wei Zhong asked curiously, do you know when the current chaos of demon cultivators will end? Although I have become a guest official of the Chamber of Commerce and can deal with the Qingmu sect, I am also worried about being killed by the demon cultivators who act without scruples. This, Ruan Liuzhen hesitated, it is not convenient to disclose the details. I can only advise you to be careful. Although you live on the second-level spiritual island and are protected by the second-level formation, you can't stop the Jindan cultivators after all. It is best to give up the spiritual island and come to my Chamber of Commerce. In this way, I will be there to protect you. Wei Zhong lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He was just a small guest official. Ruan Liuzhen only said this out of concern for his colleagues. But Wei Zhong understood that the other party was not his nanny and could not guarantee his safety all the time. Besides, according to Luo Mingyan, it is very likely that the Yuanying forces will come out in person. Wei Zhong dare not guarantee that the other party will take into account the face of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Does Manager Ruan know how to leave here and go to his mansion? The latter looked surprised. Fellow Taoist, are you going to leave Mon Yuan mansion? Wei Zhong wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said with some shame, these days, I have been tortured by the demon cultivators. A fellow in my exorcist team almost died at the hands of Jindan demon cultivators. I don't know when it will be my turn. In addition, the Qingmu sect here is not very friendly to us casual cultivators, so I thought about leaving. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist would be willing to give up the foundation that he has built for so many years. Ruan Liuzhen also understood how difficult it was for a casual cultivator like Wei Zhong to find a second-level spiritual land and continue to manage it to get on the right track. Wei Zhong smiled and said, "They are just external possessions. How can they compare to my life? If you lose resources, you can earn them again, but if you lose your life, it is really gone. Besides, I am not giving up the Spirit Island for nothing. I can get a lot of spirit stones after selling it, right? That being said, there are few casual cultivators who can be as decisive as you." Rongju looked at Wei Zhong with a hint of something strange in his eyes. "If you want to leave Mongyuan Prefecture, there is indeed a way. Every once in a while, our Chamber of Commerce will have a group of caravans transporting goods passing through our prefecture. After staying for a few days, they will go to other places. The caravans are often led by Jindan cultivators, and their safety can be guaranteed. You can set off with the caravan at that time. As for the destination of the caravan, I don't know. You need to ask the leader of the Chamber of Commerce in person. The last caravan will arrive in more than a month. You need to make more preparations during this period." "That's enough. Thank you, Manager Ruan." Wei Zhong bowed his hands to express his gratitude. "You don't need to be polite, but there is one thing you need to remember. After all, we are borrowing the trade route of the Chamber of Commerce. In order to avoid trouble on the road, please don't bring your family." "Well, can I bring a few maids to take care of my daily life, and bring a nephew from my family?" Wei Zhong asked with some embarrassment. Rongju added, "A few people shouldn't be a big problem. Of course, it depends on the opinion of the caravan leader. As a guest of our Chamber of Commerce, the leader will generally give you some face." Wei Zhong was relieved to receive this answer. "In that case, I will leave first." Wei Zhong said goodbye to the two and left on the flying boat. In the room, the figure of a white-haired old man appeared. Rongju bowed and saluted, "Old Yen." The white-haired old man nodded, took the spiritual wine and tasted it, narrowed his eyes slightly, sighed and said, "This wine is indeed extraordinary. It has a little effect on us Jindan spiritual cultivation. In my opinion, this wine is better than the Wang family's body refining pill. Of course, the young lady's vision can be wrong. Although the Wang family's body refining pill is powerful, it is very overbearing. Every pill is no less than a torture. How can it be as comfortable as drinking this wine? And this wine has a faint ability to nourish the body. Drinking it for a long time can also repair the hidden injuries of the body. This is the most rare." Ruan, after thinking about it, Liuzhen said, "This wine is of great significance to the young lady. How about having old Yin escort her to her?" The white-browed old man's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. "Without my help, fellow Taoist Ruan is sure to hold this station. The chaos of the demon cultivators will intensify. No problem, I have the help of the sky-sweeping formation, plus the upcoming new Jindan Taoist fellow Huyan, that's enough." Hearing this, the white-browed old man bowed his head and replied, then listened to fellow Taoist Ruan's arrangements. After Wei Zhong returned to the island, he immediately called Xia Linghua and other women to his side and explained the next arrangements to them. "Master is leaving?" Hearing what Wei Zhong said, the three women were all surprised. "There is no way. According to the information I got from the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, this chaos of demon cultivators is far from stopping. On the contrary, it will intensify in the future. By then, Jindan demon cultivators will probably not be rare, and they will officially go to war with Qingmu sect. We, the foundation building and even Kairefining cultivators, can say that we have no power to resist such a torrent, so we need to make plans early." After a few words, the three finally understood the current situation. "Wherever the master goes, Linger will go." Xia Linghua was the first to express her opinion, looking at Wei Zhong with trust in her eyes. Wei Zhong was somewhat moved and took her hand. He turned to look at the other two women and saw that they were a little hesitant. "Master, don't worry, this trip is leaving the house, and even I don't know where I will go. I can't guarantee safety 100%. It is indeed too risky for you Kairefining cultivators. There is still some time, you two should think about it carefully, and it won't be too late to give me an answer in a month." Yes, the two of them immediately withdrew, and Xia Linghua beside them explained, "Master, Wei Zhong interrupted him, I understand. Xia Linghua is a fugitive from a cultivation family that fell into ruin. She can be said to have no worries and can follow Wei Zhong wholeheartedly. But the other two women are different. They are all from nearby cultivation families. They have brothers and sisters and parents to worry about at home. It is impossible for them to wander around with Wei Zhong at will. Master, what should we do with Jiechi? Now he is deeply in love with that little girl I am afraid. Wei Zhong frowned and called him to his side. Ning Jiechi was trying to refine a high-grade nourishing pill. When he received Wei Zhong's summons, he quickly put down what he was doing and rushed over. After hearing that Wei Zhong was going to move his house, his face was full of surprise. He said with some hesitation, Uncle Chu, Jiechi may not be able to leave with Uncle Chu. Wei Zhong sighed, is it because of the little girl The latter nodded. It's the nature of a young man after all. Xie Linghua tugged at Wei Zhong's sleeve. Master, Wei Zhong understood that after all these years of getting along, Xie Linghua had already regarded Ning Jiechi as her own son, and now she was asking Wei Zhong to think of a way to have the best of both worlds. So he stood up and said to Ning Jiechi, follow me. The latter followed Wei Zhong onto the Qingzhou with some curiosity. Uncle Chu, where are we going? Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Since you don't want to go with me, I will find a reliable backer for you. There are only two forces in Monyuan Prefecture that can be put on the table, Qingmu Sect and Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Qingmu Sect will soon be involved in the struggle with the demon cultivators, and sending you there is equivalent to pushing you into the fire pit, so the only one left is Yunji Chamber of Commerce. It happens that I am also a guest official among them. With this identity and your talent for alchemy, it should not be a problem to find a shelter for you. After a while, Rongju saw Wei Zhong bringing a young Taoist back, and asked curiously, Dao Yu, what is this? This is my nephew, I want to find a shelter for him here. After a while, Wei Zhong and Rongju were tasting spiritual tea in the pavilion. I didn't expect that Dao Yu is not only good at the art of spiritual wine, but also hides such a young alchemist. Wei Zhong smiled slightly, and the door behind him was pushed open, and an old Taoist with a mustache walked in, followed by Ning Jiechi. Master Shui, what's wrong? The old Taoist bowed. Very wrong. After my inspection, what Dao Yu Chu said is indeed true. This boy is indeed a genius in alchemy. He can refine a medium-grade nourishing qi pill after more than 10 years of self-study. The success rate is stable at 50%, which is much higher than what I did back then. Hearing this, the three of them smiled. Wei Zhong turned to Rongju and asked, Very wrong, what did I ask just now? Rongju replied, young friend Ning is very talented, so of course I agree. In my opinion, why don't Master Shui accept him as a disciple? Wei Zhong immediately struck while the iron was hot and sent a message to Ning Jiechi. The latter immediately knelt on his knees. Master, please accept your disciple's greetings. Shui Hanzhen smiled and helped Ning Jiechi up. Good disciple, get up quickly. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Wei Zhong told Ning Jiechi, fellow Daoist Shui is a master who has been immersed in alchemy for many years. The foundation building pills in the shop are all made by him, and he has made third-level pills several times. You used to have no famous teacher to guide you, but now you have fellow Daoist Shui as your teacher, so you must cherish this opportunity. Alas, it just takes a little longer to refine the pill. Not worth mentioning. Although it was a humble answer, the latter's face was always filled with a smug smile. After a while, Wei Zhong left alone, and as for Ning Jiechi, Shui Hanzhen kept him in the Chamber of Commerce, saying that his alchemy skills were all self-taught, and he was still lacking in the basics, which would affect his future alchemy and needed to be corrected. Wei Zhong kept him. Anyway, staying in the Yunji Chamber of Commerce would not be a concern for safety, and it might even be safer than Black Lake Island. In the following January, Wei Zhong began to deal with the transfer of the Spirit Island. The value of the second-level Spirit Island is so high that few cultivators can afford it. In addition, there are often demon cultivators wreaking havoc near Haiyue Lake, making it even more difficult to sell. Dao Yu, why don't you transfer this island to my Li family? Li Haowen said, holding the wine in the cup. Wei Zhong thought for a moment. This island was originally obtained from the Li family, and it seems that it is not a problem to transfer it back. What price can Li Dao Yu offer? The latter moved his lips slightly and sent a message to Wei Zhong. Chen Guisong, who was standing by, was also a little itchy when he saw the two of them sending messages. Could it be that the two of you are trading something shady, so secretly? Wei Zhong chuckled. What Li Haowen used in exchange really surprised Wei Zhong. The secret technique of divine consciousness, the shocking stab. It is a unique secret method that condenses the monk's own spiritual consciousness into a needle shape, supplements it with a unique tempering secret method, and turns it into a hidden weapon of spiritual consciousness. I didn't expect fellow Taoists to have such a secret technique of spiritual consciousness. It's really eye-opening for me, Wei Zhong said in a voice message with some surprise. It's just an accidental gain. I need to remind fellow Taoists that the power of this technique depends entirely on the strength of the fellow Taoist's own spiritual consciousness. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the stronger this technique, Wei Zhong nodded, understanding what he said. This frightening thorn, to put it bluntly, is a means of injuring the enemy 10,000 and damaging oneself 8,000. Although it has the disadvantage of damaging one's own consciousness, it is indeed an excellent means of attack at critical moments. I have also practiced this method, but with the strength of my spiritual consciousness in the early stage of foundation building, the condensed shock stab is not satisfactory. It can only deal with some weak-willed second-level monsters. If fellow Taoists use it to deal with monks, you need to be cautious. Use, Li Haowen reminded. Wei Zhong nodded, put the jade slip away, and heard his voice next. In addition, I will add another 10,000 spirit stones. I hope fellow Taoist will leave the remaining arrangements on the spirit island. Wei Zhong was good at everything. He had previously sold most of the valuable spiritual objects or put them into the cave. Now all that was left on Black Lake Island were some seedlings that had not yet grown up. While the three of them were talking, Xia Linghua also came closer. Master, most of the servants on Spirit Island have been dismissed. Speaking of this, Xia Linghua had a trace of sadness in her eyes. Brother Chu, are you really leaving Mon Yuan Mansion? Chen Guisong still couldn't believe it until now. A force that has been operating for many years can be easily separated, and so is Lingdao, which was sold so easily. This is unimaginable for Chen Guisong, who runs the family. That's natural. Everything has been sold in Xiaoling Island and there is no place to stay. Isn't it possible to move to the Chen family? Fellow Taoist Chu joins the Chen family, that's what I wish for. The latter smiled slightly, obviously understanding that what Wei Zhong said was a joke. You and I can never learn from Taoist Master Chu's free and easy attitude, Li Haowen sighed, causing Chen Guisong to fall into silence for a moment. Wei Zhong poured spiritual wine for the two of them. We have been exorcising demons together for many years, and we have developed a friendship. I would like to give you 2 words of advice. I am afraid that the Qingmu sect will fall into a long-term struggle with the demonic cultivators. You must be careful not to lose your life in the pursuit of small profits. Brother Chu, will the next situation really be so bad? Li Haowen asked seriously. Wei Zhong nodded. In the past few years, most of our exorcisms have been against Kai-refining cultivators, and very few foundation-building demon cultivators. But in the future, I am afraid that foundation-building demon cultivators will become the mainstream, and they are most likely to be monks from the demon sect. Their fighting methods may be no less than those of foundation-building cultivators from sects such as the Aoki sect. The 2 empresses should try their best to join forces with other fellow foundation builders to act together. Don't be alone and be killed by demonic cultivators. After some instructions, Li and Chen also remembered Wei Zhong's words in their hearts, and they were worried and distracted when they left. Well, this is the reason why Wei Zhong has never established a family power. With descendants, there is a tie, and everything must be considered for the family. When encountering something like a struggle between good and evil, people like Li Haowen and Chen Guisong will have no choice but to be involved in it. The lives of the Li and Chen families will definitely not be easy in the future. After the struggle between good and evil, whether the 2 families can survive is another matter. Even if we take advantage of this moment to move with everyone in our family, the mountains are high and the rivers are far away, and the road is full of dangers. Maybe it is better to stay where we are and rely on our foundation to resist tenaciously over the years. Seeing the extinguished lights on the island, Wei Zhong also felt a bit lonely. That night, Xia Linghua brought Qi Ting in by eating into Wei Zhong's room and brought a piece of news that did not surprise Wei Zhong much. Due to family ties, I hope that master will forgive me for not being able to accompany you. Wei Zhong expressed his understanding. After the 4 of them spent a wonderful night together, Wei Zhong left a sum of spiritual stones for the 2 women as a thank you gift for accompanying Wei Zhong for so many years. The spiritual stones were not many, but they were more than enough for the 2 of them to practice to the 9th level of qi refining. One day, the caravan arrived. Wei Zhong said goodbye to 3 or 2 friends, and took Xia Linghua to the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Fellow Daoist Sikong, this is Chu Zhong, the new guest of our Chamber of Commerce. When Wei Zhong arrived at the Chamber of Commerce, he saw the leader of the caravan, whose name was Sikong Changming, and he was in the middle stage of Jindan. He was wearing a yellow cassock and had a scar on his head, and seemed to be a Buddhist monk. When he heard that Wei Zhong wanted to go to his mansion with the caravan, he looked at Wei Zhong carefully. What you ask for is fine, but the caravan's route has already been stipulated in the association, and the city it passes through may not suit your wishes. Wei Zhong bowed. It's okay, I just want to leave Monyuan Prefecture with you. When I reach a suitable city, I will leave the team and will not affect your mission. After understanding, Wei Zhong also knew that those who escorted spiritual objects all claimed the tasks issued by the Chamber of Commerce to earn spiritual stones and contribution points. Wei Zhong wanted to take out some gifts to build a good relationship with him, but it seemed that the only thing he could take out was spiritual wine, so he took out 10 medium-grade spiritual stones and stuffed them into his hands. The latter accepted it calmly and looked much better to Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong looked at the people behind him and saw a familiar figure. He asked uncertainly, Senior Hu Yang? The latter took off his hood and smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist Chu, long time no see. I didn't expect that after more than 20 years, you have become a guest of Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Wei Zhong felt the power of the other party at the moment and was a little surprised. I haven't seen you for these years, but you have successfully formed a pill and entered the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Senior is the one who has made further progress in his cultivation and entered the stage of forming a pill, and is still in the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Alas, I am doing things for the lady because of her kindness. The latter waved his hand and said calmly. Shopkeeper Ruan, who was standing by, also nodded and greeted Hu Yang. As a native cultivator of Monyuan Prefecture, fellow Taoist Hu Yang is familiar with the environment of this prefecture. Next, I need to ask fellow Taoists to work together with me to jointly guard this Chamber of Commerce's residence. Hu Yang bowed. It is my duty, I dare not disobey. Wei Zhong could not have thought that Hu Yang, who had been a casual cultivator for many years, could actually climb up to Shan Qin's path and successfully form a pill. Recalling the dust-reducing pill worth more than 40,000 spirit stones that was fought over by Qingmu sect and Yin family, did Taoist Hu Yang sign a contract to sell himself? Without asking too much, Wei Zhong Yanming explained his intention to Sikong Changming and then withdrew. It will take some time for the Chamber of Commerce to set off. Wei Zhong met Ning Zheqi and asked him to practice diligently and not to waste the good time for practice because of emotional matters. He said goodbye to Rongju and then left with the caravan. Sikong Changming released a flying boat, on which the white cloud flag of the Chamber of Commerce was flying. All the cultivators in charge of escorting flew in, and Wei Zhong also flew into the boat after saying goodbye to everyone. Considering that Wei Zhong was a guest of the Chamber of Commerce, Sikong Changming specially assigned a slightly larger room for Wei Zhong, not far from his room. With the Dan next to him, his safety can be guaranteed. Looking at the increasingly smaller buildings below through the window next to the flying boat, Wei Zhong sighed. After all, he left the place where he came when he was reborn. Is the master reluctant to leave? Xia Linghua leaned on Wei Zhong's shoulder and asked considerately. It's just some feelings of leaving home, but Linger, are you reluctant to leave? The latter shook her head gently. Linger has been displaced for many years, and has been to various places, and her emotions have long been worn out. Now wherever the master is, Linger will be there. Wei Zhong gently rubbed her little hand, squinted his eyes, and enjoyed this moment of warmth. Although it was a pity to abandon the basic base of Monyuan Mansion, it was less worried about his life, which was more beneficial than harmful to him. Taking out the white jade guest token, Wei Zhong fumbled for the words on it. Now that I have access to high-level resources with the Yunji Chamber of Commerce as a springboard, the rest of the days are to find a safe place and practice well. In addition, with the help of the Taoism of time, some secret realms with low risks can also be explored. It is possible to encounter inheritances like the one of Senior by He. Thinking of the rare treasures needed in the method of casting the spirit body mentioned by Shan Qin and Mieli Shan, Wei Zhong murmured. With my cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building, which is roughly equivalent to that of a cultivator in the middle stage of Jindan, most of the dangers to foundation building are nothing in front of Wei Zhong, let alone some human disasters. Ding ding! Is fellow Taoist Chu free? I will prepare a banquet and invite you to come and have a gathering so that I can introduce you to other fellow Taoists on the spirit boat. The voice of Sikong Changming came to Wei Zhong's ears. When Wei Zhong went to the place where he directed, he saw several cultivators there. There were 6 people in total. Sikong Changming, who was in the middle stage of Jindan, was in the main seat, and there were 5 fellow Taoists in the early and middle stages of foundation building. Fellow Taoist Chu, please take a seat quickly. There is also a fellow Taoist Ling in the late stage of foundation building who is patrolling outside to assist in defense. Come back later. Let's drink and have fun first. Wei Zhong sat down in his seat. There were spiritual wine and spiritual food listed on it. He looked at the people around him who were also arranged in the same way. Including Sikong Changming, who was drinking a large amount of spiritual wine and holding some unknown spiritual meat in his left hand. He turned out to be a fake monk. Wei Zhong was a little surprised when he saw his behavior. A person next to me explained, "Fellow Taoist Chu, have you seen too few Buddhist cultivators?" Wei Zhong nodded, "Exactly, I don't know your last name." The other party is a fair-faced man with a rather young face, who is in the early stage of foundation building. "My surname is Yu, fellow Taoist, just call me Yu." He then turned his eyes to Sikong Changming, who was in charge, and said, "Senior Sikong is a Buddhist cultivator, but he doesn't have as many taboos as Buddhist disciples in the secular world. Buddhism is one of all kinds of monks. The most important thing is a Buddhist heart. In other respects, those of us who practice ordinary spiritual methods are also there is no difference." Wei Zhong understands that when it comes to cultivation, the rules of the world no longer apply. Spiritual meat and spiritual wine are both treasures for improving one's cultivation, and no cultivator would refuse them. After drinking and eating, Wei Zhong chatted and laughed with everyone, and was invisibly regarded as one of their own. If you Taoist friends want to find a place to practice, it is better to go to Zhoucheng. There are rich resources there. If you have enough spiritual stones, you will have no problem finding a first or third level spiritual place to practice. No, Taoist friend Chu is looking for stability. In a place like Zhoucheng, interpersonal relationships are too complicated, and nascent soul's influence is everywhere. If you are not careful, you can easily offend the descendants of a certain senior, so why not stay in a nearby city? After Wei Zhong said what he wanted, all the cultivators made suggestions for Wei Zhong. For a while, Wei Zhong had a general understanding of all the prefectures in Yunzhou. "Fellow Taoist Chu might as well consider Luoha Mansion," Sikong Changming interjected. "Luoha Mansion?" After talking with everyone just now, Wei Zhong also understood that this mansion was named after the Luo River, a large river in it. It is adjacent to the prefecture city and has richer resources than other nearby cities. There are many third-level spiritual veins in it. What's more important is that this mansion is not a city dominated by sect forces, but is jointly controlled by casual cultivators and sects, with equally strong and weak forces. It is especially friendly to casual cultivators, especially those with a certain skill. Moreover, the Yunji Chamber of Commerce has been working there for a long time and is regarded as one of its more important settlement points. It will be easier for Wei Zhong to obtain precious resources through his status as guest minister. Luoha Mansion, this is where the statue of fellow Taoist Ling comes from. You may wish to ask fellow Taoist Ling more about it later. Wei Zhong had never seen this person before, and was wondering in his heart when he suddenly saw Sikong Changming's expression change drastically. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "The thieves are attacking, follow me to meet the enemy." Everyone immediately put aside the food and wine in their hands and followed Sikong Changming to the deck of the spirit boat. At this moment, the deck is full of monks, and dozens of qi-refining monks are waiting in formation holding various spiritual weapons. Wei Zhong also met the monk named Ling whom everyone just mentioned. What surprised Wei Zhong was that she turned out to be a female cultivator, wearing a dark red robe, with black and shiny hair tied behind her head. When she turned around, she saw very regular facial features and a fair face. There is also a black tear mole underneath, which adds a bit of charm. "Sister of the Ling family, how is the situation?" Sikong Changming asked. The female cultivator surnamed Ling stretched out her right hand and pointed to the sky. She was surrounded by a flock of birds that covered the sky and the sun, surrounding the spirit boat. The outside sky was blocked by it, and only a few scattered spots could be missed occasionally. This is probably a group of gregarious black-feathered geese, controlled by thieves behind them. I just tried a few tests and detected the aura of the strange monks, but I don't know how many people are ambushing them. Sikong Changming nodded, waved his sleeves, and said, "The spiritual cannon on the boat, shoot a wave first." As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit boat stretched out its gun barrels from various places and fired at the surrounding birds. However, this kind of artillery fire is of little use if it falls into the flock of birds. Every time a piece of the flock is killed by the artillery fire, new black-feathered geese will make up for it in time. At the same time, blood-red vines protruded from the flock of birds, wrapping and binding the spirit boat. When it came into contact with the spirit boat's defensive aura, an unknown blood-colored liquid was left behind. Under the corrosion, the defensive aura was suddenly riddled with holes. Seeing that the bloody droplets were about to drip, the female cultivator surnamed Ling picked up the seal with her fingertips, then waved her sleeves and robe to release a circular array disc, which flew into the air. Suddenly a golden light flashed, and new defensive auras were piled on top of it, competing and pulling against the bloody vine. It seems that the opponent is well prepared. Sikong Changming sighed when he saw the opponent's menacing attack, and took out a small green clock. It was rusty and even the bell body was damaged. Sikong Changming held a black wooden hammer in his hand, moved his right foot slightly back, took a deep breath, the muscles on his body tensed, and even the small muscles on his face bulged at the same time. Beat the little green bell vigorously, ha! The two collided, making a clang sound, and at the same time, an invisible ripple passed by the cultivators and spread to all sides. The geese in the sky immediately stopped under this blow, fluttering their wings and falling like black raindrops. Spiritual attack? Wei Zhong looked at the small bronze clock with a strange color on its face, and did not expect it to be such a magic weapon specializing in spiritual consciousness. It just seems that the power is relatively average, and it is mediocre against monks, but it is just right for dealing with such a large group of low-level monsters. Snort! There was a muffled hum from among the birds, and a large black flag slowly unfolded, collecting all the fallen geese. A pale arm grabbed the flagpole into his hand, and then a black-robed Taoist with a gloomy face appeared. His cultivation was in the middle stage of pill formation. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by preventing me from gathering at the Chamber of Commerce spirit boat? Sikong Changming raised his right hand in front of his body and asked in a loud voice. Wei Zhong stood aside and rubbed his ears. It was obvious that there was magic in his question. The Taoist narrowed his eyes slightly and waved the black flag to brush away the magic power that had deceived him. What a bald donkey! He then looked down at his feet. Brother, you have to work harder. Wei Zhong looked along his eyes and immediately discovered that there were other people below. The leader of them was a white-robed Taoist who was in the early stage of elixir formation. There were two reeded cranes painted on his Taoist robe, which looked a bit strange. He held a strange meatball in his hand, with blood dripping from it, and four vine-like tentacles extending out from it, which was the source of the binding of the spirit boat. There were 4 people around, all of whom were foundation-building monks, holding 4-color formation flags and pouring mana into them. 4 rays of spiritual light of various colors poured into the flesh ball, causing it to make a strange sound. The bloody vine clinging to the outside of the spirit boat became even more crazy, dripping more and more bloody drops. The protective aura superimposed by the female cultivator surnamed Ling was a little unstable. It seems that we still have to take the initiative. I will deal with the black-robed Taoist. You all can find a way to break the strange formation below. Fellow Taoist Ling just maintain the protective aura and guard the spirit boat. Then he turned to look at Wei Zhong. Fellow Taoist Chu, how about taking charge of other idle monks and protecting fellow Taoist Ling? Sikong Changming arranged everyone in the blink of an eye. Wei Zhong saw that the spiritual power of the female cultivator surnamed Ling was continuously injected into the formation disc, and she no longer had time to care about external objects, so she nodded towards Sikong Changming. The latter grabbed the small green bell and flew towards the Taoist holding the black flag in the air. The other 5 monks all fell down and headed towards the strange formation presided over by the pill formation. Wei Zhong was just trying to see how the 5 foundation builders could cope with the magic circle hosted by Jiedan. Suddenly, he noticed that many tribulation cultivators appeared, driving swords and attacking the spirit boat. Among them, there were 2 foundation builders, refining cultivators. More than a dozen. With a sigh, he put the 9 colors out of the bag and pointed at one of the foundation builders. Go ahead and hold him. Lazy Jyotsai slowly arched his body and turned into a giant bird 1 foot in size, flying towards one of the foundation building tribulation cultivators. Sikong Changming, who was in the air, frowned for a moment when he saw 2 more foundation establishment tribulation cultivators emerging. However, he quickly calmed down when he saw Wei Zhong releasing his spirit bird to resist one of them and then meet the other. Facing the black-robed Taoist, Sikong Changming shouted loudly, a layer of golden light emitted from his body, and at the same time his muscles swelled, and his body expanded in the blink of an eye. At the same time, spiritual power was injected into the small cyan clock on his hand. The rust on it continued to fall off, and a trace of golden light shone through the cyan bell body. It's a quick fight and a quick decision. Ha! Sikong Changming held the golden chime and smashed it straight down at the black-robed Taoist. The latter frowned, waving black flags, emitting billowing black smoke, colliding with and dissolving the golden light on the chimes. Sikong Changming suddenly felt as if he had been hit by a layer of cotton. He raised the clock and wanted to hit it again, but the golden bell seemed to be stuck by a layer of glue, making it difficult to move. His heart suddenly sank, and he looked down at the 5 people who were barely maintaining their formation, restraining the white-robed pill-forming man, but they could not stop his attack on the spirit boat. What on earth is this meatball that can corrode the protective aura of a 3rd-order spirit boat? How dare you get distracted by fighting with me? The black-robed Taoist shouted, and then caused the black energy in the flag to wrap around Sikong Changming's body. Snort! Sikong Changming's tongue exploded with spring thunder, and with an angry shout, he drank away the black energy that had invaded him. Immediately he concentrated on the battle with the black-robed Taoist. Although the situation was not good, there was no panic in his eyes. Wei Zhong on the other side was already facing a foundation builder. His opponent was an old woman with gray hair. She was holding a flower basket that seemed to be made of bamboo strips. Colorless smoke was emitting from it and she was approaching Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong felt dizzy after taking a sip of it. He immediately held his breath, took out the detoxifying pill and drank it, while flicking his sleeves to disperse the poisonous smoke in front of his eyes. But the poisonous smoke was close to the opponent's spiritual power, and Wei Zhong's blow had no effect at all. He had no choice but to use the black water spirit clothes to isolate the poisonous gas from the outside world. Wei Zhong calmed down and moved his fingertips slightly, driving the green bamboo sword to attack him. At the same time, the magic weapon fragments have been picked up in the palm of the hand, and the flying throwing technique is ready to go. Seeing Wei Zhong's green bamboo sword flying towards him, the old woman shook the flower basket, and immediately stretched out a bamboo stick from it and drew it towards the green bamboo sword flying into the air. The bamboo strips were extremely fast and extremely tough. One blow dispersed the aura of the green bamboo sword, then entangled it and rolled it into the flower basket. Feeling the green bamboo sword that had almost lost contact, Wei Zhong sighed. After all, this sword was just an ordinary magic sword among the second-level magic weapons, and it could not keep up with Wei Zhong's cultivation at this time. Without hesitation, the flying throwing technique was activated, turning into streams of light and attacking the enemy. At the same time, he stepped lightly and used the three master-level techniques of soaring clouds, invisibility, and breath-gathering. A broad green leaf grew out of the old woman's flower basket, catching all the fragments of the incoming magic weapon. When she regained consciousness, Wei Zhong was nowhere to be seen. He shook the flower basket momentarily and activated the defensive talisman at the same time. The figure of Wei Zhong just emerged behind him, holding a black giant sword and slashing down, hitting the defensive aura on his body, causing the enemy's body to tremble and take a few steps back. After missing the first attack, Wei Zhong sighed and disappeared again. As expected, they are all old Jieshyo who are good at fighting. As soon as they see me disappear, they know to cast a spell to defend. Glancing at Jiucai who was fighting with the enemy beside him, after all, he had just advanced, and with his lack of experience in fighting, he was struggling under the attack of Jieshyo, and could only rely on the speed of escape to barely delay. The opponent used all the magic weapons to defend against the wind blades, and only the occasional lightning could make the opponent wary. When Wei Zhong disappeared, the old woman immediately became alert, secretly pinching the talisman in her hand to defend the surroundings. Beware of Wei Zhong suddenly appearing and giving her another sword. Suddenly, she saw Wei Zhong appearing around his companions and shouted, "Be careful!" It turned out that Wei Zhong came to Jiucai's battlefield, holding a giant sword, and the black sword body was flowing with golden swordlight, which was the blessing of gung swordsmanship. The enemy heard the reminder and was slightly aware of it. Just as he was about to cast a spell to defend himself, Jiucai had already bullied him, and the claws on the soles of his feet connected with him. At the same time, the sound of wind and thunder sounded from his wings. A shield faced Jiucai, and when he looked back, a spiritual talisman emerged, which turned into a golden eggshell and wrapped it inside. Wei Zhong split his golden defense with a sword, and held the black ball in his hand close to him. He also wanted to take out the close-fitting dagger to stab Wei Zhong's neck, but it only stabbed on the defense of the black water spirit clothes, making a sound of metal colliding. Wei Zhong raised his hand to his chest, and the latter barely dodged. But Jiucai behind him had already broken through his shield defense, and a ray of lightning was released from his wings, paralyzing his body, and his dodging momentum was interrupted. Wei Zhong released the close-fitting flying throwing technique, and it exploded his chest with one blow. He also wanted to take the sword to chop off his head, but he noticed the sound of breaking air behind him, grabbed Jiucai and dodged. It was the old woman who arrived at this moment, and several bamboo sticks in the bamboo basket were stimulated by it and stabbed Wei Zhong's back. Wei Zhong dodged and saw the old woman holding the man's body and screaming, "Lure!" She took out a white jade pill and wanted to give it to the other party, but his internal organs were blown up by Wei Zhong's blow, so how could this pill work? She immediately looked at Wei Zhong with hatred. "I want you to die." Before the voice fell, Wei Zhong's figure disappeared again. He immediately stopped talking and retreated with his half-dead body. Wei Zhong just returned to the spirit boat and killed the chi-refining tribulation cultivator who had just broken into the defensive spiritual light loophole with a casual blow. After looking at the Ling surnamed female cultivator who was struggling to persist and the other crew members who were fighting with the Qi refining tribulation cultivator, Wei Zhong ordered Jiucai to stay, and rushed towards the old woman again with a flash of his body. Xikong Changming saw that this fellow Daoist Chu Zhong killed a robber cultivator between the rising and falling clouds, and his face suddenly showed joy. The black-robed cultivator who was fighting with him had a very ugly face. He groaned and waved the black flag, on which a black bird appeared. Its brown eyes glowed red, and thick black smoke rose from the black flag in an instant. The black smoke drifted and spread to the rest of the battlefield, instantly wrapping up the spirit boat and covering the sky. Wei Zhong frowned at the black smoke around him, cut off the attacking slender bamboo stick with a sword, and then dodged and retreated. This black smoke has detected my position? Obviously, the other party is also a smart person, knowing what kind of deterrent power Wei Zhong, a foundation-building cultivator who appears and disappears mysteriously, has on the field. Seeing this, Xikong Changming slapped the golden bell in his hand hard, and golden light spread out, but it had little effect on the black smoke. The lips moved slightly, and the sound was transmitted to the spirit boat. The face of the female cultivator surnamed Ling moved slightly, and she used her mind to activate a certain arrangement on the boat. A green spiritual light burst out instantly, piercing through the layers of black smoke, and also destroyed all the blood-colored vines clinging to the spirit boat. Under the influence of his mind, the white-robed Jia Shoha Taoist below spit out a mouthful of blood. Taking this opportunity, a figure hid himself and stepped onto the spirit boat. The rest of the people did not notice it, only Wei Zhong turned his head to look at the spirit boat, but at the same time he noticed another breath and ignored it. The man walked through the passage in the cabin and came to the core of the spirit boat. He stared at the core that was emitting strong spiritual light with a smile, took out a magic sword and wanted to destroy it. Suddenly, an old voice sounded in my ear, "Dao Yu, I'm afraid it's not polite to sneak into my Yunji Chamber of Commerce like this." Boom! Everyone was shocked when they saw a spiritual light penetrate the flying boat and come out. When everyone gathered in the Chamber of Commerce saw Yan Wanhong's figure, they were all overjoyed, but the expressions of Jishio and his party changed drastically. The white-robed crane Taoist below collected the blood-colored flesh balls and removed the formation. Driven by spiritual power, the reedied crane painted on the Taoist robe seemed to come to life, let out a cry, wrapped its body and fled into the distance. Even the Ji establishment subordinates and Danje comrades around him couldn't care about it. Without the help of Taoist the remaining 4 foundation builders were unable to withstand the formation of the 5 members of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, and were instantly put at a disadvantage. The black-robed Taoist in the air suddenly appeared in the spirit boat and subdued his companions who had sneaked into the flying boat. His expression changed drastically, and he cursed angrily when he saw Taoist running away. But he was entangled by Xikong Changming to this point and could no longer escape. Looking around, all the fellow travelers were at a disadvantage. They were worried that the pill-forming late stage would soon be free to deal with him, and he suddenly felt cruel in his heart. Throwing the black flag in his hand, countless black-feathered geese flew out, and then there was an overwhelming sound of shattering from the flag body, and a dazzling spiritual light emerged from the cracks. With a boom, this person actually exploded his own pill-forming magic weapon. Endless black smoke emitted from it, not only blocking everyone's sight, but also blocking everyone's consciousness. Seeing this, Wei Zhong fluttered his sleeves and retreated, keeping distance from the enemy, and retreated into the spirit boat. "Fellow Taoist Ling, how are you doing?" The latter lifted up the black hair on his forehead, raised his hands and saluted. "It's just that the spiritual power is exhausted, it's okay. I just wanted to thank fellow Taoist for protecting me." Wei Zhong waved his hand. "We're just helping each other," and then looked at the black smoke in the sky. "I didn't expect that there would be a latest-stage pill-forming senior on top of the spirit boat like us." The female cultivator surnamed Ling also shook her head. "I don't know about this either, maybe only Senior Xikong knows a little bit about the reason. However, with the help of this senior, I can safely survive this crisis." Wei Zhong secretly said in his heart, "An ordinary escort mission is so dangerous. Is there any secrets on the spirit boat that I don't know about?" Then he turned to look at the female cultivator surnamed Ling. "Fellow Taoist Ling, was the previous escort mission so dangerous?" The other party looked slightly stunned and shook his head. "That's not true. In the past, spirit boat escorts only encountered 2 or 3 unsighted Jia cultivators occasionally. There is no need for Senior Jiadan to take action. We, the foundation-building monks, can use the power of the 3rd-level spirit boat to dispatch them. It's just that this time is unusual." Not only did 3 pill formation tribulation cultivators appear together with many foundation establishment cultivators, but they also had rare treasures in their hands to deal with the spirit boat. This made them fall into such an embarrassing situation. The Ling family girl is right, the robbery and murder encountered this time is indeed different, Sikong Changming said after landing in the flying boat. As he spoke, his enlarged body also continued to shrink, and finally returned to his normal appearance. His face turned pale for a moment, and he got slightly better after taking out a pill and taking it. Wei Zhong and the female cultivators around him all saluted, Senior Sikong. The latter nodded and continued to add, this group of tribulation cultivators does not seem to be from casual cultivators. Not only do they each hold rare treasures, but their foundation builders are also well trained. They probably have sect backgrounds. Zongmun? Are you going to rob and kill the caravan flying boats gathered by the Chamber of Commerce in such an open and honest manner? Wei Zhong was slightly confused. Fellow Taoist Chu is wrong. In this wilderness, as long as the other party wipes out all of us, who will know who did it? Wei Zhong recalled the black banner magic weapon held by Jiedan Jie cultivator, and felt a little cold in his heart. If the senior hadn't hidden it, when Sikong Changming fell, no other monks in the guild except Wei Zhong would be able to take it from him. Get away. That Danjie senior, Mr. Yen has already gone to hunt down the few people who escaped, and will turn around later. Speaking of which, if Mr. Yen hadn't come to Feizhou on this trip, I'm afraid we would have been in danger. Sikong Changming turned his head and looked at Wei Zhong. In addition, thanks to fellow Taoist Chu, one person stopped two foundation builders and killed one of them quickly, which is really a great achievement. I can't bear the praise from my seniors. With Mr. Yen in charge, whether I am here or not will not have any impact on the overall situation. Fellow Taoist Chu, there is no need to be self-effacing. Without fellow Taoist intervention, we would have lost a lot of refining energy during this trip, and even my life would have been in danger. Having said this, the female cultivator surnamed Ling bowed to Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong touched his nose and accepted the gift, and then asked in reply, I heard that fellow Taoist Ling was born in Luoha Prefecture, and I have plans to settle in Luoha Prefecture. I will ask fellow Taoist Master Ling to give me some advice later. Happy to oblige. While the three of them were talking, the black smoke had dissipated and the situation around them had been settled. The two pill-forming cultivators escaped, and the four foundation-building tribulation cultivators were suppressed by their 5 colleagues for a period of time before being easily defeated. None of the other Kyrfining tribulation cultivators were able to escape, and were all captured by the merchant guild monks. Senior Sikong, it seems that the person I was fighting with just now has escaped? The latter nodded. I wanted to take it down, but the black smoke blocked it, and the fact that it held a good flying escape magic weapon allowed it to escape. But Taoist friends don't have to worry. As long as you follow me and wait for the spirit boat to leave, we will be far away from Luoha Mansion. There is no need to worry about him seeking revenge from fellow Taoists. Senior, I feel reassured by what I said, and then he said with regret, unfortunately, the old woman's rescue was too timely, and I didn't even get the storage bag that was killed and repaired. He also took away a second-level magic sword, which is really a bit. Wei Zhong's words were filled with sadness, as if a low-level cultivator had lost a valuable treasure. Little friend, don't worry. You have made a great contribution to this battle, and the distribution of the spoils later will naturally not disappoint you. Then thank you, Senior. Everyone cleaned up the battlefield, and Mr. Yen, who went to chase him, finally returned with the half-dead black-robed Taoist in his hands. Senior! Senior! The cultivators saluted him, but the latter just waved his hand. No need to be polite, just clean up and move on. After a while, 2 Danjie practitioners gathered together with 7 foundation architects including Wei Zhong. After my investigation, this group of robbery cultivators all came from the demonic sect on the opposite side of the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. Among them, the black-robed Taoist was captured by me, and the remaining white-robed crane Taoist ran fast and escaped from my hands. You need to be more vigilant later on, as it may come back again, said Yen Wanhong, who was in charge. Yes. But there are so many demon cultivators coming across the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Are they really going to start a war between good and evil? Sikong Changming sighed with emotion. This is not something I should consider. I, the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, only do business and will not participate in it. In addition, I will inform the meeting later that the teams passing through this area in the future will probably strengthen their strength. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll leave first. After saying this, Yen Wanhong left in a flash, leaving everyone looking at each other. There was only a sound in Wei Zhong's ear, and Wei Zhong's eyes changed slightly, then disappeared. I'm a little confused. I've only heard of the dangers of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in the past. How did these demon cultivators come from the opposite side of the 10,000 Beasts Mountains? Wei Zhong asked in confusion. Ling Ziwei beside her explained, fellow Taoist Chu didn't know something when he just left Mon Yuan Mansion. Although the 10,000 Beasts mountain range separates each mansion, it is not without its weaknesses. My ancestors from the human race have opened up several passages for communication between various provinces. Only then did Wei Zhong understand. Thank you, fellow Taoist Ling, for your answer. I'm just short-sighted. The latter smiled back. Okay, if fellow Taoists need to communicate, we can do so in private. Let's divide the spoils first. Sikong Changming interrupted the two of them and said, fellow Taoist Chu and the girls from the Ling family contributed the most in this battle, so let them choose the spoils first. Are you guys okay? The remaining 5 foundation builders looked around, and fellow Taoist Yu among them said, we have no objections. After receiving the agreement, Wei Zhong selected a second-level magical sword and some elixirs from several storage bags. As for the spiritual stones, exercises, and elixirs, he did not touch them again. Wei Zhong himself had no shortage of spiritual stones, and techniques and elixirs could also be exchanged from the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, he was worried that the demonic cultivators would leave behind insidious tricks, so he did not choose. It was a category of elixirs, and the storage bags were quite mixed. Some of the elixirs had never been seen by Wei Zhong before, so he got curious and put them in his bag. After the two had chosen, the remaining 5 people quickly divided up the rest, with uncontrollable joy on their faces. Naturally, the income from robbing families and homes is more than earning from doing tasks honestly. After the distribution was completed, Wei Zhong cupped his hands and said to everyone, I'm a little tired after the battle. Let's go down and take a rest. After speaking and agreeing with everyone, he left. After leaving, Wei Zhong did not return to his room. Instead, he followed the instructions of Senior Yan and came to a remote room. I've met Senior Yan. In the room, Yan Wanhong was drinking from a wine gourd. When he saw Wei Zhong coming, he immediately asked Wei Zhong to sit down with him. Come here, bring out your good wine and let me have a taste. Wei Zhong smiled awkwardly and took out the various spiritual wines in the collection. There were many first-level ones, but the only second-level one was Qingluo Zue. Yan Wanhong opened the jar of Qingluo Zue and smelled the wine. I know you have hidden a lot of it. I'm afraid this second-level Qingluo Zue has been brewed for a long time, right? Wei Zhong smiled but did not respond. Yan Wanhong had already poured out a bowl of spiritual wine and said, it doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. It's up to casual cultivators to hide it. I won't blame you for this, I just want to explain to you that you can have more trust in the lady. The young lady values your winemaking talent very much, especially your Qingluo drunkenness. You may be able to shine in the city in the future. Wei Zhong was not happy when he heard this. Then please ask Senior and Miss Shan to keep this secret for me. Don't worry, no one will know that you are the creator of this wine except the people who are handling this matter. Only then did Wei Zhong feel relieved. Yan Wanhong tasted other spiritual wines and pocketed most of them. I can't take this spiritual wine for free. It seems that you are not in need of spiritual stones, so I will exchange them with you. After speaking, he took out a golden bowl. Wei Zhong took it and found out that it was a second-level magic weapon, which was also a top-grade one. This object has something in common with the flower basket that took away your magical sword. They can both collect other people's magical weapons. You will know how to use it specifically when you go down and experiment. Yan Wanhong waved his hand, and Wei Zhong retreated. After returning to the room, Xia Linghua approached with some worry. Master, I just heard the sound of fighting, but something happened? Wei Zhong shook his head. They are just some unsighted tribulation cultivators. They have been repelled by us, so don't worry. The latter covered his chest. That's good. Wei Zhong took out the golden bowl that Yan Wanhong had just given him. With the infusion of spiritual power, the runes inside and outside the bowl suddenly lit up, showing golden light, and waves of suction came from the mouth of the bowl. Let Xia Linghua control the magic sword, and Wei Zhong pointed at the golden bowl and easily put the first-level magic sword into the bowl. It is invincible against the second-level first-level magic weapon. Even if the owner of the magic weapon controls it wholeheartedly, he cannot resist the power of this bowl. Try the second-level magic weapon again. Sure enough, the effect is much weaker. Because the second-level magic weapon has the imprint left by the foundation-building cultivator and the attraction of the spiritual consciousness, it is more difficult for this bowl to collect the magic weapon. It can only barely affect the flexibility of others' control of the magic weapon. If you want to collect the magic weapon, you need to hit the magic weapon hard like the old woman who took away Wei Zhong's Qingzhou sword, and weaken the connection between the magic weapon and the owner in an instant. Moreover, this bowl seems to be saturated when it can only collect 3 magic weapons of the same level, and it can only continue to be used after making room for them. I don't know if it will work on a 3rd level magic weapon. Wei Zhong has been building his foundation for so long, but he doesn't even have a 3rd level magic weapon in his hand. It will be difficult to perform the Tao of Time without a weapon in hand. He decided to buy one after finding a place to settle down, just in case. Staring at the golden bowl, Wei Zhong's mind wandered. Interrupt the connection between the magic weapon and its owner? Wei Zhong suddenly thought of the soul-shocking thorn he had just obtained. The cultivator controls the magic weapon with his spiritual consciousness. Isn't this spiritual consciousness secret technique the best way to interrupt this connection? Although it can only affect the enemy for a moment, it is enough for Wei Zhong to take away the opponent's magic weapon. The only problem is the side effect of this secret technique. The injury to the spiritual consciousness is difficult to repair, and the corresponding soul-nourishing treasure is also sky-high. He took out the spiritual wine inheritance obtained from the exchange with Taoist Hu Yang, which recorded a special spiritual wine called Warm People's Tears, but the effect was too poor. It had little effect on the spiritual consciousness of the qi-refining cultivator, let alone the spiritual consciousness of the foundation-building cultivator. Wei Zhong had tried to improve this spirit wine in the past few years, but all of them ended in failure. It seems that when it comes to spiritual power such as spiritual consciousness and divine consciousness, the difficulty is increased to a higher level. Perhaps I can only consider this matter after my winemaking skills are improved to proficiency, or even to the level of a master or grandmaster. However, this divine consciousness secret technique can be practiced first. After all, it is also a good way to save life. As for the injuries caused during the process, you can buy soul-nourishing pills from the Yunji Chamber of Commerce to repair them. The soul-nourishing pill, which costs 10,000 spirit stones per pill, is no longer something that Wei Zhong cannot afford, and it can also be exchanged for 80 contribution points. According to Yan Wanhong's praise for the 2nd level Qingluo Zue, the future of this wine is limitless. Once it is brewed and sold on a large scale by the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, it will be endless spirit stone shares and contribution points for Wei Zhong. After imagining the future, Wei Zhong put the golden bowl into the cave. Then he took out the magic sword he had just obtained to perform the ritual, and suddenly there was a ding-ding sound outside the door. Fellow Taoist Chu, are you here? I am Ling Ziwei. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Ling. Please come in. After a while, Wei Zhong and Ling Ziwei sat opposite each other, and Xia Linghua was responsible for pouring wine for them. The wine was the 1st level spiritual wine Yuling. Wei Zhong found that this kind of spiritual wine with a unique taste seemed to be particularly loved by the cultivators in this world. Although the spiritual energy was mediocre, its flavor constituted a dimensionality reduction attack on the cultivators. As expected, Ling Ziwei, who had tasted the spirit wine, had a strange look on her face. The taste of this spirit wine seems to be somewhat unique, sour and sweet, and people can't stop drinking it after taking a sip. Wei Zhong nodded. This wine was also discovered by me by accident. It sells very well in Mon Yuan Mansion. Because of its unique flavor, I also stocked up a batch. If Fairy Ling needs it, I can give you a few jars. Ling Ziwei smiled, then I would be disrespectful to refuse it. After boarding the boat, Wei Zhong never mentioned his ability to brew spirit wine. Except for Yan Wanhong, no one on the boat knew that he was good at brewing spirit wine. This was done deliberately by Wei Zhong. If he changed his place, he would change his identity to operate. Wei Zhong had already thought about it. After settling down, he would use his real name Wei Zhong. The name of the spirit wine master Chu Zhong would be used when trading with Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps he could also create a new casual cultivator vest for training outside. Fellow Taoist, you said before that you wanted to settle down in Luoha Prefecture? Ling Ziwei asked while taking a sip of the spirit wine. Wei Zhong nodded, that's right. I was thinking of visiting the ferry tomorrow to ask about this matter, but I didn't expect that the ferry would come to my house in person today. Fellow Taoist Chu was a fellow Taoist who fought with me, so there is no need to be so polite. Fellow Taoist might as well tell me your requirements, and I can provide you with some suggestions. Wei Zhong nodded, thinking that the other party was too enthusiastic, but without thinking too much, he said, I want to find a 2nd level spiritual land, preferably with lakes and rivers around it. Ling Ziwei listened to Wei Zhong's description, thought for a while and said, fellow Taoists' request may be difficult to meet in other prefectures, but it is very easy in Luoha Prefecture. Luoha Prefecture has countless waters. The Luo River runs across it, and many branches are left everywhere, forming countless lakes. These lakes are also next to many spiritual lands, including second-level and third-level ones. Fellow Taoist has a lot of choices. Oh. Wei Zhong didn't expect Luoha Prefecture to have such a layout. It seems that I chose Luoha Mansion well, but I don't know how to obtain such a spiritual land? Lease or purchase? Most of the spiritual lands in Luoha Mansion are leased and rarely sold. Of course, as a Taoist cultivator, if you have the idea of establishing a cultivating family, you can find a spiritual land to buy. Speaking of this, Ling Ziwei glanced meaningfully at Xie Linghua, who was serving the wine next to her. The latter's face turned red, and Wei Zhong coughed in embarrassment. Pindao has no plans to establish an immortal cultivating family in the short term. He just wants to find a spiritual place to cultivate stably and wait until the middle stage of foundation building to talk about anything else. That's easy. Taoist friends only need to find a second-level spiritual land to rent. As for who to rent to, you can ask the Yunji Chamber of Commerce or the local alchemy forming forces. In comparison, the price of the spiritual land provided by the Chamber of Commerce may be slightly higher, but according to the financial resources of the Taoist friends, these extra spiritual stones are nothing to the Taoist friends. Wei Zhong nodded. He expected that the spiritual land of the Chamber of Commerce was more expensive. After all, the Yunji Chamber of Commerce was engaged in trading business, not enclosing and selling land. The two had a discussion about the spiritual land, and soon Wei Zhong asked about the formation disc used by the other party during the fight. Ling Ziwei smiled and took out the formation disc, and then began to explain to Wei Zhong, the formation method is broad and profound, and this formation disc technique is just one of the small techniques. Ordinary formations require formation flags, which are cumbersome and complicated and time-consuming. In order to speed up the process, there is a formation plate, on which various formations have been recorded. When using it, you only need to supply spiritual power to it, and you can quickly set up the formation. After some explanations, Wei Zhong, who came out of Monuan Mansion, a deserted land of formations, also understood the reason. Is it analogous to the relationship between talismans and spells? It's almost the same, except that the formation plate still needs to supply spiritual power, and it can be used multiple times, Ling Ziwei replied. The truth of this has opened my eyes. Maybe I will use this thing when I arrange the spiritual island in the future. Then he glanced at Ling Ziwei and praised, I didn't expect that Fairy Ling was not only highly cultivated, but also proficient in formations. The latter's appreciation for Wei Zhong was quite useful. With a smile on his face, thank you very much. If you need to arrange the cave formation in the future, you can consider it and let me earn a fortune in spiritual stones. Definitely. After some pleasantries, Ling Ziwei took several jars of spiritual wine presented by Wei Zhong and left happily. Xia Linghua joked, Master, he always makes the female cultivators like him wherever he goes. Wei Zhong hit his forehead angrily, that's nonsense. Linger is not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, take a look at yourself. After saying that, he used his magic power to condense a full-length mirror. Wei Zhong looked at himself in the mirror. His slender but not thin body held up the blue Taoist robe, making him look like a clothes rack. Her black hair was slightly tied up and hanging down behind her, and her face had light yellow skin with very harmonious facial features, especially those deep eyes, which revealed an inexplicable calmness. There is also a small beard on his chin and mouth, which makes him look like he is only in his 30s. Seeing this, Wei Zhong thought, a reliable middle-aged man? Thinking of this, Wei Zhong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xia Linghua put away the water mirror, took her hand, and began to practice the secret technique of shocking stab while lying down. In the following period, Lingzhou did not encounter any obstacles on its way, and it was quite peaceful along the way. As a bystander, Wei Zhong watched Xikong Changming gather at various places where chambers of commerce gathered to add or provide various spiritual objects. After traveling through several mansions, Wei Zhong finally arrived at the destination of Wei Zhong's trip, Luoha Mansion. Ling Ziwei said goodbye to everyone and got off the boat with Wei Zhong. As a guide, she found a pretty good spiritual place for Wei Zhong. After paying the rent, this island will be the residence of fellow Taoists for hundreds of years. I also ask fellow Taoists to leave their names. I'm Wei Zhong. The spiritual land that Wei Zhong rented this time was also an island, named Yunxia Island. Strictly speaking, this island is a peninsula, adjacent to Yunxi River, a tributary of the Luo River. It is a second-level high-grade spiritual land. Although Yunxi is named after a stream, it is actually an extremely wide river. There is an unknown spiritual vein at the bottom of the river, which nourishes various spiritual lands of different sizes, high or low, in the surrounding area. Yunxia Island is one of them. The island is close to Yunxi River and is soaked in water mist all year round. The sky is always covered with white clouds. In addition, when the sun sets, the red clouds will sprinkle between the white clouds and the island, so it is named Yunxia Island. Although the island here is higher than the spiritual level of Black Lake Island, its area is much smaller. It is not possible to plant spiritual rice and elixirs on a large scale like Black Lake Island, so it does not require too many people to maintain it. So Wei Zhong recruited 3 people from the market to take care of the spiritual island for him, namely Hu Zongfu, Zhou Ruiyuan, and Tang Yanhong. Hu Zongfu was an old man with a gray beard. He is at the 5th level of qi refining. He has many years of experience as a spiritual farmer and is good at caring for spiritual fields. Wei Zhong then handed over all the spiritual fields on the island to him to take care of. Wei Zhong did not rely on these acres of spiritual fields to support him anyway. It is worth mentioning that Hu Zongfu also has a special physique, the body of vegetation. It can barely be regarded as a kind of spiritual body, but it is the last among the low-grade spiritual bodies. The effect is only a slight increase in its wood spirit root qualifications, and it cannot uplift its low-grade wood spirit roots to the mid-grade level. The only thing worthy of praise is that this physique makes him a good hand in farming, and he is very handy with the wood spells required by various spiritual farmers. From now on, the spiritual fields on Yunxia Island will be handed over to you. You can plan what is suitable for planting. If you still need manpower, you can recruit it yourself. Just report it to Linghua later, Wei Zhong said to him and pointing to Xia Linghua beside her. Then he looked at the second person, Zhou Ruiyuan. This person was at the 8th level of qi refining and was good at fighting. Because he was injured in a robbery in his early years, he no longer lived a life of licking blood like a casual cultivator, but instead became a cultivator. Senior Jizhu looks after the house and the courtyard. The other person, Tang Yanhong, is a slightly older female cultivator who is also at the 8th level of qi refining. Wei Zhong uses her as Xia Linghua's assistant to help her take care of the spiritual island's common things. The same goes for you and the other 2. If you lack manpower, just recruit it yourself. Then Wei Zhong looked at Xia Linghua and held her little hand. Next, you'll have to work hard again. A smile appeared on the latter's face. It is what I should do to share my worries with you. Xia Linghua is a smart person. Even if Wei Zhong changed his name from Chu Zhong to Wei Zhong, she did not interfere at all out of curiosity. On the contrary, Ling Ziwei on the other side is a bit naughty, yes, naughty. It seems that within a few days, he and Wei Zhong have become good friends and talk about everything. Wei Zhong has been asking questions non-stop since Wei Zhong changed his real name. Wei Zhong really couldn't bear it, so he had to say that he wanted to change his identity for the sake of safety. At the same time, after this period of communication, Wei Zhong also learned a lot about the other party. He was born in a family surnamed Ling originally. The highest cultivation level in the family was only in qi refining, but his elder brothers, Ling Hua and Ling Mangwei, were 2 geniuses. The elder brother has a high-grade earth spiritual root, and the younger sister has a high-grade golden spiritual root. After practicing for many years, they have all reached the late stage of foundation establishment. In recent years, Ling Hua has even been able to break through to core formation, raising the Ling family of the foundation establishment family to another level and becoming a prestigious family in Luoha Prefecture. Moreover, this person had been among casual cultivators in his early years. He had many friends and a wide network of contacts, including Sikong Changming, a monk in the middle stage of the alchemy process. The 2 are considered brothers, which is why Sikong Changming calls Ling Ziwei, the sister of the Ling family. I've been troublesome with Fairy Ling these days. Now that Yunxia Island is in ruins and waiting for development, it's not convenient for Fairy Ling to be our guest. How about inviting the fairy after Pindao takes care of the island? Wei Zhong said politely with a smile. The latter sighed, my Taoist friend is right. Riding in the boat for several days will definitely be tiring, so I will leave now and see you another day. After saying this, he took Xia Linghua's hands from Wei Zhong's hands and whispered something in his ear, causing the other person's face to be covered with red clouds. Ling Ziwei and Xia Linghua are very familiar with each other these days, and the 2 of them often refer to each other as sisters. Then he waved his hand towards Wei Zhong and left. Wei Zhong had no choice but to wait until the other party had gone away, dismissed his men, and then asked, "What did Fairy Ling ask you just now?" Xia Linghua followed Wei Zhong after all. Sister Ling asked the master if he had any marriages in recent years, if he had any Taoist couples or anything like that. Oh. Wei Zhong was already used to Ling Ziwei's jumping off, and he couldn't help but laugh at this moment. Then how did you answer? Of course I answered truthfully. Xia Linghua grasped Wei Zhong's sleeves. Sir, Sister Ling is sincere. Do you want to consider accepting her? Wei Zhong shook his head. The other person is just a young girl. How can we talk about feelings in just a few days? The novelty will naturally fade away after a while. Speaking of which, according to Ling Ziwei, he is not too old. He is only over 100 years old after practicing so far. He is considered to be the youngest among the monks in the late stage of foundation establishment, nearly 100 years younger than Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong also treated the other party as an ignorant child. By the way, Master, do you want to find some maids to serve him in his daily life? Wei Zhong flicked the other party's forehead with his fingertips. Just find 1 or 2 maids to serve tea and pour wine. Remember to find some who are innocent. After saying this, Wei Zhong deployed the blue water and green lotus array he brought around the island, then nodded and returned to the training room. After finally escaping from the quagmire of Monuan Mansion and arriving at Luoha Mansion, I naturally wanted to practice happily. By the way, they also seek various rare resources. When Wei Zhong came, he heard Ling Ziwei say that there are many large secret realms in Luoha Mansion, and the resources among them are not comparable to the small secret realms like Qingchuan's secret realm that have been plundered for many years. Maybe you can find rare things that can be used to cultivate spiritual bodies. 8 years, Xia Linghua knocked on the door of the training room. Come in. Xia Linghua moved her step slightly. Master, this is the list of people who asked me to make elixirs this month, and the collected medicinal materials are also placed here. Wei Zhong took it, glanced at it a few times, and said, there is no need to accept these first-level elixir requests from now on. It is a waste of time. Yes, sir. In addition, Sister Ling invited me to go to Luoha River to enjoy the tide at the end of this month. I wonder. Wei Zhong held his forehead with a headache. Ever since Wei Zhong came to Yunxia Island, he had used various methods to repay Ling Ziwei's kindness in leading the way. Then he concentrated on practicing and gradually reduced his contacts with her. However, Ling Ziwei's harassment of Wei Zhong never stopped. She would sometimes go to the island to have a drink with Wei Zhong, or go out to play with Xia Linghua. He didn't look like a latest-stage foundation-building monk who practiced hard. This time, I wanted to invite Wei Zhong to enjoy the tide of Luo River together. Many years ago, Wei Zhong took Xia Linghua to see it out of curiosity. It was an annual wonder in Luoha. At that time, the Luo River will set off a raging tide at its intersection with various tributaries. This tide can reach a maximum height of more than 30 feet, and countless kinds of spiritual fish and even various spiritual objects will be rolled up in it. Especially at night, those sparkling lights are truly beautiful. But to Wei Zhong, a soul that had traveled through time, it looked very ordinary. It was not like he had never seen anything glowing before, but this one was just a bit bigger. So I lost interest after watching it once. If you don't go, just tell me that my cultivation has reached a critical moment of breakthrough and I don't have time. Xia Linghua smiled. Every time, the master will use this reason to excuse Sister Ling. In fact, Wei Zhong was really not prevaricating this time. After Xia Linghua left, Wei Zhong gathered the elixir and ducked into the cave. After drinking the spirit wine and sitting cross-legged and performing the exercises for only a quarter of an hour, the invisible barriers in the body naturally broke through. Wei Zhong looked in front of him, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, 5th level of foundation building, 1%, exercise, spring and autumn water refining technique master, 36%, Shouyuan, 175/275, level 2 alchemy water proficiency, 4%, to successfully break through from the 4th level of foundation building to the 5th level of foundation building. It should have taken 11 years to accurately calculate the time at this level. The passage of time made Wei Zhong feel a little depressed. The restrictions on his qualifications were too serious for him. Although he had enough resources, he digested it too slowly. It takes 10 years to reach each level in the middle stage of foundation building, and I don't know what it will be like in the later stage of foundation building, which is even more difficult. In the 8 years since he came to Luoha Mansion, Wei Zhong has completely abandoned his identity as Chu Zhong, a casual cultivator in Monuan Mansion. Even the craft of winemaking is currently only known to Xia Linghua. Wei Zhong is now a casual cultivator stationed on Yunxia Island and a second-level alchemist. He is quite famous in the community because he accepts various alchemy tasks from casual cultivators. Even the extremely difficult foundation building pill in the second level has been successful several times, and he is regarded as a master of alchemy. Of course, Wei Zhong doesn't care about these fame and fortune. Only Wei Zhong understands how much he has paid to create a new personality in recent years. The skill of alchemy will not grow on its own, but requires constant practice. For this reason, Wei Zhong's biggest expense in recent years has been the loss of alchemy. Even the cost of cultivation is less than that. Thinking of Wei Zhong, he felt a little heartbroken, but this skill was also necessary for Wei Zhong. Since his qualifications were limited, he would inevitably need various realm-breaking elixirs in the future. These elixirs are rare and rarely remain in the contribution point database of the Gathering Chamber of Commerce. Once they appear, they will be replaced by others immediately. He took out his guest token, and the 9 contribution points at the top had turned into 42. Originally, he had accumulated more than 3,000 contribution points in the past few days, but Wei Zhong changed his mind to a spiritual body forging method. Heavy water spirit. This is the spiritual body method that Wei Zhong exchanged. This spirit body is a water-attributed spirit body, and as its name shows, it has the word heavy. The owner of this spiritual body has a spiritual power that is naturally different from ordinary people, revealing a heavy power. This characteristic is very similar to the characteristics of spring and autumn water refining art. In addition, the heavy water spirit body also has various incredible powers, such as water-type aura affinity, suitable for body refining and other characteristics. The reason why Wei Zhong chose this kind of spiritual body was not only because it was compatible with his own exercises, but also because it was easier to get started. It is not like most spirits that come up and need all kinds of rare treasures that Wei Zhong has never heard of. Instead, there are obvious grades, from Shijun and Baijun to later Qianjun, Wanjun and so on. The required spiritual items are also ordered from low to high. There is no need to consider the Tenjun Wei Zhong. This kind is equivalent to a miscellaneous spiritual root that does not enter the grade and will not help Wei Zhong at all. Let's start with Baijun, which is equivalent to the bonus of low-grade spiritual roots. How can 2 low-grade water spiritual roots have some improvement effect? The main spiritual object required is called Bailing Water Stone. This object is not a stone, but a special spiritual object formed by great pressure. It exists in the big rivers and lakes containing spiritual veins. It seems that there is a production in Luo River, and there will be a lot of Bailing Water Stones every year when the tide rises. It seems that I can go to watch the tide this time. After practicing for a while to stabilize his cultivation, Wei Zhong came out of retreat and called Xia Linghua. Fairy Ling invited me to watch the tide this time, so please accept it. Xia Linghua looked a little confused, but still said, okay, I will inform Sister Ling right away. After Wei Zhong gave the order, he returned to the cave. He came to his wine cellar, opened a jar of spiritual wine, smelled the wine aroma, and frowned. Failed again? Wei Zhong has not stopped researching spiritual wine in the past 8 years, especially the spiritual wine warm tears that warms the spiritual consciousness, and has tried to improve it many times. Unfortunately, it still failed. Although an enhanced version with slightly higher efficacy was developed, the cost-effectiveness was too low. It was better for Wei Zhong to go to the market to buy soul-nourishing pills. He put away the spirit wine. Although the effect was a little worse, it was better than nothing. He spent all the spirit stones and couldn't just throw them away. After sorting out the spirit wine, Wei Zhong returned to practice and didn't come out until the end of the month. At this time, Xia Linghua had been waiting for a long time outside the practice room, and Ling Ziwei, who was dressed in purple, was standing beside him. Wei Zhong bowed his hands. Fellow Taoist Ling, long time no see. The latter curled his lips. Fellow Taoist Wei is a busy man. I haven't been able to invite you for so long. Ha, you are indeed busy practicing, Wei Zhong said, and then he put away some of his hidden. Ling Ziwei looked surprised. Fellow Taoist has successfully advanced to the middle stage of foundation building? Xia Linghua on the side also had a happy look on her face. That's right, after practicing for decades, I finally reached this realm, Wei Zhong also replied with a smile. Doubt you, if you continue to practice for a few decades, you will not be far from the late stage of foundation building, Ling Ziwei said jokingly. Wei Zhong's face was a little gloomy. I can't compare with the fairy's talent. It's not easy for me to practice to this point. I don't know when I will reach the late stage of foundation building. Seeing Wei Zhong's disappointment, Ling Ziwei also knew that she had spoken out of turn. During these days of building a good relationship with Wei Zhong and Xia Linghua, she also knew that Wei Zhong's aptitude was not very good. At this moment, he was promoted to the middle stage of foundation building, which was considered old. Let's not talk about this. The Luo River is about to rise. We need to hurry over. That's right, Wei Zhong whistled. and a 9-color bird fell from the branch. It kept getting bigger as it fell, and finally turned into more than 10 feet long. Looking at the 9-color bird that was slightly bigger than before, Wei Zhong was surprised. Since it entered the second stage, he had not taken special care of it. I didn't expect that after 8 years, it has grown so much, but its power has not changed much, and it is still in the early stage of the second stage. Seeing Jyotsai, Wei Zhong thought of Daijin again. Ever since the 2 scaly spiritual herbs showed signs of fruiting, Daijin has been waiting in the cave, but there has been no response after waiting for so long. Wei Zhong has searched for information about this kind of spiritual herbs in the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, but found nothing. It seems that these 2 companion spiritual herbs have a greater origin, including Daijin, who must have an extraordinary bloodline. Master! Xia Linghua and Ling Ziwei were already standing on Jyotsai's back, waving at the stunned Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong took a step forward, and Jyotsai let out a cry and circled into the sky. Linghua, has Jyotsai become a little fatter recently? As soon as these words came out, Ling Ziwei rolled her eyes immediately. Xia Linghua chuckled and said, Master, Sister Ling has brought a lot of good things to Jyotsai in the past few years, so he has grown up a little. Oh? Wei Zhong felt a little strange in his heart. How could his bird be raised by others? If other foundation building cultivators had such a spiritual beast, they would definitely treat it as a treasure. How could they be so indifferent like Wei Daoyu? After saying this, Ling Ziwei also bent over and touched the feathers on Jyotsai's back. It's still Jyotsai's fur that feels comfortable. Wei Zhong's mouth twitched slightly. Perhaps some people are naturally unable to resist these furry objects. But after chatting for a few words, Wei Zhong and others arrived at the destination of this trip. The source of Yunxi, Luoha River. As one of the famous tributaries of Luoha River, this place is an excellent viewing spot every time the tide rises. When Wei Zhong arrived, many cultivators had gathered nearby, some riding on magic instruments and flying boats, and some flying birds and spiritual beasts. But among these spirit beasts, the 9-colored with multiple colors on its feathers is definitely a different species, attracting many eyes. It's Fairy Ling and Master Wei. The arrival of Wei Zhong and others immediately attracted many eyes. Ling Ziwei is a late-stage foundation building cultivator, good at formations, and a beautiful female cultivator, so she has a high reputation in this area. Wei Zhong has gained such popularity because of the name of the master of alchemy he has built up in recent years. Many fellow Taoists around greeted him, and Wei Zhong agreed to them one by one, which was considered to be the ultimate etiquette. Looking down at the river, the wind and waves have been stirred up, and layers of waves are constantly piling up, gradually beginning to breed a larger tide. At the same time, it was sunset, and pieces of red clouds were sprinkled on the river. Wei Zhong simply took out the tables, chairs and benches, put them on the table with spiritual food and spiritual wine, sat down with the 2 girls, and began to kill this boring time. Fairy Ling, please protect Linghua later, Wei Zhong said. No problem. Will fellow Taoist Wei go to seize the treasure later? Ling Ziwei asked curiously. Exactly, Wei Zhong replied. The treasure hunting that Ling Ziwei talks about is a special event every year when the tide rises. At that time, huge waves will roll up various treasures hidden in the river bottom. These treasures are of various kinds, but most of them are rare items that are difficult to find in ordinary times. Among them is the bailing water stone that Wei Zhong needs. These treasures rolled out by the tide often cause many monks to snatch them, so they are called treasure grabbing. With my Taoist friend's fortune as an alchemist, he still cares about the treasure rolled up by the tide. I am a little curious. Wei Zhong answered truthfully, I just need some bailing water stones. Oh, no wonder. Although this thing has less uses, it is still a rare thing. It will be difficult for fellow Taoists to collect it in the market. Nowadays, except for some families who still have hidden treasures, I am afraid that only when the tide rises will there be a large number of opportunities to obtain them. Ling Ziwei answered somewhat clearly. Family hidden goods? I wonder if Fairy Ling's family has something like this, and Pindao is willing to buy it at a high price. Wei Zhong asked somewhat eagerly. Who knows whether I can successfully collect enough from the beginning of this tide? It would be better to get it from other channels. Ling Ziwei scratched her head in embarrassment. I don't care much about the affairs of the family. After this viewing is over, I will immediately return to the family to inquire about fellow Taoists. Then I'll trouble Fairy Ling, Wei Zhong said solemnly, cupping his hands. It's coming, it's coming. There were already monks shouting excitedly in the field. Wei Zhong looked down and saw a huge wave coming from a distance. As it moved forward, the back wave hit the front wave, pushing the front wave. A wave grew higher and higher. At this moment, the sun has completely set, and there is only thin moonlight everywhere, and all kinds of spiritual objects carried in the tide suddenly emit bright starlight. Wei Zhong greeted the two girls, stepped into the air, and fled towards the tide. Looking at Wei Zhong's escape technique, Ling Ziwei said with some admiration, "I don't know what the name of fellow Taoist Wei's escape technique is, but it has such terrifying escape speed and ability to gather breath. This kind of escape technique must be a good hand for exploring secret realms." Unfortunately, fellow Taoist Wei is cautious by nature and seldom takes risky actions. Xia Linghua nodded with deep approval. As Wei Zhong's personal maid, she also understood Wei Zhong's stability very well. But what the two women didn't know was that Wei Zhong had been using another vest in the past few years to visit most of the secret places in Luoha Mansion, but they didn't know it. Wei Zhong stepped lightly and was getting closer and closer to the wave along the river bank. Feeling the surging water spiritual energy in the air, Wei Zhong's expression turned slightly solemn. The spiritual energy at this moment was too violent, which greatly affected the surrounding spiritual energy. Wei Zhong saw several monks flying crookedly with flying swords, and almost fell into the cloud stream. If you fall into the stream at this time, you will not be spared just because you are a monk. The violent spiritual energy swept across the stream. Once the monk was involved in it, it would be difficult to perform spiritual magic and he could only drift along with the turbulent waves. And it is very possible to fall into the dangerous undercurrent and die like a mortal drowning at the bottom of this cloud stream. Over the past 100 years, many monks who overestimated their abilities have died in this way, and there are even foundation-building monks among them. Wei Zhong stepped out towards Yunxi. It was only slightly bumpy, but he quickly stabilized after adapting. The master-level soaring cloud technique really did not disappoint Wei Zhong, and he should have no worries when walking through the waves. The spiritual energy on both sides of the bank has the smallest fluctuations, and there are not many good things. It is the territory of the qi-refining monks. If you want things like Bailing Waterstone, you have to go to the middle of Yunxi River. Wei Zhong stepped on the spiritual energy and headed towards the middle of the Luo River. There were already many foundation-building cultivators around him. These were fellow Taoists who came to seize treasures. Some of them rode on magic weapons, some rode on spiritual beasts, and some relied on superb escape techniques like Wei Zhong. The Luo River was already surging, with layers of huge waves rising and falling, lifting up one spiritual object after another. Wei Zhong was close to a wave and could already sense the surging spiritual energy waves in front of him. Suddenly, he saw a flash of red light below, which was a rare spiritual object. The cultivators rushed up, but with a hiss, a bird flew through the crowd and held the red light in its mouth. It immediately circled up and returned to the hands of a yellow-robed Taoist priest with a stubble on his face. "Ha, this thing is destined to be with me, the old Taoist. It's Taoist Qingzi." The cultivators present had already recognized this person, and they knew what was interesting and did not fight with him, but rushed towards other spiritual lights. Wei Zhong's face was also a bit solemn. The bird was so fast that Wei Zhong almost didn't have time to react. In terms of burst speed, this bird was even better than himself. Watching the palm-sized gray-feathered bird fall into the hands of Taoist Qingzi, it put down a bunch of red corals, which seemed to be some kind of second-level coral. When Wei Zhong looked at it, Taoist Qingzi also noticed Wei Zhong and turned his head slightly. Wei Zhong bowed slightly and went to find another place. This second-level coral spirit was not Wei Zhong's target, so there was no need to conflict with it. Moreover, Wei Zhong heard that Taoist Qingzi was very powerful and raised a large number of spirit beasts and some second-level spirit insects. Even if he was in the late stage of foundation building, he would have a headache against this person. I hope this person won't mess with me. Wei Zhong walked towards the aqua-blue spiritual light and picked up a glittering finger-sized stone from the waves. Although it is called a stone, it is actually closer to the transparent colored glass in the previous life. It emits a bright blue light under the moonlight, which is very beautiful. This is the Bailing Waterstone that Wei Zhong needs. I got one, but I need more. The number of spiritual objects required for the forging of spiritual bodies varies due to individual differences. Wei Zhong doesn't know how many he needs, but based on the experience of his predecessors, he will start with 100. Boom! Another huge wave rolled out a large number of spiritual objects. Wei Zhong stepped lightly and chased over there. Just now, Wei Zhong took a glance and found several spiritual lights similar to Bailing Waterstone. Mine! Mine! Wherever they went, there was no lack of the sound of monks fighting for a certain spiritual object. Some people just had a slight quarrel, and then were attracted by the newly erupted spiritual objects. But some people encountered a rare treasure, and they got angry during the quarrel and started fighting directly in this dangerous place. Brother Chingza, how about you give me this exquisite jade heart? He, whoever gets it first will get it. Wei Zhong looked over and saw that a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building was fighting with the Taoist Chingza. The two forces were entangled, and a jade-colored spiritual fruit was suspended in the air. This thing seems to be the main spiritual medicine for refining the realm-breaking pill. The second-level realm-breaking pill refined by it can help cultivators break through the bottleneck from the middle stage of foundation building to the late stage of foundation building. No wonder the two of them are fighting for it. Taoist Chingze is in the middle stage of foundation building, and he needs this thing to refine pills to break through the realm. The other Taoist in the late stage of foundation building seems to be called Zhu Shun, a second-level alchemist. It's just that his reputation is not very good, which can be said to be far worse than Wei Zhong. There has long been an unspoken rule here for others to entrust alchemists to refine pills, either to charge spiritual stones as a reward or to take a commission from the refined pills. But Zhu Shun is different. Other cultivators who entrust him to make pills not only have to pay the pill-making fee, but also have their elixirs deducted by him. Others just can't do anything to him. The process of making pills is a private matter. Only the alchemist knows the exact number of pills. Whether to lie about the number of pills depends entirely on the integrity of the alchemist. Zhu Shun is good at doing things in this matter. Moreover, this person is narrow-minded and often attacks other second-level alchemists with his own late foundation building cultivation. It can be said that he is one of the alchemists with the worst reputation in the vicinity. Wei Zhong lives in seclusion and uses other vests when he goes out, so he has little intersection with this person. Just as the two were about to start fighting for this spiritual fruit, a wave of waves came. Zhu Shun's face changed, but Taoist Chingze was overjoyed and waved his sleeves to create a black cloud. Looking closely, it was not a black cloud that was scattered, but countless black insects. Zhu Shun didn't dare to let these spiritual insects get close to him, so he had to give up the spiritual fruit and escape. Taoist Chingze grabbed the spiritual fruit in his hand, and the wave had already invaded him. Wei Zhong saw that he released a second-level spiritual turtle, so he resisted the danger and fled to the back. A burst of blue light appeared on the shell of the spiritual turtle, and then it was submerged by the wave. While the two were fighting, Wei Zhong had already taken more than a dozen bailing water stones nearby, and then stepped on the violent spiritual energy and fled to the sky. When the tide subsided, a turtle shell the size of a wash basin emerged in the water, which was Chingze's. This spiritual turtle was actually unscathed by this attack, worthy of being the most tough and thick-skinned spiritual turtle clan among aquatic monsters. It was just that its breath was slightly weak and its body size was reduced a lot. Taoist Chingze flew to its side and collected it. Another spiritual object erupted, and Wei Zhong hurriedly fled there. There were many shining spiritual lights, and even third-level spiritual objects appeared. The enthusiasm of the monks was instantly ignited, and those with advanced skills headed straight for the third-level treasure. Wei Zhong saw an unusual aura. Could this be the Qianling water stone? This object is also one of the spiritual objects needed by Wei Zhong, used to develop a heavy water spirit body of Qianjun level above Baijun. In an instant, Wei Zhong used the soaring cloud technique with all his strength, and a phantom passed over many monks. He grabbed the Qianling water stone in his hand and also put away an unknown third-level spiritual fruit next to it. Such a fast escape caused the companions' expressions to change suddenly, and they hurriedly distanced themselves from Wei Zhong. With such terrifying speed, God knows whether Wei Zhong would secretly attack them amid the struggle for interests. After taking a look at the nearby third-level spiritual objects that were already being fought over by others, and there was no second thousand spirits water stone among them, Wei Zhong set his target on the bailing water stone again. At this moment, a figure approached Wei Zhong and said, "Fellow Taoist, can you sell me the third-level spiritual fruit?" The person is Zhu Shun. Wei Zhong frowned, cupped his hands and said, "The spiritual fruit is of great use to me, I'm sorry I can't give it to you." Then it turned into a cloud of smoke and rushed towards another place nearby where spiritual beings spewed out. Zhu Shun's expression changed slightly, and he followed Wei Zhong, fighting for various spiritual objects, and secretly used some small tricks to disrupt Wei Zhong's movement to obtain the bailing water stone. Wei Zhong stopped and glanced at Zhu Shun coldly, but the other party just pretended that nothing happened. Seeing Wei Zhong looking at each other, he turned back and smiled in return. "It seems that this person is here to disgust me and attack me who is also a second-level alchemist? I hope you've learned something interesting, otherwise, ha." Wei Zhong turned around and left the place, but he didn't expect the other party to stick to him again like a piece of brown sugar. There was a roar, and another wave rolled up several spiritual objects, among which a third-level spiritual object appeared again. Zhu Xun gave up on Wei Zhong instantly and headed towards the third-level spiritual object. It's a pity that there is no Qianling Waterstone. Wei Zhong felt a little regretful and fled towards the spewing Bailing Waterstone. Fortunately, this item had few uses, so few people competed with Wei Zhong. Relying on his advanced escape skills, Wei Zhong easily took it in his hand. As for Zhu Xun, he got entangled with others because of a third-level spiritual object. With a thought in Wei Zhong's mind, he hid behind a layer of huge waves and used all his strength to become invisible and breath-containing. He gathered a ball of water in his hand, and when the wave swept Zhu Xun into the water, he used the flying throwing technique to attack Zhu Xun through the water waves. This wave was not considered ferocious. Zhu Xun originally planned to block it with a giant shield, and the latest Age Foundation building monks who were competing with him had the same idea. But just when the huge wave hit, Zhu Xun's complexion changed drastically due to the incoming force, and he had to pour all his spiritual power into his body to resist the wave. Instead of the person who was trying to snatch it look slightly surprised, he took this opportunity to snatch the third-level spiritual object into his own hands. Seeing that the spiritual object was taken away by others, Zhu Xun looked behind the huge waves angrily, but could not see a single figure. Is it because I feel wrong? With some suspicion, Zhu Xun began to fight for other spiritual objects. But after several failed attempts, Zhu Xun was sure that someone was secretly targeting him. Who is it? Zhu Xun roared silently in his heart and turned to look at Wei Zhong. But seeing that Wei Zhong was very serious about collecting Bailing Waterstones, he immediately turned his attention to Taoist Qingze. Waving his sleeves and robe, he headed towards Taoist Qingze. Zhu Xun, how dare you rob me? Taoist Qingze roared, raised his hand and released a water snake monster as thick as an adult's waist. Wei Zhong never expected that revenge from this side would cause Zhu Xun to jump over the wall and go straight to trouble Qingze. Are you looking down on yourself, thinking that I am only in the middle stage of foundation building and don't have the ability to deal with him secretly? After thinking about it, it became clear that Wei Zhong was famous for his alchemy, and other methods must be somewhat lacking in the eyes of others. On the contrary, Taoist Qingze, who raises spiritual beasts and is good at fighting, is different. It is very possible to use some special monster to cause harm to it. Fortunately, the two of them only faced off for a while before giving up. No one wants to miss such a great opportunity to obtain spiritual items. When Wei Zhong saw that Zhu Xun did not come to trouble him again, he gave up the idea of targeting him and started looking for Bailing Shueisha wholeheartedly. What Wei Zhong didn't know was that this time he gave up on secretly targeting Zhu Xun, and instead let him know that Knight Qingze had secretly taken action just now. This is how a black pot was placed on Taoist Qingze's head. The wave lasted for half an hour and finally dissipated. Wei Zhong collected more than 80 Bailing Waterstones during this period. When everyone returned home with their loads, they bought more than 20 more from other monks, making a total of 108. I don't know if the quantity is enough for me. Wei Zhong stepped back on Jiucai's back and was greeted by Ling Ziwei's admiration, Wei Dao's graceful and elegant body skills. He is so elusive that he is unparalleled even among the latest Age Foundation building monks. Fairy Ling is so proud of you. This tide watching is over, let's leave now. At this moment, Zhu Xun came up, fellow Daoist Wei, that spiritual fruit just now? Wei Zhong waved his hands, I have other needs, so I can't give up my love. Then he ordered Jiucai to fly into the sky, leaving Zhu Xun to stay in place with an ugly expression. Fellow Daoist Wei doesn't seem to be getting along well with this person? Ling Ziwei laughed. This man has a small belly. When he wanted to seize the treasure, he wanted to take the spiritual fruit in my hand. After being rejected by me, he held a grudge and influenced me to pick up the Bailing Waterstone many times. I would even give him a good look. Exactly, fellow Daoist Wei has the foundation building style. This wave brought up only 5 fingers of third-order spiritual objects. I got 1 third-order spiritual fruit, Taoist Qingze also took 1, and the others were obtained by various latest Age Foundation building monks. Zhu Xingui was a second-level alchemy master in the late stage of foundation building, and he was unlucky enough not to obtain even a third-level spiritual item. Of course this is due to his own influence, but it is also because Zhu Xun is not very popular. As long as he wants to get something good, his colleagues will surely compete with him. Fairy Ling, please bear in mind the matter about the Bailing Waterstone that I just mentioned. You will be rewarded for your poor conduct afterwards, Wei Zhong said solemnly to Ling Ziwei. Seeing Wei Zhong's serious look, Ling Ziwei also realized the importance of this moment to Wei Zhong. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Wei, I will definitely start to deal with this matter when I return to my family. In addition, if Fairy Ling has information about the 1,000 Spirit Water Stone or even the 10,000 Water Spirit Stone, she can also bring it out, and she will definitely provide resources that will satisfy the Ling family, Wei Zhong added. Ling Ziwei can still decide on the 100 Water Spirit Stone by herself, but if it involves the higher level 1,000 Spirit Water Stone or 10,000 Spirit Water Stone, then the entire Ling family may need to be alarmed. Even though Ling Ziwei has the highest cultivation level in the family, she still needs the consent of the entire Clan Elders Association. No problem. Can you tell me why fellow Taoists need such spiritual objects? Ling Ziwei said, pausing for a moment. Of course, if it involves fellow Taoist secrets, there is no need. Wei Zhong lowered his head and pondered for a moment before deciding to inform Ling Ziwei of the matter. Fairy Ling, please fairy not to tell anyone else about this, even fellow Taoist Ling Hua. I understand. Fellow Taoist Wei is willing to tell me such secret things because I trust you and I know how powerful it is. Ling Ziwei was quite satisfied with Wei Zhong's frankness and assured her, patting her chest. Wei Zhong understood that even though he escaped, he was not a child who didn't understand anything after practicing to the late stage of foundation building, so he could still keep secrets. But if fellow Taoist Wei wants to go further in his cultivation, he still needs to consider the Qianjun or Wanjun heavy water spirit body. The effect of this 100 Jun is really, alas, Wei Zhong sighed, why don't I understand the reason? It's just that spiritual objects are rare and I have no choice. If you can't change your qualifications, I'm afraid I won't even be able to break through to the late stage of foundation building. Jiucai's escape speed was extremely fast. While the two were talking, they had already returned to Yunxia Island, and Ling Ziwei left with Fei Jian. After Wei Zhong gave Xia Linghua some instructions, he entered the cave. The next step is to wait for news from Ling Ziwei and start changing the heavy water spirit body. While waiting, Wei Zhong still needs to complete the alchemy commission he accepted. I don't know how long this spiritual body transformation will last, and the time limit for these alchemy commissions is only 1 month. The reputation that Wei Zhong had finally accumulated cannot be ruined by this. Ling Ziwei didn't let Wei Zhong wait for too long. In just 3 days, she turned around with about 100 Bailing Water Stones, including 3,000 Spirits Water Stones. Fairy Ling, this? Ling Ziwei smiled proudly, hey, I asked for these from my brother. In addition, there are a few more in the clan's warehouse. I will find an opportunity to ask for them together with you in the future. Wei Zhong never expected that the other party would reach this point, so he bowed solemnly, thank you, fellow Taoist Ling. Ling Ziwei's face turned red and she waved her hands randomly, feeling a little at a loss. You don't have to be like this, fellow Taoist Wei, Ziwei is willing to do this. He said this but felt a little inappropriate. Anyway, fellow Taoist Wei, there is no need to be polite. Next, fellow Taoist Wei will go into seclusion. I will stay on the island for a few more days and have a good time with Linghua. Fellow Taoist Wei will not drive me away, right? Wei Zhong knew that he had some thoughts of protecting the law. Of course not. Wei Zhong handed over all the elixirs he had practiced in the past few days to Xia Linghua, and at the same time told him not to accept any alchemy commissions until he was released from seclusion. Then he greeted the two women and retreated into the cave. Looking at Wei Zhong's leaving figure, Xia Linghua's face was a little worried. Ling Ziwei beside him held his hand and comforted him in a low voice. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Wei has always been safe, and he must be completely prepared for this matter. The latter nodded. In the cave, Wei Zhong spread all the Bailing Water Stones on the ground, and placed 4,000 Spirits Water Stones on one side of the table. Later, if the more than 200 Bailing Water Stones are not enough, I will use these 1,000 Spirit Water Stones together. Although it is a bit wasteful, as long as I can exchange for the heavy water spirit body, everything will be worth it. Wei Zhong took out another large cauldron. This cauldron was purchased from the Yunji Chamber of Commerce and was specially prepared for the transformation process of the heavy water spirit body. The refining of this spirit body is to refine the essence of the Bailing Water Stone into the human body, just like refining weapons or elixirs, to achieve the effect of changing the qualifications. According to records in the Jade Slips, this process will cause inhuman pain. Those who practice this method need to adhere to the Taoist mind and persist in one breath until the entire process is completed. You must not stop midway, otherwise not only will all the spiritual objects be wasted, but the legal body will also be damaged. Of course, the Jade Slips also introduced several elixirs to neutralize such pain, and Wei Zhong had already prepared them. He flew into the cauldron, and the surrounding Bailing water stones also flew up with Wei Zhong. Fairy Ling, when will fellow Taoist Wei come out of retreat? Taoist Qingze asked Ling Ziwei, who was in retreat, somewhat helplessly. Ling Ziwei replied across the green lotus array, fellow Taoist Wei is in retreat, how can I know when he will come out? And I am not familiar with you, so don't call me Fairy Ling all the time. Qingze was somewhat helpless, thinking, you don't know, but why do you treat me as an enemy and lock me out of the array? Ling Ziwei jumped, but Xiaoling's temper improved a lot. Senior Qingze, I don't know when you will find the master. You may as well tell me first. I will pass it on when the master comes out of retreat. Qingze had no choice but to tell the truth. I need to find fellow Taoist Wei to refine a complicated elixir. When he comes out of retreat, I hope the fairy will let me know. Qingze asked for help from others and put himself in a very low position. He even called Xia Linghua, a junior, a fairy. Okay, I will pass it on for you when the master comes out of retreat. Qingze, who got the reply, bowed slightly and turned into a green light and left Yunsha Island. And Wei Zhong in the cave was unaware of everything and was wailing in pain in the cauldron at this moment. All the Bailing water stones had turned into a pool of blue spiritual liquid at this moment, and Wei Zhong was immersing his whole body in it. The rich spiritual liquid corroded Wei Zhong's body like acid. No wonder the jade slip recorded that the process of casting the body was extremely painful. He stuck his head out and swallowed a red spiritual pill. Suddenly, a ball of warmth arose in his body, forming a counterforce with the spiritual liquid. Wei Zhong had a chance to breathe. It has only been 3 days, and the transformation process is less than 1/10 or 1/12. It seems that at least 1 month is needed, but it's a pity that half of the prepared pills have been consumed. Next, you still need to bear the pain, and save the pills for the most important moment. Calming his mind, Wei Zhong emptied his mind and unconsciously began to practice the spring and autumn water refining art. The blue spiritual liquid was suddenly absorbed into Wei Zhong's body like ordinary spiritual energy. Wei Zhong, who reacted, looked at his hands and body in surprise. Could it be that the spring and autumn water refining art also has the effect of absorbing spiritual liquid to change the spiritual body? Wei Zhong practiced the technique again, and indeed found that as the technique was running, the spiritual liquid was being absorbed into his body and continuously accumulated into the progress of the spiritual body training. Wei Zhong was overjoyed and immediately began to practice the technique at full speed. His body was like a sponge, constantly absorbing the spiritual liquid. It's faster and less painful. Wei Zhong simply jumped out of the cauldron, just stuffed his hands into the spiritual liquid, and then closed his eyes and began to focus on practicing the technique. Half a month later, there was only a thin layer of spiritual liquid left in the cauldron. Wei Zhong sat cross-legged beside the cauldron with his eyes closed, carefully experiencing the changes in his body. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy has become faster, about 30% faster. It's not much, but the efficiency of absorbing spiritual objects is far more than this. This means that the progress I have made with the same resources at this moment will be greater than before. And my affinity for spiritual energy has also increased, especially water spiritual energy. Wei Zhong thought in his mind, and suddenly a layer of black water clothes appeared on Wei Zhong's body. The casting speed of black water spirit clothes is faster, and its power has also been slightly improved. This heavy water spirit body has brought me a huge change. Not only has it accelerated my cultivation speed, but it has also improved my combat power, which means that I will have a stronger self-protection ability than before. Safety is the most important thing on the road of cultivation. Wei Zhong has always put safety first in his cultivation. Now that the spirit body is complete, I need to come out of retreat and thank Ling Ziwei. Looking at the little spiritual liquid left in the cauldron, if it weren't for her help this time, the little water stone I collected would not be enough. When Wei Zhong came out of seclusion, Xia Linghua saw Wei Zhong's figure, immediately stood up and said in surprise, "Master." Wei Zhong smiled at him and then looked at Ling Ziwei standing aside, thanking him and saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Ling, for protecting the Dharma these days." "You're welcome," Ling Ziwei asked immediately. "Fellow Taoist Wei, is this done?" "Of course it's done. It's thanks to the more than 100 Bailing water stones brought by Fairy Ling, otherwise, the hundreds collected by Pindao would really not be enough. It's good if it's done. Fellow Taoist, do you need Qianling Waterstone to enter that critical realm?" Wei Zhong shook his head slightly. "This matter is not urgent. Pindao still wants to practice for a while. He will try to enter the late stage of foundation building first and increase his strength before considering this matter." Ling Ziwei was slightly disappointed that Taoist friend is practicing first, and will definitely come to find me when he reaches the advanced stage of foundation building. I know that there are 1,000 spirit water stones in several secret places. When the time comes, my fellow Taoist will definitely gain a lot if he comes with me. Wei Zhong thought it was a bit funny, so he raised his hands and said, I will definitely go and chat with the fairy when the time comes. In addition, the Bailing and Xianling water stones this time, please ask fellow Taoist to give a reasonable price. After all, they are resources within the Ling family. If they are given to me in vain, I am afraid that the elders of the Ling family will be very critical of fellow Taoist. Ling Ziwei pondered for a moment. That's fine. Fellow Taoist Bailing Shueisher can just pay the market price, and the price can be offset by spiritual stones or elixirs. As for the Chenling water stone, I don't need it. I got it from my brother, and it is considered a friendly gift from me. Wei Zhong shook his head. This is not possible. The Chenling water stone is not an ordinary object, so how can you just give it away? If it doesn't work, I will return it to fellow Taoist Ling Hua when the time comes. After saying this, he handed over a storage bag to him. It contains thousands of low-grade spiritual stones, as well as various levels of nourishing pills, hachi pills and other elixirs, all of which are commonly used by monks. Ling Ziwei had no choice but to take the storage bag. Then I'll follow my fellow Taoist. This matter is over, I will leave first. After saying that, without waiting for Wei Zhong's reply, he turned his flying sword into a thunder and left. Xia Linghua chuckled, I really don't understand the style. Wei Zhong rolled his eyes at her and asked, Tell me, do you have anything important to do during these days of seclusion? Speaking of which, it only took half a month for Wei Zhong to cast his spirit body this time, and the spring and autumn water refining technique greatly accelerated the process. Xia Linghua then talked about the arrival of Taoist Qingze. Qingze asked me to make elixirs? Is it the second-level realm-breaking pill? Wei Zhong couldn't help but think of the spiritual fruit he obtained in the tide. Sure enough, less than 7 days later, Taoist Qingze rushed to Yunsha Island again. Fellow Taoist Wei, I'm looking forward to seeing you out of seclusion. Taoist Qingze, dressed in a yellow robe, stepped onto the spirit island on the back of a spirit turtle. Wei Zhong looked at the turtle under his feet. It was the same one that appeared during the tide watching and treasure hunting a few days ago. Immediately he exclaimed in admiration, fellow Taoist Qingze's beast controlling skills are really profound. He can actually control so many second-level spiritual beasts. It's just a small trick. Fellow Taoist Wei's spiritual bird is also extraordinary, but I am very greedy. After hearing this, Jiucai on the branch opened his eyes, took a look at Qingze, whose face was full of stubble, and then closed his eyes again to rest. Wei Zhong laughed and invited him to sit down in the pavilion on the edge of the cliff. He poured a glass of spiritual wine for him and asked, I heard that fellow Taoist asked me to make an elixir. What kind of elixir is it? Qingze drank the spirit wine in the cup in one gulp. You can be sure of the second-level realm-breaking elixir, fellow Taoist. Sure enough. Wei Zhong pondered for a moment. The elixir that is suitable for breaking through from the middle to the late stages of foundation building is not child's play. I only have a 50% chance of becoming a pill. Wei Zhong stretched out his 5 fingers and answered like this. Unexpectedly, when Qingze heard this, he replied with some surprise, That's enough. I have collected a sufficient amount of elixir, and I can give it to my fellow Taoist to refine the elixir. I wonder what kind of reward you need. Wei Zhong was greatly surprised, but he still expressed his request, I don't need the spirit stone, but after the spirit pill is completed, if there are more than one, I need to take one of them. Qingze clapped his hands, no problem. Wei Zhong was a little uncomfortable with Qingze being so cheerful. In the past, when had he not bargained with others for any kind of rare elixir? The two exchanged cups, and Wei Zhong asked with some curiosity, Pindao heard that Taoist friend came to see me a few days ago, but Pindao has been in seclusion for many days. Why didn't Taoist friend find other alchemists to refine this elixir? When asked about this, Qingze felt a little angry. It's all Zhu fault. He's really a coward and a vengeful person. We had a conflict with him last time while watching the tide and grabbing the treasure. When I needed to make alchemy, I didn't know what method I used, and no alchemist nearby was willing to accept the commission. Those who have the courage to accept this elixir commission have a very low success rate, far inferior to fellow Taoist Wei. Only then did Wei Zhong realize that it was this reason. It seemed that Zhu had a deep misunderstanding of Qingze about watching the tide and grabbing the treasure. Of course, there are also reasons for this. Ahem, if Taoist friend needs to refine elixirs in the future, you can come and find me. As long as a poor Taoist has time, he will not disappoint Taoist friend Qingze. Then thank you Taoist fellow Wei. After drinking and having fun, Qingze left behind the elixir he needed to make an elixir, then turned around and left. Wei Zhong agreed with him that he would come to collect the pills in 10 days. Then Wei Zhong carried the elixir to the cave and took out an aqua blue pill furnace. This alchemy furnace is a custom-made alchemy furnace for water alchemy by Wei Zhong, not the traditional one that uses spiritual fire to make alchemy. Wei Zhong took out the yuanshui beads that had been condensed for a long time. The black water beads are the size of a palm, as black as ink, and the smooth surface has a bright black luster. At this time, the yuanshui beads have reached the top grade among the second-level magic tools, which is higher than the general second-level top-grade magic tools on the market. If Wei Zhong is a Jindan cultivator at this moment, he can refine it a little to upgrade it to the third level, and it is a magic weapon. Put the yuanshui beads into the lower layer of the alchemy furnace, which is Wei Zhong's spiritual fire. The yuanshui beads are originally highly concentrated water spiritual power, and it is just right to use them to refine spiritual liquid or make pills. Moreover, as Wei Zhong's life magic tool, it is even more handy and he is quite skilled in refining pills. Taking out the spiritual medicines left by Qingze, Wei Zhong placed them on the ground in different categories, and then refined them one by one according to the order. The time for refining the pill this time was quite long, mainly because Wei Zhong had not refined many second-level breakthrough pills, and had only refined them once for a fellow foundation building practitioner 3 years ago. Although the pill was successful that time, only one was successful, and it was of low quality, not very useful. Therefore, this time, he was much more cautious, trying to ensure that no mistakes would occur in the early stage. In one day, the pill refining process was more than halfway through, and the spiritual liquid was constantly condensing in the furnace, and it was about to become a pill. Wei Zhong's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he pointed to the bottom of the furnace. Suddenly, the yuanshui beads began to spin wildly, and the spiritual cyclone that rolled up began to oppress the spiritual liquid in the furnace. Close. Wei Zhong slapped the furnace cover, and 3 pills shot out instantly. Wei Zhong's spiritual power condensed into a big hand and took them into his palm. 3 pills were successful, all of which are of medium quality. Not bad, a lot of progress compared to last time. Wei Zhong accepted one with satisfaction, and put the other 2 in a jade bottle. He came out of retreat to call Xie Linghua, put the pill bottle in her hand, and asked her to hand it over to him after Taoist Qingze came. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Master is really hard-working. Xie Linghua sighed, put away the pill bottle and left. However, what she didn't know was that Wei Zhong didn't return to the practice room to retreat, but used the breath-retaining technique and invisibility technique to leave Yunxia Island. When the island was no longer visible, Wei Zhong took out a fiery red second-level flying sword, changed into a black robe, and put a magical wine gourd on his waist. He touched his face with his hand and suddenly became another look. Looking through the river, it seemed to be somewhat similar to the previous casual cultivator Chu He. Stepping on the flying sword, Wei Zhong flew straight in one direction. This time he made an appointment with fellow practitioners to explore the secret realm of Dongting Lake together, and he couldn't break the appointment. Flying to a small island in the river, Wei Zhong put away his sword and fell. The island was not big, only 10 feet square. Because it was often flooded by the river, there were no plants on the island, only some dark green moss on the sand and stones. There was a stone pavilion on the island, where 4 people were waiting. Some of them looked familiar, but some looked strange to Wei Zhong. Seeing Wei Zhong fall, a young Taoist laughed, "Fellow Taoist Song, I finally got you." Then he pointed at Wei Zhong and introduced him to everyone. "This is fellow Taoist Song Zhong, who has explored many secret realms with me. For the sake of safety, I specially invited him to join us on this exploration trip." The young Taoist was named Lan Fani, also known as Shugu. He was a fellow Taoist who had built a foundation and had a mid-stage cultivation level that Wei Zhong had met in the past 8 years. "Fellow Taoist Lan, our exploration of the secret realm this time is extremely important. It's not appropriate to invite such a Taoist who is in the early stage of building a foundation," another of the 4 asked. Wei Zhong looked unfamiliar with this person. He looked like a 50-year-old man, with gray hair and beard, wrinkles all over his face, and a pair of slightly protruding eyes, which looked a bit angry and ferocious. "Humph," another person beside him was immediately very upset after hearing what he said. "Fellow Taoist Song is not an ordinary early-stage foundation building. His fighting skills may not be worse than your old monster Tan. Besides, I am also in the early stage of foundation building. You are not looking down on me, Mao Yuan Feng, by saying this." Ahem, Lan Fangyi tried to smooth things over and said to Wei Zhong, "This is fellow Taoist Tan Bo, who is in the middle stage of foundation building and is good at formation. He is straightforward and outspoken, so fellow Daoist Song should not take his words to heart. Wei Zhong glanced at Tan Bo, and then said to Lan Fani, fellow Daoist Shugu, rest assured, I am not such a petty person. In addition, it seems that this secret realm exploration is unusual, please explain in detail. Fellow Daoist Shan will explain this matter, after all, the secret place was discovered by fellow Daoist Shang. Wei Zhong followed Lan Fani's line of sight and looked at the fourth person who had not spoken. This person was named Shang Mengchun, who was in the middle stage of foundation building. He is thin and slightly shorter than an ordinary person. The wide Taoist robe draped over him is quite funny. But Wei Zhong never judges people by appearance. He is not an ordinary cultivator. He can even be said to be a genius among casual cultivators. He has practiced Taoism for more than 100 years. He is not only a second-level talisman master, but also a second-level formation master and weapon refiner. He has practiced countless other first-level arts. He even specializes in more than a few arts than Wei Zhong. The only shortcoming is that he seems to have too many skills, resulting in a lack of proficiency in all of them. Among the 3 second-level skills, only the talisman is worth mentioning. The other 2 are mediocre. In that case, let me explain. A few days ago, when I was exploring alone, I found a secret place in the Dongting secret realm. The prohibitions there are connected and have formed a formation. I found a Xianming grass in it, which is estimated to be 1,000 years old. Xianming grass, could it be the Xianming grass needed to refine the dust-reducing pill? Wei Zhong was greatly surprised. As a second-level alchemy master, Wei Zhong naturally knew this one of the spiritual herbs used to refine the third-level elixir dust-falling pill. As for the dust-falling pill, as one of the elixirs that can increase the chance of a foundation-building monk forming a pill, it is sought after by countless foundation-building monks. Yes, it is this grass. I saw that this spiritual grass is 2 feet tall and has more than 10 nodules on the stem. It is definitely more than 1,000 years old and can be used to refine the dust-falling pill. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of several monks present instantly became hot. Even Lan Fani, who had already known about this, was no exception. Why didn't fellow Taoist gather the elixir instead of inviting me to wait? Shang Mingchuan's thin face blushed slightly. I was also chased by a group of spiritual beasts, and I accidentally discovered the location of the spiritual grass while running away in a panic. Moreover, the spiritual grass was in a residual formation, and the strength of the formation below was not enough to break it, so Taoist fellow Tan was invited. Here, fellow Daoist Shang, can you please explain the spirit beast and the formation in more detail? With such vague expressions, I don't trust you all to go with us, Wei Zhong said, spreading his hands. Fellow Taoist Song Zhong, let me talk about this, Lan Fani interrupted when he saw that Shang Mengchun couldn't express himself clearly. The group of monsters chasing fellow Daoist Shang are a group of white-browed red monkeys, most of them are first level, and only a few are second level. The reason why fellow Daoist Shang was chased by him was because he accidentally broke into his territory. This time we traveled cautiously, and there was a high probability that we could avoid this gregarious beast. In addition, the formation mentioned by fellow Daoist Shang is a 4th-order residual formation. 4th level? Wei Zhong said in shock. The 4th level corresponds to the nascent soul level, and a few foundation builders who want to plot the spiritual objects in it are simply desperate. Seeing that Song Zhong had no intention of retreating, Lan Fanyi quickly added, Friend Daoist Song, please be patient. Although this formation is at the 4th level, it is already dilapidated. Its rank has already fallen, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a 3rd-order broken formation now. My fellow Taoists and I have prepared the 2nd-order forbidden cone. With the formation attainments of fellow Daoist Shang and fellow Daoist Tan, we can slowly figure it out. It is entirely possible to obtain the 1,000-year-old Xianming grass. And how could the place where the 1,000-year-old Xianming grass be born be a mortal place? Maybe there are even rarer spiritual objects waiting for us. After hearing his explanation, Wei Zhong's face looked a little better. It's a pity that we couldn't collect the 3rd-level forbidden cone, otherwise this matter would have been a little smoother, Shang Mengchun said with some regret. Wei Zhong's heart moved. The 3rd-level forbidden cone, I have this thing myself. I earned spiritual stones in the past few years and specially prepared some weird gadgets. This forbidden cone is one of them. It can quickly open a breach in the 3rd-order formation. It is an extremely useful tool for dealing with trapped formations. The only drawback is that it is expensive and is a one-time use. However, Wei Zhong did not make a sound to take it out. There were not many Wei Zhongs, only 2. They had to be used to save lives and could not be wasted here. Since these people are so confident, let's follow their plan. It's okay. I'm here. If you don't believe me, you can't take down the remaining formation. Tanbo was full of confidence. But I've made it clear. When the time comes, I will help you, and I will share most of the treasures. Upon hearing this, Lan Fangyi retorted, fellow Taoist Tan wants to share most of it, but he is a bit greedy. Where will this put the four of us? The distribution of treasures should be based on each person's contribution. If fellow Taoists can really contribute most of the effort by then, it wouldn't be a bad idea to give most of it to fellow Taoists. As soon as this was said, the other three people, including Wei Zhong, all nodded. I wonder when I will set off. Will there be other fellow Taoists going with us? Wei Zhong asked at the right time. Lan Fangyi shook his head, fellow Taoist Song is the last one, and I was just waiting for fellow Taoist to arrive. Without further ado, how about I set off now? Ken the four of them had no objections and drove towards the entrance of the Dongting secret realm using the escaping light. Luoha Mansion is different from Monuan Mansion in that it not only has a wider area, but also has many secret realms, and there are also things like the Dongting secret realm that are open all year round. I heard that many secret realms have disappeared in recent years. Do you fellow Taoists know the reasons? Wei Zhong asked curiously. Hearing this, Shang Mengchun replied, most of the secret realms mentioned by fellow Taoist Song are too dilapidated, and their own space is not stable, so they are directly absorbed by this world. It doesn't just disappear, but it becomes a part of this world. Oh? I didn't expect to hear an explanation similar to the one I heard in Monuan Mansion here. Did fellow Taoist Song come from other cities? There haven't been many broken secret realms in Luoha Prefecture in recent years, Tanbo asked tentatively. Where did I come from? I won't bother fellow Taoist Tan to worry about it. Instead of asking about where I came from, you might as well think about how to deal with the remaining formation later. The second order forbidden cones prepared by fellow Taoist Shan are not many. Humph. Tanbo groaned and stopped asking. During the conversation, Wei Zhong and others approached the entrance of the Dongting secret realm. This entrance is located in a large waterfall that stretches for several miles in the Luo River, hidden behind the flowing water of the waterfall. The secret realm is open all year round, and no one charges for enclosing the land. When the 5 people arrived, there were monks coming in and out of the surrounding area. The other 4 people used their own methods to pass through the waterfall. Wei Zhong used the black water spirit clothes and spread them outward, easily lifting up the falling water of the waterfall. This is the change Wei Zhong discovered after practicing it to the mastery level. The film formed by the black water spirit clothes is no longer limited to the body surface, but can radiate outward and form various shapes. In addition, it also has the ability to repel water. After crossing the waterfall, there is not a rock behind, but a gray-white space passage. The 5 people crossed it together, and the surrounding scene changed instantly. A dizziness hit Wei Zhong's head, and it got better after a few breaths. He opened his eyes and looked around, and there was a small building complex. There were also cultivators coming and going, and the sound of hawking and shouting was endless. There was no immortal atmosphere at all, but it was a bit like a mortal market. This is the resting place built by the cultivators in the secret realm. The 5 people walked out of the teleportation array under their feet and began to move away from this place in one direction. After flying for a full half day, Wei Zhong and others approached their destination. Shang Mengchun pointed to a red forest in front and said, the autumn maple forest in front is where the group of white-browed red monkeys live. Everyone be careful, don't let the monkeys find you. Everyone put away their magic swords and fell to the ground. Wei Zhong put away his magic sword and even used part of the breath-retaining method. He didn't dare to use all his strength to restrain his breath, fearing that it would cause others to associate with him. Tanbo looked back at Wei Zhong in surprise, never expecting that this young cultivator in the early stage of foundation building had such a skill. Shang Mengchun took out 4 talismans and handed them to everyone. This is a top-grade breath-retaining talisman, which I will give to all of you Taoist friends, and then looked at Wei Zhong and asked, fellow Taoist Song is still the usual one, so you don't need this thing, right? Wei Zhong nodded. The breath-retaining effect of this talisman is barely comparable to my current breath-retaining technique, so naturally there is no need to spend more effort to use this thing. Tanbo shook the talisman in his hand. A first-level breath-retaining talisman is not enough to avoid those foundation-building spirit beasts. Shang Mengchun retorted, if Dao Yutan has a better way to conceal his breath, you can share it with everyone. Even if it is counted as a contribution, it is not a bad idea. Okay, Lan Fangyi took out 5 small brown bottles from his hand. This is a special animal-repelling incense for this group of monkeys. You can apply it on your body. With this thing, plus Dao Yushan's breath-retaining talisman, you will have a much better chance of passing through this place. Wei Zhong found that there was some kind of black powder in the bottle, which gave off a pungent smell. Maintaining the black water spirit clothes on his body to a thin transparent layer, he poured the powder in the bottle from his head. The 5 people were ready and moved forward into the autumn maple forest. Shang Mingchuan's rumored voice came to Wei Zhong's ears. This group of white-browed red monkeys, led by the second level, occupy most of the territory in the autumn maple forest. We just need to be careful to avoid the territory of the group of monsters and we can go to the secret place. Everyone, please pay attention, don't cross the stream. Shang Mingchun pointed to a stream at his feet and said. Wei Zhong looked up at the sky and found that there were monkeys with red hair jumping around on the treetops above his head, but they never meant to cross the stream. The one above your head is a white-browed red monkey. Among them, the one with white eyebrows is the first level, but if you see a monkey with yellow eyebrows, you must be careful. It is most likely a second-level existence, the same level as you and me. When you can avoid it, and don't conflict with it unless it is absolutely necessary. If it entangles a large number of its own kind, it will be difficult to escape from its hands. Shang Mengchun kept reminding everyone while leading everyone on the march. After walking for an unknown distance, they came to a broken forest. The trees here were much less, and only occasionally roars could be heard in the distant forest. Pointing to a narrow passage in the forest, Shang Mengchun led everyone in. Not long after the 5 people entered, a majestic monkey about 10 feet tall walked out of the forest. Unlike Shang Mengchuan's description, its eyebrows had completely turned golden, and the hair on its body was also bright red, like a burning flame. Shang Mengchun led everyone to move forward along the gravel in the forest, sometimes drilling holes, sometimes climbing walls. Several practitioners had no dignity at all here. Wei Zhong knocked on the rock next to him and found that it was as hard as iron. It was obviously a rock that was soaked in spiritual energy. Looking at the huge rocks leaning against each other above his head, it was no wonder that Shang Mengchun led everyone to move forward along the gaps in the rocks. If the balance of the rocks in the forest was broken, several people could get out with their own cultivation, but they would not be able to find the secret place. We will be there soon after climbing over this pile of rocks, Shang Mengchun said, pointing to the pile of rocks about 9 feet high in front. Everyone climbed over the pile of rocks step by step to avoid touching the gravel above their heads. When they arrived at the top of the pile of rocks, Wei Zhong found a valley full of clouds and mist under his feet. Looking back, several people seemed to have come from the cracks of a mountain. With the light above his head, Tan Bo asked, "Fellow Daoist Shang, can't we fly over from the top of the mountain on a magic weapon?" At this moment, a scream came from the sky, and a group of fiery red crows flew over everyone's heads. If fellow Daoist Tan has a way to deal with those blazing crows, it's not impossible. The latter blushed and stopped talking. According to Wei Zhong's observation, there were 7 to 8 second-level auras among the group of blazing crows just now. If everyone flew through this place, they would definitely meet them. It can be said that it is unwise to fight with these crows in the air. Shang Mengchun then flew into the clouds below with his flying sword, and the 4 people including Wei Zhong fell down with him. After passing through the clouds, they found that the valley here was only more than 10 feet deep. In front of everyone was a mountain gate composed of 2 half-broken pillars, followed by a long stone staircase extending into the air. Shang Mengchun led everyone up the stairs, explaining as he walked, "The clouds just now evolved for the protective formation of this place, and it was an illusion formation." Wei Zhong looked forward at the stairs that were getting higher and higher, and nodded. No wonder there was no sign of getting out of the clouds after walking for so long. "There are not many stairs here, everyone be patient," Shang Mengchun pointed to the top of his head. "In addition, there is a ban on flying here, so you should not try to fly." "Fellow Daoist Shang, even the ban at the mountain gate is still there. Is the formation really broken where the Xianming spirit grass is located?" Wei Zhong asked doubtfully. At the same time, this remark also attracted the attention of several other people. Lan Fangyi explained, "Fellow Daoist Song will know after crossing this step." With some doubts, everyone stepped onto the highest point of the stone steps and passed through a gray-white film that blocked the spiritual consciousness. Being able to see the scenery behind, Wei Zhong couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Compared with the relatively intact steps of the mountain gate, this place looks extremely dilapidated. It is not the decay of the years, but the dilapidated state caused by the battle. The stone bricks on the ground were rolled up by an unknown attack and turned into scattered gravel. The hall in the distance was also cut in the middle, and the roof was blown off. What kind of big battle did this happen? A crow cried above everyone's head, and a group of blazing crows flew down from above and landed nearby. This group of blazing crows lives in the southeast corner of this ruins. Everyone, try not to alarm this monster. The Xianming spirit grass is here, everyone, follow me. Stepping on the gravel under their feet, everyone walked along a narrow path. On both sides of the road, there were trees that Wei Zhong did not recognize. The drooping thin branches touched everyone's heads, and the green leaves exuded a unique fragrance. There were also plants at the feet that squeezed out of the gravel and grew tenaciously upwards. The corner ahead is here, Lan Fangyi said after walking for a while. After passing a tall dead tree, Wei Zhong finally saw the scene behind it. The formation in the air was like a broken bowl, with only the pale green Xianming spiritual grass exposed in the gap. 1, 2, 11, it really has more than 10 nodes, and it is a well-deserved 1,000-year spiritual grass. Everyone also discovered this spiritual grass at the same time, and they couldn't help but get excited. Fellow Taoist Tan and I will start to break the formation now, Shang Mengchen said to Tan Bo, and then turned to look at the others. I still need the help of 2 fellow Taoists to break the formation. In addition, the movement on the way may be a bit loud, so please help fellow Taoist Shugu to guard the surroundings. No problem, Lan Fangyi took out a second-level breath-suppressing talisman after saying this, slapped it on himself, turned into a light smoke, and fled to the distance. Although the other party was well hidden, it was still exposed under Wei Zhong's consciousness. However, it is still possible to hide from the spiritual beast with low intelligence. Shang Mengchen took out 3 yellow formation flags, 2 of which were handed to Mao Yuanfeng and Wei Zhong respectively, and the other one was held in his own hand. Then he looked at Tan Bo beside him. Please show your true ability, fellow Taoist Tan. There are monsters invading nearby, and we don't have much time left. Tan Bo nodded and took out a palm-sized tortoise shell from his sleeve. The tortoise shell was dark green with black runes painted on it. Obviously, this was his formation-breaking tool. Please help me, fellow Taoists. It should be so. Just as Wei Zhong and others were discussing how to break the formation, the spirit monkeys in the autumn maple forest became lively. Summoned by some unknown voice, they kept gathering in one place. For spirit monkeys with yellow eyebrows led the team, followed by countless white-browed red monkeys, jumping on the branches and approaching the stone forest behind the forest. After a while, the monkey with golden eyebrows led the way, and hundreds of monkeys followed the route taken by Wei Zhong and others. The leading monkey with golden eyebrows shrank his nose and mouth slightly, and followed the animal-repelling incense left on Wei Zhong and others to find the direction. The group would never have thought that the animal-repelling incense specially made for this kind of monkey would become the guide incense for this special monkey. The monkeys behind were slightly displeased with the smell left in the air, but they were quickly suppressed under the intimidation of the monkey with golden eyebrows. In the end, hundreds of monkeys walked out of the stone forest and came to the valley. Looking at the clouds below, the monkey with golden eyebrows roared and jumped down first, and the monkeys with yellow eyebrows and white eyebrows behind also fell into the clouds like dumplings. Following the mountain gate steps that went straight into the sky in front, a group of monkeys, led by the monkey with golden eyebrows, marched along the stone steps. Wei Zhong injected spiritual power into the formation chess in his hand. As Shang Mengchen inserted the main formation chess in his hand, a formation node made a bang sound and was instantly broken. According to Wei Zhong's observation, Shang Mengchuan's method of breaking the formation was to break the formation with the formation. He used the counting sticks in his hand to calculate the weaker nodes of the formation, and then used the 3 formation flags to destroy them by brute force. On the other side, Tan Bo's method of breaking the formation seemed much more advanced. The spiritual light on the tortoise-shell magic weapon in his hand flickered. Every once in a while, he could accurately find the weakness of the formation, and then insert a few formation flags, inject a little spiritual power, and he could break a corner of the formation without the help of others. No wonder Lan Fangyi would find this person to cooperate. Although the other party has a bad temper, he is really good. After breaking a few nodes, Shang Mengchen in front of him began to scratch his head. It was obvious that relying on his knowledge of the formation was not enough to deal with it, or it would take time. Lan Fangyi's voice came to everyone's ears, fellow Taoists, please take some time. There are already fiery crows approaching this side. Shang Mengchen sighed and took out a small cone that was as long as a palm and as thick as a finger. It was the second-level forbidden cone he prepared. He threw it into the formation in front of him, and the small cone immediately connected with the spiritual light of the formation, making a series of roaring sounds. A large number of formation nodes were broken. Originally, the second-level forbidden cone could not have any effect on the fourth-level formation, but the formation in front of him was already broken for unknown reasons, revealing a large number of loopholes, so he made a breakthrough in one fell swoop. As they got closer and closer to the spiritual herb, Wei Zhong suddenly felt that the breathing of several people was a little faster. Thousand-year spiritual herbs are rarely seen even at auctions. Not to mention the Xianming spiritual herb used to refine the dust-reducing pill. Seeing this, Tan Bo was also anxious. He accidentally slipped his hand, and the spiritual light on the tortoise shell collided, and green smoke came out. Obviously, the divination failed this time. Shang Mengchun, who had made a contribution with a forbidden cone, was in trouble again. The formation in front of him seemed to be more complicated. Wei Zhong said helplessly, "Fellow Taoist Tan, why don't you cooperate with us to break the formation together? With your divination ability and your treasure for breaking the formation here should not be difficult for us." Mao Yuanfeng also persuaded, "Fellow Taoist Song is right. If we continue like this, I am afraid that we will not be able to succeed until we are discovered by the group of blazing crows. Why not work together and take this spiritual herb out and divide it together?" Tan Bo and Shang Mengchun also knew the pros and cons. They looked at each other for a moment and nodded. After that, the two cooperated and the progress of breaking the formation was obviously faster. Occasionally, when two people were unable to handle the situation, Shang Mengchun would take out the breaking band cone to push forward. "Three Taoist friends, something bad has happened. I don't know how that group of monkeys got here." The four people's faces changed drastically when they heard Lan Fangyi's voice transmission. "How did that group of monkeys get here?" The four people looked at each other, and even the movement of breaking the formation in their hands stopped for a while. Could it be that they followed the trajectory of the five of us? Impossible, how could ordinary monkeys have such ability? While hesitating, Lan Fangyi had already rushed over. "Damn it, that group of monkeys alarmed the nearby blazing crows. How did you break the formation?" The five people looked at the Xianming spirit grass in the formation at the same time. At this moment, the spirit grass was only a short palm away from everyone, and there was a layer of colorful restrictions in between. No matter how Ren Tanhua and Shang Mengchun studied, they could not find a way to break the formation. Even using the second-level breaking band cone had no effect at all. Roar! A beast roar instantly changed the faces of the five people. Wei Zhong flew up to the sky and landed on a dead branch nearby. Looking from a distance, he saw densely packed spirit monkeys and blazing crows fighting. A particularly strong spirit monkey grabbed the neck of the spirit crow beside him and broke it casually, and the latter's eyes suddenly lost their spirit. Looking at the strong body of the spirit monkey and its unique golden eyebrows, Wei Zhong's face changed. Then he said, "Oh no, it seems that there is a third-level spirit monkey." As soon as these words came out, the four people changed their faces. After flying over to check, they knew that what Wei Zhong said was true. Looking at the last layer of the five-color restriction, the unwillingness in the eyes of several people became more and more obvious. Roar! Hearing the roar of a beast, the ground under the feet of several people shook. The spiritual sense explored and found that the blazing crow, which only existed at the second level, had fallen into a disadvantage under the attack of the third-level spirit monkey. The golden-browed monkey had already torn a bloody path through the crows and was rushing towards the five people. Seeing this, Wei Zhong sighed, raised his hand slightly, and a small golden cone appeared on his right palm. Third-level forbidden cone. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on Shang Mingchuan's face. "Fellow Daoist Song has had a hard time hiding it from me. If we could have taken out this thing earlier, why would we have waited until now to break the formation?" Wei Zhong shook his head. "This thing is my life-saving thing. It should not be used lightly. I hope all fellow Taoists will forgive me." Then the golden cone in Wei Zhong's hand floated into the air, and an afterimage appeared, piercing the colorful spiritual light. A layer of golden light escapes from the small cone and is immersed in the five-color restriction. The two merge with each other and then dissolve layer by layer, revealing a small gap. Shang Mengchun planted his formation flag around the colorful band at the right time, and with a bang, the band was broken. Then he grabbed the Xianming spirit grass and put away the formation flag casually. Everyone saw that there were no other spiritual herbs in the restriction, and a trace of disappointment flashed in their eyes. But when they saw the blurry shadow further behind, they were all startled. There are other treasures in subsequent restrictions. Seeing Shang Mengchun take the spiritual grass, several people looked overjoyed, but then they heard the roar of the beast getting closer and closer. Lan Fangyi immediately said, "Everyone, the third-level monkey is coming, hurry up and leave." After saying that, he pulled Shang Mengchun over and walked away along the way, as did Tan Bo and Mao Yuanfeng. Wei Zhong listened to the roar that was getting closer and closer, and walked to the broken colorful restriction. The eyes blessed by the spirit-seeking technique suddenly saw the black spiritual soil in a small pit emitting colorful spiritual light. This small pit is exactly where the Xianning spirit grass was located just now. This spiritual soil is a treasure. Wei Zhong gathered a large spiritual hand in his hand, grabbed a large handful of the black spiritual soil and stuffed it into the cave. Then he followed the crowd and left. Hurry up! Everyone slid down the steps, and before they reached the mountain gate, they heard roars one after another. How can these monkeys block the door if they are so smart? Lan Fangyi said with some annoyance. It was probably commanded by the third-level monkey. Wei Zhong turned to look at Shang Mengchun and asked, fellow Daoist Shang, will there be any restrictions after leaving this mountain gate? That's not true. What do you think, fellow Daoist Song? Wei Zhong nodded. There are monkeys blocking the door, and the way we came here is no longer feasible. Why not just fly out of this valley and escape over the mountain peak? The blazing crow was seriously harmed by the monkey, so he probably has no time left to take care of me. After hearing this, everyone nodded. After exiting the mountain gate formed by two remaining pillars, Wei Zhong casually killed the monkey that rushed towards him. Seeing Tan Bo being entangled by a second-level monkey, he slapped the wine gourd on his waist and instantly shot out several golden swords from it, hitting the monkey's vitals. The yellow-browed monkey sensed the danger and retreated to avoid it, but Tan Bo seized the opportunity and chopped off his head with a sword. Putting away the monkey's body, Tan Bo followed Wei Zhong into the air on his flying sword. He cupped his hands towards Wei Zhong and said, "Thank you so much, fellow Taoist Song." Wei Zhong shook his head to indicate that he didn't need to be polite. As several people ascended into the air, the monkeys below them could no longer threaten everyone, and even the blazing crow, which had been patrolling in the air, disappeared. Finally safe, just when a few people were relaxing, the golden-browed red monkey had arrived and roared at the people in the sky. Then he grabbed a rock the size of a human head from his hand. The red hair glowed with fire and clung to the rock. He immediately ignited it and threw it into the air. The third-level spirit beast's strike was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, the stone was already in front of everyone. Wei Zhong's expression changed drastically, because the blow was aimed at him. Time Taoism is used to enter the later stage of foundation building. The black water spirit clothes that had been attached to Wei Zhong's body were instantly extended outwards under the infusion of spiritual power in the later stage of foundation building. A shield made purely of spiritual power instantly appeared in front of Wei Zhong. Time was running out, and when Wei Zhong made this move, the flaming stone hit the shield transformed by Heishui Lingi. Wei Zhong only felt a sudden force coming from him, and the water shield defense formed by the black water spirit clothes lasted only 2 breaths before suddenly breaking down. One side of the spiritual shield took this opportunity to open in front of Wei Zhong, and the second-level robe on his body also activated at the same time. The third-level monkey's blow continued unabated, hitting Wei Zhong's spiritual shield and robe, and smashed Wei Zhong's body into the mountain nearby, forming a depression several feet in size on the mountain wall. Fellow Daoist Song. Several people exclaimed and quickly approached Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong pushed away the second-level spiritual shield that had been broken into several pieces and spit out a mouthful of blood. Song Zhong appeared in front of everyone with his robes torn and in a state of embarrassment. With no time to stop and rest, Wei Zhong hurriedly swallowed a spiritual elixir and flew back into the air with his magic sword. Walk! Seeing that Wei Zhong was safe, several people felt relieved and flew towards the top of the mountain together. The golden-browed red monkey below saw the people getting further and further away. It hammered its chest angrily and roared. The surrounding monkeys were frightened by its power and lowered their heads. Fortunately, those third-level monkeys can't fly, otherwise we would be in danger. Lan Fangyi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the monkeys below did not chase him. Looking at Wei Zhong aside, he sighed, I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Song could actually receive a blow from a third-level monster. It's really eye-opening for me. As soon as these words came out, the three people's attention immediately turned to Wei Zhong. Ahem! Wei Zhong spit out some blood and said, I'm just lucky. Immediately, the aura of cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building was slightly revealed. Everyone looked surprised, but they knew better and didn't ask any more questions. All casual cultivators would hide, and there were many who had a small realm like Song Zhong. It was just that it was rare to be able to take the attack of a third-level monster in such a hurry, and not suffer much injury, and escape calmly. Everyone climbed over the mountain and flew over the autumn maple forest. Wei Zhong suddenly suggested, the third-level spirit monkey and its monkeys and grandchildren went out. Can we take this opportunity to dig out its hometown? Several people looked at each other, nodded, and then flew to the forest below. The 2 second-level spirit monkeys and some first-level spirit monkeys left behind could not resist the invasion of Wei Zhong's 5 foundation-building masters. 2 by 2, they joined forces to kill the second-level spirit monkey, and the remaining first-level white-browed red monkeys fled instantly without their leader. Several people searched its nest and harvested a lot of spiritual objects and spiritual stones, including several spiritual herbs over 500 years old. Wei Zhong found a red spirit wine in a pool. After tasting it, he found a cool feeling coming from his consciousness. Is this a spirit wine for consciousness? At this thought, Wei Zhong was instantly excited. His warm tears spirit wine was at a bottleneck, and he didn't expect to find a breakthrough opportunity here. He fished out the residue from the bottom of the pool, which were all spirit objects used to brew this spirit wine. As long as Wei Zhong went back and identified them one by one, combined with the spirit wine, there was a high probability that he could reverse the wine recipe. He divided the spirit wine in this pool with several other people, and then thoroughly plundered the place, and then drove the flying sword away quickly. After a long time, the golden-browed red monkey finally arrived, and when he saw the ruined gathering place, he immediately roared angrily. When he entered the cave and saw the spirit wine pool with no drop left, he was even more furious and beat the surrounding rocks. Wei Zhong would not know that this spiritual wine was used by this group of monkeys to open their minds, and it was the most precious thing for their tribe. The 5 people flew back to the gathering place of the monks where the teleportation array was located on the flying sword, and then left without stopping. The 5 people gathered again on the island in the lake. The faces of the other 4 people were full of joy, only Wei Zhong's face was slightly pale and he coughed from time to time. This trip was extremely smooth except for provoking the third-level monster. Not only did they successfully get the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine Xianming grass, but they also plundered the tribe led by the third-level monster and made a lot of money. Fellow Daoist Song made the greatest contribution on this trip. How about letting fellow Daoist Song choose first? Lan Fangyi said first. I have no objection. Seeing that no one objected, Wei Zhong also spoke directly. I only want that Xianming grass and some spiritual wine, and I won't take anything else. This choice immediately made the 4 people entangled. This 1,000-year-old spiritual herb can be said to be the inducement for everyone to explore the secret place together, and it is also the most precious thing in this trip. Even the collection of the third-level spiritual beast has no treasure comparable to it. Although fellow Daoist Song has contributed the most, it is probably not enough to monopolize this thing, Tan Bo said, without any emotion in his words. Obviously, Wei Zhong helped Fan escape from danger just now, which made him feel a little good. The remaining Mao Yuanfeng, Shang Mengchun and Lan Fangyi also had this opinion. Then how about I add a bottle of top-grade Kai combining pill for each of you Taoists? As a spiritual pill used by foundation-building cultivators, a bottle of top-grade Kai combining pill requires at least 1,500 spiritual stones per bottle, and 4 bottles are 6,000. As a 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine, Xianming grass is only worth about 15,000 spiritual stones at the auction. The value of the 4 bottles of pills almost offsets half of it. Wei Zhong's compensation is also full of sincerity. Moreover, Xianming spiritual herb is only one of the several 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs needed to refine the dust-removing pill, so the group had no intention of jointly refining the pill. Instead of spending time collecting spiritual herbs, it would be better to improve their cultivation to the late stage of foundation building first. Then I will do as you say, fellow Taoist. Wei Zhong took out 4 bottles of elixirs and gave them to everyone, and took the Xianming spirit grass from Shang Mengchun. Then he gave his hands to the 4 of them. Everyone, we will see you later. There will be such good things in the future. Please contact me again, fellow Taoist Lan. Then it turned into a blue rainbow and fled into the distance. The remaining 4 people also distributed the spoils and left each other. Wei Zhong flew for dozens of miles, landed in a deserted place, and returned to his original appearance and attire. He had just used his breath concentration and invisibility techniques with all his strength and was about to return to the island when he suddenly saw a ray of light passing through the air. He was wearing a black robe, black hat, and a black mask on his face, and his aura had not leaked at all. Wei Zhong always felt that the other person was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't tell who he was. After looking at it for a moment, another person came from behind. It was Tan Bo. In the air, Tan Bo looked at the black-robed man hiding his identity and asked, "Who is fellow Taoist?" He actually followed fellow Taoist Song here. Could it be that he wants to do something evil to fellow Taoist Song? The man in black robe made several strange sneers. It doesn't matter if this is my plan. Isn't this my plan? Humph, I don't have the right to do such a despicable thing while taking advantage of others' danger. Fellow Taoist Song who is hiding here wouldn't think so. Do you think so, fellow Taoist Song Zhong? Oh, you are cheating on me. Wei Zhong was quite confident in his ability to hold back his breath. What would this black-robed monk do to discover him? Most likely I saw myself disappearing into the light, so I thought I was hiding here. Seeing that his words did not deceive the target he wanted, the man in black robe waved his sleeves and waved a burst of black smoke towards Tan Bo, and then turned into a black light and disappeared away. After Tan Bo dealt with the black smoke and saw that the other party had walked away, he groaned and turned around to leave. Wei Zhong stared at the disappearing black light and thought in his heart, there is such a poisonous snake staring at me in the dark, and I can't sleep. The way of time an hour had not passed since the first spell was cast in the secret realm, so at this moment Wei Zhong's cultivation had risen from the late stage of foundation building to the early stage of pill formation. Stepping lightly, under the influence of the spiritual power of the pill formation, Wei Zhong's escape speed when performing the soaring cloud technique was several times faster than when he was building the foundation. He chased after the escaping light of the man in black robe in front. The mysterious black-robed man flew across Luaha without stopping. What's going on? Why has my heart been unsettled since I left? Could it be that Tan Bo followed? Or is it Song Zhong? I have never missed this spiritual sense. There must be some kind of crisis approaching me. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart, and when he looked back, he saw a black light coming towards him, and his eyebrows jumped, indicating that this person was the source of the threat. Brother Jiadan, how could I possibly provoke such a person? Then he shouted loudly, Senior, wait a minute, is there any misunderstanding between us? Naturally, Wei Zhong would not listen to his nagging, and gathered his spiritual power into a big hand to grab him directly. Seeing the pill-forming monk in front of him attack him directly without a glance, the man in black robe immediately raised the spiritual shield in his hand, then pinched a spiritual talisman, and in a flash, he escaped 100 feet away. Teleportation charm? Wei Zhong slapped the spiritual shield away with one palm and stepped on it, already 100 feet away. The huge magic power of the pill can completely make the soaring cloud technique that travels long distances have the effect of teleportation in a short period of time. As soon as he stepped on it, he got close to him. He danced the black magic sword in his hand and slashed at his back. Senior, spare your life. Seeing that Wei Zhong had caught up with him effortlessly, he immediately let out a cry of pleading, and all the magical weapons on his body exploded for free, trying to block the black sword. But the power of the core formation was beyond the ability of a mere foundation to withstand. The black magic sword easily cut off its head, and the remaining body was powerless and fell forward. Wei Zhong grabbed his body, crushed it with one palm, and then took back the storage bag. The reason why this person was chased without using the flying throwing technique to kill him instantly was because of this trophy. He fastened the storage bag to his waist, grabbed his head, and took off his disguise. The face revealed made Wei Zhong slightly surprised. Mao Yuanfeng? The look in the other party's eyes had long since dissipated, leaving only a bit of unwillingness. Wei Zhong's spiritual power destroyed the head with one palm, erasing the last trace of its existence. He turned around and started on the road back to the island. Recalling this trip to the secret realm and the several previous explorations with him, Wei Zhong felt emotional. 1,000-year-old elixir can make him do such dangerous things. This world of cultivation is really dangerous. In the future, people like this will have to be a little more wary. Also, this person seemed to be in the late stage of foundation building when he escaped. He can really hide, and he pretends that he is in the early stage of foundation building. This time, the secret realm did not allow him to show his true cultivation, and he can hide better than himself. A nearly transparent escaping light flew into Yunsha Island. As the main chess player holding the blue water-green lotus formation, Wei Zhong's return to the island did not cause the slightest fluctuation in the formation. Stepping into the cave, he immediately took out the Yuan Shui bead, which was already a second-level high-grade magic weapon. The current level of pill formation can still be maintained for a while, so it is natural to take this opportunity to promote the Yuan Shui pearl to the status of a magic weapon. Taking out various spiritual materials that had been prepared, a ball of flame burst out from Wei Zhong's hand. This was the elixir fire possessed by all the elixir-forming monks. Different from ordinary flames, Wei Zhong's elixir fire is not bright yellow, but dark ink. It's probably caused by the practice. Wei Zhong didn't think much, picked up the spiritual materials and began to refine them. The refining of the natal magic weapon is not complicated, even if Wei Zhong is not proficient in the art of refining, he can complete it. Wei Zhong extracted the essence of various spiritual materials and put them into the yuanshui bead, then beat his chest, and a mouthful of golden blood essence spurted out and sprinkled into it. He raised his right hand and pointed, "Command." The danhua was placed under the yuanshui bead, and the hot dan flame rose and wrapped it. The yuanshui bead immediately absorbed the blood essence, began to rotate, and then continued to collapse inward, gradually shrinking, and finally turned into the size of an egg before stopping. Wei Zhong took back the danhua, held up the yuanshui bead, and felt the closer connection between it and himself, and then he understood that this time the natal magic weapon was considered to be refined. Suddenly, a feeling of weakness came over his body. The time for the first Tao of time has come, and his cultivation has retreated from the early stage of Danjia to the late stage of foundation building. Soon, the second Tao of time will also fail, and Wei Zhong will return to the middle stage of foundation building. After storing the yuanshui beads in the dantian, the most important thing for the natal magic weapon at this moment is not to continue to absorb and refine, but to be nurtured by the cultivators to strengthen the connection between it and the cultivators, so as to ensure that it can be used to defend against the enemy like an arm. Moreover, if it is allowed to continue to be refined and absorbed, it is difficult for Wei Zhong to guarantee that his foundation building body can still carry this thing. The natal magic weapon is complete, and Wei Zhong took out Mao Yuanfeng's storage bag. Since the other party was already dead, Wei Zhong did not spend much effort to erase the mark on the storage bag. After cleaning up the spoils, Wei Zhong took out a gourd, 2 spiritual herbs, and a jade slip. The gourd was filled with red spiritual wine obtained from the autumn maple forest. As for the 2 spiritual herbs, they are more than 500 years old. After a little analysis, Wei Zhong knew that these were 2 auxiliary spiritual herbs for refining the dust-reducing pill, the black eyebrow grass and the red moonflower. In this way, the spiritual herbs Wei Zhong needed to refine the dust-reducing pill were only 1,000-year-old 9-heart fruit and more than 20 other spiritual herbs with low age requirements. After collecting these, Wei Zhong can prepare to refine dust reduction pills for himself, but before that, he needs to upgrade his alchemy skills to the 3rd level. And the proficiency of the 3rd level cannot be too low. After all, it is not easy to collect such a spiritual medicine. Wei Zhong does not want to waste the spiritual objects he has worked hard to collect. When the proficiency is high, success in one go in making a pill is what he should pursue. With his shabby qualifications, Wei Zhong did not think that one dust reduction pill would allow him to form a pill, and it would probably take about 3 or 4. This number of dust reduction pills is not easy to collect. Although he can use contribution points to exchange for it with his status as a guest of the Chamber of Commerce, it takes time to accumulate contribution points, and Wei Zhong prefers to use it to exchange for advanced inheritance instead of exchanging pills. Even if it is auctioned with spiritual stones, it is not easy. Although Luaha Mansion is rich in resources, there are also many cultivators. There are probably many latest-stage foundation building cultivators who are competing for dust reduction pills. After thinking about it, it is still more reliable to refine it by himself. Diverting his attention from the spiritual herbs, Wei Zhong looked at the last jade slip. It records a rather interesting secret method, which has no name and seems to be a fragment of some kind of method. Its effect is probably to enhance the spiritual perception of the cultivator, especially when encountering a crisis. It can continuously amplify it. When the crisis is close enough, it can also play the role of judging the source of the crisis. No wonder that Mao Yuanfeng desperately escaped when he was chased by me. Maybe this method is working. Not bad, this method is very suitable for me. After collecting the spoils, Wei Zhong took the jade slip to practice. It took Wei Zhong a few days to successfully cultivate this method, but what surprised Wei Zhong a little was that this method did not have a proficiency level. Among the various methods that Wei Zhong learned, only the Taoism of time had this feature, but this method was not marked as a Taoism like the Taoism of time, but was bare without any explanation. Let's call it the spiritual perception technique. Wei Zhong thought so in his heart, and a new spell, spiritual perception technique, was immediately added to the magic column on the panel. After the secret method was completed, Wei Zhong stood up and went to the pool outside the house. De Jin sensed Wei Zhong's approach, and a big golden head emerged from the water, staring at Wei Zhong with 2 round eyes. Wei Zhong touched his big head and took out the black spiritual soil from the secret realm. From the perspective of the soul-seeking technique, it was emitting a dazzling colorful light. This spiritual soil can nurture spiritual medicines such as the 1,000-year-old Shenming spiritual grass, and it may also be useful for De Jin's companion spiritual grass. This is why Wei Zhong had to grab a handful of spiritual soil in that emergency. Looking at the two strange spiritual herbs in the pool that showed signs of fruiting, the spiritual soil in Wei Zhong's hand flew and fell on their roots. Then he patted Di Jin's fish head and muttered, "Advance as soon as possible." When he left the cave, a sword flashed in the training room. After picking it up, Xiaolinghua's voice came from it, "Master, Senior Qingze is here." After a while, it was still the cliff pavilion. Wei Zhong and Qingze sat opposite each other. Fellow Taoist Wei is really skilled. He can refine 3 pills of this kind of medicine at a time, which is much better than those alchemists who were just fishing for fame, Qingze said happily after drinking a glass of spirit wine. Wei Zhong poured him another glass, knowing that the other party was still dissatisfied with Zhu Xin's deliberate attack on him. No, I was just lucky this time. If fellow Taoist brings out another batch of medicinal materials, I dare not guarantee that I can refine it successfully again. Fellow Taoist Wei is so humble. With your alchemy skills, it is not impossible to get a guest position at the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Wei Zhong smiled and thought to himself, I do have a guest token, but I got it from the brewer. After coming to Luoha Mansion for so many years, Wei Zhong is no longer the foundation-building casual cultivator of Monuan Mansion. We also know the value of the guests gathered at the Chamber of Commerce. Generally speaking, ordinary second-level skills cannot achieve the position of guest minister, unless it is a special spiritual object like the second-level King Lusui refined by Wei Zhong that can bring continuous benefits to the Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, it would not be a surprise to gather in the Chamber of Commerce to refine elixirs such as Hachi Pill according to the script. There are countless second-level alchemists who can refine this kind of elixir. If they can all get the guest token, then the position of guest is too cheap. With Wei Zhong's current alchemy skills, it is indeed possible to try to obtain another guest token, but it is not worth it. The reason is that Wei Zhong did not create a breakthrough elixir and could not earn contribution points based on it. Instead, he needed to continuously accept tasks and accumulate them after successfully completing them. But this consumes a lot of time for Wei Zhong, not only delays his cultivation, but the contribution points he earns may not be as much as that of the second-level green radish drunk recipe. Some gain outweighs the loss. In fact, most of the guests in the Yunji Chamber of Commerce earn contributions by taking on various tasks. Xikong Changming, Ling Ziwei and others in the Chamber of Commerce who are responsible for escorting spiritual objects do so in this way. On the contrary, there are only a few people like Wei Zhong who enjoy the success with just one wine recipe. Let's talk about it later. Although I really want the position of guest minister in the Chamber of Commerce, the other party may not be interested in Shang Xiao's crude alchemy method. Fellow Taoist Wei is humbled. Fellow Taoist Qingze, are you leaving this trip to prepare for advancing to the later stage of foundation building? Wei Zhong asked curiously. The other party nodded, my qualifications are average. I have been trapped in the middle stage of foundation building for I don't know how many years. If I hadn't raised the materials needed for the second-level realm-breaking pill this time, I don't know how long it would have taken to advance. Wei Zhong raised his wine glass, then I wish fellow Taoist Qingze every success. Immediate success. After drinking with Wei Zhong for a while, Qingze also took the elixir and left happily. Wei Zhong looked at the waterbirds in the river in the distance on the cliff and thought silently, in the later stage of foundation building, I don't know if I can achieve it with my current qualifications. Baijuan's heavy water spirit body is approximately equal to a low-grade water spirit root. But a low-quality product is a low-quality product after all, and adding two low-quality products together cannot produce a middle-quality product. After Wei Zhong gave instructions to Xiaolinghua, he left in a green boat. This trip went to Luoha Prefecture, where chambers of commerce gathered. It is located in the center of Luoha Prefecture, in Yuelan City. Yuelan City is the most prosperous city in the entire Luoha Prefecture. It is jointly run by many forces, including local alchemy forces and numerous chambers of commerce from the prefecture. There are all kinds of rare goods for sale in the store, and occasionally there will be elixir-forming resources such as thousand-year elixirs and third-level elixirs at auctions. Moreover, it is located on a third-level high-grade spiritual vein, and the quality of the spiritual energy is comparable to the cave in Wei Zhong's hand. It is a holy place that the local Luoha Prefecture monks yearn for. If you can build a third-level cave in Yuelan City, you won't have to worry about finding a territory even if you practice to the point of forming pills. Wei Zhong entered the city and headed towards Yunji Tower, the tallest and most gorgeous pavilion in Yuelan City. This is where the Yunji Chamber of Commerce is based. As soon as he entered the shop, Wei Zhong, who had changed his appearance and aura, immediately took out his guest token. Several servants in the palace were shocked when they saw it. A maid in a white skirt came out immediately. "This fellow Taoist, I am Yun Luo. I will entertain you this time. Please come with me to the cabinet." He led Wei Zhong to a private room, where other maids had already prepared tea for the two of them. "What do you need from your visit to Yunji Chamber of Commerce this time?" Wei Zhong reached out and took out a piece of yellow paper, which recorded most of the items he needed. Then the residue at the bottom of the spiritual wine pool obtained from the secret realm came out. "In addition, I need someone to help me identify these things and find out what kind of elixir they are." Yun Luo took the paper and was shocked when he looked at the items displayed on it. 1000-year-old 9-heart fruit, 1000-ling waterstone, 3rd-level water method alchemy inheritance, soul nourishing pill, and chalcedony that is more than 500 years old. The items on this list alone are worth at least 70,000 to 80,000 low-grade spiritual stones. I have met a big customer. Yun Luo could barely conceal her inner ecstasy. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she almost laughed. But his professionalism over the years still stabilized him, and then he said softly to Wei Zhong, "Most of the spiritual objects on the list of fellow Taoists are very rare, so there are many missing. For example, this 1000-year-old 9-heart fruit has never been sold in stock in our store. If fellow Taoists want it, our Chamber of Commerce will hold an auction in 1 year, and there will be an auction of this 1000-year-old elixir. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait a year and buy this item at auction. But if you are in a hurry, you can also use your contribution points to exchange for it, so it only takes a few days to transfer the goods from Zhoucheng." Wei Zhong shook his head. "Let's talk about other things. 1000 spirit water stones, we have 3 in our store, each worth 1000 low-grade spirit stones. There are many copies of the 3rd-level alchemy inheritance, but the water method alchemy that fellow Taoists need is too partial, so there is only 1 copy. There are also soul-nourishing pills left, priced at 8,000 each. There is also a lot of chalcedony from 500 years old, worth 2,000 spiritual stones each. I don't know how many you need." Wei Zhong pondered for a while and then said, "Bring me all 3,000 spirit water stones. The 3rd-level alchemy inheritance has given me the water refining method, and 2 more excellent fire refining methods for me to compare. One time. There are 3 soul-nourishing pills and 10 chalcedony mushrooms. Also help me arrange the appraisal of these things as soon as possible." Wei Zhong pointed to the residue in the jade jar on the table. "Okay, the goods will be brought as soon as possible for seniors. It's just that this spiritual object is too damaged. I'm afraid it will take some time to identify it. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment." Wei Zhong nodded and picked up the spiritual tea on the table. The woman named Yun Luo took the list, took the jade jar and walked out of the room. Wei Zhonggang tasted half of the spiritual tea in his hand, and the latter was already holding something and turning around. After briefly inspecting the soul-nourishing pill, chalcedony and other scattered spiritual objects, Wei Zhong put them into the cave. Picking up the 3 crystal-clear Qianling water stones again, I felt a murmur in my heart. It is worthy of being a spiritual object used to transform spiritual bodies. It has been praised in the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. If it were not for my luck, I am afraid that these 3,000 spirit water stones would never have been in my turn." Holding the stone in his hand, Wei Zhong asked, "Can I reserve this 1000 spirit water stone?" Yun Luo's face froze, then he smiled and shook his head and said, "This item is quite popular in our Chamber of Commerce. It cannot be reserved. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist." Wei Zhong was not surprised and put it away casually. Then he took the 3rd-level alchemy inheritance and looked at it one by one. Since only part of the inheritance methods were revealed, Wei Zhong quickly finished browsing. "I want both this water refining method and this fire refining method." Wei Zhong pointed to the water refining method on the far left and the fire refining method in the middle. Hearing that Wei Zhong had chosen 2 copies at once, Yun Luo was even more excited. He took the jade box and wrapped 2 inheritance jade slips for Wei Zhong, and then asked, "The identification of spiritual objects is still in progress, please wait a moment, fellow Taoist." Wei Zhong put away the jade box and nodded. Yun Luo filled Wei Zhong's teacup, and then chatted with Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong responded perfunctorily without revealing any information about himself. This time Wei Zhong drank 5 cups of spiritual tea before a white-bearded old man came to the room. He was holding a jade jar in one hand, and a piece of paper in the other hand, with the names of various spiritual objects written on it. After handing it to Wei Zhongho, he said, "The spiritual object provided by fellow Taoist is too incomplete. I can only barely identify part of it." Wei Zhong finally looked at the many spiritual objects recorded on it. Golden silk bamboo, 1000 knot flowers, ambergris liquid, sapphire fruit, There are more than 20 kinds of spiritual objects recorded on the paper. It's really complicated. Wei Zhong had a huge headache for a while. There were so many spiritual creatures and he was not sure that he could recover the real wine recipe. Unless your brewing skills can be improved to master or grandmaster level, there is only a glimmer of possibility. Or should we go directly to the third level monkey and ask? Wei Zhong's heart moved. That's enough. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I wonder what the reward will be for the appraisal. The other party shook his head, and his gray beard swayed left and right as he shook his head. It is out of my interest to identify this thing for fellow Taoist, so there is no need to talk about reward. However, if fellow Taoist wants to distinguish the spiritual object, he has to work out the recipe for spiritual wine. Wei Zhong nodded generously. In order to ensure the accuracy of the identification results, Wei Zhong did not process the residue, so it exuded a strong smell of alcohol. It is reasonable for the other party to guess it. That fellow Taoist is very busy. I see that the spiritual substances used in this wine are complicated, and it doesn't look like they were made by human monks. On the contrary, it is a bit like those games about monsters and monsters that have not been civilized much. Wei Zhong had a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect this person to be able to deduce such a result with just a little bit of residue. Wei Zhong cupped his hands and said, I haven't asked you my Taoist friend's name yet. Please give me your honorable name. The other party wiped his white beard and said, I'm Su Xian, the shopkeeper of this place. Wei Zhong looked at his foundation building skills with a look of surprise on his face. As the shopkeeper responsible for the entire Luoha mansion, he is actually just a foundation building monk. Recalling that a remote city like Monuan Mansion had a Danjia shopkeeper in charge, how could the more important Luoha Mansion have a Gigi as shopkeeper? Seeing the surprise on Wei Zhong's face, Su Xian was not angry, but instead stroked his beard and smiled. Are you a bit surprised that I, a foundation-building monk, am the shopkeeper? Wei Zhong nodded and cupped his hands. I am indeed a little confused, but I have no intention of offending fellow Taoists. I understand. Anyone who sees a little foundation-building master holding the position of the master of a mansion will look at him with more eyes. Wei Zhong felt relieved when he saw that the other party had no intention of blaming him. Fellow Taoist, as a guest of our gathering Chamber of Commerce, you should understand that our Chamber of Commerce's right to speak is determined not by strength but by skill. If you have 2 or 3 profound skills, even fellow Taoists may not be able to compete for the position of shopkeeper. Wei Zhong suddenly said, I have learned a lesson. Fellow Taoist, if you need anything, you can tell Miss Yun again. I will leave now. The two sides bowed in a bow, and Wei Zhong looked at Su Xian's leaving back with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Saying goodbye to Yun Luo, Wei Zhong left. Most of the supplies for this trip have been purchased. Wei Zhong left Yunji building, changed his appearance, stepped on the flying sword, and left. Most of the raw materials for the red spirit wine have been deduced, but there is still a long way to go before it can be successfully reproduced. Wei Zhong was already thinking about returning to the secret realm to subdue the third-level monkey. At this moment, there may not be any chance of superimposing 3 levels of Taoism over time in the middle stage of foundation building, but after careful consideration, I decided to give up. He looked at his longevity at this moment. Shoyuan, 211 of 275 a few days ago, the group in the secret realm used the magic of time to resist the attack of the monkey, which cost them 12 years of life. Later, in order to be on the safe side, he pursued Mao Yuan Feng and spent another 24 years advancing to the early stage of pill formation. A total of 36 years have passed between the 2 times, and now the remaining lifespan is only 64 years, which is not enough for him to perform the 3-layer time Taoist method twice. Now it's not worth the gain to catch the monkey for a kind of spiritual wine. Moreover, after he reached the middle stage of Dan Jia, he was just a child wielding a sledgehammer. If he was not familiar with Dan Jia's fighting methods, he might not be able to win the golden-browed red monkey reliably. It is better to wait until you enter the late stage of foundation building before considering this matter. At that time, it will be safe to be able to climb to the late stage of core building with the help of years of Taoism. After subduing the third-level monkey, his own safety can be guaranteed. At least he can protect himself until he is promoted to Dan Dan without any worries. After thinking for a moment, Wei Zhong returned to Yunxia Island with his flying sword. Entering the cave, Wei Zhong immediately began to enter the state of cultivation, and did not immediately start to level up because of Shouyuan's anxiety. Instead, he is trying to enter the later stage of foundation building in the next 20 years. Such a small level improvement will also bring him decades of longevity. Then you can plot the third level monkey. With the blessing of the heavy water spirit body, Wei Zhong obviously felt that he was more sensitive to spiritual energy, and his cultivation became much smoother and his speed was several 100% faster. Occasionally when he is bored, he would make elixirs, make wine, or pass the time with Xia Linghua. Such days lasted for more than a year. Wei Zhong went out again to participate in the auction held by the Yunji Chamber of Commerce and won the Millennium 9 Heart Fruit. 12,000 low-grade spiritual stones were spent. It doesn't cost much. On the one hand, there are not many third-level alchemists who can use this elixir to refine the dust-falling pill. On the other hand, 2 dust-falling pills appeared at the auction, attracting a lot of firepower for Wei Zhong. One of them was bought by Zhu Shun, a second-level alchemist in the late stage of foundation establishment, for a high price of 53,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Wei Zhong had to lament that Luoha Mansion had many resources and rich people. Zhu Shun has also made a lot of money through alchemy in recent years, and he plans to use this to get into alchemy. As for the other dust-falling pill, it was pocketed by Ling Ziwei's brother Ling Hua, who also spent more than 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It seems that he has also begun to prepare for the formation of pills. No wonder Ling Ziwei has not come to see Wei Zhong recently. Maybe he is too busy because of his brother's formation of pills. After Wei Zhong took the photo of his favorite 9 heart fruit, he returned to Yunxia Island to practice cultivation again. This practice lasted for 13 years, and Wei Zhong was released from seclusion because of a piece of outside news. Ling Hua formed the elixir and invited all the cultivators to watch the ceremony? Wei Zhong looked at the message in Xinjian with a strange expression on his face. This is something new. Normally, when monks form elixirs, they don't find someone to protect them, and then secretly find a place to survive the calamity and make the elixirs. This Ling Hua is good at inviting all the cultivators to watch the ceremony. With such a big fanfare, aren't you worried about others causing damage? Wei Zhong couldn't understand, but decided to go and have a look. After all, it was Ling Ziwei who invited him. Such a major incident cannot disgrace the other party's face. When he went out, he saw that Xia Linghua had reached the 8th level of qi refining, and Wei Zhong nodded. The other party has not forgotten his instructions over the years and has been practicing hard. Rewarding the opponent with a 2nd-level magic sword to encourage him, Wei Zhong left the island and headed towards the Ling family. There was no idea of bringing Xia Linghua to watch the ceremony together on this trip, because Wei Zhong guessed that there might be something fishy about the ceremony, which would most likely trigger a large number of monks to fight, and Wei Zhong was not sure of keeping her safe. Look at your own cultivation. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, 6th level of foundation building, 83%, exercise, spring and autumn water refining technique master, 50%, lifespan, 225/275, 13 years have passed, and Wei Zhong's cultivation has begun to reach the end of the middle stage of foundation building. It will take more than a year to reach the peak of the middle stage of foundation building, and then he can start preparing to break through to the late stage of foundation building. If it weren't for Ling Ziwei's invitation, Wei Zhong would not have come out halfway. Another gratifying thing is that spring and autumn water refining art is about to break through the master level and enter the grandmaster level. When the breakthrough comes, his cultivation speed will be improved. Another health-preserving exercise is not very popular, and Wei Zhong only practices it during his daily self-cultivation. The only thing that makes Wei Zhong a little worried is that his lifespan is only 50 years, which makes Wei Zhong a little anxious. However, it is still enough to perform the triple-year Taoist method once, and in case of emergency, he can also exchange his life with a Krypton level. As long as Wei Zhong does not fall below the foundation building stage, he can maintain temporary Dan-forming combat power many times. There is not much worry about safety. Riding on the green boat, Wei Zhong took out the falling moon red he brewed and drank it. This is Wei Zhong's poor imitation of the red spiritual wine that increases spiritual awareness. This wine is slightly stronger than warm tears and has a significant increase in spiritual awareness, but it has a very limited effect on the spiritual awareness of cultivators in the foundation establishment period. It is far inferior to the spiritual wine brewed by the spirit monkey. But at least it was brewed with spirit stones, so it would be a waste if you don't drink it. While drinking, he looked outside the boat and suddenly saw a light approaching. Dao Yu Qingza? Oh, it turned out to be Dao Yu Wei. The light approached and landed on the boat, revealing the figure of Taoist Qingza. The other party still looked unkempt, but the aura on his body was slightly different, and his cultivation in the late stage of foundation building was revealed. I didn't expect to meet Dao Yu Qingza here. I haven't congratulated Dao Yu on your successful advancement to the late stage of foundation building yet. Wei Zhong lifted the hanging cloth outside the cabin and invited him in. Alas, it's just the late stage of foundation building, not even a small foundation building cultivator. If you don't enter the Jindan stage, you will end up being an ant. Daoist Wei, are you going to the Luo family to watch the ceremony? Wei Zhong poured wine for him and nodded. Fairy Ling invited me, I dare not refuse. Ha, I've heard that Daoist Wei and Fairy Ling are good friends, it's true. I think Daoist Wei might as well become a Taoist couple with them. Daoist Wei is an expert in alchemy, and Fairy Ling is an expert in formation. They are a pair of immortal lovers. In the future, there is Ling Hua, a Jindan brother-in-law, and the future is limitless. Wei Zhong he shook his head slightly, I am devoted to cultivation, so I don't have time to consider this matter. Besides, as you said, if you can't form a pill, you will be an ant in the end. I am poor in talent, and I haven't even reached the late stage of foundation building, let alone forming a pill. Fellow Taoist Ling Hua, no, maybe I should call you senior in the future, is about to form a pill. Fairy Ling, who has similar talent, must be not far from forming a pill. How can I climb up the high branch with my shallow cultivation? Although Wei Zhong said so, there was no trace of loss on his face, but a little humble. Fellow Daoist Wei is really a hard-working cultivator. Qingzi praised and drank a glass of spirit wine, with a little shock in his expression. Brother Wei actually treated me with this kind of spirit wine, which is really generous. What he drank was the falling moon red brewed by Wei Zhong. This kind of treasure that increases spiritual consciousness is rare, and it is extremely precious even for Qingzi in the late stage of foundation building. It's just a little bit of wine. The more calm Wei Zhong was, the more Qingzi felt that Wei Zhong was noble and upright. Is this wine brewed by fellow Daoist Wei? Wei Zhong shook his head. No, this wine was obtained by chance. I only have a few pots of hidden goods in my hand. Qingzi showed a bit of regret on his face. Then he talked with Wei Zhong about the major events that had happened in the cultivation world in recent days. Among them was the great battle between good and evil in Monyuan Prefecture. Qingmu sect resisted the attack of the demon sect, and its subordinates and independent cultivators suffered terribly. Many small and weak forces began to move away from other prefectures to avoid such disasters. Wei Zhong also thought of one or two of his former friends and felt very emotional. I don't know if fellow Daoist Li and fellow Daoist Chen are alright. Ning Jieqi has a master who is a guest of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. He should be fine. I just hope he won't be trapped by love. Fellow Daoist, do you know about Jushin's failure to form a pill a few years ago? Wei Zhong was pulled back to his senses by this and nodded. The foundation building and impact of forming a pill is considered big news in Luoha Prefecture. When Wei Zhong was in seclusion, Xia Linghua also informed Wei Zhong of this incident. Jushin is really a man who will perish if he does too much evil. He was asked to bid for a dust-reducing pill, but he failed to seize the opportunity. I heard that he failed to form a pill and hurt his body. He can't impact the position of forming a pill again without recuperating for decades. Speaking of this, Qingzi showed a slightly pleased smile on his face. Wei Zhong has been building his foundation for so many years, and he has also inquired about the relevant procedures of cultivators forming a pill. The formation of a pill is different from the foundation building, and it requires a special level of baptism by heavenly tribulation. The cultivator needs to condense a true pill in the body first, then survive the heart demon tribulation, and finally deal with the coming heavenly tribulation. This tribulation is the heavenly thunder tribulation. If you survive it successfully, you will form a pill. It's a pity that Jushin is not strong enough. He couldn't even complete the first step of forming a pill. Otherwise, it would be better to let him barely form a pill and fail under the heart demon and thunder tribulation, Qingzi said with some regret. Wei Zhong rolled his eyes. Qingzi is hoping that Jushin will die soon. The heart demon tribulation and thunder tribulation are not like forming a pill. Failure to form a pill can only hurt the body. But if the latter two tribulations fail, it is very likely that he will die directly. Perhaps Jushin is a parallel importer who has taken too many pills after practicing for many years, right? Wei Zhong said without blushing and without a beating heart. Although his own cultivation was achieved through hard work, Wei Zhong mainly used spiritual wine. Compared to elixirs, they are very pure and do not contain erysipelas. Although there is some residual poison, it is much better than the elixir. Moreover, he has practiced the top-skilled spring and autumn water refining technique to the master level, and his foundation is extremely deep. Comparing the foundation building at the same level, he is also a person with a solid foundation. Fellow Taoist Wei is right, let's have a drink, Qingzi laughed out loud after hearing Wei Zhong's remarks. The two drank and chatted, and soon arrived at the Ling family. Because most of Luoha Mansion's spiritual veins rely on water veins, the Ling family, as a foundation building family, is also located on the edge of water veins. Unlike Wei Zhong, whose Yunxia Island is adjacent to Yunxi River, the Ling family relies on the Luoha River, the largest river in the province. It is a second-level high-grade spiritual land, which is better than the Yunxia Island where Wei Zhong stayed. It can even be called a quasi-third-level spiritual land. Ling Hua was about to form the elixir, and the Ling family had already raised a large formation for safety. A white light shield was like a jade bowl, and the Ling family was turned upside down. Third-level formation? Wei Zhong narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, all these foundation building families have their own heritage. With such a formation, Ling Ziwei, who is in the late stage of foundation building, is in charge. Even if the pill-forming monks come, they can be blocked. Your Ling family invited people to watch the ceremony. Why did you leave us here in the wilderness? When Wei Zhong arrived, many monks had already arrived. Among them, 1 or 2 monks wanted to enter the Ling family, but were blocked by the formation and began to hold the people entertained by the Ling family accountable. When Wei Zhong saw that a banquet and wine table had been set up outside the formation, he knew that this man was making trouble unreasonably. So he collected the flying boat and landed in front of this person. The Ling family has prepared a banquet for us. Why do fellow Taoists have to be so aggressive? Hearing Wei Zhong's voice, the man turned his head and looked at Wei Zhong with fierce eyes, but saw that Wei Zhong's cultivation in the middle stage of foundation establishment was 1 level higher than him. Next to him was a Qingzi Taoist who was in the late stage of foundation building, and his head suddenly shrank. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was timid, snorted, and turned around to leave. Thank you, Senior Wei. When the junior of the Ling family saw Wei Zhong rescuing him, he bowed his hands and bowed in gratitude. Wei Zhong lifted him up and recognized him as Ling Yunsheng, the rising star of the Ling family. This person was a generation behind Ling Ziwei and Ling Hua. He had successfully built the foundation more than 10 years ago with the help of the foundation building pill provided by Wei Zhong to the Ling family. He was humble and a little weak, so he was bullied to this point by a casual cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. Wei Zhong helped him up. Nephew Yunsheng has also successfully established the foundation, so he should be tougher in temperament. Such unreasonable monks can be dismissed with just a few words, so there is no need to argue with him. You know, your Ling family is not an ordinary foundation building family. And after a while, he will become a well-known alchemy force in Luoha Prefecture. Wei Zhong patted his shoulder and comforted him. Ling Yunsheng's expression changed slightly and he said, Senior Wei's words are reasonable. Wei Zhong didn't know whether he heard these words, but Ling Ziwei's voice suddenly came to his ears. Thank you Taoist fellow Wei for your help. Ziwei still needs to preside over the formation at the moment, so it is not convenient to receive fellow Taoist. I will wait for my brother to form the elixir successfully, and then I will come to accompany him. Wei Zhongji heard his voice but could not see him. Knowing that the other party can clearly see the scene here with the help of the power of the formation, and transmit the sound to him. So Wei Zhong bowed his hands in the formation, turned around and pulled Qingzi to the banquet, waiting quietly for Ling Hua to form the elixir. During the dinner, Wei Zhong also met many old acquaintances such as Lan Fanyi, Tanbo and others who were acquainted with Song Zhong, as well as Yushin, who had a gap with Qingzi. Many foundation building monks came to join in the fun. The expressions of the monks at the scene varied. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were indifferent like Wei Zhong and just came to watch the fun. Fellow Taoist Wei, look at how ugly Jushin's face is, Qingzi said proudly from the side. Wei Zhong followed his gaze and saw Jushin with a very gloomy expression. The other party failed to form an elixir many years ago, and now he saw that a talented comrade was about to form an elixir, and he could not get rid of the jealousy on his face. When Wei Zhong looked at him, Jushin also noticed Wei Zhong's gaze. Wei Zhong smiled at him and raised his wine glass to him from a distance. It was originally a friendly gesture, but Qingzi laughed beside him. Xu Xinxian regarded Wei Zhong's move as a provocation. His face turned a little darker. He picked up the spirit wine on the table and started drinking alone. Wei Zhong was a little helpless. He really wanted to have a good relationship with him. He had few enemies, but the other party didn't understand him. Wei Zhong was too lazy to warm up to the other party and start talking with Qingzi. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the field changed. The surrounding free spiritual energy began to gather towards the Ling family, forming a spiritual energy vortex half a mile in diameter high in the sky. Wei Zhong felt the concentration of spiritual energy at hand. The Ling family didn't know what method they used to make the second-level high-grade spiritual land have the third-level effect. Here we go. A whirlpool of spiritual energy formed an influx over the Ling family, and the monks present all understood that Ling Hua was beginning to form elixirs. Hey, with this whirlwind of spiritual energy, fellow Taoist Ling Hua has started to condense his elixir. Qingzi began to sigh beside him. The spiritual energy cyclone lasted for a full stick of incense before slowly dissipating. Did the pill condensation succeed? The first step is successful, and the only remaining ones are the inner demon tribulation and the thunder tribulation. The inner demon tribulation can only be overcome if one has a firm heart. During this period, the mind will be tempered by the tribulation, and the consciousness will also be trained and strengthened in this process. It is unknown how long the inner world lasts, but from the outside world's point of view, it is only a few breaths of time. The spiritual energy cyclone dissipated, and the sky suddenly became dark clouds, and silver snakes danced wildly. The bright sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. The inner demon tribulation has been overcome, and there is only the last level of the heavenly thunder tribulation. As soon as the voice fell, a golden figure soared into the sky and rushed directly outside the formation, facing the mighty power of the sky. This person was Ling Hua. Seeing this scene, four foundation building monks suddenly rushed out of the field and went straight to Ling Hua. Sure enough, someone is making trouble. Wei Zhong sighed in his heart, and had already greeted Qingzi beside him, wanting to step forward to stop it. Wei Zhong and the Ling brothers and sisters still have some friendship after all, so it is not good to just stand by and watch. Suddenly a golden bell appeared in the air, blocking the four people. Where did you come from, you little bug? How dare you run wild here? A yellow-robed monk in a cassock appeared in the air. It was Sikong Changming. Ling Hua had formed a Dan, and he had invited his Dan-forming friend to come. He, Sikong Dao Yu, why do you have to bully the weak here? Can't the younger generation solve the grievances of the Ling family by themselves? A black-robed Taoist appeared in front of Sikong Changming, and his cold voice was chilling. Where did you come from, you hiding your head and showing your tail? Dare you show your true self and fight with me? Sikong Changming was furious, but the black-robed Dan was calm. He took out a black magic sword and attacked him. The two Dan-forming masters fought with great momentum, but they were getting farther and farther away from Ling Hua. Even the two of them didn't want to be involved in this Dan-forming tribulation. These four foundation-building masters who suddenly appeared, I don't know where they came from, but they actually wanted to drag Ling Hua into the water with the belief that they would die. Wei Zhong flew to block one person, and the other three were also stopped by the Ling family's foundation building. Dao Yu, cultivation is not easy, why seek death here? Wei Zhong was facing a cultivator with a hideous scar on his face, who was in the late stage of foundation building. Wei Zhong, Wei Dansher, I will not kill you for your good reputation among the casual cultivators. Please leave quickly and don't get involved in the personal grudge between me and the Ling family. I am afraid it will be difficult to fulfill Dao's wish. Wei Zhong took out a red magic sword while speaking, and two talismans were floating around him. To deal with this kind of cultivator who was one level higher than himself, Wei Zhong was also fully prepared. Looking at the nearby, the other three were one in the late stage of foundation building and two in the middle stage of foundation building. Except for the brothers and sisters in the late stage of the Ling family, the highest cultivation of the others was only in the middle stage. At this moment, Ling Ziwei was in charge of the formation and could no longer get away to meet the enemy. The people of the Ling family had a hard time dealing with these people. This was also the reason why Wei Zhong took the initiative to take on an enemy who was a late stage of foundation building. Okay, since you insist on getting involved in this mess, don't blame me for being ruthless. The man waved his hands and performed an extremely complex seal in an instant. He pointed two fingers at Wei Zhong and a black shuttle flew out. The shuttle was as fast as thunder and arrived in front of Wei Zhong in a blink of an eye. Wei Zhong's face changed, and he pulled a talisman beside him. With the injection of spiritual power, a golden seal phantom smashed down on the black shuttle. When the two collided, cracks appeared in the golden seal phantom in an instant. The other party actually used a magic weapon. Wei Zhong looked over and saw that this man was forcibly driving the magic weapon with the power of foundation building. He was also very uncomfortable. His face turned pale and staggered back a few steps. He swallowed the blood in his mouth and pinched the seal again to control the shuttle to attack Wei Zhong. Boom! Electric snakes danced wildly in the air, and a thunderbolt struck Ling Hua directly. Ling Hua's face was firm, and the earth-yellow spiritual power was injected into the armor he was wearing. The armor suddenly flashed with dazzling golden light, forming a golden shield around him. The shield was broken after a breath of thunder. The remaining power of thunder and lightning penetrated through the armor protection and penetrated into his body, causing him to frown. After the first strike, the second thunder fell immediately, leaving him no time to adjust. Ling Hua frowned. He didn't expect that the defensive armor he relied on many times when building his foundation would be directly damaged by this thunder. A trace of regret appeared in his eyes, and he immediately took out a colorful treasure umbrella. The ribs of the umbrella were made of some kind of green and yellow spiritual bamboo, and the umbrella surface was a layer of white silk with green fish and green lotus painted on it. When the spiritual power was injected, the green fish and green lotus on the umbrella surface seemed to come alive. When the thunder struck, Ling Hua raised his umbrella to respond. The green lotus on the umbrella surface swayed and dispersed the thunder. Part of it was swallowed by the leaping green fish, and the other part passed through the ribs, leaving dazzling lightning on it, and then the remaining small part attacked Ling Hua himself. The thunder that just exploded was instantly turned into gentle lightning by this treasure umbrella. Ling Hua couldn't hide his joy on his face. The effect of this colorful golden bamboo umbrella is really extraordinary. When the people in the field below saw that Ling Hua's treasure armor was destroyed by a thunder, they immediately thought that Ling Hua would most likely die under the thunder. There were those who lamented and regretted, and there were also those who gloated over the misfortune. Xu Shen, in particular, was glad that he had failed to form a pill when he saw the might of the thunderbolt. Fortunately, I didn't have the chance to survive this thunderbolt, otherwise I would have died. He then thought of Ling Hua dying under the thunderbolt while forming a pill, and smiled happily. Ling Hua took out an unknown umbrella-shaped magic weapon and blocked the subsequent thunderbolts, looking quite satisfied. Xu Shen was stunned for a moment. Wei Zhongfang used the golden seal to block the magic weapon of the monk on the opposite side, and also noticed the changes in the air. Impossible, how could the thunderbolt of forming a pill be blocked by this mere magic weapon? The scarred monk roared in disbelief. He thought that Ling Hua would fall under the heavenly tribulation without his help, but he didn't expect such a change to happen. He instantly became furious, hammered his chest with his hand, spat a mouthful of blood on the black shuttle magic weapon, and made seals in his hands, ready to use means to quickly kill Wei Zhong to effect Ling Hua's tribulation. Wei Zhong did not dare to neglect it. While urging the golden scissors to try to interrupt the other party, he clenched his white jade token. There is still a third-level defense spell that has not been used. After refining the token for so many years, Wei Zhong knew that this spell would be automatically triggered when encountering a third-level attack, and it could also be manually controlled by the token owner. Fellow Taoist Wei, I'll help you. Seeing that the monk was desperate and Wei Zhong was in danger, Qingzi could no longer sit down. He flew up and a black cloud covered the scarred monk, and at the same time urged the magic sword in his hand. Wei Zhong looked at the other party with gratitude. As a casual cultivator, Qingzi did not need to participate in this matter at all. Like other cultivators, he just watched from the sidelines, but this time he took action, which could be called a loyalty. In a pavilion of the Ling family, a circular formation was laid out on the ground. In the outermost circle, 12 peak Kyrfining cultivators sat cross-legged, and inside sat 4 old Taoists in the foundation building stage. In the center of the formation was Ling Ziwei herself. Seeing that her brother had temporarily stabilized under the thunder tribulation with the help of the 7-colored golden bamboo umbrella, she also set her sights outside the formation. The 4 men came fiercely, and in a short time, they put everyone in the Ling family and Wei Zhong at a disadvantage. Ling Ziwei's anxiety was on the surface, but she had to sit in this formation and could not get out to meet the enemy. Ha! An elder of the Ling family in the middle stage of foundation building shouted angrily, and then forced a mouthful of blood to sprinkle on the magic weapon. He could not withstand the pressure of another late stage of foundation building, so he had to use desperate means. The blood climbed along the magic sword, and then spread along his arm to his whole body. In the blink of an eye, a blood-colored grid was formed outside his body. Looking closely, it was formed by countless tiny blood-colored runes connected in series. Other Ling family monks who were fighting against the mid-stage foundation building monk were also bleeding profusely and could not hold on for long. Wei Zhong stared at the enemy in front of him nervously. The golden scissors talisman had been triggered. A golden light passed between the two of them and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of the scarred monk. The scissors opened and cut down towards his neck. But at the same time, the latter also completed the spell. The spiritual light on the black shuttle was restrained, and with a light stroke of his fingers, it attacked Wei Zhong. The golden scissors magic weapon was pierced by the black shuttle. The golden light dimmed, and the talisman prototype appeared, and it ignited in midair. The black light in Wei Zhong's eyes was blurred. He could no longer capture the trajectory of the black shuttle with his sight, and only his spiritual sense could barely see it clearly. Knowing that he had no other means to resist this move, he took the opportunity to activate the third-level defense technique on the token. A jade-colored treasure bottle appeared in the air, and Wei Zhong was already inside the bottle. The treasure bottle was engraved with flowers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, and fish, vividly. The black shuttle hit the treasure bottle, as if it had pierced a thick film. Like a stone thrown into the water, it caused layers of circular ripples on the bottle, and the two were deadlocked for a moment. At this moment, Taoist Qing's attack had arrived, and dense black insects surrounded the scarred monk. But the latter simply activated the protective formation of the robe, and his two fingers were still pointing straight at Wei Zhong, without any intention of letting Wei Zhong go. Even if the black insects drilled through his robe defense and not his body, there was no change. Humph, do you think I don't exist? Qing's magic sword cut off his head, and another white-scaled snake appeared beside him, with its thick tail raised high and smashed into his body. After several additional attacks, the scarred monk finally couldn't ignore it anymore. He retracted his fingers, and the shuttle flew backwards, cutting off Qing's flying sword with one strike, then drew a curve and pierced the snake's tail, attacking Qing's directly. The power of the magic weapon was so terrifying, especially when the scarred monk used the secret method to drive it with all his strength. The white snake howled in pain, and Qing's face changed drastically. He put away his sword and retreated instantly. A dark green tortoise shield appeared in front of him at the same time. The black shuttle pierced the tortoise shield and then stopped. Qing's face showed a look of surviving a disaster. With a bang, one of the scarred monk's arms and part of his shoulder fell off. The limbs were separated from the body and immediately lost the spiritual protection. The black bugs rushed up and ate up the flesh and blood on it in a few breaths, leaving only some ruddy bones. It turned out that Wei Zhong took advantage of the moment when Qingze took back the magic weapon to attack Qingze and used the flying throwing technique to hit the arm that was casting the spell. The scarred monk was barely using the secret method to drive the magic weapon, and his body was under great pressure. Now his body was eaten by spirit insects, and one of his arms was cut off by Wei Zhong. His face turned pale in an instant, and his body staggered and fell down. The black shuttle magic weapon also fell to the ground like a powerless bird. The scarred monk knew that the situation was hopeless and he could no longer resist Wei Zhong and the others. He raised his head and stared at Wei Zhong with a grim look. Wei Zhong suddenly thought of something when he saw his eyes, and his face changed. "Fellow Taoist Qingze, let's go. He wants to self-destruct." Before he finished speaking, the scarred monk and the black shuttle magic weapon turned into a ball of blazing light. Wei Zhong resisted the attack in the bottle. Seeing fine cracks appearing on the bottle, he immediately used all his strength to display the protective black water spirit clothes, and the spiritual light on the robe began to light up. Boom! The bottle broke, and Wei Zhong was blown away by the exploding spiritual energy. Qingze was even more embarrassed. He fell several times in the air and was blown nearly a mile away. He fell to the ground, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and at the same time, the tortoise shield in his hand also made a cracking sound and broke into several pieces. Seeing their accomplice self-destruct and die, the other three cultivators also had red eyes, and the fight became more crazy, suppressing the Ling family cultivators. Wei Zhong took the elixir to heal his wounds and then went to support. As for Qingze, he was no longer able to fight, so he released the protective spirit beast and sat cross-legged on the spot to regulate his breath. In the air, Ling Hua had already survived 6 heavenly thunders with the 7-colored golden bamboo umbrella, plus the first heavenly thunder resisted by his treasure armor, leaving only the last 2. But at this time, the treasure umbrella was already tattered, the white silk umbrella surface was charred black, and there were countless gaps, and the green fish and green lotus on it disappeared without a trace. The green-yellow umbrella ribs were charred and cracked, like a broken bamboo broom handle that had been worn for many years. Ling Hua understood that this treasure umbrella would be unable to resist the next attack. He put away the broken treasure umbrella, looked up at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky, and a firm look appeared in his eyes. The Jindan Heavenly Thunder Tribulation is divided into 9, each stronger than the last, and the interval between them will also be longer and longer. The time between the 7th and the 8th is enough for him to perform a spell. The earth-yellow spiritual power entangled on Ling Hua's hands and arms, enveloping the free spiritual energy in the air, forming a huge earth-yellow tornado. When the tornado dissipated, Ling Hua's figure was no longer there, replaced by an earth-yellow giant with a height of 4 feet. The giant's body was shining with spiritual light, his head facing the sky, and his arms crossed in front of him. At this moment, the 8th heavenly thunder fell. The silver heavenly thunder hit the giant's body in the blink of an eye, and the yellow soil was peeled off layer by layer in an instant. The giant collapsed, and the embarrassed Ling Hua appeared in it. The robe was shattered, blood oozed out of the body, and the spiritual power in the body was almost exhausted. Facing the last remaining thunder, Ling Hua seemed to have no way to deal with it. His figure flashed and fell into the Ling family's formation. At the same time, Ling Ziwei, who was entrenched in the formation, had a gleam of light in her eyes. Everyone, it's our turn. Whether my Ling family can enter the ranks of the Jindan family depends on this battle. After saying this, she dropped her hands to the ground, connected with the formation pattern below, and poured out her spiritual power with all her strength. The other 4 foundation building and 12 chi refining people did the same. With the injection of spiritual power, the Ling family's formation suddenly changed. The jade bowl covering the entire clan land shrank and deformed, and continued to collapse towards the center, and finally turned into a jade lotus dozens of feet long. Ling Hua was sitting cross-legged in the lotus platform at this moment, and the surrounding lotus petals closed, wrapping Ling Hua's body layer by layer. This practice lasted for a full dozen breaths, but the thunder in the sky never fell in it. Instead, the dark clouds became thicker, emitting a terrifying power. At this moment, even Wei Zhong and others who were fighting in the surrounding area were keenly aware of a sense of oppression. The magic weapons waving in the air slowed down unconsciously. At this moment, the fighting below could no longer affect the success or failure of Ling Hua's tribulation. Everyone looked up blankly, waiting for the arrival of the most violent ninth thunder. Suddenly, silver light flashed in the dark clouds. A ball of thunder that was more domineering than any previous one, no, more than the previous 8 thunders accumulated, was born in it. The silver light flashed and fell on the jade lotus. The thick and rich jade color disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Ling Ziwei in the pavilion also spit out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The other people around were even more unbearable. All 12 chi refiners died suddenly, and only one of the 4 foundation building elders was still breathing. The Ling family's 3rd-level formation was destroyed instantly by this attack, and the sound of spiritual materials exploding continuously came from all over the family. Fortunately, after paying this price, it finally helped Ling Hua survive the most terrifying ninth thunder tribulation. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the sky shone again on the land. The thunderbolt had passed, and Ling Hua became a true Jindan cultivator. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Ling for successfully forming a Jindan. From now on, my Luaha mansion will have another fellow Jindan cultivator. We may meet again in the future. I will leave first, goodbye. After leaving these words, the black-robed Jindan cultivator turned into a beam of light and flew away in front of Sikong Changming. It seemed that this person was not in the same group as the 4 black-robed foundation cultivators below. Sikong Changming looked at the weakling family below, and did not choose to chase, but flew to kill the remaining 3 people. When the few people saw that Ling Hua had successfully formed a Jindan, they knew that this operation had completely failed. There was no intention of escaping at all, and he exploded on the spot and died on the spot. Wei Zhong dragged the Ling family away, shocked by the courage of the 3 people. What kind of deep hatred does this have with the Ling family that they are willing to fight to this extent? Long time no see, Chu, should I call you Wei now? Sikong Changming came in the air and said to Wei Zhong with a smile. Wei Zhong bowed. Hello, Senior Sikong. The name is just a code name, you can call me whatever you want. Then I will call you Wei Zhong. I will go see Brother Ling first, and we will talk about it later. Sikong Changming waved his sleeves and went to the Ling family residence. A moment later, he appeared with Ling Hua. Hello, Senior Ling. Hello, Senior Sikong. All the cultivators in the field bowed and saluted. Everyone knew that Ling Hua was now in a different class from themselves after forming a pill. Dear fellows, I have successfully formed a pill and will hold a pill forming ceremony next month. I hope you will show me your favor. After a few words, all the cultivators left, leaving only Wei Zhong, Qingze, and Sikong Changming. I would also like to thank you for your help, fellow Taoist Wei Zhong and fellow Taoist Qingze. If you hadn't helped, my Ling family would have suffered heavy losses. Wei Zhong looked at the seriously injured people taken away by the Ling family monks and said, It's just a small favor. Don't be polite. Suddenly, Wei Zhong's face changed and he said, I hope Senior Ling will forgive me. I have something important to do at the moment. I will visit you again another day after the seniors' Jindan ceremony. Ling Hua wanted to keep Wei Zhong to thank him, but seeing his sudden change in expression, he guessed that he probably had something difficult to say. So he said, In this case, I will not keep you. Please remember that the Ling family owes you a favor. If you have any difficulties, you can speak directly. My Ling family will not refuse to help. Thank you, Senior. Wei Zhong greeted the two Jindan monks, patted Qing's arm, left him here to heal his wounds, and then released the Qingzhou and turned into a green light and left. Ling Hua looked at Wei Zhong, who was leaving, with a strange look in his eyes. He thought of Ling Ziwei, who was seriously injured during this trip, and sighed in his heart. He turned to Qingze, who was in a state of embarrassment, and said, "Fellow Taoist Qingze, please stay in the Ling family to heal your wounds. Our Ling family will definitely repay you for your help." Qingze bowed. "Thank you, Senior." A few miles away from the Ling family, Wei Zhong found an uninhabited place and escaped into the cave. A fat golden fish was floating on the surface of the pool. There were two strange spiritual herbs beside it. One of them had a golden spiritual fruit that was ripe. The skin of the spiritual fruit was like layers of scales, flashing a dazzling golden light. After waiting for so many years, this spiritual fruit finally matured, and the opportunity for De Jin to advance also appeared. De Jin was staring at this spiritual fruit closely, and he could not stop his desire. Wei Zhong said calmly, "Eat it." Then De Jin moved the fish whiskers around his mouth, took out the spiritual fruit, and swallowed it. Unlike Jiu Kai, who had been sleeping for several days when he was promoted, the spiritual energy in the cave was immediately attracted by De Jin. A spiritual energy cyclone was formed to wrap around his body. Wei Zhong stood in the distance and watched the changes. Recalling his experience of subduing De Jin, he lived in the Qingchuan secret realm. And this secret realm seemed to be a part of the sect where Senior Bai He was. As a spiritual beast from the Huashan sect, it had shown all kinds of extraordinary things as early as the first stage. Now it has to swallow the spiritual fruit that Wei Zhong had been asking for many years but had not heard of before it can be promoted to the second stage. De Jin must not be an ordinary spiritual beast. Wei Zhong looked at the spiritual energy cyclone and sighed. This time the spiritual energy is much more fierce than Jiu Kai's at the beginning. Even the surrounding spiritual works were blown up by the cyclone and flew into the air. Wei Zhong quickly brushed his sleeves and covered the crops on the ground, thus avoiding major losses. Time passed slowly, and De Jin's advancement lasted for a full hour before the spiritual energy cyclone subsided, revealing its current body. Unlike De Jin's round and fat body before, De Jin's body became more slender after the advancement, and his fat torso also shrank a circle. The scales on the body became finer and smaller by half compared to before. Looking closely, it seemed that each scale was like a golden gem that was ingeniously crafted by nature, shining with dazzling light. The fat fish head was also 1 inch smaller, and there were 2 bulges on the forehead, as if 2 dragon horns were about to emerge from it. After the advancement was successful, De Jin also curiously looked at his new body, and then flew out of the water, as if flying with an invisible object, came in front of Wei Zhong, stretched out his head and intimately approached Wei Zhong's body. After advancing to the second level, De Jin actually had the ability to fly in the air. Wei Zhong touched his forehead with his hand and found that the 2 bulges were extremely hard. "Are you going to turn into a dragon?" Wei Zhong said with a sigh. De Jin didn't understand what the dragon in Wei Zhong's words was, and just kept holding Wei Zhong's Taoist robe, as if he was enjoying it. Wei Zhong looked at his whole body and found that if he ignored the bulge on the top of his head, De Jin would still be like a large fish with a somewhat delicate appearance, and had not undergone any essential changes. "The dragon has 4 legs, but you are still just a fish. It seems that we will have to wait until the 3rd or 4th level to see any significant changes." Wei Zhong touched its head a few times and sent it back to the pond below. Now the pond that Wei Zhong dug out was a bit too small for De Jin. He thought that he might be able to put it in the Yunxi River near Yunxia Island in the future to keep it company with the 9 colors on the cliffs of the island. After leaving the cave, Wei Zhong returned to Yunxia Island in his green boat and practiced cultivation for a month before going to the Ling family again. Looking at the rising formation, Wei Zhong knew that the Ling family's damaged formation a month ago had been repaired. When you walk into Ling's house, you will be greeted by someone. "Senior Wei, please come in quickly." The person who came was none other than Ling Yunsheng. "The master of the house has been waiting for you for a long time." "Master?" Wei Zhong asked curiously. "It is Uncle Linghua clan." After he entered the core formation, the old family leader abdicated in favor of the next generation and passed down the position of family leader. This is to let Jiedan support the family's appearance. While Wei Zhong was lamenting, Ling Yunsheng had introduced Wei Zhong into an antique courtyard in Ling's house. "The master of the house is currently receiving guests. Senior, please rest for a while." After saying this, Ling Yunsheng stepped back with a smile. Wei Zhong found a stone table in the courtyard and sat down. After waiting for a while, Ling Hua did not come. Instead, Ling Ziwei came. Fellow Taoist Wei left in a hurry a few days ago, but I didn't even have time to express my thanks. When Wei Zhong saw Ling Ziwei coming, he also stood up and handed over his hands. Forgive me, Fairy Ling, there was indeed an emergency. There is a spiritual beast here who is about to advance. Wei Zhong explained the reason in a few words. Only then did Ling Ziwei know that there was indeed a reason for Wei Zhong's departure. She nodded slightly and asked, did fellow Taoist get hurt when he stopped the thief that day? Wei Zhong shook his head. A few minor injuries have been healed long ago. I just lost a lot of spiritual objects on my hand, including 2 talismans and a 3rd-level passive defense spell. Wei Zhongru told Jiajin about his losses, but Ling Ziwei opposite him chuckled and said, fellow Taoist Wei is really interesting. Are you worried that my Ling family will default on your debt? Don't worry, I have already persuaded my brother to mobilize all the Qianling waterstones in my Ling family's treasure house. Here. Ling Ziwei flicked her sleeves, and 16 blue Qianling waterstones appeared on the stone table. Wei Zhong's heart trembled. According to the selling price of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, this was worth a full 16,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The Ling family just gave it to them as promised? Wei Zhong raised his head and looked at Ling Ziwei, but the other party just pushed the 16,000 spirit water stones into Wei Zhong's arms. Fellow Taoist Wei, please feel free to accept it. If you hadn't stopped the thieves during this trip, my Ling family would have been in danger. Wei Zhong thought for a moment and finally accepted these Qianling water stones. Later, he and Ling Ziwei talked about Ling Hua's formation of pills. When talking about the people who attacked the Ling family this time, Ling Ziwei sighed helplessly. My brother mingled with casual cultivators, doing chivalrous acts of justice, taking pleasure in grudges, and made countless enemies. After obtaining the dust-falling pill at this auction, the Ling family was secretly monitored by traitors. In order to get rid of this group of people, my brother simply invited people to watch the ceremony, and also invited Senior Sikong to help protect the Dharma in order to eliminate future troubles. However, the other party actually invited a Jiedan to restrain Senior Sikong. Ling Ziwei roughly described the conflict in a few words, but Ling Ziwei did not explain in detail what kind of grudge caused several monks in the late and middle stages of foundation building to risk their lives, and Wei Zhong was too sensible to ask. Fairy Ling, can you tell me in detail the methods that Brother Ling used to deal with the Thunder Tribulation this time? Ling Ziwei pondered for a moment and then said, I don't know much about the methods used by my brother, so I can only give a general idea to my Taoist friends. Seeing that Ling Ziwei was willing to tell, Wei Zhong also pricked up his ears and listened carefully. There is nothing to say about the first thunderbolt being blocked by 2nd-level treasure armor. Ling Ziwei was chatting in the courtyard, unaware that Ling Hua had arrived outside the courtyard. Hearing that he was about to reveal his secret, he shook his head helplessly. The subsequent 6 heavenly thunders are a special secret treasure found by my brother. I don't know who I am, why don't you let me tell my friends? Just as Ling Ziwei was answering, Ling Hua's voice came from outside the hospital. Wearing a long gown, he opened the courtyard door and walked in, then sat next to the two of them. I hope Senior Ling will answer, Wei Zhong said with a sincere expression. You are Ziwei's good friend, and I am Ziwei's brother. Don't call me Senior anymore, just call me Taoist friend. Then without waiting for Wei Zhong to answer, he began to explain the colorful golden bamboo umbrella. I got this thing from an ancient cave. Ling Hua took out the broken treasure umbrella and continued, according to records, this magic weapon is called the colorful golden bamboo umbrella, and it is a special lightning protection magic weapon. Colorful golden bamboo umbrella, ward off thunder? Wei Zhong stared at the broken umbrella body. Although the umbrella pole was partially charred and black, Wei Zhong could still barely discern that its true color was green and yellow, which was incomparable with golden bamboo. Seeming to see the confusion in Wei Zhong's eyes, Ling Hua explained, the reason why fellow Taoists see the green and yellow color of the umbrella pole of this magical weapon is because the golden thunder bamboo used to refine this magical weapon is not old enough. Golden thunder bamboo? This is the first time Wei Zhong has heard of this kind of spiritual creature. Yes, golden thunder. It is a very rare spiritual material that is born with the power of thunder and lightning. It can be used to make various magic weapons. This colorful golden bamboo umbrella is one of them that can be refined. Because the golden thunder bamboo has the power of thunder and lightning, it has the effect of assimilating the thunder, so it has the ability to ward off thunder. Depending on the year, the color of golden thunder bamboo will be different. The cyan color of 100 years, the green color of 1,000 years, and the evergreen color will all fade away, and the golden thunder bamboo will turn into a pure golden color. Then he pointed to the colorful golden bamboo umbrella on the table and continued, the golden thunder bamboo used to refine this magical weapon is only 3,000 years old, so it is considered inferior. Otherwise, it would not have been directly damaged by the bombardment of several pill formation thunder tribulations. Wei Zhong looked at the broken umbrella on the table with some regret, but Ling Hua took out a jade slip. This? Wei Zhong asked confused. It records the refining method of the colorful golden bamboo umbrella, Ling Hua said calmly. Wei Zhong was startled and immediately said, fellow Taoist Ling, do you think I can afford the price of this method? Ha, it would be better if fellow Taoist can pay. If you are short of money, I will give it to fellow Taoist. After saying this, Ling Hua glanced at Ling Ziwei beside him. Wei Zhong sighed and took out a jade bottle. There were 10 shining golden pills in the bottle. Ling Hua was shocked, grabbed the elixir bottle and uncorked it, then twitched her nose and smelled it, then looked up at Wei Zhong in shock. How Yuan Dan? Exactly. Ling Ziwei was also a little shocked that Wei Zhong could come up with such a third-level elixir. Could it be that this elixir was refined by fellow Taoist Wei? Good. Wei Zhong nodded, his eyes wandering, already looking at the panel. Level 3 Alchemy Water Proficiency, 78%. It took more than 10 years for Wei Zhong to not only improve his cultivation to the 6th level of foundation building, but also mastered the 3rd level of alchemy. Although he dropped from the proficient level to the proficient level, it did not affect Wei Zhong's refining of the 2nd level elixir at all. Moreover, with the proficient level of 3rd level alchemy, Wei Zhong can already practice some 3rd level elixirs. This Hao Yuan Dan is one of them. It is a spiritual elixir used by Dan Jia monks to practice. In addition to the effect of increasing spiritual energy, it also has the ability to assist in breaking through realms. And the price is very expensive, each pill costs thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. The bottle of Hao Yuan Dan that Wei Zhong took out contained 10 pills, which were worth at least more than 10,000 spirit stones, which was a huge sum of money. The Ling family brothers and sisters were shocked by what Wei Zhong said. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Wei is already a 3rd-level alchemist. There is a huge difference between foundation-building monks and alchemy-forming monks, and there is also a gap between 2nd-level alchemy masters and 3rd-level alchemy masters. Luoha Mansion is jointly governed by many alchemy forces, and Wei Zhong, a 3rd-level alchemist, can be said to have stepped onto the highest level in half a step. No matter where he goes in this capacity, the monks will respect him, even the alchemy monks are no exception. Is this bottle of elixir enough? That's enough. Ling Hua pushed the jade slip in front of Wei Zhong and accepted the elixir. He had just entered the pill formation, and he needed this spiritual pill to refine his magic power the most. Ling Hua had no reason to refuse. Wei Zhong took the jade slip in his hand and looked into it with his spiritual consciousness. It contained the method of refining the colorful golden bamboo umbrella. Golden thunder bamboo, heavenly silkworm silk. Seeing that there were several kinds of spiritual materials that he had never heard of before, Wei Zhong sighed in his heart and put them into the cave. It seems that there is no way to refine this magic weapon in a short time. These rare materials can only be pinned on the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Going to the secret realm to find them yourself is like looking for a needle in a haystack, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Brother Wei, are you satisfied with this? Ling Hua asked. Wei Zhong nodded. According to the records, the power of this magical weapon is indeed extraordinary, but the spiritual materials used to refine this umbrella are also too precious. Haha, that's natural. This treasure is originally used to deal with the nascent soul thunder tribulation. Now facing the thunder tribulation of the core formation, fellow Taoists only need to find some 1,000-year-old spiritual materials. But it is still best to find a golden thunder bamboo with a higher age, otherwise it will be scrapped like the one below to deal with the 6 thunder tribulations, which will be very embarrassing. Wei Zhong looked at the broken treasure umbrella on the table and recalled the 9th Dandan heavenly thunder. This umbrella is unlikely to survive the last blow, so I'd better try to find a 10th Osandy-year-old spiritual material. Wei Zhong considered his words carefully. The other party was so straightforward in bringing out the method of making the magic weapon that he felt a little embarrassed to continue asking. Ling Hua noticed Wei Zhong's thoughts. Dao Yu, do you want to ask how I survived the last 2 thunder tribulations? Wei Zhong nodded, and then bowed. I'm just a little curious. If Brother Ling doesn't want to reveal it, there's no need to say more. Ling Hua waved his hand and said, the way I dealt with the 8th thunder was a unique secret method recorded in the practice I practiced. Dao Yu's practice is different from mine, so this method is useless to Dao Yu. As for the formation used to deal with the 9th thunder, it actually doesn't make much sense to Dao Yu. After saying this, Ling Hua looked at Ling Ziwei beside him. Brother is right, that formation is a formation for a substitute tribulation. Substitute tribulation? Wei Zhong was shocked. That's right. This formation is a formation in which other people work together to divide part or all of the power of the heavenly tribulation of the tribulation crossing person. A third-level formation master is required to preside over the main formation, and the secondary formation requires at least 4 foundation-building cultivators and 12 chirefining cultivators to control it. This is the standard for our Ling family this time. Even true Jindan cultivators are unwilling to be contaminated by the power of the Jindan heavenly tribulation, let alone the foundation-building and chirefining cultivators who are inferior to Jindan. As for this, all the 12 chirefining cultivators of our Ling family who participated in this formation this time died, and 3 of the 4 mid-stage foundation-building cultivators died, and the remaining one was almost dead. As for me, the main formation master, I was also seriously injured. Wei Zhong's eyes condensed. No wonder it was so difficult for the Ling family to resist foreign enemies at the beginning. Wei Zhong was also surprised that the Ling family had accumulated so many years, but there were only a few foundation-building cultivators. It turned out that at least half of their power was put into this formation. And Ling Ziwei. How is Fairy Ling's injury? Wei Zhong looked at Ling Ziwei's face and found that her face was indeed a little paler than usual. Thank you for your concern, fellow Daoist Wei. I have already taken the healing elixir. I will be fully recovered after a few days of recuperation. Despite his answer, Wei Zhong still took out a jar of the second-level King Luozui. This wine has the ability to nourish the body and is also somewhat effective in repairing hidden injuries. Fairy Ling drinks it daily, and her injuries will heal faster. Ling Ziwei accepted the spiritual wine and said with a slight smile on her face, "Then I will respectfully obey your order." The 3 of them talked for a while and then attended the Dan-forming ceremony. At the ceremony, all major forces sent representatives to present various treasures to congratulate Ling Hua on her Dan-forming. Wei Zhong met Qingze at the banquet. His face was ruddy and his injuries were mostly healed. I don't know what benefits the Ling family gave him. During the ceremony, he kept flattering Ling Hua. After the banquet, Wei Zhong said goodbye to Ling Ziwei and left with Qingze. On the Qingzhou, Wei Zhong half-jokingly said, "Can you sell your beast-controlling method?" Qingze actually threw out a jade slip. "This is the true seal treasure technique I used. If you can bring out a suitable spiritual object, just take it." Wei Zhong never expected that the other party would actually bring out his secret method just because he said it casually. Seeing Wei Zhong stunned, Qingze said, "Dao Wei, do you think I am deceiving you?" Wei Zhong shook his head. "No, I believe Dao Qingze is not someone who would do such a thing. I am just a little surprised that Dao Yu is so straightforward." "Ha, indeed," Qingze laughed and drank the wine in the cup. "Dao Wei, don't think too much. I just want to make friends with Dao Yu. This time the Ling family is in crisis, Dao Yu can lend a hand. If I am in trouble in the future, I believe Dao Wei will not stand idly by. And after experiencing the Ling family's Dan formation, I also understand that it takes strength to fight alone in the cultivation world. If you are not strong enough, you have to find a backer or 1 or 2 good friends. To be honest, I have already joined the Ling family and become its guest official. And Dao Wei is the good friend I am looking for." Wei Zhong suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Qingze seemed to be a member of the Ling family at the ceremony. It turned out that he had stood with the Ling family in secret. "I'm sorry for Daoist Qingze's trust, but Daoist Qingze can talk to me if he has any difficulties in the future. I will not refuse anything within my ability." "Ha, I've been waiting for Daoist Wei to say this." Wei Zhong took out a jade bottle, and in the bottle was the Haoyuan pill he had refined. 2 Haoyuan pills in exchange for Daoist Wei's method, is that enough? Although Haoyuan pill is a precious pill for Jindan cultivators, it can also be used for foundation-building cultivators, but it's just a little more luxurious. Qingze was a little surprised that Wei Zhong took out this pill. Could this pill be made by Daoist? Wei Zhong shook his head. "Daoist Qingze, you're overthinking. I'm just not far from the realm of a third-level alchemist, so I found this kind of pill for research." Wei Zhong didn't intend to tell this person that he was already a third-level alchemist. Qingze was a little regretful. "It's enough, you can take this method." Wei Zhong took the jade slip in his hand, and after using his spiritual sense to explore it, he knew that this method was true. Dao Wei is indeed much better than Zhu Xun and his ilk. If I need to refine pills in the future, I will definitely come to you. Wei Zhong clinked glasses with him. "It's up to you, Daoist. I just hope that if I fail to refine and waste the elixir, Yu Qingze will not blame me. Ha, the two of them drank from their glasses. While they were talking, Yunxia Island arrived, Taoist Qingze left, and Wei Zhong entered the training room again after a few days of warmth with Xia Linghua. Taking out the jade slip, it was the true seal treasure secret summoned from Qingze's hand. What is somewhat beyond Wei Zhong's expectation is that this method is not a pure method of controlling beasts, but a method of using spiritual consciousness. To put it simply, it is to use one's own spiritual consciousness to condense the true seal and penetrate it into the body of the spirit beast to achieve the purpose of contract and control. There is no limit to the number of true seals. The stronger the consciousness, the more true seals can be condensed, and accordingly, the number of contracted spirit beasts will be greater. If there are enough true seals, it can even achieve the effect of a cross-level contracted spirit beast by superimposing multiple true seals. Wei Zhong couldn't help but think of the third-level monkey in the secret realm of Dongting. This was trying to lure him into subduing him. Wei Zhong summoned De Jin to experiment 1 or 2. A nearly transparent true seal was condensed in the sea of consciousness, and penetrated De Jin's brain without any hindrance. Suddenly, Wei Zhong felt a closer connection with it, and could even slightly understand the meaning of its grunting sounds. It's interesting. It seems that the spiritual consciousness consumed is not too much, and the consumed spiritual consciousness can be replenished after a period of time. With the current strength of his spiritual consciousness, he can probably condense 6 true seals. I don't know which one is stronger than Qingze. Wei Zhong came out of the cave again, tested the 9 colors, and finally realized that this magic formula was indeed extremely effective, and could replace the beast riding technique that Wei Zhong had practiced. He released De Jin from the cave and patted his head, "Just wander around this island, don't go too far." Then he returned to the cave sky again. Wei Zhong's cultivation at this time is not far from the late stage of foundation building, and he still needs to work harder. After 2 years of cultivation, Wei Zhong walked out of the cave with a somewhat ugly expression. Cultivation, 6th level of foundation building, 99%. As early as 8 months ago, Wei Zhong was already in this state, but in the subsequent practice time, his cultivation showed no signs of breaking through to the late stage of foundation building. Is it still necessary to use this 2nd level realm breaking pill? Originally, I heard that taking such pills to achieve breakthroughs can easily lead to unstable foundation. Wei Zhong did not use this elixir then, wanting to rely on his own accumulation to achieve a breakthrough. It seems that I am overthinking it, but this Baijun heavy water spirit body has gone too far, and actually trapped me in this bottleneck in the later stage of foundation building. After taking a breath, Wei Zhong saw Xia Linghua coming over with a smile on her face. "Master, do you think Linger is different today?" She was wearing a red skirt, holding the hem of the skirt and spinning in a circle in front of Wei Zhong. "You have already reached the 9th level of qi refining?" Wei Zhong looked surprised, held his wrist and probed, and finally confirmed that the matter was true. "That's good, that's not a waste of time. Let's practice hard next. I have prepared the foundation building pill for you. When the time comes to build the foundation, I will protect you personally." "Thank you, sir." Xia Linghua gave Wei Zhong a sweet kiss on his right cheek. Wei Zhong's heart trembled, and he picked up Xia Linghua and walked towards the house. "If you feel depressed during practice, it's better to make some adjustments." Seeing this scene, all the servants lowered their heads. Only Tang Yanhong said, "Master and Madam are really in great spirits." As Xia Linghua's deputy, he was also quite familiar with her, so he had the courage to tease her. "Humph, Mrs. Tang, if I let you hear what you said, I won't be afraid that I will pull out your tongue." The person who said this was Zhou Ruiyuan, who was responsible for the security of Lingdao. He was wearing a black robe and had a ruddy complexion. During these days on Yunxia Island, I had earned a lot of spiritual stones, and with the occasional spiritual objects that Wei Zhong had given me, all the injuries I had suffered previously had been recovered. Therefore, he was grateful to Wei Zhong. When he heard Tang Yanhong making fun of Wei Zhong, he directly scolded them. And Tang Yanhong couldn't stand this casual cultivator who was full of evil spirits, and stared at him with cold eyes. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Hu Zongfu, who was in charge of Ling Tian, had to stop him. Okay, why do you two fellow Taoists get so angry about this? In addition, what fellow Taoist Zhou said is indeed correct. Sister Tang, you should stop talking about me in private. Manager Xia may not be concerned about his kindness, but the master may not be so kind. If you don't want to lose this job, stop gossiping. It seemed that Hu Zongfu's persuasion had an effect. Tang Yanhong lowered his head and said nothing. Seeing that Hu Zongfu seemed to be on his side, Zhou Ruiyuan was in a good mood. Brother Hu, didn't he have a little genius in his family before? It seems that fellow Taoist disciples also said that he wanted him to become his teacher. Hu Zongfu nodded. He is indeed a child with high-grade wood spiritual roots. It's just a pity that he has 5 elements spiritual roots. I'm worried that the master will look down on such stubborn qualifications. Brother Hu is joking, no one of the alchemy forming forces will reject the talent of a high-grade spiritual root. Of course, instead of sending him to the Danjie forces, it would be better to bring him to the island and worship him as his teacher. You must know that the master is a well-known second-level alchemist, and the resources he can allocate are not less than those given by those alchemy forces. Hu Zongfu nodded. Although the high-grade spiritual roots can be regarded as the core of the disciples of the high-end pill force, there are many people under their command, and there are also various factions. If the children in the family do not have the backing to be sent to such a sect, they are very likely to be forcibly recruited and suppressed, so it is better to join the master's sect. Especially since I haven't accepted any disciples yet. Wei Zhong naturally didn't pay much attention to the conversations of the outsiders, and was having sex with Xie Linghua in the house. In a happy mood, he didn't have the energy to eavesdrop on the conversations of his subordinates. As long as the other party didn't betray him, Wei Zhong didn't bother to pay attention to private discussions, unless he accidentally heard something that made him unhappy. In the following month, Wei Zhong didn't practice again, but went sightseeing with Xie Linghua and relaxed. Then he flew to Yuelan City on a sword. The biggest purpose of this trip was the 1000 Spirit Water Stone. Wei Zhong had already felt the effect of the 100 gene heavy water spirit body. Even the small bottleneck in the late stage of foundation building could trap Wei Zhong for nearly a year, not to mention the bottleneck of Dan formation. Entering Yunji building, he happened to meet the shopkeeper Su Xian, and the two of them made tea and talked. Dao Liu came at an unfortunate time. Several thousand spirit water stones in the store were just bought a few days ago. And the number of 1000 spirit water stones in the guest exchange interface has always been 0. Wei Zhong bought some spiritual objects and magic tools and planned to leave. Su Xian suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist, why don't you try to issue a task?" Task? Wei Zhong was a little confused. Su Xian explained, in addition to the Chamber of Commerce issuing tasks for its members, there are also other guests who issue their own tasks for certain requirements. But most of these tasks are relatively special, and most of them use contribution points as rewards. Wei Zhong looked at his token, and the number on it was already 3989. Over the past 10 years, Wei Zhong has accumulated so many contribution points with the help of the wine party. As long as you pay a little more, you can use your contribution points to get this kind of spiritual object from other Taoists. After all, not everyone can collect enough 1000 spirit water stones for spiritual body casting. Usually, most people just take them when they are rare, and there are many Taoists who have a few thousand spirit water stones. Oh? Then how many contribution points do you think I should bid for one? Although the 1000 spirit water stone is sold at 1000 spiritual stones in our store, its value is far more than that. In addition to forging heavy water spiritual bodies, it can also be used as a precious material for refining third-level magic tools. You can try the price of 15 contribution points per stone. Squeak! Even a rich man in contribution points like Wei Zhong was shocked by the price. This is half a foundation building pill. But thinking about his own shabby qualifications, Wei Zhong gritted his teeth and agreed. In just 1 month, Wei Zhong received more than 50,000 spirit water stones. Correspondingly, the contribution points also dropped by more than 800. In the cave, Wei Zhong withdrew from the state of cultivation inside. A month of relaxation seemed to have no effect on his state of mind. The bottleneck of the late foundation building period still could not be broken, and Wei Zhong was no longer planning to wait. He took out the second-level breakthrough pill, raised his head and swallowed it, and then used the spring and autumn water refining art to refine the medicinal power of the pill. The once thick bottleneck seemed to have loosened a little under the effect of the breakthrough pill. Wei Zhong was delighted, and drank Uzizui again, sprinting towards the bottleneck. 3 days later, Wei Zhong opened his eyes with joy. He had already focused his eyes on the panel, name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, 7th level of foundation building, 1%, lifespan, 227/305, the bottleneck of the late foundation building period has been broken, and Wei Zhong is now a true late foundation building period. Moreover, breaking through this realm has brought Wei Zhong a full 30 years of life, which has reduced Wei Zhong's anxiety about his lifespan. The third level Dao of Time can reach the late stage of Danjie. In Luoha Prefecture, you can be called a top-level figure. It can be said that you are safe and worry-free. In addition, you can start to deal with the third-level spirit monkey. Secret method, True Seal Treasure Secret Proficient, 21%. In a few years, Wei Zhong has practiced this method from the entry level to the proficient level. The change brought about is that the spiritual consciousness consumed by condensing the true seal is a little less, and the upper limit of the true seal has been increased to 7. In addition, the strength of the true seal has also increased, and the confidence in dealing with the spirit monkey is greater. Wei Zhong did not act in a hurry, but practiced for another year to consolidate his cultivation, and then left secretly without the knowledge of others. This trip to capture the golden-browed red monkey was top secret, and Wei Zhong did not want to reveal any trace of himself. After adjusting his face and cultivation aura, Wei Zhong stepped into the Dongting's secret realm again and headed straight towards the autumn maple forest. Looking at the red maple leaves in the forest, Wei Zhong's consciousness spread out, looking for the location of the golden-browed red monkey. Strangely, after searching the entire maple forest, he did not find its figure, but saw many first and second level spirit monkeys. Did this third level spirit monkey leave this place? Or? Wei Zhong came to the stone forest, followed the route in his memory through the high mountain, climbed the long stone steps, and finally saw the golden-browed red monkey in the ruins. The other party was scratching his head in front of the formation of the spiritual medicine garden. Suddenly found that Wei Zhong, a stranger, had entered his territory, and immediately roared. The roar alarmed a large number of first and second level spirit monkeys, who surrounded Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong stared at the third level spirit monkey with a smile on his face. He had already used the Tao of Time at the same time, and his cultivation level continued to rise, from the late stage of foundation building to the early stage of Dan formation, and then to the middle stage of Dan formation. Let's use the cultivation level of the middle stage of Dan formation to test your quality first. Wei Zhong stepped lightly on the air with his toes, and he had already broken through the encirclement of the spirit monkeys, and his figure disappeared in a flash. The golden-browed red monkey was alert and suddenly found that the sky was covered with dark clouds and it was about to rain in the blink of an eye. But how could it suddenly rain in this secret realm, or it only covered an area above its head? Drop, drop. 1 or 2 drops of rain fell and hit the arm of a second-level spirit monkey, causing the other party to stagger. It was as if a heavy object hit it and lost its balance. With a crash, the subsequent downpour fell, covering the golden-browed red monkey and its vicinity. The other monkeys barely used all their strength to escape, but no matter how the golden-browed red monkey fled, the dark clouds were always above its head, and the heavy rain kept wrapping it. Knowing that this was a trick of the human cultivators, the golden-browed red monkey hammered his chest and roared, and the red hair on his body instantly ignited with flames. The blazing flame evaporated the falling raindrops, and a stream of water smoke came out, giving it a moment of respite. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard in the air. It was not thunder, but the explosion produced when the black ball in Wei Zhong's hand was activated. Flying throwing technique, the golden-browed red monkey seemed to have sensed the danger of this attack. With a loud roar, the flames on his body became more and more dazzling, and he stood in front of him with his arms crossed, and a flame shield condensed outside his arms. However, all this was in vain. The black ball seemed to have broken a fragile glass and directly passed through the fire shield and hit his arms. Crack! It was as if the sound of bones breaking was heard, and then there was a violent explosion. The bricks and stones below were hit by the flying technique, raising gravel and dust. A red figure jumped out from it. It was the embarrassed golden-browed red monkey. Wei Zhong looked at the other party in the cloud, and suddenly found that a circle of green vines had been wrapped around his arms. With this buffer, the flying technique did not completely break his arms, but only caused some fractures. Searching for the black ball, it was found that the trajectory of the black ball had shifted, as if it was bounced out by the golden-browed red monkey in a force-reducing way. Just as Wei Zhong stood behind the dark cloud and looked at the spirit monkey, the golden-browed red monkey also found Wei Zhong. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he roared again, and stepped heavily on his feet and jumped towards Wei Zhong. At this height, what can you use to reach me? As soon as Wei Zhong said this, he suddenly saw the flames on the spirit monkey's body burst out again when he was exhausted, forming 2 tail flames under his feet, supporting the other party to continue flying towards him. Wei Zhong was immediately surprised. Is this a new trick that he learned because he was defeated by us last time when he couldn't fly? As expected of a third-level spirit beast, he is really smart. Despite this, there was no panic in Wei Zhong's eyes. Because the opponent's move was too slow, much slower than the flying speed of the foundation building, not to mention that he was facing Wei Zhong, who was now a Jindan cultivator. In Wei Zhong's eyes, this little trick was like a child's boxing. Wei Zhong raised his arm and casually hit the golden-browed red monkey's leg with a flying throw, instantly making the opponent's center of gravity unstable and falling directly from the air. Time is running out, let's fight quickly. Wei Zhong took out the black heavy sword, and the black water spirit clothes attached to the body surface, forming a 9-foothy black water giant. This was a small way to use the black water spirit clothes that Wei Zhong invented inspired by Ling Hua's magic. The black water giant held the heavy sword, like an adult waving a dagger, which looked a bit funny. Wei Zhong shook his head, and the black water climbed onto the heavy sword again, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped around the heavy sword, forming a giant sword with the black sword as the bones and the black water spiritual power as the flesh. The black water giant stepped lightly on the soles of his feet, waving the heavy sword in his hand, and rushed towards the spirit monkey. If you want to subdue this kind of spirit beast, you have to beat it. Seeing that Wei Zhong dared to get close to him, the golden-browed red monkey took the sword without dodging. Bang! The heavy sword pressed on the head of the spirit monkey, and suddenly burst out with great force, forcing the other party to kneel on one knee. Submit, and I will spare your life. Wei Zhong's spiritual consciousness transmitted to the spirit monkey, but he was thinking in his heart, with the intelligence of the third-level spirit monkey, it should be able to understand what I said. Hearing this, the golden-browed red monkey immediately raised its head, staring at the black water giant above its head with flaming eyes, and roared unwillingly. Wei Zhong was delighted, knowing that the monkey had understood his message, but with the pride of a third-level spirit beast, the other party had no intention of surrendering for the time being. Humph, you're still stubborn. A black sphere flew out of Wei Zhong's body and landed on the heavy sword. It was the Yuanchuazu, the life treasure that had already been promoted to the third level. Wei Zhong injected spiritual power into it, and the weight of the Yuanchuazu increased instantly, exerting pressure on the heavy sword at the same time. For a time, this huge force increased several times, and the spirit beast that resisted under the sword instantly knelt on its knees, and its arms were pressed close to its head. The monkey panicked and squeaked. Wei Zhong didn't understand the animal language, but he also understood that the other party was probably begging for mercy. Without rushing to remove the heavy sword, Wei Zhong's consciousness condensed into a true seal and floated towards the monkey's head. Under the life and death crisis, the true seal did not take long to be successfully imprinted into its sea of consciousness. At this moment, Wei Zhong's cultivation was at the stage of forming a pill, and his consciousness was much stronger than when he was building a foundation, but the number of condensed true seals did not increase, and it was still 7. However, the strength of each one was much stronger than before. After a true seal was successfully imprinted, Wei Zhong could instantly sense that there was an indescribable special connection between him and it. Wei Zhong could also roughly understand what the other party meant. Master, please spare my life, Master, spare my life. The words were even clearer than those expressed by Jiucai and Dajin. Is this the difference between a third-level and a second-level spirit beast? Wei Zhong removed the Yuanchuei beads and the heavy sword, and the golden-browed spirit beast collapsed with relief, sitting on the ground with his buttocks, sticking out his tongue constantly, obviously exhausted. After engraving one true seal, Wei Zhong had no intention of giving up. He condensed 4 true seals in succession and engraved them into his sea of consciousness one by one. It is recorded in the True Seal Treasure Secret that a cross-level contracted spirit beast requires multiple true seals to achieve this. Wei Zhong's current Jindan cultivation will last for at most half an hour, and then he will recover to the late stage of foundation building. At that time, the strength of the true seal will also decrease. In order to ensure that the golden eyebrowed red monkey will not rebel again, Wei Zhong will use all the true seals that can be condensed except the 9 colors and the big gold on it. After confirming that this third-level spirit beast has become his contracted spirit beast, Wei Zhong dispersed the black water spirit clothes and then carefully looked at the spirit monkey in front of him. It looks no different from the ordinary white eyebrowed red monkey, but it is stronger. The eyebrows have changed from white to gold, and the red hair on the body is also brighter. Just as Wei Zhong was looking at it, there was a squeak from the surroundings. It turned out that the other spirit monkeys who had just escaped saw that the situation had stopped and surrounded it again. Wei Zhong looked at the monkeys and asked the red-browed monkey, "Are you willing to follow me?" The monkey understood what Wei Zhong said, and grabbed a handful of the fiery red hair on his head in annoyance, then looked at the monkeys nearby and roared. The monkeys squeaked in response, and the golden-browed monkey turned back to look at Wei Zhong and squeaked twice. Wei Zhong also roughly understood the meaning, which roughly meant that after he left, a new king would appear in the tribe, and he was willing to follow. Wei Zhong laughed and raised his hand to throw a jar of spiritual wine to the monkey, which was the second-level King Luozui. The golden-browed monkey sniffed and a look of joy appeared on his face. He caught the jar of wine, opened the seal and began to drink. The medicinal power of the spiritual wine penetrated into his body, and the injuries he had just suffered from the battle with Wei Zhong were instantly relieved. A jar of spiritual wine, in less than a few dozen breaths, fell into his stomach. He licked the wine jar with a bit of desire, and looked at Wei Zhong with a bit of hope. There is still spiritual wine, but you have to exchange something. Wei Zhong took out the red spiritual wine he had taken from his old nest and said, "Teach me how to brew this wine, and I will give it to you." While speaking, Wei Zhong took out another jar of Qingluozui and shook it, and then waved his sleeves and took the wine jar back to the cave. Seeing the good wine but not being able to get it, the golden-browed red monkey instantly became a little anxious, and pulled Wei Zhong to the ruins here. Under his guidance, Wei Zhong saw another red wine pool. Unlike the last time, the spiritual wine in the wine pool was still light red, and there were various spiritual fruits and spiritual medicines on the edge of the pool. Obviously, only half of the brewing was done this time. The golden-browed red monkey grabbed the spiritual fruit and began to demonstrate to Wei Zhong, but unfortunately, there was still a difference between humans and monkeys. Wei Zhong could only barely understand most of his meaning, and was still a little vague about the refining process. However, I know the raw materials needed to refine this kind of spirit wine. I will try it myself in the future and it won't take long to replicate it. Yes, the spirit wine is yours. Wei Zhong waved his hand and threw a jar of spirit wine. The golden-browed red monkey took it happily and drank it again. The whole jar of spirit wine was consumed by it. Even for a third-level spirit monkey, it is still a bit surprising to drink the second-level Qingluo drunk like this. These 2 jars are the consumption of several months. Wei Zhong's mouth twitched a little, but fortunately, after the golden-browed red monkey finished drinking this jar of spirit wine, he did not ask for it again. He held his stomach and burped, pointing to the wine pool and asked, "Master, do you need to take these spirit wines away?" After his demonstration, Wei Zhong already understood that the spirit wine in the wine pool was close to perfection and only needed the last few processes to finish. Without being polite, Wei Zhong waved his sleeves and accepted all the great spiritual liquid together with the spiritual fruits and elixirs on the side, and then walked out of the ruins. The group of monkeys on the outside waited for a long time. When they saw Wei Zhong and the golden-browed red monkey appearing, they immediately let out a series of squeaking sounds. Wei Zhong looked to his side, and the golden-browed red monkey explained, "They call you the king and ask for rewards from you." Wei Zhong smiled, he had no interest in becoming the monkey king. Did this group of monkeys see that they had rewarded this golden-browed red monkey with a second-level green dill? What a bunch of drunkards! Wei Zhong waved his sleeves, and more than a dozen jars of spiritual wine flew out. The spiritual wine this time is not the second-level Qingluozui, but the first-level Qingluozui that I brewed in my spare time. The potency of the medicine is much weaker, but it should be enough for this group of first and second-level spiritual monkeys. More than a dozen wine jars flew out, and the monkeys immediately started a frenzy to grab them. Seeing a jar of spiritual wine being broken in the fight, the golden-browed red monkey let out a roar. The group of monkeys immediately stopped trying to grab it, and a few yellow-browed monkeys took all the spirit wine into their hands, and then went on to share the rewards. With this third-level monkey around, you are still very disciplined. Wei Zhong looked at the golden-browed red monkey, thought for a moment and then said, "From now on, you will be called Jimne." Wei Zhong gave him a name at random, and the latter jumped up with joy, then pulled Wei Zhong's robe and pointed to the elixir garden surrounded by formations. "There's a treasure in there." It seems that this monkey is also keeping an eye on the treasures in the ruins of this sect, otherwise it would not move its nest to these ruins. Wei Zhong tapped Jin Mei's head, "I'll pick it up later." Then he put the golden eyebrows into the cave and left with the magic sword. When the monkeys below saw Wei Zhong leaving, they immediately put their knees to the ground and raised their hands in the air. I don't know where this group of monkeys learned this kind of action, but this group of monkeys is indeed much smarter than other groups. Wei Zhong sighed, and then the flying sword flew towards the exit and then left the cave. A ray of light was drawn at the entrance to the secret realm and flew into the distance, then silently returned to Yunsha Island. Seeing Ling Ziwei coming to visit, Wei Zhong pretended to have just left seclusion. "Fairy Ling has come here, but I'm neglecting you." Regarding Wei Zhong's behavior, Ling Ziwei rolled her eyes and pulled Xie Linghua beside her to start chattering. Wei Zhong was not angry, but lay on a wicker chair nearby, took out the spiritual fruit and spiritual wine and drank it himself. Listening to the conversation between the two women, Wei Zhong's eyes had drifted and focused on the panel. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, 7th level of foundation building, 9%, exercise, spring and autumn water refining technique master, 53%, Shoyuan, 276/305 after decades of practice, he has finally mastered the spring and autumn water refining technique to almost the master level. Wei Zhong estimates that it will take another 2 years to reach the next stage of master status. I don't know how much my cultivation speed will be improved by then. The spring and autumn water refining technique is about to be promoted, which makes Wei Zhong happy, but the lifespan makes Wei Zhong a little sad. In order to subdue Jinmei, he performed the Tao of Time twice and raised his cultivation level to the middle stage of pill formation, which took a total of 48 years of his life. The wealthy Shi Yuan was in danger in the blink of an eye, with only 29 years left. This little lifespan is not enough to cast the Taoist method of time twice. It seems that it is necessary to perform Krypton level again in exchange for longevity. Retreat from the 7th level of foundation building to the 6th level of foundation building in exchange for 25 years of longevity. In the early stage of foundation building, one level is equivalent to 18 years, and in the later stage of foundation building, it is 25 years. The improvement is not that much. But there is no need to rush to the Krypton level. Now that I have subdued Jinmei, I am protected by a 3rd level monkey, so there is no problem with my safety. It is better to practice slowly, or at worst, you will stay up and down in this late stage of foundation building for several more decades. This was the case when Wei Zhong was refining his qi, so he was considered to have rich experience. Master, master. Xiaolinghua's voice brought Wei Zhong back to the real world. What's wrong? Wei Zhong opened his eyes and asked with some confusion. Sister Ling has something to do with me. Wei Zhong then focused his attention on Ling Ziwei, and saw that the other party puffed up his cheeks in anger. I'm sorry, Fairy Ling Pindao was a little distracted just now. I wonder what the fairy has to do. The latter then exhaled and said, does fellow Taoist Wei still have the Hao Yuan pill in his hand? Wei Zhong nodded, but brother Ling needs it? Exactly, the bottle of Hao Yuan pill given by fellow Taoist Wei was consumed by my brother a year ago. Later, although I bought a few pills in the market, they were almost at the bottom. Only then did I come to see fellow Taoist Wei, hoping to buy a few more bottles. Wei Zhong frowned, a little confused. Brother Ling's demand for Hao Yuan pills is so high? If you consume 10 pills in 2 years, that's more than 10,000 spirit stones. Ling Ziwei looked a little embarrassed. The main reason is that the spiritual level in the clan is not enough, which drags down my brother. This is why he has to use this kind of elixir to practice. Wei Zhong suddenly realized that the Ling family's spiritual land was only at the 2nd level, which was indeed not enough for the elixir-forming Ling Hua. In 3 years, with fellow Taoist Ling Hua's ability, you still haven't found a 3rd-level spiritual land? Ling Ziwei felt a little bitter. 3rd-level spiritual land is not that easy. Although Luoha Mansion is rich in resources, 3rd-level spiritual lands are not always available. Most of them are held by various Danjie families or sections. Although there is a 3rd-level spiritual land that can be rented in the Chamber of Commerce, my Ling family has almost exhausted the family's financial resources in order to help my brother survive the calamity of pill formation. Moreover, our Ling family has so many people that we really can't afford such a spiritual land price. Only then did Wei Zhong realize that he had always been a rogue cultivator and could only be carried by 1 or 2 people. Every time I look for a spiritual place, there is no size requirement, so it is relatively cheap. But the Ling family is different. From top to bottom, the Ling family includes all monks and mortals, at least tens of thousands of people. The spiritual land they need is not a small island like theirs. Rather, it is truly a vast area, with areas as high as the 3rd level, as low as the 1st level, and even a piece of mortal land. This is enough for the entire Ling family to continue to cultivate and thrive. The price of this kind of spiritual land is naturally not something that the current Ling family can afford. In comparison, a Hao Yuan Dan worth more than 1,000 spiritual stones is much more affordable. After Wei Zhong figured this out, he took out 2 bottles of elixirs and pushed them into Ling Ziwei's hands. Brother Ling, if you are short of elixirs, feel free to come to Pindao. Although I am not good at cultivation, I do have some attainments in alchemy. Ling Ziwei looked at the 2 bottles of elixirs and was stunned, then took out 3,000 spirit water stones and a storage bag. This is the 1,000 spirit water stones recently collected by the Ling family. There are also 25,000 spirit stones in this storage bag. Fellow Taoist Wei, please count them. Wei Zhong reached out to take it, and with his spiritual consciousness, he looked into the storage bag and glanced at the 3,000 spirit water stones. Wei Zhong has exchanged more than 300,000 spirit water stones from the Yunji Chamber of Commerce by issuing tasks in the past 3 years, and has no intention of stopping collecting. Baijuan's heavy water spirit consumed more than 200 bailing water stones at one time. There is no guarantee at all how much Qianjun will consume. Therefore, based on the principle of safety, the gap in Wei Zhong's Qianling waterstone is still very large. After collecting the 3,000 spirit water stones and the storage bag containing the spirit stones, Wei Zhong looked at Ling Ziwei and said, if the Ling family can collect the elixir needed to refine Hao Yuan Dan, they can also come to me to refine the elixir, which will make the price much cheaper. And even if the Ling family is financially strapped, it doesn't matter. You can get some elixirs on credit from your brother. I believe that brother Yiling will not forget these 2 spiritual stones. Then thank you Taoist fellow Wei, Ling Ziwei bowed. Our Ling family will not be in debt to our Taoist friends for the spiritual elixir. If that day comes, Ling Ziwei approached Wei Zhong and whispered in his ear. Then Wei Zhong saw that the opponent's face was red. He threw the flying sword casually, grabbed the air and left. While Wei Zhong was still stunned, the other party turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace. With a chuckle, Wei Zhong put his hands behind his head and gently rocked the wicker chair. Xia Linghua approached Wei Zhong's ear curiously and asked curiously, Master, what did Sister Ling just say? Why is her face so red? Wei Zhong reached out and grabbed Xia Linghua's cheek. Linger asked questions knowingly. As the roundworm in your sister Ling's belly, how could Linger not know? Ah, sir, stop grabbing me. Just pull, just pull. During the play, Wei Zhong's other hand reached toward Wei Zhong's waist dishonestly. After some enjoyment, Wei Zhong returned to the cave, still recalling Ling Ziwei's words in his mind. This girl is really brave. Wei Zhong sighed and calmed down his somewhat restless heart. I have too many secrets, and it's not convenient for me to have close relationships with other people at this time. If you want to respond to the other party, you must at least have the ability to keep your own secrets. After thinking for a moment, Wei Zhongchan took a breath. Then he took out various spiritual fruits and elixirs, which were all the raw materials needed to brew the red spiritual wine mentioned by Jean Mei. Recalling the steps he taught, Wei Zhong followed the spirit wine brewing process step by step. Failed the first time, failed the second time. Even though he knew all the steps, the difficulty of brewing this wine was still beyond Wei Zhong's expectation. 1 month later, Wei Zhong picked up the bright red wine in his hand and shook his head. The color is wrong, and the potency is too low. Looking at the red spirit wine brewed by Jean Mei, Wei Zhong felt extremely upset. The logic of brewing this kind of spiritual wine is really beyond my many years of brewing experience. As Su Xian said, this wine is a game played by monsters and monsters, which is different from the brewing method of monks. Moreover, the spiritual fruits and elixirs used are too complicated. Wei Zhong still doesn't understand how these seemingly unrelated things can be pieced together to create such a medicinal effect of nourishing the soul. Although he was a little confused, Wei Zhong still didn't give up. The effect of this wine in enhancing spiritual consciousness is of great significance to me. Strong spiritual consciousness means that spells can be performed faster and more accurately. The secret technique of divine consciousness, shocking God Thorn, will also be more powerful, and one's own strength will be further increased. Moreover, powerful spiritual consciousness also has a miraculous effect on realm breakthroughs, especially when it comes to the next pill-forming bottleneck. Powerful spiritual consciousness can effectively help oneself condense pills, greatly reducing the probability of failure during the process. This wine must be successfully brewed. So in the next year, in addition to daily practice, Wei Zhong focused all his attention on brewing this wine. Finally, one day a year later, Wei Zhong successfully reproduced the wine. Looking at the 2 bowls of red spirit wine with the same color and similar medicinal effects, Wei Zhong smiled happily. Finally, we succeeded. The wine is bright red, and it has a refreshing feeling when you drink it. Let's call it moon red. The spirit wine was brewed successfully, and Jean Mei also came over, curiously staring at the spirit wine in Wei Zhong's hand. Here, let me share a bowl with you. Since conquering Jean Mei, Wei Zhong has opened the brewing workshop here in Dongtian to it. Such a wine storage paradise naturally makes him very happy. There was a time when Wei Zhong was worried that Jean Mei would mess up the brewery. But fortunately, Jean Mei's spiritual intelligence is quite high and he knows the rules. If the spiritual wine is not rewarded by Wei Zhong, he will never touch it easily. Not only that, he can also occasionally help Wei Zhong when he makes wine. Afterwards, Wei Zhong would usually reward it with a portion of the finished wine. Make him work harder. At the same time, Jean Mei also took on part of the brewing work of Lu Yuhong, which relieved Wei Zhong's burden and allowed him to spend more time practicing. This cave is a bit small, so I feel sorry for you, Wei Zhong said, licking his head. Most of the cave was planted with various spiritual herbs by Wei Zhong, but there were only a few forest trees. Jinmei suddenly came to such a place from the mountains and wilds. Wei Zhong was a little worried that he would not adapt to it, so he thought of transplanting a few rare spiritual plants in the future. Wood comes in. Unexpectedly, the other party held the jade bowl and shook his head, indicating that as long as he had the spirit wine, it would not be considered an injustice. What a drunkard! Speaking of which, ever since Wei Zhong conquered Jinmei, the other party showed no sign of rebellion. I don't know whether it was because the true seal treasure was too effective or because the various spiritual wines were too tempting. Anyway, the opponent does not have the majesty of the third-order monster, and has truly become Wei Zhongqin's diligent spiritual beast. After leaving the cave, Wei Zhong greeted Xie Linghua and left the island. Wei Zhong changed his attire and appearance outside. With a wine gourd on his waist and a flaming red flying sword on his shoulder, Wei Zhong was already dressed as Song Zhong. This trip was at the invitation of Lan Fangyi. It was the same spiritual island in the lake as last time. Wei Zhong landed on the island and saw Lan Fangyi, Tan Bashang, and Meng Chun, so he asked, "Why can't I see fellow Taoist Mao?" Lan Fangyi sighed and said, "Pin Dao has been unable to contact Mao Daoyu since we last parted." Then he turned to look at Wei Zhong. "Does fellow Taoist Song know the whereabouts of fellow Taoist Mao?" Naturally, Wei Zhong would not say anything about the fact that he tried to intercept and kill him and was then killed in reverse. He just shook his head slightly and said, "I don't know. I have always been a loner and only contacted fellow Taoist Lan. How can I know his whereabouts?" Shang Mengchen beside Lan Fangyi also nodded, thinking, Song Zhong's origin is mysterious, and he only cooperates with me and others occasionally, and there is no chance of contact at other times. In this case, I don't care about fellow Taoist Mao. We are summoned this time because there were some changes in the secret place last time, Lan Fangyi said. Tan Bo was a little surprised. What happened? Could it be that someone else discovered the ruins? Shang Mengchen shook his head. No, it's just that the third-level monkey is missing. Wei Zhong's spiritual consciousness explored the golden eyebrows in the cave, and he secretly said in his heart, Lan Fangyi and Shang Mengchen are really well informed. It had only been a year since he conquered Jinmei, and the other party already knew about his disappearance. You must know that for a foundation-building monk like Wei Zhong, 1 year of seclusion is not enough. Could it be that the other party had a special spy in Xiu Fenlin? Is what fellow Taoist Shang said true? This third-level monster will not leave its spiritual place easily. Wei Zhong asked aloud. Lan Fangyi said, Friend Taoist Song, don't worry, the golden-browed red monkey has indeed disappeared. Although we don't know the specific reason for the disappearance, it is not critical. As long as this monkey is missing, we can start mining that magical medicine garden again. Without the threat of the third-level monkeys, the remaining group of monkeys do not pose much of a threat to monks like us who have many means. It may not be possible to fight Hedon, but it is still possible to avoid the monkeys and break the formation to get the elixir. Fellow Taoist Lan summoned me and a few others this time. Could it be that we already have the means to deal with that formation? You must know that the remaining formation is not as dilapidated as the last time we collected Xin Ming spirit grass. Shang Mengchen took out a set of formation chests. This is the third-level formation flag that I spent all my money to find someone to refine. Although it is a bit difficult to deal with that formation, if you can add the third-level formation breaking cone of Wei Daoyu. Before he could finish speaking, Wei Zhong spread his hands and said, if fellow Taoist Shine places his hope on Pindao, he would be making a mistake. The third-order formation breaking cone used to break the formation last time was already at the bottom of the box. How could there be more for this formation breaking cone to consume? Immediately he glanced at Shang Mingchuan's third-level formation flag. Besides, based on fellow Taoists' formation methods at this time, this third-level formation flag won't be able to exert much power. As soon as these words came out, Shang Mengchun immediately blushed. A second-level formation master is still a second-level master after all, and his level is not good enough. Trying to break the fourth-level formation with a third-level formation flag is simply wishful thinking. Even if it is a partially remnant formation, it is not something that can be touched. I also hope that fellow Taoist Shang will think clearly that formation will not be easily broken like we did last time. If the formation counterattack is accidentally triggered, with our small stature as foundation-building monks, there may not even be ashes left. Taoist friends must not give their lives in vain for the spiritual things in them. Hearing Wei Zhong's words, Shang Mengchun woke up instantly, and his red face turned white instantly. If you have no other means, why don't you leave now? Wei Zhong said. Seeing that the three of them were silent, Wei Zhong cupped his hands and left with the flaming red magic sword. Then Tan Bo also stood up. Two fellow Taoists, I can't break this fourth-level formation, so I'm leaving now. Shang Mengchun also wanted to speak out to persuade him to stay, but was stopped by Lan Fangyi. Tan Bo turned into a ray of light and followed Wei Zhong as he left. "Friend Daoist-san, please wait." Tan Bo's voice came from behind. Wei Zhong turned around and stopped, saying, "I don't want to wade into this muddy water. If you are here as a lobbyist, please come back." "Fellow Taoist, I have misunderstood. I know the horror of the fourth level formation, and I also know my own three-legged cat kung fu. Like fellow Taoist-san, he has no intention of going to the secret realm to break this formation again." "Oh? Then I wonder why you are chasing after me? Have you met Taoist Mao after you were separated from us more than 10 years ago?" Tan Bo asked. Wei Zhong frowned. "Wei Zhang, I don't know what you mean by this?" Tan Bo saw that Wei Zhong seemed angry. "Don't get me wrong, fellow Taoist-san. It's just that when fellow Taoist left, I found a man in black robe following fellow Taoist, and I suspect that he is fellow Taoist Mao." Wei Zhong then pretended to change his expression. "What? When Pindao left, he did find someone following him. Fortunately, I had a good escape method and was able to get rid of that person." "Was that person Mao Daoyu?" "Fellow Taoist, there is no need to panic, these are just speculations. Moreover, Mao Taoist friend has lost contact and may have fallen into that secret realm. This is a common occurrence for casual cultivators like us. Just be more careful if you meet this person in the future." What fellow Taoist Tan said makes sense. The two talked for a while and then parted ways and left. Tan Bo was confused, and after some testing, he was unable to confirm that it was Song Zhong who had done something to Mao Yuanfeng. "Forget it, why should I care about this? Mao Yuanfeng and Song Zhong are not simple people, so they should have less contact with them in the future." Wei Zhong on the other side did not take Tan Bo's words to heart. Mao Yuanfeng has been crushed by himself, how can he still have the ability to cause trouble for him? And no one knew that he had done it himself. Tan Bo just had some doubts after learning that Mao Yuanfeng had lost contact. Wei Zhong shook his head and ran away. Small island in the lake. As Wei Zhong and Tan Bo left, Lan Fanjikai finally said to Shang Mengchun, "Fellow Taoist Shang is indeed unreliable after meeting these people." Shang Mengchun was unwilling to give up, obviously he had not given up on that secret place. "How have you considered what I have said? As long as this secret location is dedicated to the newly promoted master named Ling, with the abilities of you and me, we might be able to get some help from this matter. You know, with the strength of the two of us, there is no possibility of breaking the formation." Shang Mengchun struggled a little, but finally sighed, "Brother Ilan." Wei Zhong would not have thought that the secret place that few people could not control would be leaked by the two of them and fall into the hands of the Ling family. At this moment, Wei Zhong has just arrived in Yuelan City. In addition to retrieving the 1,000 spirit water stones that he exchanged from various monks using his contribution points, he also plans to purchase a few more third-level inheritances. The third-level formation method, the third-level weapon refining method. Wei Zhong has been practicing so far and has realized the many inconveniences of not knowing the formation. Not only did the protective formations rely on spiritual stones to be purchased, but when faced with the opportunity of being surrounded by a large formation, they could only stare blankly and watch the opportunity slip away. Therefore, the plan to learn the formation was born. There are also refining tools, which are prepared for refining the colorful golden bamboo umbrella. Although the refining process was very clearly written on the jade slip, Wei Zhong was not so naive as to think that he, a layman, could easily refine this treasure. Therefore, it is still necessary to lay a good foundation for weapon refining. These are the 10,000 spirit water stones collected during this period. Fellow Taoist, please keep them. Wei Zhong took the Qianling water stone from Su Xian's hand, looked at the almost 0 contribution points on his token, and sighed. "Ha, fellow Taoist, you have been spending a lot of money recently, but do you feel sorry for this contribution?" Wei Zhong nodded and sighed. "The cost of this 1,000 spirit water stone is really too high. But it has to be like this when it comes to my cultivation." At this moment, Wei Zhong already has 326,000 spirit water stones in his hand, of which about 200 were all exchanged for contribution points, and dozens more were collected by Wei Zhong through the purchase of spirit stones. Fellow Taoist has collected almost 300 pieces now. According to previous records, Qianjun heavy water spirit body requires about 240 to 360 pieces. Do fellow Taoists have any plans to start casting the Qianjun spirit body? Wei Zhong shook his head. "This matter is of great importance, and I plan to wait a little longer." "Ha, fellow Taoist is really a safe person. But there is nothing wrong with being safe. It is better than dying unjustly." Su Xian poured out a cup of spiritual tea, come and taste the spiritual tea that I have worked so hard to cultivate. Wei Zhong held the cup and sipped lightly. The aroma of tea rushed straight to his mouth and nose along with the spiritual energy. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a rich spiritual energy, it actually has the effect of warming and nourishing the physical body." Su Xian nodded and said with a bit of regret, "The second-level spiritual tea, unfortunately, is still a lot inferior to the second-level green radish." With Shanqin's secrecy, Su Xian didn't know that Wei Zhong was the creator of the second-level Qingluo Zui mentioned in his words. "Fellow Taoist, it's a little unfair to compare spiritual tea with spiritual wine. After all, spiritual wine is brewed by a mixture of various spiritual things, but spiritual tea is unique. What you said makes sense, fellow Taoist. Come, have another drink." The two drank tea and talked for a while, and then Wei Zhong left Yuelan City with his sword. Back on Spirit Island, Wei Zhong took out the two inheritances he bought and looked at them carefully. "Then through practice, I will get started with both." In the way of formations, Wei Zhong does not seek to be able to set up various large formations. He only ensures that he can understand the functions of various formations and find their weaknesses to achieve the purpose of breaking the formation. Wei Zhong learned this method just to break the formation, and try his best to ensure that he would not die in some weird formations. Another weapon refining technique, Wei Zhong practiced for a period of time and was able to practice an ordinary first-level low-grade magic sword. Although it is still far from a rare treasure like the colorful golden bamboo umbrella, it is still a good start. While learning new skills, Wei Zhong did not neglect his practice. A year later, Wei Zhong left the practice with some surprise. Spring and Autumn Water Refining Technique Grandmaster, 1%. After practicing this method for nearly 70 years, Wei Zhong finally took it from beginner to master level. He closed his eyes and ran the spell, and the spiritual energy around him suddenly surged towards Wei Zhong faster. "This improvement in my skills has actually made my cultivation speed a full 40% faster. In this way, with sufficient supply of other cultivation resources, it would only take 8 years for him to reach the realm of the 7th level of foundation building to the 8th level of foundation building. According to a rough estimate, in less than 30 years, I will be able to reach the stage of perfect foundation building and start preparing to form pills. If you are big-hearted enough, you don't even need to spend money to exchange your life to try to form a pill." Wei Zhong thought of this and shook his head. "No, it's not right. The pill formation must be dealt with in a complete state. With only a few years left to live, and people are old and frail, the probability of successful pill formation will not be very high." After a little calming down the joy of entering the master level, Wei Zhong immersed himself in practice again. 5 years later, as arranged in the plan, Wei Zhong broke through to the 8th level of the foundation, and then the Krypton level was exchanged for 25 years of life. In the autumn of the same year, Ling Ziwei came to invite Wei Zhong to explore the secret realm, but Wei Zhong refused. "Fellow Daoist Wei, just practicing hard is not the answer. Why don't you explore some secret places with me, maybe you can find some opportunities." In his words, he hinted many times that since his brother was following him, there was no need to worry about safety issues. Wei Zhong still refused with a smile. Seeing that her persuasion was fruitless, Ling Ziwei sighed and took out a storage bag. Wei Zhong's spiritual sense penetrated into it and found that it turned out to be various spiritual objects needed to refine Hao Yuan Dan. She looked at Ling Ziwei in surprise. "I didn't expect that your brother could collect so many rare spiritual objects so quickly." Ling Ziwei explained, "I just found a secret place recently." So fellow Daoist Wei has changed his mind. Wei Zhong still shook his head. "I am painstakingly cultivating a secret technique, but I might not be able to fulfill the fairy's wish." But he was thinking in his heart, did the Ling family find a magical garden left by their predecessors somewhere? Ling Ziwei had no choice but to say, "Since you let me do this, I won't force you anymore. If my Taoist friend changes his mind in the future, you can tell me again." Wei Zhong just pretended to nod. "Fairy Ling can come here to get the elixir in 1 month." As his elixir skills continue to improve, Wei Zhong's proficiency in Hao Yuan Dan is also increasing, and his success rate has climbed to 60%, making him the leader among third-level alchemists. "Thank you, fellow Taoist over there," then turned to look at Xie Linghua, who was beside Wei Zhong, and asked with a bit of a smile, "Isn't it almost time for Sister Linger to build the foundation?" The latter nodded. "My cultivation is already at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, but the master advised me to polish my physical body and spiritual consciousness more, and not to start building the foundation in a hurry. Fellow Daoist Wei is right, the stronger the foundation, the greater the chance of success in building the foundation. All kinds of spiritual things must have been prepared with you by fellow Daoist Wei, so I won't show off. This piece of Mengli Sha was given to Sister Linger as a gift to wish you a foundation. Wei Zhong could tell at a glance that this gauze was a second-level magic weapon, and it was a light gauze magic weapon that was very suitable for female monks to use. This Xia Linghua couldn't make up her mind about such a valuable treasure and turned to Wei Zhong for help. Since your sister Ling gave it to you, just accept it. Don't let your sister Ling's hard work go down. After Xia Linghua heard this, she took the magic weapon from Ling Ziwei. Sister Linger, why don't you put it on and take a look? Without waiting for Xia Linghua's consent, Ling Ziwei put the gauze on her body. This magical weapon was replaced after I used it in my early years. Driven by the spiritual power injected into the monks, its material can become very tough, and ordinary magic swords cannot penetrate this treasure at all. It can be treated as a defensive magic weapon. Following what Ling Ziwei said, Xia Linghua injected spiritual power into it, and the translucent gauze on her body suddenly turned transparent. To the naked eye, it is almost impossible to notice that he is wearing this thing. Only through observation with spiritual consciousness can we find some clues. Fairy Ling, could this thing be made of some kind of spiritual silk? Wei Zhong asked curiously. Ling Ziwei nodded, that's true, but this thing is made from brightling silk, which is still far away from the heavenly silk that fellow Taoist Wei needs. Ling Ziwei knew what Wei Zhong was thinking from one of Wei Zhong's inquiries. Wei Zhong sighed. I have searched through the exchange list listed by the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, but I can't find a spiritual object like celestial silk. I was thinking of using my contribution points to post-mission bounties, but all the contribution points I earned recently were used to exchange for 1,000 spirit water stones, so I really couldn't squeeze out the wealth. Moreover, according to the description in the jade slips, heavenly silkworm silk is a well-deserved high-level spiritual material, on the same level as the 10,000 years golden thunder bamboo. The required contribution points are definitely not a small amount. Wei Zhong plans to collect enough 1,000 spirit water stones before he starts looking for various precious spiritual materials needed to refine the colorful golden bamboo umbrella. After the two girls talked for a few words, Ling Ziwei left. Wei Zhong looked at Xia Linghua and asked, how are Lu Yuhuang and Qing Luo drunk? Wei Zhong gave Xia Linghua the second-level Qing Luo Zui a few years ago to strengthen her body. The Lu Yuhuang was recently developed, and this spiritual wine was also given as a gift, in an effort to enhance the intensity of its spiritual consciousness and increase its heritage. The superposition of these two kinds of spiritual wine made it almost halfway through the two levels of body and soul when building the foundation. The remaining spiritual power will probably not cause many problems in the second-level high-grade spiritual land. The only thing that worried Wei Zhong was the other party's mind. Xia Linghua's family was ruined when she was young. Although he has gone through a period of hardships since he followed Wei Zhong, he has been under the protection of Wei Zhong, a foundation-building monk. He has not experienced many storms in decades, and he definitely has no desire to follow the Tao. The state of mind is not very easy. Linger has been taking these two kinds of spiritual wine given by the master recently, and the effect is very good. In the past few years, Linger has been improving most rapidly. Wei Zhong nodded, then polish it a little more. When you plan to build a foundation, let me know and I will protect it for you. Thank you, sir. Wei Zhong said this without saying much, then entered the cave and began to refine the Haoyuan pill that Ling Hua needed. 1 month later, Ling Ziwei came to collect the pills. At the same time, Xia Linghua also informed Wei Zhong that he was ready and planned to start building the foundation. Wei Zhong gave up the best training room on Yunsha Island, and Xia Linghua entered with 2 foundation building pills to officially start building the foundation. One high-grade one was a gift from Wei Zhong, and the other medium-grade one was purchased from the spiritual stones accumulated by the other party over the years. Wei Zhong did not stop his behavior. On the contrary, he was very happy to see the other party consider his own things. What Wei Zhong hopes is not for the other party to become his appendage, but to truly become a monk with his own thoughts and self-considerations. After this incident, Wei Zhong became more confident in the success of his foundation building. One day, a whirlwind of spiritual energy set off on Yunsha Island. Servants everywhere on the island expressed envy when they saw this scene. When Wei Zhong saw the spiritual energy cyclone rising, he knew that Xia Linghua had officially started to build her foundation. A huge amount of spiritual energy was infused into the practice room. Xia Linghua endured the impact of this spiritual energy and uttered a painful groan. The spiritual energy cyclone lasted for several days, and suddenly collapsed in an instant, half dispersing. The people on the island couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this. Wei Zhong frowned and looked up at the sky. Is this a failure? Although I prepared a top-grade foundation building pill for it and used many spiritual objects to consolidate its foundation, it still failed to build its foundation in the end. Speaking of it, Xiaolinghua's qualifications are not much better than his own, with 3 spiritual roots, and all of them are low-grade. Perhaps this is one of the reasons for the other party's failure, and the other is the heart of Taoism. After all, she has practiced under the protection of Wei Zhong for most of her life, and facing the foundation building level alone lacks some of the bloodiness and decisiveness that a cultivator should have. Waving his sleeves and pushing open the door of the training room, Wei Zhong felt a little distressed when he saw Xia Linghua collapsed on the ground with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. He helped her up and stuffed a pill into her mouth. Master, seeing the guilt in her eyes, Wei Zhong shook his head to indicate that he didn't need to say more. It's just a failure. Take good care of yourself. There will be opportunities in the future. The latter nodded, but no longer dared to look into Wei Zhong's eyes. Knowing that the other party was still immersed in the guilt after the failure of building the foundation. Helping the other party to the bedroom to rest, Wei Zhong took out many healing items. Linger, have a good rest. Wei Zhong lifted her hair and stroked her cheek, saying, you don't have to worry about the island's affairs, just focus on taking care of your body. If you are bored, you can take Jiucai out to relax. Don't worry too much about the foundation building, it's just a small hurdle on the way to practice. Even Li Haowen, who had a mid-level spiritual root, failed once. With the support of the master, you still have many opportunities, Linger. Despite Wei Zhong's efforts to persuade her, Xia Linghua still looked gloomy. Seeing this, Wei Zhong had no choice but to flick her forehead with his fingertips and said, don't think too much. After settling Xia Linghua, Wei Zhong called the 3 people in charge of miscellaneous affairs on the island and handed over all the tasks on the island to them. So that Xia Linghua no longer had to worry about the miscellaneous affairs of the Spirit Island. The 3 had already worked on Yunxia Island for many years, and they could ensure the smooth operation of the Spirit Island even without Xia Linghua. Then Wei Zhong contacted Ling Ziwei. The latter also felt a little regretful after learning that Xia Linghua had failed to build her foundation. Why not let Sister Linger come with me to relax? If she continues to practice so hard, it will probably be difficult to achieve results in building her foundation next time. The other party took the initiative to propose, and Wei Zhong naturally had no reason to refuse, so he immediately agreed. He also promised to use spirit stones as a reward, but Ling Ziwei sternly refused. She said that Xia Linghua was her sister, and helping her was her duty, and there was no reason for her to accept Wei Zhong's reward. The next day, Ling Ziwei rushed to Yunxia Island, and after explaining the whole story to Xia Linghua, a trace of reluctance appeared in her eyes. Wei Zhong stepped forward and pinched the other's cheek. Silly girl, don't worry, go with your sister Ling to relax. Your master is also a foundation-building cultivator after all, and I won't die without you. All the affairs on Lingdao are handed over to Tang Yanhong and the other 2. You have been the chief steward for so many years, and you are also clear about their abilities. After some consolation, Xia Linghua finally nodded. When leaving, Wei Zhong stuffed Jiucai into her hands. Watching the 2 girls leave, Wei Zhong murmured, with this bird following closely, and Ling Ziwei, who was in the late stage of foundation building, leading the way, there should be no problem with safety. Wei Zhong closed his eyes and could still sense the location of the true seal in Jiucai's body. Until the other party left 100 miles, Wei Zhong could only barely sense the direction. As a spirit beast contracted by Wei Zhong with the true seal treasure technique, Jiucai has an extraordinary connection with Wei Zhong. Not only can he determine her position through the true seal, but also when she is in danger, Wei Zhong can sense it and rescue her in time. As the 2 women left, Wei Zhong sighed and returned to the cave to practice. Wei Zhong didn't have much to do about Xia Linghua's foundation building. All he could do was to fully support her in terms of resources. Since then, Yunxia Island has lost a general manager Xia who was in charge of the overall situation for a few years. Hu Zhongfu, Zhou Ruiyuan, and Tang Yanhong, 3 people under Wei Zhong, are in charge of Lingdao affairs. A year later, Wei Zhong left his practice, not because Xia Linghua returned, but because 2 unexpected guests arrived. The person was still wearing a red luo skirt, and was followed by a long-legged female cultivator. It was Shan Qin and Miao Lishan. Miss Shan, Senior Miao, long time no see. Wei Zhong clenched his fist and saluted, inviting the 2 to sit in the pavilion on the cliff. Now I don't know whether to call you Chu Daoyu or Wei Daoyu? Shan Qin asked after sitting down. Wei Zhong replied, please forgive me, Miss Shan. I had to hide my identity because I got into trouble with a big enemy in the early years. I changed my name back to my original name when I came to Luoha Mansion. Huh, because you changed your name, I had to look for you carefully. Shan smiled, obviously just teasing rather than blaming. If I hadn't learned from Elder Yen that you stayed in Luoha Mansion, and compared it with the information of the casual cultivators renting the Spirit Island at that time, I really couldn't find you. What surprised me even more was that you, Wei, not only had great accomplishments in spirit wine, but also became a second-level alchemist in just a few decades. I really looked at you with new eyes. Speaking of this, Shan's eyes showed a strange color, as if he regarded Wei Zhong as some kind of rare treasure. Ha, Miss Chengdan praised me. There are similarities between winemaking and alchemy, and I am willing to smash spiritual stones. Most of the spiritual stones divided from the spiritual wine over the years have been invested in it, and only then can I make rapid progress in alchemy. Oh, my fellow Taoist has made rapid progress on the path of alchemy. I wonder if he has made any breakthroughs in winemaking skills in the past few years? You must know that Taoist friend's second-level Qingluo Zui has made a big splash in Yunzhou City. It rivals the Wang family's body refining pill and has become the #1 spiritual object needed by foundation-building body refining monks. If Taoist friend reveals his identity, he doesn't know how many nascent soul forces he will be attracted to in Yunzhou City. Wei Zhong probably knew that what the other party said was true, and the spiritual stone he received was not a small amount. Moreover, the accumulation speed of contribution points is also terrifying. The number of monks who have obtained nearly 7,000 contribution points in more than 20 years can be said to be very few in the history of Yunji Chamber of Commerce. However, he was indifferent to what the other party said about revealing his identity. He couldn't even hide from those nascent soul forces, so how could he move forward? Wei Zhong shook his head with regret. It's a pity that in order to learn alchemy in the next few years, I have somewhat neglected the winemaking skills. I have not broken through to the 3rd level, but there is a spirit wine that I would like to invite you to taste. Wei Zhong took out Lu Yuhong and poured a cup for each of them. Looking at the red wine in the glass, the two of them were a little curious. When they drank it, their eyes lit up. This is actually a thing that enhances spiritual consciousness? Shan could hardly control her expression of surprise and asked Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong nodded. Exactly, this wine is called Lu Yuhong. I will classify this wine into the 2nd level, which is most suitable for foundation establishment monks to drink. Fellow Daoist Wei has looked down upon this spiritual wine. Although this spiritual wine is at the 2nd level, it still has an effect on the pill-forming monks. Shan sighed. Mieli Shan beside him also nodded. To be precise, it has some effect on the monks in the early stage of pill formation, but it has little effect on the monks in the middle stage of pill formation. Oh? Wei Zhong recalled the golden eyebrow in his cave, which was an early 3rd-order spiritual beast. It seems that he likes to drink this wine not only because he is greedy for fine wine, but also because this spiritual wine has a partial beneficial effect on him. Fellow Daoist Wei, are you willing to entrust this wine recipe to my Yunji Chamber of Commerce? Shan seemed to have discovered a business opportunity again. Wei Zhong was a little confused. Miss Shan is disappointed. This thing was not invented, but was deduced from the residue of some spiritual wine obtained from a secret realm. Moreover, it is suspected to be brewed by monsters, which refutes the brewing logic of monks like us. Although the wine recipe is deduced below, the chance of making wine based on this is extremely low, and the wine recipe may not have much reference value. While Wei Zhong was talking, he took out a jade slip, which recorded the wine recipes needed to brew the wine, as well as Wei Zhong's brewing process and part of his experience. Shan took it hesitantly, looked at the image on the jade slip and frowned. Although Shan is not a winemaker, he has learned a lot about the winemaking process under the influence of Wei Zhong. The records in this jade slip are indeed very different from the conventional winemaking methods. Then he handed it to Mieli Shan beside him. As a winemaker, Aunt Miao, why don't you take a look? After taking it, the latter looked at it and frowned. Girl Shan, we may not be able to make this wine. Although it is not difficult for the winemakers in the association to master this wine recipe, the chance of success is probably very low. The income is far less than the consumption, and it is a loss-making business. Wei Zhong was a little surprised when he saw the key to Mieli Shan at a glance. After Jin Mei taught himself step by step for several years, Wei Zhong could only stabilize the success rate of brewing Lu Yuhong at 30%. However, Jin Mei brewed this wine with his own hands, with a 60% success rate, which was much better than Wei Zhong. Therefore, Jin Mei is responsible for brewing this wine most of the time, and Wei Zhong only brews it occasionally to brush up his proficiency. If a brewer took the jade slip provided by Wei Zhong to learn brewing, Wei Zhong's own guess is that the success rate would be only 10% at best. This is not because Wei Zhong is hiding something secret, but because Wei Zhong's level is only so high in the first place, and he has only a partial understanding of many techniques in the process. He only knows what is happening but does not know why. The apprentices he taught were naturally far worse than Wei Zhong. Shan Qin was a little unwilling to hear what Maya Alishan said, turned to look at Wei Zhong and said, "Can fellow Taoist Wei provide some finished spiritual wine?" Wei Zhong had no reason to refuse and took out 5 altars of Luyuhong. "Thank you, Taoist fellow Wei. I bought these jars of spirit wine." Wei Zhong wanted to refuse, but when he saw the items he put down, he immediately took back his polite words. "There are still more than 20 Chenling water stones. It's worth at least more than 20,000 spirit stones, the kind that have a price but no market." Shan Qin was so generous that Wei Zhongling was immediately on the spot. Seeing Wei Zhong's stunned look, Shan Qin smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Wei, accept it with confidence. This is only the price of 5 jars of spiritual wine. If we can successfully reproduce this Luyuhong, we will still follow the same rules as Taoist friend Qingluo Zue." Only then did Wei Zhong take the 1,000 spirit water stones into his hands. With his previous accumulation, the number of 1,000 spirit water stones in his hands finally exceeded 400, and he could officially start the casting of Qianjun heavy water spirit body. Fellow Taoist Wei has collected 1,000 spirit water stones over the years, but are you ready to cast the 1,000 spirit heavy water spirit body? Wei Zhong nodded, "That's true." Shan Qin clenched her fists, "Then I congratulate you in advance on your success." "Thank you, Miss Shan. Now you are a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, right? With this kind of spirit body, you have a better chance of breaking through to the Jindan stage." Wei Zhong nodded, "I feel that my cultivation speed is too slow, so I spent all my family's wealth to obtain this kind of spirit body." Seemingly seeing that Wei Zhong's cultivation is not easy, Miao Lishan sighed, "Unfortunately, the effect of the 1,000-pound heavy water spirit body is almost to the Jindan stage. If you want to go further to condense the infant, you need to explore the higher 10,000-pound heavy water spirit body." Wei Zhong smiled bitterly when he heard this. "How could I not know? But my strength is limited, so I can only look for the 1,000 spirit water stone first and give priority to the matter of Jindan. As for the 10,000 spirit water stone, I can collect it with my means. I can't collect them. Can you two seniors give me some pointers?" The two girls looked at each other, and Miao Lishan said, "Do you know the meaning of the 10,000-year spiritual objects?" Wei Zhong thought for a while and said, "It seems to correspond to the nascent soul level." Miao Lishan was a little surprised. "You have some knowledge. 100 years to build the foundation, 1,000 years to form the elixir, 10,000 years to form the nascent soul. These are the realms corresponding to the spiritual materials of each year. You can collect so many thousand spirit water stones when you build the foundation, which can be called a strong financial strength. But this financial strength is useless for the 10,000-year level spiritual objects. Even the contribution points used by the Chamber of Commerce are extremely difficult to exchange for the existence of 10,000-year spiritual objects." Wei Zhong nodded, and he did not see the 10,000-year spiritual objects in the exchange list. The reason for this is that 10,000-year spiritual objects are too rare. Except for some spiritual medicines that can be ripened, most other spiritual objects cannot be cultivated by cultivators over a long period of time. Instead, they have to rely on exploring various secret realms and looking for opportunities everywhere. Among these many cultivators, only a handful of them have obtained 10,000-year spiritual objects. Once obtained, except for some cultivators who have not yet condensed their infants, no one will be willing to exchange them for low-level resources. The value of such 10,000-year resources cannot even be measured by spiritual stones, and they are often bartered between Yuanying cultivators. Even if there is an inequality between spiritual objects, the difference is made up with high-grade spiritual stones. Wei Zhong was stunned. He had practiced for so many years, but he only had low-grade and medium-grade spiritual stones in his hands, and he had never seen high-grade spiritual stones. According to Miao Lishan, 10,000-year spiritual objects are so precious. Doesn't it mean that I have no hope of obtaining them? Sure enough, Miao Lishan immediately took over and explained, "With your current cultivation, it is basically hopeless to obtain a 10,000-year spiritual object. Even if you take out tens of thousands of contribution points, the possibility is not great. Unless you can take out something useful for Yuanying cultivators, such as 4th-level spiritual pills, 4th-level spiritual wine, etc., there is a slight possibility of exchange." Wei Zhong was silent. Seeing this, Shan Qin said, "Doubt you don't have to be so disappointed. In this cultivation world, how many people can reach the level of Dao Yu, and how many people can form a pill? With the financial resources of Dao Yue, you can exchange for a few more dust-reducing pills and various spiritual objects for forming a pill. With the blessing of the 1,000-pound water spirit body, there is still a great hope of forming a pill. By then, the lifespan will be more than 500 or 600 years, which is a lifespan that ordinary people can hardly reach. You might as well stop and study your skills. Maybe you can find opportunities again from practicing hundreds of arts. Thank you, Miss Shan, for your consolation. Seeing Wei Zhong bowed in return, Shan Xin knew that he had not given up. Who in this world doesn't want to cultivate to become a nascent soul and become a god? But human power is limited and everyone has their own destiny. After the two women had a long talk with Wei Zhong, they left with the falling moon red spirit wine. Wei Zhong returned to the cave with sorrow. My aptitude is not good. Do I have to be a 10,000-year-old Dan? Wei Zhong shook his head, drove away this kind of boredom from his heart, took out more than 400,000 spirit water stones he had accumulated, and planned to start casting a 1,000-pound heavy water spirit body. I still need to take care of the road ahead. It's a bit too ambitious to consider the nascent soul before the Dan is formed. Wei Zhong took out the big cauldron and processed the 1,000 spirit water stones according to the last method. A few days later, a cauldron of blue liquid appeared in the cauldron. Wei Zhong stretched out his hands and placed them in the spirit liquid, and instantly felt a sharp pain. The difficulty of casting this 1,000-pound heavy water spirit body has risen to a level higher than that of 100-pound. I don't know how others have managed to cast a spirit body using this method. Wei Zhong frowned and practiced the spring and autumn water refining art, absorbing the spiritual liquid into his body as if it were spiritual energy. 3 months later, Wei Zhong sat cross-legged beside the cauldron, and the technique was practiced, driving the nearby spiritual energy to be absorbed into Wei Zhong's body. Wei Zhong couldn't help but smile with joy as he carefully felt the changes brought about by the transformation of his spiritual body. As expected of a spiritual body that is comparable to the middle-grade water spiritual root, my cultivation speed has increased again at this moment. If I don't use various cultivation resources, I can increase my cultivation speed several times. But at the moment when the cultivation resources are sufficient, the improvement is only 40%. However, Wei Zhong is very satisfied with this. It took Wei Zhong 8 years to build the foundation from the 7th to the 8th level before, but now it has been shortened to 6 years. Such a speed of improvement will definitely shock the cultivators of the same level. Of course, the foundation of all this is not only the support of the 1,000-pound water spiritual body, but also inseparable from Wei Zhong's master-level spring and autumn water refining art and the cultivation resources piled up by the spiritual stones. The improvement of the spiritual body only improves one's own foundation and the upper limit of cultivation. The supply of cultivation resources is still indispensable during the cultivation process. Put away the big cauldron, there is still a small portion of spiritual liquid left in the cauldron. According to Wei Zhong's estimation, the refining of the 1,000-pound heavy water spirit body this time consumed about 360,000 spirit water stones. It did not exceed the highest record used by the predecessors. It seems that 360 is the upper limit of this kind of spirit body. Now that the spirit body has been improved, it is time to consider the matter of cultivation. At present, it will probably take me only more than 20 years to reach the peak of the 9th level of foundation building, and I can prepare to form a pill. But other preparations have not been made. For example, I have not yet been sure that I can refine the dust-reducing pill, and the 7-color golden bamboo umbrella, a means to deal with thunder tribulation, has not yet begun to be refined. As Miao Shan said, with my current means, I probably have no chance to find the 10,000-year-old golden thunder bamboo and heavenly silk, so I can only think of ways to try to find the 1,000-year-old golden thunder bamboo and the second-rate 1,000-year-old spiritual silk. At worst, I can refine a few more, and replace one when the thunder tribulation breaks it. If I encounter other lightning protection methods, I also need to obtain them together, and I can't just rely on this kind of magic weapon. Wei Zhong remembered the last 9th heavenly thunder tribulation when Ling Hua formed his elixir. That heavenly thunder was definitely not something that could be dealt with by ordinary means. I wonder if the thunder tribulation when I formed my elixir would be that terrifying. After the spiritual body was successfully upgraded, Wei Zhong no longer needed the 1,000 spiritual water stone. So he went to Yuelan City to find Su Xian to end this collection mission. He also asked the other party to help publish a reward for finding the golden thunder bamboo and spirit silk. Wei Zhong did not mark the price of the two for this mission, but waited for the seller who owned them to quote. This kind of rare spiritual material will probably not produce results for decades, and Wei Zhong will not need to provide contribution points in a short period of time. It is just right to accumulate 1 or 2 contribution points during this period. After handling the relevant matters, Wei Zhong returned to Yunsha Island and began to retreat again. One day 3 years later, Ling Ziwei brought Xie Linghua back. When Xie Linghua returned, she was no longer as weak as when she stayed with Wei Zhong, but she was heroic in her gestures. Then the other party retreated again in order to break through the foundation. Wei Zhong asked Ling Ziwei with some curiosity, "Where did Fairy Ling take Linghua? How could there be such a big change?" The latter smiled and said, "It's just 2 years of training in the cultivation world, and 2 years of training in the mortal world. Doubt you will travel in the mortal world in the future, maybe you can hear the name of the blue-clothed female knight." Wei Zhong was stunned. He didn't expect that these 2 cultivators would rely on their cultivation to travel in the mortal world. However, this way of training is indeed much safer, and the effect may be very good. Looking at the spiritual energy cyclone that condensed in the air again, Wei Zhong suddenly felt that Xie Linghua would definitely succeed in building a foundation this time. Sure enough, within 100 days, the spiritual energy cyclone dissipated, and Xie Linghua came out of retreat, and she had already built a foundation. "Master, I have built a foundation." Okay, come and have a banquet." The news that Yunsha Island has one more foundation building person spread quickly, and Xingze and Xushuan, who are familiar with Wei Zhong, all visited and presented gifts to congratulate. Not only that, many foundation building cultivators who were unfamiliar to Wei Zhong also came to congratulate him, hoping to establish a relationship with Wei Zhong, a second-level alchemist. The kyer-finding families near Yunsha Island also came to offer various spiritual objects. This banquet lasted for a full month, with table after table of buffets, which was much more grand than when Wei Zhong first built his foundation. It seems that when I was building my foundation, I only drank a few cups with Ning Sunkuan. Now I am still here, but he has been gone for many years. Wei Zhong felt that things had changed and sighed deeply. "Master, what's wrong?" Xia Linghua came over when she saw Wei Zhong sighing. Wei Zhong shook his head. "It's okay, I just remembered some past events. When I was building my foundation, I was also timid and drank a few cups with fellow Taoist Ning." Hearing the melancholy in Wei Zhong's words, Xia Linghua held Wei Zhong's right hand. "Master, do you want to hold a birthday banquet?" "Haha, what birthday banquet?" Wei Zhong smiled and shook his head. "If we're going to hold it, let's hold the Danjie ceremony." Xia Linghua's foundation building did not bring much change to Yunsha Island. It was still a matter on the main spiritual island, and Wei Zhong concentrated on cultivating it. Perhaps the addition of a new foundation builder has made other forces think more highly of Yunsha Island, but this doesn't matter to Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong only valued cultivation and had no intention of becoming bigger and stronger. The surrounding foundation building families breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Wei Zhong had not expanded his power and was focused on cultivating on the spiritual island. Otherwise, what if Wei Zhong, as a second-level alchemist, and a female foundation-building cultivator create a new foundation-building family centered on Yunsha Island? The nearby foundation-building forces may have to carve out a piece of land. Master, Hu Zongfu, who is in charge of Lingtian affairs, has brought 2 boys from the clan here and wants to become my master. Xia Linghua poured a glass of spiritual wine for Wei Zhong and then said. In recent years, with the foundation laid by Xia Linghua, the power of Yunsha Island has greatly increased. Outside monks even heard that Wei Zhong, the island owner, and Xia Linghua, the general manager of Lingdao, still have no disciples. They all want to send outstanding disciples from their own families to their homes, trying to make a fortune. But Wei Zhong had no intention of accepting a disciple. Seeing Wei Zhong's behavior, Xia Linghua also refused. Many people retreated when faced with difficulties, while some insisted on staying on the island. Wei Zhong sent all these people to the 3 major managers of Lingdao and assigned them a job. Hu Zongfu. Wei Zhong was a little surprised. His attitude was so determined, and the other party had such courage? But after all, they were his subordinates who had worked hard for him over the years. Wei Zhong thought about it and said, "That's all, let's bring it up and take a look." When Xia Linghua heard this, she patted Jiucai on her shoulder and muttered something, and the latter flew out of the yard. After so many years of contact between Xia Linghua and Jiucai, she has become very close to Jiucai and can barely command her to do things. Master still needs to spend more time getting close to his spiritual pets. Wei Zhong rolled his eyes at him. He was busy practicing and had no time to cultivate a relationship with his spiritual pet. It would be good if he controlled the true seal treasure. After a while, Jiucai arrived with Hu Zongfu, followed by 2 boys. One person was wearing a white Taoist robe, with a face like a crown jewel, and he was in his 20s. The other man is short in stature and has a slightly dark face. He was dressed a little plainly, wearing a short black suit, a mortal attire. He didn't come from a good background, and he hadn't seen much of the world. He was a little timid and embarrassed when he was brought to this hospital. Sir, Hu Zongfu stepped forward and bowed before introducing the two of them to Wei Zhong. He pointed to the older man and said, "This is the Qilin son of my Hu family in recent years, named Hu Jincheng. Although he has the 5 spiritual root qualifications, his golden spiritual root is of the highest quality. I hope the master can take it under his wing." The latter immediately knelt down towards Wei Zhong, knocked his forehead on the ground, and said loudly, "Senior, please accept me as your disciple." Seeing this, Wei Zhong just took a sip of the spirit wine in the cup without saying anything. When the spirit wine in the cup was gone, he said slowly, "Tell me about the other person." Yes, Hu Zongfu pulled the dark-faced boy forward and said, "This man's name is Hu Jinchuan, and he comes from the ordinary lineage of my Hu family. He has 4 spiritual root qualifications, all of which are low-grade, but he has a low-grade alien wind spirit root." When Hu Zongfu was speaking, Hu Jinchuan was a little at a loss, but when he saw Wei Zhong looking at him carefully, and Hu Zongfu pushing his hands behind him as a hint, he followed Hu Jinqing's example and knelt down. He spoke intermittently about asking Wei Zhong to accept him as his disciple. Wei Zhong became curious when he heard that it was a strange wind spirit root. A burst of spiritual energy lifted him in front of him, then placed 2 fingers on his wrist, and his spiritual consciousness penetrated his body. Hu Jinchuan was absorbed by the spiritual energy and panicked for a moment, but when he arrived in front of Wei Zhong, he felt the invisible pressure coming from Wei Zhong and suddenly became quiet. Wood, water, earth, and wind. Wei Zhong glimpsed the 4-color spiritual light in his consciousness, and felt a little emotional. This was the first time Wei Zhong saw the existence of alien spiritual roots. Not bad, not bad, Wei Zhong waved and threw it to Hu Jinqing's side. Looking at the two of them, he said, "Although you two have decent qualifications, I have no intention of accepting a disciple. If you two insist, you can stay on the island and find a job. After I think about it for a few years, if you perform well, I won't be able to accept you two as my disciples." Hearing Wei Zhong's words, Hu Jinqing's eyes showed visible disappointment. The younger Hu Jinchuan looked a little happy. The juniors are willing to stay and serve the seniors. Wei Zhong looked at the other person beside him. His expression was tangled, struggling slightly, and he was obviously undecided. "I originally thought that I could join this man's sect with my high-grade spiritual roots, but," Hu Zongfu on the side spoke out in time to save the situation, "Master, can you give this kid a moment to think about it?" Wei Zhong nodded. "It's a very important matter, so you really need to think about it carefully." He waved his arms and sent the 3 people away. After the 3 of them left, Xia Linghua asked, "The master is not interested in the disciples of Shang Pinlingen?" Wei Zhong chuckled. "What's the use of high-grade spiritual roots? The better your qualifications, the more arrogant you are. You may not look down on me, a parallel foundation building master. Ha, I'm so humble. There are a lot of young monks in Luoha Mansion who want to be my disciples, but they can't." After Hu Zongfu and the others retired, Hu Jinqing, who was wearing a gorgeous robe, complained, "Uncle Clan, why did Senior Wei reject me? With my high-grade spiritual roots, it would be easy to join any Jiedan sect, right?" Hu Zongfu saw the impatience on his face and knew that this person would probably have difficulty getting into Wei Zhong's family because of his unruly nature, so he said, "How can we understand what the master is thinking? But for alchemists like the master, I am afraid that what matters when accepting a disciple is not qualifications, but character. If you had been more decisive just now, you might have had some chances, but now," Hu Zongfu sighed here and then looked at Hu Jinchuan aside. He thought to himself that this boy was extremely honest, and he had a different kind of wind spirit root. I was afraid that he might really be able to please the master and be accepted into his sect. In that case, please stay, Jinchuan. I will arrange things for you. From now on, you can learn how to plant spiritual fields with me on Yunsha Island. Turning to look at Hu Jinqing, "Since you don't want to stay here, then I will send you to Jinwang Pavilion." Jinwang Pavilion is a local Jindan sect in Luoha Prefecture, specializing in gold spiritual methods. After hearing this, Hu Jinqing immediately showed a happy smile on his face. Looking at the honest boy beside him, there was indescribable pride on his face. Guys who were born in a mortal family don't have the foresight of people from the immortal family like us. Farming on this Fangling Island and dying is just like reaching the peak of qi refining like Uncle Zongfu, and building a foundation is just a luxury. The latter had no idea that this brother of the same clan was ridiculing him, but he was just happy in his heart that he was lucky enough to work under a monk, and he was a foundation-building monk that Uncle Zongfu would bow his head to when he saw him. It's farming at home, and it's farming here. The difference is that they are cultivating spiritual fields, and I heard that they can also receive spiritual stone salary. A spiritual stone can be exchanged for a lot of silver. This way, the younger sister does not have to worry about the dowry, and can also buy a house for her parents, who Jinchuan felt indescribable satisfaction and joy. Within half a month, Wei Zhong learned about Hu Jinqing's departure from the island. The other party invested in Jingguan Pavilion with his excellent qualifications and became an inner disciple. Another younger one, Hu Jinchuan, stayed behind and was following Hu Zongfu these days to learn various spiritual field cultivation knowledge. He has just entered the world of spiritual practice, is very curious about various spiritual works, and studies very seriously. After getting to know each other, Wei Zhong found out that the other party was born in a mortal peasant family. He had been doing farm work with his parents since he was a child, and he had developed a hard-working character. Seeing his diligence, Wei Zhong specially rewarded him with a bottle of middle-grade nourishing pill. The latter saw that it was a spiritual elixir used by practitioners, and learned from Hu Zongfu that the elixir was of great value, so he bowed his head excitedly. When the bystanders saw that he had received such a reward, they all felt envious and jealous. Even Hu Zongfu was a little excited, as if he saw the hope of Wei Zhong accepting him as his disciple. A senior foundation builder, even a disciple of a second-level alchemy master, was enough to give the Hu family, a small refining family, a chance to rise in class. Wei Zhong rewarded him with a bottle of elixir and left. Speaking of which, Wei Zhong has become good at alchemy refining technology in recent years. When refining first-level elixirs such as nourishing pills, which are not difficult, most of the finished pills are top-grade, and even middle-grade pills rarely appear. Level 3 Alchemy Water Mastery, 60%, although alchemy is still a little far from the master level, you can already start trying to refine dust-falling pills. It would be better if we could collect more materials. After Wei Zhong inspected his spiritual island, he went to Yuelan City to find Su Xian. Fellow Taoist, you want the Millennium Xian Ming grass and the Millennium 9 heart fruit? Are you preparing to refine the dust-falling pill? Exactly. I wonder if fellow Taoist Su Xian can use spiritual stones to purchase this item. It doesn't hurt to pay a slight premium. Su Xian sighed. He did not expect that Wei Zhong was already a third-level alchemist without saying a word, and the outside world thought that he was just an ordinary second-level alchemy master. Using spirit stones to purchase thousand-year-old elixirs can probably only be purchased directly in shops in Yunzhou City. I expect that this small Luoha mansion will only appear occasionally during auctions. If fellow Taoists are not in a hurry, you might as well wait for the auction, or exchange them with contribution points. Wei Zhong was helpless. It was absolutely impossible to exchange his contribution points for it. He planned to exchange his contribution points for some Millennium Golden Thunder Bamboo and Spiritual Silk. Don't waste your contribution points on the thousand-year-old elixir that can be purchased with spirit stones. Just wait for the auction. Fellow Taoist is refining the dust-falling pill, but are you preparing to form the pill? Wei Zhong nodded. I witnessed Senior Ling Hua's core formation Thunder Tribulation a few days ago. I was deeply frightened, so I just prepared for a rainy day. Su Xian nodded. A few years ago, Luoha Mansion had a new Danjia cultivator. As the shopkeeper of the local chamber of commerce, he knew all about it. The thunder calamity of forming a core is indeed the most dangerous calamity for our generation of foundation-building monks when they form a core. There was a hint of regret in Su Xian's eyes. It's a pity that I have ordinary qualifications and am obsessed with practicing various arts. I probably won't be able to form an elixir in this life. Wei Zhong has known some of Su Xian's past events over the years he has known him. He was born in a shabby foundation-building family in Yunzhou City. Although his qualifications are poor, his talent in practicing various arts is indeed beyond ordinary people. Thanks to this, he entered the Yunji Chamber of Commerce and became a guest official. After 100 years of practice, he has successfully built his foundation and mastered the third-level skills of tea, alchemy, and utensils. With this competition, he got the position of the shopkeeper of Luoha Mansion. If fellow Taoist Su Xian can allocate some time to practice, there may not be a chance, Wei Zhong consoled him. The latter laughed twice when he heard this. I'm getting old, and now I no longer have the spirit of when I was young. Even if I reach the peak of foundation building, I'm afraid I won't have the guts to go through the calamity of forming the core. Wei Zhong was silent. If fellow Taoist Wei wants to form elixirs, it is better to practice the art of body cultivation. Body training? Yes, body refining. The reason why the core formation thunder tribulation is terrifying is that it is powerful enough to destroy the monk's legal body. If the body is tough enough, it will have more ability to resist, and the chance of surviving the thunderstorm will be much higher. Wei Zhong thought for a moment. Since I have been practicing, I have always been driven away by my cultivation. I can't even practice the spring and autumn water refining art by myself, let alone another method of body refining. Just say that the health-preserving skill that can increase the upper limit of lifespan has been refrigerated by himself, and he may not practice it several times a year. Physical improvement relies entirely on spiritual wine like Qingluo Zui, but it is rare for people to take the initiative to refine their bodies. But at this time, if you don't worry about safety, you might really consider the art of body refining. Fellow Taoist Su Xian's suggestion is good. I wonder if there is any method you can recommend? The latter touched his beard. When it comes to this body refining method, the Wang family's body casting technique is the best in Yunzhou. This method is mysterious and extraordinary, and the golden body that has been cultivated to its peak can be compared to the spiritual transformation masters like us. Could it be the Wang family that produces body refining pills in Yunzhou City? Exactly. However, this method is secretly passed down by the Wang family and is out of reach of fellow Taoists. If you are looking for it from Luoha Mansion, the forging method in Jigang Palace is the best. It was created based on the concept of Gang Qi and the physical training of mortal martial arts. Condensing spiritual energy and forging Gang Qi is a method that is supplemented by other spiritual methods and focuses on physical training. The stronger the monk's spiritual power, the faster his progress in this skill. It is the most suitable body training method for spiritual training. When Wei Zhong heard that there was such a magical method, he couldn't help but feel excited. Strong spiritual power? Isn't this who you are? Wei Zhong, who practices the spring and autumn water refining art, has a spiritual power that is several % higher than the average foundation building. He has also undergone Krypton-level reconstruction, which has taken another step forward in the quality of his spiritual power. Fellow Taoist Su Xian, I wonder if the forging gang method of Ji Gang Palace can be passed on to others? I haven't heard of the rumored news yet. But fellow Taoists can go and find out as a third-level alchemist. Since fellow Taoist has tried to refine the dust-falling pill, he must be very proficient in the third-level pill method, right? Wei Zhong nodded doubtfully. That's easy to handle. Most of the monks in Jigang Palace are those who cultivate both body and law. The demand for pills such as Haoyuan pill, which can enhance cultivation, is much greater than that of ordinary Danjie sections. Fellow Taoists may be able to use this elixir technique to help him refine elixirs, thereby obtaining this technique from him. Wei Zhong sighed in his heart. It turned out to be this method. I thought that one of my fellow Taoists was seriously injured and in urgent need of side elixirs to save his life. As long as I practice this elixir, the other party would use his skills and hands to perform this kind of bridge. It seems that Wei Zhong is overthinking. Do you have any other methods to recommend, fellow Taoist Su Xian? Isn't this casting gang method difficult to obtain? Wei Zhong did not place his hope on a deal with a Danjie sect, but asked again. Well, this poor Taoist doesn't know much about the body training method. Fellow Taoist, you might as well take a look at the exercises that can be exchanged for contribution points in the Chamber of Commerce. Wei Zhong was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party was just paying lip service and had no idea when he asked the truth. Now that I am short of contribution points, how can anyone rich enough to find a body training method? It's better to put it aside and explore the tone of Jigang Palace. After checking the body refining methods on sale at Yunjilu again, Wei Zhong put down a few jade slips and sighed. As expected of a spiritual cultivation world where spiritual cultivation is the mainstream, physical training resources are scarce and good physical training methods are hard to find. Wei Zhong was able to achieve the physical strength of the foundation building body cultivation by relying on the spiritual wine Qingluo Zui, so he naturally looked down upon these ordinary body training methods. After the Yunji Chamber of Commerce issued another mission to find the treasure to deal with the thunder disaster, Wei Zhong left Yuelan City. It has been more than 3 years since the Qianjun heavy water spirit body was forged, and there is still no news about the golden thunder bamboo and the spiritual silk. Wei Zhong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seems that even if it is a 1,000-year-old spiritual creature, it is not good at all. After returning to Yunsha Island to cultivate for 3 years, Wei Zhong once again broke through the 8th level of foundation building. During this period, except for participating in an auction and purchasing a 1,000-year-old Xianming grass, Wei Zhong basically didn't go out. Wei Zhong went to the gang palace to check the situation and received the answer that the method could not be passed on to others. If Wei Zhong wanted to learn his skills, he had to join his sect. Although the other party promised to be the elder, how could Wei Zhong, who was used to being idle, accept such conditions? He declined the invitation from Ji Gang Palace and also gave up his intention to practice the Zhu Gang method. Wei Zhong also liked a few of the body refining methods in the Yunji Chamber of Commerce that could be exchanged for contribution points, but unfortunately the prices were a bit high. The lowest one requires 2,500 contribution points. However, Wei Zhong has accumulated less than 2,000 points in the past few years, and there is still a gap of several hundred points. These contribution points all come from the second-level Changluozue and the first-level Yulin Cheng. As for the second-level Luyuhong that Shan Xin took, Yunji Chamber of Commerce was unable to use it to break even, so it stopped promoting it. Wei Zhong thought that he still needed to use his contribution points to exchange for spiritual objects such as Golden Thunder Bamboo, so he gave up the idea of exchanging body training techniques. One day, Ling Ziwei suddenly came to the door, and Wei Zhong came out to greet her. "Fairy Ling, long time no see." Since Xia Linghua established the foundation, the two rarely had the opportunity to meet each other. The other party seemed to be busy with something, and it was not convenient for Wei Zhong, as an outsider, to ask. "It's been a long time indeed," Ling Ziwei said with a smile on her face. "Sister Linger is becoming more and more beautiful." Wei Zhong knew that what he said was true. Since Xia Linghua established the foundation, his life expectancy has greatly increased, and his face has also become a bit younger. "I have gone back 18 years from my 20s, and my energy has become stronger as my cultivation level increases." After chatting for a while, Ling Ziwei finally returned to the topic. "With fellow Taoist Wei's current alchemy skills, is it possible to refine the dust-falling pill?" Wei Zhong was stunned. "Is Fairy Ling trying to attack the pill formation?" The latter nodded. Xia Linghua was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that Sister Ling, who had been practicing with her in the past few years, would actually form a pill. Wei Zhong touched his chin, thought for a moment and then replied, "Although I have never practiced this kind of elixir, I can guarantee that the chance of it becoming a pill is over 40%. Ling Ziwei smiled slightly when she heard this. "I'll be relieved then." Then she handed Wei Zhong a storage bag. Wei Zhong took it and took a look. It contained various elixirs needed to refine the dust-falling pill, including the most important Millennium Xianming grass and Millennium Nineheart fruit. There were 2 servings, which was actually a bit more than what Wei Zhong had prepared. Fairy Ling really opened my eyes to poor Tao. There are several such precious 1,000-year-old elixirs. Seeing Wei Zhong's surprised expression, Ling Ziwei was also a little proud and said, "This comes from the secret place I told my fellow Taoist before. Now, do you have any idea of exploring it with me? Maybe fellow Taoist Wei can get a few valuable elixirs from it." The secret place that could produce a 1,000-year elixir finally aroused Wei Zhong's curiosity. "I'll refine this elixir for Fairy later, and then go with Fairy Ling." When Ling Ziwei saw that Wei Zhong was persuaded by her, the smile on her face became brighter. "Then I'll leave it to fellow Taoist Wei." Wei Zhong took the storage bag containing the elixir and left, coming to the cave. Spread the elixirs on the ground in categories, close your eyes and recall the steps required to refine the dust-reducing pills. As his mind calmed down and his thoughts became clear, Wei Zhong took out his alchemy furnace. Putting his natal magic weapon Yuan Shui bead at the bottom of the furnace, Wei Zhong's spiritual power turned into a big hand and picked up various elixirs. After 3 months, Wei Zhong came out of the customs with a pill bottle, and then handed the jade pill bottle to Ling Ziwei, who had been waiting these days. As expected of fellow Taoist Wei, 2 medicinal materials can actually turn into 2 pills, Ling Ziwei praised. Wei Zhong shook his head. Only he knew what happened during the alchemy. "After all, this was my first time using this elixir, and I made some mistakes. There was a problem when refining the first material, causing the elixir to fail, and only 1 useless elixir came out. The second time I managed to make a pill, but it was also of low quality. Fortunately, the result of the third refining was very gratifying, and 2 pieces were produced directly. I thought I could hit the mid-range level the third time, but it seems I thought too much." Only then did Wei Zhong realize that he had a high opinion of himself. The difficulty of forming Qinshan pill was much higher than that of ordinary third-level elixirs. No wonder Luoha Prefecture only has dust-falling pill once every few years. A total of 3 low-grade dust-reducing pills were released from the 3 medicinal materials, which can be regarded as meeting the minimum expectation. There were no consecutive furnace explosion failures, and Wei Zhong was very satisfied. Ling Ziwei smiled and took out one pill bottle, and threw the remaining pills and bottles to Wei Zhong. This elixir is regarded as the reward from fellow Taoist Wei. Wei Zhong shook his head slightly. My cultivation is still lacking, so I won't be able to use this elixir for the time being, so Fairy Ling might as well take it together. With the help of 2 elixirs, the chance of forming the elixir will be even higher. Ling Ziwei did not refuse when she saw this. She accepted the 2 pills and kept this friendship in her heart. I wonder if Fairy Ling can take Pindao to see that secret place now? Wei Zhong followed Ling Ziwei as he fled and came to a wide waterfall. Could the secret place that Fairy Ling mentioned be in the secret realm of Dongting? The latter nodded, and Wei Zhong curiously followed him into the secret realm. As the surrounding scenery became more and more familiar, Wei Zhong discovered that it was the autumn maple forest that he had been to. Fellow Taoist Wei, please do not enter this forest. There is a group of monkeys living inside, including many second-level beings. It will be very troublesome for the foundation-building monks to deal with them. Wei Zhong looked strange. It was not until he took him up into the sky that Wei Zhong was sure that it was the Sex Legacy where he obtained the Xinming spirit grass. No wonder the other party can produce so many thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. The 2 fell from the clouds and happened to see Ling Yunxing guarding outside the stone steps. I've met Miss Ling, I've met Senior Wei. The other party was as shy as ever. Ling Ziwei nodded. Wei Zhong also said hello, and then the 2 of them climbed up the steps. There is a restricted airspace here, so fellow Taoist Wei still walks up there with me. Listening to his ramble about various restrictions on this ruins, Wei Zhong just nodded without saying a word. After walking through the stone steps, the 2 arrived at the spiritual medicine garden. Wei Zhong met several foundation-building monks, including Lan Fani and Monk Mengchun, whom Wei Zhong was familiar with. Wei Zhong understood clearly. Probably these 2 people felt that there was little hope of cracking the secret here, so they revealed the information about the secret to the Ling family. When they saw Ling Ziwei bringing a strange monk, they thought it was a new guest. He came forward and said to Ling Ziwei, I have seen Miss Ling. It will take about 2 months to break the ban on this small film. After finishing his report, Shang Mengchun turned his curious eyes to Wei Zhong. Is this fellow Taoist a new guest? This place was blocked by the Ling family, so Shang Mengchun guessed that the only people who could come in were the Ling family themselves. No, fellow Taoist Wei is the alchemist invited by me. Ling Ziwei shook her head and then looked at Wei Zhong and said. Wei Zhong raised his hand and said, I am Wei Zhong, a 3rd-level alchemy master. I have met 2 fellow Taoists. Wei Zhong? The 2 of them recalled for a moment, and suddenly thought of the casual alchemist rumored in the workshop. Because Wei Zhong rarely appeared in public with his true appearance, most casual cultivators in the outside world only knew Wei Zhong's name, but did not recognize Wei Zhong's appearance. It's actually Master Wei. The 2 people's expressions immediately became a little frightened. It was rumored that he was only a 2nd-level alchemist, but he didn't expect that he was now a 3rd-level alchemist. Ling Ziwei had previously promised the 2 of them that she would find a chance for a dust-falling pill for them, and now it is highly likely that it will fall on the pill master surnamed Wei. The 2 looked at Ling Ziwei and Wei Zhong in front of them strangely. I have long heard that Fairy Ling has a close relationship with Alchemist Wei, but I didn't expect that even this secret place was revealed to the other party. Okay, fellow Taoist friends, I still need to take fellow Taoist Wei to see my brother, so I will leave now. Among the ruins of the sect not far away, Wei Zhong saw a pavilion built with rocks. It seemed that someone among them noticed the arrival of Wei and Zhong. The door of the pavilion was opened by a burst of spiritual energy, and the 2 entered. Wei Zhong saw Ling Hua sitting cross-legged here. There was an earthy-colored aura around him, and he was obviously finishing his work. Wei Zhong carefully felt the spiritual energy around him and discovered that it was a 3rd-level spiritual land. In his hurry when he came here before, Wei Zhong didn't even notice that there was a 3rd-level spiritual land here. No wonder Ling Hua did not stay at the Ling family, but practiced here. Ling Hua finished her exercise and opened her eyes. A divine light passed over the 2 of them, exuding the unique power that could only be achieved by pill formation. Wei Zhong's consciousness trembled slightly to resist this. Sometimes Guang Baolu suppresses the sea of consciousness, and with Luo Yuhong's gain, the intensity of Wei Zhong's consciousness is no less than that of an ordinary person in the early stage of pill formation. This small amount of pill-forming spiritual pressure naturally has no impact on Wei Zhong. He turned his head slightly and looked at Ling Ziwei beside him, and found that the other person just frowned slightly and acted as if nothing had happened. Power comes and goes quickly. Brother Wei, I'm sorry. I just finished my training and am not yet comfortable with controlling my own power. No problem. The few people looked at each other and sat down at a low table. Ling Ziwei took out the dust-falling pill contained in the jade pill bottle. Ling Hua showed a hint of joy after identifying it. Brother Wei is indeed very skilled in elixirs. He can even successfully refine third-level elixirs such as dust-falling pills. Brother Ling, thank you very much. At this time, Ling Ziwei on the side added, Brother, fellow Daoist Wei didn't get any commission from this alchemy. Oh, there is such a thing? Wei Zhong had a smile on his lips. I have known Fairy Ling for many years, and I only have a little knowledge of elixir refining. I will treat it as my advance blessing for Fairy Ling's elixir formation ceremony. Fellow Daoist Wei is upright, but our Ling family is not a small family, so we cannot break the rules for this matter. After saying this, Ling Hua took out a spiritual grass and a red spiritual fruit. The spiritual grass is green and has 13 nodules on its body. It is one of the main ingredients of the dust-reducing pill, the 1,000-year-old Shinming spiritual grass. And the other spiritual fruit is naturally another main medicine, the Millennium 9 heart fruit. These two spiritual objects should be used as materials for the alchemy of fellow Taoists this time. I should have asked fellow Taoists to get a spiritual elixir, but the dust-falling elixir is indeed very important to my sister. Wei Zhong nodded to express his understanding, and then accepted the 2,000-year-old spiritual objects. Fairy Ling already has the dust-reducing pill, but I wonder when she will start to form the pill. Ling Ziwei looked bitter. The preparations before forming the pill are not enough, especially the means to deal with the thunder tribulation are not many. I am afraid it will be difficult to survive this tribulation. Wei Zhong talked with a few people and learned that most of the family heritage of the Ling family was spent on Ling Hua's last pill formation. Now, the only thing they have to deal with the thunder tribulation is probably the replicable substitute formation. But the last time the Ling family used this formation, the family lost half of their foundation building, and they lacked a third-level formation master to preside over this formation. Now that it is no longer possible to use this formation, Ling Ziwei needs to find a new way to deal with the tribulation. Dao Yue may not know that we have been breaking through the formation here for many years and have vaguely discovered that there is a kind of thunder spirit plant in it, which is very likely to be golden thunder bamboo. Wei Zhong looked excited. I wonder how old and how many golden thunder bamboos are. Ling Hua shook his head and smiled. Dao Yue, don't be excited. We are just guessing at the moment. Whether it is golden thunder bamboo is still undetermined, and its number and age are not clear. But please rest assured, Dao Yue, if there are more plants, we will definitely give some to Dao Yu. Thank you, Brother Ling. Wei Zhong didn't expect that the method of refining the 7-color golden bamboo umbrella that he got from Ling Hua a few years ago, and he had been looking for golden thunder bamboo for many years without success, but now he got the news from Ling Hua again. If it is really golden thunder bamboo, we can find a weapon refiner to refine the 7-color golden bamboo umbrella, and this half of the Jindan thunder tribulation will be passed. As for the other half, I am afraid it will still fall into Brother Wei's hands, Ling Hua said to Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong looked puzzled. Not long after, Wei Zhong followed Ling Ziwei out of the Dongting secret realm. As they flew along, Wei Zhong looked at the increasingly unfamiliar scenery around him, and couldn't help but wonder, Fairy Ling, we have already gone deep into the land, far away from the water veins, right? Is there really a senior living in seclusion here? The saying that the water veins of Luoha Prefecture are spiritual veins is of course not just talk. In the inland far away from rivers and lakes, the quality of spiritual land is very worrying, so how could someone live in seclusion here? Fellow Daoist Wei is narrow-minded. The rivers on the surface are water veins, so aren't the rivers underground water veins? Underground? Wei Zhong looked at the mountains and forests flashing by quickly below, wondering in his heart, could it be an underground river like in the previous life? Soon, Wei Zhong's doubts were answered. Ling Ziwei brought Wei Zhong to a towering forest. This place is far away from all the rivers and lakes in Luoha Prefecture, with few cultivators, and even the rugged terrain makes it very rare for mortals to survive here. Without climbing to the top of the mountain, Ling Ziwei led Wei Zhong into a valley covered with clouds and mist. The fog here was thick, blocking the sun and making it extremely dark. And the water vapor was so heavy that when you stepped on the ground, you could feel the fluffy feeling of the fallen leaves. There was a tingling pain in the center of his eyebrows, and his spiritual sense was warning. Is this dangerous? Wei Zhong almost wanted to pull Ling Ziwei and turn away. Suddenly, there was a hissing sound from the bushes, and a blood-colored long creature poked out from the fallen leaves and spoke in a human voice. You are the girl named Ling. Why did you bring a stranger here? Wei Zhong looked carefully and found that the one who spoke was a snake as thick as a finger, and it was a skin snake. As it raised its head, Wei Zhong could even see the blood-colored muscles wriggling on its body. Senior Tan Tai, this is my alchemist friend. I brought him here to help you solve your problems. When the little snake heard this, there seemed to be a disdainful sound on his bloody face. Huh? Alchemist, what level? Wei Zhong relaxed his brows, and the murderous intent just now had receded. Report to the senior, I am a third-level alchemist. Wei Zhong bowed and replied to the little snake. Humph, a little third-level dare to take my task. I think you should not waste your energy, Ling girl, just go back obediently. After saying this, he wanted to drive the two away, and more skinless animals gradually emerged in the forest, including squirrels, wolves, and lions. Ling Ziwei became a little anxious when she saw this. Senior Tan Tai, how do you know that I can't do it if you don't try it? Wei Zhong said. As early as when they came, the Ling family brothers and sisters told Wei Zhong that this senior had a secret technique of replacing robbery in his hand. As long as an alchemist helps him refine a pill, he can give this secret technique as a reward. Boy, you are so confident, the little snake said, almost putting its head close to Wei Zhong's nose, revealing its fangs. Wei Zhong had no doubt that this little set of teeth could directly bite his throat. But the spiritual perception technique did not send a warning, so Wei Zhong said calmly, of course, senior, why not give it a try? The skinless little snake then slowly retreated, and the skinless animals around it also disappeared into the forest. After hearing a voice of follow me, Wei Zhong saw the skinless little snake draw a bloodline and rush into the forest in front. Following the direction of its departure, Wei Zhong and Ling Ziwei walked together, and finally came to a courtyard made of thatch and branches. Come in, an old voice came from one of them. Wei Zhong pushed open the gate of the courtyard. The courtyard was quite tidy, with few things placed, only an empty stone table. With a creak, the door at the back of the courtyard opened and an old man in a shabby appearance walked out. His hair was half black and half white, and was not tied up, but draped over his shoulders. His skin was dark, his eyes were slightly sunken, and his face looked a little decadent. The figure is also very thin, and the hands exposed by the black bunt are like a pair of chicken feet, covered with skin and bones. He walked out of the door and sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. Wei Zhong did not sit down, but Wei Zhong raised his hand and asked, I don't know what kind of help senior needs from junior. Please speak up. He took out a tea set, poured out 3 cups of tea, and said, no rush, sit down and drink some tea and chat slowly. Wei and Zhong had no choice but to sit down opposite him. Here, let me have tea. Tan Tai Lin pushed over a teacup. Wei Zhong's expression suddenly changed when he saw that the tea in the cup was emerald green, but there seemed to be a small snake wandering at the bottom of the cup. Juniors don't like spiritual tea, so, there's no need. There was a hint of mockery on Tan Tai Lin's face, you ignorant little thing. Then he picked up the cup in front of Wei Zhong and drank it all in one gulp, with a look of enjoyment on his face, and then spit out a piece of tea leaf. The tea leaves are curved, like a small snake. As if Wei Zhong lost his interest, Tan Tai Lin asked directly, what is the level of third-level elixirs? Have you practiced the Hao Yuan Dan, Soul Nursing Dan, and Dust Falling Dan? How many elixirs have been completed? Can they be of the upper middle level? Wei Zhong said frankly, due to lack of materials and no experience in refining the soul-nourishing pill, the Hao Yuan pill has over 50% chance of becoming a pill, with a 30% chance of being of medium quality. As for the dust-falling pills, the finished pills are over 50% complete, and no mid-grade pills have been produced. When Tan Tai Lin heard Wei Zhong's words, he couldn't help blowing his beard angrily, you dare to take on my mission at this level? Wei Zhong raised his eyebrows and looked at the panel, level 3 alchemy water mastery, 89%, my alchemy skills are not far from the master level, so I can't say it's bad at all. Senior, don't be anxious. Let the junior refine a furnace of elixirs in front of the senior to see how good he is. Without waiting for an answer, Wei Zhong sat down cross-legged in the hollow of the side courtyard, took out the alchemy furnace, and then took out various elixirs. 2 of them were the Millennium Shin Ming grass and the 9-hearted fruit that he had just obtained from Ling Hua. What Wei Zhong wanted to refine was the dust-falling pill. It was seen that Wei Zhong did not use the pill fire, but threw an ink-colored ball into the pill furnace. Along with the water spiritual energy emanating from the furnace, Tan Tai Lin said in surprise, water alchemy method? Hearing this, Ling Ziwei also stared at Wei Zhong curiously. Previously, Wei Zhong was just not familiar enough with the refining process of falling dust pill, which resulted in poor output. But now that he has prepared 3 elixirs, Wei Zhong is confident. 5 days passed after the operation. Ling Ziwei and Tan Tai Lin were both curiously guarding the courtyard. Now that it was time for the pill to be made, Wei Zhong patted the pill furnace and a pill flew out. Wei Zhong condensed a big spiritual hand, grabbed the elixir in his palm, and then presented it in front of Tan Tai Lin. Senior, please look. I saw a dust-falling pill in Wei Zhong's palm, but it was not the low-grade one that had been refined before, but the middle-grade one. Okay, you're quite capable, Tan Tai Lin laughed and praised. Ling Ziwei on the side also looked a little surprised when she saw this, but she knew that Wei Zhong could only refine low-grade dust-falling pills not long ago. It has only been a few days, but I was able to directly refine the middle-grade product. Could it be that I was hiding something secret from myself? As if guessing Ling Ziwei's thoughts, Wei Zhongchuan said, Fairy, please don't misunderstand me. I promise that I have gone all out to refine the elixir for the fairy. It's just that I am a little unfamiliar with the first time making elixirs, so, you don't need to say anything, fellow Taoist Wei. I believe that fellow Taoist is not deceiving the people below me just for this small gain. Wei Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. Tan Tai Lin on the side was still praising, not bad, your boy's water alchemy method is indeed quite good. If I'm guessing correctly, you said the chance of becoming a pill is over 50%, but it's not 50%, right? Wei Zhong was silent, but the other party waved his hand as if it didn't matter. Forget it, I won't ask any more questions. Having this little skill can naturally help Pindao. This is the method I promised to replace the calamity. Let me show you half of it first. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Tai Lin threw out 2 jade slips. Wei Zhong picked up one of them and looked at it carefully, frowning. The description in the jade slip is quite brief, but Wei Zhong already knows some of the principles of this method of calamity. Rather than saying it is a method of replacing calamity, it is better to say it is a method of incarnation outside the body. Using the spiritual power of his own flesh and blood to nourish him, he cultivated a blood body, and then cut off part of his spiritual consciousness and blended it into it to form a blood puppet. The strength of this puppet varies depending on the degree of cultivation. If it is used to replace the calamity, it only needs to be cultivated to the same level as itself. Why does this sound so similar to the blood body technique passed down by true Lord Bloodsea? Seeing Wei Zhong frowning, Tan Tai Lin added, my method is not an evil method, but a genuine blood path secret technique from the 8 classics. It is also a rare item inherited from ancient times. Wei Zhong frowned even deeper after hearing this. Ling Ziwei on the side also turned her head in confusion, thinking that Wei Zhong was opposed to this secret method. But Wei Zhong just shook his head slightly and said, to be honest, senior, I also saw a similar blood path secret method when I was refining qi. It's just that it is a completely evil method. It is a body made of other people's blood, called blood body method. Decades ago, in Monuan Mansion, a few houses away from here, someone used this secret method to kill many monks, causing a bloody storm. What did you say? Wei Zhong suddenly saw Tan Tai Lin approaching him, his face showing a bit of chill and surprise. Wei Zhong had no choice but to repeat, Junior has seen similar methods, which are inherited from a Yuanian cultivator. He told everything he knew about the blood body method. Tan Tai Lin then sat back down, and then covered his face and laughed wildly, ah. All kinds of skinless animals appeared on the courtyard wall at the same time, poking their heads out and staring at the people in the courtyard. Are these not all his incarnations? Wei Zhong suddenly felt a little scared, and Ling Ziwei beside him was trembling with teeth. Senior? Wei Zhong couldn't help but come forward to remind him. Tan Tai Lin came back to his senses, took his right hand away, and showed his ugly smile. The chill disappeared at this moment, and the skinless head outside the courtyard was instantly retracted. What a terrible momentum, not a Jindan, at least a Yuaniing level cultivator. Yes, the information you provided is very valuable, even this information is worth the secret method. Tan Tai Lin immediately handed over 2 more jade slips, which recorded the complete method. I advise you not to try to use this method to cultivate an external incarnation, let alone let it exist for a long time. It is best to cultivate it within half a year before the formation of the pill, and then use it as a substitute for the calamity. If it survives the thunder calamity, take the initiative to kill it completely. Wei Zhong was a little confused, and Tan Tai Lin added, otherwise you will be like me. He lifted up his black shirt and exposed his upper body. What appeared in front of Wei Zhong and the others was a skinny body, with a layer of dark yellow skin wrapped around the bones, and even many places with skin defects. You can peek into its internal organs. Ling Ziwei saw this horrible look and couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose, with disbelief in her eyes. I never expected that Senior Tan Tai, who has a profound cultivation, would be in such a broken body. Wei Zhong asked, are all those skinless animals in the outside world the incarnations of Senior, and their flesh and blood also come from Senior? Tan Tai Lin put on his robe again and nodded. You probably guessed it, the cultivation method I practiced is incomplete, so I became so horrible. The flesh, spirit, and even the consciousness will be shared by the incarnation and cannot be taken back. What about this secret method in our hands? Ling Ziwei asked doubtfully. Don't worry, this method has been verified by me personally. As long as you don't covet the incarnation technique, there will be no such disadvantages. I originally asked someone to refine the elixir just to delay my current predicament, but I didn't expect to get the opportunity to eradicate it from you. God will not let me die. Tan Tai Lin seemed to laugh crazily again. Wei Zhong asked hurriedly, since you believe this, the fragment of the technique held by the Blood Sea True Lord is the fragment of the technique you need? Of course, apart from the famous Blood Venerable Xueche in ancient times, who else can create such a blood technique? Blood Venerable Xueche? Wei Zhong remembered this name in his heart. And the guy who claims to be the Blood Sea True Lord has a method of incarnation that is so similar to mine, so he must be right. After you help me make the elixir, I will go find him. Whether it is exchanged or robbed, I must take back the fragment of the technique to solve the hidden danger of my technique. If it is true as the other party said, that he and the Blood Sea True Lord are holding the fragment of the technique of the God Transformation Venerable, then Wei Zhong will not be surprised. The techniques practiced by the God Transformation Venerable are often magical, and they have outrageous cross-level methods. It is not unreasonable for the other party to hold the secret technique of substitution. I wish you success. In addition, what kind of elixir do you want me to refine? Can you please tell me now? Tan Tai Lin threw a piece of leather with a recipe written on it. The name of the elixir is Guiyuan Dan. Wei Zhong read the recipe and frowned more and more. He saw the skinless little snake jumping out at his feet, and then looked up at Tan Tai Lin and asked in disbelief, Senior, do you want to use these incarnations to refine elixirs? They separated from the body, so why not use the elixir method to absorb them again? Wei Zhong was silent. The alchemy method recorded on the leather was not the conventional alchemy method using spiritual herbs, but a partial alchemy method mixed with flesh, blood, and soul. It can refine the flesh and blood incarnation of Tan Tai Lin, and naturally it can refine the bodies of other monks. Such an elixir cannot be called an evil method. However, Wei Zhong guessed that there would be great hidden dangers if monks were used to refine this elixir. After all, people were very different before and were far less harmonious than Tan Tai Lin and his differentiated incarnation. Wei Zhong raised his head and said, Senior has prepared enough supporting materials. Since it is alchemy, it naturally requires main medicine and auxiliary medicine. The main medicine is already available, and the remaining side medicines depend on how well they are prepared. It's already been prepared. Tan Tai Lin handed over a storage bag, which was filled with various medicinal materials for refining the Guiyuan pill, including but not limited to elixirs, spiritual fruits, and gold and iron spiritual materials. This junior is refining this elixir for the first time and is not very skilled yet. I am afraid there will be many failures during the refining process. I hope Senior will forgive me. Wei Zhong explained. Tan Tai Lin waved his sleeves. It doesn't matter, I can take back half of the power of the incarnation. I will be very satisfied. Wei Zhong nodded and turned to look at Ling Ziwei. I'm afraid it will take some time to refine the elixir this time. Fellow Daoist Ling has now obtained the secret method of replacing the tribulation. Are you leaving? Ling Ziwei was a little hesitant, thinking that she was not fully prepared for forming pills, so she said, I will leave first. In addition, fellow Taoist, don't worry about Yunsha Island, I will take care of it on your behalf. Wei Zhong cupped his hands and said, thank you so much, fellow Taoist. Ling Ziwei left, and Tan Tai Lin took Wei Zhong to the back of the courtyard. Feeling the increasingly dense spiritual energy in the air, Wei Zhong's eyes were a little surprised. There is actually a fourth-order spiritual land in this kind of place. You can make elixirs here, I will protect the law outside, Tan Tai Lin said and left, leaving Wei Zhong alone. Wei Zhongshuan sat cross-legged at the spiritual eye where the spiritual energy was the strongest, and monster beasts of flesh and blood appeared one after another in the surrounding forest. Wei Zhong looked at these weird monsters dripping with blood, took a long breath, closed his eyes and calmed down, recalling the alchemy method on the leather in his mind. After a while, he picked up a skinless squirrel, looked at the dim aura on its body, and murmured, let's start simple. The grade of the Guiyuan pill is not fixed and varies depending on the level of the blood body. The blood body as the main medicine is Qi refining cultivation, which is the first level elixir, and the foundation building elixir is the second level. Although the refining process is cumbersome, it is still within Wei Zhong's ability. When he first started refining, there were frequent failures, but as he refined more and more times, Wei Zhong finally succeeded once, and the probability of becoming a pill continued to increase. After refining the Guiyuan pill for half a year, Wei Zhong paused for a moment and looked at the panel. Level 3 Alchemy Watermaster, 1%. After half a year of refining alchemy, Wei Zhong's third-level alchemy skills have broken through to the master level, and he is even more comfortable in refining this kind of Guiyuan Dan. The surrounding ground was filled with pill bottles, all of which were filled with blood-red Guiyuan pills. As for Tan Tai Lin, he has not been here since he tried a pill to confirm its effect. Wei Zhong worked hard to refine the elixir here alone, and did not communicate with him again. Only occasionally, faint wailing sounds can be heard while refining alchemy. Sure enough, in the process of refining the incarnation into the Guiyuan pill, Tan Tai Lin, the main body, will also be harmed. However, since the other party did not ask Wei Zhong to stop, there was no reason for Wei Zhong to stop refining the alchemy. Grabbing the blood snake next to him, Wei Zhong had a solemn look in his eyes. The incarnations of the first and second levels have been refined by me, and now only these third-level ones that are difficult to chew are left. Wei Zhong threw it into the furnace, and then took out the spiritual material of a higher age. A year later, Wei Zhong came to the house with the elixir bottle, and what he saw was Tan Tai Lin sitting cross-legged on the black jade bed. The latter closed his eyes tightly, with a look of pain in his brows. "Senior, the elixir has been refined," Wei Zhong said with cupped hands, and then placed all the elixir bottles on the ground. Tan Tai Lin then opened his eyes, threw out a storage bag, and said, "This is your reward for making alchemy, take it and leave." Wei Zhong took the storage bag and bowed to it, then flew away from the misty valley along the way he came. On the way back, Wei Zhong put his consciousness into the storage bag. High-quality spiritual stone? Looking at the jade stone full of aura, Wei Zhong was a little surprised. He had already learned from Miao Li Shan how precious the high-grade spiritual stone was. As the common currency of nascent soul monks, it was a level higher than the middle-grade spiritual stone. Unexpectedly, Tan Tai Lin was so generous and gave himself 10 pieces. In addition, there was a jade slip. After Wei Zhong glanced at it briefly, he found that it did not record the secret method, but the practice experience recorded by Tan Tai Lin himself. It covers everything from qi refining to elixir formation, including his unique understanding of breaking through to bottlenecks. Wei Zhong saw a small part of it and gained a lot. Wei Zhong has been practicing behind closed doors for so many years. The inheritance left by he only has the skills of cultivation and no experience. After practicing hard for so many years, Wei Zhong rarely discussed Taoism with fellow monks. What this jade slip records is exactly what Wei Zhong is currently missing. After solemnly putting it into the cave, Wei Zhong turned into a beam of light and headed towards Yunsha Island. After returning to the island, Wei Zhong found that everything on the island had not changed much from when he left. With Xia Linghua building her foundation, the operation of the spiritual island no longer required Wei Zhong's special participation. Whether it was internal or external, Xia Linghua in the foundation building period could handle it with ease. Linger, the news that I have been promoted to a third-level alchemist can be released. In addition, there is no need to accept the refining tasks of ordinary second-level pills such as Hachi pills. Wei Zhong's identity as a third-level alchemist has been known to many people. In addition, his current strength is not bad, so there is no need to hide it anymore. Yes, Master. Knowing that Wei Zhong has entered the realm of a third-level alchemist, the nearby casual cultivators were in an uproar. The third level and the second level are very different. Now Wei Zhong can be on par with the Jindan cultivators with his alchemy skills. Even the appeal to casual cultivators is stronger than those Jindan sects. Look, within just 1 month after the news was spread, many people came to visit. Some people admired him, while others really needed to make pills. Wei Zhong responded flexibly and rejected most of the requests for alchemy. Fellow Taoist Luo, take care. Wei Zhong sent away a Jindan cultivator inside when he returned to the cave. It's true that when you are famous, you will have more trouble. In this month, 4 Jindan cultivators came to visit. Some were casual cultivators who came to make a name for themselves with Wei Zhong so that they could ask him to make pills in the future. Some were like this cultivator named Luo, who came from the local forces of Luoha Prefecture. They promised Wei Zhong various benefits and invited him to join them. Wei Zhong naturally refused politely, but fortunately, the other party also knew the general situation and did not force Wei Zhong. Most of the time in the past 2 years has been spent on refining Guiyuan pills, which has delayed Wei Zhong's progress in cultivation. Just when he was about to practice for a while, Qingzi came to the door again. Why does Taoist Qingze look so bad? Wei Zhong asked, looking at his pale face. Taoist Wei, don't you know? Qingze looked a little surprised, but remembering Wei Zhong's hard-working nature, he was relieved and explained, recently, a strange foundation-building cultivator named Wan Yanfu came to Luoha Prefecture. He is young and aggressive. In the past 6 months, he has challenged half of the famous foundation-building cultivators in Luoha Prefecture. I was injured in the battle with him. Oh? Wei Zhong had been practicing alchemy for more than a year, and he really didn't know about this. I don't know where this person comes from, but he is so bold. It is rumored that he is from Yunzhou City. His specific identity is unknown, but according to his arrogant temperament, he is probably from a Yuanying force. Speaking of this, Qingze added, Dao Yue has just announced the news of a third-level alchemist. You also need to be careful. This person is extremely unfriendly to casual cultivators like us. Be careful that he will lower his face to deal with you. Wei Zhong said with some surprise, no matter how unreasonable this person is, he will not attack a pill master like me. Qingze shook his head. By the way, I wonder if this man has come to Fairy Ling. Qingze nodded and replied, fellow Taoist Wei is really not well informed. Wan Yanfu has been pestering Miss for several months. But Miss seems to be busy with the matter of forming pills recently. She rejected this man's invitation and stayed in the family first. But Wan Yanfu seemed to have set his sights on Miss and kept blocking the Ling family's territory. As a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, Ling Ziwei was still within Wei Zhong's expectations to be challenged by him. But after being rejected, he kept pestering and even blocking the door. I'm afraid his purpose is not pure enough. With some doubts in his heart, Wei Zhong asked, I wonder what fellow Taoist Qingze is here for now. I'm mainly here to ask for a few healing pills, and by the way, I'll bring a message to Mississippi. I have a clue about what you need. Wei Zhong was stunned. What I need, is it the Golden Thunder Bamboo? Wei Zhong took out a few bottles of pills and handed them to Qingze, who also took out spirit stones in exchange. Doubt you Qingze, how about I go with you to the Ling family to take a look? Wei Zhong knew that the other party had started to guard the Ling family a few years ago, so he said so. Qingze nodded and reminded, Dao Yue, be careful when you meet Wan Yanfu, don't conflict with him, the other party may not take into account your identity as a third-level alchemist. Don't worry, brother Qingze. The two rushed to the Ling family, and Qingze said on the way, because Wan Yanfu blocked the way, the Ling family has been in chaos recently, and the people of all branches of the clan are panicking. Has Senior Ling Hua appeared? Qingze nodded. Senior Ling has come several times and has advised Wan Yanfu. But the other party did not give Senior Ling any face. On the contrary, Senior has no way to deal with him because he is concerned about the forces behind him. Wei Zhong frowned. It is not good for Ling Ziwei to be blocked by him all the time. Being trapped in the clan, without the opportunity to prepare for the means of dealing with the Dan-forming thunder tribulation, will lead to stagnation of cultivation. If he accepts the challenge, he is likely to be injured, which will be a great inconvenience for the later Dan-forming matter. This is a dead end, unless Wan Yanfu can give up the challenge, otherwise. Dao Yue, look, that is Wan Yanfu's vehicle. Wei Zhong looked up and saw a magnificent flying boat. Level 3 flying boat? It seems to be something special. Yes, otherwise how can we say that he has a deep background? How can those foundation builders in the alchemy forces have the ability to come up with such a third-level spiritual boat? When Wei Zongqing passed by the spirit boat, he seemed to be discovered by someone in the boat. A young male voice came out, wait. Then the flying boat moved in front of the two of them in an instant, and Wei Zhong had to stop together with Qingze. A young man wearing a red Taoist robe walked out, looked at Wei Zhong and said, this fellow Taoist looks strange to me. Can you tell me your name? I met fellow Taoist Wei Zhong in Xiaoyunsha Island. Wei Zhong? The young man thought for a moment, so you are the newly promoted third-level alchemy master. I am Wan Yanfu, the true disciple of the Shadow Moon sect. I wonder if you are willing to join my Shadow Moon sect. When Wei Zhong heard that the other party revealed his family background, he also recalled the past events of Mong Yuan Mansion. Taoist Ruowu of the Shadow Moon sect killed the 4th-level Wind Wolf and helped the Qingmu sect advance hundreds of miles into the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. As expected, he is a monk from the Yuanying sect. I am extremely honored to be invited by fellow Taoist Wan Yan, but Pindao has already joined the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, so I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill my wish. Wei Zhong declined politely. Wan Yanfu's complexion became somewhat ugly. Humph, it's the Yunji Chamber of Commerce again. Seeing his reaction, Wei Zhong guessed that the Gathering Chamber of Commerce's behavior to win over the casual cultivators might have displeased these Yuanying sections. I have something important to do with Fairy Ling, so I'll take my leave now. Wei Zhong bowed his hand to Wang Yanfu and pulled Qingze away with him. Wang Yanfu behind him looked at Wei Zhong's back with an uncertain look in his eyes. In the Ling family land, Wei Zhong saw Ling Ziwei dressed in purple in a courtyard. Qingze, on the other hand, left after leading Wei Zhong to the Ling family. Fairy Ling. Fellow Daoist Wei is here, has everything been done? Ling Ziwei looked overjoyed when she saw Wei Zhong coming. Wei Zhong naturally knew that the other party was talking about refining elixirs for Tantai Lin. Of course it's done. Wei Zhong took out a jade slip, which reproduced some of Tantai Lin's experiences on breaking through the pill formation. Since he didn't ask Wei Zhong not to spread the word, Wei Zhong intercepted part of it and gave it to Ling Ziwei. Ling Ziwei took the jade slip and glanced at it hurriedly, with joy on her face. Thank you, fellow Taoist Wei. Wei Zhong shook his head and asked, I wonder if Fairy Ling asked fellow Taoist Qingze to deliver a message, but there is something about the Golden Thunder bamboo. Ling Ziwei nodded. Exactly, the formation in that secret place has been cracked to the vicinity of the Golden Thunder bamboo. But the last layer of protective formation is quite troublesome, and my subordinates have nothing to do with it, so I still need to take action. Now I'm stuck here again with Wang Yanfu. Sure enough. Wei Zhong had long guessed that the Golden Thunder bamboo must have been trapped by a restriction. Otherwise, the Ling family would have given it to him long ago. How could Qingze bring such ambiguous words about it? Is there nothing you can do about it, fellow Taoist Ling? Ling Ziwei shook her head. Young Taoist Wei, you don't know, but this Wang Yanfu is a disciple of Taoist Ruo, the supreme master of Yingwei sect, and he is extremely favored because of his earthly spiritual roots. Earth spirit root? Wei Zhong was shocked. Today, among the monks Wei Zhong has encountered, there are only a handful of high-grade spiritual roots, let alone those with earthly spiritual roots. Ling Ziwei nodded and continued, the scary thing is that this person not only has outstanding qualifications, but his cultivation is in the late stage of foundation building, and he has exquisite swordsmanship. He once fought with Jiedan without defeat, and was extremely powerful. I really didn't have the confidence to fight with him, so I avoided fighting and retreated to the clan. This Wei Zhong also had a big headache. Isn't it obvious that this person is blocking himself so that he won't be allowed to get the Golden Thunder bamboo? Do you have to hide your identity to give it some color? It's necessary, the nascent soul cultivator is involved behind it, and with my current strength, I can't afford to offend him. If exposed, life may be in danger. Pretending to be a mysterious monk in the late stage of foundation building to attract his challenge? Wei Zhong rubbed his chin, unsure. Has Fairy Ling ever hidden her identity and left directly? Ling Ziwei shook her head. No, this person will call the formation outside the formation every few days. If he finds me leaving secretly, he may directly attack my Ling family. Wei Zhong also had a headache when he heard this. Are there really such shameless sect disciples in this world? Well, why don't we leave blatantly and then find an opportunity to get out of his sight? Letting him block the Ling family like this will not have a good impact on the Ling family. Ling Ziwei thought of the Ling family members who had been worried recently and sighed. Alas, now that things have come to an end, we can only take one step at a time. Later, Wei Zhong and Ling Ziwei left the Ling family land together. When Wang Yanfu saw Ling Ziwei appear, he immediately drove the spirit boat and came up. Fairy Ling, what are you thinking about? As long as the fairy accepts the challenge, I promise not to get entangled. Ling Ziwei replied helplessly, why do fellow Taoist Wan Yen pester me, a weak woman? I am weak in strength and may not be able to defeat fellow Taoist, so why don't I just admit defeat? Fairy Ling is so humble. She has entered the realm of a third-level formation master at such a young age, but she is much more powerful than those casual cultivators who build foundations. Listening to the other party's compliments, Wei Zhong looked strange. Wang Yanfu must have some thoughts about Ling Ziwei. Ling Ziwei was obviously impatient after hearing the nagging words, so she pulled Wei Zhong and flew away. Wang Yanfu was left standing there with an awkward expression, and a stern look flashed across his face after a moment. The Shadow Moon sect has really lost its prestige in this surrounding city. They dared to reject me. He turned around and entered the spirit boat, driving the spirit boat behind the two. Where is Fairy Ling going? Why don't I give you a ride? Ling Ziwei had no choice but to ask Wei Zhong, Dao Yue, where are we going? Wei Zhong replied, let's go to Yunji Tower in Yuelan City. We are the guests of the Chamber of Commerce after all. As a Yuanying force equal to the Shadow Moon sect, Wang Yanfu would never dare to act wildly there. Then how can we get out? This will trouble the Chamber of Commerce owner, Dao Shuxuan, Wei Zhong said with a smile on his face. Ling Ziwei was a little surprised, but that fellow Daoist Su Xian who won the position of the shopkeeper of this mansion with 3 third-level skills as a foundation building person? That's right. I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Wei would be so close to the shopkeeper of this mansion, Ling Ziwei said to Wei Zhong with emotion. I just have a few common interests with fellow Daoist Su Xian. Wei Zhong replied with a laugh. The two ignored Wang Yanfu's thoughts behind them and continued to fly in the green boat. This made Wang Yanfu angry instantly, and he almost couldn't help but intercept the two. This, Yuelan City? Wang Yanfu narrowed his eyes and saw the two put away the green boat and enter the city. He also put away his third-level flying boat with a flick of his sleeves, and then entered the city. Wei Zhong and the others showed their tokens in the Yunji building. A maid saw the two guests coming hand in hand, and she was terrified to lead them in for a detailed discussion. Looking at the maid's unfamiliar face, Wei Zhong knew that she was new. Help me find the shopkeeper Su Xian, and tell him that an old friend is here. At this time, a female cultivator's voice came from upstairs, its fellow Daoist Wei. The shopkeeper is drinking tea in the private room. Please come with me. It turned out to be Yun Luo, the maid who had received Wei Zhong before. Thank you for troubling fellow Daoist Yun. Wei Zhong and Ling Ziwei followed behind her. Seeing this, Wang Yanfu also wanted to follow the two, but was stopped by the maid just now. Fellow Daoist, the upstairs is the private space of our Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Only guests of our Chamber of Commerce are allowed to enter. Wang Yanfu's face was very impatient. He was already angry because of Wei Zhong and the others, and now he was stopped by a small shop maid. Get out of the way. Wang Yanfu no longer suppressed himself and pushed away the person who was blocking him. The latter was immediately pushed against the wall by his palm, groaned, and vomited blood directly. The people around were attracted by this change. Su Xian's voice was heard from upstairs, who dares to be so rude in my Yunji Chamber of Commerce? Seeing Wang Yanfu's face, Su Xian was also surprised for a moment. But when he saw the shopmaid vomiting blood, he immediately said angrily, as the true disciple of the Shadow Moon sect, Wang Yan Daoyu is so rude? Or does Daoyu not take my Yunji Chamber of Commerce seriously? Wang Yanfu opened his mouth to argue, but suddenly saw a breath of Dan, so he clenched his fists and said, sorry for disturbing you. Then he glanced at Wei Zhong and Ling Ziwei and turned away. Seeing Wang Yanfu leave sensibly, Wei Zhong and Ling Ziwei breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Zhong walked to the female cultivator who had just been helped up, took out a pill bottle, and stuffed it into her hand. Thank you, senior. Wei Zhong didn't say much, and Ling Ziwei was a little embarrassed, so she stuffed a few medium-grade spirit stones into his arms. Okay, fellow Daoist Wei, leave this to Yun Luo. Come up with me for tea, Su Xian said to Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong nodded, and followed Ling Ziwei upstairs. After watching the two leave, the injured maid asked Yun Luo, Sister Yun, who are those two seniors? Yun Luo wiped the blood from her mouth with a handkerchief. Silly girl, stay away when you encounter such a thing. How dare you stop a foundation building master with your small body? You are lucky to be lucky, Yun Luo knocked on her head. As for the two seniors, they are the guests of this Chamber of Commerce, a third-level alchemist and a third-level formation master. Third level? The woman's eyes showed a trace of longing. How could fellow Daoist Wei confront that Wang Yanfu? Su Xian poured a cup of tea for the two of them and said, fellow Daoist has misunderstood. That person is actually targeting me. Fellow Daoist Wei is just implicated. Ling Ziwei recounted the cause of the incident. Su Xian said, hey, Wang Yanfu is not easy to mess with. This person is a disciple of Taoist Ruowu of the Shadow Moon sect. He also has the unique qualifications of Earth Spirit Root and is very favored. He is also aggressive by nature and never knows how to stop fighting with others. Those who lose to him are always seriously injured. It has a bad reputation in Yunzhou City, and even more so in Luoha Mansion. Speaking of this, he shook his head. Although he is aggressive, he will never pester the fairy for several months. I'm afraid his purpose is not pure. Ling Ziwei is a smart person, so she naturally understands the meaning of her words. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Wei Zhong quickly broke the news, fellow Taoist Su Xian, I wonder if there is any news about the two spiritual objects I asked for? The latter replied, Golden Thunder Bamboo is a heaven and earth spiritual bamboo that is quite difficult to find. There is no news so far, but Lingxi Silkworm recently received a response from a Taoist friend. However, the other party did not quote a price, and the specific price still needs to be discussed with fellow Taoists. Wei Zhong looked happy. The interview will be held at Yunji Building, and the time will be today next month. I would like to thank fellow Taoist Su Xian to convey this to you. Su Xian nodded, then glanced at Wei Zhong. Are you two leaving now? Wei Zhong wiped his nose in embarrassment. I'm going to trouble fellow Taoist Su Xian this time. It's not a problem, it's just that you two should be careful about Wan Yanfu. The other party is not an easy character to deal with in Yunzhou City, let alone in Luoha Mansion. Be careful if they do anything out of the ordinary. Especially fellow Daoist Wei Zhong, whose current level is even lower than this person's. He is obsessed with alchemy and is not good at fighting. If the other party attacks you, it may be difficult to resist. Thank you for your kindness. Wei Zhong thanked him with his hands, and then left with Ling Ziwei through the passage provided by him. When leaving, Wei Zhong used his breath concentration technique with all his strength to cover up all his own breath. Ling Ziwei took out a piece of gauze and put it on her body. The gauze looks somewhat similar to the one she gave to Xia Linghua, but this one has a breath-holding effect. After the two people left the city, they headed towards the secret realm of Dongting. I'm really sorry that fellow Daoist Wei was involved in this matter, Ling Ziwei said apologetically. No, it's Wan Yanfu who is pestering the fairy and blocking me from getting the spiritual objects. Fairy Ling doesn't need to worry about this matter. Instead of worrying about this matter, it is better to think about how to get the golden thunder bamboo. Now there is news about spiritual silk here. If the fairy can obtain the golden thunder bamboo from that secret place, then the spiritual materials for refining the colorful golden bamboo umbrella will be gathered. If the queen fairy formed an elixir, she would naturally be able to get rid of that person. Ling Ziwei nodded. The two flew together, then entered the secret realm of Dongting and headed straight to the autumn maple forest. On the way, Wei Zhong was one step behind Ling Ziwei and secretly put Jin Mei down. Go to Chou Maple Forest and stay there. If someone comes, we'll drive them away. Wei Zhong was worried about what means Wan Yanfu could use to track the two of them, so he left Jin Mei behind to stop them. The two crossed the mountain peak, fell into the mist-filled valley, and then stepped onto the stone steps to enter the sect's ruins. Outside the Chou Maple Forest, Jin Mei, who was left behind, walked into the Chou Maple Forest with a jar of spiritual wine. Sensing the familiar atmosphere, groups of white-browed monkeys gathered from the forest and roared, as if to welcome the king's return. Just as Wei and Zhong were leaving the city, Wan Yanfu was sitting in the first-floor pavilion with a golden talisman in front of him. This talisman is a trace-finding talisman. There is a ray of Ling Ziwei's aura in the talisman, which was collected by Wan Yanfu when he came into contact with Ling Ziwei. As for why Wei Zhong's aura was not collected, the main reason was that the contact time was too short. This talisman requires Wan Yanfu to talk to people for at least 100 breaths to collect the breath. Moreover, after the trace-finding talisman collects the breath, it cannot change the breath of others. It will be burned automatically after half an hour of use. It is a one-time precious talisman. The talisman flipped up and down, and finally pointed in the direction Wei Zhong and Ling Ziwei left. Are you out of town? Wan Yanfu followed the two of them to escape the light. After leaving the city, he threw out the third-level spirit boat, stepped into the boat, and driven by his spiritual power, he followed the traces and looked for the direction guided by the shadow talisman. The spirit boat made a sound as it broke through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Before tracking the two of them to a waterfall, the trace-finding talisman seemed to have lost its way and wandered around. Secret realm? Looking at the entrance of the secret realm with people coming and going, Wan Yanfu entered, and the trace-finding talisman that had just lost its effect returned to normal again, pointing in one direction. These two people who avoided me and came to this secret place must have discovered some kind of opportunity. Wan Yanfu felt happy and followed closely. In the sect ruins, Wei Zhong and Ling Ziwei met Ling Hua and went to see the traces of green gold spiritual bamboo. Through the formation of spiritual light flowing, the blue gold spiritual bamboo can be vaguely seen. It is indeed the golden thunder bamboo. Wei Zhong showed joy and turned to look at Ling Ziwei. Is Fairy Ling confident about this formation? Ling Ziwei nodded. This formation is of the same lineage as those that have been cracked in the past, with just a few more changes. It will take about 3 months. After Wei Zhong heard this, he took out a small golden awl. If I had this thing in hand, it might be faster. A third-level forbidden cone. Fellow Daoist Wei is really rich. Ling Ziwei took the golden cone from Wei Zhong and said, this way, I am sure I can shorten the cracking time by half. Then Fairy, start breaking the formation, I will just watch from the side. Ling Ziwei nodded, walked to the formation, and threw out several formation plates. Obviously, this is the opponent's formation-breaking thing. Wei Zhong's eyes looked for spiritual power, and hundreds of brighter spots appeared in the chaos in front of him. Probably this is where the formation node is. The position of the formation node in Wei Zhong's eyes is not fixed, but is constantly moving. Is this the change he said? Wei Zhong touched his chin, thinking. Master Wei also understands the formation? Shang Mengchun came over. As a second-level formation master, the other party needs experience, and watching Ling Ziwei break the formation will be of great benefit to him. Wei Zhong smiled and shook his head. It's just a casual look. Although Wei Zhong has also been studying the art of formations in recent years, the improvement effect is not obvious, and he is still stuck at the first level. While chatting and laughing with Shang Mengchun, Wei Zhong suddenly had an idea and said, I won't disturb you, Dao Yu Shang, I'll leave now. After saying goodbye, Wei Zhong went straight to the mountain gate, and then flew over the mountain and headed straight for the autumn maple forest. Level 3 Spirit Monkey? Wan Yanfu was surprised and happy to see a spirit monkey suddenly blocking the way. When he found this place just now, the tracking and shadow talisman suddenly lost its guidance. Wan Yanfu guessed that Ling Ziwei had entered a closed ruin. Coincidentally, a spirit monkey jumped out at this time, and Wan Yanfu simply stopped and escaped from the flying boat. Although the level 3 spirit monkey is one level higher than me, there is still a way. Wan Yanfu has already regarded it as his own spirit pet. Seeing that the monkey threw a stone wrapped in red flames, Wan Yanfu took out a golden talisman, and with a flash of spiritual light, it turned into a golden bell in front of him. The stone hit the bell, causing it to shake slightly. Wan Yanfu hid behind the golden bell and released a black spirit snake. The spirit snake was 10 feet long and as thick as an adult's waist. There were many scars and wounds on its body, and there was a dark golden ring around its neck. There was a blood-colored thin line on the ring, which was entangled and gathered to form a blood-colored single eye on the ring. The level of the spirit snake was not high, only the late second level. Seeing that the opponent was such a third-level spirit monkey, it immediately made a sizzling sound and was about to retreat in fear. But Wan Yanfu groaned, and the blood-colored single eye on the dark power-colored ring suddenly lit up a hazy bloodlight, wrapped the snake head inside, and then disappeared. Under this effect, the eyes of the spirit snake instantly turned blood red, as if it had great courage, and flew towards Jin Mei. Seeing that this small second-level spirit snake dared to provoke him, Jin Mei threw the huge stone in his hand at it and flew to meet it. He clenched his hands into big fists and punched the spirit snake's head, directly hitting it so hard that it saw stars. Just when Jin Mei was about to pinch the snake's mouth up and down and tear it apart, the thick snake body suddenly wrapped around, and Jin Mei supported his arms outward, and his hands were still just holding the snake's head. The spirit snake opened its mouth and spit out a puff of purple smoke at Jin Mei's head. This is the venom in the spirit snake's body. Compared with liquid venom, the penetration of poisonous smoke is stronger. If a second-level monster is contaminated with a little bit, the monster body will be corroded instantly. But Jin Mei is a third-level monster. When it spewed out poisonous smoke, the hair on its body instantly ignited red flames. Under the burning flames, the poisonous smoke instantly turned into green smoke and dissipated. Even the snake body wrapped around Jin Mei was burned by the flames. Feeling the pain, the spirit snake loosened its hold on Jin Mei. A furry arm quickly stretched out from the snake's body, grabbed the snake's tail, lifted it up and swung it into the air, and then smashed it down. The spirit snake was thrown up, and as Jin Mei's arm swung down, its head and body were heavily smashed on the ground. Bang, bang, the snake's body hit the ground with a loud sound, but Wan Yanfu was watching this scene in the air with interest, and had no intention of helping his spirit pet. Finally, the spirit snake was beaten by Jin Mei and lost its resistance, and the snake's body could only twitch. The spirit monkey burned with flames, jumped onto the snake's head, held its upper jaw with both hands, and tore it off fiercely. Sizzle! The extremely resilient muscles were torn off, half of the snake's head was separated from the spirit snake's body, and blood spurted out at the same time. The second-level spirit snake died. At the same time when the spirit snake died, the dark golden ring also broke away at the same time. Wan Yanfu smiled, stretched out his hand, and moved his fingertips slightly. The ring below floated up from the ground and then went straight to Jin Mei. Jin Mei sensed the danger in an instant and hurriedly retreated, but in a small space, he could not resist the speed of the ring. He could only roar and punch the ring with a fist wrapped in flames. Suddenly, a burst of blood appeared on the ring, and Jin Mei seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. His arm softened, and the attached flame also trembled instantly, and then went out. Bang! The fist hit the ring without any effect, but Jin Mei was bounced back by the huge recoil force. Then the ring continued to grow larger and was about to wrap Jin Mei inside. Suddenly, a muffled groan sounded in the sky. "Youngster, dare to take my spirit pet?" A ray of black light arrived and knocked the ring away with one blow. It was Wei Zhong who arrived. When Wei Zhong saw that Jin Mei had no resistance under the dark golden ring, he knew that it was a special secret treasure aimed at spiritual beasts. It was a flying throwing technique that solved the danger of golden eyebrows. The ring was blown away by the small black ball, and a crack appeared on the surface, but it still kept its shape intact and did not fall apart. Wei Zhong took back the black ball and ingested it as well. Wang Yanfu saw that he was about to harvest a third-level monkey, but something unexpected happened. It turned out to be a pill-forming monk in black robes, and he thought to himself, this monkey is actually a beast with a master. He also saw that he wanted to take away his own spirit ring, and he wanted to drive the spirit ring back with a movement of his fingertips. Wei Zhong realized that the strange ring was about to escape from his spiritual power. He turned to look at Wang Yanfu and shot a shocking stab at it. The technique of divine consciousness was as fast as thunder. Before Wang Yanfu could react, a jade jewel on his body instantly shattered. But how could the secret skills of spiritual consciousness in the Dan formation stage be stopped by this little Yujue? The shock sting stagnated for a moment, half of it was damaged, and the remaining half was plunged into a sea of consciousness. Wang Yanfu felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy sword, causing severe pain, and his hands that were casting spells stopped instantly. A flame appeared out of thin air on the shimmering shadow-seeking talisman, burning it out. The hand trick that controlled the spirit ring stopped only halfway through. Wei Zhong effortlessly absorbed the imperial spirit ring, and then collected it from the golden bowl in his sleeve robe. This ring is weird, so you have to be careful. Wei Zhong then put the golden bowl and the ring inside it into the cave. When Wang Yanfu reacted from the frightening stab, he had already discovered that the spirit ring had been taken away. A slight movement of his fingertips would bring him back. But suddenly his consciousness was shaken, and he could no longer detect the connection between the spiritual ring and himself. Erasing my mark so quickly? Immediately he thought of the secret technique the other party had just performed, and Wang Yanfu understood it clearly. This person must be an alchemy monk who has cultivated his spiritual consciousness. He is invincible. This senior, I am Wang Yanfu, the true successor of the Shadow Moon sect. What happened just now was all a misunderstanding. I thought that this spiritual monkey had no owner, so I started to think about it, but I didn't expect that it was my senior's spiritual pet. The junior apologizes for this reckless behavior, and also asks the senior to return the imperial spirit ring. This thing was given by the junior master, the Yuaning elder of this sect, Ruowu Taoist. If the senior takes it away, he may get into big trouble. Although it is persuasive to speak out, it is not without threats. Humph, you hurt my spiritual pet, and you dare to threaten me and seek death. It is impossible for Wang Yanfu to follow the two of him here without having some evil intentions. Seeing that the other party had injured Jin Mei, he gave Wei Zhong the opportunity to take action. Why don't you take this opportunity to give the other party some color? What are you waiting for? Wei Zhong didn't wait for his reply before he used another flying throwing technique. At the same time, he stepped lightly with his toes and turned into a phantom and went straight towards the opponent. When Wang Yanfu saw that the pill-forming monk was not surprised at all by what he said, and actually dared to use magic to attack him, his heart trembled, and he quickly drove the golden bell to meet him. At the same time, the body retreated, escaped into the flying boat, and was about to escape. The black ball hit the phantom of the golden bell and broke it directly with just one blow. Wang Yanfu was even more frightened when he saw that his talisman was broken by a casual blow. Spiritual power continued to pour into the spirit boat and he quickly escaped. This person is definitely not an ordinary alchemy monk. He is absolutely invincible to me with my skills. Only, boom. It turned out that Wei Zhong had used the flying technique to catch up with the spirit boat, and his spiritual power turned into a big hand and smacked it down, directly scattering the aura on the surface of the spirit boat. Even if it is a third-level spirit boat, how much power can it exert under the driving of a foundation-building monk? Moreover, Wei Zhong was currently in the early stage of pill formation, relying on the profound spring and autumn water refining art, and his spiritual power was not inferior to that of a monk in the middle stage of pill formation. Wang Yanfu was hit suddenly in the boat and instantly lost his balance and swayed left and right. What's terrible is that the pain coming from the sea of consciousness also rose at the same time. Wei Zhong was unyielding and used another palm to directly knock the spirit boat from the air to the ground, causing a large cloud of dust and smoke. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Wang Yanfu's embarrassed figure was revealed, wearing a fiery red Taoist robe as if he had just been fished out of the mud, filthy. What was even more terrifying was the blood flowing from his mouth and nose, as well as the coughing sounds he made from time to time. Senior, is this because he wants to become an enemy of our Shadow Moon sect? Wei Zhong looked down at the other party from the air. Of course I don't dare to mess with the Yuaning sect, but you, a brat who disrespects the seniors, should be punished. When Wan Yanfu heard his cruel voice, he knew that the other party would not let him go easily. Seeing a black light coming from his hand, Wan Yanfu had to sacrifice another talisman. The spiritual power of the foundation building monks is shallow and unable to display the power of the magic weapon. Only by using this talisman can one resist the power of this pill. At the same time, he held a special talisman filled with silver runes in his hand, and spiritual power was poured into it. The black ball penetrated a wooden shield and then hit Wan Yanfu's body. The aura flowing on the latter's red robe has already inspired the defensive spells burned on it. When the two were confronting each other, a silver light flashed across Wan Yanfu's body and he disappeared instantly. The black ball continued to fly out and landed on the ground, kicking up bursts of dust. Wei Zhong took it back and frowned. A teleportation talisman? Wei Zhong had seen this kind of talisman in Mao Yuanfeng's hands, but it was obvious that Wan Yanfu's talisman was more powerful. Mao Yuanfeng only teleported a few feet with the talisman, but Wan Yanfu had already moved at least dozens of miles away. It was beyond Wei Zhong's range of consciousness. That's it, just seriously injure the other party. After he was seriously injured, he would have to spend a lot of time healing, which would not affect his preparations for the formation of the elixir. As for whether he could drive the Yuanying master to vent his anger after he escaped back to the sect, Wei Zhong didn't know. This time, Wei Zhong hid his identity, and was not marked by the other party under the scanning of the elixir consciousness, so his true identity would probably not be exposed. After cleaning up the scene of the fight, Wei Zhong flew towards the direction of Qfenglin. In the air dozens of miles away, a silver light flashed, and Wan Yanfu's figure suddenly appeared. He opened his mouth and spurted out a ball of blood, and the scattered hair on his head was stained with blood and stuck to his forehead. Wan Yanfu wanted to lift his hair with his right hand, but found that he couldn't use any strength. It turned out that his arms were both broken and pulled at his waist. Damn it! Wan Yanfu was so angry that flames were about to burst out of his eyes. The manic fire spirit power rose from his body. How many years have I not suffered such injustice? Since I entered the Shadow Moon sect and joined the Yuanying cultivator, everyone treated me with courtesy. Even if it was a Jin Dan, he had to be in awe of the master and call me a little friend. But this Jin Dan, dared to attack me. I shouldn't run away, I should use the sword of protection given by the master to kill the other party. But looking around, I didn't know where I had moved to with the small teleportation talisman. Even if I went back to find that person, I'm afraid he would have left. Damn it, Wan Yanfu roared in anger, and the fire spirit power on his body burned with his anger, and the 10 feet of land around him turned into scorched earth in an instant. Wei Zhong returned to the autumn maple forest, put Jinmei into the cave, and then returned to the sect ruins in his original appearance. Ling Yunsheng, who was guarding the gate on the stone steps, saw Wei Zhong return and asked curiously, "Senior Wei, when did it happen over there?" "I don't know, but I heard a few beast roars and the ground shook, and vaguely there was a third-level existence fighting." Seeing Ling Hua and others walking down the stone steps, it was obvious that the other party was informed by Ling Yunsheng, so they came here to check. After another round of questioning, Wei Zhong repeated what he had just said. "Beast roar, could it be that third-level spirit monkey?" Lan Fangyi suddenly said. Wei Zhong turned his head curiously. The other party explained, "Master Wei, don't you know that there was a golden-browed red monkey in the autumn maple forest outside this mountain, which was a third-level monkey? It's just that it suddenly disappeared a few years ago. Could it be that it is back now?" Ling Hua also looked serious after hearing this, and said to Lan Fangyi, "Fellow Taoist Lan, can you guard this stone step with Yunsheng and go down to see the situation outside?" Lan Fangyi paused, and then replied, "Respect the order of the senior, but if I encounter the third-level spirit monkey, I can only retreat. I hope the family will understand." Ling Hua waved his hand. "Of course, as long as the Taoist has fulfilled his duty of vigilance and tried his best to escape, don't worry about anything else." Then he turned to look at Ling Yunsheng. "Yunsheng, you are the same." The latter nodded. "As for Brother Wei, just go up and hide. It won't take long for my sister to crack the formation." Wei Zhong bowed and said, "I'll do as Brother Ling says. Brother Ling, be careful when you go to investigate." The other party bowed, and then turned into a yellow light and flew towards the clouds above. Wei Zhong greeted the two people around him and climbed up the stairs. I have cleaned up the traces of the battle outside very cleanly. Ling Hua will not find much information even if he investigates. When returning to the spiritual medicine garden, Wei Zhong found that Ling Ziwei's cracking process had not changed much. It seems that this formation is not as easy as she said. Wei Zhong simply sat down next to Shang Mengchun and watched him break the formation. Although he didn't understand it very well, it was also an experience for his own formation. Wei Zhong watched Ling Ziwei break the formation for several days, then left and found an unmanned place to enter the cave. There was no way, Wei Zhong said he really couldn't understand it. Ling Ziwei's current formation level was far beyond Wei Zhong's, and it was difficult for Wei Zhong to gain anything from it with his first level formation level. With this little effort, it would be better to practice, or to gnaw on the formation inheritance himself. In the cave, Wei Zhong took out the strange ring handed over from Wan Yanfu. There was a fine crack on the dark golden ring, which was the damage caused by Wei Zhong's throwing technique. Wei Zhong's fingertips moved slightly, and the ring flew from his hand. After taking this thing from Wan Yanfu, Wei Zhong relied on his powerful Jindan consciousness to erase the consciousness mark engraved by Wan Yanfu on it, and then printed his own consciousness mark. After refining this magic weapon, Wei Zhong knew that this magic weapon was called the Soul Control Ring, which was a special magic weapon for forcibly restraining monsters, and this Soul Control Ring seemed to be extraordinary among the same type of magic weapons. This is about the fine blood threads on it, and the blood-colored single eye formed by the blood threads. In fact, this is not an eye, but a special shape condensed from a ball of blood. Wei Zhong guessed that this drop of blood was likely from a high-level monster, although Wei Zhong did not know the specific level. But as long as Wei Zhong drove this magic weapon, Jin Mei would stay away from it, as if she was in awe of this small ring. When more spiritual power was injected, it would activate the drop of blood on it, spreading a blood mist. If a third-level monster like Jin Mei encountered it, its own strength would be suppressed by at least 9 levels, becoming timid. Even if a second-level monster faced Jin Mei at this time, it could take it down, not to mention the foundation-building cultivators with more means. It's a treasure. Wan Yanfu wanted to use this magic weapon to subdue Jin Mei. It turned out that he had some confidence in this. As for the other party saying that this item was given by his master, Taoist Ruo Wu, Wei Zhong didn't care so much. How can I discard the treasure in my hands? Of course, it was mainly because the Yuling ring was not marked by the Yuanian cultivator. There was no need to worry about being located by the masters and coming to the door, so Wei Zhong felt at ease. Playing with the ring in his hand, Wei Zhong looked at the cracks on it, thinking about taking some spiritual materials to repair it in the future. Although this magic weapon will not have much impact on its own power after being damaged, subsequent use may make the damage worse, and it needs to be repaired. Putting away the Yuling ring, Wei Zhong left the cave to check Ling Ziwei's progress in cracking. As expected by Wei Zhong, Ling Ziwei spent a month but still failed to crack the formation. After saying goodbye to Ling Hua, Wei Zhong went to Yuelan City. Wei Zhong had not forgotten that there was a spiritual silk transaction waiting for him. When he arrived at the gathering place of the cultivators where the teleportation array was located, Wei Zhong vaguely heard the cultivators in the nearby pavilion talking. I don't know what happened to Wan Yanfu. He came here in a mess a few days ago. I looked at him curiously and almost provoked him to attack me. I saw him too. He was so embarrassed. Could it be that he met a Jindan cultivator or a third-level monster in the secret realm? Who knows, but it's good that this person is injured. I'm worried that he will come to my door when I advance to the late stage of foundation building next month. Hee brother Luo, with your mediocre skills, why would Wan Yanfu challenge you to a duel? The opponent he challenged is not an unknown person. Wei Zhong heard the casual cultivators whispering, and walked forward curiously and asked, where did the genius named Wan Yanfu go after he was injured? Several casual cultivators shook their heads. I only saw him leave the secret realm, but who knows where he went afterwards. What a pity, I still want to see his handsome face and get to know him. Wei Zhong chatted for a few words, then left the secret realm and rushed towards Yuelan City. Entering Yunji Tower, the maid who was injured by Wan Yanfu last time immediately came up to greet him. Senior Wei, the shopkeeper has instructed that if you come, just take him upstairs directly, please follow me. Wei Zhong followed her and came to the inner room on the second floor. Su Xian was sitting at the tea table drinking tea. Seeing this, Wei Zhong joked, I really envy you, Taoist fellow Su Xian, for having such a leisurely life. Su Xian laughed, if Taoist fellow Wei can put aside his cultivation like me, you can come to Yunji Tower and enjoy your old age like me. Wei Zhong shook his head, smiled bitterly, and sat down opposite him. Su Xian then said, Taoist fellow Wei, do you know that a big thing happened recently? Oh? I'm so obsessed with cultivation that I really don't know. Taoist fellow Su Xian, can you tell me something? He, the true disciple of the Shadow Moon sect, Wan Yanfu, was recently ambushed by a Jindan demon cultivator. Wei Zhong looked surprised. I'm not pretending to be a demon cultivator. Is there any secret that I don't know? Su Xian saw Wei Zhong's surprised expression and understood that Wei Zhong was not involved in this matter. Not many people know about this matter now. Even in my Yunji Chamber of Commerce, you need contribution points to buy this information. Fellow Taoist Su Xian, are you willing to tell me this news? It's just a few small contribution points. For the expenses of fellow Taoist Wei over the years, this news can be regarded as a gift to you. After pouring a cup of spiritual tea for Wei Zhong, the other party continued. The cause of this incident was that Wan Yanfu was seriously injured in the Dongting secret realm. It is said that the other party met a mysterious alchemy cultivator and had a conflict with him for unknown reasons. Anyway, after a lot of fighting, Wan Yanfu was completely defeated and escaped with serious injuries. Just when he was about to leave in full view of the reorganized cultivators and planned to return to Yunzhou City, a pill-forming demonic cultivator suddenly appeared on the way. The other party learned that Wan Yanfu was seriously injured and laid an ambush at the place where Wan Yanfu must pass. Then he suddenly took action and almost killed the seriously injured Wan Yanfu with one blow. But just this slight difference gave Wan Yanfu a chance to make a comeback. He sacrificed the Baobao sword made for him by Senior Ruowu. The sword technique of Senior Ruowu was copied in the arrow, and its power was astonishing. This sword directly killed the ambushing demon cultivator on the spot. After dealing with this person, Wan Yanfu continued to escape, and finally returned safely to the boundary of Yunzhou City, within the mountain gate of Shadow Moon sect. After experiencing this incident, Wan Yanfu, who had always been arrogant and domineering, seemed to have instantly become a joke, and many disciples of the sect came out to add insult to injury and make fun of him. Wan Yanfu was very angry. But it happened that these people were the younger generation of nascent soul forces at the same level as the Shadow Moon sect, and the sect could not vent their anger on them. Wan Yanfu himself was seriously injured and could not use his fists to deny his face. He could only threaten to ask his peers to wait and he would visit them one by one in the future. In addition, he even claimed that he wanted to look good to the Danjia monk who seriously injured him in the secret realm of Dongting. When he forms the elixir, he must return to Luoha Mansion to look for this person. Take the head and make a pill to congratulate it. Hearing Su Xian's description, Wei Zhong was not worried at all, but felt relieved. What I didn't expect in this incident was that after the other party was seriously injured by me, he actually encountered a pill-forming demon cultivator. Have you almost become an accomplice of the demon cultivator? Although Wei Zhong did not deal with Wan Yanfu, he just wanted to teach the other party a lesson so that he would not affect him anymore. But he never thought about killing the opponent. When I fought with him before, I only used a few spells such as the flying throwing technique, and did not use my own magic weapon. The purpose of using a shocking thorn is just to capture the spirit ring. If Wei Zhong really wanted to kill the opponent, Wei Zhong would have already used many years of Taoism to kill the opponent instantly, so he would not waste any time with him. However, Wei Zhong was frightened and broke into a cold sweat when he heard that the other party hid a command sword that recorded the blows of the nascent soul cultivator. Fortunately, I didn't have the idea of killing the opponent at the beginning. Otherwise, if this move was aimed at me, how would I have defended myself against it? Even if you use your Dao technique to raise your cultivation level to the late stage of pill formation, you will probably be seriously injured by it. It's okay. Sure enough, before you lose your strength, you shouldn't provoke these true disciples of the nascent soul force. Not to mention that the other party is still the disciple of Yuanying monk, so the risk is even higher. The only thing that makes me feel lucky is that the result after taking action was in line with my expectations. The other party will not come to Luoha Mansion again in a short time to hinder the formation of pills between himself and Ling Ziwei. And by the time the other party forms a pill, it will be long gone. Suffering such a serious injury, it would take at least several years of cultivation. Wei Zhong might have formed an elixir within this period of time. As for what the other party said about coming to trouble the mysterious pill-forming person after forming the pill, Wei Zhong didn't take it to heart. The other party doesn't know his true identity. Where can he find it in the vast sea of people? The only thing that needs attention is that Wei Zhong has to hide the flying throwing technique. Although the technique is an ordinary first-level technique, it is rare to practice it to the level of Wei Zhong. It is almost as good as the skilled third-level spells used by the pill-forming monks, and the recognition is too high. In addition, Jean Mei also needs to hide in the cave for a long time and cannot be exposed outside, so as to avoid being found by the other party following clues. After Su Xian finished speaking, Wei Zhong sighed, I can only say that Wan Yanfu's evil deeds will be punished. He insisted on fighting and injured so many people in our Luoha mansion. The latest stage foundation building monks who have the hope of advancing to the core formation really deserve it. As he spoke, Wei Zhong was still a little angry. Alas, fellow Taoist Wei, just say this to Pindao, don't say it to others in the outside world. If it was spread to Wan Yanfu's ears, he would be in trouble if he couldn't keep it safe. Although he is not here, there are many people in Luoha Mansion who want to praise him. He has the qualifications of Earth Spirit Root and is a high disciple of Nascent Soul, so his weight is not light. Isn't this a bit resentful? It's just lip service. I know my limits. The two chatted for a few words, and Wei Zhong asked, I wonder when the Taoist friend with spiritual silk will arrive? That fellow Taoist said he would come at the right time. How about fellow Taoist Wei wait a little longer? Far away in Yunzhou City, in a hall at the mountain gate of the Shadow Moon sect, Wan Yanfu was kneeling on the futon and caught out his head heavily. In front of him was Taoist Ruowu, who was holding a chicken drumstick and stuffing it into his mouth without haste. The other person had disheveled hair, holding a chicken leg with one hand, and holding a wine jar with the other hand, drinking and eating meat without any concern for his image. Who would have thought that Taoist Ruowu, a Yuanying monk, would look like this? The meat of this Lingyu chicken is fragrant, and this Yulinking, although it is a first-order spiritual wine with mediocre spiritual energy, the taste is really amazing. I don't know which genius invented it. He drank and ate meat while he was on his own, paying no attention to Wan Yanfu who was kneeling below him. When there were only bones left in the chicken legs and the spirit wine had been drunk, he used his spirit energy to wipe away the oil in his hands, took out a wooden toothpick, and began to fiddle with his teeth. This habit of picking his teeth had been developed since he was just a cook before he had any training, and it has not changed even now that he has become a Yuanying monk who suppresses a sect. 4. Why are you kowtowing like this? Master, I can't stop the people of this world from talking. Let them go as they say. Can you recover from your injuries and fight back in the future? Despite his persuasion, Wan Yanfu never raised his head. Although my disciple is angry at those people's random comments, he still doesn't want the master to end up cultivating the nascent soul. I just want to ask master for another command sword and go to Luoha Mansion to kill the Jiedan that hurt me. That's right, Wan Yanfu didn't intend to wait until he formed the elixir before resolving his grudges. Instead, he wanted to use his master's command sword to quickly return to Luoha Mansion, find the man and kill him. Well, Ruowu sighed, isn't it just a small knot? Why do you need to pester the other party? I've told you, your master, I won't eat that human-shaped monkey, so why are you catching that thing? Moreover, it is quite troublesome for master to make this sword. It will take about 5 years, no, at least 10 years. Wan Yanfu's face was stunned, and his face was full of bitterness. This master is good at everything, but he loves to tease his disciples. It obviously doesn't take much time from the other party, but he said it would be 5 years, and then immediately changed his mind to 10 years. Does this make it clear that he doesn't agree with him to take revenge at this moment? With a stabbing sound, the palace door was pushed open by a strong man. The opponent was wearing a yellow jacket, with forearms as thick as fine iron exposed under his half-sleeves. This person's name is Tao Ming, and he is Ruowu's greatest disciple. Tao Ming walked to Wan Yanfu's side, bowed to Ruowu above, meet the master. Well, I'll be back tomorrow, he then said to Wan Yanfu, why don't you ask your senior brother to help you find the place? Before Wan Yanfu could say anything, he heard Tao Ming's voice, I don't have such a cowardly junior brother. Not only was I defeated by an unknown Jiedan's subordinate, but I was ambushed by a demon cultivator on my way back. If it hadn't been for my master's sword to protect me, I would have lost my life. Now he still wants me to stand up for him, which is simply rubbish. When Wan Yanfu heard this, his face was filled with anger, but before he could get angry, Tao Ming slapped his head into the ground. Wan Yanfu pulled his head out of the stone slab and said angrily, Tao Ming, seeing that the two brothers were about to stage a drama of killing each other again, Ruowu had to step in to stop it. Hey, if you two brothers have something to say, please don't do anything. Especially your injury has not healed yet, so don't add new injuries to the old ones at the hands of your senior brother. Wan Yanfu's heart was full of anger, but he couldn't help it. I know that Master Ruowu is telling the truth. The strong man in front of me, who is my senior brother, will really seriously injure me. Since he became a disciple of his master, although his status has changed, he is respected by others. But there are still two people who can teach themselves a lesson. The first is Master Ruowu, and the second is senior brother Tao Ming. Although he has a ground-grade fire spirit root and is favored by his master, Tao Ming is not bad at all. He has a ground-grade gold spirit root. His qualifications are almost the same as his own, but his opponent's spiritual root attributes are more suitable for practicing his master's swordsmanship. Therefore, his strength has always been stronger than his own. The terrible thing is that the opponent is strong, but he is just as aggressive as himself. All the fellow disciples in the sect were challenged by him, and he especially loved to fight with himself as his fellow disciple. It can be said that he has beaten me all the way through my cultivation career. To this day, Wan Yanfu still doesn't know whether he is aggressive by nature or whether he was infected by the other party. Wan Yanfu thought hard for a moment and then said nothing. He was afraid that if he said one more word, Tao Ming would punch him. Master, disciple, you want to go to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range to explore? Tao Ming bowed and said. Ruowu was stunned. Why did you go to a place like that? The monsters there are not easy to deal with. Even if you form a pill now, you won't be able to escape from those monsters. Energy formation, what elixir formation? Wan Yanfu was stunned. Ha, fool, your senior brother found an opportunity in the western desert. After a few years of experience, he was able to form a pill. Wan Yanfu was stunned when he heard this. Tao Ming said, sure enough, I can't escape Master's Dharma eyes. This disciple did find an opportunity in the western desert, and then formed an elixir. Returning from this trip, I just informed my master that I wanted to go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Ruowu shook his head and said, even if you have formed a pill now, the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range are still very dangerous to you, so those demon kings will be shameless and take action against you. Instead of going to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, it would be better to go to the Wushur gate on the opposite side. I heard that a new holy son has emerged from the other side sect, and he has the blood of a true demon. If you want to challenge a stronger opponent, why not go find him? Although the magic cultivator's brain is not very good, as long as you abide by the rules and come to challenge in a serious manner, the other party will not do anything to bully the small. Holy son? Aren't there a lot of these things at the demon sect? Tao Ming was confused. Ruowu dropped the toothpick in his hand and spat. This time it's different. The opponent's true demon bloodline seems to be a bit special. He was personally accepted as a disciple by the old Songming. After being promoted to a Jindan cultivator a few years ago, he swept through the demon cultivators of the same generation in a short period of time and was quite famous in the demon sect. You can go and find out what kind of person he is on behalf of the master. Besides, my disciple Ruowu may not be worse than the disciple of the old Songming. Hearing this, Tao Ming also understood that this battle involved a dispute between the master and the sect, and it was not something he could easily refuse. Besides, isn't it what I want to fight with a powerful opponent? Tao Ming knelt on one knee, clasped his hands into a fist, and bowed his head and said, respect the master's order. Bang bang, there was a knock on the door. Senior Pei Wan, shopkeeper, is here. Please come in. Wei Zhong looked back and saw a female cultivator wearing a white gown walking in. He wore a white gauze on his face, which not only covered his mouth and nose below his eyes, but also covered his forehead with a light gauze. Under the cover of two white gauze scarves, Wei Zhong couldn't even see the other person's eyes clearly, and could only barely catch a few glimmers of light through the gap in the middle. There were a lot of weirdly dressed people in the cultivation world. Wei Zhong was just a little surprised for a moment, then stood up and held his hands in his hands. I've met fellow Taoist. Su Xian also stood up at the same time and said, you two chat slowly, Pindao will leave now. Su Xian left, leaving space for the two of them to talk. Wei Zhong sat down with the female cultivator surnamed Pei and poured her a cup of tea. I wonder how much spiritual silk my fellow Taoist Pei has? A gentle voice sounded, fellow Taoist Wei, don't be impatient. You might as well take a look at the quality of my silk first. The other party stretched out his right hand and put down a ball of white jade-colored silk. What makes Wei Zhong a little strange is that the other party's hands are also wearing gloves made of white gauze. What a weirdo. Taking the silk from the table, Wei Zhong finally determined that this ball of silk was at the third level of middle grade, barely meeting Wei Zhong's requirements, after a double test of spiritual power and spiritual consciousness. The quality is pretty good, but does fellow Taoist Pei have a higher level spiritual silk, or a fourth level heavenly silk? Fellow Taoist Wei is joking. It would be great for us as foundation building monks to have such third level spiritual objects. How can we covet fourth level treasures like heavenly silkworms? Wei Zhong's face showed visible disappointment, and then he negotiated the price with him. After some bargaining, Wei Zhong exchanged 2,000 contribution points from him for 4 pieces of silk used to make colorful golden bamboo umbrellas. Can this thing be exchanged for spiritual stones? Wei Zhong asked. The other party hesitated for a moment and said, I will only accept high-grade spiritual stones. Wei Zhong felt a headache when he heard this. He had just received 10 high-grade spiritual stones from Tan Tai Lin. Was he going to spend them now? I wonder how much the price is. The other party raised 4 fingers, 1 share of 4 high-grade spiritual stones. Wei Zhong took out 8 of them with a look of pain. Pei Wan was a little surprised to see Wei Zhong take out so many high-grade spiritual stones in one breath. But he quickly collected the 8 spiritual stones and took out 2 more spiritual silks. The transaction was completed and both parties were very satisfied. When Pei Wan was about to leave, Wei Zhong said, I have a lot of demand for this spiritual silk, but my hands are shabby. I wonder if fellow Taoist Pei can leave a letter talisman so that I can trade with fellow Taoist in the future? Pei Wan stopped and replied calmly, if fellow Taoist Wei needs it again, just contact shopkeeper Su Xian. After leaving such a sentence, he opened the door and left. Wei Zhong sighed slightly in his heart. After all, this was his first transaction and he had not yet gained enough trust from the other party. The original intention is to leave the other party's talisman to facilitate communication with the other party and see if he can obtain higher grade spiritual silk from his hand. Even if there is no 4th level heavenly silk, the 3rd level high grade silk is still excellent. What a pity! It is rare to meet such a Taoist friend who holds so much spiritual silk in his hands. Wei Zhong felt regretful for a moment and then went to look for Su Xian again. Fellow Taoist Su Xian, I wonder if Yunjilu sells 2nd level spiritual silk and 2nd level lightning attributed spiritual bamboo? After a while, Wei Zhong left. In the spirit boat, Wei Zhong looked at the various 2nd level spiritual materials in his hands and nodded slightly. This purchase is naturally a preparation for refining the colorful golden bamboo umbrella. Level 2 weapon refiner proficiency, 65%. Compared with the formation skills that are still at the 1st level, Wei Zhong's weapon refining techniques have successfully entered the 2nd level, and they are still at a proficient level. Now he can skillfully refine ordinary 2nd level magic swords, and occasionally he can also refine high-level swords. However, the degraded version of the 3rd level colorful golden bamboo umbrella was still not enough, so Wei Zhong thought of refining some umbrella-shaped magic weapons to increase his proficiency. Originally, he had the idea of finding Su Xian to refine magic weapons, but the quantity he wanted to refine was too large, which made him a little frightened. It's better to do it yourself. There is still a long way to go before the foundation building is completed. This time is enough. Wei Zhong flew away towards the secret realm of Dongteng. I wonder how Ling Ziwei cracked the formation. After Wei Zhong returned to the secret realm, he finally saw Ling Ziwei breaking through the formation at the critical moment. The aura of the formation had become very dim. Wei Zhong used the spirit-seeking technique to look at it, and there were only 12 auras left on it that were flickering and moving. Ling Ziwei stared closely at the magic circle in front of her, with sweat on her forehead. She was obviously in trouble. After all, I overestimated myself. Even if it is a small part of the 4th order formation, it is at least a 3rd order high-grade formation. What's more, it is connected to the 4th order formation as a whole, making it even more difficult to crack. After some hesitation, a small golden cone appeared in his hand, which was the 3rd order forbidden cone that Wei Zhong had left behind earlier. Seeing Ling Ziwei's slightly stagnant movements, Wei Zhong whispered, Fairy Ling has done something bold. I have obtained spiritual silk, but I am short of these few golden thunder bamboos. Ling Ziwei turned around after hearing this and saw Wei Zhong standing outside the formation, looking at her with a smile. He returned his attention to the formation and let out a long breath. The forbidden cone in his hand was instantly activated, hitting one of the 12 nodes, which was the connection between this formation and the overall 4th level formation. Wow! A crisp sound like smashing a piece of jade sounded, and the 12 formation nodes were reduced to 11 in the blink of an eye. With the disappearance of this node, the formation lost its stability instantly, just like a table losing a leg. No, this formation is self-destructing? Shang Mengchun on the side hurriedly said. Self-destruction? Wei Zhong couldn't help but worry when he heard this. Ling Ziwei calmly put a formation plate into the missing formation node. The addition of this formation plate was like a temporary patch for the broken formation, making the formation shaky but still maintained between collapse and stability. Then Ling Ziwei weakened the other 11 formation nodes one by one, and then stabilized the formation again. This cycle continued, continuously lowering the overall level of the formation. At this time, even Wei Zhong, an outsider, could see some exquisiteness. Shang Mengchen beside him was even more amazed. Miss Ling is indeed a senior third-level formation master. With such attainments in formation, we cannot surpass her even if we practice formation for another 100 years. Boom! The third-level formation that trapped the Golden Thunder bamboo was finally broken by Ling Ziwei. Wei Zhong and Ling Hua went forward to check it out. The others around, including Shang Mengchen, left together. As guests, they had already discussed the remuneration with the Ling family, and they would not get any share of the gains from the formation. Wei Zhong walked up and said to Ling Ziwei, "Thank you for your hard work, Fairy Ling." The other party had been breaking the formation for more than a month. Not only had his spiritual power been almost exhausted, but his mental energy was also greatly consumed. Visible fatigue could be seen on his face. Wei Zhong handed over a pot of spiritual wine, which was the falling moon red that had a miraculous effect on spiritual consciousness. This wine has the effect of warming up the mind. Fairy Ling might as well try it. The other party took a sip, with a momentary shock on his face, and then pretended to accept it as if nothing had happened. "Let's go and take a look at the spiritual bamboo in the formation," Ling Hua said. Wei Zhong and Ling Ziwei both nodded. The three of them stepped into the destroyed formation together. At this time, the formation had just been cracked, and there was still a multicolored spiritual mist spreading, blocking everyone's sight. When they stepped into the formation, the scene in front of them was so shocking that the three of them were almost speechless. The formation was not a bamboo forest, but a clump surrounded by bluestone. The bluestone was surrounded in a circle with a diameter of about 8 feet. There were nearly 100 blue and green-yellow spiritual bamboos stuck together. From the first to the third level, there were all kinds of spiritual bamboos. The only pity was that most of them were first-level and second-level spiritual bamboos, and there were only a dozen or so third-level ones, and most of them were middle and lower-level third-level ones. There are only 2 third-grade high-quality spiritual bamboos, which are more than 7,000 and 8,000 years old respectively. The green color on the outer side of the spiritual bamboo has faded by more than half. If it is left here, it will take another 1,000 years for it to jump to the 4th level and become a well-deserved 10,000-year-old spiritual object. The golden lightning in the bamboo is transmitted between the leaves and branches of the spiritual bamboo, forming a golden thundercloud above the spiritual bamboo bush, which looks dazzling. This, even a Jindan cultivator like Ling Hua was shocked by the scene in front of him. He had never seen so many spiritual objects. Calculating its value carefully, it is at least hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones, which is an incredible spiritual material resource for any sect. Wei Zhong also swallowed his saliva. As a wealthy man, he was the first to get out of his astonishment. He reminded, "This golden thunder bamboo gathers the power of thunder and lightning. I'm afraid it's not easy to take." The two brothers and sisters of the Ling family then focused their attention on the golden thundercloud above the spiritual bamboo. Brother Wei is right. The lightning power of this golden thunder bamboo has formed a balance. If we rashly take the bamboo, we will probably be attacked by its golden thunder. Even if I have reached the Jindan level, I will not feel good. Ling Ziwei was worried when she heard this. After finally breaking the formation, can we only watch the spiritual object without getting it? Is Brother Ling's broken 7-colored golden bamboo umbrella still there? Wei Zhong asked. Ling Hua was stunned, and then he took out the broken treasure umbrella and asked, "What does Brother Wei want to do with this broken umbrella?" Wei Zhong took it, looked at the broken umbrella and said, "Just try to repair it. As a thunder-proof magic weapon, it should weaken the power of thunder and lightning." The brother and sister were a little surprised to hear this. Ling Ziwei asked curiously, "Does Brother Wei have some attainments in refining weapons?" Wei Zhong nodded gently, "It's just a second-level method. Although I can't practice this third-level treasure umbrella, I can still repair it. Relying on the third-level spiritual silk and the second-level top-grade thunder-attributed spiritual bamboo, I can probably restore this umbrella to the third-level power, so Brother Ling can use it to take the treasure." The brother and sister listened to Wei Zhong's calm words, and their faces could no longer hide the shock on their faces. Ordinary people practice for more than 200 years, and they are the best at the same level if they can reach the third level in one skill, but Wei Zhong is not only a third-level alchemist, but also climbed to the second level in refining weapons, which is really amazing. If the two knew that it took Wei Zhong less than 10 years to refine the weapon to the current level, I wonder what their expressions would be. Wei Zhong bowed to the two. "It will take about half a month to repair this umbrella. Please take good care of the spiritual bamboo here, Brother Ling. Then wait for the news from Brother Wei." Wei Zhong greeted Ling Ziwei again and then left. He left the sect ruins and found an uninhabited place to enter the cave. Calling Jin Mei, Wei Zhong patted her head and said, "I need your help again. Ordinary people need fire to refine pills and tools." Although Wei Zhong changed to water refining, he had to use fire to refine tools. For first-level tools, some small fire-attributed techniques are enough. But for the refining of second-level or even third-level tools, higher-level flames are required. In fact, the Dan fire of Jindan cultivators is a good choice, but Wei Zhong does not have enough life to maintain Jindan cultivation, so he has to use other methods. There are various kinds of heaven and earth spiritual fires in the world, with different grades, but they are all extremely rare. Wei Zhong had nowhere to find them, so he had to find another way and use demon fire to refine tools. After hearing what Wei Zhong said, Jin Mei sat cross-legged in front of Wei Zhong, stretched out his right hand, and red flames immediately appeared at his fingertips. Yes, this is Jin Mei's demon fire. Poor Jin Mei, as a great third-level demon, not only had to make wine and work after being subdued by Wei Zhong, but also had to provide Wei Zhong with the flames needed for refining weapons. He took out 2 jars of Yuzizui and placed them next to Jin Mei to replenish her spiritual power. Then he took out various spiritual materials that he had just bought in Yunji building. The red flames rose, and under Wei Zhong's control, they were as big or small as he wanted. This was all thanks to the True Seal treasure secret. The effect of 5 true seals made Wei Zhong and Jin Mei communicate with each other and easily control their demonic fire. If others saw this scene, they would be shocked by the close connection between the man and the beast. The water-blue thunder-attributed spiritual bamboo gradually melted under the scorching flames and turned into a ball of blue spiritual liquid. Wei Zhong added various spiritual materials to it, and then he made the spiritual liquid to repair the umbrella ribs of the treasure umbrella. It took more than half a month, and the broken treasure umbrella in Wei Zhong's hand gradually recovered. The green-yellow umbrella handle and ribs have all turned into dark blue, and the damaged umbrella surface has been filled with third-level spiritual silk by Wei Zhong. If you don't look closely, it seems to be a third-level magic weapon without any signs of damage. Wei Zhong put away the treasure umbrella with satisfaction and looked at Jin Mei beside him. After more than 10 days of continuous setting fire, Jin Mei was already very tired, and even the hair on his body was a little dull. It seems that I still need to find a third-level spiritual fire for the next refining, Wei Zhong sighed, and then took out 3 jars of second-level Qingluozui and placed them in front of him. Seeing the spiritual wine reward, Jin Mei immediately regained his spirits, opened the wine seal and drank it. What a drunkard! With a chuckle, Wei Zhong left the cave and returned to the secret place of the sect. Seeing Wei Zhong appear, Ling Hua hurriedly asked, "I wonder if Brother Wei has repaired the treasure umbrella?" Wei Zhong took out a brand new colorful golden bamboo umbrella. "Thank you for fulfilling your mission." Ling Hua took it, opened the umbrella body and injected spiritual power, and the golden and blue lightning immediately jumped on the umbrella ribs and umbrella surface. Okay, it is undoubtedly a third-level level, not much different from the previous complete treasure umbrella. Brother Wei's weapon refining skills are really superb. Wei Zhong smiled, but his eyes were on the panel. Third-level weapon refiner entry, 87%. What surprised Wei Zhong was that repairing a third-level magic weapon actually raised Wei Zhong's weapon refining skills to the third level. Although the proficiency dropped from proficient to entry level, it would not take long for Wei Zhong to improve again. Seeing that Wei Zhong had really repaired the treasure umbrella, Ling Ziwei's face was full of surprise. Fellow Taoist Wei is really a role model for our generation of cultivators, but I don't know how many tricks he has hidden. Wei Zhong coughed twice in embarrassment. Brother Ling, the night is long and dreams are many. Hurry up and get this spiritual bamboo. Brother Wei is right. Ling Hua opened the treasure umbrella and approached the bamboo bush step by step. When he was 3 feet away, a golden thunder fell from the thundercloud and hit Ling Hua's head directly. Luckily, Ling Hua had a treasure umbrella on his head, and after filtering it, only a tiny amount of lightning fell on him. Wei Zhong nodded gently. The power of this lightning is still much worse than the Jindan Tianlei. The treasure umbrella did not show any signs of damage after this blow. As Ling Hua continued to approach the golden thunder bamboo, the lightning on his head became more and more intense. At a distance of 3 feet, Ling Hua, who had the Jindan cultivation level, walked for a full dozen breaths before finally stepping on the outer blue stone. Then he took out a third-level magic sword, pushed aside the first and second-level spiritual bamboos on the periphery, and went straight to the third-level golden thunder bamboo in the middle with a green and yellow color. Brother Ling, just take 5, and pick some second-level spiritual bamboos. Wei Zhong reminded on the side. Hearing this, Ling Hua used the magic sword to dig the roots of the spiritual bamboo. However, with the sharpness of the third-level magic sword, he was unable to cut it off quickly. Instead, the golden thunder that attacked along the magic sword made his body numb. Ling Hua used his own spiritual power to resist, and at the same time relied on the powerful magic body of the Dan formation. It took dozens of breaths to finally dig out 5 third-level golden thunder bamboos. When he left, he also dug some green spiritual bamboos. The loss of so many golden thunder bamboos in a short period of time instantly broke the balance of thunder and lightning between the bamboos. The golden thunder clouds above made bursts of sizzling sounds, and thunder and lightning overflowed to the outside world. Ling Hua hurriedly retreated, looking back at the violent golden thunder and lightning behind him with lingering fear. This power is close to the first thunderbolt he encountered when he was forming a pill. Moreover, there were continuous thunderbolts, and even if he was in a pill-forming stage, he would be seriously injured. Fortunately, the spiritual bamboo had been retrieved. 5 golden thunder bamboos, 3 of which were of the third-grade low quality and 2 of which were of the middle quality. Ling Hua handed 3 of them to Wei Zhong, leaving only 1 of the low quality and 1 of the middle quality in his own hands. "I'm sorry to bother you, Brother Wei, in breaking the formation and taking the treasure this time." Wei Zhong accepted the spiritual bamboo and took out 2 balls of spiritual silk in exchange. This time, Wei Zhong did spend a lot of money to take the treasure, a third-grade forbidden cone, and spiritual materials to repair the 7-colored golden bamboo umbrella. In addition to the 2 balls of spiritual silk, the things he paid were already slightly more than the value of the 3 spiritual bamboos. "If Brother Wei needs the spiritual bamboo here, just let me know, and Ling will never say no," Ling Hua said sincerely. Wei Zhong bowed and replied, "Then I will have to bother you, Brother Ling, in the future." In the spirit boat, Wei Zhong looked at the dozen spiritual bamboos in his hand with a bit of joy on his face. The golden thunder bamboo is finally in hand. Then he only needs to hone his weapon refining skills and then refine the colorful golden bamboo umbrella. By the way, he can start preparing for Dan forming after practicing to the peak of foundation building. When Wei Zhong left, Ling Ziwei had already planned to find Su Xian to refine weapons. As one of the guests of Yanji Chamber of Commerce, Ling Ziwei spent 100 contribution points to invite Su Xian, a third-level weapon refiner. Wei Zhong put away the spiritual bamboo in his hand and focused on his own cultivation. At present, he has cultivated to the 8th level of foundation building, and it will take at least 10 years to reach the peak of foundation building. But the remaining lifespan is not enough. Looking at the panel, lifespan, 291/305, this time, in order to deal with Wan Yanfu, Wei Zhong used the time Dao method once, which consumed Wei Zhong's lifespan of 24 years. The remaining lifespan of 14 years is not enough for Wei Zhong to use the time Dao method once. Wei Zhong's heart moved. Krypton level once, cultivation level instantly regressed, and then looked at the panel, name, Wei Zhong, cultivation level, foundation building level 7, 16%, lifespan, 266/305, Krypton level once in the late stage of foundation building can be exchanged for 25 years of life, plus the remaining 14 years. So there are 39 years of life, enough for Wei Zhong to perform the Tao of Time. He did not continue to Krypton level to reduce his cultivation level to the middle stage of foundation building. Wei Zhong has always had the habit of maintaining the highest combat power. Even if he Krypton leveled up in the late stage of foundation building many times, his cultivation level would not fall to the middle stage of foundation building. Anyway, with Wei Zhong's current cultivation speed, it would not take a few years to return from the 7th level of foundation building to the 8th level. Back to Yunsha Island, Wei Zhong and Xia Linghua were affectionate for a while, and then stepped into a deep level of cultivation. Daily practice, and by the way, hone the skills of refining. 5 years passed in a flash, and Wei Zhong's cultivation returned to the 8th level of foundation building. At the same time, his weapon refining skills returned to the proficient level of the 3rd level, and he was halfway to mastering it. Wei Zhong planned to start refining the 2nd-level colorful golden bamboo after he mastered the 3rd-level weapon refining skills, in preparation for the 3rd-level refining. In the past few years, as Wei Zhong accumulated proficiency in refining weapons, Yunxia Island added a new industry, which was the sale of 2nd-level magic weapons. Most of them were 2nd-level middle and lower grade, and there were few high-grade magic weapons. The spiritual fire in Wei Zhong's hand went out, and he poured the spiritual liquid into the mold. When the spiritual liquid cooled and formed, it was exactly the shape of a small green sword. Unlike forging iron weapons, practitioners have a variety of ways to refine weapons. Among them, For spiritual materials other than gold and iron, they did not forge iron blocks like that. Instead, the spiritual materials were turned into flowing spiritual liquid, and then poured into the mold. After forming, runes were engraved on the magic weapon to enhance its toughness, rigidity, and other characteristics. Those with high skills can also engrave special runes such as attack and defense on the magic weapon. These runes are not to enhance the material of the magic sword itself, but a kind of magic rune. The magic weapon becomes a carrier for casting spells, which can be activated as long as spiritual power is injected. For example, at this moment, Wei Zhong engraved a soul storage rune on this second-level top-grade magic sword. As its name indicates, this magic array is a rune specifically used to store spiritual power. This rune occupies the hilt of the magic sword, and a golden vein appears on the blue magic sword. And located on the sword body is another attack rune selected by Wei Zhong, the second-level magic wood thorn technique. This sword has a soul storage rune to supply spiritual power for it, and it can activate this attack magic without the need for the monk to manually inject spiritual power into the body. One of the advantages is that it can be triggered even if the monk's spiritual power is exhausted, and the casting time is much shorter than the monk manually injecting spiritual power. Moreover, the way to trigger the magic is the divine consciousness, which means that the monk does not need to hold the magic sword to activate it, but can activate this magic remotely. It is a bit like the mother and child sword. When a sword forms a stalemate with the enemy, this rune magic can be activated to achieve an unexpected effect. This kind of magic weapon is especially suitable for those monks who are weak or cautious. After refining, Wei Zhong put the magic sword aside with satisfaction, and then a wisp of red flame emerged from his hand. This flame is the second-level magic that Wei Zhong bought at an auction with spirit stones a few years ago, the golden flowing flame. When performing this magic, you can use your own spiritual power to form a golden flame. The flame level varies with the amount of spiritual power injected by Wei Zhong. This is a way of making fire that Wei Zhong chose because he couldn't find the spiritual flame of heaven and earth. Now Wei Zhong has practiced this magic to the proficient level, and it won't take long to enter the mastery level. From entry to proficiency, the spiritual power consumption of performing this method has been reduced by half. I wonder what characteristics will appear after mastering it. In addition to using this golden flame to refine weapons, it can also be used as an attacking technique. Wei Zhong has recently been considering how to use this flame to perform the throwing technique. If successful, Wei Zhong will have one more method. The throwing technique can also be used in front of the world with the golden flame, and there is no need to worry about being discovered by Wan Yanfu. Putting away the golden flame, Wei Zhong came out of seclusion with the refined magic weapon. He sent a message to Xia Linghua, and then handed the storage bag full of second-level magic weapons to the other party. The other party reached out to take it and said, "Master, Sister Ling is ready to form a pill." Wei Zhong was stunned, and then thought that 5 years had passed. Ling Ziwei's cultivation had been perfected many years ago. 5 years ago, she harvested the golden thunder bamboo, and Zheng Suxuan refined 2 colorful golden bamboo umbrellas for it. Coupled with the secret technique of tribulation obtained from Tan Tai Lin, it was also time to form an elixir. It should be said that preparations for forming the elixir began 5 years later, which was a little later than Wei Zhong expected. Where is the spiritual place chosen to form the elixir? Xia Linghua replied, Sister Ling rented a third-level cave in Yuelan City through the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. You don't need to attract enemies anymore, so you choose a safer way to form pills? Wei Zhong clapped his hands and planned to return to Dongtian for retreat again. Since the other party chose to retreat in Yunlan City, there must be alchemy monks to protect him. With his safety guaranteed, there was no need for Wei Zhong to show his attentiveness. After returning to the cave and practicing for only 3 months, Wei Zhong received the news that Ling Ziwei had successfully formed the elixir. It will hold an elixir-forming ceremony in January at Fuzhou Island along the Luo River. This spiritual land is a third-level mid-grade spiritual land, which was leased by the Ling family from the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. In the past few years, the Ling family has accumulated a lot of wealth by using the spiritual objects in the secret place. During this period, Wei Zhong was commissioned many times to refine elixirs, most of which were second-level elixirs. There are also a number of third-level elixirs such as Hao Yuan Pill, Soul Nourishing Pill, Dust Falling Pill, etc. Just selling the elixir made the Ling family make a lot of money. Only then did he have enough financial resources to rent a third-level spiritual land that could accommodate everyone in the Ling family, from mortals to pill-forming ones. This time Ling Ziwei formed a double pill. The Ling family instantly became the focus of the entire Luoha mansion. In Luoha Mansion, where there is no apparent nascent soul power, pill formation is the sky. Excluding the sects with many pill-forming sects, there are only a handful of immortal cultivating families with double-formed pills. It can be said that the Ling family is almost at the top of the immortal cultivating families in Luoha Mansion. Wei Zhong cannot be absent from this grand ceremony. After spending some time preparing for the ceremony, Wei Zhong and Xia Linghua went to Fuzhou Island on the day of the ceremony. On this day, there were many monks coming and going, and on the way Wei Zhong went there, he could see many escaping lights heading towards the Ling family. It was even more lively than when Linghua formed the pill. Master, Sister Ling's ceremony is really lively, Xia Linghua said with a bit of envy. Wei Zhong drank a glass of spiritual wine and replied calmly, the Ling family has a dual-density alchemy sect. They have just rented a new spiritual land to expand their territory. It is the time when they need people. It would be strange if they cannot attract casual cultivators at this time. Wei Zhong looked at the escape light outside the flying boat and guessed that except for some of the people watching the excitement, most of them probably wanted to join the Ling family and become their guests. The guest minister of the Jidan family has a lucrative job in Luoha Mansion, which is rich in resources. There is no need to explore the outside world or fight monsters. You only need to complete various tasks assigned by the master, such as exploring secret realms, refining elixirs, setting up formations, etc., and you can steadily earn spiritual stones. It's much better than fighting alone as a casual cultivator. While he was thinking, the flying boat had arrived at Ling's house. Putting away the flying boat, Wei Zhong and Xia Linghua landed together. The Ling family monks came forward to greet him and saw that the visitor was Wei Zhong. The clever Ling family disciples quickly informed the two pill-forming ancestors and their family. After a moment, two figures flew over. It was the Ling family brothers and sisters. Ling Ziwei stepped forward and held Xia Linghua's hand, then pulled her to her side and started talking and laughing with her. Linghua looked at Wei Zhong and said, the ceremony was busy and I couldn't welcome you in time. Please forgive me, Brother Wei. Ha, Brother Ling's words are just out of context. Why are you and I talking about this? Everyone around them saw that Linghua, the head of the pill formation family, was brother-in-law with a foundation-building monk. Those who had never seen Wei Zhong's face were immediately surprised. Who is this foundation establishment Taoist? How come he is so familiar with Senior Ling? You don't even know Master Wei. This is Wei Zhong, the famous third-level alchemy master in Luoha Prefecture. It is rumored that most of the third-level elixirs released by the Ling family in recent years are from his hands, the answerer said with a tone of voice. Envy and admiration. But not everyone respects Wei Zhong. Some people said with a bit of yin and yang, oh? Is he the cash cow of the Ling family? What nonsense are you talking about? Master Wei just has a cooperative relationship with the Ling family. So far, he has never shown any intention to join the Ling family, but is a pure casual cultivator. In recent years, I have not only practiced alchemy, but also started to refine weapons. The Qingfeng sword in my hand was made by Master Wei. Such people are the lucky ones for us as casual practitioners. There were countless people talking around, and Wei Zhong heard them all. He remembered the faces of the guys who deliberately spoke ill of him, and planned that if these people came to his door to refine weapons or elixirs in the future, Wei Zhong would not do business with them. After chatting with Ling Hua for a few words, Wei Zhong took out a bottle of elixir and a magic sword, and said to Ling Ziwei, having not yet wished Fairy Ling a successful elixir formation, this spiritual elixir and magical sword will be used as a congratulation to the fairy for her elixir formation. Ling Ziwei took the two things with a smile. Fellow Taoist Wei spent a lot of money. Seeing this, the master of ceremonies who was responsible for recording the prayers immediately wrote a few words on the big red paper on the table, and then shouted loudly, Yunsha Island, Master Wei Zhongwei, gave me a bottle of Haoyuan pill and a third-level magic sword. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding monks were in an uproar. The most common worship of a foundation-building monk was a 100-year-old spiritual object, worth about 1,000 spiritual stones. How could Wei Zhong come up with a whole bottle of third-level elixir and a third-level magic sword right away? The value of this is more than the wealth of countless foundation-building casual cultivators. As expected of a third-level alchemist, he is so rich, many cultivators sighed at Wei Zhong's wealth. Some cultivators also found a bright spot. Could it be that the third-level magic sword was made by Master Wei himself? Some cultivators who are quick-witted have already come up with an idea. It's difficult to be a guest of the Ling family. Why not join Master Wei? Listening to these discussions, Wei Zhong didn't care. Ling Hua did say with some surprise, I didn't expect that only 5 years have passed, and Brother Wei has another skill after alchemy that has entered the third level. Although he was mentally prepared when he saw Wei Zhong repairing a third-level magic weapon 5 years ago, he felt unreal when he actually saw Wei Zhong's weapon refining technique break through the third level. After a while of conversation, the Ling brothers and sisters took Wei Zhong into the mansion. Because the ceremony had not officially started yet, the two of them allocated a small courtyard for Wei Zhong and Xia Linghua to rest. The Ling brothers and sisters left to take care of various matters required for the ceremony. After resting for half an hour, Qingzi came to visit. "Dao Wei Zhong, I haven't seen you for many years. I miss you very much," Qingzi said with a smile. Qingzi is now in high spirits, as a casual cultivator who joined the Ling family in the early years. He is highly valued by the Ling brothers and sisters, and now among the guests, he is a person of high power. "Ha, Dao Qingzi doesn't look like he misses me now. Dao has lived well in the Ling family these years." Qingzi shook his head. "It's just that I'm busy with the affairs of the Ling family. After years of hard work, I got a dust-reducing pill. I can't compare with Dao Wei, who is proficient in alchemy. Over the years, some of the dust-reducing pills that the Ling family asked Wei Zhong to refine have flowed into the market for auction, and some have been exchanged by the guests of the Ling family. This is the method used by the Ling family to win over some latest-stage foundation-building cultivators. For such cultivators, the only goal is to form a pill. A casual cultivator may not be able to earn the spiritual stones needed to buy a dust-reducing pill after working hard for a lifetime, but this only takes a few decades for the Ling family. Even if they cannot accumulate enough contributions to exchange for the dust-reducing pill, they can definitely exchange for some pills and magic tools. It is precisely because of this kind of generous treatment that so many casual cultivators are attracted here." After chatting and laughing with Qingzi for a few minutes, the dan-forming ceremony began immediately. Wei Zhong walked into the banquet under the leadership of Qingzi. This ceremony is divided into 3 levels. The highest one is in the white clouds on the top of a spiritual mountain, and the middle one is on the mountainside. Below it are the refining cultivators and mortals. According to the arrangement of the Ling family brothers and sisters, Wei Zhong is naturally at the highest level, sitting with the Jindan cultivators. More than a dozen people sit between the clouds in the sky, and under them is a special cloud-like magic tool. There was an independent table in front of everyone, filled with various spiritual liquids and spiritual food, some of which were of the third level. Wei Zhong picked up a piece of unknown third-level spiritual meat and put it in his mouth. As soon as the spiritual meat touched the tip of his tongue, it turned into a ball of cool and gentle spiritual energy. Wei Zhong closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Xia Linghua beside him immediately poured Wei Zhong a cup of spiritual tea. If you drink too much, it's also very good to occasionally use some spiritual tea to adjust. "Dao Wei Zhong, this stone sparrow tastes good, right?" It was Su Xian beside him who transmitted the message to Wei Zhong. There were only 2 people sitting at the table who had established their foundation, namely Wei Zhong and Su Xian. As the shopkeeper of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce in this mansion and a third-level master of 3 skills, Su Xian was qualified to sit here. At the same time, he refined a 7-color golden bamboo umbrella for Ling Ziwei to help Ling Ziwei form a pill. This time, the Ling family specially invited him to the pill formation ceremony. Apart from Wei Zhong and the other 2, the rest of the people seated were all Jindan, including representatives of major Jindan forces, and Sikong Changming, a Jindan cultivator who was familiar with Ling Hua. "Spotted sparrow?" Wei Zhong asked in confusion. Su Xian had already taken the initiative to answer. "That's right, this bird is a new type of spiritual bird cultivated by my Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Its spiritual meat contains rich spiritual energy, and the meat of this bird is now a big seller in Yunzhou. It's just that it's rare in Luoha Prefecture where there are not many Jindan cultivators." Wei Zhong understood. No wonder he had never heard of this kind of spiritual bird. Wei Zhong chatted with him through voice transmission while dealing with other Jindan cultivators. As a third-level alchemist, Wei Zhong naturally had to be wooed by the Jindan forces. Now that they were gathered together with the help of Ling Ziwei's Jindan ceremony, many forces extended olive branches to Wei Zhong. But Wei Zhong ignored the generous treatment offered by the other party and rejected them one by one. Wei Zhong looked at a yellow-robed female cultivator, whose name was Song Linfeng. She was the palace master of the Jigang Palace of the Jindan sect of this prefecture. She was a cultivator who had mastered both the Dharma and the body. Wei Zhong had always been curious about the unique body refining technique forging gang method in his sect. So he sent a message to her, "Fellow Taoist Song, is it true that your palace's forging gang method cannot be passed on to others?" The other party put down the wine glass in her hand and replied with a helpless look, "Please forgive me, Master Wei. Our sex techniques will never be passed on to others. If you are really curious about our techniques, you can come to my Jigang Palace as a guest. I promise that I will offer my techniques to you with both hands at that time." Wei Zhong shook his head. "I have been practicing as a free cultivator for many years and am used to freedom. I only joined the Yunji Chamber of Commerce because the Chamber of Commerce does not assign compulsory tasks to its guests and gives them considerable freedom. But if I join a sect, it is hard to say. Wei Zhong needs the forging gang method just to add icing on the cake when he forms a pill, but he does not necessarily need this method." During the banquet, Wei Zhong chatted and laughed with the other Jindan cultivators, and did not show any fear because of his inferior cultivation. Many of the Jindan cultivators at the banquet had previously traded with Wei Zhong. After the banquet, both the host and the guests were happy. As the cultivators at the banquet dispersed, Wei Zhong also said hello to the Ling brothers and sisters and left. Looking back at the people who stayed at the Ling family, Wei Zhong murmured, "The waves wash away the sand, and I wonder how many people can get on the big ship of the Ling family." When Wei Zhong returned to Yunsha Island, his spiritual sense detected a figure in the pavilion on the cliff beside the island, and he dispersed Xie Linghua and the servants around him. He took a few steps to the pavilion, bowed his hands towards the man's back and said, "I've met Senior Tantai, congratulations on your recovery." Wei Zhong felt the stronger aura from Tantai Lin and became more and more frightened. This person was indeed no ordinary nascent soul. How can a person who can obtain the inheritance of becoming a god be an ordinary person? Tantai Lin turned around, revealing a somewhat rosy face, no longer as pale as Wei Zhong had seen before. The cheeks are full of flesh and blood, and the hands exposed under the sleeves are no different from ordinary people. The mental outlook is like that of ordinary people. It should be that after refining those Guiyuan pills, not only did the opponent's cultivation improve, but the defects on his body were also repaired. "Boy Wei, would you like to accompany me to Monuan Mansion?" Tantai Lin asked. Wei Zhong was confused when he heard this, wondering what this man had planned. But his current cultivation level has not yet reached the level of elixir formation, so it is still too dangerous to get involved with these nascent soul monks. Wei Zhong looked troubled. "Senior, are you going to find the true Lord of Bloodsea?" Tantai Lin nodded, and Wei Zhong replied with some embarrassment, "This junior's cultivation is shallow, so I cannot follow the example of my seniors." After Wei Zhong said this, he slightly raised his head and looked at the other party, but could not see any expression on his face. "Oh, I've heard that there is a tortoise-like foundation building monk in Luoha Mansion who never steps out of the door, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Do you just want to stay in seclusion and practice hard like this?" Just as Wei Zhong was about to answer, Tantai Lin teleported to his side and grabbed Wei Zhong's wrist. The 5 elements spiritual roots are all low-grade, and there is also some kind of acquired spiritual body, which seems to be the heavy water spiritual body gathered in the Chamber of Commerce. The water method he practices has a fairly solid foundation, but that's about it. Tantai Lin let go of Wei Zhong's wrist, took a step back and said, "Ha, you are so talented that you dare to practice in seclusion like this? With your current foundation, it may not be difficult to practice to form an elixir, but I am afraid that in the middle and late stages of forming an elixir, your cultivation will stagnate, and there will be no possibility of condensing a baby." Wei Zhong rubbed his sore wrist and looked a little ugly. What Tantai Lin said, Wei Zhong had a premonition long before casting the heavy water spirit body. But now when I heard the confirmation from a nascent soul cultivator, there was still a bit of unwillingness in my eyes. Even with the Krypton level means of exchanging lives, Wei Zhong still has enough time to find other variables. But hearing someone bluntly say that his talent was low and that he had no hope of success, Wei Zhong still felt a trace of resentment in his heart. "It seems that my practice has nothing to do with my seniors, right? Ha, it's tough enough and suits my taste." Tantai Lin didn't seem to be angered by Wei Zhong's words. Instead, he turned around and sat back in the pavilion. He turned to look at the rolling water in the Yunshi River on the edge of the cliff, and patted the table. "Sit down and talk." Wei Zhong sat down opposite him. "Just listen to what he said. Since you have successfully cast a heavy water spirit body, you should understand the disadvantages of this kind of spirit body. Although this spirit body has a promotion path from low to high, it also consumes a lot of resources. It takes many years to refine elixirs to supply it to the current Qianjun level. I don't need to tell you how much property was consumed in total, right?" Wei Zhong looked calm. "So what?" Tantai Lin said, "There are always some things in this world that cannot be exchanged for spirit stones. You should know it very well. For example, the Wanling Waterstone is needed to subsequently cast the Wanjun spirit body. Listening to Tan Tai Lin's description, Wei Zhong was shocked. The other party actually knew the method of casting such a spirit body so clearly? The maximum number of 10,000 spirit water stones required to cast the 10,000 heavy water spirit body is 360. So guess how many I have seen in total so far in my practice? Wei Zhong was stunned. Tan Tai Ling had already raised his palm and made a sign of 8 characters. 80 pieces, or 8 pieces? Wei Zhong asked uncertainly. Of course 8. After hearing this, Wei Zhong was in a trance for a moment. I have imagined how difficult it is to obtain the 10,000 spirits water stone many times before, but now I heard a nascent soul monk say that he had been practicing for hundreds of years and the number of such spiritual objects he encountered did not exceed 10 fingers, which was far beyond the limit. Wei Zhong's imagination. How could this happen? Wei Zhong's eyes were blank, and he felt at a loss for a moment. Tan Tai Lin was not surprised when he saw Wei Zhong's appearance. None of the 10,000-year-old spiritual creatures are easy to find. Spiritual objects such as Wanling Waterstone are mostly hidden deep in the water veins full of spiritual energy. Just like this Luoha mansion. The many water veins are full of spiritual energy. If you have advanced cultivation, you may be able to find dozens of them in the depths of the water veins. But that place is a dangerous place. Even if I am currently in the middle stage of nascent soul, I don't want to take the risk, let alone you who are a minor foundation builder who doesn't even have any pills. So there is no hope of continuing along the path of the heavy water spirit body. Why do you think the Yunji Chamber of Commerce would put such an easy-to-jet spirit body out for exchange? To put it bluntly, Yunji Chamber of Commerce is a business organization after all. If its craftsmen die of old age easily, how can they create wealth for them? Therefore, there is a spirit body casting method such as heavy water spirit body. It can not only provide a little hope for you craftsmen with special skills, but also tie you to the chariot of the Chamber of Commerce for a good harvest. Wei Zhong couldn't help but think of the contribution points he had spent on his spiritual body for so many years. He relied on his share of spiritual wine to complete the accumulation so quickly. How long will it take for other guests who do not have such means to continue to accept tasks in order to accumulate contribution points? I'm afraid it will take nearly 100 years. So what, this spiritual body method is not fake. It is precisely because of this method that people with poor talent like us can make further progress. What the Chamber of Commerce did was just to put this method in front of us monks. Those of us who practice this method are not forced, but make choices based on our own will, Wei Zhongyan said. That's right, practitioners should be responsible for what they do. However, I do not mean to slander the heavy water spirit body. After all, this method is indeed a method that can directly access the immortal body such as the heavy water spirit body. Having said this, Tan Tai Lin put his hands behind his back. In the final analysis, the spiritual bodies achieved at the 3 levels of Baijun, Shenjun, and Wanjun are nothing more than paving the way for the final refining of 1 yuan of heavy water to achieve the true heavy water spiritual body. Only by achieving this kind of spiritual body can you and others hope to have a glimpse of the true immortal way. Tan Tai Lin turned around and said, but a spiritual creature of heaven and earth like 1 yuan of heavy water cannot exist in this mortal world, which is the highest level but can only transform into gods. Therefore, Mr. Wei, your practice so far has been in vain. It is simply wishful thinking to rely on this method of spiritual body casting to improve your talents and seek the great path. Wei Zhong was stunned and replied after a moment, why do Senior Tantai and Junior talk so much? The latter did not answer, but asked, guess what kind of spiritual root qualification I have? Wei Zhong thought carefully, Senior who can cultivate to the nascent soul realm must have started with high-grade spiritual roots, or earth-grade spiritual roots, right? Tan Tai Lin shook his head, no, at the beginning of my practice, I only had 3 spiritual root qualifications, and the highest was only the middle-grade water spiritual root. There was surprise on Wei Zhong's face for a moment, and then he asked, how did a middle-grade spiritual root cultivate to such a state? This starts with the exercises I practice. The technique I practice is called Blood Spirit Sutra, which was practiced by Xueche, who was known as the Blood Venerable thousands of years ago. This method is mysterious, and you have already seen the technique of using clones to replace tribulations, but this method also has another feature, that is, there is no talent requirement for monks to practice this method. Because monks practice this method and do not rely on the monk's own spiritual roots. But in practice, there is a secret method for monks to recreate their blood spiritual roots. During the process of cultivation, various methods can be used to improve the quality of spiritual roots to achieve the effect of improving talents. Wei Zhong was stunned for a moment when he heard about this magical method. How is it possible to recreate spiritual roots? If there is such a method, wouldn't it be a joke for us monks to have natural spiritual roots? Haha, how do you know how difficult the process of casting spiritual roots is? Besides, there are so many wonderful methods in the world of spiritual practice. Who dares to deny that there really is no method to recreate spiritual roots? Spiritual bodies can be molded the day after tomorrow. Why can't spiritual roots be molded? Wei Zhong suddenly understood. Yes, since you can cast a spiritual body, why can't you create a spiritual root? This kind of understanding I have is completely gained from the hundreds of years of practice experience, and what I have seen is just a small corner of the practice world. How can we deny the existence of the method of recreating spiritual roots with this? How is it? Are you excited? As long as you follow me to Mon Yuan Mansion to capture the Blood Sea True Lord, and when I collect the complete Blood Spirit Sutra, I will pass on the complete text of this secret method and technique to you, Tan Tai Lin said. Wei Zhong raised his head and looked at the other party with a bit of confusion on his face. Why me? There is no causal connection between the junior and the senior. I wonder why the senior treats me like this. Tan Tai Lin sat down and pushed a cup of spiritual tea in front of Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong looked at the snake-shaped tea leaves in the cup, but he still couldn't drink it. Look at how cautious you are almost modeled after me, but I am different from you. Tan Tai Lin drank the cup of spiritual tea in one gulp and continued, although I am cautious, I cannot bear to be insulted. If anyone bullies me or insults me, I will definitely pay him back 100 times. It is because of this temperament and the help of the Blood Spirit Sutra that I have been able to practice till now. For you, I just have some eyes for you. This desire to seek truth is stronger than most monks I have ever seen. And even though he heard that he was in doubt, he didn't feel the slightest despair. Instead, he felt a bit unyielding and stubborn, as if he still planned to continue along this path. I'm very optimistic about you. Wei Zhong was silent. The reason why he had such an attitude was of course because he had the means to survive and was confident. After hundreds of years of practice, I am no longer a 3-year-old child. The seniors rewarded me with magical powers just because they were optimistic about it. Isn't this the reason that I can convince you? That's right, that's right. To this point in your cultivation, you need to be sober in this world. There are so many pies in the world waiting for people to pick them up. I'll just say it bluntly. If by then I still cannot make up for the shortcomings of the method after obtaining the half-step broken scripture from the Blood Sea True Lord, you have to help me. How can the junior with mediocre cultivation help the senior? Tan Tai Lin stared at Wei Zhong's eyes and said, make alchemy. If you can't solve the hidden danger even after obtaining the complete method, you can help me refine the elixir and help me refine the Blood Sea True Lord to make up for the lack of my legal body. Wei Zhong was shocked and speechless by what he said. How did you come up with the idea of refining a nascent soul lord into elixirs to replenish his body? Senior, you think too highly of me. I have no virtue or ability to refine this kind of elixir. You should go find someone else. A 4th level or 5th level alchemist is more reliable than me. Wei Zhong shook his head and replied. Don't rush to refuse. Since I have chosen you, I will give you time to continue practicing. There is no need to rush to refine the Blood Sea. It will not be too late when I reach the peak of the nascent soul. Wei Zhong still shook his head. Senior, are you so sure that with the big elixir of the Blood Sea True Lord, you can make up for the shortcomings of your practice? Since I said this, I am naturally confident. Other cultivation methods may not have this effect, but the Blood Spirit Sutra is different. After refining those Gueyuan pills, I clearly felt that the cultivators who practiced this method had a complementary relationship. Although it is a blood path method, it is more evil than those magic methods. After saying this, he seemed to be worried that Wei Zhong would think wrongly. But you don't have to worry. I won't refine you after I teach you the skills. I don't think highly of your cultivation level. Wei Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. How is it? What do you think? This method of recreating spiritual roots is probably the only one in my hands in this world. If you miss it, you will lose it. Wei Zhong struggled. It would be a lie to say that I am not tempted by this method. The means of recreating spiritual roots is not an exaggeration to say that it is against the will of heaven to change fate. Besides, since blood spiritual roots can be recreated, are there similar means to create other spiritual roots? Wei Zhong traveled here and was very active. In terms of immortal experience, he may not be as experienced as these seniors, but he dared to think. There was the years Dao method that consumed lifespan to improve cultivation, and then there was the Blood Spirit Sutra that recreated spiritual roots. Will there be other ways to forge spiritual roots? Wei Zhong couldn't help but think of the spring and autumn water refining art that he practiced. Refining water, what kind of water is this method refining? After practicing till now, apart from the Tao of time, the strength of the art of water refining in spring and autumn is not as high as I imagined. It seems that the main body of the practice is not very special. The spiritual power is strong and has a heavy characteristic. Apart from that, no other characteristics can be seen. But he also said that this method has a great origin, so it is definitely not just this powerful. Could it be that the practice of refining qi to the transformation of spirit that Bai he obtained is also incomplete? Or is the mystery in the subsequent refining of emptiness, fusion, and even the Mahayana part? Wei Zhong's thoughts were flying, but Tan Tai Lin was not anxious, and waited quietly for Wei Zhong to reply. Hey, senior, can you give me some more time, and I will accompany you after I reach the Jindan stage? Tan Tai Lin replied, yes. Anyway, that fellow Xue Haijinjuan has been missing for so long, and I am not in a hurry for a moment. I will give you 20 years. If you cannot enter the Jindan stage during this period, then I will have to assume that you have refused this deal. After leaving these words, Tan Tai Lin turned around and disappeared into a blood smoke. With Wei Zhong's strong consciousness at this moment, he did not find out how the other party avoided the formation and left. Wei Zhong sighed and returned to the cave to go into deep retreat. The appearance of Tan Tai Lin disrupted Wei Zhong's original plan. Originally, Wei Zhong planned to go to Yunzhou City or other states to look for the existence of Wanling Waterstone after he advanced to the Jindan stage. But the other party's words about the rarity of this spiritual object made Wei Zhong change his plan. Since the other party invited Wei Zhong to accompany him with secret techniques and skills, then let's go. However, before that, Wei Zhong still needs to advance to the Jindan stage, so that he can obtain a short period of Yuanian cultivation with the help of Time Dao Fa, and thus have some self-protection power among Yuanian cultivators. Even if he can't win, no one can stop him from running away. Wei Zhong entered the state of cultivation. A year later, the second-level magic black water spirit clothes entered the master-level proficiency. At this moment, the black water spirit clothes not only does not stick to various body changes, but also can incorporate the life magic weapon Yuanchuazu into it. The addition of Yuanchuazu is like inserting a core into the black water spirit clothes, which greatly increases the defensive strength of the black water spirit clothes. Wei Zhong looked down at his body. Now Wei Zhong is wrapped in the black water spirit clothes, which forms a black armor outside Wei Zhong's body. And the Yuanchuazu is now on Wei Zhong's chest, guiding the spiritual power of the black water spirit clothes to flow. He took out a second-level magic sword and chopped it hard on the black armor, and heard a bang. This attack caused spiritual power ripples on the surface of the black armor, but they were dissolved in an instant. He activated the wood thorn technique on the magic sword again, and a 2-foot-long wooden thorn pierced the black water spirit clothes, but it only penetrated half a finger. Moreover, the black water spirit clothes only took Wei Zhong a blink of an eye to repel the wooden thorn, and the surface was restored to its original state. And what was consumed was only part of the spiritual power in Wei Zhong's body. The change of the black water spirit clothes made Wei Zhong overjoyed. He never expected that it would have such a powerful characteristic after the master level. And the characteristic of the spirit clothes that can change freely has not been lost. It can still be transformed into spiritual shields, long gowns and other items, and at the same time be blessed by the Yuanchue beads. After experimenting with the new characteristics of the black water spirit clothes, Wei Zhong put away this method. A golden spiritual flame emerged from his hand, and he began to work hard on the proficiency of refining equipment. 3 years later, Wei Zhong's third-level refining technique entered the mastery level. Wei Zhong began to refine the second-level 7-color golden bamboo umbrella. 10 second-level golden thunder bamboos were half successful. When the 5th umbrella was finished, Wei Zhong's second-level magic, golden flowing flame, simultaneously entered the mastery level. Now that the spiritual power required to perform this method has been further reduced, Wei Zhong can use less spiritual power to upgrade it to the third level for refining. At the same time, the stability of the flame has also been greatly improved. Wei Zhong can already condense it into a firebomb and throw it out, but it cannot be launched with the flying technique. It will take time to combine the two techniques. After dispersing the flame in his hand, Wei Zhong took out a 1,000-year-old golden thunder bamboo and planned to officially start refining the third-level 7-color golden bamboo umbrella. Taking out the refining jade slip obtained from Ling Hua, Wei Zhong browsed it again and memorized the refining details mentioned in it. When he had a clear understanding in his mind, Wei Zhong took out the golden thunder bamboo of a slightly younger age, as well as the spiritual silk and other auxiliary spiritual materials, and began to officially refine. A month later, Wei Zhong looked at the two colorful golden bamboo umbrellas in front of him with satisfaction. Wei Zhong finally used the only 2,000-year-old golden thunder bamboos to refine two treasure umbrellas. I don't know if it's because of his proficiency, but he didn't fail in both refining. 1/3 level low grade and 1/3 level middle grade, there should be no problem in dealing with most of the thunder tribulation. At the critical moment, there is also a secret method to replace the tribulation. Now the treasure umbrellas to deal with the heavenly thunder tribulation are ready, and the elixir for assisting the formation of the elixir, the dust-removing elixir, has long been prepared. The only thing missing is cultivation. Wei Zhong put away the treasure umbrellas and continued to practice. It took 3 years to successfully enter the 9th level of foundation building, and it took nearly 6 more years to go through most of the 9th level of foundation building. Wei Zhong estimated that it would take another half a year to achieve the perfection of foundation building. At this time, it is necessary to prepare the final means of replacing the tribulation, the secret art of incarnation. Wei Zhong has read the jade slip that records this secret art countless times, and all the processes are clear in mind and very familiar. With a hammer on his chest, Wei Zhong immediately spat out a large amount of blood, some of which was still flashing with spiritual light, which was where Wei Zhong's blood was. After this hammer, Wei Zhong's face turned pale instantly. Even though Wei Zhong's foundation building cultivation is close to perfection now, and his body is no less than that of a foundation building body cultivator under the nourishment of spiritual wine, it is still very uncomfortable. But this is a necessary step to refine the incarnation of the catastrophe. The spurted blood was half suspended in the air. Wei Zhong gathered a lot of spiritual power on his fingertips, and then used his fingers as pens, spiritual power as ink, and blood as paper to draw runes. Wei Zhong was not unfamiliar with this method, and he was very skilled in it as early as when he was refining the weapon. Now it's just a change of scene. The fingers wandered in the blood, drawing black runes. As the runes continued to improve, they were connected to each other, and the scattered blood gradually took on a vague shape of a little man. But this shape was not stable, as if it was about to collapse. Wei Zhong took out the 100-year-old purple crystal lotus and threw it into the blood. Then a small vortex was formed in the blood, sucking the half-human-sized purple crystal lotus into it. Under the effect of this lotus, the shape of the blood-colored little man gradually stabilized. The little man was about half a foot long, covered in blood, without fur, facial features, and limbs. It could only be said that he barely had a human shape. Wei Zhong did not continue to make fine modifications to it, as this was a key point specially recorded in the jade slip. The substitute blood body is not a person, nor is it a clone, but a substitute carrier composed of some of the cultivator's flesh, blood, spiritual power, and soul. Wei Zhong breathed a sigh of relief, and the next step was the most important part of this secret technique. Split the spirit. This step may be a bit difficult for ordinary people, but it is different for Wei Zhong. When practicing the shocking spirit thorn before, Wei Zhong was not unfamiliar with this method. He simply cut off a piece from his consciousness and put it into the blood body. Wei Zhong instantly felt the vague connection between him and the blood body. The blood body refined by such a crude method can only be used as a substitute for the calamity, and cannot be driven as an incarnation. The limbs are incomplete, and the spiritual power is running around without any rules. Even the consciousness that has been divided into it is also confused. It is impossible to drive it to make any action. At this point, the most important secret technique that Wei Zhong prepared to deal with the heavenly thunder calamity has been completed. Put it aside, Wei Zhong took a soul-nourishing pill, and then various spiritual wines began to be served. Lu Yuhong for warming the consciousness, Yu Zizui for spiritual power, and the second-level King Luozui for nourishing the body. Wei Zhong recovered his state in the most luxurious way, and then devoted himself to practice again. After 4 months, Wei Zhong's foundation was complete and he could start to formally form a pill. After asking Xie Linghua to take care of the spiritual island and leaving some practice resources for her, Wei Zhong planned to leave. The latter was a little surprised by Wei Zhong's behavior. "Master, are you planning to leave the island for a while?" Wei Zhong nodded. "My cultivation has reached a bottleneck recently. I plan to find a place to retreat. It may take a long time. The matter of Yunxia Island will be handed over to you." Xia Linghua was surprised and knew that Wei Zhong was about to form a pill. "Master, just go into retreat. Everything is left to linger. Wei Zhong nodded and left the island. This time, he still needs to find a spiritual land to form a pill. Although the spiritual land in the cave has reached the standard of cultivation, it is not suitable for forming a pill to deal with the heavenly tribulation. For the third-level spiritual land, Wei Zhong has many choices. He can borrow the spiritual land from the Ling family. I believe that the brothers and sisters of the Ling family will not refuse. He can also go to Yuelan City and rent a third-level cave from the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. But Wei Zhong rejected it after some thought. Looking towards the mountains in the distance, Wei Zhong flew away with the Luo River on his back. If you can choose a fourth-level spiritual land for Dan formation, there is no need to choose a third-level spiritual land. Arriving at the valley covered with clouds, Wei Zhong bowed and said, "Senior Tan Tai, I am nagging." A black-robed figure flew out of the forest. It was Tan Tai Lin. The other party looked at Wei Zhong in confusion, only to see that he was still at the foundation building stage. He asked, "There are still nearly 7 years before the agreed time. Why did you come to my valley without Dan formation?" "Although I want to form Dan, I lack a third-level spiritual land. I thought of the location of the senior's cave. I am so shameless that I want to borrow the senior's spiritual land for use." After hearing what Wei Zhong said, Tan Tai Lin was stunned for a moment, and there was still a trace of disbelief in his eyes. But after a few breaths, he laughed, "Good boy, no one has ever dared to borrow a spiritual land from me. You are the first." Wei Zhong listened to his smile, his expression did not change, and he still looked at him straight. I saw that Tan Tai Lin waved his sleeves and took Wei Zhong to the spiritual land behind the courtyard, which was exactly where Wei Zhong stayed to make pills last time. The concentration of spiritual energy here has reached the 4th level, you can make pills here. Leaving this word, he disappeared from Wei Zhong's sight again. Wei Zhong felt the rich spiritual energy around him, and he was a little happy in his heart. It is worthy of being a 4th-level spiritual land, more than enough for making pills. Not in a hurry to break through, Wei Zhong took out a formation flag and sprinkled it around. The formation flags were connected to each other, forming a semicircular golden light shield above Wei Zhong's head. This is a special formation that Wei Zhong asked Ling Ziwei to make. This formation has no defensive effect at all. And with Tan Tai Lin, a Yuanian cultivator, next to him, Wei Zhong is not worried about being disturbed during the process of making pills. The only function of this formation is to cover and warn, blocking sight and spiritual sense and other ways of investigation, so as to prevent the cultivators outside from peeping into the internal scene. This is Wei Zhong's way of keeping his secrets to a certain extent. Of course, this formation is not strong enough to prevent Yuanian cultivators from investigating, and even the spiritual sense of the foundation building period can easily break this formation. But the clever part is that if someone peeks into the inside, no matter what means, the formation will collapse instantly, alerting Wei Zhong. In the courtyard, Tan Tai Lin saw Wei Zhong's face strange when he set up the formation, and his spiritual sense spread, so he wanted to see what Wei Zhong was doing. But before touching the formation, the powerful spiritual sense of the Yuanian cultivator pressed the golden spiritual light cover a little concave. Tan Tai Lin understood Wei Zhong's intention instantly, withdrew his consciousness, drank a cup of spiritual tea, and murmured, "Interesting boy." Inside the formation, Wei Zhong watched the spiritual light cover sink for a moment and then recover, and he was relieved. Fortunately, Tan Tai Lin gave up the idea of spying. Sitting cross-legged, Wei Zhong closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. He spent half a day to adjust his state to perfection, and then took out a dust-reducing pill. This pill is of top quality. Wei Zhong has been refining this pill for so many years, and only 2 of the top quality have been produced. At this moment, he has one of them in his hand. After taking the pill, Wei Zhong immediately felt the muscles of his body trembling, and a stream of turbid air was discharged along the tiny acupoints in his body. This is the effect of the dust-reducing pill. Since birth, the body has been eroded by the turbid air of the world, and the innate does not exist. The dust-reducing pill is to remove the turbid air in the body, so that the cultivator's physique is as close to the innate body as possible, so as to achieve the effect of increasing the probability of forming a pill. The top-grade dust-reducing pill has the most abundant medicinal power and the best effect. The probability of forming a pill is also a few points higher than that of the middle and lower grades. Under the condition of this half-step innate body, Wei Zhong began to practice the spring and autumn water refining art and took the first step to condense the real pill. As the technique was running, the spiritual energy around was continuously attracted by Wei Zhong, and a huge spiritual energy cyclone appeared in the sky. The rotating spiritual energy lifted the fog between the valleys and formed a huge spiritual energy funnel between the mountains. The monsters living there were startled by this spiritual energy phenomenon and fled in panic. The mortals living in the forests of the mountains, seeing this strange phenomenon from afar, all knelt down on the spot, clasped their hands together, kowtowed repeatedly, and chanted, "The mountain god has appeared, the mountain god has appeared." It started. Tan Tai Lin held the teacup in his hand, looked at the place where the spiritual power gathered, and murmured, "The movement is really big, this kid is not practicing ordinary methods." As for the person involved, Wei Zhong was sitting cross-legged on the spiritual eye with a painful expression on his face. The surrounding warning array had already been broken by the impact of the spiritual energy, but Wei Zhong could no longer care about this. The huge spiritual energy surged, almost bursting Wei Zhong's body. Wei Zhong could only desperately operate the spring and autumn water refining art to refine the spiritual energy that kept pouring in. Fortunately, Wei Zhong's proficiency in the spring and autumn water refining art was high enough, and drops of liquid gathered in the dantian. In a dozen breaths, the liquid spiritual power in Wei Zhong's body doubled. As Wei Zhong continued to refine the spiritual energy, the liquid spiritual power in the dantian became more and more, so much that even the dantian could not contain it. It seemed that the dantian would be burst by the large amount of spiritual energy in the next moment. Wei Zhong knew that this was the most critical moment to condense the true pill, and his consciousness immediately surged out of his sea of consciousness and began to help compress the liquid spiritual power in the dantian. Under the continuous compression of the spiritual power in the body, a ball of flocculent spiritual power suddenly appeared, like a ball of black cotton wool and black ink, inconspicuous. But just when this ball of flocculent spiritual power appeared, the liquid spiritual power that was about to burst the dantian instantly found a breakthrough and began to continuously fit towards it. It was as if there was a vortex in it, sucking the liquid spiritual power into it. In the blink of an eye, the full liquid spiritual power in the dantian was absorbed. Wei Zhong quickly accelerated the refining of the spiritual energy that flowed into his body from all directions, but this speed was far less than the speed at which the liquid spiritual power in the dantian disappeared. How can condensing a true pill consume so much spiritual power? Wei Zhong took out the uzizui and poured it into his mouth, but even the uzizui used for daily practice could not fill the spiritual power gap at this time. Wei Zhong simply took out the Haoyuan pill that only Jindan cultivators would use. After taking a pill, a surge of spiritual energy instantly spread out from his stomach. This pill lasted only 5 breaths before Wei Zhong consumed it. Not enough, not enough. Wei Zhong took out another one and threw it into his mouth, and at the same time took out the only 2 high-grade spirit stones and crushed them instantly. The rich spiritual energy immediately enveloped Wei Zhong completely. After this effect, the gap inside the dantian was slowly filled. A solid Jindan prototype finally condensed in Wei Zhong's body. It slowly rotated in Wei Zhong's dantian, constantly absorbing the newly born liquid spiritual power to strengthen itself. Wei Zhong watched the golden elixir gradually grow from the size of a thumb, and finally turned into the size of an egg. The black Shindan contained a powerful spiritual power fluctuation far beyond the same level. Is this the Jindan that belongs exclusively to the Jindan cultivator? Wei Zhong looked at this Shindan, and his heart was filled with joy and excitement. Is the Jindan going to be completed? But just as Wei Zhong was happy, there was a click, and a crack appeared on the Jindan. Before Wei Zhong could react, cracks appeared around him continuously, like a piece of stubborn stone with its outer stone coat removed. Wei Zhong's true Dan was constantly breaking and shrinking. In a panic, Wei Zhong looked inside the broken true Dan and found a few sunken places. Is this caused by the untimely supply of spiritual power when the true Dan was formed? But there was no time to think about it. In a few breaths, the true Dan would completely collapse, and the surging spiritual power would spread from it, which would burst Wei Zhong directly. The power is probably no less than that of a Jindan cultivator who self-destructs his true Dan. Wei Zhong's Dan formation failed without a doubt, and he fell on the first step of condensing the true Dan. But at this moment, Wei Zhong was not thinking about how to reduce the damage to his body caused by the failure of Dan formation, but how to survive this crisis. As his mind turned, a ray of spiritual light suddenly emerged from Wei Zhong's mind. Krypton level once. Almost shouting in his heart, the fluorescence appeared in front of him. Half-step Danjie is reduced to the 9th level of foundation building, and the lifespan is increased by 30 years. Instantly, the violent spiritual power in Wei Zhong's body dissipated like a deflated ball, and the broken black true Dan also disappeared without a trace. Dan Tai Lin in the outside world saw that the spiritual energy cyclone in the sky was unstable for a moment, and he also understood that Wei Zhong's Danjia had an accident. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy cyclone completely dissipated, and he abandoned the teacup in his hand and turned into a black smoke to escape to the back of the courtyard. When I saw Wei Zhong, I saw blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and his expression was depressed, so I knew that he was seriously injured after the failure of Danjia. What's wrong? Is the injury serious? Wei Zhong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeves and said, "It's just a failure of Danjia, it's not a big problem. Don't worry, senior, I will definitely form Dan within the agreed time." After saying this, Wei Zhong rearranged the spiritual light cover again. Dan Tai Lin was amazed. He was surprised that Wei Zhong did not show an obvious look of loss like other cultivators after forming a pill. Instead, he looked a little enlightened, as if he understood the key. "I didn't make a mistake," Dan Tai Lin sighed and was about to leave. Suddenly, Wei Zhong opened the spiritual light shield behind him and said, "Senior, do you still have high-grade spiritual stones? Can you exchange some for me?" Dan Tai Lin twitched his mouth. "You lend me spiritual land, and you want to lend me spiritual stones?" But he didn't refuse after all, and threw out 10 high-grade spiritual stones. Wei Zhong took it, threw a storage bag over, and then bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you, senior." Dan Tai Lin took it, probed into it with his spiritual sense, and immediately found a dazzling array of low and medium-grade spiritual stones, which were roughly estimated to be worth about 180,000 low-grade spiritual stones. According to the current exchange ratio between middle and low-grade spirit stones and high-grade spirit stones, it can be exchanged for about 14 high-grade spirit stones. This is more than the price of 10 high-grade spirit stones given by Dan Tai Lin. For spirit land rental fees? Not bad, not bad. "You are a junior who knows the general situation," Dan Tai Lin praised in a low voice, and returned to the courtyard to continue sipping tea and practicing. Wei Zhong, who obtained the high-grade spirit stone, returned to the spiritual light cover, wiped off the blood deliberately left at the corner of his mouth, and his expression changed. In an instant, the listlessness just now disappeared. Recalling the danger when he just formed the pill, Wei Zhong had a trace of fear on his face. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would become a cultivator who died in the first step of forming the pill to condense the true pill. I have only heard of cultivators being seriously injured at this stage before, but I have never heard of anyone dying directly at this step. Most of the foundation-building cultivators who formed the pill died under the Heart Demon Tribulation and the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, because these two tribulations are the most lethal levels." Taking a deep breath, Wei Zhong looked at the panel. Name, Wei Zhong, Cultivation, Foundation Building Level 9, 50%, Lifespan, 255/305, Half-Step Dan Formation retreated to the Foundation Building Level 9, which instantly eliminated the risk of Dan Formation failure and increased lifespan by 30 years. This was a big win no matter how you looked at it. Recalling the failure of Dan Formation just now, Wei Zhong had guessed the reason for the failure. The supply of liquid spiritual power was not timely, resulting in the failure of the foundation of the true Dan, which led to the subsequent failure. "As long as I make up for the shortcomings here, I can successfully form a Dan." Thinking about this, Wei Zhong couldn't help but think of Yao Zhengshang, the young master of Qingmu sect who practiced the same technique as him. He also used the spring and autumn water refining art to form a Dan. Did he also consume a lot of high-level spiritual pills, high-grade spiritual stones, and form a Dan in the 4th-level spiritual land like me? Wei Zhong was puzzled. Or is the spring and autumn water refining art different for me? Is it the influence of the Tao of Time and the Time Treasure record, or is it that I am too proficient in this method, which led to this situation? Wei Zhong couldn't figure it out, but he knew that this was a good thing. It takes so much spiritual energy to condense the prototype of the true pill, which shows that Wei Zhong has a very solid foundation, and the quality and quantity of spiritual power are far beyond ordinary people. Even after the pill is formed, this leading advantage will continue. Then Wei Zhong took out the blood body he refined. Now that the pill has failed once, it will not be possible to attack again in a short time. This substitute has become a trouble. Don't worry, the pill will be successful in the next chapter." Dan Tai Lin once said that the blood body should not be allowed to exist alone for more than half a year, otherwise its state will become stable and the physical body, spiritual power and soul of the original body will be permanently taken away. If there are too many blood bodies, it will also affect the cultivation level. This is why Dan Tai Lin fell from the middle stage of nascent soul to the early stage. Faced with this situation, the only choices available are to destroy the blood body or to refine it and return it to its original form. Destroying it along the way will cause slight damage to the body, but refining it can recover all the power and improve the cultivation level. Wei Zhong thought for a moment and took out the alchemy furnace. I never thought that one day I would be used as a material for alchemy. With a sigh, Wei Zhong threw the yuan shui bead into the bottom of the alchemy furnace. But after a while, Wei Zhong's screams rang out from behind the hospital. Even Tan Tai Lin, who was drinking tea in the courtyard, heard it clearly. Stroking the teacup, Tan Tai Lin couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a young man, he can do such things as refining his own blood body elixir. After all, Tan Tai Lin's blood body was not an elixir that he had made by himself, and there were still some differences. Wei Zhong, who was within the spiritual light shield, beat his head with his hands and grinned at the corner of his mouth in an ugly arc. This process of refining the blood body into elixirs is really not something ordinary people can endure. No wonder a tough guy like Tan Tai Lin screamed loudly when he was refining elixirs for him. The pain was so intense compared to being distracted and using the shocking sting to fight the enemy, it was simply a matter of time and space. The latter is often a matter of a moment. When a sharp knife cuts through a knot, the pain only lasts a moment. But refining elixirs from the blood body is different. It is like cutting flesh with a dull knife, which is long and torturous. In particular, Wei Zhong had to stabilize his mind under this pain and use it to refine the elixir without making any mistakes. Fortunately, Wei Zhong was mentally tough enough to endure the painful period of alchemy refining. Looking at the blood-red elixir that he had refined in front of him, Wei Zhong took it into his mouth with some hesitation, then closed his eyes to refine it. The Guiyuan pill is originally the same power as itself, and it is effortless to refine it. After refining, Wei Zhong found that his condition was surprisingly good, and even his cultivation level had improved. Wei Zhong had to lament the evil nature of the Guiyuan pill. He wondered where Tan Tai Lin got such a weird recipe. Then Wei Zhong took out various spiritual objects to enhance his cultivation. Now that he has experienced the Krypton level, Wei Zhong is still some way away from completing the foundation building. He still needs several years of hard training before he can hit the core formation again. After taking the elixir and spirit wine, Wei Zhong began to practice in seclusion, moving towards the perfect level of foundation building. 3 years later, Ling Ziwei came to this valley shrouded in fog. He learned from Xie Linghua that Wei Zhong was out for retreat, and combined with the fact that Wei Zhong entrusted him with refining the aura shield formation, he guessed that Wei Zhong was here to attack the pill formation. After flying into the mountain forest, Ling Ziwei walked to the small courtyard where Tan Tai Lin was located, bowed and saluted. "I have met Senior Tan Tai." The latter glanced at her with narrowed eyes and said, "Energy formed? Not bad, not bad. This is all thanks to the secret method of replacing the tribulation given by the senior," Ling Ziwei said respectfully, and then added, "I wonder if fellow Daoist Wei is here?" Tan Tai Lin pointed towards the back of the yard, still in retreat. "The previous pill formation failed, so I'm probably still recovering from my injuries." After hearing this, Ling Ziwei felt a little worried. He had known for a long time that Wei Zhong's qualifications were mediocre, and it was not easy to practice to build the foundation. In order to form the elixir, he even spent huge amounts of money to forge acquired spiritual bodies to improve his qualifications. Is it possible that after so much effort, we are still defeated by this pill-forming bottleneck? Tan Tai Lin saw his ugly face and comforted him. "Don't worry about that kid, I think he is still somewhat confident after failing to form the elixir. I probably figured out the key to it, and I guess it won't take long before I can successfully form the elixir." Ling Ziwei saw that Senior Yuanying said this, so she would not have any doubts. "Junior wants to stay in the small courtyard of Senior for a while, and please allow Senior to agree." "No problem, but Mr. Wei has occupied the only spiritual land, and I don't have any other spiritual land for you to practice." Wei Zhong was completely unaware of Ling Ziwei's arrival. He still closed his eyes and concentrated on practicing. His skills were running and his cultivation level continued to rise. After experiencing the failure of forming the pill, it only took Wei Zhong more than 3 years to push his cultivation back to the state of perfect foundation building. At the same time, the blood body of Bijie was also refined again. After placing spiritual stones, pills and other items around the place where he sat cross-legged, Wei Zhong looked determined. This elixir formation will definitely be successful. A jade bottle was picked up by Wei Zhong and the cork was opened. Inside was another top-grade dust-reducing pill refined by Wei Zhong. With Wei Zhong's caution, he had already considered the possibility of failure in forming the elixir, so he tried to prepare double or multiple copies of any required items in the elixir. After swallowing the elixir, Wei Zhong closed his eyes and started running his skills. causing a huge whirlpool of spiritual energy to rise in the air again. Ling Ziwei and Tan Tai Lin outside were both alarmed by this strange phenomenon. It's starting again. Tan Tai Lin was not surprised. However, there was a hint of worry in Ling Ziwei's eyes. Although he failed once to form an elixir, Wei Zhong was quite familiar with the first step of the elixir condensation process. A large amount of liquid spiritual power gathered in the dantian. When the first flocculent spiritual power appeared, Wei Zhong immediately took 2 Hao Yuan pills. At the same time, he crushed 10 high-grade spiritual stones beside him and ran the spring and autumn water refining technique at full speed to absorb the spiritual energy and refine it into liquid spiritual power that could be used to form pills for himself. In an instant, Wei Zhong's body was filled with rich spiritual energy inside and outside. With such sufficient preparation, there is no reason for failure. As Wei Zhong expected, with sufficient spiritual power supply, the prototype of the true pill condensed very smoothly. And for insurance, Wei Zhong also took Hao Yuan Dan in succession to ensure that the spiritual energy in his body was sufficient and the spiritual power supply was endless. The prototype of the true pill continued to absorb liquid spiritual power. It took an unknown amount of time before it formed a black true pill the size of an egg. At this moment, the true pill finally became perfect and no longer absorbed any spiritual power. It slowly rotated in Wei Zhong's dantian, and its surface was round and shiny without a trace of flaws. The pill is finally condensed, and the next step is the second level, the heart demon tribulation. Wei Zhong suddenly felt his consciousness sink, and in the blink of an eye he came to another place. Looking at the familiar houses and scenery around him, Wei Zhong murmured, "Is this the Yin family?" At this moment, Wei Zhong was in the spiritual field hut where his predecessor had stayed for decades. "Wei Zhong, you killed my Yin family, you must pay with blood." Shouts and knocks on the door came from outside. The door panel was blown away by the huge force, and in the blink of an eye, several Kairefining monks rushed towards Wei Zhong. The sight turned and came to Black Lake Island again, and Hongshu pinched Wei Zhong's arm. In less than 100 years, the lower-grade spiritual roots can still build a foundation. You must have a secret. In the heart demon calamity, various experiences emerged in Wei Zhong. Most of them were things that made Wei Zhong afraid and worried, such as being discovered by others or betrayed by people around him. Although these memories had no logic at all, they made Wei Zhong confused and dazed. In the valley, Tan Tai Lin captured Wei Zhong. For blood rings imprisoned Wei Zhong's limbs, and even the spiritual power in his body was mostly blocked by it. Tan Tai Lin held a blood knife against Wei Zhong's neck and said, "I didn't expect that I couldn't get the complete inheritance from the blood venerable, but I unexpectedly encountered the complete inheritance of the spring and autumn venerable." Wei Zhong looked at the blood knife on his neck, and his eyes revealed a bit of confusion. It seemed that he didn't know why he was put in such a dangerous place. He was practicing peacefully and abiding by the way of life. No one knew his secrets until now, and even Xie Linghua, who was beside his pillow, was not revealed to Wei Zhong. How did Tan Tai Lin know? And why did I come here? Wei Zhong closed his eyes and thought hard, vaguely aware of the unreasonableness of it, but his memory was in chaos and he couldn't remember the reason at all. Seeing that he didn't feel the fear of life hanging by a thread, Tan Tai Lin stabbed Wei Zhong's chest and abdomen with a knife. Instantly, red blood dripped from his chest, and Wei Zhong's face also showed a trace of pain. "Why do you have to suffer so much? Just give up your skills and I, the old Taoist, might be able to spare your life." Wei Zhong raised his head and gave the other person a cold look. "Yuanying cultivator, maybe when I reach the Jindan stage, I can fight against him with the Tao of Time." "Jindan? Yes, I came here to Jindan." A ray of light suddenly emerged from Wei Zhong's heart, illuminating the chaotic and blurred memory. "This is in my Jindan heart demon tribulation." When he understood, the scene in front of him suddenly began to shatter, and even Tan Tai Lin's face began to melt and gradually became blurred. "Speak, speak." The blood knife pierced his chest and abdomen again, but Wei Zhong did not feel the slightest pain. Slightly closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes, what appeared in front of him was the broken spiritual stone powder on the ground, and the pill bottles overturned by the spiritual energy. Where was Tan Tai Lin's figure? The divine sense probed into the body, and there was a black real pill slowly rotating in the dantian. Finally confirmed that this was a real scene, Wei Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. The heart demon tribulation has passed. When controlling the divine sense, Wei Zhong suddenly found that his divine sense had undergone a huge change, not only in quality, but also in quantity. The divine sense spread out for more than 10 miles, and saw the mountains in the distance, and also saw Tan Tai Lin and Ling Ziwei in the courtyard. When ordinary people form a pill, the range of divine sense is only 5 miles at the beginning. When I first entered the formation of the pill, the range is more than 10 miles, which is twice as much. Is this the effect of warming the divine sense when building the foundation? The future and the two greeted each other, and a group of dark clouds had gathered in the sky, with silver snakes dancing wildly. The most dangerous thunder tribulation of the formation of the pill is here. Wei Zhong held a Haoyuan pill in his mouth to replenish his spiritual power. Then he used the black water spiritual clothes technique to condense a black armor on his body surface, and his life magic weapon was placed on his chest, becoming the core of the spiritual clothes. Under the supply of spiritual power and control of divine consciousness in the Jindan period, the armor formed by the black water spiritual clothes appeared to be thicker than before, and at the same time, the defensive power was greatly increased. According to Wei Zhong's estimation, the current strength of the spiritual clothes can no longer be hurt by a second-level attack, and even ordinary third-level attacks can hardly cause damage to the spiritual clothes. Let's use this defensive technique to test the power of this heavenly thunder tribulation. Wei Zhong looked at the nearby houses and buildings. This is Senior Tan Tai's courtyard, we can't let the heavenly thunder destroy it. So he flew up and took the initiative to meet the heavenly thunder in the air. Ling Ziwei and Tan Tai Lin, who were watching nearby, saw a black armored figure flying up, just as the first heavenly thunder fell. A flash of lightning flashed before Wei Zhong's eyes, and he felt a tingling sensation rising from his body. Then he looked at the black water spirit clothes, and the spiritual light on its surface flowed, quickly eliminating the thunder and making it invisible. That's it? Wei Zhong didn't know whether he was lamenting the shallowness of the power of the thunder or the strong defense of the black water spirit clothes. The second thunder struck again while Wei Zhong was lamenting. Wei Zhong felt a little pain, but this little pain could not change Wei Zhong's color. It was not until the third thunder fell on Wei Zhong's body that Wei Zhong's expression changed a little. After being filtered by the defense of the black water spirit clothes, only a small amount of the power of the thunder fell on Wei Zhong's body. But the third thunder tribulation alone could cause Wei Zhong intense pain. At this moment, only 1/3 of the thunder tribulation has passed, and there are still 6 more violent thunder tribulations behind, so we can't be careless. Wei Zhong took out a treasure umbrella, which was the 7-colored golden bamboo umbrella prepared to deal with the thunder tribulation. This umbrella is of the 3rd grade lower grade, so it can easily handle 3 thunder tribulations. The two people below saw that Wei Zhong was able to handle the thunder tribulations with ease, and they also started talking. This kid is really well prepared for a 3rd grade magic weapon with the effect of warding off thunder, said Tan Tai Lin. Ling Ziwei said, Senior, are you interested in this magic weapon? I happen to have the method of refining it. However, the highest level of this umbrella can be refined is only the 4th grade, which may not be of much help to the senior's transformation tribulation. As she spoke, Ling Ziwei took out a jade slip, and Tan Tai Lin took it, and nodded after browsing it with his spiritual sense. Yes, although this treasure is not very effective in the transformation tribulation, it is also a powerful weapon for fighting. Then he took out a few spirit stones and gave them to Ling Ziwei. The latter wanted to refuse, but when she saw that it was a top-grade spirit stone, she took it. For Jindan cultivators, top-grade spirit stones are also very precious resources. The two continued to look up at the sky, and Wei Zhong had successfully passed the 6 heavenly thunder tribulations. As the 7th thunderbolt fell, the colorful golden bamboo umbrella was destroyed. Tan Tai Lin was about to see what other tricks Wei Zhong could use, but he saw Wei Zhong took out another treasure umbrella, which seemed to be a few points higher than the one that was damaged before. Holding the umbrella to welcome him, Wei Zhong was bleeding from the corner of his mouth under the umbrella. 7 thunderbolts had already caused serious injuries to Wei Zhong's body. He fully supported the protection of the black water spirit clothes, which consumed most of Wei Zhong's spiritual power. Fortunately, there is a secret technique to cover the disaster, so I only need to deal with the 8th thunderbolt. The spirit power of the Jindan rushed to the colorful golden bamboo umbrella, and the spirit fish and green lotus on the fan surface suddenly came to life under the drive of Wei Zhong's spiritual power. Boom! The sky thunder fell, the green lotus held up to resist the thunder and lightning, and the spirit fish also opened its mouth to swallow the scattered sky thunder. The remaining lightning power was injected into the umbrella ribs, and the umbrella handle made of 1,000-year-old golden thunder bamboo flashed with green and yellow lightning, which consumed the silver thunder. In the end, the thunder had enough power to break through the defense of the colorful golden bamboo umbrella and hit the black water spirit clothes outside Wei Zhong's body. Then the spiritual light on the spirit clothes flowed, weakening it by 10%, and the remaining 40% of the power fell on Wei Zhong's body. His body trembled, and Wei Zhong suddenly smelled a burnt smell. This was the thunder that burned Wei Zhong's hair and part of his body. After several thunders accumulated, Wei Zhong's minor injuries finally turned into serious injuries. His body was damaged, his spiritual power was only 1/10 of what it was, and even his consciousness was sluggish. Fortunately, the eighth thunder had been safely passed. Wei Zhong looked up and saw that the black clouds in the sky became thicker, and he knew that the most ferocious thunder was coming. Wei Zhong took out the substitute blood body and felt the vague connection between it and himself. Cutting his fingertips, a little bit of Danjing blood dripped onto his forehead, and the blurred facial features on the blood body surface instantly became clear, and Wei Zhong's appearance could be barely seen, and even the muddled consciousness in the blood body had a moment of awakening. The connection became closer. Wei Zhong left it in the air, and then floated down on a wasteland on the ground with the treasure umbrella. Although there was a blood body to replace the calamity, Wei Zhong still held the umbrella handle tightly in his hand, and the protection of the black water spirit clothes was not removed. At the same time, he held the elixir in his mouth to replenish his mana and recover from his injuries. This was to prevent the replacement of the calamity blood body from failing, and to prepare for the last thunder calamity by himself. Boom, boom. There was a constant thunder in the clouds, and lightning snakes danced in it. Before the ninth thunder came, the might of the sky that spread down made everyone present feel suffocated. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Tan Tai Lin's eyes, and I don't know what kind of past events he was recalling. Ling Ziwei's eyes were filled with fear and worry. Wei Zhong's face was solemn, and he stared at the sky thunder for a long time. The lightning snakes intertwined and merged, and finally formed a thunder dragon several feet wide, which fell from the black cloud, pointing directly at the substitute blood body in the air. The violent power of thunder and lightning instantly enveloped it. The lightning was dazzling, and Wei Zhong's eyes were white, and even his consciousness could not get close to the area covered by the sky thunder. When he saw the scene in front of him, the sky thunder was still there, but the blood body was not seen. Tan Tai Lin, who was watching on the side, changed his face. Not good, this boy's thunder tribulation is too strong, and a blood body is not enough to cover the sky tribulation, and then shouted to Wei Zhong, Wei boy, be careful, the thunder tribulation is not over yet. Wei Zhong also realized that something was wrong in front of him without Tan Tai Lin's reminder. After the thunder dragon destroyed the blood body, it did not dissipate because of the elimination of the person who crosses the tribulation. Instead, it kept wandering in the air, as if looking for a new target. After a few breaths, the white thunder dragon seemed to have found its direction and flew towards Wei Zhong quickly. Wei Zhong tightly grasped the colorful golden bamboo umbrella, and poured the spiritual power in his body into it and the black water spirit clothes. There was a boom. Wei Zhong was struck by the thunder and flew away, falling into the nearby mountains and forests, and the surrounding trees were all charred under the impact. And Wei Zhong, the treasure umbrella in his hand was broken, the magic of the black water spirit clothes was also broken, and a crack appeared on his life magic weapon Yuanchuazu, which rolled to the side. Wei Zhong felt severe pain in his body and could not move. He just stared at the air. When he saw the thunder dragon dissipate, he closed his eyes as if exhausted and fainted. When Wei Zhong woke up from his coma, he opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar ceiling. His consciousness spread out and he found that he was still in a room in Tan Tai Lin Xiaoyuan. Wei Zhong struggled to get up and found a sharp pain in his chest, which seemed to be caused by the friction between clothes and damaged skin. Looking at his hands, he found that his palms were a little burnt and some parts were scabbed. The people outside the house seemed to have noticed Wei Zhong's awakening, and the door was pushed open by someone. It was Ling Ziwei. Fellow Taoist Wei is already awake. He then stepped forward and looked at Wei Zhong's exposed hands, smiling. Fellow Taoist Wei's recovery speed is really fast. It has only been 2 hours, and the skin injuries are half healed. So it turns out I've only been unconscious for 2 hours? Wei Zhong stretched his hand to his forehead, recalling the last thunderstorm, and felt a lingering fear in his heart. Then he asked Ling Ziwei, did Fairy Ling ever encounter a situation like this when she was going through the thunder tribulation? Ling Ziwei shook her head. No, my ninth thunder tribulation was completely borne by the bloody body of the tribulation. Wei Zhong looked puzzled and thought to himself, is there something wrong with the secret method for tribulation given by Tan Tai Lin? As if he heard what Wei Zhong was thinking, Tan Tai Lin's voice came from outside the door, Boy Wei, wake up. When Wei Zhong saw him walking in the door, he asked curiously, Senior, do you know why I encountered this situation when I was going through the tribulation? Tan Tai Lin coughed lightly. Let me explain in advance that this matter has nothing to do with the old Taoist. The secret technique of replacing the tribulation that I gave you to, the old Taoist, has absolutely nothing to do with it. If there is no problem with the Jie blood body you refined, Mr. Wei, then you have to find the reason from yourself. Didn't you realize that the thunder tribulation you encountered was stronger than others? Wei Zhong nodded. I have long discovered that the power of the thunder tribulation I encountered is beyond ordinary people. Although I have only seen others survive one thunder tribulation, I can easily find the difference by comparing the two. The first 8 thunder tribulations were not obvious because they were resisted by various means, but the 9th thunder tribulation directly transformed into a thunder dragon, directly destroyed the blood body of the substitute tribulation, and even directly attacked his own body, which was very terrifying. In the world of cultivation, the intensity of thunder tribulations encountered by everyone will be slightly different, but they are all about the same, and they remain within the range that a pill-forming monk can barely cope with. But Mr. Wei, yours is a bit different, Tantai Lin Yan said. Wei Zhong looked up at Ling Ziwei and asked, how was Fairy Ling going through the tribulation that day? The latter replied, the thunder catastrophe I encountered was almost the same as that of my brother. Compared with fellow Taoist Wei, the power was much lower. Wei Zhong was stunned, then turned to look at Tantai Lin. Senior Tantai, does he know the reason for the change in the intensity of the thunder tribulation? The latter spread his arms. It's nothing more than that those who survive the tribulation have some magical qualities, or are exceptionally talented, or are disliked by heaven and earth. As for what kind of person you are, only you know it. Wei Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly and began to remember. Seeing this, the two of them exited the room, leaving space for Wei Zhong to think. Wei Zhong's eyes moved slightly and he focused on the panel. Name, Wei Zhong, cultivation, early stage of pill formation, first level 1%, Shouyuan, 259/500, the cultivation level has successfully broken through to the core formation, and the upper limit of lifespan has been increased to 500. According to Wei Zhong's practice experience, in the future, breaking through the middle and late stages of pill formation will each increase lifespan by several decades. By then the upper limit of lifespan will reach about 600 years. However, the lifespan increased by the health-preserving skill has expired again. Are master-level bodybuilding skills ineffective for forming pills? Exercise, Spring and Autumn Water Refining Technique Master, 12%, Health-Preserving Technique Master, 96%. I wonder if practicing to the master level will increase my lifespan by a few more decades? Looking at the panel shining with white fluorescence, Wei Zhong began to think about the increase in the power of his thunder tribulation. Wei Zhong still didn't understand the reason, and could only blame it on the skills he had practiced, the Taoism of the years, and the treasure record of time in the sea of consciousness. First of all, the cultivation method can be temporarily ruled out. Wei Zhong is not the only one who practices this kind of cultivation method, as evidenced by the true disciple of the Qingmu sect, Yao Zhengsheng. The other is the Taoism of time, which Wei Zhong is not sure about yet, because there is no record of the increase in the power of thunder tribulation in the inheritance left by Senior Bai He. It is also possible that Bai He himself is a talented person, and there were changes in the thunder calamity, so he regarded it as the norm. The third is the treasure record of time. This object is mysterious and has existed in Wei Zhong's sea of consciousness since Wei Zhong traveled through it. Although the Wei Zhong cannot be driven by it, its ability to suppress the sea of consciousness eliminates the possibility of others taking over the Wei Zhong. This object also traverses Wei Zhong's status and displays it on the panel in a digital form. This is a major skill that Wei Zhong has practiced so far. In addition, the spring and autumn water refining technique practiced by Wei Zhong also comes from this. When he was in the secret realm of Qingchuan, it resonated with the black stone inscribed with the Taoism of the years, and then he took Wei Zhong into the cave. It can be said that Wei Zhong's cultivation path has changed greatly since entering the cave. And all this is due to time treasure record. Wei Zhong had long speculated that it might be some kind of special fairy weapon related to time, and it was also the reason why Wei Zhong was reborn and traveled here. Drive your own consciousness to touch the book, but the latter will not move at all. Wei Zhong was not surprised at all. He had already tried it before when he was a monk who used the Taoism of the years to borrow pills. I thought it was useless because of false cultivation. Now it seems that the cultivation level of pill formation has not reached the starting point of mastering this thing. Could it be that this book caused the change in my thunder tribulation? Wei Zhong didn't know, and no one would give Wei Zhong an answer. Perhaps only by continuously improving his cultivation level could he have a chance to know the cause and effect. After thinking hard to no avail, Wei Zhong took a deep breath and began to look inward. The injuries caused by this thunder tribulation can be said to be the most serious one Wei Zhong has ever experienced since his cultivation. The charred body surface is all skin injuries, which only look scary, but it will not take long to recover. The serious ones are internal injuries. The thunder tribulation almost injured most of Wei Zhong's internal organs. Now he is slowly recovering under the nourishment of spiritual power. I don't know when it will be completely repaired. In addition, what made Wei Zhong even more heartbroken was that his life magic weapon was damaged when resisting the thunder tribulation. Wei Zhong took out the Yuanshui bead, and there was an obvious crack on the dark bead. As the core of the black water spirit clothes, it was also implicated when the spirit clothes technique was broken, and it bore part of the power of the thunder tribulation. This life magic weapon needs to be completely repaired before it can be used again, otherwise it will be in danger of being completely damaged. Wei Zhong suddenly thought of something and took out a large tripod, which contained the spiritual liquid formed by the 1,000 spirit water stones that were not used up when he cast the heavy water spirit body. Repairing this treasure requires pure water spirit objects. Isn't this spiritual liquid just right? Apply the spiritual liquid on the Yuanshui beads, and then Wei Zhong uses his own spiritual power to control the spiritual liquid to penetrate into the cracks and gradually fill it up. Then take back the Yuanshui beads and use his own spiritual power to warm them. I believe it won't take long for the Yuanshui beads to recover as before. Wei Zhong took out the elixir and swallowed it to start repairing his injuries. 3 days later, the situation improved, so Wei Zhong came out of retreat and asked for resignation from Tan Tai Lin. Senior Tan Tai, there are still 2 years before the agreed date. I need to deal with some important matters before I leave this time. Tan Tai Lin nodded. He also knew that Wei Zhong owned a spiritual island and had hundreds of people under him. He casually threw out a jade slip. Wei Zhong took it in his hand, then bowed and said goodbye, and flew into the air with Ling Ziwei. Did you reach an agreement with Senior Tan Tai? Ling Ziwei asked curiously. Wei Zhong nodded. Senior asked me to go back to Mon Yuan Mansion with him after I formed the elixir. Ling Ziwei thought of the conversation when they exchanged the secret method that day, and immediately understood. Dao Yue, please be careful when it comes to the dispute between Yuanying cultivators. Wei Zhong understood that the other party was concerned about him, and replied, Fairy Ling, don't worry, I am not such an ignorant and reckless man. I will not offend Yuanying cultivators with my Jindan cultivation. Senior Tan Tai also knows my weight, and will not let me get involved in the struggle between Yuanying cultivators. At most, I will let me provide clues and help. Dao Yue, it's good that you understand. In addition, I don't know when your Jindan ceremony will be held, so I can prepare gifts with my brother. Wei Zhong smiled and replied, my injury has not recovered, and the ceremony may be postponed for a while. Then I will post with the fairy and your brother. Dao Yue is right, then I will wait for your good news. The two talked for a few words and then parted. Wei Zhong sighed as he watched him leave. Although he has Jindan now, he still has to run around for the matter of qualifications. He really can't stop for a moment. After returning to Yunsha Island, Wei Zhong came to Xia Linghua. When the other party saw Wei Zhong coming back, he was surprised and said, Master. Wei Zhong nodded to him, has Yunsha Island been abnormal recently? Master, don't worry. With Linger's care and Sister Ling's care, Yunsha Island is running normally. But after the master left that day, many cultivators came to the door and said they wanted to enter the island to find a job. Linger was worried that the other party had bad intentions, and the island was full of people, so she rejected them all. Well done, in the future, let's absorb fewer people on the island. No matter how many people there are, Yunsha Island can't afford it. Xia Linghua nodded repeatedly. After finishing the explanation of the matter of Lingdao, Xia Linghua looked up carefully and asked, Master, have you been in seclusion for many years? Of course you have done it. Wei Zhong smiled and showed his own Jindan cultivation. Xia Linghua felt the pressure far beyond the foundation building, and was immediately excited and could not control herself. Putting his arms around Wei Zhong's waist, Wei Zhong happily hugged him. I don't know when the master's Dan-forming ceremony will be held. Linger will prepare for it now. Wei Zhong stroked the other's hair and said, Don't worry, it won't be too late after I consolidate my cultivation. After a moment of tenderness with Xia Linghua, Wei Zhong returned to the cave and sat down cross-legged. Then he took out the jade slip given by Tan Tai Lin and read it carefully. There was not much recorded in the jade slip, and Wei Zhong finished reading it in a short time. Then he sighed. The jade slip did not record the method of recreating the spiritual root he needed, but an overview of it. Perhaps because Wei Zhong had just formed a Dan, Tan Tai Lin was worried that Wei Zhong would regret it, so he did not hand over the complete method, but intercepted a few words to whet Wei Zhong's appetite. The content described that the Blood Spirit Sutra had a matching secret technique that could use the human body's chi and blood to recreate a blood spirit root. In Wei Zhong's opinion, this method is not prepared for ordinary people, but is effective for those mortals who practice martial arts or those who practice physical cultivation in the world. It describes how people can strengthen their own blood and chi to reach the basic standard of condensing blood spirit roots, and then use special spiritual objects to successfully refine blood spirit roots according to the methods recorded in the secret technique. The records in the jade slip are a bit rough, and the most important secret technique is not mentioned at all. Tan Tai Lin is really cautious in guarding against Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong is helpless. After reading the whole article, he knows very little information. He only knows that it uses rich blood and chi as the basis to forge blood spirit roots. Rich blood and chi can create blood spirit roots, so can't rich water spirit create water spirit roots? Wei Zhong took out the Yuanshuazu, which is a high-concentration water spirit force, assisted by special spiritual materials. Refine water, how come this is so similar to the characteristics of the spring and autumn water refining art? The reason why the water spirit power formed by Wei Zhong's practice of this technique has the characteristic of heavy is precisely because of the compression of spiritual power. The Yuanshuazu, the life treasure recorded in it, is even better, and is formed by the extreme compression of water spirit energy. Could it be that this spring and autumn water refining art is still missing a secret method for refining magic treasures into spiritual roots? Wei Zhong couldn't help but doubt it, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was extremely high. Perhaps senior by he also got an incomplete method. After all, this method was also obtained by chance. It seems that the secret method in Tan Tai Lin's hand is indispensable. Even if it is not the method of forging spiritual roots that matches the spring and autumn water refining art, it can also inspire me. Maybe based on this, I can come up with a suitable method for forging spiritual roots. Wei Zhong's eyes flickered. In this case, I can't stay on this spiritual island for long. After taking out the elixir, Wei Zhong began to heal his wounds. He had to repair his injuries as soon as possible and then set off with Tan Tai Lin. Half a year later, Wei Zhong ordered Xia Linghua to release the news that he had formed an elixir. This immediately caused a great uproar in Luoha Prefecture. In the market, all the cultivators were discussing the matter of Wei Zhong's elixir formation, which was even more serious than the disturbance caused by the Ling family brothers and sisters' elixir formation. This was because Wei Zhong was not just a cultivator, but also had two skills, the third-level alchemy and the third-level weapon refining. This meant that in 200 or 300 years, Luoha Prefecture would have a third-level master of both elixir and weapon, and he was Wei Zhong, who was quite famous among the casual cultivators. He did not belong to any sect or family, and could be said to be a casual cultivator who formed an elixir from an orthodox grassroots background. At first, many cultivators were still questioning the authenticity of this news. There are many people who think that Wei Zhong is obsessed with the art of alchemy and he only advanced to the middle stage of foundation building more than 50 years ago. How could he reach the perfect state of foundation building in just a few decades and then successfully break through to form a pill? However, this voice was shattered after Yunsha Island sent invitations to the Dan formation ceremony to various forces. After Wei Zhong recovered from his injuries, there was still some time before the Jin Dan ceremony. Wei Zhong went to the Ling family first. In a forest not far from the Ling family's Fuzhou Island, Wei Zhong and Ling Hua stood facing each other in the air. Ling Ziwei and Xikong Changming were on the ground, watching Wei Zhong and the others from afar. Do you think Brother Ling won, or is this newly promoted Jindan Taoist way better? Xikong Changming said. Ling Ziwei shook her head. Senior Xikong, this is embarrassing for me. Although my brother has advanced to the Jindan stage several decades earlier than fellow Taoist Wei, his improvement during this period is not that great. His cultivation is still in the early stage of Jindan, which is not much different from fellow Taoist Wei. There are only two advantages. One is that he is more familiar with the magic weapon in his hand, which will be more prominent in the battle. The second is that my brother is more familiar with the power of Jindan and the way of fighting. Fellow Taoist Wei has just reached the Jindan stage, and he has practiced hard for many years before, so his experience in fighting is not enough. Oh, so the sister of the Ling family is more optimistic about your brother? Ling Ziwei still shook her head. No, what I just said is my partial view. I don't know how much ability fellow Taoist Wei has, so it's impossible to talk about who will win or lose. We might as well just watch. In midair, Ling Hua said, fellow Taoist Wei really wants to fight with me? Swords and knives have no eyes, and it's difficult for me to control the strength of my attack. Brother Ling, just do it. I just want to see what level I am at in the Jindan stage now, and also get familiar with the way Jindan cultivators fight, so as not to lose my life in the Monuan mansion. While Wei Zhong was speaking, he was already wearing the black water spirit clothes, which condensed into the shape of black armor. The repaired Yuanshui beads fell into his chest, serving as the core of the magic, and at the same time he raised a black sword in his hand. This sword is the third-level magic weapon Xianming sword made by Wei Zhong using the special third-level spiritual material unique to the bottom of the Luo River to refine the Xianming cold iron. Xianming cold iron itself has a strange cold power, and Wei Zhong even engraved several runes on the sword body to strengthen this kind of coldness. With the spiritual power injected, the right hand gently shook the sword body, and the water vapor in the surrounding air immediately condensed into ice. Seeing that Wei Zhong had taken out his weapon, Ling Hua also knew that Wei Zhong had made up his mind. With a raise of his right hand, a khaki halberd appeared in his hand, which was his life magic weapon. At the same time, 3 slender flying swords behind him were unsheathed and hung above his head. "Brother Wei, be careful." As soon as the voice fell, the 3 flying swords drew a residual image and rushed towards Wei Zhong first. Wei Zhong's face did not change, and his right hand did not move the sword at all. His left hand had condensed 3 excised red fireballs. It was a new spell formed by Wei Zhong combining the 2 spells of flying throwing and golden flowing flames. With a slight raise of his left hand, 3 flowing flames flew out in an instant, heading straight for the 3 flying swords in the air. At the same time, black water flowed on the Xianming sword in his right hand, and the black water spirit clothes had already wrapped the sword body inside. Wei Zhong held the sword with both hands and chopped it towards the air in front of him. A sound of metal colliding sounded, and a yellow halberd suddenly appeared in front of him. This was Ling Hua's life magic weapon, but his figure was still half a mile away. This was not a halberd, but a flying sword. If the person fighting with it was careless and used it as a close combat weapon, it was very likely that he would be seriously injured by this blow. Wei Zhong turned his hands and flicked the sword body to eject the halberd. He stepped lightly and moved to the left. 2 small flying swords happened to pass through the air where Wei Zhong was just waiting. It turned out that the 3 golden flames only blocked one of them, and the other 2 took advantage of the stalemate between Wei Zhong holding the sword and the halberd to attack from behind Wei Zhong. After avoiding the flying sword, Wei Zhong suddenly slashed the Xianming sword downwards, and a soil spike was cut in half by Wei Zhong. After dodging the 3rd flying sword, Wei Zhong looked down and found that the ground, which was only 10 feet away, was bulging with hundreds of earth spikes of various sizes, attacking Wei Zhong from all directions. Wei Zhong injected spiritual power and chopped down with the sword again. A black sword energy was stimulated from the Xianming sword and fell into the bulging soil layer, which immediately set off a cold storm, freezing the bulging soil layer completely, and then the storm broke out and turned it into powder. 1 strike broke his earth-based magic, and 3 flying swords attacked again. Wei Zhong didn't care this time, raised his left hand, and a black cloud suddenly appeared above the 2 of them. Thunder roared in the dark cloud, as if a violent storm was brewing. Ling Hua frowned, a golden light flashed under his feet, and his figure was about to get out of the cloud layer. But a black sword came to him, and he was forced back to the original place with 1 slash. Wei Zhong's figure suddenly appeared not far away. Ling Hua turned his head and saw 3 slender flying swords inserted into the black armor, but they seemed to have hit an insurmountable barrier and could not hurt Wei Zhong's body. His spiritual consciousness moved slightly and he was about to call the sword back, but the flying sword trembled, but did not move at all, as if it was stuck in a quagmire and could not get out. Ling Hua finally changed his face, and the halberd in his hand emerged, slapping the attacking Xianming sword away, and his feet glowed with golden light, and he was about to perform the escape method to escape. But how could Wei Zhong let him leave the range of the dark clouds so easily? He stepped lightly with his right foot, and performed the soaring cloud technique, approaching his body, and the golden flame in his hand condensed into a fire ring, slapping it towards him. When the fire ring left Wei Zhong's hand, it was only half a foot in size, and the farther it was from Wei Zhong, the bigger it became. It gradually turned into a golden firewall of 5 feet in size and about 6 feet high, covering all the directions of Ling Hua's escape. At this moment, there are black clouds in the sky, and the sound inside is like thunder. It seems that an incredible spell is brewing. There is no way to heaven. It was surrounded by a wall of fire. Ling Hua looked at the blazing flames and knew that it was extremely difficult to provoke. If he forced his way in, his 3rd-level robe would be destroyed. Then the only way out is below. Ling Hua sank and fell downwards, followed closely by the clouds and the wall of fire. After it fell to the ground, a layer of earth wall rose up to wrap it up, and golden light flowed on the surface, which was a method of earth defense. Just at this moment, the preparation of the spell in the sky was completed, and raindrops fell from the clouds. Every drop of black rainwater penetrated the earth wall like a sharp knife. The spiritual light on it was consumed, and it was riddled with holes. At the same time, a wall of fire turned into golden flames also surrounded it. Under the siege of the two magic techniques of water and fire, the layers of soil were immediately peeled off, revealing the figure of the earth yellow giant inside. It was transformed by Ling Hua's technique. Brother Wei, please stop, I'll admit defeat. After hearing Ling Hua's message, Wei Zhong removed the black clouds in the sky and the flowing flames in his hands. The earth yellow giant below disintegrated, revealing Ling Hua's true body. Wei Zhong returned the 3 flying swords on the black water spirit clothes to the opponent, and also released the black water spirit clothes and fell to the ground. Brother Wei's skills are superb, I am ashamed of myself, Ling Hua sighed, clenching his fists. When the other two saw the fight was over, they also came closer. Xikong Changming's voice came out, I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Wei's skills are so advanced. I am amazed by the laws of water and fire. Ling Ziwei on the side looked at Wei Zhong with strange expressions. She didn't expect that she could suppress her brother who had been forming pills for many years just after he entered the pill formation. Friend Taoist, what you said is serious, it's just a few superficial techniques, Wei Zhong answered humbly with his hands in hand. Ling Hua smiled bitterly, Brother Wei, there is no need to be so humble. I lost this fight, completely. Ling Hua recalled the fight just now. Apart from the beginning, she relied on the magic weapon to suppress Wei Zhong's moves a few times, and then he was manipulated by the opponent. Not only were all the attack methods neutralized by the opponent, but they were also forced to escape by their spells and had no choice but to defend themselves. Brother Wei, how is the spiritual power consumed by this spell? Wei Zhong weighed the amount of spiritual energy in his body that had consumed less than 20%, and said, more than half has been consumed. Ling Hua snorted after hearing this answer, you Taoist can retain so much spiritual power by using magic like this. It seems that the exercises you practice are extraordinary, and the spiritual power is richer than ordinary exercises. More than 60%. Wei Zhong was stunned. Is it that exaggerated? Isn't that equivalent to 3 or 4 times that of ordinary exercises? Wei Zhong recalled his previous experience of fighting with others. Most of them were suppression or instant kills. There were a few times when the fight was evenly matched, so he had a very vague concept of his total spiritual power. Now after hearing what Ling Hua said, Wei Zhong immediately understood the power of this spring and autumn water refining art. The total amount of spiritual power alone is equivalent to 3 or 4 times that of ordinary methods, not counting various spells, as well as the heaven-defying, songs of time technique, and the like. It can only be said that it is a profound inheritance from the upper world. What Taoist fellow Wei is cultivating should be the spring and autumn water refining technique exchanged from the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, right? Xikong Changming asked additionally. Wei Zhong nodded. At this moment, I am already a pill-forming monk, so I have not concealed my spiritual power characteristics. Anyway, the source of the technique is well-founded and there is no need for others to doubt it. Although the technique in the Yunji Chamber of Commerce is only the ultimate pill formation, it does not have the nascent soul and soul transformation parts. But I was not worried about the doubts here. By the time he succeeds in condensing an infant, relying on the years of Taoism, he will be a half-spirited cultivator, and can be said to be the top group in this world. What do you have to be afraid of then? I wonder how Brother Ling consumes it. The latter smiled bitterly, the real body of the thick earth below has consumed a lot, and now the remaining spiritual power is only 20%. Wei Zhong looked surprised. He didn't expect that this mediocre technique would consume such a terrifying amount of energy. Fellow Taoist Wei's level of physical skills is unparalleled in ancient and modern times. Especially the fire method, even Taoist fellow Ling, who was wearing a 3rd-level robe, didn't dare to get involved in it at all. Is the flame used by fellow Taoist a kind of heaven and earth spiritual fire? Xikong Changming asked curiously. Wei Zhong shook his head, no, it is a fire attribute magic. It is used for my daily alchemy and weapon refining. Now I am just preliminary to using this fire to fight the enemy. Fellow Taoist is really a strange person. Xikong Changming suddenly didn't know how to sigh, so he could only say, fellow Taoist's ability is truly outstanding in the early stage of pill formation, and he will not be easily defeated even in the middle stage of pill formation. Even if you encounter midterm monks who are not strong enough, you can defeat them. Is it higher than the early stage of pill formation and slightly lower than the middle stage? Wei Zhong recalled the methods he had just used, and it seemed that they were not half as effective as his full strength. Just say that flying throwing technique, if used with the unknown black ball, can break Ling Hua's turtle shell in one blow. In terms of attack ability, it is definitely beyond the early stage of pill formation. There are also frightening thorns, pill-forming spiritual pets, etc. Even if the magic of time has not come out, Wei Zhong is not a weak player in the middle stage of pill forming. Knowing his own level, Wei Zhong turned to look at Xikong Changming eagerly. "Fellow Taoist Xikong, why don't you and I fight again?" The latter was shocked, and the Ling brothers and sisters never expected that Wei Zhong, who devoted himself to cultivation, would have such a combative side. It's better not to use it. Fellow Taoist Wei's spiritual power has been exhausted to this point, and I can't win with force. Besides, isn't the next step for fellow Taoist Wei's elixir-forming ceremony? It's better not to get injured for this. Xikong Changming sounded like he was determined to win. Fellow Taoist Wei, what Senior Xikong said makes sense. Why don't we just let it go today? Seeing that Ling Ziwei was also persuading, Wei Zhong nodded. Then that's it for today. Turning to look at Ling Hua, Wei Zhong cupped his hands. "Thank you, Brother Ling, for fighting with me today." The latter smiled and said, "No, Brother Wei gave me a good experience." Wei Zhong looked around the three of them. "The elixir-forming ceremony is about to be held. I would like to ask you all to come to my spiritual island and have a glass of fine wine." "Definitely." *3 Wei Zhong then said goodbye to the three of them and flew away. Watching Wei Zhong leave, Ling Ziwei showed a trace of confusion in her eyes. "I previously thought that Wei Zhong was just an ascetic who was obsessed with spiritual practice, with ordinary qualifications but extraordinary skills. But now it seems that not only did the other party encounter a thunderstorm different from others, but his fighting skills are also extremely powerful. These are beyond Ling Ziwei's previous knowledge of him. It seems that after so many years of contact with him, I have never really seen him clearly. Ziwei? It turned out that Ling Hua was calling his name softly, and Ling Ziwei came back to her senses and followed the two of them back to the clan. Ling Hua sighed slightly as he looked at his sister who was occasionally absent-minded beside him. When Wei Zhong returned to Yunxia Island, the Ling Island had already been decorated with lights. Xia Linghua is handling the arrangements for the ceremony as the general manager of Lingdao. Here, a little higher, there are also spiritual stones to be replenished regularly. Don't let the lights here go out. Wei Zhong looked at the people on Lingdao who were busy with the elixir-forming ceremony, and then looked at himself. Now, as the protagonist, I have the most leisure time. Xia Linghua suddenly saw Wei Zhong and immediately came forward to greet him. "The master is back." Wei Zhong took his hand and asked, "How are you preparing for the ceremony?" Xia Linghua replied, "The preparations are generally completed, only some details need to be repaired. In addition, it may take a few days for Linger to order a batch of third-level spiritual food from the Yunji Chamber of Commerce in the name of her master. However, Sister Yun Luo promised that they would be ready before the ceremony." Wei Zhong nodded. As a guest, he didn't have to worry about Yunji Chamber of Commerce making mistakes here. Even if Yun Luo makes any mistakes, Su Xian, who is Wei Zhong's friend, will personally make up for it. Half a month later, Yunxia Island opened its doors, and auspicious clouds bloomed on the island, welcoming guests. The elixir formation ceremony belonging to Wei Zhong officially began. There may be one update during the Chinese New Year period, and occasionally additional updates from time to time. On Yunxia Island, Hu Jinchuan followed Hu Zongfu to greet guests at the welcome platform outside the island. "Uncle Fu, will Brother Jinqing really come to this grand ceremony?" Hu Jinchuan heard that since he joined Jingguang Pavilion, he relied on his own qualifications to become a disciple of a senior foundation builder, and he also became an inner disciple of Jingguang Pavilion. Rumor has it that as long as he reaches the foundation level within 60 years, he can directly enter the true tradition and be accepted as a disciple by Senior Jiedan. Everything he experienced made Hu Jinchuan envious. "I have thought several times whether I would be different now if I entered the Jingguang Pavilion with my clan brothers. But after thinking about his low-grade spiritual root qualifications, he immediately gave up such illusions. My qualifications are poor and I am not as good as my clan brother. I will not be as lucky as my clan brother. I'm afraid that having to struggle outside for decades is not as practical as raising spiritual plants here." Now, after more than 50 years of cultivation, Hu Jinchuan has reached the 6th level of qi refining. After practicing for another 1 or 2 years, you can reach the later stage of qi refining. Hu Jinchuan, who is currently on the reception desk, was wearing a cyan first-grade top-grade robe, which was given to him by Wei Zhong. As for Hu Zongfu, who is in charge of the third major branch, he is wearing a half-red Taoist robe, with the aura shining on it, showing the second level. These robes were all made by Wei Zhong during his previous hand training, and now some of them are rewarded to his subordinates through the pill-forming ceremony. According to Mr. Xia, the ceremony must be appropriately dressed and the name of Yunxia Island must not be lost. When Hu Jinchuan heard this, he even took out his other magical weapons. The white jade ring on his finger was a first-class defensive magical weapon. He also had a cyan flying sword of the same class on his waist. These are the treasures Hu Jinchuan earned from working on Yunxia Island for many years. Seeing the other party's bejeweled appearance, Hu Zongfu nodded and said, Jin Cheng once said that his master received the elixir's favor from the master in his early years. Now that the master has formed the elixir, he wants to come to celebrate. Later, I heard that someone from my Hu family was working on Lingdao, and decided to bring Jin Cheng with me. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flew over, and a half-like figure of Koan Dao and a young man appeared in it. It was Hu Jinqing and his master. Hu Zongfu raised his hands and saluted, I have met Senior Wu. Seeing Hu Zongfu's face, the latter also recalled that this was the clansman of his disciple Hu Jinqing. Then he saw that he was only in the late stage of qi refining, but he was wearing a second-level robe. In my heart, I couldn't help but sigh at the magnanimity of Master Wei, the owner of Yunxia Island. Even his subordinates were rich. At the same time, I secretly regretted that the worship ceremony I had prepared was not on the stage. It turns out to be Hu Xiaoyu, and then he took out a gift box from the storage bag, which contained a 500-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. This is my congratulations to Senior Wei for forming an elixir. Hu Zongfu took it with his own hands. Thank you, Senior, for the gift. Then he turned and looked at Hu Jinchuan behind him. Jinchuan, take Senior Wu and your brothers to the island. Hu Jinchuan heard the respectful voice, yes, Uncle Fu. Then he turned sideways towards the two people in front of him and led out the way, you two, follow me. Wu Mindan followed him and entered the island with him. On the way, he met many Yunxia Island servants wearing the same blue robes. Then he asked out of curiosity, did this Taoist robe, little friend, come from the hands of Master Wei? Hu Jinchuan smiled and nodded, exactly, this Taoist robe is a special reward from the island owner after he has completed the alchemy. Most people on this island will receive a first-level robe. Especially the core people like Fubo were given second-level robes. Wu Mindan was surprised. He thought that the person in charge of Yunxia Island was rich and used his own spiritual stone to buy it. He never thought that it was the island owner who was generous and rewarded it for nothing. Recalling Wei Zhong's name as a third-level weapon refiner, everything in front of him seemed a little more reasonable. But Hu Jinqing behind him didn't think so. I have been practicing hard in Jinwan Pavilion for many years. I had to go through life and death for a few spiritual stones. I worked hard to complete those sect tasks before purchasing several first-level magic weapons. But the other party only received such treatment by raising spiritual plants on the spiritual island. Hu Jinqing really felt unbalanced. He also realized that the opponent's sixth level of qi refining was only 2 levels lower than his own, which made him even more depressed. Hu Jinchuan led the two of them to the pavilion prepared for the guests, then said goodbye and left. There are not many people on the island, and they still need to continue to perform the task of welcoming guests. There are other people here who are responsible for entertaining these guests. Wu Mindan looked around and immediately discovered that many people had arrived before him, including several famous casual cultivators and colleagues from other forces. The protagonist of this ceremony, Wei Zhong, is busy welcoming fellow Jie Dan. In a large hall, several Danjie experts arrived, including Song Linfang, the master of the Jigang Palace, and several elders named Luo from Jingwon Pavilion. They were all important figures in the nearby Danjie forces. Wei Zhong was holding a glass of wine and chatting happily with everyone when he suddenly received a command sword. He raised his hands and said to everyone, a few more colleagues are coming. I'll go and greet them first, and then I'll discuss things with you. Everyone nodded. Wei Zhong put down his wine glass and flew out of the pavilion. Arriving outside the Spirit Island, it was the Ling brothers and sisters and Sikong Changming. Wei Zhong glanced at Ling Hua and was suddenly surprised. I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for more than 10 days, Brother Ling has already become a monk in the middle stage of pill formation. The latter replied with a smile, thanks to Brother Wei, after fighting with Taoist friends, I stayed in seclusion for a few days, and my cultivation level was gradually improved and I broke through to the middle stage. Wei Zhong had a smile on his face, but he didn't take any credit for this in his heart. The other party has been forming pills for more than 50 years, and there have been at least 100 battles during that time. How could he achieve such results just because of a single battle with Wei Zhong? Because of his cultivation, he has already reached a bottleneck, and his breakthrough will only come in the near future. I said this just to say some words of congratulations to Wei Zhong on this special day. Sikong Changming took out a gift box, which contained 1,000-year-old ginseng. I, Sikong Changming, would like to offer you 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng to congratulate Taoist friend Wei. When it comes to forming pills, it is naturally impossible to get some 100-year-old elixir to make up for it. Wei Zhong accepted it with joy. Fellow Taoist Sikong spent money. 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng is already the main ingredient for third-level elixirs. As a third-level alchemist, Wei Zhong is naturally very satisfied with this gift. The two brothers and sisters of the Ling family followed closely behind and handed over a golden storage bag. Wei Zhong took it, looked inside, and found that it was an 8,000-year-old golden thunder bamboo. Golden thunder flashed on the bamboo leaves, and most of the green color of the bamboo body had faded. It would not take long for it to advance to the 10,000-year level. The other party actually brought the most precious golden thunder bamboo from the secret realm as a gift to celebrate Wei Zhong's formation of the pill. Two fellow Taoists, this gift is too heavy. The 8,000-year-old golden thunder bamboo is a spiritual material that even nascent soul monks are interested in. Ling Ziwei just smiled and said, my brother and sister are able to obtain this thing, and it is also thanks to fellow Taoist Wei. Where does the importance of etiquette come from? Fellow Taoist, just accept it with confidence. Since the other party said so, Wei Zhong could only accept it, and then invited the three of them to come in together. For rays of light flew over the heads of the cultivators and fell into the pavilions on the mountain peak. The foundation building guests below all sighed with emotion, as expected of Senior Jiadan. He can become a 1,000-year-old spiritual object once he makes a move. One person caught a glimpse of the black-robed Taoist on the side and joked, Brother Zhushan, as a second-level alchemist, what kind of gift can you give to your senior? Zhushan knew that the other party was mocking him, but he did not look angry. He maintained a charming and indifferent attitude and replied calmly, it's just an 1,800-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. I'm not very good at elixirs, so I don't dare to show my embarrassment in front of Senior Wei by offering the elixir. Zhushan has lost his morale since the last time he failed to form a pill. Knowing that it would be difficult for him to reach the realm of elixir formation in this life, he simply gave up his obsession and devoted himself to the elixir path. As my alchemy skills improved, my mentality also changed greatly. He seemed particularly calm in the face of everything. Even if other monks teased him, he didn't bother to pay attention. Now that he is getting old, he is already thinking about whether to accept one or two disciples to pass on his alchemy skills. It happened that a Taoist priest in yellow robe came over at this moment, and he cupped his hands towards Zhushan. Friend Zhushan, long time no see. Zhushan raised his head from his thoughts and returned the greeting. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Qingze. Fellow Taoist is also here to attend the ceremony of Senior Wei. Qingze looked at Zhushan in front of him. He was no longer arrogant and domineering in the past. He was a little surprised. He had heard that Zhushan had changed his temper before, but now he saw that it was true. Qingze heard the inquiry and shook his head. No, this time I am helping Senior Wei take care of the guests. Zhushan seemed surprised, and the monk next to him who had just teased Zhushan was even more awestruck. He stood up and held the wine glass. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Qingze would be able to get close to Senior Wei. We need to get closer in the future. Qingze clinked glasses with a smile and returned the favor. No, it's just a request from the master. After Qingze said this, he toasted to Zhushan. I wish fellow Taoist would consider coming to the Ling family as a guest. Senior Wei is very optimistic about fellow Taoist's alchemy and has recommended him to my young master many times. After hearing this, Zhushan looked surprised. He never thought that Wei Zhong, who had some issues with him, could say a few kind words for him in front of the Ling family. Stunned for a moment, Qingze thought he was unwilling, so he answered, the younger generation of the Ling family is obsessed with many alchemy skills, but lacks the guidance of famous teachers. Fellow Taoists can pass on their own alchemy skills when they come to the Ling family. Zhushan looked a little moved and said, can I talk to Senior Ling Hua later? You can do anything. Qingze talked with him for a while, then turned around and left to entertain the other foundation building guests. Others had strange expressions when they saw the Ling family trying to win over Zhushan, especially the monk who just made fun of Zhushan, who was even more embarrassed. Everything Qingze said just now is true. Wei Zhong weighed himself and will leave Luoha Mansion with Tantai Lin soon. I don't know how long it will take before I can come back again. During this period of time, the Ling family's elixir business will undoubtedly be affected by the lack of a third-level alchemist like Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong saw that Zhu Xun's character had changed and his alchemy skills had improved a lot during this period of time, so he recommended him to the Ling family brothers and sisters. Although it was only the second level, Wei Zhong, as a senior alchemist in the third level, also noticed that the opponent was not far away from the third level. All that is missing is a little time. There is no reason to miss out on such potential stocks. In the pavilion on the mountain peak, several Jiadan people were sitting in a circle, and among them only an old man who was building the foundation was sitting cross-legged. It is Xuxuan, the shopkeeper of Yunjilu. As the top leader of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce in Luoha Mansion, no one would look down upon the other party, let alone the other party who possesses several third-level skills. Fellow Taoist Wei is planning to find another spiritual land this time. The third-level spiritual land in Luoha Mansion is so valuable. Why not come to Jingguang Pavilion and become a guest elder? Another attempt to win over a force, but this time, before Wei Zhong could refuse, Song Linfeng, the palace master of Jigang Palace, said with a smile, "Old Luo, you have a good idea. You want to trap fellow Taoist Wei with just the status of a guest elder." Then she turned to look at Wei Zhong and added, "Fellow Taoist, why don't you come to my Jigang Palace and serve as the supreme of this palace? Fellow Taoist, aren't you quite interested in my forging gang method? I will personally present this method to you for your reference." In order to win over Wei Zhong, all the sects and schools tried their best. Wei Zhong was unmoved and just smiled and declined one by one. Then he said, "All the fellow Jindans have almost arrived. How about we have a banquet now?" Everyone knew that he had no intention of joining a force, so they nodded. Just when Wei Zhong was about to get up, he saw a black flame coming out of the field, and the figure of Tan Tai Lin appeared. The Jindan cultivators present were also shocked when they sensed the power around him. "Yuanying cultivator." They bowed one by one and said, "Greetings, senior." Wei Zhong was also surprised to see Tan Tai Lin in person. "Although I personally sent him an invitation, I never thought that such a Yuanying master would come to my small Jindan banquet. Why, Wei kid, don't you welcome me to your grand ceremony?" Wei Zhong was stunned for only a moment, and bowed after hearing what the other party said. "Senior Tan Tai, please don't blame me. It's just that I am a little flattered by your presence at the banquet, and I can't control myself for a while." Tan Tai Lin was too lazy to listen to Wei Zhong's nonsense, and waved his arms impatiently. All right, aren't we going to start the banquet? I'm waiting for this bite." The Jindan cultivators around heard the two people talking, and immediately knew that Wei Zhong and this Yuanying senior were quite familiar with each other. I was shocked. I didn't expect that Wei Zhong, who was famous for his status as a casual cultivator, actually had a nascent soul background. "Don't blame me, senior. Please come this way." Wei Zhong led everyone to the cliff of Yunsha Island. A maid had already laid out a table of spiritual food. Wei Zhong flicked his sleeves, and a spiritual power surged out. He immediately constructed a castle in the air composed of colorful auspicious clouds in the air. Everyone stepped into it and touched the clouds under them. They instantly realized that it was composed of pure spiritual power. For a moment, everyone looked at Wei Zhong, and they were all shocked. Just after the Dan, there is such a strong spiritual power. This fellow Wei is really not an ordinary person. Everyone had different expressions. They knew that Wei Zhong was not only skilled, but also had amazing strength. Wei Zhong did this on purpose. After the ceremony, he would leave his men behind and leave Luoha Mansion with Tan Tai Lin. At this moment, he could take advantage of the opportunity of the Jindan ceremony to show off his strength, so that no one would take advantage of Wei Zhong's absence to have any bad intentions. During the banquet, Wei Zhong performed various spells that shocked everyone. Most of the alchemy practitioners here did not expect that Wei Zhong, who had just formed the alchemy less than a year ago, would have such strong spiritual power in his body. Ling Hua even bluntly stated at the banquet that he had lost at the hands of Wei Zhong, which caused an uproar. Wei Zhong, who is famous for his alchemy and weapon refining, actually has such terrifying fighting skills. Everyone looked at Wei Zhong, unable to hide their shock. Brother Ling was joking. It was just a fight that day. Brother Ling was pity for his own robe and magic weapon, so he didn't use all his strength. If it were a real fight, I would probably have been defeated by Brother Ling long ago. The two exchanged business boasts, which made everyone present and unknowing Jiadan stunned. Wei Zhong turned his head and looked aside. He didn't know what Tan Tai Lin was talking to Su Xian. The two seemed to have known each other for a long time. A banquet where the guests and hosts enjoy themselves. After the curtain ended, Wei Zhong saw off all the alchemy monks and returned to the cliffside pavilion. Tan Tai Lin was drinking in the pavilion. When the other party saw Wei Zhong coming, he threw a jade slip. Wei Zhong thought it was the secret method of casting spiritual roots promised by the other party. He reached out to take it, and when he glanced at it with his consciousness, he found that it was information about Mon Yuan Mansion. After Wei Zhong browsed them all, he showed a hint of emotion. It turns out that the battle between good and evil has ended long ago. Wei Zhong left Mon Yuan Mansion originally to avoid the evil cultivator disaster, but 2 years later after Wei Zhong left, the number of demon cultivators who came to Mon Yuan Mansion suddenly increased, and there were countless demon cultivators who came to the Mon Yuan Mansion from refining qi to forming pills. The number of monks in the Qingmu sect was exceeded at one time, causing the Qingmu sect to be in a hurry. In order to contend with the demonic cultivators, he had to coerce the surrounding foundation building and even chirofining immortal cultivating families to fight the demons together. Many weak cultivating families disappeared forever during the collision between good and evil. Some cultivating families were afraid of the power of the demonic cultivators and led their families to join the forces of the demonic cultivators. The Qingmu sect has been entangled with the demon cultivator for more than 30 years. But the strange thing is that no nascent soul cultivator has ever suffered a fate during this period. The highest level is just a competition between Dan-forming levels. And after 30 years of struggle between the two, suddenly most of the demon cultivators began to withdraw from Mon Yuan Mansion, leaving only a small number of people to stay and infiltrate into the practice world of Mon Yuan Mansion. At this point, the battle between good and evil in Mon Yuan Mansion is completely over. Over the years, the Qingmu sect has suffered heavy losses among its disciples in order to fight against the demonic cultivators. In terms of the level of cruelty, it was even worse than the previous attack on the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. More than a dozen of the foundation building elders and deacons in the sect died. Even Duan Delong, the master of the alchemy palace in the sect, was seriously injured by the magic cultivator and passed away 10 years ago. The true disciples of the Qingmu sect also suffered losses. The second true biography, Lu Yibin, was damaged by the vicious spell of the demon cultivator and lost the opportunity to form an elixir. Now he can only linger in the sect and waste the rest of his life. The fifth true biography, Luo Jigang, was ambushed during an operation and died directly. In the blink of an eye, a few decades later, there were 2.5 of the 8 true monks under the Qingmu sect, including Luo Mingyan who had joined the demon sect. When someone loses power, someone gains power. The young sect leader Yao Zhengsheng successfully broke through to the middle stage of alchemy formation during the struggle between good and evil, and took over the position of leader. The former sect leader Nie Yuansen retreated behind the scenes, leaving full power over the sect's affairs to Yao Zhengsheng. In addition, the master of the Dharma Hall, Yu Shanglan, also broke through to the middle stage of pill formation. Another hall master, Zhao Bai, was trapped in the early stage of Dan formation. Instead, his disciple Yi Lu, the sixth true successor with a strange thunder spirit root, came from behind and advanced to the early stage of Dan formation physical cultivation. I never thought the changes would be so drastic. Wei Zhong felt deeply that the Qingmu sect, as the leader of Mon Yuan Prefecture, could be said to have initially completed the replacement of the new generation with the old one. After browsing all the information, Wei Zhong noticed that the end of the jade slip contained the eye-catching logo of the Chamber of Commerce. Senior Tan Tai, could this information come from the Yunji Chamber of Commerce? The other party nodded. The Yunji Chamber of Commerce's business is spread all over the world, and the intelligence of each government is naturally the most abundant. Wei Zhong continued to ask, as a guest, I naturally know this. What makes me curious is that only people within the Chamber of Commerce, such as guests, have the opportunity to obtain this information, right? Tan Tai Lin threw out a jade token nonchalantly. Isn't it just a guest token? I also have it in my hand. Seeing that Wei Zhong looked strange, he continued to explain, the Yunji Chamber of Commerce's business is so big, in addition to needing people like you with special skills, it also needs powerful casual cultivators like me. I had already obtained this sign when I was forming the elixir. Wei Zhong recalled a figure like Sikong Changming, who was also unskilled and only had fighting skills. He was still responsible for the escort of spiritual objects between various chambers of commerce. Tan Tai Lin's statements seemed to be correct. What do you think after reading this information? Tan Tai Lin asked Wei Zhongdao. Wei Zhong shook his head, the information is too sketchy. It only describes the struggle between the Qingmu sect and the demon cultivators, but many details are incomplete. It does not mention blood cultivators like True Lord Bloodsea. If the senior really wants to find the half of the remaining martial arts scrolls, he still needs to search for information about the blood cultivation rebellion that year, especially information about Hanju City, where the Monyuan Mansion is located, or the Yunjiang Mansion next door. Tan Tai Lin nodded. It's not that I don't want to find it. It's just that the information about that incident was not mentioned even in the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Wei Zhong found it a bit strange that Miao Lishan, a Yuanying monk who was a member of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce, could be said to have witnessed this incident, and Shan Qin, who was inseparable from him, must have been involved in this incident. How could Yunji Chamber of Commerce know nothing about this matter, unless someone deliberately blocked the news? Could it be that the monks who transformed themselves into gods were involved, so this information was not sold to the outside world? The more Wei Zhong thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Senior, where do you think the Blood Sea True Lord will flee after being exposed? Tan Tai Lin stroked his wineglass. If I were him, I would most likely escape to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, or simply go to the demonic cultivation realm opposite. Wei Zhong wondered, isn't it possible to go deep into the hinterland of Yunzhou? Tan Tai Lin shook his head. You don't know enough about the Blood Spirit Sutra. It would be fine if you keep using your own energy and blood to practice. But if you are contaminated with the blood of others, it will be difficult to turn back. Since it can cause chaos in the blood cultivation, it will naturally not stop there and find a safe place to practice to restore its strength. Instead, it will go to a place with more high-level monks or monsters. Wei Zhong nodded. Since he had brought out all the skills he had practiced to make a case, Wei Zhong naturally couldn't refute. Then first go to the Qingmu sect to check the situation, and then go to the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. If you still haven't found any traces of it, then go to Fengzhou where the demon cultivator is. Tan Tai Lin finalized the itinerary in a few words, leaving no chance for Wei Zhong to refuse, and continued. Now that the elixir formation ceremony has been held, when do you plan to leave with me? Wei Zhong pondered for a moment and then replied, half a month later. Okay, then I'll come back to look for you in half a month. After saying this, Tan Tai turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated in place. Wei Zhong sighed and sat in the pavilion. A big golden fish jumped out from the stream. It was Dajin. There was a light blue spiritual fruit in his mouth, which he seemed to have picked from the water. He opened his mouth, put down the spirit fruit, and then moved back to the cloud stream. You have to take all these spiritual pets with you when you go out this time. Judging from Tan Tai Lin's attitude this time, he will not give up until he finds the Blood Sea True Lord. I don't know where the latter has escaped. I'm afraid it will take a long time for the two of us to find him. The two beasts, Daijin and Jotsai, have great potential and cannot be left alone on this spiritual island. They must go out with me to find opportunities. Especially if you go to the 10,000 Beasts Mountains during this trip, you might encounter an opportunity for the two to advance. As for Jin Mei, Wei Zhong originally considered whether to leave her on the island to protect Xiaolinghua's safety, but then he thought that Jin Mei's appearance had been known to Wan Yanfu. If the news of Jin Mei's appearance is exposed, it may cause even greater trouble. Therefore, Wei Zhong still planned to take it with him. Wei Zhong was sitting alone in the pavilion. Xiaolinghua, who had finished handling the aftermath of the ceremony, came here. Wei Zhong took the other person's hands, hugged him into his arms, and asked, "How did things go?" The latter replied softly, "Most of the visiting guests have left, and only a small number of people are left. Most of them are from the surrounding foundation building families. They seem to want to talk to the master about something." Wei Zhong shook his head. What these families thought about Wei Zhong was very clear. They just wanted to hug Wei Zhong's lap so that the family would live more comfortably in the future. "Don't bother, just see the guests off directly." "Okay, sir, Linger will take care of it now." Wei Zhong grabbed his hand and said, "I can just let Hu Zongfu do this little thing." Seeing Wei Zhong vigorously holding her in his arms, Xiaolinghua's face showed a hint of shame. 3 days later, Wei Zhong left Yunxia Island. During these 3 days, Wei Zhong got along well with him and informed him that he was about to travel far and would not be able to take him with him. Although the other party looked disappointed, he still understood Wei Zhong's choice. "Now, we need to find a way to defend ourselves." Wei Zhong stepped into the green boat and pointed directly at Yuelan City. In the second floor of Yunji building, Wei Zhong saw Su Xian sitting opposite him and asked, "Fellow Taoist Su Xian, have you prepared what I need?" "I have already prepared it for fellow Taoist, and I am just waiting for fellow Taoist to come and get it." The other party waved his sleeves, and a square wooden box appeared on the table. Wei Zhong opened it. Inside was a milky white third-level demon pill and a jade slip. What is recorded in the jade slip is the method of fake elixir. This is the self-defense technique Wei Zhong prepared for Xiaolinghua. A monk at the peak of foundation building can incorporate the third-level demon elixir into a fake elixir in his body and become a fake elixir monk with the power of elixir formation. Although this kind of fake alchemy monk has crude spiritual power and is not worth mentioning in front of the real alchemy monks, it is a dimension-reducing blow to the foundation building monks. Many dilapidated Danjia families, after losing their only Danjia cultivator, often use this method to extend the family's life so as not to fall into the foundation building level. This demon elixir is taken from a third-order white jade snake. Its internal spiritual power is very gentle. Even a monk in the middle stage of foundation building can use this method to refine it into his body and become a fake elixir monk. Wei Zhong nodded, picked up the jade slip and browsed the information in it. He found that there were no obvious errors or omissions, so he handed over his guest token. Su Xian made a smooth stroke, and a full 2,000 contribution points were immediately missing from the token. The price of these two items is actually almost the same as the price of most of the nascent soul techniques. A trace of physical pain appeared on Wei Zhong's face. Perhaps the price of a general third-level demon pill would not be so outrageous, but this demon pill, including the fake pill method, is extremely special. Xia Linghua has average aptitude, and it is not easy for her to cultivate to the foundation building stage. It is unknown how long it will take for her to reach the peak of the foundation building stage and then refine the demon pill. It is better to let her refine this pill after breaking through to the middle stage of the foundation building stage to gain the power of self-protection. The other party has followed Wei Zhong for 100 years, and Wei Zhong is willing to pay for this. Then Wei Zhong took out another storage bag, holding a piece of paper, and said to Su Xian, "Please trouble Taoist Su Xian to prepare these items for me." Su Xian took the paper, which was full of various spiritual objects that Wei Zhong needed, and then his spiritual sense probed into the storage bag, and was immediately dazzled by the spiritual stones in it. "Taoist Wei, wait a moment, I will personally pick up the goods for you." The number of spiritual stones involved was so large that Su Xian did not even dare to let his men take over. Wei Zhong drank tea and waited for a long time before Su Xian came late with a large number of spiritual materials. After the two sides settled the payment, Wei Zhong bowed and left, and then went to Fuzhou Island. When Wei Zhong arrived, someone was already waiting outside. "Hello, Senior Wei." The person was Zhu, who bowed to Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong lifted him up with his spiritual power. "Fellow Taoist Zhu, you are welcome." Then he walked into the Ling family's land with him. Zhu accepted the Ling family's recruitment at this moment, but he was only a second-level alchemist. For the Ling family, it was not enough to replace Wei Zhong, so the third-level master Wei Zhong needed to take action. He took Wei Zhong into the alchemy room specially prepared by the Ling family. The two of them retreated for 3 days, and Wei Zhong taught him what he had learned. 3 days later, Wei Zhong left, leaving him alone beside the alchemy furnace thinking hard. Seeing Wei Zhong coming out of retreat, Linghua asked uncertainly, "Dao Yue, is it done now?" Wei Zhong smiled and replied, "It will probably take some time." Zhu was not far from the third level. After my guidance, he has stepped on the threshold of the third level. As for whether he can be stable in the future, it depends on the Ling family. The alchemist was never thought out, but required a large number of spiritual objects to practice, and Linghua also understood this truth. "Sorry to bother you, Dao Yue." Wei Zhong shook his head and asked, "Where is Fairy Ling?" "My sister went to get the golden thunder bamboo for you." This was a deal that Wei Zhong made with the Ling family, teaching Zhu to break through the realm of the third-level alchemist in exchange for a few golden thunder bamboos. As soon as the voice fell, Ling Ziwei had turned around and handed a storage bag to Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong took it and checked it with his spiritual sense, then said with a smile, "Thank you, Fairy Ling." Linghua saw the sparkle in their eyes, so he took the initiative to leave. "There are still some family affairs to deal with, Brother Wei, I will take my leave first." "When will you return, fellow Taoist Wei?" Wei Zhong replied, "A few years at the shortest, or several decades at the longest." "What about Sister Linger?" "I have prepared a backup plan for her, but her cultivation is too low to be used at present. Fairy Ling will still need her help to take care of her in the next few years." Ling Ziwei nodded. Wei Zhong's lips moved slightly and he finally said, "In addition, Fairy Ling, can you wait for me for a few decades?" Yes." Before Wei Zhong finished speaking, Ling Ziwei smiled and nodded heavily. Wei Zhong took the other's arm and turned into a light with him and disappeared over the Ling family. Ling Hua, who was below, sighed as he watched his sister leave, and shook his head helplessly. In the next few days, Wei Zhong traveled around Luoha Prefecture with Xia Linghua and Ling Ziwei, and spent a few beautiful and fulfilling days. When they were about to leave, Wei Zhong stood beside the two girls and gave them gentle instructions. After speaking, he turned into a green rainbow and left Yunxia Island. The two watched Wei Zhong leave, and a trace of reluctance appeared in their eyes. A few miles away, a black boat was suspended in the air. Wei Zhong's escape light flew to the deck, and then stepped into the boat. Inside was Tan Tai Lin, who had been waiting for Wei Zhong for several days. "Are you enjoying your free and easy life?" Tan Tai Lin said lightly. Wei Zhong bowed and saluted. "Thank you for waiting for me for a few days." The other party waved his hand to signal Wei Zhong to sit down. "I also had love when I was young, but looking back, these are not as important as the path of cultivation. If you can achieve Yuanying in the future, there is still a lot of time." Wei Zhong replied, "Yuanying realm, how dare I, a little cultivator who has just entered the Jindan realm, dream about it? Even if I really achieve Yuanying, as the senior said, I am afraid that by then, everyone around me will be gone, and I will become a lonely person, leaving only regrets." Tan Tai Lin was silent for a moment after hearing this, and drove the flying boat away into the distance. "Take a look." Wei Zhong took the jade slip handed to him and found that it was the method of forging spiritual roots that he needed. At this moment, the two set off, and Tan Tai Lin was finally willing to hand over the method to Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong was delighted, so he sat cross-legged and began to study the secrets of the method. After a while, he shifted his attention from the jade slip, and a flash of enlightenment flashed in Wei Zhong's eyes. The blood spiritual root cultivation recorded in this jade slip was originally intended to allow cultivators or mortals to condense a large amount of blood and qi, and then use the secret medicine in the secret method to return to the innate state, and then absorb it in form of false spiritual root. Then through later cultivation, the grade is continuously improved. The composition of the secret medicine recorded in it is very simple, and most of the raw materials are ordinary things, and only one or two are spiritual herbs. After all, it is a method prepared for mortals and even low-end chi-refining cultivators, so Wei Zhong was not surprised. And according to its records, the success rate of returning to the innate state using such low-end secret medicines is no more than half. If you want to increase the probability, you need to increase the age of the various medicinal materials, and it is best to replace them all with spiritual medicines. Wei Zhong did not intend to go to the trouble of looking for these spiritual medicines, but planned to use the dust reduction pill. As a third-level spiritual pill used by cultivators to form pills, the effect of returning to the innate is naturally much better than this unknown secret medicine. However, it records the method of cultivating blood spiritual roots. If you want to apply it to your own water spiritual roots, Wei Zhong needs to study it carefully for a while. Wei Zhong thought for a moment and then moved his attention away from the jade slip. He bowed to Tan Tai Lin and said, "Thank you for the teachings." The latter nodded. "How far have you come in alchemy? Are you sure you can make fourth-level pills?" Wei Zhong shook his head. "Because the 10,000-year-old elixir is rare, I have no experience in making fourth-level pills. However, third-level pills occasionally have high-quality ones." "Yes, wait until we enter the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and collect some pills for you to practice." Wei Zhong was stunned. He didn't expect there would be such a benefit. "Thank you, senior. There is another room next door. You can practice there." With the speed of this fourth-level flying boat, it will take some time to reach Mon Yuan Mansion. After Tan Tai Lin finished speaking, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, as if he was practicing the skills. Wei Zhong didn't dare to disturb him and got up and left. After circling the boat, he found that the black sail boat flying in the air was only 7 feet long and 3 feet wide. Traveling through the sea of clouds, a layer of spiritual light outside the boat blocked the oncoming strong wind. This boat is much smaller than the flying boat that Yunji Chamber of Commerce used to escort goods, but its speed is very fast, several times faster than Wei Zhong's full-strength flight. It is worthy of being a Yuanying magic weapon. Wei Zhong found another room. Just as Tan Tai Lin said, there are only 2 rooms on the boat, one large and one small. The large one is 4 feet long, and the small one is only more than 10 feet. Wei Zhong did not disdain it at all, and sat cross-legged on the ground. The spiritual pattern on the back of his hand emerged, and wisps of spiritual energy emerged from it. This is the base point where the cave heaven connects with Wei Zhong. After entering the Jindan stage, Wei Zhong's mastery of the cave heaven has been further strengthened. There is no need to enter the cave heaven to guide the spiritual energy to the surface or body, and then absorb it for cultivation. In the next few days, Wei Zhong practiced the Dan-forming chapter of the spring and autumn water refining art. When he was bored, he took out the secret method of spiritual root casting to comprehend. In less than 4 days, the flying boat had arrived at Mon Yuan Prefecture and approached the territory of Qingmu sect. Walking onto the deck, Wei Zhong looked at Tan Tai Lin in front of him and asked, "How do you plan to get information from Qingmu sect?" Tan Tai Lin did not turn around. "Of course, go in and ask directly." For some reason, Wei Zhong thought of the incident decades ago when the demon Yuanying brought Luo Mingyan directly into the mountain gate of Qingmu sect. Senior, the formation of Qingmu sect is not easy to deal with. Wei Zhong also told him about the incident of the Yuanying breaking into the formation. Demon cultivator? Could it be that Song Mingzi? I don't know, I just know that the other party seems to have taken a true disciple from Qingmu sect and accepted him as his own disciple, Wei Zhong replied. Tan Tai Lin nodded, that must be Song Mingzi. I heard that he has a genius disciple who swept away the demon cultivators of the same generation. He probably took it from this Qingmu sect. Then Senior still wants to break into the formation? It is possible that Qingmu sect has a few more trump cards in recent years, Wei Zhong asked carefully. Tan Tai Lin laughed and said, that Song Ming kid can break into this formation, so I, the old Taoist, naturally can't fall under him. Wei Zhong looked at the laughing Tan Tai Lin and silently felt sad for Qingmu sect. In less than 100 years, 2 Yuanying cultivators attacked the mountain gate. How unlucky it was for the Jindan sect. Especially, these 2 Yuanying cultivators are likely to have the ability to break through the sect's protective formation in a short time. Wei Zhong looked down and found that the flying boat had already reached the sky above the mountain gate of Qingmu sect. Boy, you control the boat, and I'll go. After leaving these words, Tan Tai Lin jumped off the side of the boat. Wei Zhong rushed to the side of the boat and saw that as Tan Tai Lin fell, a spiritual light suddenly lit up above Qingmu sect. A green light shield enveloped the mountain gate, and at the same time, 9 green dragon heads appeared. Who dares to break into the mountain gate of Qingmu sect? There was an angry shout from the main hall of the sect, and a white-robed figure flew out. It was the newly promoted leader of Qingmu sect, Yao Zhengsheng. He stared at the sky, and a black flame ran around outside the protective formation. He kept attacking and stopped the formation of 9 dragon heads. Yao Zhengsheng suddenly felt a little scared when he saw the other party's terrifying escape speed. Could it be Yuanying? At this time, other Jindan gathered around. Master! Then he looked up at the sky with Yao Zhengsheng, and gradually understood the situation in front of him. As an elder of the sect, Zhao Bai saw this scene and said, another Yuanying attacking the sect. What kind of master did our Qingmu sect offend to suffer such disasters repeatedly? As soon as he said this, it seemed to evoke bad memories for everyone. Only one skinny man looked puzzled. He was Yi Lu, a genius with thunder spirits and a disciple of Zhao Bai. Master, give the order. I will do my best to stop this enemy for the sect, Zhao Bai said with a bow. Yao Zhengsheng looked at the other party, Palace Master Zhao, there is no need to do this. Now that Master and Grandmaster are not in the sect, we cultivators do not have much power to fight back against such a Yuanying master. Even relying on this 9 dragon sword formation will not help. Uncle Master should know this, right? Then what should we do? Yao Zhengsheng looked up at the sky and said lightly, remove the sect protection formation. It is only a matter of time for it to break the formation. It is better to put down your attitude and ask the senior to talk in detail. Let's see what the other party needs and offer it. If it is for the purpose of slaughtering my Qingmu sect members, then we will fight back. Everyone listened to what he said, and their faces showed unwillingness. They only hated that they were weak and could not drive away the enemy for the sect. A few miles away, a golden eggshell was placed on the ground, and 2 cultivators stood on it. If Wei Zhong was here, he would definitely recognize the 2. The man was Wei Zhong's old acquaintance, Taoist Hu Yang, who had been in the Jindan stage for more than 60 years, and his current cultivation was still in the early stage of Jindan, and he had not yet entered the middle stage. As for the other person, it was Ruan Liuzhen, the owner of the local Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Has the Qingmu sect encountered the Yuanying breaking through the formation again? Hu Yang had also heard about the incident many years ago when the Qingmu sect was broken through by the Yuanying, and sighed, it is probably that their disciples have offended a person who should not be offended. In the past few years, the Qingmu sect has used cruel means to clean up the demon cultivators within its sphere of influence. Anyone suspected of colluding with the demon cultivators was killed by the Qingmu sect, and the killings caused by this were even more than the great catastrophe of the righteous and the evil. Taoist Hu Yang naturally felt deeply about this. Suddenly, the Qingmu sect's protective formation in front of him flashed with spiritual light and suddenly disappeared. Is the formation broken? Hu Yang said. Ruan Liuzhen beside him shook her head. No, this is because the Qingmu sect knew it was defeated and took the initiative to withdraw the formation. Hu Yang was stunned when he heard this. What are you doing? What are you doing? Tan Tai Lin was getting excited about breaking the formation, and suddenly a spiritual light flashed in front of him, and the formation dissipated. Looking down, he found that the other party took the initiative to withdraw the formation. Please come in and talk, senior. If you have any requests, our Qingmu sect will do its best to meet them. Hearing the shouting from below, Tan Tai Lin fled down with an angry face. He grabbed the collar of the leader with his left hand, and 2 big pokes with his right hand. I told you to withdraw the formation, I told you to withdraw the formation. Yao Zhangsheng was caught off guard and was caught in his hand. He was shocked and saw his right hand slapping his face. He immediately mobilized the spiritual power in his body and constructed a black spiritual shield on his face. But this shield couldn't even block Tan Tai Lin's slap, and was directly shattered. His palm fell on Yao Zhangsheng's face, and he was dizzy with one slap. Another palm directly slapped him away, and his life or death was unknown. The difference between the middle stage of Yuanying and the middle stage of Jindan is a big realm, and the gap can be seen. Seeing the miserable state of the sect master, Yi Lu's eyes were full of anger, and he was about to take action to avenge the sect master. Zhao Bai hurriedly pulled him back, not wanting him to die. Yu Shanglan beside him barely maintained her composure and bowed, "Please don't hurt my disciples. If you have any needs, just let me know. If our Qingmu sect is able to meet them." Tan Tai Lin glanced at him, and saw the terrified Qingmu sect members nearby, and suddenly felt a little bored. At this moment, Wei Zhong drove the flying boat down. "Senior Tan Tai, why don't you stop here? We may need the help of Qingmu sect later." Everyone looked up and saw a monk wearing a green robe and a black iron mask standing on the black-sailed boat. Tan Tai Lin nodded after hearing what Wei Zhong said. He persuaded the mysterious Yuanying to stop with just one word, and Yu Shanglan breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Bai stood up and pointed to the hall in front. "Senior, please follow me." Tan Tai Lin put away the flying boat, and Wei Zhong fell behind him. Yu Shanglan approached Wei Zhong. "Thank you for your persuasion just now." Wei Zhong laughed. "Don't get the wrong position, I came with you." Turning his head, he happened to see Yi Lu helping Yao Zhangsheng up. When the other saw Wei Zhong's gaze turned, a hint of hatred suddenly appeared on his face. Pointing at the other party, "Look, this is how hatred should be." Yu Shanglan looked over and frowned, then sent a voice message to him and said something. The latter lowered his head, but his face was still full of unwillingness. Yao Zhangsheng seemed to have woken up at this moment. After all, he was a cultivator in the middle stage of Jindan, with a strong physique, and Tan Tai Lin did not kill him, so the other party was only unconscious for a few breaths. Seeing Zhao Bai leading the way for the Yuanying, he also knew that the crisis was temporarily resolved, and then looked at Wei Zhong with doubts. Yi Lu explained, "This person came with the Yuanying." Yu Shanglan was worried that Yi Lu's words were mixed with personal emotions, so she explained the situation to him. Yao Zhangsheng walked up and bowed. "Hello, fellow Taoist, I don't know your name," Yao Zhangsheng asked, looking at the black iron mask on Wei Zhong's face. Wei Zhong replied indifferently, "Master Yao, just call me Tiezhen." "Master?" They know so much about our Qingmu sect, it turns out that these two came prepared. Yao Zhangsheng was startled. Wei Zhong glanced at Tan Tai Lin and the other two who had already walked away, and said softly, "The senior is about to enter the hall, we should not let the senior wait anxiously." Yu Shanglan hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way. "Dao Yu, please." In the Qingmu sect's meeting hall, everyone gathered together. Tan Tai Lin sat in the sect leader's seat, calmly drinking spiritual tea. The owner of this position, Yao Zhangsheng, stood aside without saying a word with the other 3 members of the Qingmu sect. Wei Zhong stood beside Tan Tai Lin. Seeing that he didn't mean to ask questions, he immediately understood that the other party had left the communication to him. Wei Zhong took the initiative to ask, "How much do fellow Taoists know about True Lord Bloodsea?" There was a bit of surprise in the eyes of several people, never expecting that the two of them came here for this matter. Yao Zhangsheng took the initiative to answer, "In fact, we in the Aoki sect don't know much about True Lord Bloodsea. Decades ago, when the junior sister had not yet advanced to the Dan formation, she had coveted its inheritance, but fell into the opponent's trap. The junior sister almost lost her body to him, but fortunately, the junior discovered it in time and eliminated the opponent's soul. Only then did he survive. That time can be regarded as the closest contact this junior had with True Lord Bloodsea. Then I heard that there was a big chaos in the Yunjiang mansion next door, and it was suspected that the bloody body of the Bloodsea True Lord had taken action. At the same time, Hanju City, another alchemy formation force in this mansion, was not spared. According to rumors, True Lord Blood Sea took away Qingzhu, a disciple of Kuzu Taoist who was the city lord at that time. Qingzhu killed his master, seized Taoist Kuzu's magic weapon, the demon-suppressing tower, and then disappeared. As for since then, no news has been heard about him. Actually, Senior, if you want to know the news about True Lord Bloodsea, it is better to ask the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. This Chamber of Commerce not only sells various spiritual objects, but also engages in information trading. Perhaps he knows more than I, the Qingmu sect. Tan Tai Lin gave him a strange look. Wei Zhong took over and said, Sect Master Yao doesn't have to think about diverting trouble to the east. The seniors from the Yunji Chamber of Commerce will take care of it. Before that, Sect Master Yao and everyone else, you might as well think about whether you have missed anything. I would like to remind you that the other party may have escaped into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Have you noticed anything strange? Several people recalled it for a while, and Zhao Bai replied, speaking of which, a strange thing did happen when I was guarding the front line more than 30 years ago. This statement immediately attracted everyone's attention. He continued, that's what I saw when I was chasing a third-order wind wolf. Wind wolves are gregarious monsters. If a wind wolf is chased by our monks, it will definitely flee to its companions. But the strangest thing was that during that chase, no helper showed up. It wasn't until I chased him into the opponent's lair that I discovered that the monsters inside were all dead regardless of their rank. Moreover, the death state was extremely strange, as if all flesh and blood had been sucked away by an inexplicable creature, leaving only smooth white bones. The third-level wind wolf saw the scene in front of him, and immediately ignored the poor man and let out a shrill roar. It seems that there was a pack of wolves living here before, but they were all slaughtered in a short period of time. I didn't think much about it at that time. I took Feng Lang's life and returned to the station. Looking back now, it is indeed a bit suspicious. After hearing this, Tan Tai Lin still drank tea calmly, with a look on his face that it had nothing to do with him. Wei Zhong said, it's just the lack of flesh and blood. Are there still few monster beasts in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? There are also many monster beasts capable of eating a group of monsters. It doesn't mean anything. As soon as Wei Zhong said these words, everyone in the Qingmu sect present understood that these two people could not be deceived by just a few words. Is there any other information? If you really can't recall it, you might as well provide us with all the files related to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range from your sect. File? Several people's expressions changed. The Aoki sect does have such records, but it involves many secrets about the Aoki sect. Even how much wealth the Aoki sect obtained from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is clearly written. This seeing everyone's hesitation, Tan Tai Lin suddenly lost his composure, put down the tea bowl in his hand and said sternly, is there something else you are hiding from me? Some files are secretive. As soon as he said this, the oppressive feeling belonging to the nascent soul cultivator instantly enveloped the entire meeting hall, making everyone in the Qingmu sect feel a sinking feeling. Senior, please don't be angry. This junior will get the files right now, Yao Zhengsheng said quickly. Tan Tai Lin snorted and put away his pressure. Yao Zhengsheng winked at Yu Shanglan beside him, who bowed his hands and bowed before exiting the hall, seemingly going to get the files. After a while, the other party returned carrying a bundle of jade slips. Tan Tai Lin had no idea of checking these files. After Wei Zhong took them, he started reading them one by one. Although there are many files, with Wei Zhong's spiritual consciousness at the stage of pill formation, it took less than a stick of incense to read them all. This Qingmu sect has really made a lot of money since developing the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Wei Zhong raised his head and looked at Yao Zhengsheng, Yu Shanglan, and Yi Lu who were promoted. This wealth cannot be digested by these three pill formations. Even if his disciples use part of it, the rest will be enough to produce 4 or 5 pill formations. Wei Zhong couldn't help but think of the former master of the Qingmu sect and the mysterious supreme being. The cultivation of these two people should both be in the late stage of forming the core, but I don't know if they have any hope of condensing the nascent soul. Seeing Wei Zhong raise his head and look at his group, Yao Zhengsheng also knew that the other party was surprised by the wealth recorded in it. But as the leader of a sect, he still managed to maintain his expression. Wei Zhong took out several slips from the pile of jade slips and handed them to Tan Tai Lin. There were 3 things that Wei Zhong was concerned about. The first was the incident of a demon beast tribe being exterminated as Zhao Bai said, but there were not only one incident recorded in it, but also several other incidents discovered by the deceased Dan Palace Master Duan Delong and the former sect Master Nye Yuansen. Wei Zhong suspected that this was the tonic behavior of the Blood Sea True Lord in order to restore his own strength. The second was that there was a thunder tribulation in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, but it was not a thunder tribulation of demon beasts, but a thunder tribulation that was somewhat similar to the one formed by the human cultivators. Could it be that the Blood Sea True Lord used the identity card of the Taoist Qingju to form a pill? The third thing came from a recent file, which recorded that the demon beasts in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range had been going crazy recently, and their aggression had increased a lot more than before, and they attacked the camp of the Qingmu sect repeatedly. Some demon beasts seemed to have lost their minds and frantically seized the flesh and blood of the cultivators. Therefore, the two most powerful Jindan warriors of Qingmu sect, the former sect master Nye Yuansen and the Grand Elder Lian Qingjue, rushed to the front line to take charge of the garrison. After seeing the contents, Tan Tai Lin's expression changed a little. Seeing this situation, several people from Qingmu sect felt uneasy, wondering if these two people really made a discovery, or if they were coveting the wealth obtained by Qingmu sect in the file. Boy, this is definitely a trace left by the Sea of Blood. Only the blood path method of Blood Spirit Sutra would require so much blood tonic. Such means are far inferior to even the magic cultivators in Fengzhou. Tan Tai Lin transmitted to Wei Zhong. What do you think of the monster going crazy, Senior Tan Tai? Is it possible that the Blood Sea Master is behind this? I am not sure about this. There are too many ways to make monsters go crazy, including those driven by high-level monsters, and some special drugs can also do it. In this case, why don't we investigate it first? After the discussion, Wei Zhong looked at the people from Qingmu sect and said, Senior and I are going to investigate the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Is there anyone willing to be our guide? Hearing that the two wanted to leave, they were naturally happy in their hearts. But Yao Zhengsheng took into account the two elders who were still on the front line and the defense he was deploying, and decided to delay for some time to give the front line some buffer time. The four of them looked at each other, and Yao Zhengsheng took the initiative to speak. You two might as well wait for a day. Recently, a Jindan cultivator from my Qingmu sect will return from the Wanzhou mountains. You might as well learn about the situation from him before setting off. Wei Zhong looked at Yao Zhengsheng, and naturally knew that this was the other party's delay. But Tan Tai Lin actually nodded, okay, I'll do it as you say. Although Wei Zhong had some doubts in his heart, he still didn't ask. Seeing that Tan Tai Lin agreed, Yao Zhengsheng was a little happy, and immediately said that he would arrange a place for the two to rest. Wei Zhong and Tan Tai Lin followed him to a mountain peak. There was a house on the top of the mountain, and he took the two to a separate courtyard with a large area of flowers. Then he bowed and said goodbye and left. Wei Zhong then looked at Tan Tai Lin in confusion. Why did you accept the other party's delay? Tan Tai Lin said calmly, of course I know that the other party is delaying, but even if they delay, the Qingmu sect will still serve me as a vanguard. Besides, don't you know that there have been some changes in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range recently? This time, the monsters are going crazy, but it has not reached the most violent time. If it is really the Blood Sea that is behind it, wouldn't I be alarming the snake by going to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range now? Wei Zhong nodded after hearing this. Senior, what you said makes sense. Tan Tai Lin glanced at the mask on Wei Zhong's face and asked, what do you mean by dressing like this and giving a fake name? Do you have a grudge with the Qingmu sect and are worried that your identity will be discovered? Wei Zhong shook his head. No, it's just a small friction with them that is unpleasant. Tan Tai Lin didn't continue to ask after hearing this. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. Wei Zhong explored with his spiritual sense and found that it was a group of maids wearing various light gauze. He walked to the courtyard and opened the gate. After asking, he learned that these people were arranged by Yao Zhengsheng to serve Wei Zhong and the others. Looking at the women in revealing clothes in front of him, Wei Zhong drove them away. Wei Zhong was not a promiscuous person. As for Tan Tai Lin, he had lived in a remote valley for a long time and would not have such a hobby. After dispersing the maids who had just come, Wei Zhong found a room in the other courtyard to practice. Feeling the spiritual energy around him, it has reached the standard of the third-level spiritual land. It seems that this place is located on the main vein of the Qingmu sect's spiritual vein. However, it is still inferior to the spiritual land in Wei Zhong's cave. While practicing, he took out the secret method of spiritual root forging to comprehend. Dong dong. There was another knock on the door. Wei Zhong put away the jade slip in his hand, explored with his spiritual sense, and found that it was Yu Shanglan outside the door. After opening the door, Wei Zhong asked in confusion, what can I do for you, Palace Master Yu? The other party took out the pill bottle and said, my Qingmu sect has prepared a small gift for you, fellow Taoist. May I go in and talk? Wei Zhong looked back and said sideways, please come in. The two sat down in the room, and Yu Shanglan then presented the pill bottle. Wei Zhong opened the pill bottle and saw several golden pills, which were Hao Yuan pills. This elixir is suitable for giving as a gift to alchemy monks, but it seems very inappropriate for an alchemist like Wei Zhong. There are 10 elixirs in the elixir bottle, all of which are low grade. There are even 2 pills that are obviously gray in color and barely reach the threshold of low grade elixirs. They are only one step away from being useless elixirs. Wei Zhong is now refining Hao Yuan Dan, which is of middle grade right away, and can even occasionally refine a few of high quality. Naturally, he looks down on these low-grade pills of average quality. Pushing the elixir bottle back, Wei Zhong said, "It seems that your sect's third-level alchemy master, Master Duan, passed away a few years ago. Could these pills be made by your sect's newly promoted third-level alchemy master?" Yu Shanglan was a little surprised. Exactly, this elixir was refined by Qi Yun, the newly promoted third-level alchemist of our sect, but what's wrong with it? Qi Yun? Wei Zhong remembered the alchemist who once refined the foundation building pill for him, but he did not expect that his alchemy skills had now reached the third level. Wei Zhong picked out 2 defective elixirs in the elixir bottle. Although these 2 elixirs have reached the low-grade level, their quality is poor and they can be considered low-grade among low-grade pills. The depth of the erysipelas in these elixirs exceeds that of ordinary spiritual elixirs, so it may be unwise for us, the elixir-forming monks, to practice in this way. Yu Shanglan took the elixir and took a closer look. Sure enough, she found that there was a flaw in the elixir, and she quickly said, "Forgive me, Taoist Taijin. It was my negligence. I will ask someone to bring you some pills." Wei Zhong shook his head. "Your sect seems to be in very short supply of these third-level elixirs?" Yu Shanglan was confused. Wei Zhong had already taken out a jade bottle. "Fellow Taoist, you might as well take a look at the elixir in the bottle before talking." Yu Shanglan opened the cork and immediately saw 10 round pills with golden surfaces. She asked in disbelief, "Mid-grade Hao Yuan pill?" Looking at the golden elixir, Yu Shanglan couldn't help but swallow. For Yu Shanglan, who is in the middle stage of pill formation, the low-grade Hao Yuan Dan has played a much smaller role in promoting her cultivation. Nowadays, only the middle-grade or even high-grade pills have some effect. Qi Yun, the newly promoted third-level alchemist in the sect, has limited alchemy skills. It is very difficult to refine low-grade Hao Yuan Dan, let alone mid-grade. Even in the gathering chamber of commerce, the quantity of such elixirs is still limited, which is far from enough for the cultivation of a few people in the sect. Seeing so many middle-grade Hao Yuan pills at this moment, Yu Shanglan couldn't move her eyes away. Ahem! Wei Zhong coughed twice before he came back to his senses. "I wonder what Taoist Taijin means." Wei Zhong replied calmly, "Pindao is very interested in the elixirs obtained by the Qingmu sect in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. I wonder if your sect can make a deal with me." Then he pointed to the elixir bottle in his hand. "Let's use this elixir as a bargaining chip." "Is fellow Taoist Taijin a third-level alchemy master?" Yu Shanglan asked in surprise. Wei Zhong nodded. "I am not a talented person, but I am an alchemy master. I personally refined the elixir in my fellow Taoist's hands. I wonder how many middle-grade Hao Yuan Dan you still have." Wei Zhong said with a smile, "Then it depends on how many elixirs your sect has. This matter is of great importance. I would like to ask fellow Taoist Taijin to give me some time from the Qingmu sect so that we can discuss it. Of course, Hall Master, you can take this bottle of elixir to the alchemist of Guizhong to see if what Pindao said is true." Yu Shanglan said farewell respectfully. Wei Zhong watched the other party leave with his bottle of mid-grade Hao Yuan Dan without any worry. Now that Tan Tai Lin is still here, he would not dare to steal this elixir unless his life is at stake. And even without Tan Tai Lin's deterrent, the other party would not do such an unwise thing just because of his status as a third-level alchemist. With a long-term future and a bottle of elixir, Wei Zhong believes that the Qingmu sect can still distinguish the important from the important. Outside, Zhao Bai and Yao Zhangshang were staying in a secret room, facing an ancient bronze mirror. New. Good service, but there was a burst of darkness on the mirror's surface, and the picture suddenly disappeared. Yao Zhangsheng looked at the ancient mirror, his face gloomy as if water was about to drip. The two left the secret room in silence and came to the outside world, whereupon they finally burst out full of anger. The Shadow Moon sect accepted so much filial piety from my Qingmu sect, but at the critical moment, they let it go. This strange nascent soul is dominating our sect, and the other party is not willing to send a nascent soul to have a look. Zhao Bai looked at the hysterical Yao Zhangsheng and sighed. As the little brother of the Shadow Moon sect, the Aoki sect would present a batch of spiritual stones and spiritual objects to it every few years in order to seek help from the other party at critical moments. For example, the last development of the 10,000 Beasts Mountains attracted Taoist Ruowa's intervention, which successfully allowed the Qingmu sect to establish a foothold in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. However, for some reason this time, the Shadow Moon sect had no intention of taking action. The other party's argument was that this Yuanying had no murderous intention, but just entrusted the Qingmu sect to do some things, and there was no need for the Yuanying of the sect to take action. Just let Qingmu sect take care of him. Good service? Yao Zhengsheng only felt the burning pain on the left side of his face, but the memory of those 2 slaps was still fresh in his mind. As a proud man trained by the sect, he had never suffered such injustice. Yao Zhengsheng wished he could kill the person who humiliated him with 1,000 knives, but because he was in the nascent soul realm, he could only swallow his anger. Zhao Bai also understood the other party's dilemma and said, "Zhengsheng, don't be impulsive." Yao Zhengsheng took a deep breath. "Uncle Zhao, I understand. Now we can only wait for the master to come back before making any decisions. There is no hope for the Shadow Moon sect, and we have to rely on ourselves to resolve this difficulty." Seeing that Yao Zhengsheng had calmed down, Zhao Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. While the two were talking, Yu Shanglan happened to turn around. "Uncle Yu, did that person accept the gift we gave him?" Yu Shanglan shook her head. "Could it be that the other party dislikes me for being too shabby?" "That's right. It's normal to look down upon the various spiritual materials recorded in the files. No, you two might as well take a look at this elixir before talking." After saying this, Yu Shanglan handed out the elixir bottle. The two opened the cork and immediately saw the 10 golden Hao Yuan elixirs inside. Mid-grade Hao Yuan pill? Yao Zhengsheng was the most excited. Now that he has entered the middle stage of pill formation, he suffers from not having enough matching spiritual pills for cultivation, so he can only use low-grade Hao Yuan Dan to slowly advance his cultivation. If I continue to practice like this, I don't know how many years and months it will take to advance to the late stage of pill formation. Junior sister Yu, where did you get this elixir? Zhao Bai asked the key point in one sentence. Yu Shanglan replied, "This elixir was made by fellow Taoist Taizhen, who was a third-level alchemist, and his level was extremely high, much higher than that of Qi Yun. Even when senior brother Duan was alive, compared with him, he was probably only between the two. I didn't expect that this person turned out to be an alchemist, so it would be a bit difficult for me to bribe him with this magical elixir." There was an inexplicable depressed expression on Zhao Bai's face. "What does Taizhen mean by taking out the elixir?" Yao Zhengsheng asked. Yu Shanglan straightened her expression. "The other party wants to use the elixir to complete a deal with my Qingmu sect, exchanging the elixir for the elixir." "I knew it." Zhao Bai made a fist with his right hand and punched the palm of his left hand. "The other party will definitely not give up these elixirs easily after seeing the dossier. But I didn't expect that the other party didn't grab it openly, but chose to use the magic pill in exchange." Just when everyone was sighing, Yi Lu came over. Yao Zhengsheng took a middle-grade Hao Yuan Dan and handed it to the other party. "Junior brother, let Master Qi Yun hold the palm of his hand to see if there is anything fishy about this pill?" Although Yi Lu was a little confused, he still reached out to take it and rushed towards the alchemy palace. Yao Zhengsheng looked at the other person's leaving figure with a hint of gloom in his eyes. "Zhengsheng, what are you going to do?" Yu Shanglan asked. Yao Zhengsheng put his hands behind his back. "Let alchemist Qi test it first. If there is no problem with the elixir, then go ahead and fight for it to see if you can entrust the other party to help my Qingmu sect refine the elixir. In this way, the sect will suffer less losses than directly exchanging elixirs for elixirs." "I'm afraid it's difficult. Since the other party proposed the transaction method, they are definitely not targeting ordinary elixirs. Maybe the target is those 10,000-year-old elixirs." As soon as these words came out, the three of them fell into silence. Yao Zhengsheng even regretted handing over the complete file to the other party. Now this was really attracting the wolf into the house. On the way to the alchemy hall, Yi Lu met his former junior brother, the seventh true successor Xing Yuqi. "Uncle Master Yi, why do you want to come to the alchemy palace?" Yi Lu fell from the sky. "Senior brother had asked me to come to alchemist Qi Yun to identify a pill." "Qi Yun, looking for Qi Yun again." Xing Yuqi's face was a little gloomy. In the dark night, Yi Lu didn't notice the other person's emotional changes. Since the death of Duan Delong, Dan Palace has suddenly fallen into a leaderless situation. Without a third-level alchemy master, the Qingmu sect suddenly fell into a shortage of high-level cultivation elixirs, and could only consume the sect's inventory while purchasing them from the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. At that time, Duan Dalan's disciple Shin-Yuchi was just an ordinary second-level alchemist and could not support the big sign of the Alchemy Palace. However, a few years later, Qi Yun suddenly emerged and successfully refined a third-level low-grade Haoyuan Dan, becoming the new third-level alchemy master of the Qingmu sect and the only third-level alchemy master of the Qingmu sect. For a time, it attracted a large number of alchemists in the Alchemy Palace to join in, all hoping to gain experience in breaking through to the third level of alchemy masters. Some people even recommended him to become the master of the Alchemy Palace. Shin-Yuchi was worried that his master's inheritance would be taken away by the other party, so he begged the master's brother. In the end, Qi Yun's foundation building cultivation was not enough to form an elixir, so he rejected the other party's proposal to become the palace master. Because of this, the position of the lord of the Qingmu sect Dan Hall has been vacant for 10 years. Shin-Yuchi's idea was that with Qi Yun's qualifications, it was very difficult to advance to the foundation building level, and he might not be able to reach the threshold of forming a core in his lifetime. In the Alchemy Palace, I am the only one who has the hope of forming in alchemy. When the time comes to advance to the level of Dan formation and third-level alchemy master, the position of the Lord of the Alchemy Palace will be mine sooner or later. Alchemist Qi Yun is refining a furnace of elixirs in the alchemy room. Uncle E is coming with me. After saying this, Shin-Yuchi walked away. The two came to a ground channel and met Qi Yun himself. The other party still looked as young as Wei Zhong had seen him before. When he saw Yi Lu and Shin-Yuchi coming together, he showed some doubts. I wonder what brings Elder Yi here. After Yi Lu was promoted to Dan, because there was no suitable palace master position available in the sect, he was given the position of elder. There is a pill here, I hope Master Qi can help me take a look. Yi Lu took out the elixir he got from Yao Zhengsheng. Qi Yun reached out to take it, gently scraped some powder from the elixir with his nails, and sniffed it lightly at the tip of his nose. He said, Hao Yuan Dan is still of middle grade. Qi Yun carefully studied the elixir in his hand, and the look in his eyes became brighter and brighter. I wonder where Elder Yi got this elixir? Yi Lu replied, Master Qi, don't worry about it. Even I have never learned about the origin of this elixir. Master just commented on the elixir, so that I can go back and talk about it. Qi Yun did not ask further questions but said, the body of this elixir is round and shiny, and the elixir inside is rich in fragrance. There is no doubt that it is the best among the middle-grade Hao Yuan elixirs. Having said this, Qi Yun took the scraped medicinal powder and drank it deeply with his eyes closed. The quality of this elixir is far beyond the average level. Perhaps only Master Duan can compare with it. If that's the case, then I'll take this as my return. Yi Lu took the elixir, said goodbye, and left. When Shin-Yuchi saw the other party leaving, his eyes flickered. During the day, the sect had just encountered a disaster, and now the head brother asked Qi Yun to come and test the Haolingdan. Shin-Yuchi would not believe it if there was no connection at all. Is there anything else going on, fellow Taoist Shun? Qi Yun asked when he saw that he was stunned in place and never left. Shin-Yuchi turned to look at the other party and gradually had an idea in his mind. Master Qi, do you know that our sect has a third-level alchemist here today? A third-level alchemy master, something like this happened. Could it be that this elixir was refined by that master? Qi Yun's eyes reflected the flames in the furnace. Shin-Yuchi knew that the other party was addicted to alchemy and did not know about the sect's strange affairs, so he must have been unaware of the disaster during the day. The words of the third-level alchemist were just speculations made by Shin-Yuchi himself, and he did not know the details. Exactly, otherwise Elder Yi wouldn't have asked fellow Taoists to check the elixir. Hearing that a third-level alchemy master had arrived from the sect, Qi Yun immediately wanted to communicate with him. Do you know where the alchemist lives now, fellow Taoist Shun? Shin-Yuchi shook his head. How can I possibly know this kind of news? You might as well ask the head senior brother. With these words, Shin-Yuchi turned and left. The two people who brought trouble to the Qingmu sect must be people that no one in the Qingmu sect can afford to offend. As long as Qi Yun is informed about the third-level alchemy master, no matter what actions the other party takes, the head senior brother will be displeased. What's more, the head brother also lost face in the opponent's hands. As for whether this matter would involve him, Shin-Yuchi had no worries at all. It was the elixir that Yi Lu asked Qi Yun to identify. The association with this recipe was definitely normal, and he was just providing guidance. Sure enough, after learning about the third-level alchemy master, Qi Yin put down his alchemy work and went directly to the main peak to find the leader Yao Zhengsheng. At this moment, Yao Zhengsheng was discussing with the three people how to deal with the elixir transaction. Since there is no problem with the elixir, let's talk to that fellow Taoist Tiezhen. Several people immediately rushed to the flower garden. After a while, the five people sat at the same table. Fellow Taoists of Qingmu sect, what do you think of my proposal? Yao Zhengsheng raised the teacup in his hand. I wonder if Taoist Tiezhen can accept the commission of refining pills? Wei Zhong chuckled, I will leave your sect soon. How many pills can I refine in such a short time? You should give up this idea. Or does your sect have the courage to let me take the spiritual medicine and leave a promise to return the spiritual medicine in the future? Several people looked at each other and knew that this way would not work. Wei Zhong asked, since you are here, you must know the quality of the pills I refine. Then he took out another bottle of spiritual pill. Superior Hao Yuan pill, I hope you can taste it. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They opened the pill bottle and found that it was the superior Hao Yuan pill, and it seemed that the quality was quite good. Several people were breathing rapidly. The top-grade Hao Yuan pill corresponds to the late stage of Jindan, and there are two people in the Qingmu sect who are in the late stage of Jindan. They are the former sect master Nya Yuansen and the grand elder Lian Qingjue. Because of the lack of cultivation pills, the two of them have made very slow progress in their cultivation. If they can obtain a large number of top-grade Hao Yuan pills from this person, then these two pillars of the sect have the hope of reaching the peak of Jindan before the end of their lifespans, and have a chance to impact Yuanying. This is a rare opportunity for a Jindan sect like Qingmu sect to leap forward once in 1,000 years. Several people looked at the pill bottle containing the top-grade Hao Yuan pill, and it was difficult to divert their eyes from it for a while. Yao Zhengsheng even had a slight impulse to kill and rob the treasure, but soon reason made him sober again. This alchemist must not be provoked. Not only must he not be provoked, but he must also be well served. If the bond with him can be maintained, Qingmu sect will not have to worry about high-level pills for a long time in the future. Fellow Taoist, why don't you just tell me how many spiritual medicines do you need from Qingmu sect? Wei Zhong straightened his body while sitting cross-legged. I don't need much, just a few 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines and 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines. Sure enough. Yao Zhengsheng didn't show any surprise on his face, but Yilu said, impossible, how can a mere third-level Hao Yuan pill be exchanged for the 10,000-year-old spiritual medicine in my sect? Yao Zhengsheng looked angry. Junior brother Yi? Yilu glanced at his angry face and fell silent immediately. Yao Zhengsheng bowed. The 10,000-year spiritual objects are of great importance, and we still need to discuss with the elders of the sect. Fellow Taoist Tiezhen, please wait for a day. Wei Zhong nodded, and the few people said goodbye and left. Putting away the two bottles of pills on the table, Wei Zhong knew that the matter was at least half done. Qingmu sect could not refuse the top-grade Hao Yuan pill, and the only question was how many good things they could get from it. Shi Yinfeng arrived at the main peak in a hurry, only to learn that Yao Zhengsheng and others had left. When asked about the main peak's fellow sects, the other party didn't know why the sect leader and others left. Shi Yin didn't know where the third-level alchemist would stay, so he had to wait where he was. On the other side, the four of them, Yao Zhengsheng and others, had just left the flower courtyard, and they could not conceal their excitement. Zhengsheng, does the head brother have a specific time to come back? Zhao Bai couldn't help but ask. Probably at noon today, Yao Zhengsheng couldn't help but say, I didn't expect that this person still has so many high-grade Hao Yuan Dan in his hands. Master and Grandmaster will be promoted to the peak of Dan Jie just around the corner. Several other people also looked surprised, but Yilu looked calm. What he practiced was the method of body refining, and elixirs such as Hao Yuan Dan had no obvious effect on him. In terms of efficacy, it is far inferior to the Wang family's third-level body refining elixir, but unfortunately, this precious third-level body refining elixir is only occasionally sold by the Yunji Chamber of Commerce in a remote location like Monuan Mansion. And the quantity is very small, which is far from meeting the needs of Yilu's practice. At the same time, because of this, his teacher Zhao Baikai was trapped in the early stage of Dan formation for many years. After a monk reaches the level of elixir formation, although both spiritual and physical cultivation absorb external spiritual energy to strengthen themselves, there are already considerable differences between the two. Spiritual practice takes the path of gathering spiritual energy to practice spiritual methods. Although the body and soul will be sublimated together during this process, they are all supplementary to spiritual practice. Physical cultivation is about absorbing spiritual energy to nourish the physical body. Spiritual consciousness and spiritual energy are the materials that nourish the body. Although the Hao Yuan pill is good, it is still a layer away from physical cultivation and is not as straightforward as the body refining pill. I don't know if this alchemist has body refining pills for sale. Yilu glanced at his master, Zhao Bai, who was trapped in the early stage of pill formation for 100 years, and now has a lifespan of over 400. If he still can't make a breakthrough, I'm afraid. Everyone flew all the way back to the main peak, and saw Qi Yun waiting here. Seeing that this third-level alchemist who never left one door or another came to the main peak, Yao Zhengsheng suddenly asked curiously, why is Master Qi interested in coming to the main peak today? When Qi Yun saw everyone turning around, he immediately asked, I have met the sect master. I wonder if there is a third-level alchemist from our Qingmu sect. Yao Zhengsheng turned to look at Yilu, and when he saw the other party shaking his head, he knew that Yilu had not disclosed this to him. The reason why Yao Zhengsheng did not inform Yu Qiyun about the arrival of a third-level alchemist was because he wanted to stabilize the backbone of the sect. If the other party knew about this, it would be difficult to handle if he thought that the sect was dissatisfied with his skills and invited a new alchemist to replace him, which would create a gap in his heart towards the sect. There is only one third-level alchemist in Qingmu sect now. That's true, but this alchemist came suddenly and came with a senior nascent soul, so he didn't have time to notify Master Qi. Yao Zhengsheng explained. Third-level alchemist and senior Yuan Ing. Such big figures have visited our Qingmu sect. It is really a blessing for our Qingmu sect, Qi Yun praised. But as soon as these words came out, Yao Zhengsheng's expression changed. Qi Yun didn't know that he was flattering his sect leader, but he kept saying compliments. Seeing that something was not going well, Yu Shanglan interrupted directly, I wonder why Master Qi is here? Only then did the other party stop his compliments and bowed with his hands in front of him. I also asked the sect leader to agree to allow me to meet with the senior alchemist. Pindao has been refining elixirs on his own until now, without the guidance of a famous teacher. Although he has now entered the third level, his alchemy skills are poor, which leads to the low quality and low elixir yield rate of third-level elixirs. If you can communicate with fellow Taoists of the same level, your alchemy skills will definitely improve. After hearing this, Yao Zhengsheng's expression barely improved, and Yu Shanglan and Zhao Bai's eyes also flickered. Although Qi Yun was said to be from the Qingmu sect, he was not able to enter the core of the sect due to his mediocre cultivation aptitude. Therefore, he did not receive a good training within the sect. Instead, he relied on his own talent to explore step by step and reach where he is now. If he could really get some inspiration from Taijin and greatly increase his alchemy skills as he said, this would be a good thing for the Qingmu sect. Seeing this, Yilu knew that the opportunity had come. Senior brother, what Master Qi said makes sense. Why not let Master Qi meet with the Tianjin alchemist? If something can really be gained, it will be our Qingmu sect's gain. Zhao Bai kept nodding his head when he heard his disciple's words. Yu Shanglan even echoed, Sect Master, this statement makes sense. Yao Zhengsheng's original intention was to block the news that an alchemist came to Qingmu sect, so as to prevent the other party from becoming suspicious, so that he could devote himself to making alchemy for the sect. But now that the other party has learned about this, it is really better to let him communicate with him. Seeing Yao Zhengsheng's expression changed, Yilu struck while the iron was hot and said, Senior brother, let me take Master Qi to have a look. Yao Zhengsheng had no doubt that he was there. Okay, in that case, 6th junior brother, please take Master Qi to visit the flower courtyard. In addition, bring this 1000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, since it is a communication, you must not lose etiquette. When Qi Yun saw that the sect master actually took out a precious millennium elixir as a gift for his communication with the alchemist, he was deeply moved. Thank you, sect master. After saying this, he bent down to salute. Yao Zhengsheng quickly helped him up. Master Qi is the pillar of our Qingmu sect, these are what the sect should do. In the future, if Master Qi has any needs, please feel free to mention them, and I, Yao Zhengsheng, will do my best to meet them if I can. All the words were words of praise and conciliation. Later, Qi Yun returned to the flower courtyard with the 1000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum in the ancient wooden box under the guidance of Yilu. But this time, he did not see Wei Zhong, but saw a wooden sign outside the door, retreat. This, Qi Yun was stunned, and Yilu was also a little caught off guard. How come this alchemist was in retreat after they had been away for so long? It seemed that he was not practicing as usual, but that he needed time to digest the breakthrough and could not stand being disturbed by outsiders. Master Qi, Master Taiden is in retreat now, so we should wait for a few days before coming. Qi Yun nodded, it's the only way. The two came in a hurry and left in a hurry. At this time, Wei Zhong was in the cave, curiously looking at the rune he had drawn in front of him. His eyes moved slightly, and he had seen it on the panel. Flying throwing technique peerless, cannot be upgraded. I have finally polished this spell to the peerless level. Counting the time, it took nearly 100 years to practice this spell from the master level to the peerless level. The reason why it took so long was that in addition to the slow progress of the master level spell, I was also busy improving my cultivation and alchemy and weapon refining skills, and neglected the practice of the spell. Now, relying on slow work, I have finally upgraded this spell to the peerless level. And the rune suspended in the air in front of me was drawn by Wei Zhong after the breakthrough of the spell. Rapid, explosive, breaking defense. Wei Zhong saw the shadows of many runes in this rune. What is this? The spell returns to its original simplicity. Have I understood its essence? Wei Zhong fell into a brief confusion, raised his right hand lightly, and a ball of fire condensed. With a whoosh, it was activated and shot out. The spell is instant? Wei Zhong was shocked. In this cultivation world, when casting a spell, one has to gather spiritual power to form a spell, which is commonly known as the pre-casting swing. And I can actually cast a spell instantly. Is this the function of this rune? After continuous casting attempts, Wei Zhong discovered that the peerless spell was not only cast instantly, but also had a certain degree of power improvement compared to the master level. Although it was only about 50% enhanced, it was enough to surprise Wei Zhong. The power of the flying throwing technique depends to a greater extent on the medium used in addition to the strength of the spell itself. The stronger the material thrown, the stronger the spell. Also, since I can draw this rune in midair, can I engrave it on a magic weapon? As soon as he said it, Wei Zhong immediately took out a first-level magic sword and began to engrave this rune on it. Although he had never used this rune to refine a magic weapon, Wei Zhong was very skilled in engraving it and successfully engraved it on the sword body in one go. With the spiritual energy injected, Wei Zhong held the sword and pointed it straight at the spiritual land in front of him. With a sound of breaking through the air, the magic sword flew out of Wei Zhong's hand, leaving a hole on the ground. With the divine sense detection, it was discovered that a large area of soil under the ground was broken by the magic sword, forming a more than 10-foot underground gap. This is a spiritual field nourished by the spiritual veins, not ordinary soil. Can an ordinary first-level magic sword easily cause such damage? Wei Zhong felt more and more that the value of this rune was high. Generally, the attack runes that can be refined on magic tools are mediocre in power and consume too much spiritual power, which is far less than the cost-effectiveness of this flying rune. If it can be matched with the spirit storage rune, wouldn't it be that the magic tool has a powerful attack method that is unexpected? Draw it on the talisman paper? Wei Zhong shook his head. No, the flying technique requires a medium for casting, and the talisman technique cannot meet its requirements. But other spells can be tried. For example, the breath-holding spell and the invisibility spell. If these two spells can be practiced to the peerless level, the two runes obtained are the best choice for refining a concealing robe. Or simply engrave it on the magic sword. With its power, wouldn't it be a living invisible flying sword? Wei Zhong found the highlight. Speaking of it, these spells are all ordinary first-level levels, but after Wei Zhong's continuous practice, it seems to have been supplemented and upgraded. Now even Wei Zhong himself doesn't know what level these spells have reached. Second level, or third level. Anyway, Wei Zhong only knows that these spells have never let him down during use. Practice. Wei Zhong looked at other spells. The cloud flying spell, its runes must be the best choice for refining flying magic tools. There is also the soul-seeking spell, which can be engraved on the detection magic tools and the props for breaking the formation. All kinds of spells make Wei Zhong see infinite possibilities. Since the essence of the technique can be seen through after practicing it to the peerless level, what will happen after the technique reaches this level? With the peerless level spring and autumn water refining art, can I understand the true meaning of it, greatly increase the speed of practice, and without obtaining the matching spiritual root refining secret method, I can understand the means of refining earth grade and even heaven grade water spiritual roots. With this thought, Wei Zhong seemed to have discovered a broad road in front of him. It took Wei Zhong a long time to get out of his reverie. These are my own guesses after all, and the specifics still need practice to know. Wei Zhong calmed down and regained his sanity. It will take about 340 years to practice the spring and autumn water refining art to the peerless level. It takes too much time, enough for me to practice it twice. I can't just practice this technique foolishly, but need to do two things at the same time. Practice this technique and constantly improve my cultivation to deal with the crisis that may come. The early stage of Jindan combined with time Dao Fei is only equivalent to half of the early stage of Yuanying. Wei Zhong does not think that he is invincible in this cultivation world. It is hard to say whether he can beat Tan Tai Lin, not to mention that there are great cultivators in the late stage of Yuanying and the old monster of Huashan above him. Cultivation cannot be slack, and other skills cannot be left behind. After experimenting with the peerless flying technique, Wei Zhong came out of retreat with satisfaction. When he looked at the time, he found that he had been in retreat for 4 hours without realizing it. When he came out of retreat, he suddenly heard Tan Tai Lin's voice transmission. Wei Zhong then knew that 2 visitors had arrived during his retreat. But it seems that it was not Yao Zhengsheng who was in charge. Wei Zhong did not take it to heart, but took out the secret method to comprehend, and waited for Qingmu sect to discuss the spiritual medicine transaction with him. In the mountain gate of Qingmu sect, the former sect master Nie Yuansen, who received the sect's message, finally rushed back from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Hearing Yao Zhengsheng telling him about the two's visit, his face suddenly showed a worried look. Now our sect is setting up a monster defense line in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. I originally wanted to return to the sect to mobilize the disciples to resist together. But how can I spare any manpower, Master? Why not let this Yuanying senior help to solve the trouble on the front line? Nie Yuansen shook his head. No, if the Yuanying cultivator dies, those 4th-level monsters will definitely not sit idly by. If the high-level fights, my Qingmu sect will bear the consequences in the end. Now we can only take it one step at a time and try our best to meet the needs of that Yuanying senior. In addition, what exactly is the matter with the 3rd-level alchemist you mentioned? Yao Zhengsheng and others brought the details, especially focusing on the fact that the other party held the top-grade Hao Yuan pill. Top-grade Hao Yuan pill? Nie Yuansen's heart trembled. If this pill is most important to someone, it is naturally him who is in the late stage of Jindan. It took more than 100 years to reach the late stage of Jindan, and it seemed that his cultivation would come to an end due to the lack of corresponding elixirs. Unexpectedly, there was a ray of hope at this time. If there were enough elixirs, there would still be a great hope to cultivate to the peak of Jindan in his lifetime and try to reach the Yuanying realm. But thinking of the 10,000-year-old elixir and 1,000-year-old elixir that the other party asked for, Nie Yuansen couldn't help but have a headache again. These are the foundation that the sect has accumulated with great difficulty. Outside the flower courtyard, Qi Yun knocked on the door alone. Wei Zhong opened the door with a bit of curiosity and found a somewhat familiar face. It was his old acquaintance Qi Yun. Looking at the other person's young face, it seems as if he is still in the time when he was refining his qi. This fellow Taoist? Wei Zhong asked curiously. When Qi Yun saw the iron mask worn by Wei Zhong, he understood that this person was Master Tiezhen mentioned by Yi Lu. I have met Senior Tiezhen and heard that he is a 3rd-level alchemist. I will call him Qi Yun and is a 3rd-level alchemist of the Qingmu sect. I am here to visit you with all my shame. After Qi Yun finished speaking, he immediately presented a wooden box and pushed it open to reveal a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. It turns out we are colleagues, please come in. Wei Zhong invited him in and poured tea. I didn't expect to meet a master like Senior Tiezhen in this sect. I'm really lucky. The junior has seen the middle grade Hao Yuan Dan refined by the senior. The quality is so good that he has only seen it in his life. Even the Gathering Chamber of Commerce only occasionally revealed a few of these high-quality elixirs. Qi Yun said respectfully. Wei Zhong smiled back, fellow Taoist Qi, you're too polite, but it's just an ordinary elixir. And you and I are both alchemy colleagues, so there's no need to call each one a senior one by one and just call him fellow Taoist the next. Then I'd rather be respectful than obey my orders. The two chatted happily, clinked glasses and drank together, and then began to exchange alchemy techniques. Wei Zhong has been refining alchemy for hundreds of years, always relying on 1 or 2 inheritances, and rarely has the opportunity to communicate like this with an alchemist of the same level. Therefore, there is no reluctance at all because one's alchemy skills are higher than those of the opponent. During the communication, he constantly elaborated on his own understanding and confirmed it. After some exchanges, Wei Zhong discovered that although Qi Yun's 3rd-level alchemy skills were crude, his understanding of 1st and 2nd-level alchemy skills was quite solid. When I was young, I lacked famous teachers to guide me, so I was more involved in low-level alchemy. Although I have a wide range of knowledge, I am not very good at it. After hearing what Taoist Tiezhen said, I realized that I have made so many mistakes. Wei Zhong was even more shocked when he heard the other party explain the reason. Fellow Taoist Qi Yun's talent was not only not cultivated by the sect, but was also suppressed by the faction? Qi Yun just sighed. No, I started my alchemy enlightenment from the sect, and my subsequent step-by-step practice also obtained the classics from the sect. It's just because my own cultivation qualifications are too ordinary that I don't have a teacher to follow and I can't receive good training. It's a pity that fellow Taoist with such talent in alchemy, he will definitely have a different ending if he joins the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Ha, someone who claimed to be a member of the Yunji Chamber of Commerce did come to woo me, but they came up with a clause. The poor man was cautious and worried that there was fraud, so he did not accept the offer. In the blink of an eye, nearly 80 years later, he realized what kind of opportunity he had missed. More than 80 years ago, could it be when Shan Qin came to Qingmu sect? At the same time, Wei Zhong thought of Taoist Hu Yang, who was recruited by the Chamber of Commerce, and himself as a guest in the Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that the Yunji Chamber of Commerce not only opened a stronghold under the eyes of the Qingmu sect, but also tried to secretly poach the Qingmu sect? Perhaps it is a good thing that fellow Taoist Shi Yun failed to enter the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Now that you are the only third-level alchemy master in the Qingmu sect, I am afraid that your subordinates already have a lot of power, so you can also try for the position of the master of the alchemy hall. 1 or 2. With the support of the entire alchemy sect, it may not be impossible to reach a higher realm of alchemy, Wei Zhong said after pouring a cup of tea for him. Shi Yun just shook his head. The power of the sect is complex, and it is far from being as simple as Taoist friends think. There are also villains who are causing trouble. Not only do I miss the position of the master of the Dan Palace, but also the share of the pills that can be obtained by refining pills is lower than that of the original Duan. The alchemists are far behind. That's really a shame. If you don't talk about these unhappy things, Taoist brother Taijin will still help me clarify my doubts. The two talked about pharmacology and alchemy techniques. Shi Yun was shocked when he learned that Wei Zhong was using water method to alchemy. I have also seen this kind of strange alchemy technique in the sect, but it is only for the second level. My fellow Taoist can actually enter the third level with this strange method. He is really a genius. Wei Zhong laughed. Ha! The second level water alchemy method I practiced was obtained from the Qingmu sect. After discussing it, the two of them benefited a lot. I am refining a kind of Qimeng elixir. Can you ask fellow Taoist Taijin to help me grow my eyes? Wei Zhong also became interested after hearing this. Oh, I wonder what kind of elixir it is. Shi Yun explained, its name is Summoning Spirit Pill. It is a partial elixir that targets inner demons. It is especially effective against inner demons that form pills. Targeting your inner demons? Wei Zhong couldn't help but be surprised. This kind of unorthodox elixir was very rare. And not only are the elixirs rare, but the various elixirs used in them are also rare and abnormal, and can only be collected in some special dangerous places. Fellow Taoist Shi, can you give me the elixir recipe? I'm willing to exchange it for a spiritual object. Shi Yun took out a piece of yellow paper and placed it on the table. Fellow Taoist Taijin is out of sight. I have benefited a lot from the exchanges between you and me. I will give this elixir to you as a gift. How could Wei Zhong be so shameless and take other people's pill prescriptions for free? He immediately took out several bottles of high-grade Huchi pills and a dozen middle-grade spiritual stones. The two pushed and shoved each other, and Wei Zhong relied on his advanced cultivation to force the pills and spiritual stones into the other's hands. Shi Yun looked at the dozens of high-grade Huchi pills in the pill bottle and felt emotional. Fellow Taoist Taijin's alchemy skills are indeed superb. Even top-grade Huchi elixirs can be mass-produced. Thinking about myself, every time I refine this kind of elixir, I mainly use middle and low-grade elixirs, and I can only occasionally refine 1 or 2 high-grade elixirs. Wei Zhong picked up the paper, stroked its rough texture, and saw the black ink on it. Then I knew that the elixir recipe was an ancient object, and I didn't know what kind of alchemist it was. Instead of using jade slips, I used this special paper to record the elixir recipe. Look at the various spiritual materials and alchemy techniques mentioned above. Shenling jade liquid, 1000 wheel fruit. As far as the eye could see, half of the medicinal ingredients in the prescription were things Wei Zhong had never used before. Although the method of refining elixirs is not much different from that of ordinary elixirs, these elixirs are quite difficult to find, especially since the main ingredient will take thousands of years. Although Wei Zhong has formed an elixir, this elixir is still of great significance to Wei Zhong. Xia Lingoa's qualifications are average and she is still in the early stage of foundation building. If she can cultivate to the peak of foundation building, then this pill will become her aid in forming pills. Moreover, if Wei Zhong could hone his third-level alchemy skills to the level of a master, he might be able to deduce a fourth-level elixir from this elixir recipe to target the inner demon calamity of the nascent soul. After writing down the prescription, Wei Zhong returned the paper to Qi Yun. Now that the other party has collected this kind of elixir recipe, it seems that he is not willing to stay in the realm of foundation building, and plans to attack the first-hand elixir formation. But under the scanning of his spiritual consciousness, Wei Zhong couldn't help but shake his head. Shi Yun's qualifications were still a little behind after all. He was only in the middle stage of foundation building, and it seemed that he had just stepped into it. It is difficult, too difficult to cultivate to the peak of foundation building. Since fellow Taoist Shi Yun has been able to collect such magical elixirs, it really opens my eyes. No, I just got it by chance. Speaking of which, I have collected some medicinal materials and are starting to make elixirs. Would Taoist Taijin be willing to come and watch? Wei Zhong did not expect that the other party had already collected the medicinal materials recorded in this elixir. But if you start refining now, won't you worry that your level is not good enough and the elixir will fail? Of course I'm happy to do it, and I'd like to ask my Taoist friends to lead the way. The two of them left the flower courtyard together and flew towards the alchemy palace. The disciples of the Qingmu sect who were responsible for monitoring Wei Zhong's whereabouts immediately reported this situation to the main peak. Looking at the information presented, Yao Zhengsheng said with emotion, "This fellow Taoist Taijin actually had a good chat with Master Qi Yun." Handing the letter sword to everyone for inspection, Nya Yuansen couldn't help but nod after taking it. "I will contact Shangzong first. Even if we are not dealing with this new Yuanying senior, we still need Shangzong's help on the front line. In addition, you are preparing to gather your disciples, and you will soon leave for the 10,000 Beasts mountain range." "Yes." Shi Yun led Wei Zhong to a Loliang Valley in Qingmu sect, pointed to the palace complex below, and said, "This is where our Qingmu sect's alchemy palace is located. Below the valley is a vein of fire. Most of our Qingmu sect's alchemy masters rely on the fire of this vein to make elixirs." Wei Zhong nodded. Using earth fire to make elixirs is indeed a good choice. However, earth fire is difficult to control. I am afraid that a set of expensive magic weapons will be needed to turn earth fire into elixirs. Wei and Zhong fell down, and the alchemists around them gathered around curiously when they saw Qi Yun bringing such a masked man. "Master Qi, who is this?" Seeing many people asking, Qi Yun had no choice but to explain, "This is fellow Taoist Taijin. He is a guest of our Qingmu sect. Like me, he is a third-level alchemist, and his alchemy skills are much higher than Pindo's." Hearing that there was another third-level alchemist, more people gathered around him. What's more, some people knelt down directly to Wei Zhong, knocked their heads on the ground, and begged Wei Zhong to accept him as his disciple. This ridiculous scene immediately made Qi Yun extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, Yi Lu, who learned that Wei Zhong had left seclusion, arrived in time and scolded him, which stopped some people's ridiculous behavior. Shi Yun beside him cupped his hands and said, "I have met Elder Yi." Wei Zhong looked curiously at the Liling ingenious who had glared at him yesterday. The latter just nodded to Qi Yun, then turned to look at Wei Zhong. "I didn't know that fellow Taoist Taijin had already left seclusion. I apologize for the poor reception." Wei Zhong was surprised for a moment when he saw that his attitude towards him had changed drastically. "Fellow Taoist Yi, just say it directly. There is no need to be secretive." Yi Liumian hesitated. Seeing this scene, Qi Yun immediately raised his right hand. "Why don't you two go in and talk?" Wei Zhong and Yi Lu followed his guidance and entered a main hall. On the road, the disciples of the alchemy hall came and went. When Shinyuchi saw Qi Yun and Yi Lu accompanying a strange monk at the same time, he immediately came up to him out of curiosity. "I've met Master Qi, I've met Senior Brother Yi." Then he looked at Wei Zhong curiously and considered, "Who is this?" Yi Lu was in a hurry to ask Wei Zhong about the pill in private at this time, but he still had the patience to explain it slowly. "This is our guest, fellow Taoist Taijin, and a third-level alchemist." After saying this, without waiting for Shinyuchi to greet Wei Zhong, he turned him to his side with one hand. "Master Taijin, please come this way." Wei Zhongzai continued to move forward under his guidance. Qi Yun and Yi Lu followed, leaving Shinyuchi alone in awkward position. The surrounding alchemists were pointing and talking, and his face could not help but become extremely gloomy. Wei Zhong also recognized the man from before. Although his face had changed a lot, he could still vaguely see that it was Shinyuchi who had traded the first-level Qingluo Zuodin recipe with him. Since the death of his master Duan Delong, the other party has not been living a happy life in the Qingmu sect, although he still holds the title of the true disciple. Qi Yun guided them all the way to his exclusive alchemy room. "You two may as well say what you want to say here. I will step aside for now. Master Qi, please listen as well. It's not a secret." Then he turned to Wei Zhong and bowed. "Yesterday, I offended Master Taijin a lot. Please forgive me. Fellow Taoist E, you are too serious. We didn't distinguish between enemies and friends that day. What you did was reasonable. At this point, Wei Zhong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The alchemist's signboard is useful. Yesterday's enemy became respectful to me after a day. Master Tiezhen is magnanimous, which makes me admire him. Today I came here to ask for pills from you. I wonder if you have any pills related to body refining? Wei Zhong glanced at him and confirmed his Jindan cultivation, then shook his head and replied, if what you need is a third-level elixir, I'm sorry, I don't have any. Yi Lu couldn't help but show a trace of regret when he heard this. Instead of asking me for pills, why don't you buy them from Yunji Chamber of Commerce? Yi Lu shook his head. Master Tiezhen doesn't know that the number of third-level body refining pills that appear in the local Yunji Chamber of Commerce is quite limited, which can't meet the needs of my master and me for cultivation. That's why I came to you. Wei Zhong was slightly stunned, and then he understood the reason. Since the third-level body refining pills are rare here, you might as well go to the prefecture city closer to the center of Yunzhou, where there are many cultivators and more relevant resources. Or you can simply go to Yunzhou Prefecture, which is the gathering place of many families and sects, and the location of the Wang family, which produces a lot of body refining pills. As long as there are enough spirit stones, there is no worry about not being able to buy the money for cultivation. Yi Lu frowned when he heard Wei Zhong's explanation. He also understood this in his heart, but as a Jindan cultivator trained by Qingmu sect, he has been unable to get away in recent years due to sect affairs. Not to mention going to Yunzhou City, there are few opportunities to leave Monyuan Prefecture. Perhaps this trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is an opportunity. After earning enough merits and spirit stones, I will apply to the sect for a period of time to go to Yunzhou City. Thank you Master Tiezhen for your guidance. Yi Lu bowed his hands again to express his gratitude. It's just a small matter. I heard that fellow Taoist E has a different kind of thunder spirit root, or is he practicing the art of body refining? That's right, Master Tiezhen, I was just thinking of asking fellow Taoist E for some advice on fighting. Master Tiezhen wants to fight with me? Yi Lu confirmed again and asked. Wei Zhong nodded, exactly. Yi Lu looked surprised and doubtful, and Shi Yun was also puzzled. In the eyes of most people in the world of immortal cultivation, alchemists are characters with superb skills but mediocre fighting skills. There are very few people who can possess both great skills and strong combat power. For example, Duan Delong, the former master of the alchemy palace of the Qingmu sect, had only average fighting skills. If he didn't have a fearsome poison technique, he would not be the opponent of ordinary alchemy monks. At this moment, Wei Zhong actually wants to challenge a body refining monk who specializes in fighting. This really makes the two of them a little confused, especially Yi Lu, a genius with thunder spirit roots. Although he was only in the early stage of forming a pill, even Yu Shanglan, who was in the middle stage of cultivation, did not dare to say that he could definitely defeat the opponent. I have only been promoted to Dan Ji for a year, and I am still a little unfamiliar with Dan Jia. I would like to ask fellow Taoist E for some advice. I see. Yi Lu understood that the Tiezhen in front of him was probably just neglecting fighting skills and wanted to accumulate some experience to prepare for the next trip to the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. If that's the case, then I'll do it. Wei Zhong turned to look at Shi Yun. Fellow Taoist Shi should be able to make elixirs in just such an hour and a half, right? Shi Yun nodded repeatedly. Fellow Taoist Tiezhen, just feel free to compete. It won't be too late to come back and take a look at the alchemy later. Wei Zhong held up his hands and flew out of the hall together with Yi Lu. The two came to a huge square in the Aoki sect that was shrouded in rune formations. This was the internal fighting arena of the Aoki sect. This action attracted many onlookers, including the current sect master Yao Zhengsheng and the masters of the instrument hall and dharma hall Zhao Bai and Yu Shanglan. Below them are countless disciples and elders of the Qingmu sect. Master Tiezhen wants to fight with junior brother E? Yao Zhengsheng was a little surprised, then looked at the two people confronting each other in the air and shook his head, obviously not optimistic about Tiezhen. Yi Luo's level of fighting skills is already higher than that of ordinary early-stage pill-forming monks. In addition, as a body-refining monk, he has a sense of bloody courage in close combat, which gives him an advantage in the fighting skills. Even if you take action yourself, it will take a lot of effort to take down the opponent with your cultivation advantage. Master Tiezhen really found the wrong opponent when he chose to fight Yi Lu. In the air, Yi Lu bowed his hands in greeting. Yi Lu of the Qingmu sect, who is in the early stage of physical training for elixir formation, is practicing the Golden Thunder Ju. Please give me Taoist Tiezhen's advice. Seeing that the other party was so polite, Wei Zhong also reported himself to the door. Sanren Taijin, a spiritual practitioner in the early stage of forming pills, and practiced the spring and autumn water refining technique. This method is the inheritance of the transformation of gods. Fellow Taoist, be careful. The reason why Wei Zhong deliberately exposed the skills he had learned was mainly to prepare for future actions. In the following trip to the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, Wei Zhongshu will have to go all out. Except for the years of Taoism, which will continue to be hidden, other combat powers will probably be exposed to everyone. Wei Zhong, who practiced the same technique as Yao Zhengsheng, could not guarantee that he could hide all traces of the technique, so he simply took this opportunity to expose it to everyone. When others ask, just answer that it comes from the Yunji Chamber of Commerce. Spring and autumn water refining technique? Yi Lu on the field was shocked. It actually has the same name as the technique practiced by the master's senior brother. Is it really the same kind of technique? Recalling the tricky situation of fighting with his senior brother before, Yi Lu looked at Taijin in front of him and gradually put away his contempt. Several people outside the court were even more surprised. As senior members of the sect, Zhao Bai, Yu Shanglan and others knew how powerful this inheritance was within the sect. By relying on this technique, Yao Zhengsheng can firmly occupy the position of the first true disciple and win the title of sect leader, which is enough to show how unique this technique is. And where did the man in front of him get his inheritance? As a practitioner of the same technique, Yao Zhengsheng was even more surprised. There are actually people who can use this method to practice to the realm of elixir formation. Is the source of his technique the Yunji Chamber of Commerce or other channels? Yao Zhengsheng, who only received a half-step incomplete inheritance, has almost finished practicing this technique. If he wants to condense the baby, he must switch to another method. But how can Yao Zhengsheng, who has always been arrogant, give up? It can be said that his current position is inseparable from this technique. This is the inheritance of the transformation of gods. If you change your cultivation, where can you find a technique that can compete with it? Yao Zhengsheng stared at Taijin in midair with a rather uneasy expression. Fellow Taoist, be careful. Wei Zhong's fingertips flashed with spiritual light, and a layer of black spiritual liquid emerged, forming a pair of black armor on the body. There was a circular depression in the middle of the armor, and the Yuan Shui beads filled it exactly. The first time he practiced fighting with a body of the same level, Wei Zhong used his most powerful defensive technique, black water spirit clothes, and filled it with natal magic weapons to increase its strength. Yi Lu looked at Wei Zhong's actions and did not take action immediately, but looked at him with a bit of curiosity. Is this the signature defensive technique used by senior brother, black water spirit clothes? However, it seems to be much more skillful than the senior brother. Not only can it form a fine armor, but the black ball that is filled in is also the natal magic weapon Yuan Shui bead? Can this magic weapon have a linkage effect with defensive magic? Yao Zhengsheng outside the court also looked puzzled when he saw Wei Zhong's operation. A ball of water and a black water drop appeared in his hand. After mixing them, no changes were found, which made Yao Zhengsheng even more confused. The two hall masters around him saw his expression and knew that this new head could not merge his magic with his life magic weapon like this Tiezhen Dancer. For a moment, he looked up at Wei Zhong in the air, and a sense of surprise surged in his heart. Could it be that this inheritance of the spirit transformation really has the power to merge magic weapons and magic? After Wei Zhong in the air completed this defensive operation, a long sword, the Xianming sword, immediately appeared in his hand. Holding the sword with both hands, he said to Yi Lu, please. As soon as the word please came out, the black sword in his hand immediately turned into a black lightning and rushed towards the other party. Yi Lu keenly sensed a sense of crisis, and without thinking, he controlled the golden thunder under his feet, jumped sideways, and disappeared on the spot. Wei Zhong, who was a mile away, stretched out his hand and pointed, and the black lightning twisted slightly and swept across the void not far away. With a rip sound, Yi Lu emerged from it. There was still a trace of disbelief on his face. The robe on his waist had been torn to pieces by the flying sword, and half of his skin and flesh disappeared together. With the surge of spiritual power, Yi Lu, who wanted to recover from the injury to his body, found that there was a chill lingering at the wound, which blocked the recovery of the injury. With a thought in his mind, he drove the golden thunder in his body to consume it. He looked at Taijin and said, "What a flying sword!" The people outside the field were even more frightened when they saw this scene, especially Zhao Bai. Although he had been in the early stage of Jindan for 100 years, because of his own spiritual root talent, his understanding of the golden thunder art was not as good as Yi Lu. It was difficult to dodge in this instant. If he faced this move, he would probably have to pay a price and resist it. Looking back at Yu Shanglan and Yao Zhengsheng beside him, he saw that the two of them also had solemn expressions. Zhao Bai knew that this move was also very difficult for them. This Master Taijin is really not a simple guy. Wei Zhong in the air saw that his attack did not work and was not surprised at all. After all, he was a physical cultivator who practiced thunder magic. It would be a joke if he could kill him with just one move. With a flick of his fingers, the Shenming sword turned into a black light again and flew out from behind him and flew back to Wei Zhong's hand. This was the effect of the flying rune engraved on the Shenming sword by Wei Zhong. The sword body rotated and immediately crossed over his head, and Yi Lu emerged from the void. The figure of Yi Lu in the distance slowly dissipated, but it was just a residual image left by him. With Wei Zhong's keen sense, he naturally discovered his movements early and raised his sword to block it instantly. The powerful force directly pressed Wei Zhong to the ground. From the perspective of others, Yi Lu just slapped Wei Zhong with a flesh palm. As expected of a physical cultivator, a third-level magic sword can be blocked with bare hands. Wei Zhong squatted down slightly, and wanted to pick it up in one go. Yi Lu's expression changed, and a snake-shaped golden lightning crept along the contact point between his palm and the magic sword to the surface of Wei Zhong's body. But this little lightning only caused ripples on Wei Zhong's black armor and then dissipated into nothingness. Yi Lu retreated with the force, looking at the black armor on Wei Zhong's body with a solemn expression. What I just said was not ordinary golden thunder, but a secret method in the golden thunder art, which has the effect of affecting the enemy's spiritual power. But it was easily blocked by this black water spirit clothes spell, and it failed to affect the opponent's body. This black water spirit clothes is really much stronger than my brother's. As an outside spectator, Yao Zhengsheng saw it clearly, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out how an ordinary defensive spell could have such a powerful effect, and how this spell could be combined with the magic weapon. Wei Zhong looked at the remaining golden thunder on the spirit clothes, and was very satisfied with the spell of this black water spirit clothes. With a slight lift of his left hand, 3 balls of blazing fire gathered in his palm. Golden flowing flame, with a whoosh, the fireball in Wei Zhong's hand disappeared immediately, and it was already attacking Yi Lu. Yi Lu felt the terrifying temperature contained in it and did not dare to be careless. 3 fireballs blocked his way at the same time, so he had to take out a white bone shield and hold it upright in front of his chest. At this moment, the golden flowing flame launched by Wei Zhong was already at the 3rd level. As a flame used for refining weapons, it was naturally not something he could rely on his physique to directly block. Yi Lu's feet flashed with golden light several times, dodging 2 golden flowing flames, but the 3rd one still hit the bone shield directly. A layer of hazy white spiritual light immediately appeared on the white bone piece, resisting the erosion of the golden flowing flame. 3rd level middle grade, or top grade. Wei Zhong frowned slightly. Brother Zhao actually passed this cloud bone shield to Yi Lu? Yu Shanglan said in surprise when she saw this. Zhao Bai's face showed a bit of pride, because this shield was made by him using the bones of a 3rd level monster, and it was of the 3rd level top grade. But before his proud look could last long, the situation on the field changed again. Wei Zhong saw that the golden flame could not break through the defense of the bone shield, so he simply detonated it, and 3 red fireballs burst around Yi Lu in an instant. But it was not over yet. The exploding fireballs did not dissipate, but formed a wall of fire to surround it. Wei Zhong's fingertips flicked continuously, and golden flames were added to it, forming a red flame giant egg, which wrapped Yi Lu tightly. How can you defend now? Wei Zhong pinched his palm, and the flame giant egg collapsed inward instantly. Just when Wei Zhong thought that the other party would surrender, a dazzling golden light suddenly emerged from the red flame. A golden thunder rushed straight towards Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong threw a bamboo umbrella without thinking and floated it above his head. Fish swam on the fan and lotus leaves swayed gently. It was the colorful golden bamboo umbrella. This thing can be used to deal with the heavenly thunder tribulation, and it is naturally no problem to deal with the thunder method of cultivators. But the spiritual umbrella is fragile and may not be able to withstand the opponent's brute force. Wei Zhong shouted softly, and a strange cold air was stimulated on the Shen Ming sword. He raised the sword, stepped forward, and took the initiative to meet it. With a loud bang, it was as if the sky thunder struck the top of the head. The rocks and black soil under Wei Zhong's feet suddenly turned into debris and flew out. The fighting field engraved with spiritual patterns was actually destroyed by this blow. The aftermath of the impact spread to the surroundings. Yao Zhengsheng and the other 2 hurriedly cast a spell to block it. This kind of aftermath of the Jindan fighting method is not something these foundation building cultivators can bear. As the recipient of this blow, Wei Zhong felt his body and mind tremble, and in an instant a huge force came. The armor on the lower body immediately turned into a ball of black water to dissipate the attack force. When the divine sense probed, only a shadow of 2 fists covered by golden thunder hit the sword body. The opponent's attack did not work, so he raised his fist to make another attack. The lightning and thunder were so fast that Wei Zhong was hit again while he was still thinking. Although the lightning between his fists was completely absorbed by the 7-colored golden bamboo umbrella, Wei Zhong could not bear this huge force for long. After all, Wei Zhong did not practice his body, and his defense depended entirely on the black water spirit clothes. If he was broken by it, I am afraid that one punch would hurt his body. Wei Zhong was not a fool. With a move of his toes, he turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. He reappeared not far away, but then the lightning transformed by Yi Lu followed. The opponent's escape speed in this form was actually almost the same as Wei Zhong's use of the cloud soaring technique. However, this state can't be maintained for long. I want to see how much spiritual power you can use up. Wei Zhong's sword body shook, and a layer of Gengjin Qi covered the surface of Xin Ning's sword. Gung's sword technique, dodge while holding the sword to counterattack. But Wei Zhong's magic sword didn't feel real when it hit the opponent. It often cut a gap, and it was instantly repaired after a flash of lightning. Half virtualization? Wei Zhong was even more surprised when he saw this. Below, Luer's thunder control true body is really inherited from senior brother. Yu Shanglan looked at Zhao Bai with some emotion and said. Zhao Bai's face was not happy at all. This thunder control true body is the most powerful secret method in the golden thunder art. Since Yi Lu used this move, it means that he has no way to deal with iron truth. But the problem is that this move consumes a lot of spiritual power. With Yi Lu's current practice, it can't be maintained for long.